The story begins with a young man's boring life. He is staring at the computer screen, playing games like crazy. His eyes are so dark that he is about to turn into a panda princess. Suddenly, without paying attention, he touched the power outlet with his foot. This young man was unlucky. Following that, an electric current flashed, spreading everywhere, and then he was electrocuted to the point that all his hair stood on end, and he cried out in pain. Tears are flowing out. Because of something like that, a world-shaking change happened. That electric shock changed him. From a stay-at-home type, how will he survive in another world? He was transported to another world. He is Lu Feng. He is in another world to start his life over. At the crucial moment, an exchange took place. Lu Feng turned around and asked unexpectedly, "What? You said you wanted to sell me a city. Is it that easy? As soon as you arrive you have delicious food in your mouth." In front of him was Count Carter. He said friendly, "Yes, my friend." Next to him was his son, Fez. Lu Feng crossed his arms at this moment, revealing a disdainful expression as he thought, "I probably believe it. Even if I sell my kidney, I still can't buy a city, okay?" He cursed the two people in front of him inwardly. Damn it, who are they trying to fool? At that time, Count Carter looked pitiful and said, he sold his territory to retire in a big city. Lu Feng was surprised. What? He said he was selling it at a special price, only 5 glasses of water. Lu Feng was confused. Then he said, "I was lucky enough to see a glass cup in the Duke's mansion, but it was not as clear and beautiful as this one. 5 glasses of crystal equal a castle. This is my castle." He wondered in amazement, filled with wonder. Lu Feng's eyes lit up as he asked, "Doesn't that mean I'm about to marry a beautiful, rich wife, and reach the pinnacle of my life?" Lu Feng began to dream of a life of luxury and wealth. Wealth came so easily, beautiful women surrounded him, and his house was filled with wealth. What was hidden behind it? Conspiracy or not, the face of Count Carter's son at this moment looked so strange, it was hard to believe this guy. Then a knife was brought to Lu Feng's neck, startling him. The person holding this sharp knife intended to kill someone. What would happen next? Let's see how a stay-at-home dad can become a city lord in another world. The story begins with a dark sky filled with twinkling stars above, as if it were a galaxy, and that place is the other world. You can sun machine a place where the cold wind penetrates the bone, where the ice is as black as steel, where the wind has destroyed thousands of years. Before now, this Cam Sun Mach was a place of chaos and suffering. It's just a game of the devil race, the big fish eat the small fish. Right now there is a handsome young man riding his horse to a certain citadel. Our main character, named Lu Feng, has been in this other world for more than a month, but has been going back and forth between Earth and the other world to do business and earn quite a bit of money. But there was no place to stay right now, Lu Feng thought as he walked. Just as they passed a hotel, Lu Feng got off his horse and went straight into the hotel. "Madam, sell this hotel to me." Lu Feng picked up the cup and said calmly. The boss's expression froze as she looked at Lu Feng. But still with an expressionless face, Lu Feng still replied, "The owner sold it to me." The owner looked gloomy, thinking this guy was teasing her. He couldn't be crazy to want to buy such a deserted business. Lu Feng smiled and thought, "I just want to find a place to stay. Besides, here, the back village doesn't have one, the front village doesn't have such a shop. If it becomes an inn, I can still make money. The owner just needs to sell it to me." The owner was still suspicious, so she yelled and refused to sell it. "I can pay more." As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, a well-dressed and polite person spoke up. "Paying more money is not as good as buying a castle." "Buy a castle?" Lu Feng surprised. "Yes, my friend. This one is Baron Carter, and next to him is his son, named Fez." Lu Feng looked at these two people and thought, aren't these his old customers? They have plenty of money, why are they selling out? I'm old, and my juniors are useless. Quickly sell the territory and retire in a big city. The old man said with a tearful expression. "Damn it, who are you fooling? Tell me, a city, how much do you want?" Lu Feng said indifferently. With an innocent look on his face, the old man said, "Hee, just 100 gold coins. Why don't you go rob?" Lu Feng's blood rushed to his head. 100 gold coins, equal to 4 million sheep, equal to 500,000 cows, equal to living a life of debauchery and waiting to die for 3 generations. Look at me, I'm no longer the fool who came to this world. You think it's expensive, so I'll give you the title. Lu Feng still felt uneasy, so he refused. No need. Just then a chilling feeling. A sword was pressed against Lu Feng's neck. Father agreed to sell the city to you, it was your honor, but you dared to refuse. The son of the city lord shouted with a dangerous expression. Forcing me to buy, Lu Feng frowned. Harmony creates wealth, price is negotiable. So how much money do you think is appropriate? The old man said with a gloomy expression. Lu Feng replied immediately, don't say 100 gold coins, I don't even have 30 coins. Okay, then 30 coins, deal, the old man fixed the price. Lu Feng's eyes turned white. 30 is also sold, surely he is not lying to me. I give you face, that's why I give you such a preferential price, the old man pretended. But I don't have any money with me, I can use your treasure as a deposit. Lu Feng, my treasure. The old man said again, like a crystal cup or something. Lu Feng was stunned, the glass cup, I've been doing it all this time, so it turns out I've fallen for the glass cup. Looking troubled, Lu Feng said, it is something I do not mind going to the Far East for. From the most crowded store, bought 5 at the highest price, wanted to buy one more but it was gone. He said, putting away his glass. I once had the honor of seeing a crystal cup in the Duke's mansion, but it was not as pure and beautiful as this one. That, damn it, is also called a crystal cup, this alien is too confused. Lu Feng looked dumbfounded, while the father and son praised the glass. Lu Feng, I should have brought a few more, anyway I can go back and forth between Earth and the other world once a day. Dude, do you have any other treasures? The old man's face was beaming. This guy seems to want to see if there are other products worth more money, if any. Not good, this guy wants to kill someone. A glass cup is already considered a treasure, so I'll put all the treasures into the space, to see what other treasures you have. Lu Feng had an idea in his head. I opened it for him to see. Lu Feng opened the chest with one hand while the other hand silently sucked the treasures into the storage space. When he took out the items, the old man's face was as happy as if he had found gold, the treasures were truly treasures. This is all that remains. Does Baron Carter want it? Lu Feng asked leisurely. The old man looked at the things in the inventory, these things, he didn't need for now. Is that so? What a pity. A while after finishing talking, Lu Feng also left the city. Carter and his father also saw him off. On both sides of the road are immense golden rice fields. The rice fields near Shiyang City look so good, Lu Feng praised. Yes, but you must be careful of the horse bandits, my friend. The fake man and his son galloped past with a meaningful remark. A moment later, this was Shiyang City. In front of Lu Feng was a magnificent and splendid citadel. Lu Feng's eyes lit up as he thought he had gotten a bargain from that old man. My friend, that's not it. But this side, this is our Te Duong Tan. Lu Feng looked like a stupid boy and looked up at the direction the old man was pointing. A shantytown that couldn't be more shabby. I knew it, Lu Feng thought as he walked. Even if a cake falls from the sky, it cannot crush me. Going inside the city, I saw a shabby scene. People were complaining, sister, I'm so hungry. Seeing Lu Feng walking past in smart clothes, someone cursed, a bunch of vampires. Please give alms. After a while, I heard a crowd of people gathering and making noise. What else? I don't know. Maybe some tax notice. Oh dear, let people live, keep your voice down, don't let the vampire hear. At this moment, Lu Feng and Carter called down from above. Dear fellow citizens, Baron Carter. Today, I will give up the position of Baron to Lu Feng. Starting from today, he is everyone's city lord. The people were angry, hoping that the Baron would not collect more taxes in this life. Don't even dream about it, he would definitely be a vicious bloodsucker again. At this time, the old man turned to Lu Feng and said, City Lord, the city is in your hands. I'll go first. You can make yourself at home. The old man finished speaking and left. Lu Feng turned to look at the people and began to speak. Hello everyone, starting from today, Lu Feng had not finished speaking when the people below shouted, Go away, vampire. Vampires, you have sucked our money dry. Beat the vampire, beat him, deserve him. No wonder Carter sold it to him at such a cheap price. Lu Feng held his head in pain. In a corner not far away, there were so many people but they still couldn't fight back. The old city lord scolded his men. My lord, it's too strong, we can't beat it, the lackey hurriedly replied. Forget it, it's really useless, oh, I have it. The old man shouted loudly, Lord of the city. I'll leave you a secret gift in the castle dungeon. Lu Feng doesn't understand what's going on, go and see, if you come back late, the castle will be demolished. Lu Feng followed the old man back to the castle, looking up he saw his castle. The castle was dismantled, what was in the dungeon? As Lu Feng spoke, he ran towards the castle. Just ran to the castle under the dungeon. Lu Feng opened the dungeon door and went down. What gifts are there here? Walking with the light on, anyone there? Anyone there? Just called Lu Feng and opened the door. Hand just touched the door is not stable, about to collapse. We avoid left, we avoid right. Still want to fall on me, can't. Just as he was bragging, the door slammed right on the boy's feet. Lu Feng screamed in pain, it hurt like hell. Go a little further in, this is? Lu Feng saw a beast girl. The body was tied with iron chains. With a surprised look, this world really has beastmen, wake up. Still alive? Water, the beast girl said in a weak voice. Could it be? Is this the gift Carter was talking about? Cannot see death without saving. As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, he raised his hand and a pile of objects flew out from his storage space. Let's see what to drink. If you are so weak, it is best to drink some water, it will help. This is it. Lu Feng smiled and took out a bottle of water. I thought it was something, but it turned out to be just a bottle of water. Lu Feng lifted the little girl up after she drank a few sips of water. The beast girl suddenly opened her eyes wide and sprayed water at Lu Feng's face. While Lu Feng was not paying attention, the beast girl jumped up and kneed Lu Feng straight in the face, causing his nose to bleed. What is this? While we were still confused about what was happening, the little beast girl jumped into the air with a face that wanted to devour our Lu Feng. Help me, it's dangerous, AAA, I'm about to die. Don't, I haven't married a beautiful wife yet, I haven't reached the peak of my life yet. Our Lu Feng was beaten to death and suddenly something was wrong. Fainted. Lu Feng's face was blank. The little beast girl was about to kill him when she fainted again, probably due to exhaustion from being tortured for so long. Phew, saved, Lu Feng felt like he had come back from the dead. The next day, oh my god, another beauty. Lu Feng stood beside the bed and looked at the mysterious beast girl named Mina with admiration. Why was she locked in prison by Carter? While thinking, Mina's stomach growled, so she must have fainted because she was hungry. Lu Feng remembered again, he remembered there was still some rice in the space, took it out to cook porridge. Suddenly a piece of paper fell out of the storage space. The paper flew out the window, flew forever and hit an old man in the face. The old man looked surprised as he looked at the paper. What is this? This is? Everyone come and see. What's going on? People are looking at that piece of paper again. At this time in Lu Feng's house, he was feeding porridge to the beast girl Mina. Just as the porridge reached Mina's mouth, the girl woke up. Smells so good, is it porridge? Oh, the beast girl jumped up. It's him, the girl said and immediately rushed to strangle Lu Feng. Say, what can I drink? Yes, it's porridge. Lu Feng replied with an uncomfortable expression as he was strangled. Suddenly something was wrong. Oh, close, too close. She thought she saw something, but it turned out that the girl saw the bowl of porridge Lu Feng was holding in his arms, right next to Mina's face. Really porridge, so fragrant. It seems like Mina couldn't control her emotions because she hadn't eaten for a long time. No, you have to have courage. Mina, how can humans be so good? Have you forgotten how you were captured? While I was trying to calm myself down, I heard a long rumbling sound in my stomach. Because she was hungry and wanted to feel secure, the girl shouted. Brother, try a bite of porridge. Mina shouted at Lu Feng. Lu Feng exclaimed and then reluctantly followed suit and took a bite. Take another bite, one more big bite. Mina made Lu Feng take another bite just to be sure. If we keep eating, it will be gone, Lu Feng said calmly. If he really wanted to harm me, this was his chance. There should be no problem with the porridge. And so, another cup, more. Turning around, I saw 2 stacks of bowls taller than me. Is that okay? This is enough rice for a month. Lu Feng looked at the bowls with confusion. What just happened? Humans are scary. Let me go, or I will kill you. Mina shouted at Lu Feng. Just finished eating and already turned face, Lu Feng thought. No one stopped her. The door over there, Lu Feng just finished speaking and Mina went out the door. Be careful, don't let a bad guy like Carter catch you again. Lu Feng gently reminded. He doesn't seem like the other nobles. At this point Mina seems to be taken aback by our Lu Feng's personality. Suddenly Mina realized something. Cheating, there are ambushes outside. Mina shouted. Lie, there are ambushes outside. Then ran back and strangled Lu Feng. Lu Feng said indignantly, tears streaming down his face. I'm the only one in the entire castle. What ambush? How many times is this? Can you change places to strangle me? My neck is about to break. At that time outside the castle people were screaming. Vampire! Vampire! Open the door. Do you want him to live? Kill him. Go back inside. He said he didn't lie to me. She still suspected that Lu Feng had arranged for someone from outside to harm her. I don't know what happened either. Our guy still tried to explain. At this moment, the people outside also rushed into the palace. They kept shouting. Vampire. Kill him. Vampire. Charge. Some people rushed to the door. Holding a large piece of wood, he tried to break the door. Inside, Lu Feng was still explaining to Mina. They are not my people. You run away. If I wanted to hurt you, you would have died long ago. Only then did she realize. And then the people broke the door and rushed inside to see Lu Feng. He is here. Don't let him run. Then the whole group rushed forward and pointed their weapons at Lu Feng. What do you want to do? Lu Feng said with an angry look. At this moment, the old man named Buff accidentally bumped into the paper that flew out from Lu Feng's space and stood up to speak. We have thought of nothing left. Why still want to collect taxes? I don't have any grudges against taxes. Lu Feng was surprised when the old man said that. Here, what is this? The old man held out the scroll. Lu Feng recognized it. Wasn't this the goatskin scroll sold to Carter half a month ago? Is this parchment? If we're talking about its origin, it's in this castle. So you say no taxes? Don't want us to live? My brother died of hunger a few days ago. And still wants to collect more taxes. What a devil. The people are so angry. Damn it, I'm just selling some rolls of paper. Why incite the people to be angry? Lu Feng thought to himself. He won't let us live. We won't let him live. Kill. The people said angrily. Just at this moment, a person who could not keep calm rushed towards Lu Feng with a weapon in his hand. I kill you. Stop. In the midst of danger, our girl Mina rushed out into the crowd to protect Lu Feng. Who are you? The person who rushed to kill Lu Feng asked. Mina did not answer the other person. According to the law, commoners who murder nobles, all rebels, especially their family members, are sentenced to death by hanging. She was right. It's okay for me to die. But my son. At this moment, the people also felt that it was not right to kill our Lu Feng, and they just looked at each other. Shouldn't you tell her to go into hiding? Lu Feng was wondering when our girl said, Are you okay? With a giant sickle on his head, our little brother replied resignedly. I guess, it's okay. Mina looked at it and wanted to throw up. Now the old man spoke again. So what? Increase taxes by 5 parts. Is that any different from executing us? Here, Lu Feng felt something was wrong and took the paper to see what was written. Announcement. To celebrate the birthday of the city lord. Starting today, increase taxes by 5 parts. The specific taxes are as follows. Road tax, barley pass tax, marriage tax, child tax, sleep tax, sun tax. Signed Carter. After reading the notice, our Lu Feng's face turned to stone. Damn it, I've been wondering for a while now, so it's because of this notice, hateful, so it's to take the blame for Carter. After that, our Lu Feng raised the paper and said, Everyone look carefully, this is the notice of the previous city lord. Lu Feng finished speaking, the people looked puzzled. Last term? What last term? Aren't you guys a bunch? Then our Lu Feng regained his composure and tore up the notice and spoke loudly. The current city lord, in the name of the city lord, declared that Taeduong City will absolutely not increase taxes for the people. After hearing that, the people looked bewildered, including Armina. Is this true or false? Can the words of a noble be trusted? You see, he tore up the notice. If it's true, everyone can eat their fill. People felt motivated. Some still looked at each other blankly. At this time Lu Feng stood up. With the happiness of the people, there is happiness for our city lord. I will lead everyone to a prosperous life. We have to roll up our sleeves and work hard. After a powerful speech by our Lu Feng, the people still did not understand what was happening. They spoke again. If that's true, then thank you very much for your kindness. Of course it's true, I, Lu Feng, won't go back on my word. I hope the Lord is telling the truth. If so, that would be great. Just go home and wait for news. A few days later, at the Carter father and son's place. I heard that Taeduong City was in chaos. Those commoners had stormed the city lord's mansion. The son said. Looks like I'm thinking too much. The bandits haven't arrived yet. I didn't expect that he couldn't even suppress the commoners. The father thought and said. Yes, Taeduong Tan will be back in our hands very soon. Even faster than expected. Father is truly brilliant. This father and son schemed and schemed, they probably didn't expect to meet Lu Feng. At this moment, someone ran over to report. Sir, something's wrong. Something's happened. My lord, something is wrong. Something has happened. The subordinate panicked and ran towards the Baron and his son. where the father and son were having dinner. He shouted. The Baron's son, Fez, turned and asked, what was the matter that was so alarming? Lu Feng has persuaded the villagers and released the beastmen, he said and pointed outside. What? Release the beastman? I'll go kill that bastard. Fez angrily slammed the cup down on the table, causing the milk to splash everywhere. Don't be so hasty, Baron Carter advised. Seeing that his father wouldn't let him go, Fez stood up abruptly, put his hands on the table, and said in an angry voice. Father, we spent a lot of money to buy that beast man. Despite his son's impatience, Baron Carter sat calmly, stroking his beard and speaking slowly. What's the rush? He's the city lord now. After this period of time, Baron Homa will naturally deal with him. Fez heard and his face was stunned. After a while, as if understanding his father's intention, he said, Father is wise. Inside the castle right now. Scared me to death. Almost done for. Lu Feng lay on the bed in the small room of the castle, thinking to himself. Give yourself a cold song. Then he let out a melodious whistle. There was also a beastman in that small room. Perhaps it was the beastman that Baron Carter had bought and was now released by the current city lord Lu Feng. She had purple quartz eyes, pointed ears on her head, and a long, soft tail. The cat girl's dirty appearance showed that she had had an unpleasant life inside the city. She stammered as she spoke to Lu Feng. I have to go too. Then the girl walked out the door. Wait, your wound is not healed yet. If you go out like this, will you be caught? Lu Feng jumped up and said to the cat girl. I will kill them. The catwoman replied coldly. Her eyes flashed with hatred towards humans. Not knowing how to advise, Lu Feng said. Or stay here first, after the wound heals then go. Anyway, I can't do anything to you. At the man's advice, the cat girl turned to look at Lu Feng, she said with a doubtful voice. Humans are not good things. Why are you so kind? Lu Feng put his hand on his chest and answered honestly. It's boring with just me in the whole castle. Stay and chat with me. The cat girl suddenly didn't know what to say, felt a little shy and then suddenly asked again. So you're not afraid that I'll kill you? Whatever. You're so powerful anyway, if you want to kill me, I don't know what to do. All these seemingly honest words came out of Lu Feng's mouth. The cat girl seemed to soften at this moment, and finally agreed to stay. The sound of trickling water. The cat girl left her dirty fur clothes on the ground. Feet slowly step into the steaming bathtub. Long time no shower, so comfortable. Soaking in the hot water, every capillary seemed to dilate. The cat girl felt extremely comfortable. She splashed water on her body, accidentally touching the wound. Ouch! The wound reminded her of a terrifying moment. The catwoman was in a small, dark room. She was almost starving. Suddenly a man with a bald head appeared. In his hand was a basket of bread. He approached her and smiled slyly. Poor girl, are you hungry? Here, give her some food. The catwoman happily took the cake and ate it greedily. A few minutes later, the cake was still half eaten. The girl rolled on the ground and fell asleep. At this moment, another guy appeared. He held a silver coin in his hand, his eyes wide open. The two of them looked at each other and smiled with satisfaction. The bald one said, "This is a high-end product, it should be worth at least a silver coin." The other one replied, "Deal." And so the dark dream engulfed the girl. Before her eyes was only the face of the man who sold her to Baron Carter, a haunting dream. The girl seemed to wake up, her hands slapped the water, splashing it. Humans are so hateful. Their mouths are full of lies. The girl shouted angrily. Humans are indeed full of lies. On one hand, that Lu Feng guy used seemingly honest words to persuade the cat girl to stay and chat with him. On the other hand, he was standing outside the door, secretly watching her take a bath. Although it's not good, I'm simply curious about the differences between beastmen and humans. Yes, I just want to increase my knowledge. Humph, he even used curiosity and increased knowledge to justify his defeat. He deserves the name of a hooligan. Lu Feng sat hugging the door. Eyes never leaving. Under the mist-like mist, the cat girl was truly too beautiful. He could not help but be moved. 2 lines of blood spurted out of his nose. Serves the hooligan right. The girl in the bathroom heard the noise. Startled. Quickly alert. Who? Who is outside? It's me. I gave her the toiletries. Lu Feng said and opened the door slightly. He threw the soap to the girl. The catwoman took the soap with a strange look. Suddenly realized it smelled good. So fragrant. The scent is just like his. Cat women are different. Not only do they have very sensitive ears, but they also have a very sensitive nose. It seems like she can smell everything around her. And perhaps, this was the first time she had seen, touched, and smelled this soap. Of course, this was something Lu Feng had brought here from the modern world. Lu Feng escaped with a vengeance, passing through a door without the Catwoman noticing. He thought he really brought him soap. Oh my! This is going to be exciting. He went outside to lie down and rest, thinking to himself. He almost got discovered. Luckily, I was quick-witted. Speaking of which, aren't cats afraid of water? She seemed to be having fun bathing. Should we prepare a litter box for her? It's a bit embarrassing to ask a girl about this. Suddenly the room door opened. Lu Feng was lying on the chair when he heard the noise and suddenly jumped up, grabbed the paper on the table and pretended to read it. The cat girl walked in. Lu Feng raised his head, their eyes met. The girl said a little shyly, "These clothes don't seem to fit." She was wearing a white shirt, which appeared to be a men's shirt. The shirt was tight, only reaching to her thighs, revealing her full, curvaceous body. Indeed, it would be strange for Lu Feng not to get a nosebleed. He was stunned by the girl's pure and innocent beauty. A cat-eared girl who had just finished bathing, this could only be seen in comics. He thought to himself. Both hands still held the paper tightly, but his eyes glanced at the girl without missing any spot. He was caught by the girl. The girl was embarrassed and shy. "Why are you looking at me?" Only then did he look away. Innocent look. "No, I don't." Then he continued to change the subject. "Cough cough, I prepared porridge for you." Speaking of porridge, the girl remembered her empty stomach. An intoxicating aroma wafted up. Porridge, so fragrant. The girl thought to herself. But he still did not forget to remind Lu Feng. "Porridge is fine, but if you dare to act up, I will kill you." "No, no," he replied quickly. Unable to resist the enticing aroma of the bowl of porridge, the girl quickly reached out to take the bowl of porridge. On the contrary, the mouth does not forget to say. After all, there is no good person in the world. Lu Feng replied, "I am not like them." Although he said that, his eyes did not dare to look straight at the girl. He must have felt ashamed in his heart. It's not the same, because he's the type of person who would peek at people bathing. As she walked towards the sofa, the girl exposed him. It seems that this Catwoman is no pushover. She has very sensitive ears and a very good nose. Could he fool her so easily? Lu Feng was caught right at this moment. He was extremely surprised, stunned, and confused. He was still discovered. If it got out, how could he continue to hang around in Xi'an City? He thought. He didn't know what to say at this moment. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't even finish it. The cat-eared girl was enjoying the porridge. It was delicious. Forget it, for the sake of this bowl of porridge. It seemed that the girl could also see the embarrassment and awkwardness of Lu Feng, so she generously forgave him. The girl said, "I think you should pack your things. He probably won't be able to be the city lord for long. He'll be chased out by the bandits." Lu Feng was stunned. "What?" The cat-eared girl put the empty bowl of porridge down on the table and continued speaking. "Bandits, there are still 20 days left until harvest. When the time comes, those bandits will come to steal your food, even kill you, then take over your castle. Become the new owner of this castle." He had no knight. Was he just waiting to die? Lu Feng silently listened to the girl's analysis. It sounded reasonable. No wonder Carter easily gave up his title in Xi'an City to him. It turned out he had dug such a big hole for himself. Lu Feng now understood that everything had been arranged in a seemingly natural way. "Unfortunately, I have to go south, otherwise I can still see how you humans will kill yourselves." The cat girl stood up and said, "Watching us kill each other." Lu Feng asked again. "I think you are afraid of Matak." He spoke provocatively. "Fear, except for the wrath of the ice goddess, nothing scares me." The cat-eared girl affirmed, "The goddess of ice and snow?" It seemed like this was the first time Lu Feng heard of her name. Yes. It was the cold wind that came once every 5 years. The girl's voice became even as she told a story. 5 years ago, the ice goddess suddenly became angry. She blew out bone-chilling winds, causing the sky to be filled with snow, turning our human and beast territory into a land of ice and snow. We could not help but move south. There are also some human countries covered in snow. How could he not know? The cat-eared girl felt strange at this moment. I've been in a very far away place all this time. Lu Feng scratched his head and laughed bitterly. Oh, really? I think you should run fast. Or wait to die. The cat-eared girl advised him to run away to escape death. Lu Feng replied. Isn't there still half a month until harvest? You don't need to worry about me. I have my own way. He stood with his arms crossed, asserting with certainty. The girl seemed a little surprised by Lu Feng's answer. She didn't think he wasn't afraid of death, or there was some reason why he was brave enough to stay here despite her warnings. Come here, you stupid tiger. Ngungu was herding the huge tiger into the battle formation that the Ngu family had set up. Chase me away, Ngungu ran and shouted at the tiger. The tiger was chased by the angry teasing man. Then he jumped up on the stone wall and waited for the tiger to come. Quickly chase after it. The tiger rushed to the wall, jumped high, and was about to reach out and slap Ngungu. But he was extremely agile, hiding right under the wall, causing the tiger to miss. No more playing with people. Seeming to have tricked the tiger into the right position, Ngungu stopped teasing the tiger. Up above, Uncle Nyo shouted out his instructions. Nyoda, Nyower, Nyosan, Nyosai. Up for me. Uncle Nyo was a tall man with a strong and muscular body. He had brownish-yellow hair and a goatee. He was directing his sons to plan to capture this big tiger and bring it as a gift to the new city lord. The 5 sons of Nyoshu rushed forward. One held a net, the other held a spear, and advanced toward the tiger, shouting, "Look at us!" And then, puff, the tiger let out its last miserable screams and died. It was neatly contained in Gujia's net. The next morning, when the sun was just high in the sky, Nyoshu, his wife and children are preparing to leave for Xi'an City. The gifts are ready, let's go. Yes. Arriving at Xi'an City, the people present were whispering and discussing. Wasn't this Uncle Nyo's entire family? Ever since they refused Carter's recruitment, they had not come to Xi'an City again. Which way is the wind blowing? Nyo Jia is entering Xi'an City again. That direction, isn't it, to meet Lu Feng? Impossible. Even if a noble boy can invite the king, he may not be able to invite the entire Nyo family. There must be something else. Everyone knows Uncle Nyo, there's no way he could help the vampires. The crowd kept talking on the street. Sitting in the Nyo family's carriage, Madame Nyo happily smiled and said, Lu Feng is a good boy. Even after becoming a noble, he still deliberately wrote an invitation letter to our family. It seems that he didn't save the wrong person at first. The girl sitting next to Madame Nyo seemed to be the youngest daughter of the Nyo family and smiled shyly. Nicole was thinking about the handsome Lu Feng she had seen before. Brother Lu Feng, we meet again. The carriage stopped in front of Lu Feng's castle. He warmly welcomed Uncle Nyo's family. Uncle Nyo, Aunt May, finally invited everyone over. The castle was filled with cheerful laughter. Lu Feng, a gift for you, congratulations on becoming the city lord. Uncle Nyo said and threw the huge tiger down in front of Lu Feng. Lu Feng's eyes lit up with joy. So amazing. This one must be over 300 kilograms. He replied, thinking to himself. Can we make a tiger skin suit? But on the outside he appeared polite. Uncle Nyo, it's fine if everyone comes, why bring gifts? The cat-eared girl seemed to know Lu Feng's mind. She folded her arms and muttered, humph, deceitful humans. Nicole, haven't you always wanted to see Lu Feng? Nicole's mother smiled and said to her daughter, go over there and say hello, she urged her. Knowing that her daughter was shy and timid, she said and conveniently pushed her daughter over to Lu Feng. Hurry up. Nicole was accidentally pushed by her mother, and tripped over the tiger's foot with her shoe. She lost her balance and fell onto Lu Feng. Luckily he caught it. Nicole in Lu Feng's arms, eyes met eyes, the girl became even more shy. Wow, it's been a while and it's gotten so big. Lu Feng blurted out, he also realized that he spoke too rudely. Oh, I said it. Nicole spoke up. Lu Feng, are you saying I should grow taller? Yes, long time no see. Nicole is tall. Ha 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 ha. Mother Nicole saw the two children talking to each other and secretly smiled. This kid Lu Feng, the more I look at him, the more pleasing to the eye he becomes. It seemed that mother and daughter Nicole really liked this Lu Feng. Father Nicole stood beside her, clearing his throat to break the awkward atmosphere. After the small talk, let's get down to business. Big ox, second ox, third ox, fourth ox, fifth ox, you all quickly swear allegiance. Uncle Nyo called his sons over. Oh, Uncle Nyo, aren't you going to help me? I still want you to be the castle's manager. I accept your good intentions, but you also know that my leg is broken. I can't help you. It seems like the situation has reached a dead end. Lu Feng suddenly snapped his fingers and smiled confidently in response to his uncle. Don't worry, I have a way to help you walk like a normal person. Just one sentence from him made the entire Ngo family open their mouths, showing extreme surprise. Just a moment later, it's done. Uncle Ngo, quickly stand up and try. The entire Ngo family stood up. Everyone was nervously waiting to see what would happen to Uncle Ngo's leg. If you count up to this point in Ngo's life, this was truly extremely strange. Uncle Ngo has lived with this cane since he lost his right leg. Uncle Ngo hesitated to take the cane, then let go. Beads of sweat were pouring down his forehead. He was also nervous, wondering if what Lu Feng had just installed would really help him walk normally again. He slowly stood up, then tried to lift his feet and take his first step, to the amazement, surprise and emotion of the members of the Ngujia family. Dai Bon, his father, wife and daughter were all speechless. I can really walk again. Uncle Ngo said with emotion, not believing this was true. At this moment, Madame Ngo really started to cry. This is great. This is really great. Nicole stood beside her and gently reminded her mother. Mom, your makeup is running. Thanks to Lu Feng, Ngo Shu's severed leg was now replaced with a modern prosthetic leg, allowing him to walk normally. The whole family hugged each other, crying and laughing in great joy. Uncle Ngo, practice more, and you will be able to walk like a normal person in the future. Lu Feng said. Uncle Ngo and his wife looked at each other after hearing Lu Feng's words, neither of them saying anything. Then suddenly, Uncle Ngo led his 5 sons, Ngo De, Ngo Ngo San, Ngo Se, Ngo Wu, all of them came in front of Lu Feng. He didn't understand what was going on at this moment. He stammered, Uncle Ngo De, everyone is here. He didn't want to keep Lu Feng waiting for long. The 6 Ngo family members shouted in unison, Young Master Lu Feng. We are willing to become sharp blades in your hands. We will cut down all enemies, even if it means sacrificing our lives. Lu Feng was deeply moved by the Ngo Shu family's ironclad oath of loyalty to the new city lord. Uncle Ngo, thank you everyone for your trust. Lu Feng grabbed Uncle Ngo's arm, placing his trust in the man. From now on, he was the head steward of this castle. You have to teach me how to run this city. The next day, at a rice shop, Baron Homa's letter arrived. What did the Baron say? The plan to oppose Xi'ang City can begin. Still the same rice shop. The voice inside spoke loudly. What? A pound of food costs 3 coins. Yesterday wasn't it $2? A person who came to buy rice was arguing with the shop owner. Yesterday is yesterday, today is today, buy if you like. The owner of the food store is a fat man with red hair and beard. He was dressed in a half-noble, flashy outfit that still couldn't hide his big, fat belly. He was selling to his lord with an arrogant, careless attitude. The guest, though extremely upset, could only utter one word. Mr. Humph, the price increase was ordered by Baron Homa, you stupid people, accept the order. The food store owner thought to himself. So he received orders from Baron Homa to increase the price of food sold to the people. He grinned smugly. He revealed his white, even teeth, and his mustache curled up on both sides. His fat neck jerked up and down with a fake laugh. He was Baron Homa's lackey, and they had joined hands to plot against Xi'ang City. The next day, the news spread from the castle to the entire city. People were gossiping. They heard that the city lord's mansion was giving out free food. Was it true or not? Go and see for yourself. People were bustling, cheering, and pulling each other along. At the food store, the customer who was forced to buy food at 3 dong per kg by the store owner turned around and threw the bag of rice on the table, shouting at the store owner. Price increase? I won't buy it. The shop owner was surprised and shocked when he heard that. What? Giving away free food? He no longer had the smug, challenging look or arrogant attitude like before. His face changed color and he was sweating nervously. What the hell? Loud voices, shouting, jostling. Outside on the street, many people were standing in front of the recruitment notice board of the city lord's mansion. Ngutuk was beating the gong to attract and gather people. While beating, he shouted, recruiting, recruiting. Recruiting clerks, hunters, strong men, generous treatment. On the bulletin board was a recruitment notice that clearly stated, recruiting, clerk, monthly salary 120 dong. Hunter, monthly salary 120 dong. Strong men, monthly salary 80 dong. Such high salary, fake right? Where is there any noble that is as good? Twice as much as the previous city lord. It must be a scam. The crowd grew larger and larger. After seeing the recruitment notice, they began to talk excitedly, whispering, and asking questions and doubts. They couldn't believe that there was such a good city lord who could pay twice as much as the previous city lord. Perhaps, they had never been treated so well. While everyone was still doubtful, suddenly a voice came from behind. I, Lu Feng, will keep my word. I will absolutely not go back on my word. Everyone turned around at once, surprised and shocked by the appearance of the new city lord. Lu Feng appeared with an unusual appearance, not as sloppy as usual, but today he was extremely handsome in a striking red outfit, walking with majestic steps, with top form. Appearing next to Lu Feng is a cat-eared girl in a maid outfit, extremely beautiful and adorable. "It's Lu Feng," the crowd exclaimed, "so cool." Lu Feng's handsome appearance and majestic demeanor made many hearts flutter. What kind of outfit is this? Never seen before. Even the Beastman servants were dressed so beautifully. The crowd wondered. They parted ways to make way for the city lord and the Beastman servants. Coming to the bulletin board, Lu Feng said to Uncle Nio, "Uncle Ngo, leave it to me." Lu Feng then turned back to the crowd and spoke loudly. "Everyone listen to me, what the notice says is true. But the candidates must pass the selection. As long as everyone gets through, not only can they get their pay." Lu Feng stopped, everyone seemed to smell the food. What was that smell? It was so fragrant. Everyone inhaled the aroma coming from the food on the other side. Lu Feng continued speaking, pointing towards the food. "The food is over there, eat as you please." Following Lu Feng's hand was a cart full of plump, golden-skinned roast pigs being roasted over a fire. Soup and noodles were also prepared by Mrs. Nio and her daughter Nicole. "Smells so good. Smells so good. It's grilled pork. Should I try it? It won't hurt me anyway." The crowd whispered to each other again. It seems like everyone wants to go, but if they fall into a trap, it's dangerous. So let me, an old man, go and investigate. Suspecting that everyone might be trapped, the buffs were discussing how to deal with it. On the other side of the table, Lu Feng asked, "So, who came first?" "Me. I apply. I want to try the clerical position. This is what I wrote." Old Man Buff stepped forward to run for office, handing a piece of paper to Lu Feng with both hands. It says, "I have a dream. I dream that one day, everyone in Xi'an City will be able to eat well and wear warm clothes. Ideally, there will be meat for every meal. I dream that one day, everyone will be able to live in houses that don't leak. Every day, everyone will be able to sleep in a warm bed. Signed, Buff." Lu Feng read the whole letter and thought with emotion. Well written. It's rare to see someone who cares about the people's problems. Lu Feng announced. "You are chosen. From now on, you are the secretary of Xi'an City. Nicole, bring the beef noodles and roast pork." Beautiful Nicole with a gentle smile brought a tray of a bowl of beef noodles and a plate of steaming grilled pork in front of Mr. Buff. The old man stared at the food tray, seemingly doubtful. Done, unable to resist the enticing aroma wafting from the food tray, he walked over and took the food tray from Nicole's hand. He thought to himself, "Quick! Let me try." But on the surface he appeared indifferent and calm. Cough cough, I'm just trying to help everyone." Then the old man quickly slurped the beef noodle soup. While eating, he suddenly stopped, his eyes widened, his mouth stopped chewing, his face became motionless. Everyone below asked, worried. This is, Buff. What's wrong? Poisoned? It's a trap, indeed. Uncle Buff, I'm here to save you. The boy rushed forward with a knife in his hand, probably aiming at Lu Feng to avenge Uncle Buff. On the other side, the beastman Nina also rushed forward, ready to protect the city lord. Just as they thought the two sides were about to fight, slurping sounds rang out. Delicious, so delicious. Old Man Buff was shedding tears of emotion. Oh my, was he just showing his emotions? A murder almost happened because of your so-called emotions, Old Man Buff. The nephew saw that his Uncle Buff was not only not poisoned but was also ecstatic because of the delicious food, so he fell backwards on the floor. Never had such delicious food before. Feels like I've lived half my life in vain. Hoo. The old man was still moved. Uncle Buff. When you're excited, please don't make such a scary expression. The nephew standing next to him reminded the uncle. Is it really that good? I want to try it. I know. I have to apply for a clerical position. Let's go there and apply for a soldier position. So the crowd no longer doubted the city lord. They all went to apply, to serve the new city lord and also to serve their own Taeduong city. Everyone, listen carefully. Just balance over the wooden stakes, then climb over the wooden fence. Go over the thorns, then over the high wall. Consider it passed the test. Uncle Nyo announced in advance to the candidates. By this time, everyone had dispersed to try their hand. Only the young man, the grandson of Old Man Buff, remained. He was stunned when the crowd left. Everyone was gone. Maybe I should try too, he said to himself. From the rooftop of the castle, Lu Feng, Nicole, and the beastman Mina were watching people apply for positions one by one. Lu Feng said, "Great, I didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic." Then he turned and placed his hand on the head of the girl next to him. "Nicole, thank goodness for your skills." Nicole replied shyly. "Wasn't it the young master who taught her?" Lu Feng turned to pat the beastman Mina's head. "Thank you, Mina too." The cat-eared girl jumped up. Lu Feng didn't have time to finish his sentence. "Just say it, don't get physical." "I just wanted to thank you. Using food to get people involved is such a great idea." Mina just snorted and left. Lu Feng felt regretful. "Hoo-hoo, I almost touched the cat's ears." Nicole saw that Lu Feng seemed to be close to Mina. She thought pensively. What exactly was that girl to Lu Feng? It looked very dangerous, but Lu Feng didn't seem to pay any attention. The crowd, pale as hungry ghosts, slowly walked forward. 4 beef noodles, 4 grilled pork. They struggled to overcome the challenges but seemed too weak and powerless to do it. The referee waved the flag continuously. A woman wearing a skirt to the exam thought it would be cool but got caught in barbed wire. Also eliminated. People who climb ropes over walls and fall down are no exception. The Ox Knight stood outside watching with worry in his heart. I don't know where young Master Lu Feng got these things from. Even if the Nyo people who have practiced since they were young, they might not have passed easily. Let alone those who have never practiced before. The eliminated guys groaned. Oh my ass, this is too hard. He sighed and pondered. Like this, how can we recruit soldiers? In the palace at this time, the city lord Lu Feng was engrossed in studying the classics. He is also struggling with the reality problem. I didn't expect so few people to pass by. Suddenly there was a voice from outside. Young master, it's Nicole's sister who brought breakfast for the city lord. Afternoon tea is here. There are freshly made red bean cakes. And there is coffee. Lu Feng is happy, thank you. He slowly enjoyed each bite. Soft, sweet, but not boring. Nicole, your skills are amazing. Nicole blushed and replied. Young master, if you like it, that's fine. Suddenly a hand brushed past. In the blink of an eye, all the chocolate was gone. It turned out to be Miss Mina. She was noisily eating the chocolate she had just stolen. It tasted really good. Nicole forced a smile but her heart was broken. Boo-hoo-hoo. I made it all morning. I intentionally let Lu Feng eat it but she ate it all. How cruel. Suddenly there was a loud noise from outside. Lord of the city. Something is wrong. Nyo Ban and Lord Buff entered and reported. Young master. The people are now preparing to leave 11 Yang City. Go out and find food. Lu Feng was shocked when he heard that. Put down the cup of coffee quickly. What's going on? The two of them added. People don't get through. Can't get military rations. Plus unscrupulous food vendors triple the price. Buff exclaimed. Now everyone is starving to death. Nyoban presents. Young master. How about expanding the selection criteria? Miss Mina sat outside listening and smiled. She suddenly raised her voice. It was not that simple. Human fighting power is really weak. Hearing that, Ngoban was angry. But Lu Feng promptly reassured him. The Ox Knight. Standard. Cannot be lowered. The two seniors hesitated. As for the matter of food, Lu Feng's determined face seemed to have a solution. Then they went out to the market. The fat merchant greeted. City Lord. Why are you here? Lu Feng questioned. Was it you who tripled the price of food? You are so bold. Lu Feng stepped forward to use force on this guy. You are monopolizing the conversation. If it were us, you would have been on the news. Lu Feng kicked him without any effect. The other guy was delighted. This was the power of fat meat. He explained. I sell food. They buy. They say it's expensive. Then don't buy. What's the problem? Lu Feng was silent for a while. If using hands and feet doesn't work, then we'll use knives and swords. Then he borrowed Nyoban's sword. Lu Feng shouted loudly. You dare to make such a profit on food. I see you don't consider me, a city lord, as anything. This guy suddenly smiled. Calm down, lord. Lu Feng was on guard. This guy really had an unpredictable tongue. He continued. According to the laws of the kingdom, The seller of food has the right to set his own price. Unless your excellency does not care about the law. Lu Feng turned back to Buff and signaled. He replied. Yes. That's how the gift law really is. The merchant pretended to cry. We sell honestly according to the law. Lord, this is you. This guy said sinisterly in his heart. Humph. With Lord Homa supporting me behind me. Am I still afraid of a brat like you? Lu Feng seemed to be losing his composure. Damn it. So troublesome. Looks like he can't be dealt with today. He raised his voice. It seems. You are not going to reduce the price. If so. Until then. Lu Feng glared and shouted. Don't regret it. This guy still happily replied. Don't worry, sir. We'll set the price. Of course, there will be no regrets. With that, the city lords left, filled with resentment. We'll just have to wait and see. The merchant said goodbye cheerfully. He walked away slowly. Lord of the city. How can we do that? Raw barley has increased in price again. 5 copper coins per kilogram. Starch is even higher, up to 7 copper coins. Who can afford it? That's right. We're already starving to death before the autumn harvest. Hateful. Unscrupulous food vendors. Every year at this time they raise prices. An old man posted a strange piece of paper in front of a notice. People came over to look. What was it? It seemed to be a notice. The announcement reads. Te Duongtan needs to be rebuilt. Repair houses. Recruit a large number of stone masons. Construction workers. Porters. Daily wage 1 kilogram of barley. Literate can manage work. Salary doubled. The people were beaming with joy. Sir. Is that really what it says? Does the Lord need so many people to do this? Mr. Buff is about to answer. Rest assured, it's all true. Whatever you want to do, you can go to the city lord's mansion to register and start immediately. So we believe you. I go too. Choose me. Construction is up and running. People have to learn from blueprints. How to measure and process raw materials. Men and women, young and old, boys and girls, all worked happily. They helped each other with every step. The working atmosphere was amazing. It's payday. Everyone come line up to get your food. Everyone was excited. There was actually food. This was great. It was nighttime. At the food store in town at this time. The merchants frowned and complained. No one had bought anything for days. Damn it, so annoying. They were clearly trying to kill them. The old fox spoke up while chewing on a big chicken leg. Don't think too much. You guys overestimate that kid. These 2 guys are questioning. He is free. How are we supposed to sell our food? The other guy raised his hand to signal. 3 days. He confidently explained. The food in the city lord's mansion could last for 3 days at most. 3 days, huh? So he committed suicide. Could this little guy have any other evil intentions? This guy replied. If he's bad, let him be bad. We don't need to worry about it anyway. We'll make a fortune then. The henchman laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. That's right. In the city lord's mansion at this time, Lu Feng was diligently studying. Nicole brought breakfast and put it on the table. Lu Feng asked, "What's the matter?" Nicole replied softly. He let people build houses for free and gave them food. It was a good thing, but... She hesitated. Lu Feng asked curiously. But what? Nicole replied. The food in the warehouse might not last much longer. A new working day has begun. People are still working hard. They are chatting happily with each other. Yesterday I received 2 kilos of food. So did I. In a flash, it was time to receive my salary. But the unexpected finally came. Oh, my lord, why is there so little food today? Subordinate did not know how to answer, so he turned to ask Mr. Buff. Sir. We are out of food. Sir, please calm down. I have informed the city lord. He is thinking of a way. City Lord Lu Feng was standing pensively upstairs at this moment. Nicole suddenly called out. She gave the signal. The food in the warehouse is not enough. It may not be able to be distributed anymore. Lu Feng reassured. Don't worry. It's okay. I have a way. Things were getting worse at the construction site. People were shouting after a tiring day of work. Why wasn't it broadcast anymore? It was so slow. I was starving to death. The merchant took the opportunity to harass. What's wrong? The city lord surely doesn't want to play any dirty tricks. You're lying. Hurry up and distribute the food. Why did it stop? Everyone is hungry. Buff was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. The bastard merchant came up to tease. Surely it wasn't because they ran out of food. The people were getting more and more restless now. What? My son is waiting for me to bring food there. The old man tried to calm down. Everyone calm down. Calm down, please wait a moment, it will be broadcast soon. The merchant still shamelessly added fuel to the fire. No way. Could it be that there really is no more food? Is the city lord in trouble? Does he need help? The lackeys added. How could the city lord have any trouble? Even if there really was no food, wouldn't it be fine to go to the store and buy some? Do you still need help? But it had to be delivered quickly. We couldn't let everyone work hard all day. There wouldn't even be food after it was done. Moreover, there were still old people and children in the house. The crowd heard that and could not bear it any longer. The demonstration is getting more and more violent. That's right. We're going to starve to death today. When can we get there? It's almost dark. Give out the food. Give it out quickly. Hard work all day. No food. We got tricked by the vampire again. Mr. Buff's face turned pale when he heard that. He had no choice but to go towards the liar. What did he want to do? Rebellion, the people strongly opposed it, and the old man still dared to do it. Making us work without food. What a donkey. Beat him to death. The dog that follows. You ungrateful people. Have you forgotten who really helped you? Beat him to death. The civilians rushed into a fight with the old man. Suddenly there was a loud scream that startled everyone. Stop. It was Lu Feng and Miss Mina who arrived in time. What are you guys doing? Seeing the main character appear. The group of people were happy. Surely they had brought back food. The merchant glared at Lu Feng as he walked into the crowd and spoke. So noisy. Who is causing trouble? You don't need to come to work tomorrow. The common people were also afraid when they saw the angry city lord. Tuka worriedly approached and asked Lord Buff. Buff, are you okay? A sarcastic voice rang out. Oh dear. Lord. It's good that you came. The evil merchants appeared and said, when will we distribute food? Look. People have not eaten for a day. Lu Feng was in a dilemma again. He said. Everyone's food waits a moment. It will definitely be distributed. The people shouted anxiously. What are we waiting for? Everyone is hungry. We can't wait any longer. The old fox added. That's right. Lord of the city. He pretended to cry. He saw the people here working hard all day. At home, children and old people were waiting. Even if you don't think about everyone, you must think about the children. Today for the children. I will do my best. You directly send someone to my place to get it. I have a lot. The common people with shallow understanding were quickly won over by this guy. He spoke so well. This was a real man for the people. Lu Feng felt guilty. So they were waiting for me here. Waiting for me to give out all the food. Then they gave me an exorbitant price. When that time came, I had to shut my mouth and accept it. Damn it. It was all a scam. Lu Feng stepped forward. Your food. The people probably can't eat it. This guy replied in a sarcastic tone. Oh, I say, Lord. Everyone is hungry. You still think about money. His eyes flashed with malice. My food is a bit expensive. 10 cents a kilo. But the way to import the goods is quite long. Everyone is not easy. Moreover, money is not a problem for the city lord. How can you watch people go without food? The people agreed with his opinion. It put more pressure on the city lord Lu Feng. That's right. It's expensive. But everyone has been working all day. The family is still waiting. My child has not had enough to eat for several days. Please think of a way, sir. Miss Mina was worried. It seemed this person couldn't handle it. The bastard merchant asked rudely. Lord of the city. It's almost dark. Will we be distributing food or not? City Lord Lu Feng remained silent amidst the booing crowd. It seemed that Lu Feng's silence only made them more indignant. This guy immediately scoffed. "Oh, I think everyone should disperse. The city lord will not buy food for everyone. He does not care how hard it is for everyone, whether his wife and children at home live or die." Hearing this is unbearable. The common people suddenly became violent. "No, we must get food today. Quickly distribute the food. If we don't distribute the food, we will go to the castle to eat and sleep." Yes. To the city lord's mansion. The people came in droves. Lu Feng exclaimed with a dazed face. "Oh no. The pig-faced guy is so proud, kid. Let me show you how awesome I am. Let's see if you're obedient in the future." Ha ha ha. The three bastards laughed heartily at Lu Feng's helplessness. Suddenly a loud scream interrupted. Everyone quickly looked. One person pointed towards the bags of food. Both the bastard and the city lord were surprised. It was General Niu Ban and his entourage who delivered relief food in time. The general called out, "Young master, your food has arrived." Lu Feng was like a drought that met with a shower. His face was extremely radiant. The bastard didn't expect this to happen, his eyes and mouth wide open, speechless. The ox cavalry went to pay their respects to the city lord. Lu Feng could not help but feel grateful. The old knight informed, "Fortunately the young master has foresight. A few days ago he sent me out of the city to buy food. Here is the amount of food you entrusted. It has been purchased." Lu Feng quickly gave the order. "Mr. Buff, execute quickly," the city lord loudly announced. "Continue to pay salaries." People were overjoyed. Long live the city lord. Long live the city lord, you three short-faced bastards. What do we do now? You're good. We'll just have to wait and see. Early morning. City Lord Lu Feng was still very drunk. As usual, this is the time Nicole comes to wake me up to start a new day. She opened the door gently. Tiptoed in. Approached Lu Feng. Nicole was stunned by the handsomeness of the lord. From Nicole's perspective, the city lord is a handsome man, the most handsome of handsome men. She looked around to make sure she was alone, couldn't hold it in any longer, and stole a kiss. Probably won't be detected. Suddenly Miss Mina came out from underground and asked her what she was doing. Nicole was startled and quickly replied, "No, nothing." The younger sister pretended to scold. "Why did you leave without making a sound?" Miss replied, "Nonsense, I am a cat warrior." The two argued, waking Lu Feng up. "What's the matter?" Nicole replied, still confused. I came to, bring you breakfast." "Yes, just delivering breakfast." Lu Feng happily thanked him, "You've worked hard." Nicole. Miss Mina reports. "Your training camp or something?" "It's done." Lu Feng was excited. "Great, hearing good news so early in the morning." "Mina, you are my lucky charm." Mina calmly urged. "Hurry up, they are all waiting for you." Nicole thought sadly, such a bad attitude. I wonder why Lu Feng is protecting her. Lu Feng finished dressing and said, "Nicole, I'll be home for lunch. I want to eat the sweet and sour pork ribs you made." Nicole, who had always wanted to be like that, replied brightly, "Yes, sir." Now in Taeduantan military training ground. A large crowd of people gathered. There really was free food. This city lord must be true to his word. Knight Nyoben spoke. "Young master. These people were strictly selected according to your requirements." Lu Feng praised them very well. Then he announced, "Future soldiers. The last selection did not pass. It was because everyone had not had enough to eat. They also had not been given training instructions. So, I will give everyone free food. Everyone just need to follow the Nyo Ban night training. There will be a second chance for selection in a month. If it passes then, not only will food be free. Moreover," Lu Feng shouted, "everything will be tax-free." The crowd was astonished. Did I hear correctly? Tax exemption for life? Lifetime food allowance. And tax exemption. Everyone cheered happily, "Long live the Lord. Long live the Lord. Lord Tan, please begin." "Yes. Please begin." Lu Feng gave the order. "It may begin." Knight Nyoben obeyed. He stepped forward to give the order. They are everyone's teachers. Responsible for training everyone. Now we will divide into groups first. You guys go over there. And some people follow Ngu Nhi. After finishing the arrangement, Nguban felt that the situation was a bit better. He gave the order. Training began. The new soldier stepped onto the fire ladder and was immediately scared away by the fire. Another tried to climb the rope. But before he could get above his knees, he gave up. When the young man climbed the wall, the one on top used the head of the one below as a footrest. Lu Feng thought about it and encouraged him. Knight Nyoban, it seems the mission is difficult. Nyoban could not contain his frustration and blurted out. Squirm for me. You worms. Whoever does not complete training today will not be given food. Sounds effective. Miss Mina couldn't help but laugh. I practiced with Ellie and the others before. It was just as fun. I wonder how they are now. Her eyes looked into the distance. Now in another space. In the deep green forest. The ice cave was now warmed by a fire. Mina's younger brother is Axe. The boy grumbled. It's been 7 days. Big sister Mina hasn't come back yet. She must have fallen into the hands of humans. You better think of something. Big sister. Ellie could not help but worry. What to think now? That fool is not careful. How could he possibly drag us into the hands of humans? The urgent task now is to head south. Find more food. Otherwise people will starve. Ellie looked worriedly at her siblings. They were all groaning and hungry. There was even a baby crying. Stubborn Axe. No, I have to go south with my third sister. Yes. Can't abandon you, don't worry. The whole group of juniors said in unison. Sister Ellie was silent for a moment. Before I could say anything, my brothers shouted rudely. Let's go kill those people. Save her. While I was excited, Ellie shouted at me. Stop. Come back to me now. Ellie suddenly turned into a ferocious lion and roared at her siblings. Come back here, you kids. She jumped up and ran towards them, aiming at her brother named Axe and pressing his head. As quick as the wind, Ellie stood blocking the cave entrance. The grand performance ended with a face-down fall. The younger brothers saw that and made fun of him. His skills were already poor, but he still liked to show off. Ellie immediately stood up to avoid losing face. Go back and teach your juniors a lesson. Don't you guys have any brains? Help. Where to help? Do you know where Mina is? The younger brothers asked. So what should we do? Ellie revealed. Go into the city to explore. She thought to herself. Mina, you idiot. You're a ghost walker. Be patient with me. Axe arrived in the city as planned. He kept thinking. Second sister is really something. She clearly prepared some tools to infiltrate early. Yet she stubbornly said she wouldn't save third sister. Seeing a strange sight, Axe wondered. Why were people demolishing the house? Axe's stomach was growling, but he smelled food. What was that smell? It was delicious. It was exactly as he had imagined. Axe immediately discovered a huge pot of steaming hot pot. Axe exclaimed. It smells so good, oh my god. His stomach growled, drowning out the sound of the hot pot. The kitchen manager saw this and spoke up. Hungry? Come here and eat. After you eat, come work for Lord Lu Feng. You can even get some wheat at night. Axe surprised. Can also get wheat. Thinking about his relatives who were still suffering from hunger and cold back home, he enthusiastically replied loudly. I want to register. Early morning. Everyone had just gotten into the swing of things when Axe rushed off to neatly handle one task after another. Makes everyone's eyes wide open. Time flies and it's dinner time again. Axe happily held the food package in his hand. He thought to himself. Great. There's food again. Suddenly his face turned pale. His breath seemed to be constricted in his chest. Tried to open my eyes but couldn't. Axe fell down unconscious. He opened his eyes and woke up screaming. Axe finds himself in a strange house. Furthermore, the horns on his head were exposed. Axe shouted worriedly. Oh no, we've been exposed. A soft voice spoke up. You're awake. She was the kitchen manager at the construction site. She asked Axe kindly. Was he eating too little? He was starving to death. Axe suddenly puffed up her cheeks and widened her eyes with a puzzled expression. She shouted. What do you want to do? She replied. I am Laner. Laner, don't come here. I'm a beast man. Make me angry. I will. He said and raised his hand as if to deal with it by force. Laner was indifferent to Axe's gesture. Suddenly she burst out laughing. Are all beasts as interesting as him? Axe was annoyed. Interesting? Aren't you afraid of beastmen? Laner replied innocently. Not afraid. There was also a cat-eared beastman beside Lord Lufeng. It didn't look scary. Hearing that, Axe couldn't help but be surprised. A cat-eared beast. Could it be the third sister? Axe jumped down. He asked eagerly. What does she look like? Laner replied. Long purple-black hair. Round eyes like grapes. Very pretty. By this time he was sure it was his third sister. Must report immediately. Axe suddenly realized something. The boy exclaimed. Ah. He touched her hand. She doesn't seem afraid of me. Without thinking much, Axe quickly grabbed the onion. He ran straight back to headquarters. There was still a big lump on his head. Laner stayed behind, stunned by this strange boy. Jumping out of the window was fine. Why hit the wall? At the Beast Business Center right now. Ellie was furious. What? He disguised himself as a human to work. Why don't you show your horns? Tell them you're a beast man. Let the humans take you away. Axe replied painfully. Sister. Second sister. I found out about third sister. Ellie heard that and stopped. Where is Mina? Tell me. Axe replied angrily. Sister. You go down first. It seems like Ellie's way of questioning is more violent than my sister's. Axe lay like a lifeless body and replied. Te Duan Tan. The third sister was captured by the western city Lord Lufeng. Ellie engraved in her heart. Lufeng, the lord of Xiang City. It was night time. At Te Duan City at this time. The two sisters Ellie and Axe quickly arrived here. Ellie thought to herself. Silly Mina. Wait, we're coming to save you. The Beastmen team hid in the woods and watched. Sure enough, there were soldiers on guard. Ellie gave the signal, proceeding as planned. Axe responded, obeying. The big bear slowly approached a soldier who was relieving himself. This guy only realized it in time before he got slapped unconscious. The Axe brothers also took care of each one of them one by one. The big bear used its meat to press down on the soldiers and knock them all down. Sister Ellie seems pleased with her brothers. But turned to look at Axe and pretended to ignore it. Humph. Just finished. Looks like more training needed. Saying that, the older sister rushed to the castle. Let's go. We need to save Mina. Axe thought to himself. Obviously very satisfied. Still not willing to admit it. Lufeng was reading a story in his room at the moment. Ha ha. This story is so funny. He had just brought the chocolate to his mouth when Ellie's two sisters rushed through his room door. Ellie wore a skirt and jumped over Lufeng's head, revealing her underwear, making him stunned for 5 seconds. Landing on the two sisters, full of spirit. Axe held his weapon and shouted loudly. Give me back my third sister. Looking at the two people's puzzled appearance, Lufeng wondered. Who is it? Two people. Axe realized and immediately turned around and rushed forward. You cunning human. Give me back my third sister. Lufeng was startled because his opponent was too fast. He didn't know what to do. Suddenly a sword came flying. The woman's eyes were burning. A clashing sound blocked Axe's attack. It was Miss Mina. Mina and Axe, the two sisters, were extremely surprised to recognize each other. Ellie exclaimed, Mina. Axe dropped the star. Third sister. Looks like I found you. Lufeng realized now. Ah. Mina is the third sister of the two. Despicable humans. Imprisoning the third sister without release. Axe looked angrily at Lufeng. I must kill you. But Mina stopped her. You two misunderstood. She said and pushed Axe's hand away. Mina explained. She was here to recuperate. Lufeng had not yet come to his senses and thought. She was about to kill someone here. Ellie did not understand the question. What does healing mean? She walked over and hugged her sister Mina, asking, Are you hurt? Does it hurt? Ellie burst into tears. Mina was also moved and speechless. Rub your sister's head. Mina reassured. Don't worry. I'm feeling much better. She explained. It's the opposite. I told you not to pay any attention to me. Just take the axe people to the south. Ellie replied. People just don't care. They're all stupid axes. They want to save me. Saying that, he patted his brother's head. Lu Feng's eyes lit up like stars. He looked Ellie up and down. These ears. This tail. The arrogant and beautiful Ellie beast is no less than her younger sister. Lu Feng exclaimed. That's great. If you're Mina's friend. We're family now. Sit down and rest. Ellie glared and asked. This damn human won't hurt you, right? Mina replied. No, besides, he doesn't have that ability. Ellie pulled her hand and said. Then let's go quickly. She looked into her sister's eyes and said what she had been waiting for all this time. Everyone is waiting for her to go to the south. Mina looked hesitant. Glancing towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng worriedly seemed to understand something. See Mina turn away. Walk with the sisters. Lu Feng hurriedly said loudly towards the people. Wait. You guys stop. Ellie turned back and glared, then asked. What do you want? Lu Feng explained. Mina's health has not fully recovered. It's better to stay a few more days. Mina replied. My health is fine. Lu Feng hurriedly came to remonstrate. Moreover, the demons in the kingdom were hunting beastmen. Even going south was not necessarily safe. Lu Feng hesitated. That. Mina's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. She thought back to the time since she met him. Being taken care of by you. The moments of fun with you were short but filled with so many memories. Mina hesitated. She turned back to ask Ellie. Ellie. She decided to go. Ellie didn't understand what her sister meant. Lu Feng's words seemed to have had results. Suddenly, a strange noise interrupted their conversation. The three of them turned their heads toward the sound. It turned out to be Axe's stomach growling. Poor kid, he must be really hungry. Quick-witted Lu Feng immediately came up with an idea. In just a moment, Lu Feng brought the tomato egg rice dish to the Beast sisters. Invite them into the dining room. Lu Feng said. Everyone, don't be so polite. Just eat. The sisters' eyes lit up as they stared at the plate of rice. Ellie was cautious. She looked carefully at the rice and decided to take a bite. Suddenly a light flashed in my mind. Ellie the cat is lost in a paradise garden of eggs and tomatoes. Ellie happily lies on a pile of tomatoes, next to her egg friend. In the blink of an eye, she finished the plate of rice without leaving a single bit. She had never eaten so much before. Ellie exclaimed. Amazing. Humans are really scary. They can make such delicious food. But Ellie got one, the boys got one. What are they doing? The boys are trying to eat the leftovers deliciously. The other two guys were carrying the whole rice bucket on their heads. It was as if the whole world had shrunk to the size of a rice bucket. Late at night in Taeduongtan. Mina stood pensively looking up at the starry sky, thinking. Lu Feng stepped out and said. You are here? I have been looking for you for a long time. Running here alone. Aren't you worried that I'll hurt your friends? Mina replied. Ha! You dare? Lu Feng scratched his head. Don't dare. Don't dare. They understood each other very well. They were silent for a while. Lu Feng asked. Must we go south? Mina replied. There's no other way, isn't there? The wrath of the ice goddess is coming. There is no food. How can we survive, but the south is so far? There are still several cities between there. What is the situation over there? Does everyone know? What if we run into danger? Or stay in Taeduongtan? Mina was stunned for a moment. She asked. We're staying. What to eat? We can't let him feed us every day. Lu Feng was secretly pleased. It seemed like he was moved. He would continue his victory and pursue. He said. Everyone can work. As long as they work, they will have food. Mina wondered. Living with humans. Lu Feng replied. Yeah. Of course one must have special abilities. One can do other things. Mina innocently asked again. Why are you so nice? Lu Feng confessed. Of course. Because he couldn't bear to be away from her. I know you beastmen don't trust humans. You're afraid we'll trick you. We've been together for a while. You probably know what kind of person I am. Lu Feng asked again. Can I stay? Their eyes looked straight at each other. Mina turned away shyly. She walked away silently without saying a word. Lu Feng wondered in his heart. Still not good. They have now returned to their bedrooms. Ellie exclaimed. How beautiful. The clothes are so comfortable. This is better than the clothes of the nobility. Ellie happily put on the pink pajamas. Nina replied. Consider yourself lucky. This outfit is the only one in the city that comes in a small size. Ellie suddenly understood what her sister meant. Her face darkened, and she put her hand on her chest. Then she looked back at her sister's massive breasts. Ellie rushed forward like crazy. Aim at those plump breasts and say. Must destroy these two round masses. So ticklish. Ha ha. Ellie. Stop destroying. Ha ha ha. Stop messing around. Lu Feng lying on this side heard the nosebleeds gushing out uncontrollably. He thought to himself that they had to leave tomorrow. The room was quiet now. Nina called out to her. Ellie. Us. She hesitated. We must go south later. Ellie frowned and asked her sister. What? You don't want to go, do you? She asked. Or do you like that human? She was getting more and more impatient. How is this possible? Nina was kept asking questions by her sister and couldn't say anything. She changed the subject. I'm just worried that we don't understand anything about the South. If we go, we might not survive. Ellie asked. You believe what that guy said? Nina replied. Of course not. But what he said. It's not without reason. She stepped forward and continued. We do not know about the South. We do not know what dangers lie ahead. But here, even if there is danger, it can be controlled. Ellie seemed to understand what her sister meant. The next morning, in the city lord's mansion, the boys exclaimed in surprise. The second sister's clothes were so beautiful, like a little princess. Ellie appeared splendid in royal attire. The younger siblings were jealous of their older sister. Why does the second sister have new clothes? We don't have any. Ellie replied arrogantly. And here's the patch. Do you want to wear it? The younger brothers had to give up and did not dare to ask for more. Nina suddenly saw Lu Feng walking out looking like a walking corpse. Lu Feng's heart was now broken. He thought sadly. It seemed they had to go. Come on. I'll take you guys out of the city. Lu Feng was walking out when a loud voice called out. Young Master Lu Feng. It was the beastmen who came charging in. Ellie spoke. What is the job you intend to give us? Lu Feng felt something was wrong at this moment. It seemed like he was gradually understanding something. Finally, like a person waking up. His eyes lit up. His expression returned to that of a living person. He exclaimed. Everyone had agreed to stay. Nina replied calmly. Just for now. The whole team pretended to be intimidating. If we found out they were tricking us, we would see what happened. Lu Feng laughed. Ha ha. Don't worry. Night falls. Lu Feng sang happily while bathing. The two sisters listened like ducks hearing thunder and couldn't sleep. Ellie asked. What is that human singing? Nina replied. I don't know. There must be something wrong with his mind. Ellie seemed to reconsider. She regretted it. Lu Feng jumped around in the bathroom like a monkey. Ah, I caught the beastman. They are having dinner now. Ellie, as usual, played with her younger sister Mina's big breasts. Lu Feng sat there drooling, forgetting to eat. Mina groaned. Ha ha. It's stuffy. Stop. Nicole was crazy about him at the moment. Lu Feng is so handsome. Lu Feng suddenly thought of something. He looked at his watch and pretended to yawn. So sleepy. Nicole wondered. Young master. He usually sleeps at 12 a.m. What's wrong today? This time must be so tiring. Lu Feng said and got up. I want to rest. He didn't even forget to come back and give instructions. So what happened? Let's talk about it tomorrow. Nicole obediently replied. Okay. I will give orders. Don't let anyone disturb the young master's sleep. All the sisters at this moment. Only Nina felt. Oh, he is so strange tonight. Close the door and lock it carefully. Lu Feng said to himself. It's time to go back for a trip. Do some shopping. The military uniforms brought back last time also need to be supplemented. Lu Feng activated the time travel system. Explain the significance of this system. The simple name of time and space travel. It is to change the time axis. Can travel once a day. Physical will be optimized when reaching full position. Ability gradually gets stronger. Can even possess the ability to sense danger. In just a flash, Lu Feng was transported to another dimension. He fell with a thud. In the blink of an eye, he was back in the bedroom of civilization. Lu Feng groaned. Traveling through time so many times, still not used to it. Luckily no one was there. Otherwise Mina would have laughed at me. Lu Feng unfortunately stumbled again. The room was empty without Nicole. It was chaos. He went back to the computer. Must do the main thing first. Must let those horse bandits who don't know how to live or die know what it means to defeat with dignity. 500 iron bows. 500 longbows. Lu Feng was satisfied. Okay. Done. Are you sure? Yes. I have to film a war movie. Money is no problem. The director said it has to feel real. So it has to be real. Wow, it must be a big movie. Don't worry, we'll work overtime to make it. Hee hee, if only there was an autograph, that would be great. I really like the actress Angry Honey. No problem. If the stuff is good, the actor's autograph or something is fine. Lu Feng was delighted. Feeling with his intelligence. Being a city lord or something was still a waste. Lu Feng walked to the door and was about to leave when he realized it and almost forgot. He changed his clothes immediately. Have to go to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities. Soap, toilet paper. The girls were amazed to see Lu Feng buying a mountain of stuff. Look at that guy, he bought so much. Wow, just walking around the supermarket makes him feel like a domineering CEO. Lu Feng said to himself, cough cough. I also want to be humble but my strength does not allow it. 3 toothbrushes. 2 bottles of shampoo. Yes. The tissue paper is all gone. Lu Feng piled a mountain of garbage in front of the cashier counter, causing the female employee to freeze for 5 seconds. He looked out shyly. Excuse me. She exclaimed. Ah, it's you again, Mr. Lu. Lu Feng replied somewhat embarrassedly. Yes, it's me. She looked around and whispered. Your current time travel novel. I've been following it. Tell me in a whisper. Why did it stop for a few months? I promise not to tell anyone else. Lu Feng hesitantly replied. Oh, I've been a bit busy lately. She doesn't seem to give up. I heard from your neighbors a few days ago. You haven't been out for a long time. I know you must be at home writing a manuscript. Preparing to make a big move. Lu Feng chuckled. She actually found out. He thought to himself. Looks like it's time to move house. At this time in the world of Te Duong Tan, Nina gently walked to the front of the Lord's room. She thought to herself. It sure felt like something was off about him tonight. She was about to open the door and step in when she suddenly realized something strange. Was the door locked? In his room, where Lu Feng chose to transmigrate. He was moving the sealed boxes outside into the inner space. Inner space is a secret space that only Lu Feng can see and use. Inner space can appear in other worlds and even on Earth. It is a vast space, fixed in form, not bound by time and space. Objects put in there, when taken out, still retain the same shape as when they were put in. Lu Feng often uses the needle when needed. It is the superpower Lu Feng activates after being electrocuted, releasing electricity in his hands, hiding or moving objects. Can be freely controlled, the electric current is also not visible to others. Night fell, the sky except for the stars shining patiently, everything was quiet and dark. After the boxes were all moved, he brought something in a paper bag back to the other world. Holding it in his hand, Lu Feng thought, consider it done. Hope that glutton will like it. It was strangely quiet, so quiet that even breathing could not be felt. Beastman Mina stood outside Lu Feng's room, deep in thought. She walked over and knocked on the door. There was no answer. He must be hiding something. Could it be? He's not inside. Mina was wondering why there was no movement from Lu Feng's room. Mina still seemed to have some doubts about Lu Feng, the only person in this other world who did not know about the Ice Queen and the 5-year-long disaster. He had the courage to stay in Shiyang City after being warned about the horse bandits, about the play created by Baron Carter and the trap of giving Lu Feng the position of lord of the city. She seemed to be running out of patience. She wanted to catch him red-handed once. It seemed like that was the only way. Mina calculated in her heart. Lu Feng just returned to the other world. He thought to himself. Choosing a place to travel in the room is indeed the safest. Before she could come to her senses, the unexpected happened. The two doors of the room collapsed under the maid Mina's feet. She looked around but couldn't see Lu Feng anywhere. It's confusing. Mina immediately spoke up. This is really weird. Where did that guy go? Suddenly from under Mina's feet came a weak cry. Quick, quick, get up. You're crushing me. The door just now collapsed on Lu Feng. He was lying flat underneath. Mina panicked and jumped down. She helped Lu Feng stand up. A moment later. Munch munch munch. Knocking on the door for so long. I thought he was being assassinated. Mina explained to Lu Feng while eating the cake. Those must be the cakes Lu Feng brought back. So, she kicked the door because she was worried about me. Lu Feng asked again. Asked by Lu Feng unexpectedly, Mina stopped eating her cake and stammered in response. No, I didn't. I wanted to thank you for giving everyone jobs. Mina said one thing but her eyes looked another, not daring to look directly at Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the opportunity to tease. So the way you beastmen thanked them was also very special. He pointed at the door that Mina had just kicked down in front of him. He laughed again. So how are you going to thank me? Repay with your body. Lu Feng asked the cat-eared girl. Lu Feng's sudden question made Mina choke while eating. She spat out the cake. Feeling that Mina was being teased to the point of coughing, Lu Feng felt a little guilty. He immediately poured water and handed it to the girl. He explained, oh, I was just joking. Drink some water. Lu Feng gave Mina water, but Mina accidentally touched the cup of water, causing the water in the cup to spill out. Wet all over the chest. Water flowed down the breasts peeking out from under the thin shirt, making Lu Feng and Mina a little shy and blush. He fumbled. That. Tissue. Tissue here. Lu Feng hurriedly went to find a tissue. Mina stopped him. Let me. Then. What a fluster. The two of them collided. Mina fell on top of Lu Feng. Lu Feng's face was also pressed against Mina's breasts. He fell backwards. Blood spurted from his nose again. Staggering without a foothold. So Lu Feng grabbed Mina's tail randomly. Mina stopped. Lu Feng suddenly realized that his hand had just grabbed something he shouldn't have. An awkward moment passed. Time seemed to freeze. They were both silent. Awkward. Suddenly there was a pop. It was Mina. Mina used her own tail to slap Lu Feng across the face. He held his cheek and gasped. Hick. Serves the hooligan right. Mina angrily walked out. Almost to the door. She suddenly turned back. Story of the tale. Don't say it out loud. Mina said and turned away. Lu Feng stood there watching, lost in thought. It seems like there's a saying in the animal world. The tail is a cat's most sensitive part. So, I teased her just now. Lu Feng asked himself after accidentally angering Mina and causing her to leave. What a clumsy city lord. The sun was setting behind the cliffs. The remaining light of the sunset cast a fiery red glow across the sky. The birds were flying back to their nests after a busy day of foraging. The sound of horse hooves came from afar, suddenly stopping on the grassy field far away from the castle. He said. This is the place. Having said that, they left again. They wore hooded cloaks, armored legs, and carried weapons at their waists. Who were they? No one knew what their intentions were in coming to Taeduangtan. But right now, inside the castle, the people were happily laughing and talking as they went to receive the free food distributed by the castle lord's mansion. Everyone was happy because they had free food to eat every day. The people of Taeduang City have not had any harvest this season. Poverty makes them struggle to find food for every meal. Since the new city lord came, they have been given free food and have been able to enjoy the joy they have today. The people happily talked to each other, grateful for the new lord's kindness. Today, I received another 2 kilograms of food. This amount is really enough. Of course, every time the city lord distributes food, there is always surplus and never shortage. The two of them walked and chatted happily. Suddenly from afar, a figure on horseback approached them. It's late. Let's go quickly. The two of them said to each other to go home. The crows were sleeping peacefully, but were awakened by the sound of horse hooves. They flew around in the night sky, making the scene even more gloomy. The horseman, wearing a black hooded cloak, stopped in front of the two villagers, making them tremble in fear. "What is this guy going to do to us?" He stood staring at the bag of food and then reached out to grab it. "What do you want to do?" The farmer tried to keep the bag of grain. "You cannot rob me of my grain. I will receive this. Today you have robbed me, what will I eat?" Common people. The horseman tugged at the food bag, causing it to burst open and the food to spill out. The horseman turned and walked away. The farmer saw his food scattered on the ground. He was stunned with regret. "My food! I feel sorry for the family who have no food to eat," he shouted as he chased after the horseman. "Give me back my food." Chasing the horseman, the farmer touched his shoe. He glanced at him. He snorted angrily and drew his sword, slashing the farmer with a sharp slash. The farmer who was with him was terrified when he saw the scene before him. His whole body trembled and he stood still as if turned to stone. He only dared to let out a weak cry for help. "Help! Help!" The cry for help that had just escaped the farmer's throat was covered, and the room became dark and quiet. There were no more cries for help or even a single groan. "I told you not to cause trouble. Just wanted to tease him. How dare he dirty my shoes?" Two hooded strangers rode away on horseback, leaving behind two innocent corpses lying motionless on the road. The crows, long smelling the corpses, swooped down to prepare to enjoy the sumptuous feast. As the night wore on, the moon rose higher. The stars shone brightly in the sky. At the food store, the old man was engrossed in a banquet with his brothers. Sexy, long-legged girls were pouring them drinks. There were also two hooded strangers at the table. They invited each other to drink. Everyone seemed very cheerful. "Drink. Good wine. A few more glasses. Hee hee. Come here, girl. Cheers." Calls. Gulps. The clinking of golden glasses echoed through the night and could last until morning. And, when the sun rose high in the sky, the crows flew away, leaving behind the two people who had been murdered last night. The city lord's mansion had sent people to guard the scene and investigate the cause of death. Passers-by and the people in the city were bewildered. They were talking excitedly about the death of two innocent people. "I was talking to them yesterday afternoon. I didn't expect it to happen this evening. It's so scary. Don't go out after dark." As the guard was assigned to him, he shouted to everyone around. "Do not come near. The city lord is investigating. Must be the pirates. Dare to kill people under my eyes. Let me catch those bastards, I will definitely skin them." City Lord Lu Feng said indignantly. Uncle Nyo approached the two corpses. He carefully observed the wounds. After a while, he spoke. "Young master, it probably isn't Ma Tak." "It's not Ma Tak you?" Lu Feng asked in surprise. Uncle Neo remained seated, analyzing the situation for Lu Feng. Firstly, the autumn harvest had not yet arrived. Everyone knew that Xi'an City was poor. Why would Ma Zi come here at this time? Second, although the injuries of these two people were a bit different, it was estimated that they were killed by sharp weapons. Ma Tak probably did not have much money to buy weapons. Third, and most importantly, why didn't the bandits steal the food? Uncle Neo picked up the torn piece of the food bag that was left behind and showed it to Lu Feng. Indeed, the arguments that Uncle Nyo gave sounded extremely accurate, reasonable, and logical. After listening, Lu Feng also realized the unusual point of the matter. Combining the arguments that Uncle Nyo just brought up, at present, Ma Tak does not seem to be a suspect. Could it be that there is another force that has a grudge against Te Duongtan that caused this incident? The sun rose higher and higher, shining down with bright, harsh rays. City Lord Lu Feng had returned to the castle, but his face was still brooding over the deaths of the two innocent people. He still couldn't figure out who or what force was behind this. It was so strange, killing people but not stealing food. What kind of person could it be? Lu Feng sat with his arms crossed in thought. "Mina!" He suddenly called out. Maybe he thought of something. Mina was sitting on the side, absorbed in eating cake. Hearing the Lord call her name, Mina replied. "Ha? I want to ask you a favor. This mission is very dangerous. If she refuses, it will be fine." Lu Feng wants to ask Mina for help, but he is still hesitant because he is afraid that Mina will be in danger. However, Lu Feng was not allowed to finish his sentence. The cat-eared girl interrupted. "Stop talking nonsense and get straight to the point. What do you want me to do?" Mina was straightforward and wanted to get straight to the point. She continued to chew on the cake as she spoke. It seemed that food was her passion. Lu Feng stood up, walked closer to Mina, placed both hands on the girl's shoulders, and spoke clearly. At night, go to a place to listen for news. Remember, just listen. Absolutely do not act rashly. Lu Feng emphasized. His eyes became more serious than ever. Mina heard that and immediately put her hand over her mouth, yawned and said. I know. If we're only going to act at night, then I'll catch up on sleep. Wait, that. It seems Lu Feng hasn't finished speaking yet. He stopped Mina from returning to the bedroom and continued speaking. Cough cough, I have prepared special clothes for you. Remember to wear them for the night of action. Speaking of preparing clothes for Mina, he seemed confused and shy, but in his heart he thought, that kind of sexy. He. He's such an opportunist. The naive Mina didn't know what Lu Feng was talking about. She asked back with a silly, cute expression. Special outfit. Time passed, the moon rose, and night fell. Mina wearing a special outfit entered Lu Feng's room. He turned back, his eyes suddenly dimmed. Mina wore a tight black outfit, fully showing off her soft curves. Bust and hips full of vitality, a cat-eared girl is extremely cute and attractive. She said, this outfit seems a bit tight. Pausing for a moment, the girl continued. But I like it. This tight-fitting outfit not only helps Mina walk, run, and act more easily, but also helps her carry necessary items, protective gear. Mina looked at the outfit with interest. Lu Feng looked at Mina, unable to control his emotions. Blood rushed to his brain and flowed out of his nostrils. Oh my god, please take this girl out of the room immediately, otherwise, someone might bleed to death. Ha, Lu Feng was lucky to be able to calm down. He walked over and handed her a dagger. Also, this is for you, for self-defense. Mina looked at the knife in Lu Feng's hand, then she suddenly grabbed it and threw it towards the bookshelf and said, for protection, I am a cat warrior. Indeed, the sharp claws of the cat family must have been like sharp knives, able to pierce the flesh and tear apart the prey at any time, so why would they need a weapon like that? But after saying that, Mina went to the bookshelf and pulled out the knife. But the stuff is fine. I'll take it. Lu Feng stood up and walked to the bookshelf, feeling sorry for the bookshelf and could only cry. As long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. Indeed, a catwoman is still a catwoman. Sometimes she is seductive, soft and supple, gentle and shy like a kitten, sometimes she is strong, dangerous, and terrifyingly fierce. Basically, things that are instinctive cannot be changed. Even if Lu Feng really likes Mina, there is one fact that cannot be changed, Mina is not human. Mina dashed out into the night to carry out her mission. She jumped 3 steps and climbed onto the roof of the food store owner's house, then crept inside to listen. Sure enough, they were discussing among themselves. Oh dear, I tell you, why can't you be patient? There were voices. Mina hid on the roof and looked down, seeing all 5 people sitting around the table. The fat landlord, still wearing his half-noble attire, was pacing back and forth anxiously. The 2 men in civilian clothes sitting on the other side were probably his servants or brothers. As for the 2 men sitting on this side, their faces were unclear, they were wearing soldiers' uniforms, their heads covered with scarves. Mina watched them and thought to herself. I have to see what exactly you guys are hiding. The shopkeeper spoke up again. Killing a few commoners is fine. It's just the current situation. If we make a big deal out of it and Lu Feng finds out, our plan will fail. Although he was not a strong warrior or soldier who could kill someone with one strike, he seemed to be far-sighted, but his comrades were not. What's there to be afraid of? A man in a soldier's uniform replied. At most, we'll get ahead of schedule. You guys will now go and chop off Lu Feng's head. He said resolutely. Mina above heard that guy say that and secretly laughed in her heart. What a big mouth, even wanting to take the city lord's head. That's right, this matter must be done quickly and accurately. As long as we kill Lu Feng, Xi'an City will be ours. Another added. Yes, there's also the beast beside him. It's a rare spirit creature, so we can play with it however we want. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick. He. They were all talking arrogantly and praising each other. Mina heard everything they said, they were all shameless. Mina was boiling with anger, intending to rush down and kill all the shameless people who were making fun of her. Prepare to die. Luckily she stopped in time to hear what they said. The shop owner continued the other's words. It's a good idea, but Lu Feng is a noble now. The lackeys are getting in the way, what's there to be afraid of? Even if we kill him, we still have Baron Homa backing us up. The money we earn every year, we will divide it into 7 parts for Baron Homa. Now that Brat Lu Feng is blocking your path to wealth, he can't live. Yes, rest assured, if Lord Homa has sent us, this matter will be settled. Baron Homa. Mina stopped when she heard Baron Homa mentioned. That was the important information she needed to bring back to Lu Feng. Returning to Lu Feng's familiar room in the castle, Uncle Niu and Mina were inside discussing with City Lord Lu Feng. Uncle Niu said, "Young master, that grain merchant is inherently restless. Still plotting assassination now, too arrogant." Uncle Niu slammed his two hands down on the table, his voice full of indignation. "I think, kill them all directly, eliminate future troubles." Mina frankly contributed her opinion. Lu Feng asked again, "What is the background of that Count Homa?" Seeing that Lu Feng seemed to be confused about the surrounding forces, Uncle Niu spoke up to explain. "Young master may not know, in our kingdom of Yingluo, titles are divided into 5 types, that is, 5 different ranks. They are respectively Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Among them, Count Plico has 200 great noble knights, his power is extremely strong. And Homa is the youngest son of Count Plico. So that's how it is." Lu Feng replied. "It seems this person is not easy to touch if you act rashly then." As he spoke, Lu Feng spread the map on the table. He was afraid that he would use this as an excuse to send troops to attack us. "Is there no other way?" Uncle Niu asked. Lu Feng was silent for a moment then spoke. He could only silently observe and wait for the right moment. The next morning, when the sun was high in the sky, in the luxurious room of the castle, Lu Feng, Mina, and Ellie were being served breakfast by Nicole. Nicole brought up plates of donuts and placed them in front of everyone and said, "This is the sweet snack that the young master taught me. Try it and see how it tastes." The cute round donuts were covered with cream, chocolate, and rolled up, looking very appealing. Ellie lifted the plate of cake and poured it all into her mouth, chewing and praising it. "So delicious. So delicious." Lu Feng saw Ellie eating like that and said, "Mina, Ellie eats slowly." Nicole still made a lot of delicious dishes. Then Lu Feng picked up the cake and took a bite. Nicole felt a sense of joy in her chest when she heard Lu Feng praise her cake. She must like Lu Feng very much. She remembered and appreciated every word, gesture, and action of Lu Feng. In her joy, she realized that today was a beautiful day. It was true that when you are happy, everything seems happy. When you are in love, everything becomes poetic. The 3 people were busy eating cake when suddenly someone spoke loudly. "This is bad." Mina, Lu Feng stopped, looking towards the door. 2 people, a guard and a civilian were running while panting. "Report to the city lord." This person came and spoke. The guard had not finished speaking when another person continued. "City, someone in the city was killed." "What?" Lu Feng stood up abruptly, slammed his hand on the table, his expression filled with anger. "Who would have thought that this would happen here? Is this not taking our city lord seriously?" Indeed, the previous case was still unfinished, and no way to deal with it had been found. Now that he had received this news, as the city lord, Lu Feng naturally found it difficult to remain calm. The mastermind definitely did not take the city lord seriously. They must have wanted to openly sabotage Xiang City. "Why are you so agitated? Hurry up and send someone to see what's going on. Ellie is also a catkin beastman," she said to Lu Feng, her hand still not leaving the cake. "No, I'll go myself. We can't let them continue to cause a crisis in Xiang City. Mina, call a car, let's go together." Lu Feng stood up and walked quickly towards the door without looking back. "People are so excitable," Ellie said. Nicole stood watching Mina follow Lu Feng, feeling uncomfortable again. She wondered. Why was it always her and the young master who went out together? It was understandable for Nicole to wonder. The person she secretly loved always had a beautiful girl by her side. Although she didn't know what kind of relationship they had, she naturally felt a little jealous. Back to the main matter, after personally going out of the city to see the news, Niuban, Lu Feng and Mina were still busy running after the person who came to report the news. "The city lord is ahead." He shouted loudly and ran very quickly forward. Lu Feng suddenly felt suspicious. Why did this guy suddenly run so fast? Quickly chase after him, he still shouted loudly and ran towards the left corner of the wall. But when the 3 of them got there, he was nowhere to be found. In front was only a deserted alley, not a single person in sight. Strange, clearly saw him run in here. While she was wondering how to continue, Mina suddenly heard a noise. "Not good," Mina said. Then suddenly the ground under Mina's feet suddenly sank. Not only Mina, but all 3 of them were in a trap. It was a pre-dug hole, hidden by small wooden sticks and burlap covering it. Because Mai was running after the other guy, the 3 of them didn't notice and fell into the trap. All 3 fell into a hole in the ground, with high walls on both sides. Uncle Ngo and Mina had extraordinary martial arts and internal strength, so they landed lightly. Only Lu Feng fell down and was screaming in pain. It hurt so much. After the fall, 2 large bumps appeared on Lu Feng's forehead, the size of 2 eggs. He's handsome, but you should probably go back and learn martial arts, young master Lu Feng. At this moment, 2 trappers appeared, standing on the edge of the pit, laughing mockingly. Humph, I thought the city lord was very formidable. Turns out he was so easy to trap. Lu Feng saw the 2 murderers, he shouted angrily. You are murderers, if you have the guts to come down here, I guarantee I won't beat you to death. Ha ha ha, dream on. The 2 murderers laughed loudly in response. Don't waste words with them, just find their burial place and you can report back. It seems that the 2 murderers had underestimated Lu Feng, Nyoben, and Mina. They thought that digging a hole and burying them would be enough. Haha, how stupid. Mina smirked at their stupid plan. She jumped, just a few steps as light as the wind. In a blink of an eye, Mina had jumped to the ground. The girl threw a few rocks at the 2 criminals, hitting them in the face and causing them to fall to the ground in pain. A slender, petite girl, but when she uses her moves, even strong men find it difficult to deal with her. Indeed, the cat's flexible, agile body has helped Mina become a truly formidable warrior. Being beaten to the ground, one of them tried to draw his sword. But before he could swing it, Mina quickly jumped and kicked it away. The sword fell to the ground and rolled several times. Today, consider it an eye-opener for them, to learn what a cat warrior is. Damn, they are absolutely no match. The 2 murderers said to each other. He whistled to call his horse. The 2 men jumped on their horses and galloped away, not forgetting to shout back. You stinking girl, we won't play with you anymore. While they were fighting fiercely, they saw them running away. Mina was furious, wanting to chase them to the end. Mina shouted. Damn it. Don't even think about escaping. From the bottom of the pit, Lu Feng was slowly crawling up, supported by Niu Ben's shoulder. Oh dear, just a little more. Luckily, Mina beat them up. Ha ha ha. He laughed triumphantly. Those people are too weak. With that little bit of ability, they still want to assassinate the city lord. Niu Ben pressure. Just as he poked his head out of the hole, Lu Feng couldn't see the 2 murderers. Suddenly he understood something. He stopped to think for a few seconds. That's not right. Mina, don't chase. Lu Feng shouted loudly. It's over. It's too late, Mina has already chased them quite far. Lu Feng only had time to utter a sound. Oh no. Lu Feng probably guessed that they might continue to set traps to distract Lu Feng's forces. He was worried that Mina would be in danger. Mina might be in danger. Let's quickly chase after her. Lu Feng said to Niu Ben, young master, we don't have horses. How can we chase after them? Lu Feng suddenly saw a large turkey eating grass by the side of the road. He suddenly had an idea. Then, all I could hear was the chickens screeching. Lu Feng had already jumped onto its back, turned around and gave orders to Niu Ben. Uncle Niu. Go find reinforcements quickly. I'll chase after Mina first. Saying that, he grabbed the chicken's neck with both hands, hugged it tightly, and ran forward like the wind. Niu Ben stood behind, dumbfounded, unable to understand or believe that his city lord was riding a chicken. What was that? Perhaps in this other world, turkeys are only used for roasting or making soup, not for running, so Uncle Niu's appearance is so strange. Ha ha. Where is the giant bird I just caught? Ah, it turns out that Turkey didn't just suddenly stand on the side of the road like I just said, but it was the spoils of war of the young man who was stunned because he lost it. Ha ha. Poor guy, just caught the bird, went back to boil water and prepare ginger, garlic and onions. When he came back, the bird was gone, only a feather remained. He looked really pitiful. But never mind, let Lu Feng borrow it to save the beauty. Once he saves her, Lu Feng will come back to return it. Lu Feng never goes back on his word, don't worry. Ha ha ha. Mina chased the 2 killers into the forest. While jumping on the tree branches, I heard a noise and then a call from behind. Mina, stop, there might be a trap ahead. Before Lu Feng could finish his sentence, his 3-toed companion, the turkey, got caught on the rope, causing Lu Feng to fall from its back to the ground. He screamed. Oh, help me. Mina quickly jumped down and caught Lu Feng in her arms, then landed safely. What the hell? Wait, this scene is a bit paradoxical. Normally, in all movies or stories, it's the hero who saves the beauty, the princesses and young ladies are the ones who fall into the arms of handsome young men. I have never seen a scene where a tall and handsome guy like Lu Feng is carried by a weak and fragile girl like Mina like this. But the director and screenwriter forced it to be like this. I just told it because I found it funny. Ha ha. Basically, the Beastman Mina is good at martial arts, so maybe carrying Lu Feng is something she likes. Hee, I don't know if I like it or not, but when our eyes met, I felt shy. Are you okay? Mina asked. It's okay. Lu Feng replied, it's okay, but his nose was bleeding profusely. Hee, boy, are you happy yet? Lu Feng and Mina looked around, voices and laughter rang out from all directions. Enjoy it now, you may not have the chance again. Another one spoke up. They slowly appeared from behind the bushes, as numerous as ants, countless. So Lu Feng guessed correctly. They deliberately pretended to lose to lure Lu Feng here, where they had painstakingly set up a trap. In terms of the relative strength, Lu Feng could only escape by burrowing underground. Damn it, so many people, just to kill me, it's too much. He thought to himself, the only way left is to stall for time. Thinking is doing, Lu Feng spoke up. Big brothers, if I die, let me die in a fair way. We have no enmity, no grudge, why do we have to chase and kill me? This city lord is smart, he changed his tone quickly. Well, let's just say yes and no, brother. Calling them big brother won't cost anything and will buy time. If you stay there and put on airs, you'll be sent to heaven with just one sword strike. Ha ha. He thought that these words could help Lu Feng by some time, but he didn't expect to receive a very inhumane answer. You should keep these words and tell them to the dead. As they spoke, they carried shiny knives and approached Lu Feng. He panicked. Why wasn't it like in the movies? Can't the main actors stall for time? Lu Feng, oh Lu Feng, they want to kill you as soon as possible, what's stalling for time? Wake up. Before Lu Feng could react, there was the sound of swords clashing. In a blink of an eye, the crowd was knocked down and lying on the ground. Mina stood in front of Lu Feng, dagger in hand, protecting the city lord. They were beaten to a pulp by Mina. The crowd was furious, shouting loudly, damn it. They all got up together, said, and then they rushed out from all directions, determined to kill the city lord and the Beastman servant. In a situation where everything was hanging by a thread, Mina suddenly had an idea. The other group rushed in swinging their swords, but suddenly no one was seen. Disappeared. They were extremely surprised, and could not help but feel confused. While they were still looking for someone, Mina swooped down from above and swung her sharp knife at them. 3 times, she hit all 3 of them. Only one of them turned around and dodged Mina's knife. Dodged, next time won't be so lucky. Mina warned him. He swung his sword furiously and shouted, go die, then rushed forward to slash, but it seemed he missed. Too slow, Mina mocked. But his sword had already cut Mina's sleeve. He laughed provocatively, haha really. Mina paused for a moment. This was the dress the young master gave her, yet this brat dared to tear it, unforgivable. Mina jumped forward, 5 or 6 stabs were already embedded in his body. No need to argue much. Around Mina now were 4 or 5 corpses lying around. Lu Feng, who was hidden somewhere by Mina, suddenly appeared and clapped his hands in applause. Wow, so amazing, as expected of a female cat. At Lu Feng's compliment, Mina slightly tossed her hair back and said, wasting her words. I am the great cat warrior. The two were still standing and talking and laughing together, when suddenly among the people lying around, there was one person who was still alive. He opened his eyes wide, grabbed the sword, and charged towards Mina. Mina was completely unaware and was still standing there with her arms crossed, continuing the conversation. Dealing with these people wasn't easy. Lu Feng stood opposite Mina. Seeing the person behind swinging his sword towards the girl, he only had time to shout, Mina, then quickly rushed back to block Mina. Instead of hitting Mina, the villain's sword slashed Lu Feng's back with a long slash. In a moment of danger, Lu Feng did not care about his own life to protect Mina, the beast girl who was always by his side and protected him. Mina panicked, young master, are you okay? Lu Feng tremblingly reached out to grab Mina's hand, panting. Mina, I might not have made it if I had. Before she could finish her sentence, the villain who had missed Mina's attack appeared again. This time, he aimed his sword at Lu Feng and shouted loudly. Stop acting out the love scene here. It's over. What a joke. Why don't you let them act out a little more? We were about to get to the love scene and you're forcing them to end it. But it really ended, he just swung his sword up and, Hundreds of arrows were flying towards him, piercing his hands and body. Finally he fell down, lying motionless. Lord of the city, Nyoban called out loudly. It turned out that Nyoban led reinforcements to escort. Uncle Nyo came at the right time. Young master, are you okay? Still fine, just got slashed once. Lu Feng suddenly became cheerful again, not as weak as when he was first injured. It was possible that he really intended to act sad to please Mina. Quite commendable for the city lord, still not forgetting to flirt with girls in the midst of danger. Ha, he thought to himself. Luckily the weapons in this strange world weren't sharp, and he was wearing a modern, thick suit of armor. Otherwise, this little life would have been lost. It's good that it's okay. It's a pity that the main army has arrived, but there's no place to use it. Looking at the scene littered with corpses, Niu Ban said. Lu Feng was worried when he heard Niu Ben say he brought a large army. Uncle Niu, did you bring all the soldiers in the city here? Uncle Niu replied, yes. Dare to touch the young master, of course must kill all. That's right, Niu Ben was invited by Lu Feng to be the castle's chief steward, with the duty of protecting the city lord and managing the city mansion. With the iron oath he made when entering Xiang City, Niu Ben had basically completed his mission of protecting the city lord today. However, leading a large army away might also be the intention of the saboteurs, which was why Lu Feng was so worried. He only had time to say, oh no, return to Xiang City. The fire was blazing brightly in one corner of the sky. Black smoke was billowing from inside the city. People were screaming, calling out, shouting to each other to put out the fire. Where are you? Come here quickly. Put out the fire. The granary was on fire. The fire was coming from the granary and it was blazing. Someone who wanted to rebel must have deliberately set fire to the granary, attacking the vital points of Taeduong City. It was not yet the autumn season. The people of Taeduong City were in trouble. They had to buy grain by the kilo. The new lord has just come. He hasn't been distributing free food for long. Now the food warehouse is on fire. What can the people rely on? Niu Ban. Quickly call more people to get water. City Lord Lu Feng, young master, gave the order. Yes, you guys follow me. Niu Ban will lead the people to get water. The cries of those putting out the fire. They might get burned. Lu Feng shouted loudly in the crowd. Firefighters quickly get their clothes wet. Make sure it's safe. Lu Feng and Mina ran into the fire carrying a bucket of water to put it out. Seeing this, old man Bup hurriedly ran after him and stopped Lu Feng. The fire is too big. Sir, please go back quickly. Lu Feng is still moving forward. Stop talking. Quickly put out the fire. At this moment, putting out the fire was the top priority. No matter if noble or commoner, male or female, old or young, everyone had to rush in to put out the fire. Some carried water, others poured water, taking turns without stopping. Suddenly there was a loud call. Young master. Still no sign of Ellie and Nicole. Mrs. Niu, Nicole's mother, ran to Lu Feng with a dazed expression. What did she say? Lu Feng and Mina turned around, their faces changed. Could it be? Lu Feng was very worried and confused when he heard that Ellie and Nicole were missing. Nicole was a kind, gentle, lovely girl, a beautiful, pure girl who always brought food to everyone. Thinking that, Lu Feng and Mina did not hesitate to rush inside, despite the raging fire. Young master. Mina. Madame Niu could only call out to the two of them. Oh dear. Mina exclaimed. So cats are afraid of fire. The cat girl was no exception. The fire had just started to burn a little and she was already screaming miserably. Young master. You have to be careful. Mina cried out. Inside the granary, two girls were lying unconscious, and there was fire everywhere. Nicole sat leaning against the wall, daydreaming, until the fire caught and she woke up. Ah, it's on fire. Ah, that's scary. Ellie, wake up, it's on fire. Ellie. Nicole was extremely scared, waving her arms and legs wildly, frantically calling Ellie to wake up. Ellie lay motionless on the floor. No matter how loudly Nicole called, she couldn't hear. A spark of fire flew from somewhere. Burned her tail. She was startled and cried out. Ah. When Ellie woke up, she realized that the surrounding area was completely unfamiliar. The flames were spreading. If they didn't leave quickly, they would either burn to death or suffocate. Unfortunately, the two weak girls were standing in the middle of the blinding fire, almost disoriented, unable to find a way out. Where was this? Ellie stood in the middle of the fire and asked Nicole. Nicole coughed and answered. It seems we were drugged and dragged here. Ellie shouted angrily. Damn it. Don't let me know which bastard did it. Or I'll skin him. Look at him, he's still trying to skin him in a time of crisis. Ellie, find a way to escape with your life first, then find someone to skin him later. The fire was getting bigger and bigger. The roof beams were falling down with a loud crash. A huge beam collapsed right in front of Nicole and Ellie, causing the two girls to huddle together in fear. Both covered their faces and cried. Boo-hoo. We're not going to burn here, are we? Nicole cried. Ellie seemed to be still angry. She simply replied, no. She was probably still thinking of ways to escape from this place and give whoever locked her in the fire a good beating. But before he could think of a solution, the wooden beams on the burning roof continued to fall. A large wooden beam was about to fall on the heads of the two girls. The situation was dire and panicked. Neither of them had time to react. Reflexively, the girls raised their hands above their heads and closed their eyes. Looks like we're really dead. Suddenly a voice rang out. Fuck. Ellie. Nicole. Are you two okay? It's Lu Feng. Lu Feng was standing under the burning log. He was holding it with both hands, saving the two girls. Ellie and Nicole were extremely surprised to see Lu Feng. The two girls were also extremely happy. The two girls called out in unison. Big brother Lu Feng. Lu Feng pushed the burning wood away. Ellie waved at the two girls to follow her. Come follow me. Ellie looked at Lu Feng and felt grateful. He even risked his life to save us. Thank you. Lu Feng continued to lead the way. Follow me. This way. The fire continued to burn. Outside, people still took turns carrying water to put out the fire under the command of Ngoban. Hurry up. Bring water. Bring water. Keep putting out the fire. Nicole. Nyoshu looked at the fire and kept thinking about Nicole, his sweet daughter. The fire burning here was like the fire that burned in the heart of a father. He kept urging and commanding everyone to get water and put out the fire. Look quickly. It seems like someone is coming out. Nyo Dai said, pointing at the fire. And in the thick smoke, Lu Feng, Nicole and Ellie gradually appeared. Lu Feng was carrying the frail Nicole on his back. Everyone present was overjoyed. Uncle Nyo, Nyo De, Old Man Buff, Madam Nyo, and Mina all breathed a sigh of relief. It's their city lord. Great, the city lord has come out. City lord, Ellie, Nicole's cheers of joy rang out simultaneously. After getting out of the fire, everyone went to take care of the city lord and the two girls. Nicole heard Mina put on her coat and give her some water, while Ellie was already drinking from her water bottle upside down. Was Ellie really a girl? Forget it. Lu Feng injured his left shoulder, so he pulled down his top to bandage the wound on his shoulder. He was standing with his arms crossed, looking at the two girls Ellie and Nicole, asking. So, the two of them were drugged. Ellie still had that angry look on her face. She stood up abruptly, her hand clutching the water bottle in her hand, her voice indignant. That's right. Drugged us. And set us on fire. That bastard. Nicole just sat there silently listening to Ellie. Lu Feng now put the events together and quickly understood that it was all a scheme of the saboteurs. Baron Homa's henchmen. He suddenly said. Damn it. How dare they use a chain scheme? The girl with the fox tail suddenly didn't understand what Lu Feng said. What? Chain plan? So Lu Feng's class was opened. He explained to Ellie step by step why she fell into the trap and how the events happened. You see. First they sent people to lure us into a trap. Then ambush outside the city. Wait until everyone is lured out of the city. Lean sets fire to the food warehouse. Ellie now understands everything. What a vicious heart. She said. From afar, suddenly there were loud shouts. Brothers, hurry. Quickly help the city lord put out the fire. Put out the fire. Put out the fire. Quickly. Lu Feng and the others present saw the crowd of people coming. Mina recognized them. It was those people. It was the grain merchant and his men who called for more people to come. Each of them carried 1 or 2 buckets of water in their hands and eagerly advanced towards the fire. They kept shouting loudly. The city lord has been so good to us. It is time for us to repay him. We must put out the fire. The merchant took the lead. He shouted lies. The crowd shouted back. Yes, put out the fire. Good. Come on, get some water. Yes, there is plenty of water. Pour it on quickly. The merchant's men kept shouting, get some water, put out the fire. They were all cunning people. It was obvious that they did it, and they even pretended to be good people. Nyo Ban spoke up. Shameless, I'm going to kill them. Mina couldn't contain her anger. She dashed off before being stopped by Lu Feng. Wait, don't get agitated. Those cunning people appeared to be kind on the surface, but deep down they were extremely pleased. Especially the merchant, he thought to himself. Brat, daring to get in my way. This is a lesson for you. Lu Feng stopped Mina at this time. Explain. They have created an image of good people in front of everyone. Without evidence, they immediately took action. They cannot convince the people. Lu Feng is truly young and talented, already knowing how to look far and wide. Indeed, we have not found any evidence. It is unreasonable to act now. It will only agitate and make people suspicious. So what should we do? Just watch them smugly? Mina said indignantly. Lu Feng was forced to do so, but he felt uncomfortable inside. He looked at them with resentment. But it was not the time to deal with them. He had to swallow his anger. He was afraid that he would need some courage to do so. Damn it, how dare you play with me? We will see. After much effort in putting out the fire finally died down. In the end, the food warehouse was nothing but a pile of ashes. The grain merchant and his men approached Lu Feng, looking regretful. Oh dear, I saw a fire. Immediately called everyone to help. Unexpectedly, it was still too late. Lu Feng was helped by Mina to put on his clothes, smiling. That was already very grateful. If it weren't for everyone's help, perhaps the small city would have burned down. Lu Feng also cleverly replied. Lord, you are too kind. But what is going on? How could the food storage suddenly catch fire? The merchant stroked his red mustache, the same color as his hair, deliberately causing trouble. The crowd standing there also chimed in. That's right, Lord. What exactly is going on? Lu Feng suddenly walked closer to the merchant. You mean the food warehouse burned down? I really do know who did it. Lu Feng's eyes seemed to pierce deep into the merchant's heart, seeing through his soul. When Lu Feng said he knew who did it, he felt extremely confused. He thought to himself. Surely he wouldn't guess. After a moment of silence, Lu Feng spoke up to confirm. The bandits. It was all the bandits doing. Lu Feng's words were so certain that everyone was surprised. No family, Mina, Nicole, Ellie, they must be confused. As for the merchant, he was really surprised by Lu Feng's answer. The crowd was noisy with questions. The bandits. Why would the bandits appear at this time? Questions kept coming up. There were already bandits before the autumn harvest? Lu Feng continued speaking. For the moment, I still don't know the purpose of those horse bandits. But I just returned from outside the city. And I didn't meet anyone suspicious. Those bandits are probably still in the city. The crowd was once again in an uproar when they heard Lu Feng speak. What? They still haven't left? Oh my god, this is too dangerous. People do not need to worry too much. Lu Feng raised his hand to calm the crowd. As the city lord of Xi'an City, it is my responsibility to protect everyone. From now on, I will blockade Xi'an City and investigate the entire city for the Matak. For the sake of a peaceful Xi'an City. After Lu Feng finished speaking, everyone shouted in unison. City Lord, long live City Lord, wise City Lord. Everyone showed their support for the City Lord and had great faith in Lu Feng. Only that merchant and his men felt puzzled. What the hell was this Lu Feng doing? Is it because the investigation failed that the blame was placed on Matak? He wondered. At this moment, Mina walked over and asked Lu Feng directly with her and everyone else's questions. It was clearly those bastards who did it, so why did they say it was the horse bandits? Lu Feng did not answer immediately, but only gave a meaningful smile. Just wait and see how good the show is. The moon rose high, the night sky fell again. Inside the food merchant's shop, cheers rang out. Drinks down. That little guy Lu Feng, damn it, he really has a great life. And yet he still didn't die. One of them said loudly. But burning down his food warehouse wasn't bad either. That idiot thought it was the horse bandits who did it. Another guy said as he brought a piece of meat to his mouth. Now he still wants to blockade Xi'an City and capture Matak? Ha ha ha. A long-haired guy chimed in. Suddenly a glass of wine flew into his head. Stupid. You're about to die and you still don't know. Lu Feng announced to the public that it was Matak who burned the granary. That's because he knew it was us, but he doesn't have any evidence right now. The merchant threw the wine cup at him and said he blockaded Xi'an City, saying he wanted to capture Ma Zi, but in reality, he used Ma Zi's name to cause trouble for us. It turns out that this merchant is not so stupid that he did not realize Lu Feng's intentions. He seemed worried about the situation. Ha? So what should we do? The other group asked. Now he still didn't have any evidence, so he probably wouldn't go looking for it directly. Just. The merchant had not finished his sentence. Suddenly there was a loud scream and cry from outside. Hoo, what's going on? The bandits are here. The bandits are here to steal the food. Damn it. There really are bandits. The people in the room stood up and asked each other worriedly. But the merchant didn't think so. He shouted. Idiot. That was Lu Feng's doing. This merchant is really suspicious. He continued. Unexpectedly, he impersonated Ma Tak and directly attacked. He said and slammed his hand on the table near the window. The table shook violently, causing the burning candle to fly to the ground. Lu Feng. Considered a good person. The silence did not last long. Suddenly, someone ran from outside and shouted loudly. Oh no, the bandit. My lord, our granary was robbed by the pirates. People were killed too. He said while gasping for breath. Only then did the merchant open his mouth in shock. Could it really be Ma Tak? Kill everyone. So what should we do? One of his men spoke up. Just as they said that, before they could run, the door was pushed open. A group of soldiers with swords, spears and halberds rushed in. The bandits killed people. Help! Kill people. They ran away screaming. The merchant and his followers stared and then ran away in all directions. Run! Run! The merchant ran to the nearest window. He stood on top of his underling. He closed his eyes and tried to escape through the window. His half-noble shirt was torn from stretching too much, revealing his bulging belly stuck to the window. Damn it! He was stuck. He gritted his teeth and shouted at his subordinates. Quickly push me down. From behind, Ma Tak had already chased after him, swinging his sword towards him. At this moment, he frantically wanted to escape, but because he was too fat, he could not fit through the window. He smacked his lips and said, If I had known this day would come, I would have lost weight long ago. Isn't that miserable? Eat too much. Get fat like a pig. Then there won't be a hole that can fit through. From behind, the pirate chased to the window. Suddenly he stepped on the candle that had fallen earlier. He slipped and fell forward. His head hit the merchant's butt. Stimulated, the merchant suddenly farted. Boom! After releasing some gas, his stomach probably had some left. It went through the window, leaving the pirate with a haunting scent. Oh no, oh no. The merchant fell from the window. Fell onto the awning of the makeshift tent outside and then rolled to the ground. Sir! Sir! Are you okay? You're okay. Luckily I'm fat. They're over here. Hurry and chase them. The bandits saw the merchant and his men. They were shouting and chasing after them. The subordinate was extremely scared when he saw the horse bandits coming. He turned to the merchant and said, The horse bandits are here. The horse bandits are here. Quickly go and report to the city lord. He grabbed his collar with one hand. The other quickly covered his mouth. He shouted. What are you reporting to the city lord, this idiot? Because his shout was so loud, two people in front heard it. They ran away in anxiety and worry. They said, What? The bandit is here. I will go and report to the city lord. So whether he wanted it or not, someone went and reported to Lu Feng. That merchant must have had some cunning plans. He could see through what Lu Feng was going to do, that's why he was so worried and scared. What a fat guy afraid of death. In Lu Feng's magnificent castle, the lights were still on. The five of them, Lu Feng, Nyoban, Nina, Ellie and Nicole were preparing a tea party and cakes. The beautiful donuts made by Nicole's skillful hands were neatly placed on the table. Ellie was very happy to be able to eat them. Lu Feng asked. Nicole, Ellie, are you feeling better? Thank you for your concern, young master. We are fine. Nicole replied as she poured tea into Lu Feng's cup. A gentle smile and eyes filled with happiness appeared on her beautiful, delicate face. Nicole was always a bit polite and shy like this whenever Lu Feng asked her something. Where is it? Okay, I thought I was dead. Lots and lots of sweets can comfort me. That's Ellie's voice, in contrast to Nicole, who had 2 donuts in her hands, talking and eating at the same time, looking so funny. Seeing Ellie like that, Lu Feng could only smile wryly. Fine, she could eat as much as she wanted. Okay, for you. Nina also gave her piece of cake to Ellie. City Lord, someone is calling. City Lord, someone is reporting that there are horse bandits in the city. They robbed the food and fled out of the city. Lu Feng immediately put the teacup down on the saucer, slammed his hand on the table, and stood up to give orders. Ox Race Knight, young master. Ox Race received the order, gathered the troops, and went to get weapons. Lu Feng gave orders fiercely, his eyes cold, determined not to forgive the invaders who caused chaos in Taeduong City. Let's go hunt down the bandits, Lu Feng said as he walked out the door, full of energy. Outside in the quiet night, the sound of horses galloping. Loud noises appeared. A group of people wearing hooded cloaks, holding torches and horse reins, followed by carriages carrying sacks of food that had just been looted from inside the city. They ran forward laughing loudly after having robbed quite a lot of food. Galloping towards the city gate, the horses passed through the sharp wooden fences with ease. The city gate opened wide. They laughed with delight. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Inside the city, Uncle Nyoban's summons also rang out. Everyone come out. Let's go capture the bandit together with the city lord. Catch the pirate, will be rewarded. He raised his hand high and shouted loudly. The young men in the city opened their doors and stepped out. They asked each other. What happened? There was a bandit. Let's go. Go fight the bandits. The city lord is personally leading the men. Great, I've been wanting to destroy them for a long time. Then, some had sticks, some had spears, some had hoes, shovels, some had axes. Everyone enthusiastically responded to the call. They shouted loudly with one heart. Catch the pirate, get the reward. Catch the pirate, get the reward. Catch the pirate, catch the pirate. The army that followed Lu Feng shouted loudly wherever they went. Their momentum filled the sky. Lu Feng brandished his sword and shouted loudly. The entire army set off. The group of people and horses galloped away into the night. Mina moved from rooftop to rooftop, stopping at the gate to watch the people passing by. Suddenly Mina heard Lu Feng calling. Mina, she went back to hide in the tree. Wait for them to appear and report immediately. Lu Feng gave the order. Mina immediately obeyed. Okay. Young master. Piu, 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 piu. In a flash, Mina had hidden behind the tree following the young lord's orders. Everyone, go, the shout rang out again. Lu Feng's group had already left the city gate. With such exaggeration, could it be that there really are horse bandits? It seems so. Regardless of whether it is true or not, this western city is too dangerous. Let's leave quickly. The merchant and his men are hiding under the houses of the people inside the city gate. They were discussing how to escape from the western city. A long-haired man spoke. The city gate was just ahead. But the merchant stopped him. He was cautious. Stupid. He spoke softly. Catch the bandits. Wait for me. A young man was carrying a shovel as he chased after Lu Feng's group to fight the bandits. The merchant was silent for a long time before finally speaking. Humph, Lu Feng, wait for me to escape. I will report to Lord Homa. Kill you and this entire western city, he said through gritted teeth. His eyes were red as if reflecting his deep hatred for Western City. He commanded them all to go, so they decided to leave the city. Nina hid behind the tree and saw everything. Nina's piercing gaze into the night sky is admirable. The grain merchant was Matak, the dark night sky covered the quiet space. The moonlight was dimly shining behind the clouds, and the sound of owls created a creepy atmosphere. Suddenly, a human figure flashed in the owl's bright yellow eyes. There was no one, let's go, so this was the voice of the swindlers. The red-haired man was the leader. He started leading his subordinates to hunt for treasure in this dark forest. The further they went, the more the path in the forest opened up. It seemed like they had this forest area in the palm of their hand. While walking, before the thieves' eyes was a carriage that had fallen into the middle of the road, with all the bags of food spilled out onto the road. The horse continued to graze leisurely as if nothing had happened. Food, their eyes lit up. Happy to see the bags of food stacked on top of each other. It's our food, the disciples started running to the carriage, preparing to pick up the bags of food. Why is our food here? Time to get it out. He wondered as he picked it up. Suddenly an arm stopped them. It turned out that the red-haired man had stopped them. It's a bit strange, be careful of traps, he's the leader, he specializes in doing bad things, so always be careful and highly alert. What trap? This must have been dropped by the bandit while he was running away. A disciple said innocently. This made the red-haired old man angrily rush towards him and shout. Idiot, if you want to die, don't drag me along. Yet that disciple had the audacity to talk back to him. Are you scared, silly? After saying that to the red-haired old man, he started calling everyone to the fishing net. Everyone, don't just stand there, this is our food. The remaining disciples hesitated, not knowing what to do, and could only look at each other to decide what to do. They wanted food to save their hungry stomachs, but also did not want to be trapped. Don't just stand there, come and help. You two come here, it's here, old man, hurry up. So, at the other guy's call, everyone successfully carried all the food onto the truck. Okay, done, let's go. Okay, old man, the guys happily prepared to lead the horses and move. What? I said it was okay. The old man sneered at the leader as if he was provoking him. The red-haired old man began to get angry. He ran away. As he ran, he cursed them. They really don't want to live. You guys should just wait to die. He still thought this was a trap, so he left them alone and resolutely ran away, running as far away from the car as possible. Boom, a torch appeared from somewhere? The fire flickered, startling the red-haired man. A group of people started to rush out, they shouted loudly, their eyes filled with hatred, as they ran they cursed. Quickly capture the MATAC. The number of them grew, they held all the weapons, it was like they used whatever they had in the house, regardless of age. The MATAC are here, quickly capture them. Lu Feng appears as a general leading the army to capture the horse bandits, his red shirt highlighting his bravery. The red-haired fat man could not run any further, the two spears stopped him. I don't know since when, but around the pirates there was no way out. They surrounded them and did not let them go, forcing them into a corner. The shouts of everyone echoed throughout the forest, "City Lord! We are not horse bandits," a ringleader spoke up to deny it, he quickly waved his hand and shook his head in denial. The red-haired man gritted his teeth and looked at his subordinates. Lu Feng said that he was not a bandit, this was food that bandits had robbed from the city, how could it be in your hands? His words were so strong that they had no way to deny it. The three men just stood there, dumbfounded, with nothing left to deny, their eyes filled with despair as if they were waiting to die. Damn, it turns out the grain merchants are MATAC. That's right, the grain robbers still want to deny it, kill them. The people are getting more and more furious when they know they've been tricked. They just want to take spears and stab them to death. Their screams in anger are increasing by the moment. Well done, Lu Feng, you dare to trap us. The red-haired man became even angrier, being cornered he could only complain about being trapped. Lu Feng smirked, a sly smile as if he had just won a trophy. The evidence is clear, and you still dare to deny it. Where are the people? Mao captured the MATAC. Lu Feng pointed at their faces and used his power to capture them. People started to move forward to catch them one by one, they also started to get scared because they had no way to run. The villagers kicked the red-haired man until he fell on his back, not only that, they also started bullying the horse bandits. Leading everyone away, Lu Feng ordered everyone. Yes, the villagers quickly obeyed. Lu Feng started to smile slyly again, it could be seen that it was a smile with bad intentions, but he became very handsome. Public execution, in the middle of a bustling town, surrounded by wind and snow, the carriage carrying the criminal passed by. Everyone looked at them with surprise. What's going on? Isn't it about capturing a pirate? Why did it turn into capturing a grain merchant? The villagers looked at each other, all with the same question. They still didn't understand what was happening. Didn't they also go to the city lord's mansion yesterday to help put out the fire? The villagers' admiring gazes suddenly turned to suspicion as they looked at the MATACs sitting neatly on the carriage. The carriages moved faster and faster as they left the town. Strangely, the sound of people galloping on horses mixed with the curious voices of the people. They kept staring at the army in front. Young master, you told us to pretend to be pirates. What a great plan. The uncle wearing military uniform riding with Lu Feng admired his scheme. Humph, those grain merchants are colluding with the MATAC to harm us. Then we will use a trick against them and put the MATAC hat on their heads. One person to one person. Lu Feng's eyes were resolute. His eyes were full of courage. His self-control made his demeanor more powerful. In the middle of the vast square, the rustling of the wind made the scene romantic. The people stood around watching the four merchants they once loved now being hanged in such a shameful manner. I know everyone is skeptical. Why are we bringing them up here? Lu Feng spoke up to explain what was happening. Yes. What is this all about? Didn't we say we were going to catch the horse bandits? People started to talk excitedly. Not letting people wonder too much, Lu Feng spoke up. Because they are the pirates. His strong voice made the red-haired man's eyes widen in surprise. The villagers panicked. What? In order to sell their food and gain benefits, they colluded with the bandits and burned all our food. Then, because they were afraid of being exposed and having to confess, they fled and were caught by us. Lu Feng pointed at them and said. His words were like knives stabbing into the hearts of the people. Their beliefs, after being deceived, began to freeze with cold indignation. Yes, I was at the scene yesterday, I saw it too. Each person spoke up about what had happened, their confidence was slowly being lost. Those damn grain merchants, making us have no food to eat, they deserve to die. Everyone started looking at them with eyes full of hatred, sharp as if wanting to eat them alive. These heartless people, just for their own selfish interests, brought wolves home. Harming the lives of all the people in the city, everyone was talking about how to punish them. Lu Feng pointed out their evil nature. Let everyone give their opinion on punishment. Kill, yes, kill them, kill. Everyone raised their hands in unison demanding to kill them. The red-haired guy had a gag wrapped around his mouth but he still tried to speak as if no one could hear him. He looked like nothing more than a ridiculous thing. That's right, this kind of person absolutely cannot be treated lightly. Despite the red-haired man's pleas, Lu Feng became more and more determined. I announced that the grain merchants colluded with the Ma-Zi. The evidence is clear. The crime is unforgivable and the punishment is hanging. He raised his hand and shouted out the order to punish them. The sky was red, the birds were singing, the church bells were ringing, signaling a murder had just happened, a horrifying scene that no one could have imagined. For their own benefit, they set fire to the grain warehouse, raised prices, making life difficult for everyone. Lu Feng wanted to comfort the people. Also, to prevent this type of crime from happening again, the city lord is now starting to make an announcement. The city lord's mansion has loosened the grain trade. From now on everyone's barley can be sold to the city lord's mansion. This is good news for the people, buying and selling barley, that is, we can also trade barley. People started whispering again, happy, what they never thought was suddenly announced. Warmth and prosperity are the first step. As long as the price of barley is stable, there will be no need to worry about the people not having enough food to eat in the future. Lu Feng may look young, but he is very mature in his thinking. He is truly a young sprout of the country. He is handsome and talented. My lord, what do you mean by selling to the city lord's mansion? The people seemed to not believe their ears. They just understood one thing and then another thing they couldn't understand. Lu Feng explained to everyone that he looked very cute right now. After the autumn harvest, if any family has a surplus of barley but has no place to store it, or is afraid of mold and rot, they can sell it to the city lord, and there will always be a beautiful girl who will buy it from everyone. Of course, we will buy according to the market price, then when a family is short of food, we will sell it again according to the market price. We will definitely not charge more than a single coin from everyone, and at this time, there will be a prettier girl standing by to sell to everyone. Again, there was such good news, the people cheered happily. People couldn't believe what Lu Feng announced. This would mean that people wouldn't have to worry about food and money in the future. Everyone, rest assured, since I, Lu Feng, have become the city lord, I will definitely take responsibility for this Xiang city. Lu Feng used his reputation to assure everyone, as well as to strengthen everyone's trust in him. From now on, our western city will not have anyone die of hunger. Everyone's faces were filled with happiness, warm smiles, and hopeful eyes looking towards Lu Feng. This was great. If there had been such a good city lord earlier, my younger brother wouldn't have died of hunger, and there would even be people crying from emotion. Long live the city lord, everyone celebrates their city lord, this seems to be the wish of all the people. The desire and happiness of the people has never been so intense. Together we built the western city, in a prosperous town, in the middle of a grand palace, majestic and peaceful in the face of nature. The gloomy space was strangely airy. The western city is now considered stable again. We are also starting to get into order, everyone is discussing in Lu Feng's office. Regarding the newly implemented issue, Lu Feng sits at the table in the middle of the office, listening and absorbing everyone's opinions. Today, the positions will be rearranged a bit, the division of labor is clear. Lu Feng's face exudes excitement. Position, what position will Lu Feng brother give me? A cute and lovely little girl is equally excited. Niu Ban, in charge of managing all matters, was appointed as the general manager. Yes, young master, you are ready to receive orders. Finally, after many days of trying, he got a position that suited him. He wore the new title, Grand Master. The young master was still a bit unfamiliar with this position of general manager. Suddenly being given such a high responsibility made him a bit worried. Nicole, you used to be both a housekeeper and a secretary, it was hard. Lu Feng praised the pretty young lady just now. From now on, you only need to be in charge of internal affairs and do a good job as my general manager. Nicole's perspective, she is truly a girl who loves boys, always infatuated with handsome men. Yes, Lu Feng brother, young master, her eyes showed hearts as if she was in love, her face was infatuated and obediently accepted the order. General Manager of Internal Affairs. The secretary position will be given to Ellie. Still not satisfied, head secretary. Seeing Ellie standing there with her arms crossed and frowning in annoyance, he teased her. Okay, her reluctantly accepting face is also really cute. As for Mina, you stay with me and take charge of my safety. Lu Feng's expression changed when he mentioned Mina. A firm and determined hand holding the weapon, it was indeed Mina. The name reminded me of the strong tank general who was gradually being upgraded in the Endless Plains. Isn't it the same old position, dreamy purple hair, cat-like eyes, and a three-headed monster? Makes her more attractive and sexy. Guard by your side. Alright, from now on, everyone will work together to build the future of Xi'an City. Lu Feng's attitude became more and more energetic, determination was like a fire burning within him. Yes, not only Lu Feng but everyone had the same goal. Then things couldn't be delayed. Lu Feng smiled wickedly again, his eyes were sly, but still looked so cute that people wanted to bite him. Under the harsh sunlight, like the sunlight of the north in the middle of summer, just crack the egg on the street and it will cook in a flash. Yet there are strong and indomitable people with extremely white skin, standing solemnly without a trace of black. The mighty army stood still, not even bothering to look at the girls passing by. Young master, this is the final round of soldier selection training. Niu Bo was reporting to Lu Feng. He was like Goku, standing out with his fiery hair, the city lord. The atmosphere of everyone's warm welcome made him happy. Not bad, looks good. Bring it here, he snapped his fingers and ordered. Two tall and strong soldiers brought out a table covered by a large, mysterious cloth. What was it? It was so mysterious that everyone was curious. The table was placed down. Lu Feng used his hand to pull the towel out. Open it, he pulled without hesitation. Before their eyes appeared bright, shining bows, like gold and jade, shiny, causing everyone to be startled and surprised. Here is a bow. It seems different from the bows we usually use. The half bow already shows prestigious material, shining brightly. What material is this? So beautiful, isn't it wood? The more you look at it the more beautiful it is, showing the sophistication of the bow. This is the divine bow I brought from my homeland, the Fan Kuk bow. Lu Feng held it up high for everyone to see, as if he was advertising his hometown. Divine bow, reflex bow, never heard of it before. As expected of the city lord's item, everyone was amazed at this new weapon. I plan to select 50 people from here to become elite archers and form a counter-archery team. The counter-archery team, it seems very powerful. Is this the weapon they use? Everyone started to discuss excitedly. Whoever wants to try it, if they shoot them they will get a reward. Lu Feng invited everyone to come up and try the product he had just advertised. There's a reward, want to try it? Aren't you good at shooting arrows? But I've never used this type before. What if I lose face? Everyone started pushing each other. It's not like no one would dare to try. Lu Feng began to challenge everyone below. Report, strong footsteps, gradually stepping up. I want to try, a tall chubby guy, face happy to try, hands quickly warming up in preparation position. The temple comes from another world, the scenery is still the same, the sun is still harsh and not gentle. Report, I want to try, young master Lu Feng. A kind-hearted guy with a calm face, the type of many girls, obediently come and try. Good, Nyo-san has temperament. Lu Feng praised him for his courage in facing the challenge, his expression very satisfied. Ngutam held the bow very firmly in his hand. He held the arrow up and prepared to aim, his hand raised high to aim carefully. Look at me, I definitely cannot disappoint the young master. Even though I was so confident when I tried it, I was still worried when I tried it. Just pulled up to the waist, he seemed to be mentally ill. Two jaws clenched, face pale. But he lost control of the bow, it hit him in the face, it looked funny. Oh no, his nose bled like a water hose, then he fell backwards, making everyone's faces turn pale. He quickly stood up, stomping on the bow as if he wanted to crush it. I can't believe it, like a man's helplessness. Failing in the face of a difficult challenge, Nyo-san screamed out of control, his two hands tightly gripping the bowstring. It seems like he stretched too much, so he hit a vulnerable spot, almost breaking his most precious thing. Mirror face immediately changed color, from shame to confusion. Not only did he not satisfy Lu Feng, but on the contrary, he made him even more disappointed. He could only pat his forehead helplessly. This bow was too stiff. That's right, even Nyo-san couldn't pull it out. It really couldn't be pulled out. Everyone began to worry about this new weapon. Lu Feng also began to think, it seemed that his idea was not yet perfect. Young master, this bow is too hard, and it is not like the bows that everyone usually uses. Why don't you try it out and show everyone? Nyoban asked the young master to demonstrate for everyone. After all, this was a weapon from his hometown. Lu Feng, was startled. It seemed like he had never used it before. Just looking at it is scary, and you still want people to be models. That's right, you should demonstrate it for everyone to see. Lord City, if you bring it to everyone, you can probably pull it out too. Mina also added to urge Lu Feng to perform. How could that be? He started scratching his head and hair in confusion, scratching everything. But if he wanted me to shoot the bow, there was no time to think anymore. Lu Feng finally picked up his bow. Every time I cross the space between Earth and another world, my fighting strength and physique increase. I've crossed over so many times already, using this bow and arrow to shoot shouldn't be a difficult problem. All thoughts started to rush into his head. Okay, then I will show everyone. With that he started to raise his hand to hold the bow, pull it out and shoot. With the majestic demeanor of a city lord, the confident aura emanating from him made everyone surprised and exclaim in admiration. The city lord is truly amazing, city lord, so amazing. The subordinates were in an uproar as if they were going to see a celebrity perform. It turns out that the young master is so formidable, both of them were surprised by this unprecedented formidableness. Come on, try it quickly, yes, young master. After Lu Feng finished performing, he took the bow and gave it to Nyo-san and instructed him. His left hand clenched tightly, his waist exerted strength, his legs stood firmly, the city lord's careful guidance made him even more confident. This time he definitely cannot fail, he used all his strength to pull the bowstring. Facial muscles wrinkled, whole body still shaking slightly. He was able to pull it, finally after many times of teaching he was able to pull it. Everyone gradually became confident in the bow. But where is he going in the palace? Before they could celebrate, everyone started to panic, because the arrow was aimed straight at everyone, and Nyo-san's hand was still shaking as he pulled the bow, ignoring the surroundings. Wait. Everyone gradually became tense and scared. Ngutam let go. The arrow shot straight, shot closer and closer to everyone. But luckily it flew up into the sky, causing chaos in the area. So the arrow has returned to the bright sun. The sky was silent, people stood still. As Ngutam sighed, a black crow made a puddle on his head. The whole area was in an uproar again, all eyes turned towards Ngutam. It seemed that this dangerous weapon was still not suitable for these kids. Lu Feng could only hold his head helplessly, no different from an unsold advertising product. A crane fell from the sky, with an arrow piercing straight through its belly. Big round eyes started to turn towards it again. Looking up at the sky, the flock of cranes was missing one. Here it is. The crane was so far away and yet he hit it. This bow and arrow is so powerful. It is truly a divine weapon. They were already amazed by the skill of the archer. Now they were even more amazed by the power of this arrow. Success. Oh mother, Nyo-san was happy when he saw the scene before his eyes. He was like a child who had just accomplished a feat and brought it home to show off to his mother. He looked big but his spirit was no different from a 3-year-old child. Iron smelting records of another world. Under the bright summer sun, flocks of birds are looking for shelter behind the tree leaves. In the distance, on the mountain top, the snow covered the whole area, the scene was majestic. At the iron smelting workshop, workers were hard at work. One group was using picks and shovels to scoop ore onto carts. Others were pushing wheelbarrows full of iron ore into the furnace. Today, Lu Feng, Mina, and Nyoben visited the iron smelting workshop. The three of them walked through the corridors that were hung with the workshop slogans. The potential of the land was endless. How much iron could be created depended on the people. The people with the courage could create more iron. Although the slogans are short and simple, they convey important content, promote the working spirit of workers, and help them work more enthusiastically and positively. Indeed, the workers of the guild were very hardworking and diligent. No matter how harsh the sun was, it could not melt their iron hearts that were loyal to Tae Duong Tan. Lu Feng saw this establishment and thought to himself happily. With a bow and arrow in hand, he could also forge iron. Haha, I am invincible. Suddenly someone shouted. The iron is out. Lu Feng turned his head towards the person who spoke. How come so fast? An old man with a long beard and a haggard face approached Lu Feng. My lord, we have forged iron. We don't eat your meat for free. You see. In the old man's hand was a tray containing a red-hot, smoking mineral. He assumed it was iron. Lu Feng looked at the object in the tray and was shocked, not understanding what this iron was. What the hell was this? How could someone here smelt iron like this? Lu Feng sighed, looking gloomy. It was still too early to be happy, it seems like I still have to rely on myself. Lu Feng, Mina and Nyoben went to the place where iron ore was obtained. In this strange world, the first step was to smelt iron and pound iron ore. This is a remote rocky area. The strong and healthy workers had to use big hammers to break the layers of ordinary soil and rock on the outside. They selected the iron stones inside, then loaded them onto the truck and returned home. Not bad, Lu Feng commented. The three of them went to look around the mining site. Suddenly saw a worker using the wrong hammer technique, so not only could he not break the stone but he also cried out in pain. Lu Feng saw this and immediately walked over to give him instructions. Go ahead, use force, and hit it like a man. After saying that, he stood there watching the young man do it. The young man was happy to see the city lord personally come to guide him. City lord. Yes, sir. With that, he tensed up, using his inner strength, causing the muscles all over his body to bulge. The young man swung his hammer high. That's right, that's exactly it. Lu Feng was pleased to observe the young man who could learn so quickly. The hammer just fell, breaking the large rock. Small pieces of rock flew everywhere. Suddenly, unfortunately, a piece of rock hit Lu Feng in the face, making him dizzy. Nyoban and Mina only had time to scream. Young master. Oh my god, he got shot while lying still. Lu Feng lay still in pain. This kind of bad luck was too much. He was in good shape, handsome. Suddenly out of nowhere a huge lump appeared on his face. Here, the second step in smelting iron is the lighting of the fire. This group of people are gathered around an unlit stove, making a commotion. It won't light up. The firestones were all wet from yesterday's rain, so they can't be used to make fire. A young man held 2 stones in his hands and rubbed them together as he spoke. In this strange place, the fire-making technology is too primitive. Lu Feng witnessed that scene, his eyes smiling meaningfully. Ha ha. Let you guys feel the true black technology. Lu Feng took out a lighter from earth and told the young man to try it. Boy, try this. The young man was surprised when he first saw the lighter. He didn't understand how such a small thing could create fire. He wondered if this thing could really create fire. Lu Feng saw this and smiled proudly. Of course, this is the high technology of our homeland. Saying that a lighter is high-tech is too much of a lie, my lord. High technology must be tried right away. The young man eagerly tried it out. But he tested it by taking the stone from earlier and hitting it on the lighter that Lu Feng had just given him. Lu Feng froze for 3 seconds, unable to react. Then, bang, bang. The high-tech gadget from Lu Feng's hometown exploded, and a dark atmosphere enveloped the entire group of people. What does it smell like? Someone asked. It stinks, hoo-hoo. The reply was shaky and helpless. Lu Feng was still lying motionless on the ground, his voice hoarse. Are you trying to play with me? Well, I gave you a high-tech toy without a manual, so I'll take responsibility. Oh dear, Mina stood beside him, one hand covering her nose, grimacing and calling Lu Feng. Wake up, young master, there's still somewhere to go. The third stage, smelting iron, refining. A person is pursing his lips and blowing into the furnace. The other person asked anxiously, why hasn't it gone out yet? Or is the fire too small? The other person replied, I'm still blowing on it. Lu Feng appeared at this moment and said, look at me. Lu Feng took out a long and thin tube, pointed one end at the furnace door, and brought the other end to his mouth and blew hard. Phew, suddenly the fire in the stove flared up quickly. The fire burned down to reveal a block of iron still glowing red inside the furnace. Wow, it's melted. As expected of the city lord. Everyone applauded Lu Feng. Lu Feng happily handed the bellows to the worker and said, consider it done, don't make any more mistakes. The two happily took the bellows. The man with side-parted hair said quickly. I understand. He said and ran out. A moment later, he came back with a pipe of very large diameter. As big as his whole body. He ran and shouted. Everyone move aside. Let me. He ran straight to the stove. Put one end of the tube into the fire and start blowing through your lips. Lu Feng was so surprised that he could only wave his hand. He shook his head vigorously. He meant to stop. No, don't do that. But it was too late. Boom. Boom. The stove exploded. Lu Feng and the people around were thrown away. Thrown into the air like deflated balloons. Oh dear. After a day of surveying, Lu Feng encountered one disaster after another. I'm afraid he didn't check the date before leaving. But he still raised his head and said, I'm still going back to smelting iron. Next time, remember to burn incense carefully before leaving, Lu Feng. The sun was rising higher and higher. The scorching heat made people tired quickly. Having just experienced consecutive accidents at the iron smelting guild, Lu Feng continued to go to the paper mill. The reason for such a hard time was because since Xi'an City had been established, it was time to focus on development in all aspects. Lu Feng had made detailed plans for himself and Xi'an City. Phew. Lu Feng sighed tiredly. Being a city lord really requires skill. We shouldn't go to the iron smelting workshop anymore. Making paper is still safer. Lu Feng said to Uncle Nyo Ben. City lord. You finally arrived. Old Man Buff shouted happily when he saw Lu Feng. Lord City Lord. Old Man Buff really has a talent for comedy. He stood there calling his city lord over and posed as if he was taking a picture. Lu Feng couldn't help but feel surprised and confused when he saw him like that. What kind of pose is this? Is he a handsome guy? Not responding to Lu Feng's teasing, Old Man Buff simply said. City Lord. Look. A few more steps and the entire paper factory appeared before his eyes. It was not at all like Lu Feng had imagined. There were large and small wooden planks scattered on the ground. Even the frames used to dry the paper were broken and fell down. Torn paper was scattered everywhere. It was not wrong to say that it was a scene of devastation. The paper workers were struggling in the battlefield. Some were trying to clean up. Others were exhausted and helpless. It seemed like things were going badly. Lu Feng was shocked when he saw this scene. He shouted loudly. What the hell? Was this place just burned down? Old Man Buff now had a pained expression as he explained. City Lord, this paper-making technique is too difficult. The craftsmen really don't understand. Lu Feng looked thoughtful. Didn't I specifically find a book that clearly explains how to do it? What exactly is it that I don't understand? Lu Feng approached the workers who were working. He directly investigated the cause of this incident. One person was standing reading a book. The operation of copying paper, after adding materials and water to dilute, filter out impurities, then cut it out. A person standing nearby asked. What do you mean? He didn't understand what the book said. The other person replied. I don't know. It seemed he wasn't the only one who didn't understand. Another person ran over from afar. Here, let me see. Before he could get there, he was yelled at. Stupid. You can read? Suddenly realizing he couldn't read. He had no choice but to say. That's right, I can't read. Does anyone else know how to read? Just a little bit of knowledge from reading books had already made the workers so confused. Lu Feng held his head in frustration. Oh, it seems I overestimated everyone's knowledge. And literacy. While Lu Feng was having a headache because of his subjects, he suddenly heard a girl's hearty laughter. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. It was Ellie. Ellie was lying on the ground laughing. I wonder what Ellie was so excited about. Lu Feng curiously approached. Ellie laughed out loud again. Ha ha ha, I died laughing. Lu Feng snatched the piece of paper that Ellie was drawing on the ground and looked at it. Hey, what are you doing? When she brought the piece of paper closer to Lu Feng, she suddenly realized that she was in the drawing. But it wasn't something to be proud of. Ellie was drawing the moment Lu Feng was blown up when the iron furnace exploded. Ellie was caught red-handed drawing someone's ugly picture by the Lord, so she was confused and explained. Listen to me explain. Lu Feng did not reply, but his expression darkened even more. Ellie was scared and stammered. No, ow. Ellie thought Lu Feng would be furious and scold her for daring to disrespect the city lord and draw a picture mocking him. But suddenly, Lu Feng's expression changed and he asked Ellie with a smile. Besides this, what else could she draw? Ellie was stunned by the surprise. Don't be too surprised, girl. Then you will know? A moment later, Old Man Buff asked Lu Feng. City Lord, is this okay? Don't worry, the layout is clear. Lu Feng stood with his arms crossed and smiled happily. Below, Ellie was diligently drawing. Here, as you requested. Ellie stood up and handed Lu Feng a stack of papers. Lu Feng applauded. Good. Lu Feng opened each drawing and looked at it. As expected, Ellie did not disappoint the city lord. He continued to praise. As expected of the chief secretary of Xi'an City. Truly a master of both literature and martial arts. Old Man Buff standing beside him added. As expected of the city lord, he is thoughtful. Like this, even a child can understand it. Lu Feng raised the stack of papers high and called out loudly. Everyone come here and see. So the workers came to see. Everyone looked at the stack of papers with a very funny surprised expression. Here is. It turned out that Lu Feng asked Ellie to draw the paper-making method from the book for everyone to see and understand. Ellie did a great job. On the page were clear pictures describing the detailed steps of paper-making. Anyone can understand it. After reading, everyone raised their hands in unison to praise Ellie. Miss Ellie is so amazing. Even illiterate people like us can read and understand. So amazing. Ellie laughed smugly. It's just a small matter. There will be many more places where everyone will be impressed. Lu Feng looked at Ellie and thought to himself. Already smug. So the difficulty in making paper has been solved. For now, paper making is gradually becoming routine. First, the paper product can be put into use. Iron smelting here is also better than before. Having Ellie's course would have solved the problem. Now just do it a few more times, it will be better when you get used to it. Old Man Buff said to Lu Feng. Yeah. Lu Feng let out a sigh, holding the windowsill with his hands, his eyes looking into the distance. He was silent for a while, then turned to Old Buff and said. Wait until these things are done, then quickly build a school and a market. Yes, my lord. The old man of the western city received the order. Young Master Lu Feng. The selected anti-bandit army has already finished training. Why do we still need to do these things? Uncle Nyo Ben entered the room and asked Lu Feng. Lu Feng turned back and replied. Fighting the bandits was not just the beginning. Stability comes before development. He said and reached out to grab a rope on the wall. What I really wanted to do was. Lu Feng pulled the string hard, causing a large map to be spread out on the wall, revealing the image of the Xi'an city map in front of Nyo Ban and the old man Buff. This is the whole future of the western city. The vivid map detailed the images that Lu Feng would build in the future. It seemed that the lord of Xi'an city was also an ambitious person. But the greatest ambition is probably to bring this western city to prosperity and wealth. On the road stretching along both sides of the golden rice fields were people, horses, carts and bags of food. They are entering the western city. Father, I don't know what's wrong. He sent me to a remote and poor place to discuss business. Tori complained as he walked. He was a young man from some noble family, very fat, with short, thin hair that was parted in the middle. His face was small in every way, except for his eyes, which were large, because his chubby cheeks were so full of flesh that they took up all the space, making his mouth look tiny. His neck was very short, and all the flesh was spilling out on both sides of his collar. He wore a purple aristocratic robe with a shawl behind his back. His big belly bulged out so much that his shirt had to stretch out. The robe combined with the loose pants made his body look even shorter and rounder like a potato. His arms and legs were tiny, disproportionate to his body. His limbs looked like 4 toothpicks stuck into a potato. He was complaining to his subordinates about having to go to the western city to discuss business. The subordinate continued. Yes, what a pity, spending 150 caddies of food to become a meeting gift. Giving it away for free. Let's go, finish this quickly and go home. I really don't want to stay here another second. A moment later, Tori's men, horses, and carriages entered the city. The scenery of the western city was very different. Construction sites were everywhere. 2- and 3-story houses are still under construction, growing close together. The sidewalk is paved with wide, airy stone, the working atmosphere is busy and bustling. The walls are painted glossy, the wooden door frames luxurious. Tori felt like he was walking into Hong Kong again. His mouth was wide open in surprise. Is this really the West Coast? Still stunned by the prosperity and splendor of the western city, Tori was speechless, suddenly. Lord Tori, the subordinates shouted. Tori was hit in the head by a falling wrench, fell face down, and was stunned. Oh dear, you want to die? How dare you attack Lord Tori? Tori's subordinates shouted loudly. The workers standing on top of the building also didn't hesitate to argue. It's because you guys don't care about your lives. Can't you see the sign of the Lord of the city? As he spoke, the man pointed to a sign posted outside the construction site. Construction underway, unauthorized persons not allowed. Tori read the sign and chuckled to himself. The pirates were coming, what the hell was this Lu Feng trying to do? Finally arrived at the castle of the Lord of Taeduong City. Lord Tori, welcome to Xi'an City. Uncle Nyo Ban greeted Tori with a smile. Tori was filled with admiration when she saw Nyo Ban. Wow, why is this city lord different from what I imagined? He's dressed so beautifully. Tori stammered. Baron Lu Feng, I am very happy to come to Xi'an City. Nyoshu seemed surprised by Tori's mistake of thinking he was the city lord Lu Feng. But he also bowed respectfully to the person and replied. Mr. Tori, you must be tired from the long journey, the city lord has prepared tea and snacks. Please, Nyo Ban leaned forward to lead the way. At this moment, Tori was even more surprised when the person who welcomed him was not the city lord. City lord. What, this guy dresses better than me, yet he is not the city lord, then who knows how heroic a city lord would be. Tori was invited into the castle and a plate of breakfast was brought to the table. Tori's eyes lit up with greed and her mouth watered at the sight of the food. He thought to himself, this is a cake, it's so beautiful. Mr. Tori, please eat, the city lord still has some work to take care of. He will be back soon. Nyo Ben invited Tori to eat. Tori forgot all about her duties when she saw the food. Business can wait, the cake is so delicious, I must eat first. Go ahead, I will wait here, Tori replied. Then Tori took 2 cakes in both hands and brought them to her mouth, closing her eyes to fully enjoy the taste of the food. Wow, it tastes so good, buy it, buy it. Tori said while chewing. Seeing Tori's appearance, Nguban could only laugh secretly. Tori kept putting the cake in her mouth, talking as she ate. This is the taste of the human world. Suddenly, ugh, it's over. Tori looked down at her plate, which was now empty except for a few crumbs. He regretted. What to do, I still want to eat. This looks delicious too. Tori stared at the plate. Jingle, Nyoban only had time to say oh, then suddenly the sound of a broken plate rang out. Jingle. From outside the door, Lu Feng and Mina walked in. Lu Feng spoke. I'm sorry, Mr. Tori, to keep you waiting for so long. Smiling, Lu Feng looked down at Tori and, oh no, Tori lost a tooth from taking a bite of the cake plate with a gleeful expression. Lu Feng and Tori looked at each other speechless. Lu Feng thought to himself. Isn't it said that Beifeng City is near the river, and that trade and commerce are very developed, making it the number 1 or 2 most prosperous city in the West? No matter how you look at it, the city lord looks like an idiot. Thinking so, Lu Feng spoke again. Hello, I am Lu Feng. Tori was still holding the chipped plate in his hand, 1 tooth missing, his eyes wide open as he looked at Lu Feng. He was Lu Feng. What a majestic presence. Indeed, the lord of Taeduong City has always been a man of excellent demeanor and outstanding charisma. With a strong body, handsome and elegant appearance, combined with an impressively designed outfit, it further enhances the dignified and majestic demeanor of a lord. Tori looked at Lu Feng, almost wanting to bury his head in the ground in embarrassment. He stammered. Baron Lu Feng. Vin Han. Lu Feng replied. Vin Han, please sit. Please sit. Speaking of which, I must thank Mr. Tori. Last time, it was fortunate that we had barley from Beifeng City, and that was how we overcame the difficulties. I wonder why you came this time. Lu Feng began the conversation. Tori smiled and waved his hand. It is our honor to be able to help Baron Lu Feng. This time I came here to ask you to loosen up the fur trade with us. Tori also went straight to the point. Fur trade? Nyoben asked again. Mr. Tori, you've gone too far. Fur is an important material for the military. Nyoben sternly corrected. As a noble, you should know what this means for a territory. Tori smiled wryly at Uncle Nyoban's tough attitude. He said. I also know this is a bit difficult. But the situation is special. I hope that Baron Lu Feng can consider it. Lu Feng thought to himself as he heard Tori speak. Run to his place to sell military supplies. Fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Humph. Looks like this Bac Feng city is not so beautiful. Tori watched Lu Feng's attitude, silently praying that Lu Feng would agree. After thinking for a while, Lu Feng immediately said, then loosen up. Nyoban stood by and listened to Lu Feng and was startled. Huh? Really? But young master. Lu Feng waved his hand, there was no need for Nyoben to worry. Lu Feng continued. It's just that, I have one condition. Tori was delighted to hear that. Condition? What condition? I want a large amount of livestock. Not much. Just 100 buffalo, 300 goats, 200 horses. This young master has advanced iron smelting technology, so there is no need for that outdated fur. On the contrary, it would be better to exchange it for some livestock to serve the agriculture in Xi'an City. Lu Feng calculated in his heart. Tori objected to Lu Feng's conditions, thinking that it was too much. He said, wait, that's a bit too much. Lu Feng asked again. So, how much can you bring? We can only bring 30 buffaloes. Is that too little? Okay, 30 is 30. So 300 horses, 200 goats. Tori thought he had just found a bargain, but Lu Feng woke him up. He thought to himself. Is this guy a devil? Lu Feng asked again. Wouldn't it be impossible? Tori hesitated. Here, he thought. Intelligence says that the pirates are ready to act. If this fails, then I will definitely lose my 100 pounds of fat. I must know this. He offered the price again. How about 30 buffaloes, 120 horses, and 300 goats? Lu Feng frowned uncomfortably. He just hummed. Tori worried. Wasn't that enough? Oh my god. Lu Feng on this side saw that Tori seemed to be giving in and secretly laughed in his heart. It was just as he had expected, the art of bargaining he had practiced at the market was quite good. Seeing Lu Feng still hesitating, Tori spoke up. Lord Lu Feng. This is it. Lu Feng suddenly reached out and said, "Let's do it." Happy cooperation. So the deal was done. Tori cried tears of joy. Ran to shake Lu Feng's hand repeatedly. Mouth kept thanking Lord Lu Feng. Finally the deal was done. Tori set off for home. Lu Feng, Mina and Nyoban went to the door to see him off. Lu Feng spoke loudly. Tori walked slowly. No seeing him off. Tori cried a river on the way home. Was I fooled? Was I really fooled? Young master, Uncle Nyoban spoke. Tan forced Fong to buy military supplies in such a hurry. It's possible that Ma Tak has already taken action. Lu Feng just snorted and spoke without turning around. They should also prepare a little. The dark night fell on Lima City. Inside the castle a man was wiping the blood off his sword. As expected of the son of a count. What a vicious and stupid dog, keep your voice down, do you want to be buried with him? Baron Carter reminded his son. They were sitting in the castle of Baron Homa, the lord of Lima Castle. A corpse was lying in a pool of blood. 2 people were kneeling on the floor. Baron Homa sat on the chair above, coldly speaking. In that case, all my servants, grain merchants, and knights are dead? A cold expression, sharp as a knife, appeared on the Baron's face. The 2 people still kneeling at the foot replied tremblingly. Yes, that's right. So, where's the money? Homa continued to wipe the blood off his sword and asked. No, not found. Suddenly a sword swung up, blood splattered everywhere, ending the life of the person who just spoke. The remaining person saw this and was extremely scared, his face drained of color. Grain merchant, servant, knight, money, who did it? Homa continued to ask, casting a sharp gaze towards the man who was trembling in fear. He could only close his eyes and muster up the courage to speak. It was said that those who attempted to assassinate nobles were publicly executed. With that, a sword slashed down from their backs. There was no more fear, only corpses that had just had their lives taken away by their own lord. Homa shouted angrily. A bunch of trash. Seeing this, Baron Carter spoke up. My lord, don't be so agitated. Dealing with Yangshi City is as easy as turning your hand. It's not worth it to ruin your body for a bunch of trash. Homa turned back. No, Carter. Wasn't Tan Te Duong sold from your hands? You old fox, you wouldn't pretend to cooperate with me and then act like a ghost behind my back, would you? Homa doesn't seem to be easy to fool. He directly read Baron Carter's mind. Carter quickly waved his hand and denied. How? How could that be? My lord, your doubts hurt an old man like me. I sincerely want to cooperate with you. He tried to fake a smile. That's right, Lord Homa. If we didn't have the will to cooperate, the knights and your men wouldn't have played the role of horse bandits to rob Beifong City. Carter's son, Fez, spoke up to defend his father. You better not try to trick me. Otherwise, Homa repeated, warning Carter and his father. Don't dare, don't dare. If you have any doubts about us, then I will personally go and give you a clear understanding. Carter bowed deeply to Homa to show his sincerity. But he just said, okay, then put away his sword and turned to leave. Carter sat there, thinking. It seemed he should return to that godforsaken place, the Western City. Back to the Western City. The scenery is beautiful and airy. The streets are bustling with people, laughter, and joy. On both sides are tall buildings with extremely beautiful and magnificent architecture. Here, the footsteps stopped. Carter and Fez disguised as merchants stood in the middle of the street, looking around in amazement. Am I really out? Was this an illusion? Or did I go to the wrong place? Carter was suspicious, not realizing that this was the poor and backward city of Xi'an that he had once sold to Lu Feng, and now it was so different, so luxurious and prosperous. Suddenly, someone spoke. Hey, have you heard? The city lord's mansion is recruiting workers again, and the pay isn't cheap. Carter turned his head to listen. The city lord is really good, he works and gets paid. That's right, unlike that old Carter from before, who only knows how to exploit us. That's right, he recruited us to work, but didn't even give us enough to eat. What an evil man. The group of people were talking as they walked, they were gossiping about their city lords, including Carter, who they considered a devil. Fez forgot his disguise when he heard those words and rushed forward angrily. Damn it, are these commoners itchy? Carter quickly pulled Fez back and whispered. Stupid, do you want them to recognize us? Suddenly there was another loud shout. Look over here, the people who were talking were pointing at Carter. Old Carter was startled. Damn it, he didn't really recognize us. Run. Carter and his father ran away. After running a short distance, they suddenly stopped. What happened? It's the city lord. City lord. City lord, look this way. Cheerful cheers and whistles to attract attention echoed throughout the street. It turned out that the crowd had come to welcome the city lord. They regarded their city lord as a living Buddha. Fez spoke to his father. It was that brat Lu Feng. Huh, why are there people from Beifeng City here? Carter wondered when he saw Tori. Lord. Lord. Lord is so handsome. The shouts continued to ring out. Tori clasped his hands and said to Lu Feng. Baron Lu Feng, I have brought all the cattle and goats you wanted. Regarding the fur trade, Tori hesitantly waited for the answer from the lord of Xiang City. No rush, no rush. Come with me to this place first. I guarantee there will be something that will satisfy you. Lu Feng replied. So mysterious. What the hell does this brat want to do? Go. Go see. Carter said to his son and his men. Fresh air at the Taeduong commercial market. The huge red curtain blocking the palace gates looked like it was about to cut the ribbon. What was this, a market? It was definitely something the Lord had come up with. Everyone was talking excitedly in front of the gates. Almost all the villagers from all over had gathered here. Lu Feng stood on the podium and gave a speech. Gentlemen, in order to make the lives of the people of Xiang City better and better, to improve the quality of life of the people, our Xiang City is building a central commercial market. As he spoke, he held the scissors and prepared to remove the tape to open the market. The young man exuded the dignity of a city lord. While everyone was talking towards the market gate, there were still a few jealous people lurking from afar. What is this Lu Feng doing? Humph, what good things can a commoner do? The two men wearing Arabian-like hats said with disdain. The busy tape broke, the scissors decisively cut it in two, the sound representing a new opening, a new future, a new domination, a new ideology. The Western market was finally opened, the hopes and dreams of many people had come true. The curtain was drawn as if opening a new horizon. Inside were stalls selling all kinds of food and drink, and there was even a picture of the sexy maid Mina posted next to it. There are also colorful lollipops. Precious, sparkling ceramic vases. The scene before their eyes made everyone cheer with joy, everyone clapped their hands enthusiastically in response, from the elderly to the children, there was something for everyone. This is the big market the old man discovered earlier. Everyone, please come in and choose for yourself. Lu Feng announced to everyone. He wanted everyone to be able to shop freely without worry or guilt. This is also a way to bring the two classes closer together, without distinguishing between landlords and slaves. You girls should also go take a look, if you like anything, just buy it. Lu Feng also did not forget to remind his two children, his melting smile made the two girls nod obediently. Yes. Too many things, come in and see, hey, don't push, get out of the way, people are starting to rush in to buy things. Everyone was in a hurry to look for valuable items, leading to a jostling situation. They didn't care about their surroundings, so they pushed the other two to the floor, causing them to suffer excruciating pain. Don't push anymore, my waist, the two of them screamed in vain, the more they talked the more they were trampled, stepped on mercilessly. Finally leaving behind on their bodies the footprints of their shoes imprinted on their clothes, lying on the floor. You idiots, just wait. The white-haired man gnashed his teeth and cursed at them. Before he could recover from his anger, he was kicked in the head, causing him to hit his face on the floor again, almost breaking his nose. The young man rushed at the man without him knowing, and even acted very happy, leaving the white-haired man speechless. At this rate, these two will probably have to get plastic surgery. Those commoners dared to step on the heads of the nobles. They finally got in. It turned out that these two were from noble families. After the villagers struggled, the two of them were able to stand up, but their mouths were still muttering curses. Boss, how much is this fruit candy? The lovely girl's voice caught the two people's attention. It was the beastman beside Lu Feng. It seemed they also recognized this girl with a fox tail. 1 piece costs 1 cent of steel, is it that cheap? I want 10 pieces. The boss quoted the price, making the little girl startled and unable to believe her eyes filled with happiness. A steel coin, the two of them looked at each other and asked the same question, what is steel coin? Steel coins are the coins that our Lord has just issued, 1 copper coin is worth 10 steel coins, they don't even know this. A commoner answered their questions, a commoner dared to look down on us, the two of them felt tickled by the commoner's sarcasm. This Lu Feng actually secretly created this ridiculous thing, the white-haired man said with envy and arrogance. This is not trash, the old man actually thinks this is something wonderful. You see over there, the old man's eyes widened as if he had discovered something. They did not look towards the Western ceramic shop, which was owned by the nobles of Beifeng City, but instead they saw their fellow countrymen, who were also nobles. I want 50 of these pottery, no, 100 of them, pack them up for me. This fat noble boasted loudly and wanted to buy all the things in the store. He didn't expect to find such beautiful things here, but what would happen to his family's forest if he bought them? He caressed the vase and talked to himself. Forget it, the poor have to choose, I want all of this. The fat man's greedy eyes flashed, his two hands seemed to want to embrace the whole world. All 200 coins, 200 coins, the white-haired man was shocked by the price of the items sold here. So convenient, in the eyes of the 200 copper coins were sold. Not only that, adding the money of those commoners, the two nobles began to discuss with each other again. The boss got me 2 kilos of barley, I wanted it too. Everyone rushed to buy things as if it was for the end of the world. I saw this first, let go, it was clearly me who bought it first, you had to let go. Gradually the harmony turned into jealousy and envy fighting for it. It can be called an internal war that is happening more and more. This is only the first day and that Lu Feng guy has already earned so much money. If this place was all ours, the white-haired guy said with a trembling voice full of jealousy. No, Xiang City is ours to begin with. As long as we can take back Xiang City from Lu Feng, then what is Homa standing in front of us? The old man seemed to be unconcerned, but his eyes said it all, the eyes of reckless ambition. The old man suddenly turned into a child, his eyes changed to a smug, sly smile. Running, catching 2 monsters who were kidnapping children, stopping, the villagers suddenly changed 180 degrees. They just charged straight ahead, the exit was right in front of them, they went and hid there. The 2 men ran straight towards the door to escape. But it was not that easy, another soldier stopped him at the gate, daring to cause chaos in the market, there was no way he could escape. A young man immediately warned, "Beastmen, everyone come up here." All became chaos, knives were being slashed at each other, the white-haired soldier escaped. Clenched his fist and punched the other guy straight in the face. A straight punch without any resistance, the beast gave up its life. Another guy rushed up and demanded a knife to cut my teeth, the other guy just sat there holding his teeth and crying. A flash of light made his hand tremble and he could not hold the knife firmly. Another fist stabbed straight into his heart, making his eyes widen. Fell to the ground, making the other 2 panic, speechless. Here. Capture them and hand them over to the city lord. The subordinates were as if they had just captured a lamb and were showing it off to their mother. Every one of their eyes lit up and they laughed mysteriously. So wronged, their miserable cries rang out, disturbing the quiet blue sky. At this time, Lu Feng was taking Mina to buy lollipops. He gave a coin to the owner to receive a cute pink lollipop. Even though he was the city lord, he still had to pay when buying things. This big market is so bustling, Mina obediently sucked on a lollipop, secretly praising the young master. Of course, it depends on whose idea it was. Lu Feng started to become arrogant, but still tried to act humble. Young master, we caught some monsters that were kidnapping children. The sound of people's voices caught your attention. Monsters kidnapping children, you slowly turned around. Sir, it's them. The little brother held a spear in one hand and pointed the other at those guys to accuse. Quickly lower your head, it's Lu Feng, don't let him be discovered. Both of them were forced to kneel on the ground, the old man sat and pressed the white-haired man's head down, not allowing him to raise it. Young master, it's Carter. Mina is such a sharp cat girl. Before Lu Feng realized it, she was already preparing to attack them with a knife. Carter, the damned old man. An arm stopped her action. Don't be so hasty. Lu Feng reminded her not to act rashly. He tortured me like that back then, I can't let him off. Mina felt so wronged that she couldn't calm down. She just wanted to rush up and kill them right away. I won't let him off either, but they disguise themselves like that, it definitely isn't a good thing. The 2 of them started to turn pale. Lu Feng then looked at Mina, let me go probe, he used his eyes to communicate with her. It's up to you, she snapped angrily. Her angry face left Lu Feng speechless. Only then did he approach the 2 of them. For soldiers stood around, enough to control these 2. Don't make a move yet, Lu Feng ordered his subordinates. Yes, the soldiers obediently followed orders. Cough, the 2 of them disturbed the market security, so they were taken away and locked up. Yes, he ordered them to be temporarily locked up so that the market could continue. Really, being captured by these commoners again, my whole life of wisdom is wasted, this old man refuses to submit, refuses to be humiliated like this. Wait, Lu Feng, he loudly called out to him, his hand outstretched, you dare to directly call Lord Lu Feng's name. Say it and get kicked for being rude. You guys just wait for me, the old man got angrier but couldn't do anything. He took off his hat. Lu Feng, I'm Carter, and Fez too, the 2 of them started to pat their chests and introduce themselves. Huh, Mr. Carter, Mr. Fez, why are there 2 of you? Lu Feng pretended to be startled, as if nothing had happened, his face was like a professional actor. Forgive me, your subordinates do not understand, and consider you a monster that catches children. Lu Feng hurriedly ran over to hold the old man's hand and help him up, his face filled with hospitality. But, Mr. Carter, didn't you two go to the big city? Why did you come back to Shiyang City? Lu Feng started teasing the two men, still not forgetting to tease them. This, the old man awkwardly replied, he couldn't let them know that he came to investigate him. At the same time, he couldn't say what he was thinking, because he knew that his purpose of coming here was already a test. He lied, Baron Lu Feng, I want to discuss something with you, it's about Shiyang City. Lu Feng led the two to the table to enjoy tea, as if drinking tea to welcome the two. On the side, Nina kept turning the knife in her hand as if to threaten these two men, while Lu Feng calmly sat drinking tea. Your Excellency Carter, what do you want to talk about in Shiyang City? Lu Feng asked. It's not a big deal, it's mostly me. Old man, he started to talk nonsense. When people get old, they immediately remember the past. It has only been a few days since leaving this small town, but they have lost their appetite and sleep, and their bodies always feel uncomfortable. He started to cook chicken and duck. Pretending to be a good person, I wanted to shamelessly buy this western city from Baron Lu Feng. Suddenly he became serious, what a shameless old man. Buying the western city, Lu Feng reflexively repeated his words. Humph, what the hell is this, his body is not good, he must have been moved by seeing the benefits of the big market, Lu Feng already knew what he was thinking. I also know this request is a bit too much, the old man started to laugh awkwardly. But don't worry, selling to me will definitely not lose your money. He firmly asserted to Lu Feng, the quartz bottle you gave me has increased to 18 gold coins. Increase it 3 times, I can use 4. The more he spoke, the more he realized how slippery this old man was. Young master, here is your wine, this lovely girl interrupted the old man's arrogance. What, a lapis lazuli glass, and it was even used to hold wine to entertain guests, did it intentionally hit me in the face? The old man seemed tickled when he saw the 2 sparkling glasses of wine. Many thoughts arose in his mind, each thought was bad about him. Please enjoy yourselves, both of you. Young master, I'll take my leave, after putting down the 2 glasses of wine she quickly left. It seems like the two of you have come to an understanding. This Carter's face was as black as ink, this little girl came at the right time, it seemed like this was also a pre-planned action. The old man still naturally acted as if nothing happened, picked up his glass of wine and drank without offering it to anyone. The wine was good wine, and he kept praising it. What a pity, he sighed. Baron Carter, why are you sighing, humph, still want to pretend? Lu Feng had his eyes on every move of the old man. Baron Lu Feng, actually I returned to the city because of that day. He also spoke gently and slowly, because of me, Lu Feng was startled. The old man began to look around and observe carefully. Then he leaned close to Lu Feng and whispered. Everyone knows that every autumn harvest season, the Matak come to raid the 11 Yang Citadel. But they are always small raids. But recently I heard news that this year the Matak came to raid the 11 Yang Citadel. The scale will be larger than previous times. He spoke as if he had just revealed shocking information. Lu Feng propped his hands on his hips, falling into deep thought. He patted him on the shoulder and said proudly. I cannot let Lu Feng, the 5th Duke, fall into a disadvantageous situation. From somewhere around him, a sparkling halo of light was emanating. This Carter guy, I can see how thick-skinned he is. Lu Feng is speechless at his shamelessness. Actually, what Mr. Carter said was reasonable. Lu Feng pretended to understand his story. He was also surprised that his nonsense had someone who sympathized with him. So, he put his hands on the table, his face looking like he was waiting for the results. But if this castle has been sold to me, whether I live or die, I can only accept it. I absolutely cannot let Mr. Carter bear the burden. Lu Feng stood up and objected as if he did not want to burden him. Here, his face is stiff and dull like autumn leaves. But, if Mr. Carter has information about the pirates, I will gladly use this cup to exchange. As he spoke, Lu Feng took out the cup. The old man knew he had fallen for Lu Feng's trick and angrily slammed the table. Lu Feng, you. Before he could finish his sentence, Nina's knife had already stabbed straight into the table in front of him. The sharp knife made him suddenly wake up. He regained his composure and began to pretend. Regarding the news about the pirates, I have no idea. But if Baron Lu Feng has no intention of selling the city, then I won't bother him any further. Let's go, he quickly turned around and left. Hey, Mr. Carter, sit down first. This wine has not been finished yet. Lu Feng smiled friendly and asked the old man to stay. Lu Feng, you dare to play with me? He started to get angry to the extreme, gnashing his teeth but could do nothing because this was not his territory. In Taiduangtan, where Carter lived, the afternoon sun reflected on the desolate landscape. Well, father, when will we move back into the city? Your son thought you would regain the city, so he happily ran out to welcome you. The jade quartz cup has now tripled in value, that city lord must be very happy. Like father, like son, both have the same evil and crooked ambitions. Get lost, the old man glared so hard he shouted straight at his beloved son's face, making him pale with fear. The old man sat down on the chair with a resentful face. Father, what's wrong with you? The child just now hurriedly asked, not knowing what happened to him. He looked at his collection on the shelf, the sparkling glasses lined up. There were a lot of glasses, right? I had good intentions to buy back the city, but I dared to refuse. He still had the nerve to mention it again in resentment. The son was struck by lightning. What? He rejected her. Is this brat tired of living? The son spoke for his father. He looked like a useless piece of shit. Where are the knights? Quickly call all the knights here. I want to see how much patience that Lu Feng has. A child who doesn't understand anything started screaming to humiliate his father. Stop, don't get excited. He slammed his hand on the table. What a useless child. His father had just been embarrassed, and now he was going to embarrass the whole family. Looks like that Lu Feng guy is not simple. Naive old man, why did he only realize this now? The son is just now starting to become enlightened. But he is just a snot-nosed guy. Are you still afraid that he has 3 heads and 6 arms? The useless person started to look down on the talented again. No way. Absolutely not reckless. He was truly an experienced person. Always knew his limits. Stopped at the right time and place. That's why he now reminded his son. Thinking about how he killed the grain merchants and knights, this was definitely not something that a normal person could think of. He began to deduce the reasoning to research. Furthermore, he had a group of beastmen protecting him. If he went to kill him now, he might betray him. His judgment was getting smarter. It made sense. So what should we do? Such a big western cake definitely cannot be lost to that kid. He wants to eat without working. No one is more greedy than this father and son. If we can't fight him in the open, then we'll fight him in the dark. It seemed like he had just thought of some kind of scheme. His sinister smile said it all. In the dark, the boy still did not understand what happened. That young man had only been in Shiyang City for less than a month. He must have a lot of things he didn't understand about Shiyang City. Then we'll take advantage of his weakness. Take his life. He began to explain this sinister plot to his son. Darkness enveloped the space. Crows flew all over the sky. The wind was lonely. The men had bronze bodies and iron skin. Tall and strong. One had a head like a hedgehog. Another had a head like grass. And one had a head the color of beetroot. I thought they were going to a fashion show. Whose name is that named Strong Biceps? Surrounded by iron armor. On the side hangs a small sword but with quite large stones. A ferocious army appeared from nowhere. The guy was as angry as if he was going to a boxing match. Are you all here? It turns out this is the plot of Carter and his father. Although they are small, they have a large and powerful army to serve their evil plot. They're all here. The boy smiled smugly. The smile was like he had 100% chance of winning. The old man's face became more and more sinister. How long has it been? The men said to each other. 1 day. 2 days. Or maybe 3 days. It's been a long time since we've killed someone. Disgusting sounds came out of each of their mouths. Evil smiles began to appear on their faces. Tonight, let's kill for fun. The old man showed his cruel and vicious face. Greed was evident in his personality. The sumptuous banquet was solemnly and beautifully arranged. The 5 of them, Lu Feng, Mina, Ellie, Nyoban and Nicole, were having a meal. They ate steak together, raised their glasses, clinked glasses, chatted together, and ate happily. Today, when Nicole brought the crystal cup to Carter's face, it was so beautiful. It was passed down from me. Ha ha ha. Lu Feng said to everyone, looking very proud. Nicole's cheeks turned red when she was praised and she spoke softly. Young master. Ellie chewed and spoke. That's right, every day I stand behind him, helping the pig eat and drink. Ellie is really straightforward, although a little bit, but it's true. Ha ha. Mentioning Carter reminded Nicole of the incident. Her eyes flashed with anger, but she still tried to act gentle. No way, that Carter guy is just bullying people too much. Nicole smiled on the outside but inside she was extremely angry. Dare to manipulate my brother Lu Feng, I absolutely will not agree. I absolutely did not respond. Lost in thought, anger made Nicole tremble. Her hand holding the spoon was not steady, and she dropped it on the table. Everyone looked up at Nicole. The atmosphere became awkward. Mina, who was sitting opposite, saw this and thought to herself. What are you doing? You can't even hold a spoon. Lu Feng forced a smile and thought to himself. Wow, why did this girl suddenly have such a dark face? People say that's a red face, Lu Feng. Lu Feng took a piece of chicken leg and gave it to Nicole, breaking the tense atmosphere. Anyway, Nicole had done a great job today, so she was rewarded. Come, eat the chicken leg. Nicole shyly took the delicious chicken leg from Lu Feng's hand. Thank you, young master. Nicole's father, Uncle Nyoben spoke up for his daughter. Young Master Lu Feng, don't take it to heart. Nicole would get nervous whenever she encountered something about the young master. Lu Feng burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Nicole has solved a lot of problems for the city lord's mansion and helped me deal with a lot of trouble. How could I take it to heart? Nicole was shy again. Young master. Furthermore, Nicole is meticulous. She also cooks very well. Whoever she marries in the future will be very lucky. Lu Feng said as he patted Nicole's head. The graceful and ladylike Nicole was enthusiastically praised by young Master Lu Feng and did not hesitate to show his affection for her, so at this moment, her emotions were rising like a volcano. How hateful. Mina sat here, hearing Lu Feng mention the word wife, suddenly felt sad. Wife, what? The knife in hand was about to cut the steak, but suddenly the throat felt bitter and could not swallow. In his eyes, there was only Lu Feng's warm smile looking at Nicole shyly. Why so annoying? Mina stood up and put the knife down on the table. She hesitantly spoke. I'm full. Then Mina left, leaving those who stayed behind wondering. Nicole looked on in confusion. Ellie said calmly while chewing on a chicken thigh. Humph, someone so beautiful is still on a diet. Lu Feng looked at Mina's plate of food that was still on the table and started to speculate. Here, she hasn't even eaten the steak yet. Why are you leaving already? A little unlike her. Something is wrong, something is definitely wrong. Mina walked straight out to the castle balcony. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. She stood alone under the moon, deep in thought. Worried eyes. She wondered. Should she go to cooking school? Mina raised her hands to look at them. Suddenly she shook her head to forget that hateful thought. Damn it! What the hell is wrong with me? She took out a dagger in her hand, reminding herself. I am a warrior of the cat tribe, my hands only know how to kill people. What's wrong? I'm lost in thought. Lu Feng appeared and spoke. She was startled and hid the knife. Why are you here? Mina was confused. She doesn't even feel interested in delicious food anymore. I don't even care a little bit. Lu Feng replied. His expression was a little worried. Mina lowered her head in denial. No, she just didn't want to eat because she didn't have any appetite. Mina had always been a straightforward, strong girl. Now she was lying to herself. It was also possible that the indescribable emotions and jumbled thoughts in her heart made Mina really not want to eat. But in the end, it was all because of the Lord. The Lord of Taeduong City was racking his brain to find an explanation for Mina's strange behavior. You usually eat the most. Now you say you have no appetite. Are you fooling the devil? Thinking. Lu Feng suddenly understood something. It suddenly flashed through his mind. Lu Feng smiled mischievously. It's probably not because I complimented Nicole just now. He asked as if he had guessed something. The feeling right now was hard to describe. To be honest, Mina had been living with the young master for a long time. Fire near straw will eventually burn. It's not right to say there are no feelings. Because if there really were no feelings, why would she feel uncomfortable when he was gentle and intimate with another girl? But this feeling was hard to describe. It was not simply the loyalty of a beastman towards the city lord. Nor did it stop at ordinary affection. Mina cared for Lu Feng more than that, and perhaps Mina also felt some concern from Lu Feng. Mina fell silent. She didn't know how to answer Lu Feng's question. So Mina didn't answer. Lu Feng asked again. Did you get jealous? Eating vinegar? Is this indescribable feeling like eating vinegar? Am I eating vinegar? Mina asked herself. The space was dark and quiet. In the forest came the rustling sound of falling leaves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men appeared from behind the dark woods. Each of them had a fierce look on their faces. Were they robbers? The one with purple hair, the biggest and most muscular one, was at the front. The bald, white-faced, fat one and the others followed. Outside the castle, guards were on patrol. Holding a blazing torch in his hand, a guard heard the sound of footsteps running past. The second person felt the same way. The guard turned his head. Did you hear? Before he could finish his sentence, a horrifying scene appeared before his eyes. His fellow guard had been killed by the strangers with a sword through his chest. It was the gang of thugs that appeared earlier. The guard was extremely frightened and terrified. He turned and ran away. An arrow flew through the night and pierced the guard's neck. He fell down and lay motionless. The robbers appeared on the first day of winter. Purple-haired guy ordered. Kill all the patrol soldiers. On the balcony of the castle, the couple Lu Feng and Mina were still chatting with each other. Lu Feng asked slyly, leaving Mina at a loss for words. Am I jealous? Mina recalls memorable moments with Lu Feng. The image of when I first met Lu Feng, and the times when we accidentally touched each other's bodies. Mina thinks she's jealous, maybe? Mina thought to herself and shook her head. Impossible. She told herself. Be smart, Mina. You two are not from the same world. Poor little kitten girl. Her mind wouldn't let her think about Lu Feng, but her heart wanted to do the opposite. Mina seemed to be in a very tense internal struggle. Lu Feng looked at her in confusion. What's wrong with her? I was just joking. Why be so honest? He suddenly said. It's not funny at all. Mina replied. Lu Feng didn't want things to get any more tense. He was joking. I always thought that our city lord was so handsome, anyone who saw him would fall in love. It seemed like the tense atmosphere had been resolved, but Mina suddenly confessed. Maybe so, but I'm not human. Mina's voice had a hint of sadness. This little cat girl loved her master Lu Feng, but the difference between their species prevented her from saying it. That feeling of jealousy was not without reason. Today, she decided to say it all. Mina continued. I am a beast man. Never before had a noble taken her as a wife. A slight hesitation, a look of sorrow in her eyes. Mina continued. Marrying a beast man as a wife. Lu Feng heard Mina say that and felt like the way was opened. He spoke up. What about beastmen? Mina was quite surprised by Lu Feng's answer. Beastmen are very good. As he spoke, Lu Feng moved closer, pressing Mina against the wall. This scene is very similar to romance movies. The next scene is probably Lu Feng leaning against the wall with one hand. The other hand lifts Mina's chin and prepares for a kiss. But that's a mistake, that's just a script in Korean dramas. Here Lu Feng leaned both hands on the wall, facing Mina. His eyes were filled with longing. I, on the contrary, wanted to marry a beast woman. This was no different from a confession. So all this time, it seemed like love was already there, but on the surface, he was still shy. Mina saw Lu Feng getting closer and closer and cried out. What are you doing? Lu Feng smiled mischievously. A look of love appeared on his handsome face. He spoke to Mina in a voice that was sweeter than ever. Guess what? Outside the forest, the night was dyed with blood. Foot stepped on pool of blood. Baron Carter and his son stood before his subordinates. Carter stroked his bushy mustache and ordered. Very good. Whoever brings Lu Feng's head back here will be rewarded with 20 gold coins. His subordinates knelt at his feet and eagerly obeyed his orders. Old Carter looked towards the castle, hatred rising in his heart. He said, Boy, angering the nobles is not fun. Here, inside the study of the Lord of Taeduong City, the candles were extinguished. Lu Feng brought Mina to the familiar bed. He laid her down, the two of them facing each other, their eyes looking at each other passionately. After so many months together, going through so much joy, sadness, hardship, and danger. Even though they didn't say it, each of them must have felt that their hearts wanted to say something. Over time, their love grew stronger and stronger, and now it can be considered as blossoming and bearing fruit. The two of them understood each other's hearts, and both wanted to bring each other to the shore of happiness. Their eyes looked at each other passionately, their hearts beating as one. Mina softly called. Young master. Mina, I want it. Lu Feng sweetly leaned close to Mina. Eyes closed, breaths almost mingling. Just a little more distance and lips will touch lips. Eyes met, Mina softly called. Young master, she had never been this close to him before. Mina, don't call me young master anymore. Lu Feng raised his head, reaching out to caress the face he had secretly loved for so long. Living in the same house, sometimes wanting to touch Mina is harder than reaching the sky. Today, both of them have admitted their feelings for each other. This private moment is free to express. This gaze, these lips, just a little bit more, will belong to Lu Feng. In the midst of the tension, the two were about to be together when suddenly there was an emergency alarm. Lord, it's over. A guard pushed open the door and ran in, still shouting loudly that there were enemies in ambush. Before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed something he shouldn't have seen, and his voice suddenly dropped. Something was wrong in the city. The scene now became extremely awkward. Lu Feng and Mina jumped up. Mina blushed with embarrassment. She just pushed Lu Feng away. I will lead the Wolf Warrior squad to deal with it. Saying that, Mina ran out of the room as fast as she could. The guard standing there could only blame himself. Oh my god, what happened? Did I come at the wrong time? I'm just a small soldier, I don't know anything. Well, it's okay if you don't know anything, but at least you should know how to knock before entering someone else's room. Is there no culture of knocking in this other world? Sitting on the bed, Lu Feng was still intoxicated by the aftertaste of love, he regretfully told himself. Just a little more. The guard thought the city lord was talking to him. He wanted to explain but didn't know what to say. That city lord. Lu Feng looked up and saw that the guard was still standing there, dumbfounded. Their eyes met for a moment. Suddenly, Lu Feng remembered the reason why he was here. As if returning to reality, Lu Feng shouted at the guard. What are you waiting for? Go tell Niu Ban. Yes, the soldier hurriedly ran away. Inside the forest, the night was pitch black, with only the dim moonlight to guide the way. A group of enemies were trying to break into the castle to take Lu Feng's head back to Carter. They called out to each other, hurry up, don't let the captain get everything. Looks like they're trying to make a big achievement. The enemies were chatting as they walked. I heard that there's a female beastman in the city lord's mansion. A black-haired guy said to the blonde guy walking behind. Female beastman? I heard female beastmen are very wild, ha ha. The blonde said, the wilder the better. A brown-haired guy in the lead chimed in. The guys behind burst out laughing. They were talking about Mina with vulgar words when the first brown-haired guy who was walking suddenly stopped. The underlings continued to joke. What's wrong, boss, you want a female beastman? Then the brown-haired guy only had time to groan. An arrow pierced his heart. He fell dead. The black-haired man behind saw his boss suddenly hit by an arrow, so he quickly drew his sword and shouted, be careful. Before he finished speaking, he turned around and saw the blonde guy behind him, only able to hug his neck and collapse. His blood splattered all over the black-haired man's face. At this moment, the black-haired man was extremely scared and confused. I don't know what force is lurking here that is so cruel. He turned his head to look around, his sword slashing wildly in all directions. His mouth stammered, who, come out. He swung his sword wildly through the air, shouting as he slashed. Come out. His face was so pitiful at this moment. Then suddenly, that black shadow appeared and flashed before his eyes. He only had time to see the cat ears, and then he went to see his ancestors. Filthy mongrel, Mina said coldly. In another passage, the enemies were running through the night. Darkness covered the forest, the air was extremely quiet. Only the chirping of insects and the rustling of footsteps could be heard. Under the dim moonlight, the canopy of the forest trees hung down, casting strange shapes on the ground. There was a commotion, the birds in the nest flew away, some feathers still hanging in the air. The captain raised his hand to signal. Stop, he said. Then everyone stopped to watch. The captain shouted. Something was wrong. Everyone got ready. They drew their swords, stared into the darkness, and strained their ears to listen for any movement. At this moment, the space was eerily quiet. They had good senses, especially the captain. He had smelled danger and warned his teammates. Indeed, they were in Mina's sights. Still no movement, but it seemed they were still on high alert. At this point, Mina decided to take action. The sharp tip of the knife shot down from above aimed at the captain, but he was no pushover. He defended quite well, he turned around and dodged Mina's knife. The tip of the knife was stuck into the ground, then suddenly he swung his sword up and slashed hard at the knife that had just been thrown. Clank clank clank, Mina raised her knife to block the sword from the captain, jumping back. As expected of a great cat warrior, extremely sharp. The new captain was pleased to see Mina. He smiled wickedly, finally appearing. Mina remained on the defensive, everything became quiet again, only the sound of the wind blowing through the rustling leaves. The captain pointed at Mina and gave an order. Whoever takes this woman's head will be rewarded with 10 gold coins. It seems he really underestimates women. Mina spoke up. Just relying on you, trash. The beautiful kitten girl with crystal clear eyes gave them a contemptuous look. The subordinates received orders from the captain and charged forward with their swords. They shouted in unison. Kill! Suddenly there was the sound of clopping, rustling shoes, no one was seen. Only the sound of swords slashing the air was heard. The long-haired man had been hit by a long sword strike from behind. He fell to the ground. Their comrades gasped in surprise. A guy in combat gear appeared. He stood up and introduced himself. Wolf Warrior Squad, Tancock is honored. The enemy soldiers only had time to say to each other, It's ambush. They were confused and bewildered. They couldn't react in time and just stood there looking at each other. Under the sudden appearance of the Wolf Warrior Squad that Mina led, ambush warriors rushed from the nooks and crannies of the forest. Low slash at enemy. In the blink of an eye, Carter's men were lying all over the place. Dead like ants. Only the captain remained standing there, petrified. Mina stepped forward and held the sharp blade in front of the captain. She spoke. Any last words? He looked at Mina for a moment and then suddenly smirked. In the quiet space, his laughter grew louder, echoing throughout the forest. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Mina felt confused. What the hell is he laughing about when he's about to die? He spoke now. It was just as Lord Carter had said. He was truly an idiot. He calmly stood there insulting Mina. Then he continued. Your master must have been taken care of by Lord Carter by now. Or should I be your new master? He finished speaking and then burst out laughing in a vulgar manner. Mina was extremely confused when she heard that. Without hesitation, she turned around and ran quickly towards the castle. Oh no, the young master was in danger. The girl rushed away into the dark night. Suddenly the grass flashed. Flying over Mina's head, it fell onto the burning road. Whoosh, boom. At Mina's feet were spilled kerosene stains that were burning fiercely from the rocket that had just been fired. The raging flames surrounding Mina forced her to stop. Cats are afraid of fire. Mina was trapped in the fire today. She must be very scared. The captain continued to shoot the second rocket arrow towards Mina. He was smiling smugly. He. It was too late. The sound of footsteps on the floor echoed throughout the room. Lu Feng and Ellie sat around the table. Nicole's footsteps were pacing back and forth. Her hands were clenched together. She was worried. What if they break into the city? Ellie calmly replied while eating candy. Don't worry, Mina has already sent the wolf squad to deal with it. Uncle Nyoban is also protecting us, they won't be able to get in. It seems that this little girl Ellie is always very calm about everything. But Lu Feng spoke up again. No, according to his understanding of Carter, there was another possibility. Lu Feng said mysteriously. Underground tunnel. Suddenly Ellie's fox ears perked up. She heard something. Ha, there are footsteps of many people under the city wall. She said to Lu Feng. Lu Feng still had the same expression. His hands were clasped together, and he smiled mysteriously. Sure enough, he arrived quickly. He stood up and ordered Ellie. Ellie, go inform the Ox Knight. Yes. Ellie quickly replied and quickly left the room. In this large room, only Nicole and Lu Feng remained. The girl walked towards Lu Feng in confusion. Her fingers lightly touched his hand. She softly said, Young master, what about me? Lu Feng generously said to her. Don't worry, just follow me. Nicole was shy, leaning her head on Lu Feng's shoulder. This city lord is really a playboy. Squeak, squeak. The rats in the tunnel were trampled to death mercilessly by Carter's troops led by himself. Father is wise. Fez spoke. That brat Lu Feng definitely didn't expect that this castle actually had a secret passage leading inside. Fez said smugly. This time he was dead for sure. Baron Carter affirmed firmly. Suddenly, crackle. He stepped on a brick that was deliberately left loose. He was surprised. This was it. Suddenly an arrow whizzed past Carter's face. It hit the wall. Carter and his father were both surprised and confused. There was a trap. That smart guy even set one. Fez. He screamed. Father, what now? Fez was like a young horse eager to fight. He was only good at talking big, but he called himself father at the slightest thing. People said it. Smart does not come to the young, strong does not come to the old. Old man Carter was like a fox that had been around for a long time. He always had a way to deal with unfavorable situations. With his vast experience and his ability to be cunning, Carter was silent for a while before speaking. It seems that Lu Feng already knew about this secret path. Moreover, he did not block the secret path, but only designed a small trap. He clearly underestimated us. Carter said. His eyes glared angrily. But he still had a solution to this situation. Father, Fez looked at the 3 soldiers on the floor. Speak up. Lord Carter. These soldiers were tied up and sitting back to back. They didn't understand what was going to happen. They could only call for help. He looked at them with a cold expression and gave an order. Pull them over. Block the arrows with your shield. The evil old man captured 3 of his subordinates. Tied them together as shields. Moved them along the path to block arrows. Cleared the way for them. The subordinates could only cry in despair. Hoo-hoo. 2 soldiers pushed 3 tied-up men onto the road. They struggled, shook their heads, and cried. No, no. Their footsteps stepped on the pile of bricks that activated the formation that Lu Feng had already arranged. Hundreds of arrows shot out from the holes in the wall. Stabbed all over the 3 tied people. Old man Carter came in second without any pity. His son, Fez, was more timid. He swallowed fearfully. The subordinates behind also turned pale with fear. Carter shouted orders. Continue moving forward. After finishing the secret passage, they kicked the door open and entered the castle. The door came crashing down. Opens an empty room. Old Carter waved his hand and ordered, "Search for me." Yes. Then his subordinates rushed to search. Lu Feng and Nicole were hiding behind the closet door. Lu Feng was listening to every little movement. He thought to himself. Let me see, what the hell are you guys planning to do? Nicole was now nestled close to Lu Feng's chest. The girl wasn't worried at all, only feeling her heart flutter. This is the young master's reverse cage, so warm. Thump thump. Suddenly there were footsteps approaching. One of Carter's subordinates was standing in front of the closed cabinet where Lu Feng and Nicole were hiding. The footsteps stopped in front of the closed cupboard door. Inside, Nicole was hugging Lu Feng tightly. Lu Feng also put his arm around her, helping the girl stay calm and no longer afraid. There was a hissing sound outside. Lu Feng's arm held Nicole tighter. The subordinate raised his hand to open the cabinet door when a voice called out. Come here quickly, there is a noise at the window. The subordinate turned around, then he let go of his hand and left following the call of his comrades. What did you find? They said. Inside the cabinet, Nicole and Lu Feng were temporarily out of danger. Nicole sighed. Phew, she thought, this was dangerous. But no, click, the door opened wide under the hand of the subordinate. Nicole panicked. He smiled arrogantly. It was indeed here. Then he swung his sword. 20 gold coins are mine. Slap, ugh. You think it's easy to get 20 gold coins? He was kicked in the chest by Lu Feng and fell flat on his face, blood coming out of his mouth. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. Clang. He struggled to get up. Lu Feng stood up, walked forward, and teased. Hee, I didn't expect to find out so quickly. This is really not fun. Lu Feng extended his arm to protect Nicole. Nicole, wait there. Don't move. Nicole is touched. Young master. Lu Feng closed his eyes and clenched his fists. He felt the strength in his body spread to every vein. Lu Feng has experienced many such transmigration enhancements. Currently, speed and strength are far beyond ordinary people. Lu Feng thought, it's time to show off. He quickly glanced past Carter and his men. Lu Feng. Carter looked up in surprise. Lu Feng spoke up at this moment. If I don't beat you guys, I won't know how powerful I am. He said, his eyes sharp. Old man Carter waved his hand, ordering his subordinates. Let me see how long you can keep talking big. Come up for me. Lu Feng's face was now stern. He snorted and stood in a defensive stance, waiting for them to charge. The first blonde man rushed in and swung his sword. Lu Feng was unable to dodge it with his bare hands. The sword slashed past, then he raised his hand and punched the blonde man in the face. Bang! The powerful fist landed on his jaw so hard that it felt like it was going to break. He cried out in pain. Man? It hurts. Mama. Carter and his son Fez were surprised to see the Lord of the Western City take action. And Nicole on this side is extremely admiring and grateful. Her eyes were filled with love. Wow, the young master is so amazing. In Nicole's eyes at this moment, Lu Feng was like a hero, not only handsome and stylish but also extremely capable and strong. Suddenly 2 enemies rushed in and tried to stab her from behind. Nicole panicked. Young master. Be careful. Lu Feng glanced out of the corner of his eye. Fast as lightning. He jumped high. The enemy's 2 swords slashed hard on the floor. Sparks flew. Missed. The two men turned back and saw Lu Feng swooping down from above. Concentrate internal energy into the palm of the hand. 5 fingers clenched tightly. The force of the attack from the 5 fingertips pressed straight into the brown-haired man's chest. Pop made his mouth spit blood. Then used his hand to push him away. The blonde stood there looking surprised. Before he could even prepare to attack, there was a whoosh. As fast as the wind. Lu Feng sent him falling to the ground before he could even understand what had happened. So in just a blink of an eye, City Lord Lu Feng had defeated 2 of Old Man Carter's subordinates with his bare hands. Now he began to feel confused. His tone was no longer the same as before. Old Man Carter stammered. Everyone rushed forward. They said in unison. Then, all they heard was a thump. Thump. Ugh. Carter's men had been taken down by the Lord of the Western City. Only the Carter family, father and son, remained. Ha ha. Lu Feng laughed at the failure of the unpleasant old baron. You guys are too weak. Old Man Carter's son said in a trembling voice. Lu Feng, he is naturally so formidable. Run. Run fast. Father and son ran for their lives. But it's not that easy. Must chase. Old thief Carter. Don't run. Come here and fight me for 300 rounds. Lu Feng is funny. He ran away in 1 round and yet he wants to fight for 300 rounds. Nicole, come with me. Beat these bad guys. Lu Feng turned around and called Nicole to follow. Niu Ban's beloved daughter was delighted. Yes. Young master. Lu Feng and Nicole chased Carter and his father into the forest outside the castle. While chasing Lu Feng, he shouted loudly. Dog thief. Where are you going? The evil old man Carter ran away without his subordinates by his side. But he could not get rid of his big mouth. He still turned his head and said, Lu Feng. You wait there for me. Nicole was weak and frail. She ran after Lu Feng until she was out of breath. She ran and panted as she called out. Young master. Wait for me. Carter and his son finally made it to the fire in the forest. It was where the remaining subordinates were beaten to a pulp by the wolf warrior army. Then they set fire to prevent Mina from returning to the castle. The captain saw Old Man Carter and quickly ran to report. My lord. That female beastman has been controlled by us. Carter was delighted. Really? Looking through the fire barrier. Seeing them smug. Mina was extremely angry. She gritted her teeth and endured. How hateful. Young master. Nothing must happen. At this moment, old Carter played a cat and mouse game again. He approached Mina, though they were still separated by the fire barrier. Oh dear? Kitten. I thought you were very formidable. So you're afraid of fire? Mina. Suddenly there was a call from afar. Lu Feng has arrived. Seeing Lu Feng, Mina was overjoyed. Young master. It was quick, Carter said. Lu Feng faced Carter and asked. Carter, do you want to kill the city guard? The answer to Lu Feng's question was the question from Old Man Carter but also implicitly confirmed the declaration of war. Kid, you want to fight me alone? Lu Feng exposed him now. You were in such a hurry to capture the city, didn't those who came on horseback lose both people and money? Old Man Carter laughed loudly after hearing Lu Feng's words. Ah ha 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 ha. Young man, let me make this clear. The horsemen who came were actually knights sent by Lord Homa. It seemed that he had also decided to play his cards face up with Lu Feng. Lu Feng recognized them as pirates, he replied. So that's how it is. How despicable. Anger rose in his heart. Lu Feng shouted loudly. People like you. Not a single one will be spared. Lu Feng rushed into the fire. He was about to save Mina when the fire broke out and burned him. Both Mina and Nicole called out worriedly. Young master. Old Man Carter saw this and started to mock. For a beastman. Worth it. Oh, that hurts. Damn it. I have to think of a way to save Mina first. Lu Feng thought to himself. Through the firewall. Mina looked at Lu Feng. Her eyes were worried and sad. That's right. Lu Feng suddenly spoke up. Should have thought of that sooner. Lu Feng withdrew his hand and reached out to circulate his internal energy. Infiltrate the inner space. A place only he can see. Search for a moment. After a while, Lu Feng took out a fire extinguisher. Old Man Carter's eyes widened in surprise. What was that? Click. Lu Feng unlocked the bottle. The gas in the fire extinguisher is released. Hiss hiss. Lu Feng pointed the fire extinguisher at the fire. In just a moment, the fire barrier between Mina and Lu Feng was extinguished. What a high-tech world. Will Lu Feng show off his homeland's treasure this time? Carter's group opened their mouths in amazement when they saw the scene above. Even the Wolf Warrior squad of Xiang City was equally surprised. All in unison. What happened? Fire. The fire was out. Lu Feng had finished putting out the fire and put the fire extinguisher on the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief. Mina couldn't help but feel moved when she saw Lu Feng on the other side. She was in tears. She ran towards Lu Feng and hugged him tightly. Although he was a little surprised, Lu Feng still showed concern. He raised his hand to stroke Mina's hair and asked, "How is it? Are you hurt?" Mina was so strong and resilient. Now she was weak in front of her lover. She choked with tears. "I'm fine. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop them. I let everyone in the city fall into an ambush." Witnessing Lu Feng and Mina hugging each other affectionately, Nicole's eyes were also filled with tears. In my mind, They. Old man Carter was not used to watching romantic movies, so while Lu Feng was busy coaxing Mina, he raised his bow and pointed forward. "Go die," he said. Nicole saw this and shouted in panic. "Young master." Lu Feng glanced. Bam. What? Carter looked on in disbelief. Lu Feng grabbed the old man's arrow with one hand. Face full of murderous intent. "Walk straight to where old man Carter is standing. Kill him for me." He gave the order. Lu Feng jumped high. With just his bare hands, he knocked out two of Carter's subordinates. Fall to the ground. Lu Feng held the arrow close to the neck of the damned old man Carter. Dog thief. Still playing ambush. Lu Feng's eyes at this moment seemed to not want to be more lenient. The arrow in Lu Feng's hand was getting closer and closer to Carter's neck. Only about a centimeter away from his throat. He trembled. Sweated. Eyes widened in terror. The captain of his men saw that Carter was being threatened and tried to approach. But Carter ordered him to stop. Back off. The subordinate thought that Lu Feng did not dare to make a move. He hesitated and did not retreat. Lu Feng thought to himself. Don't believe it. Don't be lenient. He pushed the arrow a little deeper. The sharp arrow cut a wound into Carter's neck. Blood oozed from the wound. Old man Carter was really worried now. He stood still. Fearfully he gave orders. All back off. The subordinates now had swords in their hands. Just as he was about to obey the order to retreat, there was a sudden loud shout. Don't retreat. Carter's son, Fez, stood behind and gave orders to his subordinates. Idiot. You want me dead? Carter shouted. If that's the case, then do it. Fez said coldly. Lu Feng looked at him in surprise. He was Carter's son. When his father was in danger, he not only did not think of a way to save him but also wanted to rebel. What? Rebellious son. Who are you? Carter said. He was extremely surprised by what was happening. Father. After you are killed, I will avenge you. Fez crossed his arms and said with a sinister look. Carter was speechless before his rebellious son. You. Lu Feng witnessed the scene of father and son killing each other. He said. It seems that this guy is even more vicious. You two, father and son, are truly invincible. Fez ordered his subordinates. Whoever gets Lu Feng's head will be rewarded with 50 gold coins. What should we do now? The subordinates asked each other in confusion. They were conflicted between Carter's orders and Fez's. All you need is money. Aren't they all the same? They whispered to each other. One of them said. Come up here. Carter was stunned by his reactionary subordinates. You dare not obey orders. A subordinate's sword slashed away the arrow pointed at Carter's neck, causing the arrow to cut a gash across his neck. Blood began to flow. He fell to the ground. Lu Feng swung his leg and kicked his subordinate hard. He turned pale and fell face down on the ground. The two men behind charged together. But the swords slashed through the air. The movement is too slow. Lu Feng said to them. Suddenly felt a chill down my spine. Why does it feel like danger is behind my back? Lu Feng reflexively dodged. He dodged to the side. The attacker stabbed up and missed. He swung his sword across Lu Feng's body, but Lu Feng dodged it this time. He thought to himself. Hallucination? No, not a hallucination. The brain detecting a warning. I know. It's because of time travel. At the same time, my brain is optimized. My brain is developed. This time suddenly gave me the ability to predict danger. Lu Feng raised his hand and punched the enemy, causing him to be shot into the air. Fall to the ground. The Lord of Taeduong City used his hand to hit hard again. The force emitted from him knocked his subordinates away. They fell to the ground one by one. Mina stood outside and watched. She never expected that Lu Feng, who she had been escorting for so long, would have such great martial arts skills. The girl thought to herself. Young master. Has he become so formidable? The enemy army was completely defeated. Lu Feng asked loudly. Who else? He looked majestic and imposing like a general. At this moment, lightning bolts that looked like small thunderbolts appeared, rising around Lu Feng's body. The energy emitted from his body became stronger and stronger, causing the other three to not dare to come near. They held out their weapons to guard against Lu Feng. But with each step they retreated. Here. Here. The red-robed, white-haired man began to tremble in fear. The voice was trembling and mumbling. Just now he was still strong-mouthed, but now he was like a tiger entering its den. The tall and strong guy was so scared that he knelt down and started to retreat. You trash, go ahead. This boss slapped two of his subordinates and ordered them to charge forward and fight. Yes, sir. They obediently listened and charged forward. The subordinate then rushed forward step by step very quickly, holding the sword firmly in his hand. His mouth was bitter. He charged straight towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng sneered. A sinister laugh that foreshadowed something bad was about to happen to that guy. And sure enough, an arrow flew straight towards him from somewhere. Lu Feng suddenly dodged to the side, causing the arrow to hit his subordinate straight on. Blood flowed all over his chest. His hand let go of the sword and he was unable to do anything. Finally here. This little girl. So it was the blonde girl who fought for him. Hey, I've brought reinforcements. As she spoke, she waved to Lu Feng. The crowd gradually became more and more frightened. They did not expect that reinforcements would arrive. The white-haired man's subordinates had all fallen, leaving only a few remaining. Now, with only a few people protecting him, how could he fight against that swarm of people? Capturing them all, the commander charged forward with his spear and gave orders to his troops. His voice was filled with courage and spirit. The soldiers really started to fight. They used Lu Feng's new weapon to shoot. All the practice was worth it and now it was put into practice. The man in white was startled and scared. Sweat covered his entire body. So did the two other big soldiers. They were also trembling in fear of the thousands of arrows flying towards them. Such a big man was afraid of these tiny arrows. Such a long distance. How could it be possible? The white-haired man could not have expected that at such a long distance, this arrow could shoot so far. The sound of thousands of arrows is so pleasant to the ears. In the end, the other two couldn't avoid it either. They were pierced by arrows everywhere. The sword fell. The white-haired man was so scared that he couldn't hold anything. Quick! Quick retreat! He opened his eyes wide and turned to his subordinates. Then he ran straight into the forest without hesitation. Wait! I'm still here. What a dutiful son, seeing a strong enemy, he ran away. He only knew how to hug himself and run, leaving his old father behind. Chase them down for me. Don't let them escape. Understood, Lord Nyoben. Everyone began to search for traces of those three. Lu Feng took Mina's hand at this moment. His face asked Han with concern. Mina. It's okay. It's like a prince rescuing a sleeping beauty. Let me see if you're hurt. It seems like you're still feeling uneasy. It's understandable that you'd panic after something like that. Terrible to the world but gentle to me. You underestimate the cat warriors too much. Mina replied shyly. Her cheeks turned red. Hey, is everyone okay? Luckily, I got there in time. I've only seen people disrupting things, not any bad luck. So the blonde girl just ruined the romance. She was still smug. Luckily, I arrived just in time. Her innocence left the other two speechless. I heard that Carter was injured by his man. Haha, he deserved it. Talking and laughing. The hurt person wants to hurt others. Carter. Both of them were struck by lightning. Only then did they realize something was unusual. Disappear. Run fast. I will not give it to you. Mina must hate them very much, she said, her hand tightening on the knife. A warrior with will. Full of competitiveness. Carter's breathing was labored. He ran, clutching his bleeding wound. Staggering steps. Red drops of blood. He ran deeper and deeper into the forest, not knowing where he was going. As he was walking, he heard a noise coming towards him. Could it be that he had been caught up with? Who? Who was there? He turned to the bush and asked, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." It turned out to be his incompetent son hiding in the bush. Only then did he realize. He opened his eyes and looked at his father. Ha ha. Who did I think it was? It turns out it's my filial son. He burst out laughing. He stared at his son. I thought it would know its mistake and help him back. But it lunged at him and hit him, making him fall backwards. Go away. Immortal. It screamed again. Then ran away, ignoring its father who was standing there holding his wound. He gasped for breath. But a knife pierced his heart. The pain was both mental and physical. Okay. What a filial son. But, with that brain of yours, you think without me you can escape from here? He spoke loudly, making his son seem enlightened. It started to stall. His voice trembled as he turned back. Hurry up. I was the fastest. If it weren't for you. Stop talking nonsense. They'll catch up now. He finally turned around to help his sick old father. Escaped death's door. Don't worry. A terrifying sound startled the father and son. Both of them started to panic. The sound was familiar but became terrifying to them. Mina appeared like a nine-tailed fox. Standing on the rock, she said, because you all must die. Her resolute assertion spoke volumes about her strength. Both father and son looked up. Seeing Mina, both of them were startled. It's her. It's her. The father and daughter's voices trembled when they saw her. They were the ones who used to bully her, but now they were weak and scared. We meet again. She looked at them and said. Her eyes looked contemptuous as if she wanted to eat them alive. They looked like good fairies doing evil deeds. You. What do you want to do? The boy screamed in terror. Afraid of being beaten up by the beauty. This sentence sounds so familiar. Her voice started to change, remembering the past. I told you. Starve yourself for a few days and you'll listen right away. Before his eyes was the image of Mina chained up in a dark room. Her appearance was miserable. After hearing the words echoing outside the room, her eyes widened in fear. She looked toward the door. Before her eyes appeared the image of the damned father and son. The old man held a whip like a circus trainer. Both father and son had vicious expressions on their faces. What do you want to do? She asked worriedly. Only then did they smile despicably. Their lustful eyes stared at her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. The calmness in her heart exploded more and more. She held the knife tightly in her hand and jumped up in one go. She landed very skillfully. The murderous aura around her grew stronger, causing the father and son to step back. Their faces changed color. No longer the evil look of the past. Young master is right. People like you are the type that bullies the weak and acts like dogs when you meet the strong. She started to mock them. You can't kill me. I'll give you Kim coins. I have Lord Homa backing me up. You guys are becoming more and more shameless. Even when you see death, you still try to show off. You guys aren't worth my young master's attention. The cat girl's eyes were sharp. The eyes of a killer. Without saying much, she directly rushed forward and made a basic line for each person, making the father and son stand still, like passive chemical reactions with each other. Mina took action. This was a new achievement for her. The small stature of a catwoman was already quite a feat. She turned back to look at the group of people she had just destroyed. Finally, it was over. The father and son were already lying down. Their eyes were wide open as if they still had some doubts. Another death in the forest. She not only helped the city lord destroy the trash, but also helped the reader release the resentment and anger of the past few days. No matter what happens, the moon still shines in the dark. The world is mysterious. The quiet space still covers the scene. The full moon is like the lover of soldiers in the past. That prison is like this dark night. And young master, it is the moonlight that illuminates it. She remembered her past self, thinking she would be humiliated and lonely, but thanks to Lu Feng, she was able to continue living. Looking at the moonlight, a hope was gradually nourishing her soul. Entering the deep forest again to find the way back. Young master, Mina is back. She returned to the magnificent palace after completing her mission. She stood in front of the door, hesitating to open it, as if thinking about something. It was so late, he must be asleep. It turned out she was wondering whether to knock on the door or not for fear of disturbing the young master's sleep. Deciding to push the door open, her small hand pushed gently, her sparkling eyes opened wide. "You're back." She didn't expect that the young master was still waiting for her. He was still reading the book with the old man sleeping. It must be thanks to this knowledge that he was able to attract so many girls. Lu Feng stood up and asked her kindly, "Are you hungry?" "What a refined man, both kind and lovable. I've prepared your favorite food for you." He pointed to the table where a bowl of hot food had been prepared for her. Yes, her timid hand reached behind, obediently listening to the young master's words. She sat down to eat the hot bowl of porridge, eating each bite. Lu Feng sat next to her and kept watching her eat each bite. He must have been craving for it and not wanting to see how she looked while eating. It seems she recognized some special taste in the porridge. A few grains of rice were still stuck to her mouth, her pretty little mouth was shy. "I thought Nicole cooked it, my cooking skills have improved." Lu Feng scratched his head in embarrassment and laughed out loud. He started to be proud of his cooking skills. Mina shyly nodded, but her face turned red, her shyness was obvious, and she finished the bowl of porridge in one go. What a womanizer, no matter what kind of cat she is, she must be obedient in front of the young master. "Eat slowly, no one is taking it from you." He quickly stroked her head, making her blush even more, making her even happier. If he kept doing this all day, she would probably fall over, her indescribable love for men. Lu Feng looked at her and breathed a sigh of relief, which made her curiously glance towards him. Look at her eating, her mouth is full. Lu Feng reached out to wipe her, but she dodged him. She leaned back and turned her face away. I wiped myself." She became more and more confused and clumsy, the space gradually became awkward, both of us started to blush, each turned to one side. "Mina." Lu Feng blushed and shyly called her name, she also obediently responded, "Young master," then both of them fell into deep thought again. Lu Feng's eyes began to widen, before him was an extremely charming girl, she was gently leaning towards him. The closer the distance between the two people, the more confused he became. Those lips were moving closer to him. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Lu Feng's heart was pounding, pounding, pounding. This guy was getting more and more shaken, seemingly about to lose control. Lips almost touched lips. "Young master," Nyoban shouted loudly, his arms opened the door. The man was petrified, the scene before him was so embarrassing, oh my, so embarrassing. The scene was so boring, Lu Feng's arm had already been around Mina's shoulder. Nyoban stared in surprise, not knowing what to say. The young master and Mina were confused, Mina was startled, and Lu Feng was angry and regretful. Just a little more. His mood shook the entire palace. In the middle of the large room, there were only 3 people, but countless emotions and moods intertwined with each other. Both of them looked towards Nyoban, this was the reason for interrupting their important matter. He began to sweat profusely. He blushed as if he wanted to find a hole to hide in, so he quickly dodged away. "I'll be back later." As he spoke, he used both arms to close the door. Wait a moment." Seeing that he had something urgent to call him, Lu Feng let him stay and ask. "Uncle Nyo, what brings you here so late?" "Yes, it's about Carter." "Carter?" Lu Feng began to pay more attention, worried. "Carter died, Homa must have made a move." He began to explain to Lu Feng about the current situation. With that said, he began to rest his chin in his hands, deep in thought. "But we are not yet ready to face Homa." The sentence startled Mina. "Young master, it was all my fault." She panicked and turned to Lu Feng to admit her guilt. "Don't worry, I have a way. Without letting you worry, I'll immediately help you out." Early the next morning, the sun was still shining brightly. Quickly, a man raised his whip high and lashed at the villagers. Urging and miserable cries mixed together. "A bunch of animals, if they don't finish their work, they won't get any food," they said as they threatened the beastmen who were doing hard labor for them. Everyone had to carry heavy bags on their shoulders. Yet they still bullied and beat them. Everyone became hateful, gnashing their teeth at those soldiers. They are trying to endure to keep their lives. At Lipma Citadel, where the palace flag flutters, people are carrying goods through the city gate. From afar, watching the people was a person with long hair like a princess, she was sitting on the back of a horse. Looking at each scene, each person was carrying bags on their backs, on their shoulders, heavily walking into the gate. Looks like this year's harvest is not bad, we can return to the capital very soon. It turned out that the owner of the long blonde hair was a young man with a handsome face, but still exuded cruelty. You can't judge a book by its cover. Why would the owner of such long hair be a man? Lord Homa, there is news from Xiang City. A subordinate ran towards you, holding a notice in his hand. Dear Homa-sama, the content of the letter seems quite long, but I don't understand anything when I read it again. Lord Homa laughed happily. How tasteless. The western city is back in Carter's hands, so Lu Feng is just like that. He started to mock Lu Feng, saying that, and then his hand crumpled the notice. Good, now there is no one to stop me anymore. My order is ready. Target is Bac Fong City. He began to order his subordinates to prepare for the next target. Okay, this time I will definitely bring a lot of gold coins back to the royal capital. His greedy face appeared again, his evil smile preparing for a fierce battle. Let that boss who looks down on me see. In the end, who is better? He looked again at the green mountains and forests, the poetic nature. Lord Homa, another guy ran to report. The subordinate knelt down and said, just now the beastmen rioted, while suppressing them, a few beastmen ran away. His stern gaze looked towards his subordinate who was pondering for a moment. Disobedient thing. His eyebrows furrowed. Hunt and kill. He had ordered the escapees killed. Weak legs, bare feet were trying to run as fast as possible. The 6 beastmen had decided to escape. They were all trying to run forward even though they didn't know the way, but they knew that as long as they ran forward without retreating, they wouldn't be caught. Beastman Via, wearing a short shirt that was torn everywhere, she had cute little rabbit ears. The more she ran, the more she breathed heavily. Oh no, they are coming. Behind them were several soldiers wearing sturdy armor, holding large knives and hammers in their hands, running towards the beastmen. The distance between them was getting closer and closer, so everyone quickly ran away. The white-haired man told everyone to run, but he stayed behind to stop them. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier with a knife rushed past and slashed him across the back. Blood splattered everywhere, and he fell to the ground. Everyone ran and turned to look at him. Although they were very worried and wanted to save him, they had to run to ensure their own lives. Stupid beastmen, a soldier cursed them. Lord Homa said, disobedient thing, an unforgiving archer. He said with a smug expression, laughing as he licked the blood-stained sword. Then the remaining men began to rush forward and slash each person one by one, in a brutal and savage manner. The scene before his eyes made the weak, terrified little rabbit collapse. These 2 people kept running. This soldier was about to slash when he was stopped. The blonde man now used his body to block the evil man and said, run, Via. He risked his life to let her escape. Her face was now in panic, her tears had been flowing without her knowing. Run south, live on. Everyone started talking loudly, which woke her up. Then she used all her courage and strength to run step by step. Running to the south, the message kept appearing in her mind. As she walked, she shed tears at the sacrifice of her comrades. Continue to live. No, continue to run to save lives, to fulfill everyone's words. The night scene was late, the space was dim, the red moon was waning. In the middle of the yellow fields, Via continued to run. She kept muttering, south, south. The more she talked, the more she continued to run, because that was where everyone was leading her. Out of nowhere an arrow flew towards her, leaving her no time to react. As soon as she turned around, the arrow was already flying straight towards her. We just shot them. They are indeed beastmen, probably escaped from Lima City. These 2 went hunting at night and brought them to another city to sell. As soon as they shot her, they started preparing to sell her. Money falls from the sky, only an idiot wouldn't take it. The purple-haired guy with buck teeth was constantly happy because he just got a big piece of bait. The sun shone directly on Via's face. She slowly opened her eyes, her face was pale and haggard. Where was this? She slowly sat up, looking around at the ripe rice fields, similar to the forest she escaped from yesterday. Hey, up ahead is Taeduong City. Don't worry, I've heard, there's a place nearby that sells beastmen. The 2 hunters talked as they rode their horses, preparing to find a place to sell them for money. They locked her in a cage as if she were an item. Let's take a detour, the fat man suggested. Fine. Oh no, I've fallen into the hands of slave traders. Via never expected to end up in this situation after being shot. Having just escaped slavery, she was now about to become a commodity for traffickers. Now she felt like she was falling apart completely. Via, don't cry. Going south, she began to recall memories, remember her relatives, the words of advice from everyone, the place with gentle smiles, with people sacrificing for her. Continue living, the strongest thought in her mind arose. She must escape, she cannot be sold to the nobles again. After saying that, she wiped away the last of her tears, her 2 hands grabbed the 2 wooden bars, preparing to find a way out. Taking a detour will take half a day, so let's speed up and get there quickly before it gets dark. The two of them continued talking without paying any attention to Via. While they were driving, their carriage hit a rock, causing the carriage to wobble. Hey, what's going on? Both of them didn't know what happened, causing the whole piece of watermelon to fly up high and fall to the ground. Then, horses became horses, people became people, cages became cages, everything became disjointed and chaotic. Via fell out of control, she was in pain, but luckily, 2 wooden bars broke, creating a hole that she could crawl through. The opportunity has come, this is like a hope opening up for her. The ants quickly came and ate most of the watermelon, but the 2 of them still didn't bother to get up, they were still standing there arguing. Are you guys blind? You can't even see such a big rock. Wait, where's the line? They finally realized the biggest problem now, looking around. There, they saw Via running. Oh no, there is the border of Taeduong City. Saying that, they shouted to quickly chase and catch it, don't let the prey get to your hands and you'll lose it. Having said that, they began to take up their weapons and charged forward. Where is it? Where did it run? A pregnant woman with an injury definitely couldn't have run far. Just saw her and now she's lost track. Both of them stopped and looked around. Via sat trembling, hugging her body. The more she thought about it, the more she trembled, afraid that if they caught her, she would be sold to the nobles again. The other 2 continued to search. Hey, there's blood over here. She was startled, scared, trembling, her heart pounding. No, she had to run quickly. She started to walk forward on her hands. Before I could go far, they caught me. Do you still want to escape? Her heart felt like it was being squeezed, her eyes were devoid of hope, despair filled her. The red-haired guy and the blue-haired guy with buck teeth looked at Vaya and smiled slyly. A short fat guy and a tall skinny guy are cornering the injured beast girl, they want to capture her to sell her. The short, fat, red-bearded man reached out to grab her. I'll see where you're going. The tall, skinny, buck-toothed man standing next to him grinned slyly. The weak little girl had no strength to resist and could only beg. No, save me. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Stop. Both mentally handicapped men turned their heads, looking around but saw no one. One frowned, the other widened his eyes. The tall, skinny guy with buck teeth spoke loudly. Who is it? Dare to ruin my good thing? This is the right question to ask, his voice full of authority. It was none other than Lu Feng, the lord of Xiang City, and his wolf army, Nina and Ellie. Who are you? What are you doing here? Lu Feng's voice became more fierce. The 2 mentally handicapped men were a bit worried when they saw the large group of people. They thought to themselves. Oh no, this guy seems to be a big shot. We can't mess with him. You 2 are not from Xiang City. How dare you play this trick when the city lord is inspecting? It turned out that the old man Buff, the clerk, also went with Lu Feng to inspect the people of the province. The old man stood up to criticize. The red-bearded fat man whispered to the green-haired man with buck teeth. Hey, he seems to be the lord of Xiang City, Lu Feng. The buck-teeth man frowned and asked back. It's him. Beastman Via was now trembling with fear. She looked at Lu Feng and thought to herself, another noble. But next to him was a girl with rabbit ears, a dirty face, and teary eyes, trembling with fear, looking so pitiful. Ellie standing beside him suddenly spoke up. Hey, they seem to be dealing in beastmen. You know what to do, right? How could a beastman dare to talk to a noble like that? The green-haired, bunny-toothed man was extremely surprised to see Ellie talking to Lu Feng. Finished, he looked at the 2 beast girls beside the Western City Lord and thought again. Although he heard that the Western City Lord banned the trade of beastmen, but it seems that they are just ordinary nobles. They are just interested in raising beastmen. He thought so and then smiled friendly and said, Sir, you are mistaken. What we captured is not a human, but a lowly beastman. He thought that saying so could cover up their actions. The lowly Lu Feng, Nina and Ellie were petrified for 5 seconds. The rabbit-toothed guy didn't expect that the words he said that seemed to help him escape punishment would actually be the trigger that detonated the 2 bombs next to Lu Feng. His time had come, Nina and Ellie's faces changed, the 2 girls rushed at the 2 scoundrels. Scratching and clawing them to make them know what it means to be a lowlife. Please, spare our lives. They cried out miserably. Beast Via was now in pain from her wound and had to think of a way to escape. She thought, she had to escape now. She couldn't fall into the hands of the nobles anymore. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain, trying to get up. Here, under the thick grass, Mina found Via panting. Found it, young master, that beastman is here. Very good, bring him back. Via's eyes were now blurred from the pain. She could hear human voices in her ears but could not resist. She could only pray silently, no, and then everything went dark. Back to the castle in the small room. Via was carried onto the soft bed. Lu Feng, Mina, Ellie and Old Man Buff stood around. The girl Via breathed heavily. A weak groan of pain. Old Man Buff was applying medicine to her wound, his face tense. The old man announced. The wound is too deep, the blood is not stopping. I'm afraid it can't be saved. Mina and Ellie were very sad when they heard what Old Man Buff said. Ellie grabbed Mina's hand and said, "What should we do?" "Sister Mina, please save her," but Mina just shook her head. At this moment, Lu Feng spoke up. "It's not like there's no way. This wound, just need to get stitches." Lu Feng surprised everyone around. They asked in unison. "Take the needle and sew it back." And in answer to their question, Lu Feng appeared in a suit that people from another world had never seen before. He was wearing a doctor's surgical gown, also known as a blouse, a mask, and surgical gloves from the Earth world. Mina, Ellie, Nicole and Old Man Buff, all were extremely curious about the outfit Lu Feng was wearing. What style is that? Lu Feng saw that everyone was standing there dumbfounded and immediately gave an order. "What are you standing there for? Quickly use fire to heat the needle to detoxify it." Everyone said in unison. Yes. A moment later, Lu Feng took off the bloody gloves and put them on the surgical tray. Inside were also cotton, knives, and forceps. All the surgical instruments Lu Feng used when treating the beast girl Via's wound. A large bandage was placed over the girl's shoulder. Phew, Lu Feng stitched up the girl's wound and stopped the bleeding. Old Man Buff approached to examine the wound. The old man exclaimed. "It's great, the bleeding has stopped." Lu Feng spoke again. "Give her 2 burn pills. To prevent burn injuries." He prescribed it like a doctor, causing the 3 girls, Mina, Ellie, and Nicole, to gape in amazement at his medical skills. I didn't expect the young master's medical skills to be so brilliant. Father, mother. The beast girl Via was lost in her dreams. She called out for her father, called out for her mother. When I opened my eyes, I found myself tied up in a dark prison. A figure appeared. The man approached Via. Pressed against the girl. In the dream, this person's face looked very much like Lu Feng. The girl who was tied up and unable to resist could only silently cry out in her subconscious. Don't come here." Perhaps because he had such a strong dislike for nobles, Lu Feng had entered the poor girl's nightmare upon meeting them for the first time. She startled and shouted. "Don't!" Then she sat up. The girl woke up to find herself lying on a clean bed with warm, white blankets. "It's a dream." The girl told herself it was just a dream. She looked out the window. The baby birds are chirping. Looking around the room, the candles were still burning. The wood fire crackled by the stove. The atmosphere was extremely quiet, pleasant and refreshing. The purple hydrangeas seemed to add a brilliant touch to the room. Where is this? She wondered. The girl sat on the bed looking out the window. The scenery outside was so poetic and romantic. She woke up. Someone spoke. Via turned around and suddenly shouted. It was her. Via looked at Mina with wary, fearful eyes. You don't come here. Don't come here. How can a noble be kind? Via kept screaming, waving her hands wildly, not wanting Mina to come closer. Suddenly Mina grabbed Via's hand and pulled the beast girl's shirt down to reveal the wound. The wound was fine. But don't move too much. You might get exposed. Mina said calmly. Only then did Via calm down. She thought to herself. So he wanted to see her wound. Mina got out of bed, turned around and left. Okay. She was fine. But Mina turned back to remind Via. From now on, she is not allowed to speak ill of the young master anymore. Via became silent and then suddenly burst into tears. Boo-hoo-hoo. Let me go. I want to go to the south. I don't want to stay here as a slave. Boo-hoo-hoo. Mom and Dad. I'm scared. Seeing Via crying. Mina's mind suddenly flashed with the image of herself at that time. Also scared. Also crying. Also weak. Mina pursed her lips. Don't cry anymore. No one is forcing you to be a slave here. Ellie stood in front of the door, one hand holding a tray. The other hand on her hip. She spoke loudly to the beast girl Via. She is free. Ellie's firm statement left the girl bewildered. Don't be afraid. Ellie continued. The young master has banned the trade of beastmen here. It can be said that this is a peaceful land for beastmen. Outside the castle, a flock of white doves were flying freely in the clear sky. Neighborhoods were connected, with spacious, luxurious houses and high-rise buildings close together. The Western city is now extremely rich, developed, prosperous and flourishing. Young Master, Lu Feng and Mina were sitting in the room drinking tea. Ellie brought the beast girl over and introduced her. This is a beast girl named Via. The girl was changed into a clean, neat and tidy outfit. Lu Feng smiled and happily called out. Come here and sit down, let's eat together. Don't be afraid, sit down. Ellie quickly pulled Via to sit down on the chair. Via's eyes were still filled with fear, she thought. Can beastmen and humans eat together? Really? Mina raised her teacup to drink, seemingly reminding Lu Feng to be careful of his womanizing nature. There's another pretty girl appearing, you better be careful with your behavior, otherwise don't blame me. That's what Mina meant. Lu Feng understood and said with a polite smile. Via, oh. Before she could finish her sentence, just mentioning Via's name, the girl quickly stood up. Perhaps because of being forced into slavery and being discriminated against for so long, it had been deeply ingrained in the girl's subconscious, and it was not easy to change and adapt to reality. Because she was too scared and worried, Via flustered and spilled her cup of tea on the table. At this moment, the girl was extremely wild. Hick, I've soiled the noble's table. She muttered, he will definitely be angry. Then he will make me do this, and this. Then I would rather die than follow. Then he. And so. Via thought about it all before coming back to reality. She quickly apologized, I immediately wiped it away. As she spoke, the beast girl took off her shirt, intending to clean the table with it. Ellie was shocked and spat out her tea. Mina quickly came over and covered Lu Feng's eyes with her hands. The scene was extremely funny. Just then Nicole pushed up the food cart. The girl shouted, the steak is here. Finished, raised his head and saw the beast girl was about to take off her shirt. Nicole ran back and pulled down Via's beastman's shirt, shouting loudly. Why don't you dress properly? Then he pushed the girl down on the chair. Via mumbled an apology. Sorry, I just wanted to clean the table. Lu Feng encouraged the girl. It's okay, your wound is better. Much better. Via replied. Ellie said he saved her. The girl remembered what Ellie said. Thinking, Via slowly raised her head to look at Lu Feng and boldly said. Thank you. On the other side, Nicole brought the plate of beefsteak closer to Lu Feng, blocking Lu Feng's gaze towards Via. She smiled and invited. Young master, eat. Although she was smiling happily on the outside, Nicole was extremely uneasy inside. Damn it, another opponent, Nicole was worried. Lu Feng took the plate of beefsteak from Nicole's hand and replied. Okay. And then the meal began. Via, do you know how to use a fork? No, Ellie said again. I will teach you. Beast girl Via brought a piece of steak to her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. She had never eaten anything so delicious. So delicious. Was this food from heaven? Mina, you've been busy training your wolf warriors lately, so eat more. Lu Feng said as he patted Mina's head. Via saw this and felt conflicted, doubtful or believing. Could it be that the young master they mentioned is really different from that noble? At the Taeduong River wharf, the waves were crashing, boats were bustling back and forth, and birds were flying in the sky. On the boat there was the sound of people talking, walking, transporting, and loading and unloading boxes of goods, bustling and noisy. The dragon boat is heading towards the western gate. Two people standing on the bow of the boat were chatting animatedly. They heard that the new river port in Taeduong City was being built. One person said it was not bad. But surely it's not that Lord Homa wants to deal with us, that's why he sent us here, the other person replied. Don't talk nonsense, just deliver the documents to Lord Carter. The mission is not difficult. The person who just spoke was the messenger of Lima City, Nobleman Ryan. And the person accompanying him was the servant Ryan. The two of them were on orders from Lord Homa to take a dragon boat to deliver documents to Carter, the lord of Taeduong City. They had been thinking that way ever since Carter died at Mina's hands. They used to be knights, but now they were made civil servants. Servant Ryan continued to speak. It was all because you were too upright that you refused to meet him. Besides, in a few days, you will be marrying Miss Liga. This time again. He left his sentence unfinished. Messenger Ryan did not answer the servant. Just silently looked into the distance. The boat docked, the wind blew through the sails making a whistling sound. The messenger and his servant Ryan stepped down from the boat. On the shore, 3 or 4 horse-drawn carriage drivers came to greet them. Hello, outside guest coming, need a carriage ride? A man got out of the car and approached Ambassador Ryan to greet the guests. He even put his arm around the messenger's shoulder, his tone casual. Go ahead and feel free. The servant Ryan saw that these people were not following any rules, so he quickly spoke up, "Hey, hey! What are you doing? Lord Ryan is a noble." I thought that by saying that, this man would be careful with his words, but no. He grinned even wider, gestured with his hand, and spoke in a very skillful manner. "Nobles should ride in my carriage. It's long and wide, with big, round wheels." Furthermore, he suddenly stopped and leaned close to the messenger's ear. "The other rickshaw drivers all took 5 coins, but I only took 3 coins. What? 3 coins? Robbery?" The servant Ryan shouted angrily. The rickshaw driver quickly waved his hand to explain. No, you misunderstood, sir. It's copper coins, a new invention of the city lord." He pulled out a silver coin, pointing at it excitedly as he spoke. 1 normal coin can be exchanged for 10 coins. Everyone loved it. At this moment, the messenger and the servant Ryan suddenly understood. Copper coins, the price was not bad. "Here, we go too," the servant said to the coachman. The coachman answered yes and led them onto the carriage, controlling the horse to run away. The carriage rolled steadily on the path leading into the city with the coachman's voice urging the horse to run faster. Lord Ryan sat in the carriage looking at the coins of the western city. He carefully examined every detail and then exclaimed in praise, "The manufacturing technique is truly amazing. Please take a look, my lord." The two of them had reached the city gate. They looked around in a daze. The streets were crowded with people. The shops. The bustling commercial centers. The sounds of laughter and chatter were everywhere. Shiyang City was already too magnificent. Even more magnificent than Lima City. The two of them spoke to each other. Envoy Ryan looked around, the architecture. The people. Life. He thought to himself, such magnificent architecture, such happy people. What kind of person is Carter? Is he really just an aristocrat oppressing the people? The magnificent castle appeared sparkling in the sunlight. "Greetings, City Lord, I am Ryan from Lima City." Envoy Ryan and servant Ryan respectfully salute Lu Feng, City Lord of 11 Yang City. When Uncle Niu Ben heard that the person came from Lima City, he quickly stood up and cautiously warned Lu Feng. "He is from Lima City, young master, be careful." The messenger of Lima City felt a little strange when he heard Niu Ben speak. Wasn't Carter a man of Baron Homa? Why was he so wary of him? Envoy Ryan respectfully said. "Lord, please don't misunderstand. I am here to deliver an important secret message to you on the orders of Baron Homa." Lu Feng exclaimed at this moment. Then Niu Ban and Lu Feng returned to the desk to open the secret letter and see. The two men of Lima City did not silently observe. Lu Feng thought to himself after reading the secret letter sent from Lima City. "Ha! Looks like the fake intelligence we sent to Homa worked. They really thought Carter had recaptured Shiyang City. Give me the secret message of collusion given to these two people." Suddenly Lu Feng threw the secret letter to the ground. "Then tell the two people of Lima City. You two look for yourselves, what is written in the secret letter given to me?" Messenger Ryan immediately rushed to the secret letter to see. "My lord," the servant called after him. The face of the messenger Lima changed after reading each word of the secret message. The plan to surround and capture Bac Feng City. Lu Feng stood up at this moment, pointed at Ryan, and shouted loudly. Homa was a noble, but for money, he disguised himself as a bandit, robbed a village. Now he wanted to join hands with Carter to destroy Beifeng City. Here, Ryan was still confused with the secret letter. Not knowing how to explain, Ryan's servant rushed over. "I told you that Baron Homa is no good. My lord, he deliberately called you here to kill and silence you. Sir, please go quickly, I am here to help you block. If there is a next life, I still wish to be a buffalo or a horse." Ryan's servant spoke for a while, then he ran over and stood with his arms outstretched, blocking Ryan, loyal to him. A servant like him has the temperament and loyalty of a gentleman, truly admirable. But it's also funny because Lu Feng is not that kind of person. Why did you turn me into a bad person? Lu Feng thought. A moment later, Ryan stood up, looked at Lu Feng and said. "Looks like you're not Carter. The Lord of Western City, Lu Feng, is the real deal." Lu Feng introduced himself humorously. "If so, I will also have difficulty avoiding death." The messenger of Lima City spoke. "But I have a favor to ask of you, sir." He bowed respectfully to Lu Feng and said, "Please be sure to bring intelligence to Beifeng City. Prepare a defense plan early. Avoid a bloodbath for the people." Lu Feng heard the messenger of Lima City speak. Then he became silent. He ordered the two of them to be brought down first. "Yes, young master, those two people just now don't seem like bad people," Niu Ben said. Yes, they even gave me a big gift, Lu Feng replied. So is it necessary to inform BAC Fong City? Of course. It just so happens that my new port also needs a few big ships. He. Lu Feng clenched the secret letter in his hand and smiled smugly to himself. At the river wharf of BAC Fong City. The boats had docked by the river, the waves crashing against the sides of the boats. Birds flew high above, occasionally diving down to the water. A group of people were hurriedly loading and unloading the cargo boxes from the boats. Outside the harbor are houses with bright red tiled roofs close together, where the people of BAC Fong City live. What? No clue. Suddenly there was a loud shout. The shout came from a spacious, splendid, beautifully decorated room. Sitting on a red velvet armchair with gold trim was a man dressed in a noble outfit, a blue-faced sheepskin cloak. He had short hair, a neatly braided long beard, a stubbled mustache, and a plump figure. In his hand was a model of a ship. He seemed to be the lord of Beifong City. In front of the table in front of him was a man in military uniform, one hand placed on his chest. He was reporting sincerely to the noble lord. His subordinates doubted, did the bandits who attacked Beifong City really exist? They seemed to have disappeared into thin air, not a trace could be seen. The nobleman was not sure if he was really interested in the information this man was saying, but his hand was still holding the model boat. He thought, could it really be just a hoax? But what if it was true? These treasures of mine. Hoo, I can't bear to let go of these treasures. He lifted the floating boat in his hand, then brought it close to his face, caressing it, his expression full of tears and sorrow. This foolish-looking person was the lord of Beifong City, Tafakoki. Then suddenly he broke down and cried like a 3-year-old child. Hoo, making the other man stunned. However, while crying, he ordered his subordinates. Continue to investigate, until the harvest is over, do not let down your guard. While talking, he waved his hands, but did not forget to hug the boat. His appearance was very funny. Lord City, don't be in a hurry. Tori led the way, leading Lu Feng and Mina into Lord Tafakoki's room. Lord Father, this is the Lord of Xiang City, Lu Feng. Tori introduced. Lu Feng did not hesitate to go straight to the point. We have an intelligence that can help the Lord solve the problem. Then the three of them, the father and son of the North Wind City Lord and the West Young City Lord, sat down at the table. Lu Feng placed the secret letter on the table. The face of the Lord of Beifong City at that time was filled with joy, as happy as a rich man enjoying a good harvest. Could there be news of the robbers inside? As he spoke, he leaned forward and reached for the secret letter. Lu Feng extended his hand towards Tafakoki and said, "No need to worry. Our intelligence was also hard to obtain. You see." As he spoke, Lu Feng waved 2 fingers in front of the Tafakoki City Lord, meaning that nothing in this world is free. Of course, to obtain important information, one must exchange it with material things, or something the other party needs. I wonder if this fat and silly city lord understood Lu Feng's intention, but he still smiled with his eyes squinted and said, Yes, sir, look at me, I'm confused. 2 gold coins. Deal." Lu Feng must have laughed so hard that he tried to hold back his laughter. A secret letter that could change the fate of a dynasty was exchanged for 2 gold coins. The Lord of Xiang City shook his head, waved his finger, and said, "Oh, no. Tafakoki shouted. 20 gold coins. No, Lu Feng was decisive, stating his request clearly. 2 large ships. The father and son city lords of BAC Fong City were stunned when they heard this. They both jumped up and said in unison, What? Big boat? Both of them couldn't believe their ears. At this moment, Lu Feng raised his teacup, took a sip, and slowly spoke. He had long heard that Beifong City was famous for using ships for trade. Coincidentally, our 11 Yang City had just built a new port. Therefore, he left the sentence unfinished. Lord Tafakoki frantically waved his hands. Baron Lu Feng, you are making things difficult for us. Ships are the economic foundation of our Beifong City. No, absolutely no. Tori raised her hands above her head, crossing her arms in protest. Absolutely not. So what if we say, this intelligence includes a detailed plan, what day the robbers will attack, where they will attack from, and how they will attack? Putting his hand on the secret book, Lu Feng said solemnly. This. Tafakoki's voice faltered, he was thinking in his head. If it is true, then we can completely destroy the bandits. Completely free ourselves from their threat. Later, military funds can be used to develop the boat service. The Lord of North Wind City turned to his son Tori, wanting to ask. But he firmly shook his head. Then suddenly he said, Okay, I will give you a boat. But it can only be a medium-sized boat. His voice was full of regret. Then I want 5. Lu Feng offered a price. 4. The Lord of Beifeng City spoke again. Deal. Just waiting for that, Lu Feng had already sealed the deal with Beifeng City. Now we know that in addition to being a playboy and a womanizer, Lu Feng is also proficient in martial arts, good at medicine, and also a diplomat. He is considered worthy of the position of Lord of the City. After the Beifeng City Lord agreed to give 4 medium-sized ships to Xiyang City, he felt like throwing salt in the wound. He was still suspicious. I was so happy, was I framed in the end? Tori stood by the side, feeling that this sounded familiar. He thought to himself. Why does everything seem so familiar? Well, the last time he went to Xiyang City, it was like this, but Lu Feng had several hundred goats and several hundred horses from Tori. Here, Lu Feng delivered the secret letter of Home Elite Ma City to the Lord of Beifeng City. What? The Lord of Beifeng City shouted. He clenched the secret letter in his hand, trembling with anger. The bandits were all disguised as Lord Homa's knights. And there were more than 500 of them. His voice became more and more broken, without any courage left. This time. We are dead for sure. Both Tori and his father collapsed after reading the secret letter. Their anger suddenly turned to fear and discouragement, and they hugged each other and cried. Homa had the knights disguise themselves as bandits. That proves they didn't want to reveal their identities. We devised a plan to kill all those knights. Who would have discovered it? Lu Feng smiled calmly and gave advice to the Lord of Beifeng City. But unexpectedly, Tori and his father did not agree, shaking their heads. No way. No way. Tafakoki cried. Even if all the troops of Beifeng City were summoned, they would not be able to resist Homa's 500 knights. Then add us to Xiyang City. I will put on a show for the city lord. Lu Feng said with a smile. Tori and his father were crying. Hearing Lu Feng say that, they suddenly froze. They didn't expect there to be such a good city lord. On the outskirts of Beifeng City, the Xiyang City army was performing. One by one, they lined up. They raised their bows and aimed. The command was given. They shot arrows. Arrows simultaneously shot through the air. A stab straight through the middle, through the target plate. The Lord of Beifeng was extremely surprised. He asked Lu Feng. What kind of bow is this? It can shoot so far. Moreover, its power is very strong. Tori's eyes widened in admiration. Wow, as expected of Baron Lu Feng. The performance isn't over yet. Please continue watching. As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, a group of soldiers in armor ran over and replaced the wooden tablets. Lu Feng shouted loudly. Get ready. The archers raised their bows and began to aim at the armored men. Arrows were fired. After the shout of the Lord of the Western City, the arrows flew out. Witnessing the power of the Western City army with his own eyes, Tafakoki secretly rejoiced. Just now, such a powerful bow and arrow could not penetrate this armor. If this were on the battlefield, he would be happy just thinking about it. Tori standing next to him turned to ask Lu Feng. Baron Lu Feng. I wonder how many knights there are in Xiyang City. Lu Feng smiled faintly. Wipe out the Homa knights. No problem. Tori and his father looked at each other in surprise at the strong assertion of the Lord of Taiduong City, then hugged each other happily as if they had found gold. Great, our treasure is saved. Thank you very much, Baron Lu Feng. If Beifeng City is captured, Homa's strength will greatly increase. At that time, the entire West will be annexed. 11 Yang City will not be able to escape either. Helping Beifeng City is also helping himself. Lu Feng is truly a far-sighted person. Taking the initiative to help Beifeng City is also an opportunity to destroy the enemy. 2 against 1, either blind or lame. Lu Feng's words and actions deeply moved Tori and his father. The two of them ran to hug Lu Feng, much to Mina's surprise and bored expression. At the newly built harbor of the Western City, the water is clear with waves crashing onto the shore. 4 medium-sized ships from Beifeng City for Lu Feng have gathered at the port. Lu Feng stepped down from the boat. 2 beautiful girls came out to welcome him. Nicole was polite and respectful. Young master, you're back. Ellie standing next to him just snorted. Sorry for making everyone worry. Lu Feng replied. Uncle Nyo Ben came out to welcome the city lord. He said happily. That's great, there are 4 medium-sized ships. We can form our own trading team. Uncle Nyo, summon everyone immediately. Prepare to fight. Lu Feng excitedly gave the order. Clearly, this battle was not just a battle for Beifeng City. It seemed that Lu Feng had been preparing for this battle for a long time. Back to the castle, the air outside was extremely fresh and cool. Inside the study, Lu Feng gathered everyone and spoke. Xiang City and Beifeng City have formed an alliance to join forces to deal with Homa's bandits. Ellie, Buff, 2 people in charge of logistics. Prepare weapons, also, form a healing team. Nyoda, Nyoer, Nyosan, you guys strengthen the soldiers' training. When necessary, conduct drills. Ngunga, you are in charge of communicating with the people of Bac Fong City to investigate the terrain of Bac Fong City. Whether or not we can successfully deal with Homa's bandits this time depends on everyone. Everyone shouted loudly in unison. Yes, Lu Feng turned to Uncle Nyo to discuss. Uncle Nyo often said that knowing yourself and knowing your enemy will bring you 100 victories out of 100 battles. We need to investigate the strength of Homa's cavalry. At this time, the Beastman via standing outside the room heard Lu Feng talking about Homa. Homa, she continued to stand and listen. Listen to Uncle Nyo again. The Great War is about to begin, I'm afraid there won't be time to investigate. The best way is to find someone from the western city who knows someone from Homa and listen in. For example, Via. Speaking up to here, Lu Feng interrupted. No way. Can't find Via. Via heard that and clenched her fist. She thought he didn't believe her. Her hands fell down, Via felt sad. Via, she just escaped from Lima City. I don't want to bring up those painful memories of hers. Via suddenly heard Lu Feng say. This time, the girl felt extremely surprised. He is worried about me. Why? Obviously, I just arrived not long ago. Moreover, I am a beastman. Via clenched her fist, accidentally touching the door of the room. Hearing the noise, Uncle Nyoban shouted loudly. Who? Who is outside? Via panicked. Then she opened the door and walked in. Hesitantly, it was me. Before Lu Feng and Uncle Nyoban could say anything, the girl spoke boldly. I agree. I can help people. There was a bit of a surprise with the beast girl. Lu Feng was silent for a moment. His eyes looked determined and then he suddenly spoke. Good. The intelligence side will leave it to you. That Homa guy is very cruel and evil. Bad mood is killing people indiscriminately. It is said that he also brought knights to hunt the villagers of the place he managed to train his soldiers. But Homa, he is very impulsive, easily angered, dealing with him is not difficult. Many people hate him to the bone. Via was sitting and recalling the years in Likma Citadel with the extremely cruel and vicious city lord. But beside him was the kingdom's knight sent by his father. Gray. Lu Feng asked the kingdom knight in surprise. Via closed her eyes and recalled the painful memories. During a Homa battle raging in the village. The poor people had to hide behind the bushes. Isn't he the Lord? Shouldn't he be protecting us? Why is he attacking us? We're going to die anyway, let's take a chance with them. The people were driven to the brink of extinction, they had nothing left to lose and were too indignant at the Lord's arrogance and cruelty. They risked their lives together, joining forces to kill the Lord. Die, Homa. With that, they charged forward together. However, Homa didn't need to take action this time, the king's knight was there to protect him. He drew his sword and slashed through the civilians, in the blink of an eye, all of them were dead. Whoever dared to injure him, he would kill without mercy. There is an announcement, Lord Homa, there is news from Beifeng City, Xiang City. Lu Feng, 3 days ago arrived at Beifeng City. Homa's subordinates reported urgently. Homa read the letter and smirked. Ha, killing my merchants, stealing my currency, and spreading false information to deceive me. Lu Feng, the one who really oversaw. He clenched the letter tightly, suppressing his anger, but inside he was filled with extreme indignation. He ordered his subordinates. Return to the city and carry out the plan soon. We must eliminate this commoner. In short, they are all demons. Via hugged Mina and cried. Lu Feng felt sorry for the pitiful girl, remembering the painful memories and crying. He wanted to comfort her a little. He spoke up. Via. Lu Feng held out his hand. But Lu Feng's obsession still did not disappear. The girl closed her eyes tightly, her mouth cried out. A AAA. Don't worry, we will protect you. Lu Feng replied, reaching up to stroke the beast girl's head. She smiled and said, thank you. Mina, Lu Feng looked at Mina and asked. Have you ever fought with the kingdom's knights? Mina shook her head. Not yet. She continued. But whoever it was. If you dare to hurt the young master, I will definitely kill him. Mina declared strongly in front of Lu Feng. Nyoben and Vaya were extremely surprised. A girl with a beautiful, slender, and fragile appearance but had the courage of a warrior. Truly admirable. Lu Feng was touched by Mina's sincerity. He could only call out, "Mina, young master." The couple looked at each other passionately again. Quite surprised by this development, the girl Via thought to herself. It seemed like she had discovered some secret. As for Uncle Nyoban, he was like a 10,000V light bulb at this moment. "You beasts, hurry up. Whoever dares to be lazy, don't blame me for being heartless." The soldier holding the whip shouted loudly, urging the beastmen to carry, chop, and saw the wood quickly. "Everyone is working very hard." Sneeze? Surely that's not the big sister scolding me. It's Dees, carrying a log on her shoulder and rubbing her nose. "Hurry up, don't be lazy." The soldier was shouting and pointing his whip at Dees and shouted, come here, do you know this log is very heavy?" Dees calmly replied. Suddenly a girl with a small tail. While holding a bundle of wood in his arms, he slipped and fell. The soldier shouted, "Hey, you, can't you see where you're going? Get out of here." The soldier said as he swung his whip and kicked the poor girl. The girl could only hold her head and endure the beating. Hearing the noise, the beastmen working nearby turned to look, causing the soldier to scream again. "What are you looking at? It's just a bunch of lowly beastmen. So what if I kill it?" He was arrogant. Suddenly, bang, on the blackguard's face, there were wounds. "Little girl, are you okay?" Dees asked the guard, accidentally but intentionally hitting the guard in the face with a piece of wood. His face pale, the soldier stood up and shouted loudly, "Stinky slave!" "Oh, don't let him finish." Dees rubbed his nose and spoke. "Oh, sorry. I didn't see you." The angry soldier shouted. "What? She did it on purpose. I must kill you." He approached the girl aggressively. Just then, his companion shouted, "What are you doing over there? Hurry up and prepare. Lord Homa will be leaving in 2 days." The soldier was afraid of slowing down the group, so he turned around and left, not forgetting to threaten. "Ha, consider yourself lucky." As he walked, he shouted at the beastmen he met on the way. "What are you looking at? Get to work." Dees looked at him and sneered. "Humph, I'm not afraid of people." Dees reached out to help the little girl. "Be careful next time," she said, then patted the little girl's head. "Humanity does not put us in its eyes. Are we going to be like this forever?" The little girl looked up at Dees and asked worriedly, "What is there to be afraid of? As long as you don't give up, there will be a chance to escape." With a determined gaze, Dees replied with an iron determination. 2 days later, the Lima army raised their flags and prepared to go to war. The flags fluttered in the wind. The army in shiny armor lined up in rows, waiting for the orders of the Lord of Lima City. Homa rode a horse, wearing a mask, appearing with a permanent cold expression. He shouted, "Departure, target, North Wind City." Outside the western city, Lu Feng's voice calling for martial law rang out clearly and firmly. "Those bandits robbed our food, killed our loved ones, and made it impossible for us to live. It's time for us to counterattack. Brave warriors, take up your swords. Raise them, protect your loved ones, and fight to the end." The soldiers standing below shouted in unison. "Fight to the end, fight to the end." Lu Feng gave the order. The entire army set off. The target was Beifeng City. At the Beifeng City Lord's mansion, Tafa Koki was overjoyed to see Lu Feng arrive. "Baron Lu Feng, you're here." Lu Feng and Mina slowly walked in. "I have ordered the soldiers to lie in ambush outside the bar, make sure Homa comes and never returns." "Ha, Baron Lu Feng's work is really reassuring." The father and son lords of Beifeng City rushed to hug Lu Feng, happy like children. The two sides were hugging each other passionately when the guards from outside ran in to report. "Not good, young master. A large number of pirates have been discovered in the south of Beifeng City. Looks like Homa's people." "What? How is that possible? Their intelligence arrived 3 days earlier?" Lu Feng was surprised, while the Tory father and son were extremely panicked. Could it be that the news of our alliance was leaked? The Lord of Xiang City guessed. "So, then what should we do now? If there is no way to deal with it, won't we die for sure?" The Lord of Beifeng City said anxiously. Lu Feng replied with a thoughtful expression. "Homa wanted to use the name of bandits to destroy Beifeng City. Then he wanted to use his noble status to take Beifeng City into his hands. But I will let him know, he cannot even approach the city gate." At this moment, the facial muscles of the Tory father and son gradually relaxed. The sound of horse hooves stopped in front of the city gate, Beifeng City. A loud scream rang out. "Kill, whoever breaks the city gate will be rewarded." The army as numerous as ants began to charge. Suddenly arrows from all over the sky rained down like a shower. The pirates' men and horses were hit by arrows and fell to the ground like weeds. They cried out in pain. Team 2, fire arrows. Lu Feng shouted the command. With that, another rain of arrows fell. Homa and his subordinates stood from afar watching. This Lu Feng really came prepared. But so what? Pass on my orders for those beastmen to come up. Homa ordered his subordinates. Clearly, Homa's subordinate gave a sinister smile. Lord Homa has given orders. I will give you a chance to make a great achievement. Quickly go and attack the city gate. If you succeed, you will be greatly rewarded. Homa's subordinates came to give orders to the beastmen. They heard and started talking excitedly. Dee stood in the crowd and thought to himself. Who would believe that we are beastmen and not idiots? The leader of Homa's subordinates continued to ask. Why not seize such a good opportunity? Then I will help you. With that, the commander slashed a beastman's neck with his sword, killing him instantly. The remaining beastmen were extremely surprised by his barbaric actions. He continued to shout loudly. All beastmen, charge forward for me. Whoever retreats, I will kill without mercy. Then the soldiers holding swords pressed close to the beastmen, forcing them to charge. Don't! The screams were deafening. Standing on the wall directing his army, Lu Feng suddenly heard the sound of running footsteps and smoke and dust billowing up from below. He warned the soldiers. The second wave was coming, and it was coming fast. Everyone get ready. Lu Feng raised his hand and gave the command. Launch the arrow. Thousands of arrows flew down from above the city wall and pierced the poor beastmen who were forced to rush towards the city gate. Homa's subordinates saw this and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, that's how it is, let those lowly beastmen go first. He muttered to himself. Well, what is there to the kingdom's knights, what is so great about them? As long as I can take Beifeng City, the first credit will be mine, and I will also have a place in the future. He secretly calculated. Just like his city lord, his heart was just as vicious. Among the beastmen who had to charge towards the city gate, only Dees dodged the arrow. She also wiped her nose to show danger. The game is easy. Suddenly she heard a loud shout. What are you doing? Let me go. Let me go. It was a weasel girl with a striped tail. Another beastman was holding her up high, covering her face to use as a shield. He said, sorry, I don't want to die. When people are pushed to the limit, there is nothing they won't do. At this point it's hard to talk about humanity. An arrow from above was about to pierce her back. Bam! Deesa's footsteps rushed forward, pushing the other two down. She shouted, what are you doing? The little girl ran over and hugged Dees tightly. The beastman stuttered, I don't want to die, I don't want to. Before he could finish his sentence, an arrow shot straight into his chest. Remember, even beastmen cannot be trusted. Dees said to the little girl. On the city wall, Lu Feng was preparing a new series of arrows to destroy the pirates. Catgirl Mina looked down intently below the castle. Suddenly she discovered something unusual. Running hurriedly below were beastmen. They had long ears, horns, and tails. Mina screamed. Wait, young master, those are not robbers. Those are beastmen. Mina's voice was like a thunderbolt. Both Uncle Nyo Ben and Lu Feng turned to look at Mina with shocked expressions. What did she say? Lu Feng asked the girl again to make sure what he had just heard. They used the beastmen as shields again. He said, his teeth clenched together, his eyes blazing with anger. Lu Feng's entire body trembled with anger. He didn't expect them to be so cunning. Catch, the door opened. The knights of Taeduong City rushed out. The first man with hair shaped like a young tree rode out on horseback, shouting loudly. Heeding Baron Lu Feng's orders, he fought to the death with those bandits. The cavalry advanced, their horses galloping with great momentum. Ha, the knights are out. They must be out of arrows. The man in the black cloak laughed with satisfaction. He shouted loudly. Let the beastmen charge forward, and execute the people around them. Homa's knights rode their horses and forced the beastmen to run towards the city gate. So Lu Feng's knights just came out. The knights saw a large crowd of people running towards them and stopped their horses. The guy with hair like a tree with two leaves shouted loudly. Oh no, our formation is broken. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Lu Feng's knight formation was destroyed by the beastmen, the bald man in the black cloak, Homa's knight, charged forward, his shining blade aimed at the knight with tree-shaped hair. Kung, his spear broke in two. He screamed again. Kill them all. A group of Homa's bandits charge. Kill! The sound of galloping horses' hooves rumbled, and rocks and dirt underfoot rose up in a cloud of smoke. The sound of swords clashing. They fought for a while. Lu Feng's knight was the one with the tree-shaped hair on his head who was stopped by the bandit boss. The spear in his hand cracked during the first fight. So he broke it in half. It made a cracking sound. Then he shouted loudly. Can't fight back. Withdraw. The black cloaked knight who was wearing a black cloak and a hood over his head, Homa laughed happily and shouted. Ha ha ha. The knights of the Western Ocean City are just like that. Lu Feng's head is mine. Then Homa's entire cavalry pursued Lu Feng's army into the city. Just took the first steps inside the city. The horse suddenly stopped. In front of the bandits was a group of beastmen that had gathered. A row of Lu Feng's knights stood in front to protect them. Lu Feng's cavalry raised their bows. Aim straight at the enemy bug. Prepare to launch. Lu Feng ordered. Close the door. Fire the arrow. Arrows rained down on the bandits. The leading robber died first. All lying scattered at the foot of the wall. They fell for Lu Feng's trick when the knights pretended to lose the battle. The beastmen saw the bandits dead and were all scared. Trembling. All dead. What to do? It's not our turn, is it? Clang. What is that smell? It smells so good. The soldiers carried out a large pot of porridge. The aroma wafted out, making the orcs extremely curious. At this moment, Lu Feng and Mina appeared. He smiled and said loudly to the beastmen. Don't worry. We won't harm you. You can eat the porridge here. After you finish eating, you can go. If you want to stay, you can stay. You are free. What? Nobles are that nice? But it smells so good. They wondered. Maybe because they had never been treated kindly by a noble. So it was hard to believe that such a nice noble would appear. While they were still on guard, the ox-like Dees heard that there was food and rushed forward. She was carrying her little weasel sister with the striped tail in her arms. Her eyes lit up. She was eager. Leave him alone. Eating well is the most important thing. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Dees and the little girl ate greedily, as delicious as they had never eaten before, making the remaining beastmen drool with desire. Unable to bear the hunger, they shouted, I want to eat too, I want to eat too, wait for me too. Then they all rushed forward. Towards the place where the porridge was. Standing there watching everyone eat their fill, Lu Feng and Mina felt really happy. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Suddenly there was a loud scream. Lord Lu Feng. A man galloped in to report. Gate. The gate of Beifeng City has been breached. Homa's men are advancing towards the capital of Beifeng City's city lord. Lu Feng's eyes widened. He was shocked by the news he had just received. In Beifeng City, the sound of horses' hooves plowed the ground. The people in the city hurriedly ran away. Run away quickly. Homa's cavalry is charging forward, preparing to annex Beifeng City. Homa said triumphantly. That commoner Lu Feng definitely didn't expect it. Those beastmen were just bait. Ha 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 ha. Go. Go forward with all your might. He pointed at the capital of the Beifeng City Lord and gave the order. Just use the name of the bandits to kill the Beifeng City Lord. Then Beifeng City will belong to me, Baron Homa. Homa's scheme was planned out in advance. He is truly a vicious person. It seems I underestimated this Homa. After hearing the news, Lu Feng immediately gathered his soldiers and prepared to give orders. Please give your orders, young master. Clenched fist. A determined gaze. Lu Feng ordered the cavalry. Summon the elite forces. Use the fastest speed to reach the city lord's mansion. Protect the city lord. Lu Feng's order resounded like thunder. The entire army put all their efforts into carrying out the mission. From the balcony of the Beifeng City Lord's mansion, the Tory father and son watched as an army rumbled towards them from afar. The Lord of Beifeng City said, that is. The bandits of the Homa gang. How did they get in here? Quick! Close the door. Don't let them break in. The Lord of Tafakoki panicked. He shouted. The door was quickly closed. But it was too late. 2 guards were killed. Homa gave the order. Charge. Take the head of the Lord of Beifeng City. Suddenly, a rain of arrows came from behind. Arrows pierced the chest, the head, the body of the robber and his horse. The horses fell. The robbers fell. They died in front of the gate of the city lord's mansion. Tori and her father were so happy that they cried tears of joy. It was Lu Feng. Lu Feng and Nina were leading the elite cavalry charging at terrifying speed. Lu Feng. Come save us quickly. Nina swung her knife, ending the lives of the bandits she passed. Lu Feng's face was filled with murderous intent. Sharp blade swing. Shining. Slashing like lightning. Sweeping through the bandits. Suddenly, feeling danger behind, he raised his sword to block. Lu Feng punched the man who tried to stab him. He fell from his horse to the ground. Wolf Squad. Charge. A knight of the Wolf Squad shouted loudly. There is an ambush. Everyone be careful. The robbers shouted. They were ambushed by Lu Feng's armored army. The brave warriors in armor charged at the robbers. Some were sent flying. Some were thrown high into the air. How dangerous. Wow. Baron Lu Feng is so awesome. Tori exclaimed with admiration. But the lord of Beifeng City hesitated. Homa's army kept coming, bigger and stronger. He spoke. He was Lu Feng. Indeed, seeing is believing. He curled his lips and smiled arrogantly. Lu Feng looked straight into Homa's eyes with determination. He spoke loudly. You bandits. Breaking into the Baron's territory. You deserve to die. If it weren't for Lu Feng today, the bandits would truly be able to act freely. Homa looked at Lu Feng with contempt and thought to himself. Ha ha. What a Lu Feng, wanting to destroy these bandits of mine. He smirked. What a pity. You came too quickly. You only brought a few elites. Even if we fight 10 against 1, we can still destroy you. All up. Homa shouted. He smiled wickedly. Kill. The two armies charged at each other. The battle was fierce. At the main gate of Beifeng City, the pots of porridge had been cleaned out. There was nothing left even in the bowls. The group of beastmen who had eaten their fill were sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. Bowls of porridge were piled high. Some people were still eating. An old man with 2 black horns on his head. He was holding a bowl of porridge. The old man spoke. This lord of the Western Ocean city seemed to have gotten into a fight with Homa. A man with longer ears and purple hair also spoke. The other city lord only brought 50, 60 people. Homa has more than 400 people, can they win? Let's get out of here, the old man said to the beastmen. If Homa takes over Beifeng City, we will fall into Homa's hands again. It seems the old man has a point. The beastmen gradually left Beifeng City. The little girl with the striped tail watched everyone leave and said to the purple-haired beast girl. Little brother, everyone has left. At this moment, Dees was still concentrating on finishing a few more bowls of porridge. Lu Feng's armored corps was overwhelmed by Homa's cavalry. The wolf warrior army was too small in number, so they also shed blood. At this moment on the battlefield, the balance of power between Homa and Lu Feng was clearly different. Nina approached Lu Feng and warned him. Young master, if this continues, he might not be able to hold on. Lu Feng did not reply. Perhaps Lu Feng already had the answer in his heart. Suddenly the city gate opened wide. The father and son lords of Beifeng City rode in on horseback. He was spinning a thorny ball in his hand and shouting, Baron Lu Feng, I'm here to help you. Lu Feng's face was filled with joy, and he was secretly happy. Luckily, someone came to help. But then suddenly. Bang! Bang! The thorny hook betrayed its owner. I don't know how it hit the owner. The father and son of the Bac Fong Citadel turned around and ran away. Sorry. I can't do it. Running away before even entering the battle. They are really weak and like to show off. Hey! So weak! Lu Feng shouted loudly. Suddenly from over their people and horses flew up high. A strong wind blew. Lu Feng stood there, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. After eating and drinking, he had to move around a bit. Dees carried a large log on his back. Over here, the little weasel girl with the striped tail is cheering for Dees. Little brother, do your best. Homa's soldiers were sent flying by Dees. They were amazed by the power of the beast girl. One of them asked, where did that guy come from? Dees let out a snort. She lifted a large log in her hand. Spinning it in a circle created a whirlwind. Whoosh! She threw the wooden stick at the robbers. The weight of the tree is very large and it is flying at maximum speed. If it accidentally hits someone, they will be flattened like an ant. The bandits were knocked down and thrown far away. Taking advantage of the opportunity when no one was in the way, Lu Feng said to Mina. Good opportunity, Nina. Follow me. To capture the enemy must capture the general first. Saying that, the two rode off on horseback to chase Homa. Homa was a cold-blooded killer with a cold, murderous aura. But now he had to run away to find help. Catching up with him, Lu Feng and Mina swung their swords at Homa. Suddenly a tall, muscular man wearing a mask and cloak appeared from nowhere. He used his saber to block Lu Feng and Mina's swords and blades. He is the Kingdom Knight that Via spoke of. The one who always appears in Homa's battles makes him never lose. Lu Feng and Mina, both of them thought so. Young master, you go catch Homa, leave this place to me. Mina shouted loudly. Okay. You must be careful. Lu Feng replied, then whipped his horse and galloped after Homa. The Kingdom Knight rushed forward, brandishing his great sword, and struck Mina with his gun, but the agile girl used her two knives to block it. Mina looked at him with a determined gaze. She said firmly. Hey, your opponent is me. Facing an undefeated opponent, the cat girl was still steadfast, strong, and brave in her confrontation, not wavering at all. Perhaps the girl was also worried that Lu Feng was not his opponent. Over there, Homa rode his horse ahead of Lu Feng, joking as he ran. Ha ha ha, come and catch me. He was acting like he was playing tag while they were fighting. He smiled fiercely. While chasing Homa, suddenly a sharp sword was pointed at Lu Feng. Although surprised, with his special ability, Lu Feng still managed to lean back, dodge the sword tip and land gently. At this moment, Homa spoke up again. Ha, we nobles have been proficient in swordsmanship since we were young. Dealing with you is as easy as turning over our hands. He spoke in a tone filled with disdain. Oh, then let me see. Lu Feng calmly replied to him. Even when you're about to die, you're still stubborn. Homa said, his eyes flashing with anger. At this moment, he swung his sword and slashed continuously at Lu Feng. But Lu Feng's speed was also admirable. Homa dodged every strike he made. I can't hit it. Homa thought. What? How is that possible? Homa didn't believe in Lu Feng's ability. He was getting more and more angry. Then, without wasting any time, Lu Feng ran over and jumped. Homa fell to the ground. His mask flew off. Lu Feng walked up to Homa. He spoke loudly. I know you are Homa. You're done for today. After saying that, Lu Feng clenched his fingers into a fist and swung his arm straight towards Homa. Prepare to punch him. As quick as lightning, a sharp blade swept in an arc, cutting a clean cut on Lu Feng's clothes. Almost got hit by his knife. Just in time, kill him for me. Homa gave the order. The one who just missed Lu Feng was the Kingdom Knight. He turned back to protect Homa. Well, wait. Mina nodded. Not giving Lu Feng time to think, he charged forward and attacked Lu Feng from behind. But, once again, thanks to his special ability, Lu Feng avoided it. He took the sword in his hand. Quickly blocked. The two people's swords collided, sending out sparks of electricity. Lu Feng thought to himself. So fast. Then the two swordsmen fought back and forth with no clear winner. Suddenly he slashed, the knight's sword injured Lu Feng. A sweet cut on the cheek. His speed and technique are extremely formidable. Not to be underestimated. Speaking of inside the city, Dees single-handedly lifted a large wooden stick and hit the bandits. They ran in panic. Some of them couldn't run fast enough. They were hit by Dees and fell flat under the tree. Faced with Dees's extraordinary power, the bandits joined forces. They shouted in unison. Quickly subdue her. Dees watched the bandits continue to come. She was furious. They kept coming. They kept coming. This is so infuriating. The fierce scream made the power in Dees's chest explode. Ripping off the outer layer of her shirt to reveal her body with full breasts. Plump. The bandits were extremely surprised when they saw it. They all had nosebleeds. The pressure in her body was released. Dees fought more easily. She said. Now she can use her full power. Dees's strength now seemed to have doubled or tripled. She swung the wooden stick faster. Stronger. Sweeping away any enemies that appeared in front of her. Lu Feng was still using all his strength to fight the knight. His movements were quick and precise. Lu Feng thought to himself. Even though he knew his move in advance, he could only defend with all his might. The knight felt as if he had met a worthy opponent. He thought it was interesting. Interesting. There was actually someone in the West who could keep up with his speed. Suddenly Lu Feng stopped. He stood staring at his opponent. A large tree trunk was above the knight's head. The knight quickly dodged to the side. The tree trunk collapsed to the ground. Dees appeared. He. Such a good fighter. How could I be absent? Lu Feng was surprised that the person who just appeared with extraordinary strength was a girl. What? She was a woman. And yet, to prove that she was not a weak woman, Dees kicked the tree trunk with her toes. She shouted loudly. Go! Pika the giant tree. Just by using the strength of his toes, Dees sent the giant tree flying high. Flying quickly towards the knight. He jumped up. He dodged Dees's attack again. Then he continued to rush forward and swing his sword to fight Lu Feng. Well done! Dees shouted. With that, the beast girl clenched her fist. Strike the ground where she stood. The ground around her collapsed, creating a spider web-like crater. The knight witnessed Dees's strength and Lu Feng's extraordinary speed and agility and jumped high. He thought, this beastman could not continue to cope. He stood on the roof and shouted down. Who are you? Beastman. Dees. The beast girl replied. The Lord of the Western Ocean. Lu Feng. The Lord of the Western Ocean replied. The knight smirked. Ha ha. Interesting. No wonder he sent me to this remote west. Suddenly he raised his hand, removed his mask, and spoke loudly. Remember my face well. We will meet again one day. With that, the knight took a leap. He jumped into the air, leaving Homa dumbfounded. Gray. What are you doing? Kill them quickly. You are the knight my father was sent to. You must obey my orders. Homa shouted. An order. If I didn't have to hide my identity, the first person I would kill would be you, that useless bastard. The Grey Knight replied. Homa saw that and his face was blank. Extremely confused. He hurried after him. Wait. Don't go. My father is Count Pulley. I am dead. He will not forgive you. Lu Feng watched the knight leave. He thought to himself. Who the hell is this Grey? Dees seemed disappointed that he couldn't continue fighting. He thought he could fight for 300 rounds? Homa backed away and muttered. Impossible. I am the son of Count Pulley. No one can hurt me. That's right. You lowly people. Before he could finish his sentence, he received 2 punches straight to the face from Lu Feng and Dees. He looks so pathetic now. Lu Feng said. That's right, Dees. Quickly capture him so those guys stop. Okay. Dees obeyed. Lu Feng at this moment secretly hoped in his heart. Something must not happen. Mina. The war ended. Xi'an City and Beifeng City formed an alliance to defeat the Lima City army. Laughter echoed throughout the castle. Ha 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 ha. Beer down. Victory. The soldiers laughed loudly. They clinked glasses together to celebrate the victory. Wine and meat were spread out on all the tables. The soldiers put their arms around each other. They drank happily. There's wine. There's meat. This is great. The beastman Dees was feasting beside the little weasel girl with the striped tail. Dees didn't notice that her 2 huge grapefruits were being looked at longingly by the men. Tori and his father raised their glasses and said, I thought I was dead for sure this time. The 2 of them cheered again. Baron Lu Feng. So handsome. Inside the living room of the Beifeng City Lord, Lu Feng, Ellie, and Buff stood around the bed. Mina was lying there. She had been unconscious for half a day. Lu Feng looked at Mina attentively, worried about the little cat girl. Suddenly Mina slowly opened her eyes. Lu Feng happily called Mina's name. Ellie was happy to see Mina wake up. You've been in a coma for half a day and were worried to death, Ellie said. Ellie. Mina spoke softly. Mina saw Lu Feng sitting next to her, so she tried to sit up and said. That's right. Young master. Are you okay? Perhaps due to the unequal battle with the kingdom's knights, Mina was injured. Her weak voice was still filled with pain. Don't move. There are many serious injuries on her body. If not for the young master's surgery. Ellie stopped talking. The air fell into silence. Hands drooped. Face sad. Mina blamed herself. Sorry. I'm too weak. Even a knight of the kingdom couldn't fight back. Nonsense. How can you be weak? Mina is the strongest beastman in our tribe. Ellie spoke to comfort Mina. Lu Feng looked at Mina worriedly. Then he suddenly ran back and hugged the cat girl. He held her in his warm arms. Whispered. Silly. You did great. Then the sweet kiss probably happened right in front of Ellie and Buff. Ellie was surprised. Her heart was filled with surprise. The young master kissed Mina. And Buff stood there wishing he were young again. He thought. It's good to be young. While Lu Feng and Mina were still feeling awkward, suddenly the door opened. The father and son lords of Beifeng City, along with everyone else, happily rushed in. Each of them had a cup of wine in their hands. Baron Lu Feng. Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. How could this banquet be without the great hero Lu Feng? Go, go, ha 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 ha. Everyone shouted in unison and pushed Lu Feng out of the living room. Mina tried to smile. You guys go. I'm fine. Ha 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 ha. Baron Lu Feng. I will drink 5 large barrels with you. The loud laughter still echoed behind the door. Mina kept blaming herself. I'm too weak. It was night time. The victory celebration in the castle was still going on very lively. People ate, drank, played music, sang. The atmosphere was bustling everywhere. You are Ngungu. Have you made up your mind yet? It's too late to regret now. Dees looked at his opponent who was about to compete. His eyes were determined. Ask him if he regrets it or not. Go ahead. He answered decisively. But in less than 3 seconds, Dees had pinned his hands down to the table. He couldn't move. His mouth opened wide. He was about to die. He was about to die. He was so bold just now. Why was he screaming now? The referee shouted loudly at this moment. Dees 17 consecutive wins. The soldier who had just wrestled Dees was added to the ranks of those who had broken their arms challenging Dees to an arm wrestling match. The beast girl stood up and shouted, anyone else wants to fight me? Anyone else? Ha 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 ha. Big sister is really good. The little girl cheered for Dees. Lord Lu Feng has arrived. It's Lord Lu Feng. The crowd cheered loudly. Lord Lu Feng. Lord Lu Feng is so handsome. Lord Lu Feng. All the soldiers and everyone present in the hall shouted, praised, and applauded the lord of Xi'ang City, Lu Feng. Entering the middle of the room, Lu Feng raised his hand to signal. Everyone waited silently for Lu Feng to speak. Gentlemen, this success is thanks to everyone's efforts. We have repelled the robbers. Protected our home. Here, I toast everyone. Everyone raised their glasses and shouted loudly. To Mr. Lu Feng. To Mr. Lu Feng. While everyone was having fun, Lu Feng waved his hand at Old Man Buff. Buff brought out a ceramic jar and held it up high. This was a specialty of Xi'ang City. Canned fish. Lord Lu Feng invited everyone to try canned fish. This was the first time he had heard of it. Tori felt strange and asked again. Everyone gathered around the box and talked excitedly. The lid of the box was opened. A scent wafted out. Is this canned fish? What a strange smell. What the hell is this? Everyone seemed curious. They gathered around. Wondering. Perhaps Beifeng City had never tasted this dish before. The fish was brought out and placed on a plate. But no one dared to try it. Everyone was still skeptical. Wasn't this just a normal fish? Could it be eaten? Why did it look so strange? Faced with thousands of questions from everyone, Old Man Buff slowly said. This fish needs a certain amount of time. Tori asked curiously. This, Mr. Buff. How old is this fish? Buff immediately replied. Not long, about half a month. Tori shivered and hurriedly shouted. Half a month. Wasn't this fish dry for half a month? Is it still edible? Tori stood hesitantly in front of the fish dish. Even a glutton like Tori was worried about this dish. But in a flash, the plate of fish on the table disappeared. Dees quickly picked up the fish dish and ate it with relish. You guys really don't know how to enjoy it, the delicious food is right in front of you and you're still hesitating. Tori just stood there, dumbfounded. My fish. Tori saw Dees eating very deliciously, her taste buds were stimulated. It seems to be quite good. Tori thought greedily. Tori boldly shouted. Mr. Buff, give me a portion. Oh, you want to challenge your taste buds? Old Buff replied. Here, young man. Old Buff brought out another plate of delicious-looking fish. Tori tasted a piece of fish, carefully put it in her mouth, then closed her eyes and slowly tasted it. Each piece of fish seemed to melt in her mouth, an indescribable taste. Even as a noble, Tori had never tasted it before. Tori's eyes suddenly widened in surprise at the fish dish she had just tasted. It was not just the usual delicious taste that made Tori exclaim. Delicious. The fish had been left for half a month, but the meat was still so fresh. It was soft, and with this dipping sauce. Sweet and sour, stimulates the taste buds. Makes me so happy. What is this sweet and sour taste? Unable to contain her curiosity, Tori asked. It's tomato juice. I added tomato juice. Lu Feng replied. The fish meat is rich and mixed with a rich, salty, and sweet tomato sauce. This type of fish has been specially processed. It can be preserved for up to half a year. It is a food preparation for the march. Don't be shy. Please try it. Lu Feng briefly introduces the quality and benefits of this fish dish. Everyone at the party was surprised at how long it could last. What? Half a year? That's amazing. Mr. Buff, give it to me. Give it to me too. Everyone wants to try this delicious fish from the Western Ocean. Old Man Buff had to wave his hand. One by one. Don't be in a hurry. It's so delicious. Why are you stealing it from me? It seems like Lu Feng's fish has stolen all the spotlight tonight. Saw Ellie sitting alone with her loot on her hands. She looked very worried. A soldier came over and asked. Big sister, why don't you go try some food? Ellie didn't answer. He continued calling. Big sister. Big sister. Ellie's eyes stared blankly into space. She didn't hear the call. Normally, when it came to food, no one could win Ellie back. But now she was indifferent to such delicious food. What a rare occasion. Big sister. He called out loudly again. Only then did Ellie suddenly wake up. But Ellie was angry with him. She shouted. Kid. You want to die. He could only mumble. Eat canned fish. Big sister. Ellie snorted and left. What's wrong, big sister? Aren't you going to eat? It's still Ellie. But today she's very strange. At this moment, a sound of eating was coming from behind the cabinet. A wagging tail was revealed. This is delicious. A fox-tailed beastman was eating it ravenously. Eating it non-stop. Delicious, right? They only stole so much. It was enough. The purple-haired girl with two horns looked like she was a Capricorn. Both of them were happy about the food they had just found. Suddenly, Lu Feng appeared out of nowhere. He coughed lightly, startling her. The little girl quickly hid the food to one side. What are you doing? What's wrong? She leaned to one side, causing her two grapefruits to swing and hit Lu Feng's face. No, I just wanted to ask how canned fish tastes. Who can stand this? His face turned red, shy, and embarrassed. It seemed like this beauty test was difficult for him. It's okay. But don't think that because of that I'll believe you humans. Her purple eyes were sparkling but also filled with vigilance. She had only helped him before for a bowl of porridge. Now the relationship had changed. From now on, we would not interfere with each other, she said as she pointed straight at Lu Feng's face. Oh, he replied innocently, making her confused. Wanting to invite her to the western city to try some other delicious dishes, he turned around and started to talk sweetly about the food to entice her. Hitting the ticklish spot made her wake up and her eyes light up. She tried to ask him again. Delicious food. That's right. Peach egg tart. Cream egg tart. Meat loaf. Fruit egg tart. Cheese sandwich. Meatloaf sandwich. Chocolate chip cookie. Mango pudding. But that's it. Anyway, we won't be involved in the future. Listening to him talk about Tay Duan Tan is no different from Belgium, China, but all I hear is European food. Wait. She gaped as if she had just missed an opportunity to exchange food. Seducing a beauty is indeed a short way through the stomach. Lord Lu Feng stopped. Huh, what are you guys doing? A group of people appeared from somewhere and kicked the girl aside. They pulled Lu Feng back. It startled him. This matter, we mainly want to learn about the canned fish of the Western Ocean. Or maybe Lord Lu Feng has some extra. He smiled with an interested expression, wanting to discuss it with Lu Feng. I'm really sorry. The technology of making canned fish is very complicated. The output is not high. That was all that was left. What, is it gone? Lu Feng's words seemed to stab straight into his heart. He collapsed because he had just missed something precious. He cried and lamented. What a pity. Lu Feng then winked at the young man behind him. The Westerners had a lot to play with besides the boxed stuff. There was a huge market inside. You could say that they had everything they wanted. Really? Everyone was excited. What an advertising stunt worthy of an international award. What? Big market. The man sitting there crying and whining. But hearing about big market made him dizzy. Lord Lu Feng. I wonder if we can come to your Xi'an city as guests. Of course, everyone is starting to pay attention to Xi'an city, which makes Lu Feng proud. This Tory looks quite good. This time, the Beifeng city trade market is open. You are seizing the opportunity so that your country can expand and develop. At that time, please take care of Lord Lu Feng. After saying that, everyone started to move. Dad, this fish is really amazing. Why don't we go to Xi'an city and see it too? A little boy was trying the canned fish. He seemed interested. He wanted his dad to take him to the production site. It tastes really good. It seems Baron Lu Feng is quite interesting. His father is the kingdom's merchant, Sorrow. He seemed to gradually become fond of Lu Feng. In the moonlight of the lonely night. Hurried steps, revealing bushy leg hair like the Amazon rainforest. Damn it, this is so unlucky. Just arrived at this 100-wind city and encountered horse robbers. They didn't even dare go out in broad daylight. Now it's good. Everyone in the city has come to the castle to join the celebration. They just happened to seize this opportunity. The two of them ran like bandits and dashed across the street. The yellow-bearded man looked up. Found it. Over there. He pointed straight up to the roof. A white-haired girl was running away. White-haired elf, beautiful face like a beauty. Mysterious white eyes, long, smooth legs. She is an elf. Lelissa. The reward of 1,000 gold coins is mine. The bald man said as he threw a knife at her. She was on high alert and quickly jumped up. Just dodged the knife and at the same time picked up the bow and pointed it straight at him. Steady demeanor. The posture was no different from Cupid in love pairing. Before the two men could react, 2 arrows were shot straight into their heads. Blood splattered everywhere. The 2 men screamed miserably and fell down. They did not know their own strength. She slowly landed while scolding the 2 idiots just now. Unable to stay in this city any longer, it seemed she was planning to leave for somewhere else. After the night sky filled with the smell of blood. The next morning, there was the sound of people's activities. Happening as usual. Quickly, raise the sails and prepare to depart. Yes, everyone raised the flags and prepared to depart. Baron Lu Feng. This time we leave, not knowing when we will meet again. Tori said goodbye to Lu Feng. Please wait. Wait until I, Tori, am capable of taking over the position of Lord. I will come to you to retire. He was moved and wiped away his tears. He kept saying goodbye. Lu Feng also happily responded. Tori, he shouted at his son who was tiptoeing away with a large bag. He panicked and hurriedly ran onto the boat. Tell him, Father, I am going to live in Taeduong City. Father, give birth to another son to inherit the position of city lord. This ungrateful son. Come back to me. He shouted at his only son. Yet he dared to leave him and go to another country to live. A son born to be useless. Calm down, calm down. Lu Feng gently eased the situation at this time. Baron Lu Feng. Someone called his name from afar. He gently turned his head and was startled. Thank you for saving us. A representative stood up. In front of a group of beastmen behind. He said thank you. And everyone bowed their heads in gratitude to their savior. The old man smiled with a kind and benevolent expression. It was them. Yesterday they finished their porridge and ran away. Now they have the nerve to come back. The 2 soldiers behind Lu Feng chattered. The 2 looked no different from the sharp-beaked Zico. And the fat Cheyenne. Only then did Lu Feng's face darken. He snapped. Didn't I tell you? Finish your porridge. If you want to leave, then leave. If you want to stay, then stay. You're free. The beastmen were a bit shocked at this moment. Of course, you guys can also come to my western city. Whether you are human, beastman, or any other race, you are all equal. Lu Feng said as he pointed at the 3 other people. Just work and you can take care of it. Lu Feng said as he extended his hand. Creating intimacy. Inviting everyone to his country. Really? Really? The beastmen started to stir. Everyone was crying tears of joy. They hugged each other and laughed happily. Thank you. It was like a new horizon had opened up for them. Hope had come to them again. Your city lord is also kind. The purple-haired girl gradually lost her dislike for Lu Feng. Of course. Our young master. The blonde girl took the opportunity to flatter her city lord again. Hey, why are you guys here too? Lu Feng's provocative, curious gaze looked towards the two of them. Make them startled and shyly look at him. It seemed like everything was going his way. Lu Feng smiled smugly. Satisfied. Go. They started moving the boats. Heading towards the West City. Let's go. Go home. Lu Feng ordered everyone to go forward. In the West City, people are harvesting rice. Harvesting batches of ripe, golden rice. Ah, the farmers. Startled, he looked towards the main road. Look over there. It's the city lord. The flags are fluttering. Lu Feng rode his horse steadily. His demeanor was determined as if he was bringing victory to the villagers. The city lord is back. Let's quickly inform everyone. Only then did the villagers start to bustle and spread the news. Everyone has arrived at the west gate of the city. The cheers and joy of everyone welcoming the city lord shows a prosperous and happy country. I heard that the city lord has destroyed all the horse-riding bandits. The city lord is really amazing. Everyone looked towards Lu Feng and cheered for his achievements. Old man, son, daughter. The city lord has avenged everyone. From now on, there will be no more horseback robbers. There will be no more horseback robbers. Grandma and granddaughter looked at each other happily. Long live the city lord. Her grandson also shouted out his praise. As if to express his gratitude for defending his family. Long live the city lord. Long live the city lord. And so everyone started to shout along. Everyone was happy. Everyone had family members who had been victims of robberies. All had been duly compensated. Nicole, Via, were back. Lu Feng led the purple-haired girl into his mansion. Young master, are you hurt? Nicole hurriedly ran over to worry about Lu Feng. Are you hurt? No, it's fine. He was quite surprised by her special concern. Nicole kept touching him. Me, the girl also knows how to seize the opportunity. Causing Lu Feng to helplessly sigh. Via, do the new clothes fit? Yes, they do. Thank you, young master. Before, she was a dirty rabbit who was busy running away. But now that she has changed into a new set of clothes, her elegance has been revealed. Homa and his knights were sent to work in the coal mine. They will never come out again. This can be considered as taking revenge for your parents. Lu Feng informed her about her family's situation. Fortunately, they were safe. Thank you, sir. Thank you, young master. She excitedly thanked Lu Feng. She hugged his head tightly to her chest. His face was buried in her chest. No big deal, he smiled meanly. A lucky guy. Young master. All three little girls that he had raised before. All looked at him with angry eyes and shouted. Revealing jealousy and envy. Sorry, I didn't mean to. The startled rabbit let go of him. But it was too late. The nosebleed wouldn't stop. Almost forgot. Lu Feng scratched his head and walked out. Via, Nicole, I'll introduce you to some new friends who are beastmen. Being hugged by a girl makes you forget everything. Only then did he raise his hand towards the purple-haired girl and introduce her. Dees, the beastman, she just happened to be passing by and had some business. She crossed her arms, pushing up her plump, round bust. So big, her big and round soul made Via and Nicole gape in amazement. Nicole, what are you doing? Take her to change, the blonde girl ordered Nicole, yes. The whole room was in chaos. Big, so tall. The house is so beautiful. The beastmen looked up at the tall, sky-piercing building in amazement. It seemed like they had never seen it before. She really didn't expect it. The houses in Taeduong City were bigger than any other city she had ever been to. When did the white-haired beauty get here? Even this surprised her. This is what the city lord prepared for those who want to work in the Western Ocean City. All the floors are rented rooms. The elder stood up and announced to everyone. What are rented rooms? The beastmen were all wondering about the human language. Seeing that they did not understand, the elder explained to them. Just pay monthly, called rent. Anyone can live here. The rent will depend on the size of the room. For example, this room is only enough for one person to stay in, and only costs 10 coins per month. As he spoke, he opened the room he was standing next to as an example. Unexpectedly, inside the room was a woman preparing to change clothes. The beastmen who looked in were all startled. The ant's face turned red with anger. The marks began to appear. "Go die, you pervert." She rushed in and beat him up, using every object in the house to beat the old man. A lively sound rang out. After a while, she went into the room and slammed the door, leaving the old chief standing there in the yard. But he stubbornly continued. "A room for 2 people costs 13 coins. There are also rooms for 3 or 4 people." He ran out of breath at this point and couldn't speak anymore. He was still able to introduce, so dedicated. The beastmen sympathized with him. "Well then, I want a single room." The white-haired girl stood up to choose a room. Of course you can." As he spoke, he leaned on his cane and stood up, seemingly struggling. "We also want to rent. But we don't have money." A few beastmen stood up and lamented our situation. "It's okay." The city lord had anticipated this situation. "If you don't have money, you can leave it there for now and pay later. Wait for everyone to join the work. Then deduct it from your salary. My personal suggestion is, everyone can rent together. Split the rent equally. It would be cheaper." The elder gave the idea to everyone. At this, the beastmen began to shed tears. The city lord is indeed a good person. Everyone began to be moved by Lu Feng's actions. Everyone was enthusiastically accepting the upcoming work. "We will definitely work hard. Pay the city lord. Mr. Buff, you are also a good person. Although your character is a bit lacking." It was a misunderstanding. Everyone praised the city lord but did not forget to mention Mr. Buff. "My lords, this is our street. In front is the big market. Nyoban will introduce his city to you. Let everyone have a chance to broaden their horizons." Looking at the planning and construction of this city, there is also the level of welcome from the city lord. This Lu Feng is not simple. Both father and son have been in the city for a long time. A lord seems to have been chased away by me. He ran away in a hurry. "Guys, wait a minute, my stomach hurts. It's urgent." He ran out of the stall and headed to who knows where. "Sir, wait. Xi'ang City won't allow it," Nyoban said as he reached out to stop him, but it was too late. Just like that, the lord ran away. He ran to an alley. Hurriedly pulled down his pants. And so. He was happy, comfortable, light and sublime. Before he could finish enjoying it, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, making his face contort. Didn't anyone teach him that he couldn't pee or poop anywhere? Out of nowhere, a few villagers came out with sticks, hoes, and shovels, standing in front of him to punish him. The guy started to turn pale. But doesn't everyone find a corner to relieve themselves? He started to make excuses for his shameful behavior. "Everyone what? Just you." People shouted and cursed right in your face. They banged their hands on the board right above his head. "Don't you see? It says here, defecation is prohibited. If you want to relieve yourself, go to a public restroom. I'll even show you the direction of the restroom. Isn't it over there?" They just kept swearing right in his face. It made him pale with fear. "But it's not far. The public restroom is right in front of you." There was also an old lady sitting in front of the door fanning herself. "Separate restrooms for men and women. Just to pee and shit, why do you have to go to such a nice room? This lord has always peed everywhere. So in his eyes, the restroom is no different from a VIP room." "You don't understand," the city lord said. "Infectious diseases are spread by these dirty things. Gather these dirty things in one place to deal with them. There's no need to worry about infection." The people here explained to these nobles. They started to look at each other and discuss excitedly, "What, toilet, infectious?" They were talking more and more excitedly. The large room can also prevent infectious diseases. Go and see." People started rushing to the toilet. It was as crowded as a festival. Everyone was excited and curious. "Wait for me." The lord tried to escape but was held back by the people. "Why are you running? Clean up your things in the toilet. Pay the fine too. If you defecate in public, you will be fined 5 dong. They are like hungry ghosts demanding a debt from you. You will also be fined." "No, I didn't expect to be fined for peeing." "What, don't want to give?" His hesitation made the people even more threatened. Give. This regulation is so good, I'll pay it right away." After saying that, he quickly gave the money to the people. Hurry up. The crowd of visitors began to enter the restroom marked as the women's restroom. Before I could remind everyone. The old man in the lead opened the door and walked in. Everyone wondered what was so magical about this bathroom. All the women in the bathroom shouted, "Ah, lustful." Then everyone rushed to punch and beat whoever entered. They were all shooed out of the room. It must have been pretty rough. The old lady watching the toilet looked at them with an ugly expression. Oof. You guys don't care about face anymore. You can't even differentiate between men and women in the restroom. Look at the signs. This is the ladies' room. This is the men's room. She pointed to the signs on the board. Men's restroom. Women's restroom. Symbol. Why didn't you say so earlier? The group of people who had just been punched were indignant. Okay, I see you guys are here for the first time. Need toilet paper? $1 apiece. She handed everyone a handful of paper. And signaled for a discount. On purpose. Absolutely on purpose. But, paper, isn't it just leaves that are used for cleaning? The white-haired old man still tried to ask. To show her that he wasn't being fooled. Need or not? She still calmly asked again. With a face like, I'm tired of you guys. Then the crowd obediently gave her money. Need. Please give me $1 each. See, how humiliating. The toilet was clean and odorless. There was even toilet paper. I didn't expect using the toilet in Western City to be so enjoyable. Yes. The crowd walked and were overwhelmed by the toilets here. Father, those papers are so comfortable. Let's buy more. We won't need to use leaves anymore. The child happily said to his father after using the soft papers. Okay. He also quickly nodded to please his child. It smells so good. The scent kept wafting past his nose. There's food. Father, he called out to his father, pointing to the dumpling shop. The shop looked small, but there was a long line of people. That's our favorite dumpling shop. From what Nyoban said, this must be the shop's family heirloom. It has been famous for a long time. If everyone is hungry, they can eat first. No need for him to remind me. Everyone was gone. So fragrant. What the hell are steamed buns? These nobles all ran towards the fragrant bakeries. They were like strange creatures who had just opened their eyes to a new world. Hey, the people were lining up so tightly that it seemed like they couldn't get through. But they all stepped aside. To let the nobles pass. The people here are really conscious. They proactively let us go. The guy who peed in public earlier thought the people were being enthusiastic about him. But the harsh reality was hard to accept. All the people were gossiping and criticizing them. They hadn't bathed for at least a month, right? Just like us. Yes, this stench was too hot. Let's go. To the point where we lost all interest in eating dumplings. The gossip of the people made these nobles feel ashamed. The rusticity was surrounding them. Do we stink that much? The lords began to ask themselves. Old man, are you okay? Before anyone could reply, there was already living proof of that. Hang in there, we'll find a doctor for you. The people here are really clean and shiny. Even the thing they spit out sparkles like a rainbow. Or should we take a bath first? The father patted his son's head with concern. If you want to take a bath, we have a public bathhouse for the people of Shiyang City. You can try it. Nyoben introduced them to something new. A bathhouse, they repeated Nyoben's words. So that's how it was. It turned out that the bathroom was in a large tub where people bathed together. Then everyone led each other to the large bathroom that looked like a swimming pool. Everyone slowly relaxed and took a bath. Suddenly, around the father, black water spread, both of them were startled. The son immediately jumped into the bathtub next to him and criticized his father. Father, you are so dirty, this brat. The son is really honest. If you hadn't run around in the water 2 days ago, you would be this dirty now. He was both embarrassed and ran to catch his son, so he could cover his mouth in time. Father, you made the water here dirty. Get out quickly, or I will get dirty like you. Ha, father, quickly let me go, then we can have fun in the bathtub together. Thank you, receptionist. Coming out of the public bath, everyone became shiny and glossy as if they had just transformed into a proud and sparkling person. It's been a long time since I've had such a comfortable bath. Yes, the father and son look alike and seem to get along well. Father, I like this place, why don't we stay here? It seems the modern convenience here has attracted this little guy. You fool, have you forgotten the purpose of our going out? The father reminded his son of the goal to sober him up. That's right, going out to find a suitable husband for his daughter. Hearing his son say that, he was also stunned. Little girl, we are going out to find new opportunities, but if we can conveniently find a good person for your sister, that's fine too. The father quickly spoke up, to cover up his son's slip of the tongue just now. He couldn't let his daughter lose value in the eyes of everyone. Father, look, the child still ignored him and pointed ahead. Where is that place? The Western Market. The market gate is large and wide, with people coming and going busily. That was our Western City trading market. Nyoben introduced it to everyone, and everyone's eyes widened and their mouths opened in amazement at the splendor of the market. There were all kinds of products inside, everyone could look around as they liked. Nyoban quickly invited everyone to come in and take a look. Inside, there were familiar images, plenty of essential food, and shiny valuables that seemed to have not been purchased since it was first opened. This is top-quality porcelain. This gentleman seems to be knowledgeable about porcelain. This price is too cheap, or bring it back to the north. Regardless of everyone's admiring and gossiping about the items, the white-haired lady still calmly ate her buns, not caring about those items. The city has too many delicious foods, by some daily necessities to stay for a while. The food here has attracted her. Her face lightens up when she eats something she likes. Get out of the way, get out of the way. The nobles and the lords were gone, the common people had become poor and hungry, rushing to the counters. Ignoring everyone around them, the father and son almost dropped the porcelain vase. Hey, can't you see when you're walking? The girl shouted at the crowd who were shouting and fighting over each other's things, get out of the way. It's all mine, mine, mine. Both father and son were surprised by this greed. Don't fight with me, I came first so it's mine, don't be like that, I've offered a higher price than you, it's all mine. Call all your goods to me, I have the money. Their fighting and cursing made the whole store chaotic. Sir, here, the accountant was confused and didn't know what to do about what was happening. Hey, you guys are going too far, the locals started to strongly protest, they pointed at those people and cursed. You guys bought everything, what are we going to buy? That's right, do you think having money means having everything? People just jumped in and cursed them. The two stood looking at each other for a while, then showed discontented, careless smiles, and a boastful tone arose. Sorry, with money you have everything, I'll double the price, can you guys compete? We'll not only come today, but tomorrow and in the future, ha. These guys not only had no shame, but also became more defiant and outrageous, making the people here more and more agitated. They were all angry but couldn't do anything. This lord, a hand from somewhere touched his shoulder. Sorry, we are the guards at this market. The city lord's mansion has an order that each person can only buy within a certain limit. The things you bought just now have exceeded the limit. The three beastmen on guard duty, from young to old, held up the paper in front of the two greedy men and reminded them. What, by limit order? Both of them stared at the paper. We will take back the items that exceed the limit and of course refund you. What if I want to buy everything? Another guy dropped a huge bag of items on the ground, all of them became panicked and embarrassed. Hope you guys can cooperate. If not. The sly laughter of the security guard appeared, making them sweat. Recall then recall, what's so great about it? The peeing guy still can't help but grumble. This time even with money it won't work. The people started to provoke them back, hateful, the greedy people started to leave, the humiliation stuck to them and wouldn't let go. What are you doing? You open a market but still limit the purchase amount. You can't buy in bulk. You don't have a chance to spend money. Don't be in a hurry, let's go find the city lord, as long as he knows how much profit we can bring him, the limit by order will be quickly cancelled, they will be proud of themselves again. Father, I want this. The kid happily held a huge lollipop and asked his father to buy it for him. The purchase limit order not only prevents prices from skyrocketing, but also ensures people's consumption. Interesting, the father seems to be very impressed with Lu Feng, he will probably invite him to be his son-in-law soon. On a bright moonlit night, everyone was chatting in the mansion, discussing quite animatedly. Nicole, haven't seen each other for a few days, have you researched this thing yet? No, Nicole was happy to hear Lu Feng praise the cake she made. The young master is praising me again. Lu Feng sat down and enjoyed the cake she had just made. Not only Lu Feng, but Nina was also eating very enthusiastically. Then all three girls' eyes lit up, because of the pizza on the table. Looks like she's about to become the #1 chef in the West. Lu Feng was so happy that he flattered her, young master, don't joke with me, I'm still far behind. Although he was very happy and pleased in his heart, he answered very modestly. Everyone was eating enthusiastically, only the two little girls were fighting over each other's food. Don't touch my pizza. Don't you have any appetite? Let me eat, Dees, put your pizza down. I've been here for days, you two keep fighting over it. Dees shook Ellie's hand off and devoured the remaining piece of pizza. So delicious, what did you say? I couldn't hear. Her actions made Lu Feng burst out laughing. Via is quite shy. Clenched her fists, seeming to want to say something. Young master, she stammered, wanting to tell you something. I want to beg you for something. She bent down, her head hitting Lu Feng's head, making him spit out water. Young master, are you okay? She started to cry and apologize to Lu Feng again, for causing trouble without even asking. It's okay, go ahead. Actually, my parents are the leaders of the rabbit tribe. Because of the guiding fire of the ice goddess, our family had no choice but to leave our homeland and head south. The image of the ice goddess covering the people fleeing their homeland, amidst the harsh, difficult and arduous snowstorms. On the way, my parents and I were accidentally captured by humans and sold into slavery. Via was locked in a wooden cage, her eyes filled with tears of pity, looking no different from the image of prisoners of the 1945 famine. The more she spoke, the more tears fell. They helped me escape from Lima City, she couldn't hold back her tears. Via. Ellie comforted her. Via raised her head to look at Lu Feng. My clansmen are definitely still in the jungle, waiting for us to return, young master. She bowed her head again, making Lu Feng fearfully move away. I want to take them to Taeduong City, because the young master belongs to our southern beastmen. Her words made Lu Feng suddenly awake, making everyone feel sympathetic, a strangely warm feeling. Dees was happy too. The road was quite far, if she turned back it would be very dangerous. Lu Feng stood up and walked towards her. This matter, Via hesitated and was confused. I will tell the wolf warrior squad to escort you back, so the road will be safe. Lu Feng winked and smiled, understanding what she meant. Lu Feng's enthusiasm made her eyes sparkle with happiness. She happily hugged him. Young master, stop, before you can touch him, the three girls all shouted to stop you. Mina, you're going too. The night sky covered the space. Everyone prepares to move into the forest. Yes, young master, Mina wears a murderous kitten outfit. Also prepare to escort Via. The beastmen are very sensitive to humans nowadays. Just letting the wolf squad go might lead to misunderstandings. I used to live in the Yutin mountain range, so I'm very familiar with the place. Bringing Via back is also reasonable. She used her identity as a beastman to ensure that Via returned safely. But her wound had just healed. Lu Feng was worried about her, because she had not fully recovered yet and had already gone back to fighting. Because of my business, I need so many people to go, or should I go alone? Via was confused by everyone's enthusiasm. No, both of them turned to her and said it directly, as if to imply that it was impossible. She obediently listened. Yes, sorry. Mina and Lu Feng looked at each other with determined eyes. Okay, but you have to agree with me. No matter what happens, you have to come back safely. Mina smiled in agreement. Young master, rest assured, I am a cat warrior. This outfit seems to suit you very well. It exudes absolute security. Not to be underestimated, Lu Feng began to give her detailed and lengthy instructions. Be careful. Don't go around randomly. If something is too difficult, put it off for now. Make sure you wear warm clothes and don't get sick. Remember to brush your teeth and wash your face every day and pay attention to personal hygiene. If you get injured, bandage it immediately. After treating the wound, return immediately. At worst, go again. Don't rush to complete the mission. Safety is the most important. When it rains, remember to take shelter from the cold. You must eat 3 meals a day. Remember to heat up the food you eat outside. You cannot eat cold food, it may contain parasites. In case you get sick from a stomachache, you must bring digestive medicine. He talked so much that people exclaimed, why does the young master look like his mother? Mina stroked her hand over his face, making him silent. The young master, as soon as she called his name, kissed him on the cheek, making him jump. His body felt like it was on fire. He couldn't react in time. Via admired the two. Ellie was angry. She wanted to scratch but couldn't do anything. Then Mina turned around and led the horse away, leaving Lu Feng standing there alone, stunned. Not yet able to recover. Young master, I am going. She rode straight ahead. The hickey was still on his flushed cheek. Wait for me. Via hugged her horse tightly in fear. The guards behind followed. Mina, take the lead. Young master. Wait for me to come back. Mina will definitely become stronger. I'm starting to like this way of thinking of Mina. Let's prepare to wait for her strength. A happy laugh broke out in the middle of the large room. He. Lu Feng probably hasn't been able to sleep since yesterday because of last night's kiss. Not yet time for him to dream anymore. Then from somewhere came a pile of paper taller than my head and hit the table. Young master. Time to take care of official business. Okay. Take care of official business. Take care of official business. He hastily took it. Didn't knock. Didn't know when he entered. Ellie looked at him, making him speechless. Ellie, do you have anything else? Nothing. I don't want to help the young master think of a solution. She angrily turned around and walked away. Even though she wanted to help, she was still angry about yesterday. Lu Feng also sighed helplessly. There are so many things, I still can't finish reading them all even if I don't do it all tonight. I really hope to have a smart and talented secretary to help me. Ellie pricked up her ears. She turned around and boasted. If that's the case, I'll help you, young master. You have to thank me. She patted her chest and praised herself. I know. Later, I'll ask Nicole to make her favorite tomato omelette. Lu Feng started to tempt Ellie with food again. Tell me. What do you need my help with? Agriculture or internal affairs? Business, okay? He immediately gave her a more difficult task. Don't look down on me. I used to help my father often. Helping father handle that business. Beastmen do business too. Something like that. Young master. About the buy limit order. That was our statement before going to Beifeng City. What's wrong? No, I just think that this time there are a lot of merchants from other regions following us back. Low in, high out. This is the nature of merchants. If we sell cheaply in the market, we will attract many merchants. So that our goods will not pile up and not be able to be sold. As he spoke, he described the scene of people eagerly entering Xi'an City. But if so, the daily spending of the people in the city will be affected. The image of greedy merchants taking every item away. Leaving the people poor and hungry. Although the purchase limit now ensures that our people have enough goods, it also controls our attraction to outside merchants. The sight of the quota blocking the city gates drives the merchants away. If there are no merchants coming to the Western Ocean City, we will quickly be out of supply. Developing at such a time will not be beneficial to us. She thought carefully. Indeed, although Ellie's fighting ability is not as good as these guys. But, in terms of internal affairs, her talent far surpasses others. It seems that Lu Feng is giving her a problem to understand Ellie better. But the children of ordinary merchants will not come into contact with things of this level, right? So if you were me, what would you do? Lu Feng asked again to see what she thought. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to cancel the buy limit order for now. But we can. Before Ellie could say what her plan was, a call came from outside the door. Let us meet the Lord, we want to negotiate a big business deal with the Lord. Young master, there is a merchant outside shouting to see you. Nicole ran in to report the situation to Lu Feng. Those merchants were born in the year of the dog, and they came as soon as they were mentioned. Ellie didn't think they were that cute. No, they were clearly born in the year of Chow Chow. True Ko, what is that? Young master, now is not the time to talk about food. Some people are bright-eyed, others are worried. Don't be in a hurry, everything is under my control. Tell the merchants that the Tu Xiaolu opens tomorrow. I will go to the Tu Xiaolu. We will talk about the big market then. The opening of the Drunken Tower? Could it be the most delicious drunken tower in the world that the city lord mentioned? Then I must go and see. Maybe I can get close to the city lord. On the notice board of the opening of the Drunken Tower, the people were excitedly talking again. I heard that tomorrow the city lord is discussing with the merchants at the Drunken Tower. Some of the big merchants have already received the invitations. The merchants who didn't receive them are all at the city lord's mansion bidding for the leftover invitations. It seems that the bidding has reached 5 silver coins. 5.5 silver coins, the price makes everyone startled. Oh my god, if I change it to dumplings, I still won't be able to finish it in years. People here probably spend all their money on food. I heard that those who can attend the banquet can get the right to deliver goods to the western city. I wonder who is so lucky. This father had come from afar to listen to the news from afar. He almost missed such a good talk. Excuse me, is this sorrow from the past? It's me, oh. He seemed quite surprised to be approached by a girl. I am the Western City's Interior Minister Nicole. She smiled warmly as if welcoming him. The young master invited me to the Drunken Palace for a party tomorrow. Here is your invitation. She said and handed over a red invitation. Oh, okay, thanks. This came as quite a surprise to him. Everyone turned to look at him. Invitation, 555, 6 silver coins, whoever took it was stunned. Tomorrow, remember to attend on time. After she finished her work, she turned around and walked away, and everyone took the opportunity to show their love for her. "Miss Nicole, it is my honor." He bowed his head in respect. In the Western city's drunken tower, the tower was no different from a brothel. This was too luxurious. Everyone who entered was amazed by the sparkling beauty inside Tai Tu Lao. Their faces were as if they were seeing it for the first time in their lives. Before them was a row of trays of food with attractive colors and fragrant aromas. It looked no different from a buffet. Even Dees had to wipe his saliva. His eyes were sparkling with anticipation. She could choose whatever she wanted to eat. Meat, I wanted it all. Her mind was filled with meat and meat. Just mentioning meat made her eyes sparkle. Her mouth kept saying meat, meat, like a glutton. After a while of struggling, Dees finally brought back a huge bowl of meat. Her happy laugh made the angel in white surprised. "Why can't I eat as much as a beastman?" She sighed as she looked at the plate of food in front of her. This dish looked delicious. Just smelling it, it smells delicious. How is this dish made? Even the nobles couldn't escape the dishes before their eyes. All of them had shining eyes. The real country food and delicacies are all hidden in the city lord's mansion. The unfilial son had just appeared. He sneered at the crowd. "Guests with invitations. Please follow me to the room on the second floor." A receptionist came to inform everyone. Yes, the last two men took their eyes off the food and moved on. Then she took them to the second floor and opened the door. Before their eyes appeared a large, magnificent room, with a round table placed in the middle of the room that made everyone amazed. "Please wait a moment. The city lord will be here soon." All the crockery, glitter, and luxury. Everyone must be captivated. "This utensil, this wine glass, is too delicate." The man in purple immediately ran over to touch it. "Why is the upholstery of this chair so shiny? It feels good to touch." The old man quickly went over to touch it. After a moment of surprise, the door closed. Everyone sat at the table, silent. Everyone sat with their chins on their hands, looking at each other. The old man signaled to the man in purple. "Everyone, I know that everyone's purpose in coming here today is different. Some are here to deliver the goods according to the rumor. Some have business to discuss. But most of them are here to ask the city lord to remove the purchase limit, right?" He seemed to speak for everyone's main purpose. Making these two people stare at each other without moving. Not knowing what to say. No mistake. Otherwise, why come here? They began to talk excitedly. Turning to each other, whispering to each other. "If so, I have a plan. I wonder if anyone would like to join. I'll give you a hint." "Tell me." Everyone is curious about his plans. Later, wait for the city lord to come. No matter what he asks for, as long as the purchase limits are not removed, we will not agree. Everyone leaned in close to him. Was that okay? He was a noble. Going up against a noble would never end well. Another person raised his voice. Another distraction. Yes. It's business. I don't want to pay with my life." He timidly raised his voice. "What are you afraid of?" The man in purple snapped. "All conversations are recorded in a tube under the tree. A nobleman wants to develop his city. He can't ignore us merchants." The words echoed from the end of the tube down the hallway. Then dragged down to Lu Feng's room. So this is a remote control speaker. So modern. Just tie it into a rope. There's nothing to be afraid of. That's right. Okay. No matter what the city lord says later. As long as the buy limit order is not removed, we are not in agreement. Yes. All the words that wanted to oppose Lu Feng were heard by him. Can this thing hear from another room? Of course. Have I ever failed to do what I said? The two girls were curious about Lu Feng's idea. He pointed to the map he designed above. Actually, sound is a kind of wave. As long as this kind of wave can be collected, eavesdropping will become extremely simple. It seems that in the other world, he is a person who is very good at physics. Waves. Big waves. Intense. The girls were becoming confused about this knowledge. Like 12th graders who were deeply depressed about waves. Ellie. Later, she found someone who could use this intelligence system. Later. This is the ear of our Western city. Remember to choose someone trustworthy. Worthy of trust. Also. Preferably with a good memory. Roughly around 4 to 5 people. Ellie. He said as he turned to Ellie, who was enthusiastically taking notes. Got it. It seemed like his talkativeness was making her angry. Nicole slammed her hand on the table. Her body trembled. She suddenly shouted. Too much. The young master was clearly such a good person. They actually colluded with each other to deal with the young master. It turned out that she was feeling wrong for Lu Feng. He quickly raised his finger to stop her. Shoo! Speak softly. They can hear too. Sorry, young master. Mainly, they are really too much. Only then did he smile at her words. It's okay, it's okay. Let them be proud first. After all, it's in front of us. They have no right to refuse. Nicole started to be attracted to him again. The young master is so handsome. So cool. After calming her anger, he and Ellie turned and walked away. Go. Ellie. Crush them. Lu Feng walked with fierce and determined steps. His eyes were full of confidence. As if he could eat them alive. Leave it to me. Ellie is just as combative. Lu Feng walked to the door and opened it. His outstanding demeanor and style made the group of merchants quickly change their minds. Smile. Talk, welcome. Lord. No need to be so polite. Everyone sit down. Go sit down. He gestured for everyone to sit down. I invited you all here today. Mainly for two reasons. One is the opening of my drunken Shaolu. I would like to invite you with extensive knowledge to come and evaluate my food. Ellie. She clapped her hands a few times. The waiter started serving the food. Roast pork, grilled chicken, sauce. All the delicacies were brought out. Making everyone stunned again. Here it is. Everyone is drooling. Lord of the city. Dear guests, please enjoy. Everyone, please try it. Lu Feng chuckled and raised his hand to invite everyone. He took a bite first. The taste is not good. It is not as good as Nicole's cooking. I wonder if it can impress the merchants. I am worried that the food is not delicious and will not attract the merchants. But who would have thought that this thought would be superfluous? Mine, all mine. He had eaten several chicken legs. So delicious, so delicious. Even better than the food in the royal capital. Let those useless chefs in the royal capital come and see. See if they dare to be arrogant anymore. Stop talking. I have to come here to eat every day. The merchants were grabbing each other and devouring it. Okay, I was just thinking too much. Ellie told someone to bring the stuff up. Use your hands, it's not hygienic. Okay, young master. These two ringleaders cooperate enthusiastically when it comes to plotting. But when it comes to food, they fight over it. The purple-clothed man laughed happily. City Lord. We have eaten the delicious food at Drunken Palace. I dare say that in this kingdom there is no small restaurant that can make better food than Tai Tu Lao. He happily and hurriedly flattered Lu Feng. However, the master had just said two things. He didn't know what the second thing was. Once they arrived, they quickly continued asking questions. Of course it's the limit by order that you guys are interested in. Lu Feng immediately poked their sore spot. City Lord. The purple-clothed man immediately raised his hand. His happiness was doubled. But the person in charge of the big market is not me. It is my secretary. It's Miss Ellie standing next to me. If anyone has any comments, just tell her. As he spoke, he introduced Ellie to everyone. Beastman. Handing over the business to a beastman. What does Lu Feng City Lord mean? The merchants started complaining. Looking down on Ellie. Bang. She slammed her hand down on the table in anger. What? Disdain me. Do you believe that I will permanently not remove the buy limit order? No, Miss Ellie, we beg you to remove the buy limit order. Their faces immediately changed and they tucked their tails in. They didn't dare to touch her anymore. Why? Ellie asked the crowd why they wanted to remove the buy limit order. Because our purchasing power is much stronger than the common people. We buy a lot. The city lord naturally earns a lot. The ancients said it right. Everyone making money together is the right thing to do. Right? The purple-clothed man began to explain his thoughts. Well said. That's right. The people around him also joined in. It's right that everyone earns together. But why do I feel like you guys are treating our young master like trash? Ellie snapped at them. Miss Ellie, this is what you said. The merchants heard that and fell silent. Trading in the big market. It is a kind of benefit that my young master creates for the people. That is why the price is so low. Lu Feng smiled lightly. But you guys raised the price. You ruined the market. It's already good enough that the young master didn't order your arrest. But you guys still want us to lift the restriction order. She shouted at the guy, making them confused. Miss Ellie, don't be so serious. We just want to cooperate with Lu Feng City Lord. Do you think that's right? Cooperation? My young master likes cooperation. But he doesn't want to cooperate with small traders. Small traders have small businesses. They have bad eyesight. Cooperation is just a waste of time and effort. She stared at the purple-clothed man and said. Miss Ellie is right. Don't worry. The people sitting here are not merchants. That's right, Miss Ellie. I spent 10 silver coins to buy the invitation from City Lord Lu Feng. How can a merchant withdraw 10 silver coins? They were pleased. Is that so? But I still feel you are very poor. She sighed sarcastically at them. Ellie. What do you mean, miss? The purple-clothed man darkened. Don't misunderstand. I'm not aiming at you. I mean every guest sitting here. Compared to the young master, I'm a small business. The kind that is very small, very small. The more she provoked them, the angrier they became. These guys gradually distorted their faces. They gritted their teeth. Even the disobedient son who fled from his father to this country must tremble. So did he. Everyone was shocked by Ellie's words. Everyone was shocked and worried. At the Yukam mountain range. Snow covers the mountains. Below the mountain is an autumn forest. With flocks of birds flying extremely majestically. The army that was taking Via home was almost there. There were many threats along the way that made Via cry. There were bears threatening to eat her. But Mina also hit her head with a weapon to protect her. The poisonous snake was also threatened by her with a knife. Thinking back on what had happened, she felt like she was useless. Just thinking about this, her stomach started growling. It seemed like this child was hungry. Via, let's rest for a while and have something to eat before going. Mina was worried about her. Via shyly waved her hand and shook her head. No need, no need. I can still go. She thought to herself. Can't cause more trouble for everyone. She was acting so decisively but her stomach kept growling. Mina burst out laughing at her cuteness. I'm sorry. I'll have something to eat. To avoid causing more embarrassment to everyone, she agreed to go eat. Then everyone stopped to rest at the bottom of the cliff. Each person had a handful of rice. While eating, they enjoyed the scenery. Mina gave her 2 small pieces of cake. Eat this. It's delicious with fish. What is this? Via tilted her head and picked it up curiously. The young master called it biscuit. A little bit will fill you up. But it has no taste. It will be a little more delicious with fish. Like this. She placed the fish with the biscuit and instructed Via to eat it. The top young master. There are so many magical things. Via was surprised by Lu Feng's talent. Of course. Young master. Mina also took the opportunity to show off the young master with a proud expression. Via bowed her head and smiled slightly. Her face looked thoughtfully at the piece of fish placed on the cake. Mina, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. She felt. The young master would marry a female beastman. Via's question made Mina startled and unable to eat. She spat out water. Oh my. Via was confused again. Cough, cough, cough. What are you talking about? Mina, who was too shy to sleep, interrupted her. Sorry. It was just yesterday when I left the gate. I saw you with the young master, so I thought that. She wanted to continue but stopped. We'll get married. Mina's words made Via's eyes widen. What? She looked at Mina and asked again as if she couldn't believe her eyes. I said. Mina immediately told her. The young master will marry a female beastman. Mina said with a victorious look. Her face was smiling happily. Really? Via asked again to make sure. Although the young master was a good person. But he was still a noble. A human noble marrying a beastman. Would be laughed at by others. Via's face fell, worried about her comrade. I used to think so too. That's why I was sad for a while. But then the young master told me. What about a beastman? He wants to marry a beastman. Mina immediately thought back to what Lu Feng had said to her before. She immediately felt happy. At that time, I thought the young master was just talking. I didn't take it seriously. As a result, up until now, the young master has fulfilled all his promises. It wasn't just empty talk. Even if it is a bandit riding a horse, the prosperity of the Western Ocean City. The same goes for accepting beastmen. In the eyes of others, it is impossible. But the young master has done it all. So I believe the young master will definitely marry. As she spoke, she presented evidence, proving that her words would be true. Via looked at her with admiration. The soldier behind him blushed when he heard that. Nina's face suddenly turned red. What am I saying? It seemed like she was so absorbed in her answer that she forgot about herself. If there was a hole, she would dig it deep and crawl into it. It's okay, it's okay. It's just the two of us here. I won't say anything to anyone. Via guaranteed her reputation to her. Captain, have we been forgotten? Just show your face. What else do you want to do? Shut up and eat your food. Why am I eating so fast? The three soldiers sat quietly behind, eating their mouths full of dog food. They were emotional as they ate. At the drunken palace, the villains are still disturbing the peace, Miss Ellie. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm just telling the truth to the guests. She crossed her arms and provoking them. I know, the men here, at least have more than 30 gold coins on them. As she spoke, she approached them. They also have 5, 6 concubines. They eat meat and fish every day. But do you guys know how much this plate of green cabbage costs? She pointed at the plate of green cabbage on the table and asked them. How much is a plate of green cabbage worth? The old man asked, picking his nose. This plate of vegetables, each leaf is the softest leaf selected from dozens of plants. The value is 65 dong. The price was so exorbitant that the old man couldn't even pick his nose and put it in his mouth. Everyone was shocked. Huh? They couldn't believe their eyes. Seeing that the crowd looked stunned, she continued. That pork costs 380 dong. The fish dish in the middle costs 700 dong. And that lion head dish, all of them are the most expensive dishes in Tai Tu Lao. She pointed straight at the food table and said the price of each dish. Everyone was surprised and terrified. But they also thought to themselves, this taste is indeed worth the price. A meal costs tens of silver coins. Even though it is expensive, everyone has to admit that it is worth it. I know some of you spend 10 yuan to buy an invitation. That's a lot of money for you. But you don't know. 10 silver coins is the price for one person to eat at this table. Moreover, the young master and I eat according to this standard every day. So with your little money you want to cooperate with my young master, and you even dare to call yourself a big businessman. Stop making fun of others. The more she spoke, the more flattering she became, scaring them. Her determined gaze made them start to lower their voices. This matter, us. Lu Feng looked at her with a satisfied expression. We can move on to the next stage. Got it. The two of them used eye contact to communicate with each other. Ha ha. Lord Lu Feng. Miss Ellie. Hearing you say that, we are indeed small traders. But together, we can still bring great benefits to Shiyang City. Tell me, is that right? The purple-clothed man was still stubborn. If we spread the good news about Shiyang City, more merchants would come to Shiyang City in the future. The ones who would benefit in the end wouldn't be her and City Lord Lu Feng? That's right. I know you and Baron Lu Feng are good people who care about the common people. But if there is no trade, it will not be good for Shiyang City. They were afraid of being outdone, so they presented solid evidence to entice. Actually, I'll tell you the truth, the young master and I have a way to deal with this business. That is, we will form a trading group ourselves. Maps for other cities. I believe that way, my young master will earn more. She said the idea that made them startled. They were stunned and terrified. Lord, don't do it. If you have any conditions tomorrow, just say so. Don't form a trading group. Sir, please be gentle. Give us small traders a way to live. The surrounding people were worried about their fate. Everyone rushed forward as if they knew their crime. If we really establish a company, we won't earn a single penny. Oh no, we didn't even talk about this. Those two probably didn't expect this move. Okay. This is just my opinion. But my secretary has a better plan. Lu Feng started to show the way to the small traders. Miss Ellie. I don't know what your plan is. Just don't form a caravan. Even if you don't remove the purchase limit, we support you. They started kneeling and begging instead of being arrogant. Simple. Pay customs duty. She outlined her plan. Customs duty. What is customs duty? How do I pay it? They all have no idea what kind of tax this is. You guys buy things from Xi'an City. We don't collect taxes. But if you want to transport a quantity of goods exceeding the limit out of Xi'an City, we will have to collect customs duties. Ellie slowly explained to them. There were even detailed models that were easy to understand. Moreover, the more we shipped, the more we earned. The merchants' faces turned pale. After adding the customs tax, our capital wouldn't increase much. They are worried that they will be cheated. Don't worry. The customs will be calculated within a reasonable range. Our Western goods are both cheap and beautiful. Even with the customs tax, you can still earn a lot. Even though Ellie said so. But the merchants still grimaced inside. But great. Customs duties not only raise the merchants' prices, they also prevent them from buying in bulk. They do not affect the local people. They not only ensure the spending of the local people, they also create a normal trading channel for the merchants. And finally, they can add tax revenue to the city lord's mansion. It can be said that he killed two birds with one stone. Powerful. Powerful. This father seemed to be an educated person, so he highly regarded Lu Feng. They don't agree with this plan. We'll have to form our own caravan. You don't let them think anymore. You're forcing them into a corner. No, we agreed. We agreed. Finally they obeyed. So just happily decide like that. Everything has been resolved peacefully. The whole hall became quieter. Lu Feng looked towards Ellie. Her body trembled as she walked out the door. She suddenly jumped up happily. Great! I did it! Did you see that, young master? You saw the merchants who were fooled by our plan. I see it. I see it. This is all Ellie's doing. He patted her head and flattered the child. Ellie blushed, afraid of remembering something. Immediately turned away in a huff. Humph. What is this? If I, Ellie, take action, there is nothing I can't do. Yes. Then the three of them walked out of the drunken palace. They left with proud faces. Heads held high towards the sky. Reaching out towards the people. I am Sorrow. I am a merchant from the royal capital. I have something to discuss with you. Sorrow brought his son from afar to sincerely tell Lu Feng. Won't take much of your time. It's you. That's good. I have a business deal to give you. Ha! It seems Lu Feng has known him for a long time. He's also been eyeing you for a long time, so he said that. Startled you. Then he led you along. Okay. Thank you, Lord. Then the two of them greeted each other briefly as if they had known each other before. They happily walked away to discuss work. In the southern part of Beifeng City, the sound of horses' hooves was running on the road. The autumn sky was clear, deep blue, and vast. Thin clouds like veils hung across the sky. The trees were starting to change leaves, wearing a brilliant yellow color. The scene was like a lacquer painting by a talented artist. A horse-drawn carriage carrying people passed by. Wow, this carriage. It's going so fast. The voice of a boy sitting in the carriage rang out. The boy, probably around 9 or 10 years old, had orange eyes, blonde hair, and was wearing a green shirt with yellow stripes. He was sitting next to the window. In the car were Lu Feng, Ellie, and a mature man with brown hair. He was watching the boy intently. The speed was so fast. But sitting still without shaking, it was so great. The boy lifted himself up and then fell back down on the chair, testing his butt, his mouth shouting with delight. Seeing this, Ellie smiled slightly and said, showing understanding. Of course, this carriage was specially made and equipped with high-end shock absorbers. There is only one of our young masters in the world. The first time he heard about shock absorbers, the boy was excited. Shock absorbers. That is. The mature man sitting beside him continued. As expected of Lord Lu Feng, there are countless good things in Beifeng City. He then burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. His arm touched the boy, indicating that he should stop asking. The boy's face became grimaced and uncomfortable when he was touched. Only then did Lu Feng speak. As far as I know, Mr. Sorrow is a big merchant in all the kingdoms of the north and south. He must have come for these good things, right? The man was quite surprised by Lu Feng's intelligence. He put his hand on his chest, bowed his head and said, "The Lord is wise." Lu Feng said again, "Mr. Sorrow is very knowledgeable. Of course I want to cooperate." The man looked pleased. "So what business do you want to talk to me about?" Lu Feng did not answer the man immediately. He looked out the window. The horse was still galloping very fast. "You will know in a moment," Lu Feng replied. Finally arrived. The carriage stopped in front of the Southern City factory. "The city lord has arrived," someone shouted loudly. "The house is so big," the boy walking with the man exclaimed. "What big house?" "This is a factory," Ellie retorted to the boy. "Mr. Sorrow, please come this way." Lu Feng politely waved his hand to invite the man to step into the already open passage. "Okay," the man replied. As soon as he opened the door and entered, the man was overwhelmed by the large room filled with things that Lu Feng wanted to trade. "Mr. Sorrow, this is the business I want to discuss with you." The man could only stand there, staring at what was happening before his eyes, amazed. The blond boy who was with the man ran back and forth, as surprised as his father. The boy shouted, "Father, come and see, there are so many fabrics here." Lu Feng turned to Ellie and asked, "Ellie, how many rolls of fabric are there?" Ellie was given the responsibility, took out the notebook from her sleeve and read. "There are currently 400 rolls of low-grade fabric, 200 rolls of low-grade medium fabric, and 20 rolls of medium fabric in stock." "Wow, that's a lot," the blond boy exclaimed. The four of them walked inside, walking between wooden shelves that reached to the ceiling. Inside were stacked rolls of fabric of all colors. Lu Feng asked Ellie again, "What is the daily output now?" "Low-grade fabric is 40 rolls, low-grade medium fabric is 20 rolls. Medium-grade fabric is..." Before Ellie could finish speaking, the blonde-haired boy Sorrow interrupted. 1 meter of cloth is 30 silver coins, 1 roll is 30 meters long, 1 day can produce 60 rolls, 1 day's income is 50 silver coins, 2 days is 1 gold coin. Minus material fee, labor fee, packaging fee, shipping fee, bribe fee, capital. As he spoke, the boy calculated. He seemed very proficient. After calculating, the boy turned back to his father and said, "My father earns 100 gold coins a year from this business." Lu Feng happily praised the boy for his intelligence and cleverness. As expected of the son of a merchant of the kingdom, the boy was praised by the lord of Taeduong City. His eyes lit up with happiness. Only Ellie seemed annoyed with the boy's cleverness. "Huh, you brat," Ellie said to herself. The merchant who had been silent since entering the room finally spoke up. "But Lord Lu Feng, weaving is a manual process that takes time and effort. Where does such a large output come from?" he wondered. Ellie saw that Sorrow was asking a tactful question. She answered bluntly, "This is our Western City's secret. How can we tell you guys?" Seeing the girl look nervous, Lu Feng smiled and replied, "It's okay to look a little." After saying that, Lu Feng glanced at Ellie. It seemed like he had angered her again. Lu Feng walked ahead and led the way. Ellie followed behind with an angry expression. The merchant's Sorrow and his son followed them. While walking on the street, the blonde merchant's son suddenly naughtily tugged on Ellie's shirt. The girl turned back thinking something was wrong. But no, the boy teased Ellie again. He made a scene. He raised his hand and pulled his eyes down. His mouth opened wide and he grinned. He grinned. Ellie was already annoyed, but being tricked by this brat made her even angrier. The girl frowned and shouted. Perhaps because the boy was the son of a merchant from the kingdom and was coming to discuss business with the Western City. There was no way to ruin the cooperation between the two sides. So Ellie could only keep quiet. Lu Feng led them to a house. Stepping inside, the merchant stopped dead in his tracks before a strange object. He hesitated. Here. Now, Ellie thought, was the time to introduce herself. She spoke up. "Ha ha. You don't know, right? This is the thing." Ellie was introducing something to Sorrow that made him curious. Before she could finish, Sorrow's son interrupted. "The thing used to weave cloth, right?" Ellie was disappointed. While she was in a fit of anger, the boy ran towards the machine and quickly asked, "How do you use this thing?" Ellie was so angry that she couldn't do anything, thinking to herself, "This brat." Suddenly, Lu Feng spoke to Ellie. "Ellie, perform for them." "No big deal," Ellie replied. Ellie walked up to the machine. She lifted the blonde boy who was there up with one hand and said coldly, "Over there. Looks like it's time for Ellie to show off." Ellie sat down in the chair, placing her hands on the device. She thought to herself, "Look at me." Then Ellie suddenly sped up, her hands moving quickly on the loom, making the shuttles move back and forth very quickly. Clack, clack, clack. In a flash, a pure white cloth was woven. Ellie held the cloth in her hand. Her mouth was full of pride. "Done. Easy. No big deal. She held the cloth out to the merchant Sorrow and asked, "How is it?" Before Sorrow could reply, his son spoke up. "Sister Ellie is so good." The boy looked at Ellie with admiration. Since he arrived, the mischievous boy had annoyed Ellie many times. This time he praised Ellie. She was quite surprised by the boy's attitude. A little stunned. The girl turned her face away to hide her emotions. She said as if she didn't care. "Humph. This trivial matter." But Ellie's anger had long since subsided. This kid isn't that hateful. Ellie thought to herself. Lufeng City Lord asked again. "Ellie, when can the production capacity of some lower grades be raised to 100 roles? Training for the new recruits has already begun. Once they start production, output will be a piece of the puzzle." Ellie replied confidently. The man often went along and heard with his own ears and witnessed with his own eyes what the Lord of Taeduong City had done and was doing, and he was filled with admiration. He thought to himself. Who exactly was this lord? Lu Feng asked the man. "Mr. Sorrow. What do you think of the fabric made from these weaving machines?" Holding the cloth in his hands, the man spoke his feelings. Very delicate, very soft, absolutely top quality, the kind of fabric that noble merchants would wear. Ellie laughed happily when she heard Sorrow's comment. She spoke up to explain. "Mr. Sorrow, the fabric that the young master makes has 6 grades. Superior, super superior, superior, medium, low mid, low. These are just the low-grade fabrics. There are also low-mid fabrics that the people in the city usually wear." So this is the reason why Ellie laughed like that. Mr. Sorrow was very surprised when he heard this. This is just low-grade fabric. Then middle grade, high grade, high grade. He trailed off, probably finding it hard to imagine. His hand caressed the low-grade fabric, and he continued hesitantly. Not to mention nobles, even kings would like it. At this time, Lu Feng asked again. "Then let me do it. You suggest. I have the product, you have the sales system. I think you know very well whether my product is worth it or not." Hearing Lu Feng's offer, the man calculated in his mind. This was not just 100 gold coins, this was a business worth at least 1,000 gold coins a year. The man didn't need to think long before the lucrative offer. He replied to Lu Feng. "Lord City Lord, Sorrow sincerely cooperates. To show his sincerity, in terms of profit, I only need 1%. Merchant Sorrow raised his fist to his chest to show his commitment. "Lord City Lord, please believe in the strength of our merchant team." As for Lu Feng, after hearing the merchant Sorrow's determination to only accept 1% profit and to commit to sincere cooperation, he thought. He thought he would want 3% profit, but this Sorrow was even more determined than he had imagined. While no one spoke, the merchant's son suddenly shouted, "I've decided. Brother Lu Feng, from now on you will be my brother-in-law," the boy said, pointing at Lu Feng, his eyes very determined, certain, not seeming to be joking. After the boy's words, there was a funny scene. Lu Feng and Ellie were completely surprised, their faces blank with confusion. The boy's father, Mr. Sorrow, felt sorry for him and quickly ran to his son to comfort him. "Gull, don't talk nonsense." He turned to Lu Feng and explained. "But I do have a daughter, both literary and martial, intelligent and resourceful, the kind of girl everyone desires. The city lord likes talented women like that. If you," before the man could finish his sentence, the boy asked again. "Brother-in-law, is there anything fun to do at your place? Take me to see." The innocent nature of the merchant's son accidentally angered Ellie, causing her to yell. "Don't call him brother-in-law. This brat is truly the most hateful kid in the world." The sky was gray, Mina, Via and the wolf army rode their horses deeper and deeper into the forest. Coming to a rather narrow road, Mina spoke up. "This road is too narrow, we have to walk." Mina quickly weaved through the trees, the wolf squad followed. Via looked tired. After walking a short distance, Via was panting. Mina saw this and asked Via. "Are you okay? Why don't you rest for a while?" Via raised her hand to rub her eyes, answering, her voice broken. "No need, ahead is the tribe's territory." Mina said to the wolf warriors. "Okay, you guys escort here, Via and I will go first." Suddenly seeing the human race, the beast tribe could not help but panic. The men escorting him obeyed. "Yes." Via stopped and looked at Mina with gratitude. "Thank you, Mina." Mina turned back to look at Via and smiled. She said. "Let's go." Via replied. 2 girls walking in the forest. The sound of falling leaves rustling. Peel, peel. Suddenly Mina sensed something unusual. She pulled Via back. Shoo! Mina whispered. They stopped to listen. Mina pulled out her knife. She smelled something strange around here. Swish! Mina pushed aside the bushes beside the road to look. Sure enough, in the bushes was a little girl trembling in fear. She had blue hair and blue eyes. She was wearing a long cloak, revealing only her face and hair. Suddenly Via recognized someone she knew. She exclaimed. Sumi! Why are you here? Mina turned to look at Via. A little surprised, it turned out that the two of them knew each other. The little girl saw Via and quickly said, Sister Via, then she ran over and hugged Via. The two sisters hugged each other and burst into tears. It was Sister Via. Via gently reached up to brush the blue hair aside, wiping away the little girl's tears. She said. Sumi! You're hurt. What happened? Little Sumi rubbed her eyes, sobbing as she spoke. There were bad beastmen attacking the tribe. Only I managed to escape. Via hugged her and comforted her. Mina stood there. Hearing the beastmen being attacked, she was furious. She gritted her teeth. Her hands retracted, trembling with anger. Via asked little Sumi again. Doesn't the tribe have a guardian? Where is Mary? Looking up with teary eyes, her face was dazed and dirty. Sumi said. Since we were taken away, many others have. Her voice choked. Because of the great misfortune that has befallen the tribe. Families separated. Loved ones separated. The girl choked on each word. Leave us and go. Try to avoid saying this and then burst into tears. This. Via spoke up. But she didn't know what to say. She could only hold her little sister tightly in her arms. Her heart was filled with sorrow. Suddenly Mina's hand was on Via's shoulder. Mina said. Now is not the time to be sad. Via and her little beast sister Sumi looked up at Mina. She quickened her pace. Let's go. Save the people. Mina stepped forward. Her eyes reflected the hatred. She was determined to avenge her tribe. The sound of rustling leaves in the night continued. In the place where the Beastmen tribe lived, the Beastmen traffickers were rampant. They tied up the Beastmen, beat them, and tortured them. The commander said. This time, it was really a big harvest. I thought it was just luck. I didn't expect to discover a nest of Beastmen. He said and then let out an arrogant laugh. That's right. Moreover, they are all white and tender little beastmen. If we sell them to those perverted nobles now, we will make a fortune. Ha ha. The underlings joined in. They laughed loudly under the cold night sky. The four beastmen grandmother and granddaughter were hugging each other, shivering in fear in the tent. Slap. A blue-haired, rabbit-eared beastman was just hit by the commander. He slapped him across the face, causing him to fall down in pain. He was a big-boned beastman trader. Big. He asked his underling. Have you caught that little rabbit yet? They've sent people to look for it. Still no news. The underling replied. Damn it. That rabbit looks cute. It's worth the money. The big commander said. He meant Sumi. The rabbit girl with blue hair and pretty blue eyes. He was so angry. Because he lost the little rabbit girl. He was furious. He couldn't vent his anger anywhere. He took it out on the beastman who was trembling on the ground. The one he had just beaten. He pulled his leg back and kicked the beastman with great force. It hit him straight on the chin, causing him to fall backwards. Blood was flowing from his mouth. He shouted. Tell me. After all. Where did you hide it? The beastman, even if beaten and interrogated, would definitely not tell. The beast girl shivered inside the tent and sobbed. Tell the beast grandma. Grandma. Please save Sumi, everyone else is gone and only they are here to take care of us. The little girls cried and begged. But the grandmother just silently shook her head helplessly. Outside, the commander grabbed the blue-haired beastman by the ear and lifted him up. He spoke with a hypocritical tone. The Frost Queen's anger is raging so fiercely. You guys staying here will only be waiting to die. It's better to go to the noble's side. If you don't think about yourself, then at least think about the children. His words seemed to be concerned and reeked of hypocrisy. The beastman looked at him with eyes filled with extreme resentment. He gritted his teeth. A mouthful of saliva mixed with blood sprayed onto his face. Too surprised, he yelled furiously. This bastard, he pulled out a knife from his belt. He really wanted to die. The blade was almost at the beastman's neck. Suddenly a stream of blood spurted out. Not from the beastman's neck, but from the commander himself. He collapsed. Mina appeared behind. Mina's sharp blade helped him end his sinful life. The underlings raised their heads in surprise. Swords in hand. The children in the tent suddenly shouted. "Grandma Mary, is someone coming to save us?" Grandma Mary was toothless and did not answer. The robbers were shocked. Where did she come from? The boss was killed. They all shouted in unison. Kill her. They charged at once. Mina was on the defensive. Suddenly a loud noise was heard. Mina threw rocks at the thugs. As quick as lightning, the blade slashed at their necks one by one. She disappeared. That was all they had time to say. In the blink of an eye, those thugs were almost all killed by her. Suddenly there was a cry. Help! Help! Please! Save me! A hooded man was lying on the ground shouting. Above him was a thug holding a knife, ready to strike down. Mina thought the person calling for help was a beastman. She quickly jumped one step. Rushed towards that hooligan. Kicked him. He fell backwards. She turned back to ask the beastman. Are you okay? Can you stand up? The cloaked man smiled sinisterly. He pretended to be a beastman and called for help to draw Mina closer. Suddenly he opened his hand. Throw tiny objects at Mina's face. She fell for it. Mina cried out in pain. The tiny objects were hitting her, making it impossible for her to open her eyes. Tears welled up. Falling down in streams. My eyes. The traffickers took the opportunity and rushed forward. They said to each other. Take the opportunity. Grab her. Mina couldn't see clearly. The robber appeared in front of her eyes in a blur. Suddenly she heard a voice. Beastman warrior. Based on the eyes of the stars. There was this saying. Mina seemed to wake up. She knew what she had to do. No mistake. She closed her eyes. The thugs were just waiting for this. He shouted. Eyes closed. Are you ready to die? Ha ha. He lunged. Slashed the sword at Mina. But it seemed he was still too slow. One knife stabbed the arm. One knife stabbed the stomach. Mina's attack was precise. Han died within inches. The rest stood there, stunned. Eyes still closed. Mobilize the remaining senses. Mina told herself. Don't rely on your eyes to grasp the opponent's movements. Use the remaining senses. Think and act. The blade glides like the wind. One by one, Mina took them down. Mina paused. She was still thinking. She was also calm. She wondered. Who was the one who spoke just now? She looked up. Someone was standing high above. The red cloak fluttered in the wind. A female warrior with platinum hair and eyes. A wolfkin beast knight. 1 foot jumped high. What kind of beast is this that can jump so high? It has a horn on its head. Its ears are like a white fox's. But its skin is brown. Mina looked up in surprise. Before I could recover from the shock, she descended. It was like a nuclear bomb had just dropped. It affected everyone around. Everyone was thrown far away. She slashed her long sword high into the sky. Her bloodshot eyes were sharp like an assassin. She was rampaging here. Her eyes turned to each person one by one. Bright red dyed her eyes. She then used another move. What kind of beast could be so powerful? She just swung her sword once. It sent everyone flying everywhere. It was the Knight of the Beast Kingdom. Via recognized who she was. She never expected to meet him. That's right. The economy of the Beast Kingdom is backward. Resources are scarce. It has to rely on smuggling metals from humans to create a branch of beast knights. Mina seemed to have just solved something quite important. The most famous of which was the Wolfkin Beast Knight. The knight was still rampaging, killing people one by one. With just one swing of his sword, he could kill 3 or 4 people at once. Each one of them could single-handedly take on several knights from the human kingdom. The knights showed no signs of stopping. They continued to charge forward with their swords drawn. Their eyes emitted murderous intent. But I heard that the female beast knights of the Wolf clan all protect the royal family's princesses. Why are they here? Via asked Mina curiously. Before the 2 girls could finish their questions, a guy fell down in front of them. They looked forward in amazement. Via still held the blue-haired girl tightly in her arms. Before the two of them was the wolf beast knight Avery. In just a moment, she had returned to her original appearance. The noble and strong appearance of a knight. Mina was also surprised. So strong, making Mina surprised like this. The knight must have incredible strength. After calming down the crowd outside, the knight turned and ran straight towards the stone hut. "Your Majesty, Avery is here," his footsteps running as fast as the neighing of a horse. The knight rushed forward and opened the door. She was surprised to see that inside were young beastmen and an old beastman. Everyone was shivering and hugging each other tightly. No, it seemed like the person she was looking for was not here. Her face suddenly became tense and empty. "Princess, where the hell are you?" The eyes that were full of murderous intent just now were now filled with tears. "Mrs. Mary, are you okay?" The beastmen locked inside heard Vaya's voice and stood up. Their sparkling eyes turned towards the door. The corners of their mouths that were still pouting were now smiling like sunflowers. It was Vaya. It was Vaya's voice. Everyone was getting excited because they knew they were about to be free. Grandma, is it Vaya back?" A little boy came over and hugged her tightly. His innocent eyes looked up and asked her. "Vaya. Could it be? Could it be that someone from the clan has returned?" After rescuing Vaya, the old woman suddenly woke up. Her face was filled with tears of emotion, unable to believe her eyes. Then Vaya appeared in the doorway, calling out loudly. "Mrs. Mary," she called her name with joy and hope. At first it was just Mrs. Mary. But then she stopped when she saw the children. "Via," the old woman asked her with a trembling voice. Her kind and benevolent eyes seemed to have been waiting for her for a long time. "Sister Via, it's you. Everyone is okay." "Great." Everyone ran to hug each other. Happy and joyful. Never before had the meetings of the beastmen been so warm. They were all worried about each other. So when they met again, they all thought it was a miracle. "Via, it's great. Everyone left us. I don't care about my old age. I just feel sorry for these kids." Mary shared the pain she had gone through. Although she was not in good health, she was a good person. She couldn't bear to leave the kids alone. Via also sympathized with her. The children were moved to hear it. Each of them burst into tears. "Grandma." Looking at the children beside her, Via also shed tears. The sympathy of the beastmen also came from this. "Grandma Mary, don't worry." She patted her shoulder and comforted her. Via had not only returned, but had also found land to the south, a place that would allow the beastmen to settle down and make a living. "We don't need to suffer anymore." Her warm words soothed the little hearts that had just been imprisoned. Everyone felt like they had just been reunited with their homeland. The knight looked at their reunion with a bit of envy. Just like that, she sighed, put away her sword, turned around and walked away. In the dark night covered with snow, the knight walked alone in the cold loneliness. "It's delicious. Take it." Mina tossed him a small bag. Not a step off, not a millimeter off. The bag was in her hands without a single miss. Why can you be so strong?" Mina wants to ask the secret to being so strong. But he was quite cold and silent for a while, making Mina not know what to say. "Because I have a reason why I cannot lose." The knight replied coldly. He exuded the essence of chivalry. A responsible person. This figure reminded Mina of Lu Feng. It was the same sentence Lu Feng once said to her. "The reason I can't lose." Lu Feng looked straight into her eyes and said, making her heart beat faster. "A new day has begun. People are starting to work under the 30-degree heat. Another harvest season has come. Everyone is hunting in the fields." Lu Feng just woke up and stretched to welcome the new day. His face showed a sense of comfort and freedom. The landlord's house was truly leisurely with no shortage of food. Lu Feng said with relief. His face was satisfied. His happy laughter made Ellie look at him. But when he turned around she ran away. It seemed he sensed someone behind him but then ignored it. Must strengthen the defense on the other side. 25 new recruits have deserted. Yes, Lu Feng ordered Nyoben to deal with the deserters severely. While talking, he realized something. The little yellow hand hid in the corner of the wall. After returning home to eat, Ellie ate ravenously. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was asking questions. "Nicole, are the preparations for the pizza shop going well?" He asked about the status of the pizza shop that was about to open. "Almost done, wait for Mina and Vaya to come back and we can start the chapter," Nicole excitedly told him. Ellie stopped eating suddenly. She stared at the two of them. saw Lu Feng turn his head towards her. She touched the back of her neck like an ant and jumped. Her ears stood up. I'm full. She immediately found an excuse to walk away. Ellie's confusion left Lu Feng and Nicole helpless, not understanding what was happening. Ellie, who was just trying to run away, was now lurking outside Lu Feng's room door. She stood outside for a while before stepping inside. Where is the young master? Seeing the empty room, she wondered. What are you looking for me for? Lu Feng appeared from behind her, causing her to startle and scream. Huh? Who's looking for you? Me. You. She ran to the opposite side and leaned against the wall. Her mouth stuttered and she couldn't form any words. Tell me. Is there any problem? Lu Feng seemed to have read her mind. It's just trivial matters. You don't need to think of a way to help. Her mouth denied it. But her hand shook the dirty paper in front of Lu Feng's face. Let me see. Lu Feng took the paper. Oh, it's news from the drunken palace. Smuggling, running away, this is the information Ellie heard through the homemade wiretap. Also want to take advantage of people selling goods abroad to avoid taxes. Taking advantage of such loopholes is really hateful. But me. Ellie was angry on behalf of Lu Feng. She wanted to scratch and bite them to pieces. She felt angry on behalf of Lu Feng. Looking at her adorable actions, Lu Feng sighed and chuckled. Ellie's eyes suddenly fell. She muttered to herself. But I didn't know what to do. She was confused and guilty for not being able to solve the problem for Lu Feng. Lu Feng saw this and laughed out loud. His laughter made Ellie stunned. To deal with these greedy merchants, I had been prepared for a long time. Lord, the guards you need have been selected. And Mr. Ryan has been invited. Nyoben reported the good news to Lu Feng. Very good. Things are gradually going in Lu Feng's direction. Come on, Ellie. He said, then turned and called Ellie to follow him, to go see the security station that I had just set up. He walked heroically, boldly leading Ellie to see his plan, the preparations that he had made in advance. It was pouring rain, big drops of rain pouring down at the guard station. My lord, let's take this opportunity to run away. I don't know why Lord Lu Feng let us go. I heard that Baron Homa was also captured by that person. The two men who were released immediately had bad intentions right in front of the guard gate. If he didn't go now, he wouldn't have another chance. Furthermore, Miss Liga was waiting in Lima City. The disciple repeatedly proposed plans to escape with his master. Mr. Ryan, please follow me. The Beastman guard standing at the door enthusiastically invited the two of them to come out. Suddenly, from somewhere appeared muscular guys, but their faces were quite shiny. The two of them were brought to a room full of big, burly men, no different from gangsters. They looked at the two people standing at the door and sneered. My lord, they were so strong. Suddenly I felt so weak. I couldn't help. The disciple acted weak and scared in front of these guys. He made his master pale. Then they slowly walked through that room. Sir, look at that badge. It must be made of forged steel. It must be worth a few silver coins. The assistant looked at the shiny security department badge with a rather panicked expression. Their equipment is so sophisticated. I'm afraid even the Knights of Lima City can't compare. How amazing. What the hell is this guard station? Even the blonde-haired lord was surprised by how modern it was. At the deputy director's office, the Beastman guard had already brought the two people to the door. Mr. Ryan, your armor and badge are in the office. The two people did not understand what the Beastman said. Sir, he said you have armor and badge. The assistant looked at him nervously. Office, does Baron Lu Feng want me to go to the security department? That's right. Lu Feng walked over from afar to answer the two. They suddenly turned around. I want you to be the deputy director of the security department. Lu Feng gave his opinion. Greetings, Lord. The Beastman guard stood at attention and greeted him with excitement. This one Ryan is still quite confused. Not understanding why I was chosen. Ryan, I know you used to be a knight. Then you were demoted to a civil servant. You have always been undervalued. Lu Feng seems to have studied Ryan for a long time. That's why he gave you such a high position. That's right. Sir Ryan's fate is so miserable. He is clearly talented but has not met his time. He is also being oppressed by that Baron Homa. The assistant laments his lord's suffering. Tears flowed like a stream. Even the girl he loved the most, Liga, was implicated. While crying, he poured out all about Ryan's unfair life. Now I'll give you a chance. The equipment of the guard station is very sophisticated. All the guards are the best people selected from the army. Lu Feng said sincere and honest words to Ryan, making him confused inside. From now on, everyone will be responsible for catching criminals. Maintain order and security. Ensure the safety of property and lives of all the people of this western city. He raised his hand to his chest and spoke firmly. At times like this, he seemed to exude the aura of a king. Ryan, can you do it? Lu Feng looked straight at Ryan and asked again. You still have something undecided. But after a while he closed his eyes and gave up. He listened to his talent. I understand. Willing to devote all his strength to the city lord. Ryan knelt down respectfully to receive the order. The assistant also obediently knelt down, moved and performed a bow. Finally, the two of them looked at each other and nodded in agreement, as if this was a sign that the western city would become more and more stable. He brought me here to see what this was for. Lu Feng and Ellie returned after promoting Ryan. Each of them had an umbrella and walked in the pouring rain. The smuggling issue was still unresolved. Ellie still didn't understand why he brought her here. She said that in the future, when there is a security agency, it will be convenient for them to catch criminals who smuggle and evade taxes, right? Lu Feng laughed and replied at her naivety. Huh? Why didn't I think of that? She felt like she had just gained another piece of knowledge. But then realized I was so rustic. The sullen face turned to blame Lu Feng. That's it, I've always wanted to set up a similar guard station. That's right, that's right. Also, I think it's very suitable for Ryan to be in charge. She added to avoid embarrassment. That's right, that's right. How could you not think of it? Needless to say, I'm so good. Lu Feng flattered her to avoid trouble. The people around were running away from the rain and wind. We're soaked to the skin. What good thing could it be? The city lord is so handsome. The gossip in the neighborhood was as lively as ever. Yes, let's go home and eat. I want to eat the tomato and egg stir-fry that Nicole cooked. Okay. Then the two of them chatted as they went home. Another morning begins, the sunlight shines through the golden leaves like autumn leaves. The army that went to rescue the beastmen was passing through the forest to return to Taeduong City. Vaya, will that noble take us in? But we are beastmen. Mrs. Mary was still worried whether it was okay to do so. Seeing that she was still uncertain and doubtful, Via immediately resolved her worries. Rest assured, the young master is not like other nobles. Whether human or beast, in his western city, as long as one can work, one can support oneself. But we have so many children, I'm old, only a few of you adults working, how can it be enough? She felt even more guilty, afraid that she would bring trouble to Vaya. Yes, so many beast children. Accommodation will be. Hearing her say that, Via also became flustered and worried. Don't worry, Mrs. Mary, I'm here. As long as we rely on each other, we'll definitely be able to live on. She continued to reassure her with her positive gaze. Yes, Mrs. Mary. I can do manual work. The blue-haired prisoner added reassuringly. Via turned to look at him. It's okay, the two of them looked at each other expressing their words through sympathetic eyes. This time as long as everyone works together, it will definitely be fine. Because they are of the same species, it is easy to share and understand each other. Everything will be easier to solve if they work together. At the gate of the Western Ocean, why haven't you arrived yet? What is the letter delivered by pigeon? Is this correct? Lu Feng and the three girls stood in front of the city gate waiting for everyone to return. Bringing a bunch of kids along, it's a bit slow. Lu Feng had to coax Ellie again. There they were, Dees realized, his face brightening, his eyes sparkling as he saw them return. There are so many rabbit race beastmen, Dees pointed into the distance and said, making Ellie's face full of excitement. Where, why can't I see? Seeing Ellie's limited vision, she lifted Ellie up and placed her on her shoulder, no different from a father taking his daughter to the circus. So what? See? Seeing this scene, Lu Feng and Nicole couldn't help but laugh, the two of them could only smile. I see, the silhouettes of people walking up the slope, sunlight shining through. Mina, Via, Ellie sat on shoulders waving their hands to welcome everyone back. Ellie, the young master, and the rescue team were all excited to see each other again. It's the young master, he's coming out to greet us, Via introduced her young master to her grandmother. The noble came to the door to welcome us, how could this be? She couldn't believe her eyes, she had always thought that nobles were a bunch of debauched people who didn't care about anyone. But now there was a nobleman standing up to welcome her home. No, Lu Feng and Mina looked at each other and smiled with friendly eyes. The two looked at each other, suddenly falling into a romantic scene that no one could interrupt. Both of them seemed to have waited for this day for a long time, suddenly feeling happiness everywhere. A hand grabbed Mina, breaking the warm atmosphere. Ellie just pulled Mina aside, making Lu Feng speechless and disappointed. "Mina, are you hurt? Let me see." Ellie groped around her to check her sister. Anyone who touched a single hair on her would have trouble with this little sister. "Let me carry you down. Sorry to bother you. Little one, are you hungry?" Everyone rushed to greet the new Beastman. Everyone became very friendly, creating a comfortable and easy to integrate feeling. "City Lord." Mrs. Mary awkwardly held the child's hand and greeted Lu Feng. She was still timid and scared, but Lu Feng smiled brightly. "Welcome everyone to Xi'an City." He was like the morning sun, always making everyone feel warm. Mrs. Mary looked at Via as if asking her to say something. "Young master," Via spoke again and bowed her head. Lu Feng seemed to have adapted well to this behavior and quickly dodged. "Can work to support these children, please do not chase them away. Via is afraid that these young children cannot work, will not be able to stay, so she is so sincere with you." "When did I say I would chase them away?" He sighed helplessly and said softly to her, her heart was moved by his sweet words. "It's not her turn to raise them. Once in the Western City, they are my people. It is my responsibility to feed them and give them shelter. Don't compete with me." Lu Feng's words made the newly arrived Beastman quite surprised, especially Mrs. Mary. She still couldn't believe that there were such good people. "Via, don't worry, knowing that these kids are coming, the young master has already prepared a place to stay." Ellie told her about Lu Feng's thoughtfulness, which proves that everyone, including Lu Feng, loves these kids very much. "Yes, young master," Via was moved by these actions, her sparkling eyes gradually filled with tears. "Mina, go home and rest. Come on, Nicole, take everyone to the place to see." "Baby, what's your name?" "Me, my name is Sumi." The kids seemed to adapt well here too. "Come on, follow me." Nicole led the kids along with her. She looked like a teacher leading her children to explore a new land. Yes, the children also obediently followed her. Mrs. Mary looked at the children but still couldn't help but worry. "Jair, show me you are the lord of this place, is it trustworthy?" It's hard to say." He looked at her not knowing how to answer. "If anything happens, you have to take everyone away immediately." She looked at him and reminded him to always be on guard. "Ma'am, don't worry," he said with a responsible, authoritative look. "Come in." In the middle of the vast capital, tall buildings layer upon layer intertwined with each other, see everyone's new homes. Nicole took everyone to the house where they would be staying for the time being. So big, from kids to adults, everyone is amazed at such a big house. "I'm sure everyone is tired, so I'll take everyone back to their rooms to rest first." Nicole showed everyone inside so they could get ready to rest. As for the kids from earlier until now, they were surprised from one place to another. So beautiful, the blanket smells so good, so soft, looking at the children filled with happiness before the luxurious things they never dreamed of. "Can we really stay here?" "Grandma, it's so comfortable here, much warmer than sleeping on hay." The child's words sounded so innocent but made people feel sad. Perhaps the little girl had never known what happiness was. "Great, all of this is not a dream," Mrs. Mary said with emotion. She really didn't think they would prepare so carefully. A pot of hot delicious porridge was brought out by Nicole. "Everyone put away your things, let's eat." She happily brought food to everyone. "It smells so good," the kids happily ran over. "Don't be in a hurry, one at a time, there's a lot of porridge, you can eat as much as you want." Seeing the children each pick up a bowl of porridge and eat it all made Lu Feng very happy. From now on, the 3 meals a day for some children would be taken care of by the city lord. As for the children in the orphanage who have to go to the city to go to school, I will pay the tuition in advance and then write it off until they turn 15. The children still didn't understand what was going on, chewing while looking up at Lu Feng. After turning 15, they would be adults, responsible for themselves, and would have to pay for their own tuition. Seeing this scene, she was filled with tears of gratitude. Thanking the city lord, she knelt down very sincerely. "Mrs. Mary, please get up. I still have something I need your help with." Lu Feng hurriedly ran over to help her up. "Yes, I want you to be the deputy director of this orphanage, and later be in charge of the living and eating activities for the children here. Supervise the children, whether they are human or beast. The monthly salary is 1 silver coin, do you agree?" The more he spoke, the more moved she became to tears. Why are you so nice to us? Don't humans hate beastmen?" She didn't think she would be treated so well by humans. Lu Feng smiled silently. "To me, humans and beastmen are the same, there is no difference." He stood with his arms crossed and told everyone about his philosophy of life. "In this Western city, everyone is equal. Facing the sunlight, he is like the hope of all the people, making Mrs. Mary and the children feel safe and secure here." Deep down he was different, mainly, very cute. His lustful eyes appeared again. Already in love with Mina and still acting cute. West City, Drunken Palace, Lalisa in new clothes. After drinking her fill at Drunken Palace, she walked out with a full belly. But it seems like she still hasn't had enough of the food. I heard there's a dish called pig stomach stuffed with chicken, it's also very delicious. I have to try it tomorrow. As she spoke, she imagined a pot of hot and delicious pig stomach stuffed with chicken. Her face brightened up just by mentioning food. She put the hand in the small bag on her hip. The more I checked, the more I felt something was wrong. Wait. She immediately poured out all the coins in her pocket, leaving only a few coins. Just ate and drank at this Tai Tu Lao for a few days, and already ran out of money. Like a bolt from the blue, thinking about what kind of place Tai Tu Lao was that I dared to eat there for several days, it was inevitable that I would run out of money. Lelisa stood in front of the recruitment notice of Fate Pizza Store in Taeduong City. Recruiting staff, showing up was a bit dangerous. She slowly read the recruitment notice. Hiring, 3 staff for the store, requirements, literate female, age 15 to 25, know some manners, monthly salary, 200 copper coins. Although I don't want to reveal myself, the salary of the restaurant is also very high, just 1 month and I can return to Tai Tu Lao. It's true that when the playboy runs out of money to have fun, he goes back to work to continue causing trouble. Excuse me, are you here to apply? Where did Lu Feng and his group come from to visit him? Yes, that's right, she turned around in surprise, it seemed Lelisa recognized them. It was him, the city lord Lu Feng. So let's go in. Nicole went up to open the door for the guests. She smiled and talked happily because there were going to be new employees. Nice arrangement. Lu Feng and the other 4 people came in to praise her. The tables and chairs were neatly arranged, following the master's design, and a few items that everyone liked were added. Nicole shyly showed them off to everyone. Nicole was getting better and better. Lu Feng started praising her again. It was because the young master taught her well. This was the 59th time the young master praised her. She was humble on the outside, but on the inside she counted them one by one. If Lu Feng praised her a few more times, she would probably faint with joy. Ha, still my buffalo horn in spirit. Dees ran to stroke her horn and laughed happily. In terms of her ideas, no one could stop her. Strangely enough, my lollipop is prettier. It matches that round-looking pizza. Ellie is no match either. She shows off the item she brought to the store, comparing it to Dees's buffalo horn. And then the 2 of them started a fierce war, their eyes filled with hatred and dislike for each other, wanting to devour each other. I'm invisible. Everyone is so engrossed in talking that they forgot there's a guest here. The thing is, do you guys need any more hires? She waved her hand to get Nicole's attention. Oh, sorry, what's your name? My name is Lelisa, she replied curtly, which surprised Nicole quite a bit. Oh, why is this girl talking so strangely? Hello, I'm Nicole. Let us see your ability first. Nicole said and gave him the job to do. She tried being a waitress first, and so she started as a waitress, looking quite like a maid. It was true that she started working for the delicious food. Dear guests, please drink water. Lelisa brought water to the table and invited everyone to drink. I want 5 large meatball pizzas. I want tomato egg pizzas, 6, no, 8, the extra large one pizza like on the sign. Me too. Everyone was bustling about reading out the names of the dishes they wanted to eat. Everyone asked for a large amount, but she was quite quick and took very complete notes. Okay, 5 large meatball pizzas, 8 extra large tomato egg pizzas, 2 pizzas as advertised, so how about a medium pizza as advertised? Okay, after finishing the order, Lelisa turned and walked into the kitchen. Everyone was paying attention to her. This girl was not simple, so it seemed that they noticed something unusual about her. Knowing how to read and write, knowing etiquette, speaking tone, at least she was not from a normal family. Just through a few small actions, everyone could judge her personality. Young master, do you need me to investigate? Mina's natural reflex was to always want to resolve unanswered questions. No need to rush, just pay attention, Lu Feng reminded everyone. Now let's try to process the ingredients. Nicole gave her a new task. Okay, she happily accepted, picked up the knife and got ready to work. Lelisa looked at the basket of vegetables for a moment, then tossed it up, sending everything flying into the air. In just a moment, she was able to slash continuously with just one glance. The intersecting slashes looked quite skillful. But Nicole's face froze. Ha! In front of her was a mess, like in a chef movie. Just a few slashes and it could fit on a plate. But now, look at it, the tomatoes were smashed to pieces, and the rest was scattered around. Nicole could only smile. Let's try kneading the dough, she said and gave the other girl another task. Okay, a bag of rice is placed neatly on the table. Lelisa reached in and grabbed it, then threw it up in the air, startling her. Stop it, she tried to stop what she was doing. She threw handfuls of flour all around. If not, then maybe we can make a fire. Ouch, Nicole rushed over to stop her. Hey, wait. Before she could finish her sentence, a flash of fire exploded, sending her flying. It was unknown whether she was alive or dead, but the fire was very strong. Who are these two people? Lu Feng looked at their disheveled appearances and became confused. I'm Lelisa, young master, don't look at me. One of them replied innocently and slowly, the other cried for fear of being embarrassed in front of the person he loved. Don't you know that when you light a fire and let the powder fly around like that, it will cause an explosion? Then I have to pay compensation? Hire me, I will work to pay off the debt. She seemed to realize that the problem was quite serious, that's why she said that. If you go into the kitchen, I'm afraid I won't be able to see the young master again. If Lelisa is not suitable for the kitchen but can read and write, then she should be in charge of taking orders and calculating the bill. Since the young master said so, Nicole had no choice but to accept it. Lelisa took Nicole's hand and said, I'll try. And then the two of them officially got to work in their dirty, sloppy state. You, young master, I also want to apply. Via also rushed forward to apply, she made Lu Feng quite surprised. Me, I also want to go to work, to do something for the children in the orphanage. Oh, then I won't be polite. Lu Feng approached her and pressed his face close, his eyes and voice immediately changed, looking more like he was threatened. You're better off. Be a teacher in the West. Teacher, it seems that Via used to like this job too, so her eyes became unusually sparkling. Primary school in the West, at the beginning, human nature is inherently good, nature is similar, practice is different, the teacher's educational voice is transmitted to students from primary school. Currently, the school is temporarily using the old rooms. Next spring, when the new school is finished, the children can move there to study. People came to visit the school, where illiteracy was solved. What books did the children study? The three-character classic, one of the primary books of my hometown. Lu Feng never forgot to advertise his hometown. Via thought to herself, studying so hard, these students must be very good, the thoughts of beastmen are always so naive. Ha ha ha, I am General Guan Yu, look at my Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, a kid is playing around with a broom behind me. He and a few vandals were playing a game of fighting. Those robbers, don't run, face the storm. They were like bandits, looking very destructive, making Via want to take back what she said earlier. Okay, I'll be Guan Yu's general, you're a robber. No, Guan Yu can still kill another 300 rounds. These are the students I have to teach. Via gradually worried about the future of teaching the children. Just thinking about it made him feel helpless. Lu Feng walked towards the children playing, Lord City Lord. The mischievous kids burst into tears when they saw Lu Feng. Each of them dropped their tools and ran towards him. Hello, you guys, you startled Via. Lord, did you come here today to tell me about the romance of the three kingdoms? I still want to hear about General Guan Yu. That's right, last time I told you about General Guan Yu, I thought General Zhang Fei went to kill bandits. Okay, sit down first. The kids had just met Lu Feng again and immediately asked him to tell them the story again. They didn't expect these naughty kids to listen to their master so much. All three girls did not expect this attitude from the children. Before telling the story today, let me introduce you to a new teacher. Lu Feng stood on the podium and told the children. Her name is Via, you can call her Miss Via. She will teach you and tell you stories from now on. You must be obedient and listen, don't be unruly, okay? Hearing his introduction, Via felt a little nervous, because the kids were so naughty just now that she couldn't keep her composure. Yes, Lord, the voice was crisp and clear, so high, almost half as high as Ellie, so long ears, so pretty, the children's compliments and gossip made her even more nervous. Via, just stay by my side and watch me teach them today. You can learn my way from now on. Yes, you obediently listen to Lu Feng. Today I will tell a story that is even better than Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The story is called, The Eyes of Some Children Gradually Lit Up. Just hearing the story made their attitudes change very quickly. Journey to the West, now he tells them a new story, but one that is familiar to us. Once upon a time, long ago, in the country of Ngao lie in the eastern Tang Than Chao. There was a big mountain there called Hoa Kwa Sun. On it was a rock. His way of telling stories made it easy for the children to absorb them, and they all listened attentively to the story. Suddenly one day, a loud noise was heard, the magic stone exploded, and a stone monkey flew out from it. Lu Feng told the story with great enthusiasm and emotion. Via watched him from afar. Young master, he really can do anything. Lu Feng always radiates positive energy, making everyone jealous. The clear blue sky and rustling trees create a peaceful and poetic scene. Whether human or beast, after death, they all go to a place called hell. If they do bad things, they will be pushed down to the 18th level of hell. The two brothers, by Wu Chang, came to drag that monkey down to hell. The story is getting more and more dramatic. Lu Feng's acting is becoming more and more worthy of an international award. It seems like the story is so long that my throat is dry. Nicole, holding a water bottle in her arms, walked straight forward. Without saying a word, she threw the cup of water straight into Lu Feng's mouth. "Young master, drink it quickly, then quickly continue." The sudden action caused him to choke on the water and turn pale. Next, if you want to know what happened next, please follow the next part. While everyone was waiting for him to tell the story, he made everyone wait until the next day, everyone's faces filled with regret. "You guys have to listen to the lecture and do your homework, then I will tell Ms. Via to tell you the rest." Lu Feng used a soft hand to tie the children tightly, who every time, "We have to finish our homework, teacher, we will listen to you." Making the children look obedient and listen to Lu Feng, this was also a way to make the children closer to Via. What should the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals and the monkeys at Flower Fruit Mountain do? Surely Sun Wukong would defeat the enemy and protect Flower Fruit Mountain. As dusk fell, everyone moved to leave, but the two girls continued to discuss the ending of the story. Both of them stared at Lu Feng as if they wanted to continue asking about the story just now. "Young master, what happened to the monkeys after that?" "That's right, young master, please reveal a little, tell us a little in advance, okay?" It looked like two little kids were asking for candy from their mother. Okay, the story behind this, I will write it down and leave it in the study room, tomorrow you two can go read it yourself. Lu Feng is helpless against these two people. Great, I can read it tomorrow." Both of them hugged Lu Feng, making his face blush, even though he was surrounded by girls all day. But just being hugged could shake his will. "Thank you, young master." While everyone was having fun, Via seemed a bit sad, as if she had something to say. "Young master," her words interrupted the teasing just now, "can I really be a teacher?" "I'm afraid I won't be as good as you, master." Her two hands clasped together. "Via, there are very few literate people in the Western city, let alone those who can be teachers. She is literate and patient, she will definitely do better than me." Moreover, if Via were to teach those children, the words he said to her would carry positive energy, not only comforting her but also motivating her to become more confident. Therefore, in the future, there will be no more discrimination against beastmen in the Western city. It turns out that this is the reason he wanted her to become a teacher. Nina also looked at her with gentle, sympathetic eyes. "Young master is so great, I just hugged you, you are truly an opportunistic beauty who knows how to seize every opportunity." "Young master," she started to get emotional again and ran to hug Lu Feng, thanking young master. "Stop," Lu Feng reminded her, she quickly apologized again. The rabbit tribe was indeed very adorable and cute. The sun was high in the sky, the white clouds were like a flock of pure sheep grazing. The sunlight was sparkling, the air was pleasant, suddenly someone sighed. Oh my, it was the purple-haired girl with two horns, Dees. Today, the girl was wearing a brown leather dress with straps across the chest and a small tie around her neck. The girl with a hot body was sitting with her back against the wall, a sandwich still in her mouth. The girl's eyes were closed, her hands behind her head, seemingly thinking about something. Sitting next to her was a weasel girl with round ears and a striped tail. She was also holding a piece of bread in her hand, but she was not in a hurry to eat it. She asked the purple-haired girl, "Sister Dees, what's wrong?" Dees spit out the bread in her mouth and tilted her head back. "Nothing, just a little bored." The little weasel heard Dees complaining and suddenly thought of a way. She raised her finger, indicating that she had a good idea. She said to Dees, "Then you should also find a job. For example, be a teacher like Via." The little girl said innocently. Being a teacher. When Dees heard about being a teacher, she imagined a tall, muscular teacher kicking and sending disobedient children flying everywhere. How could that be? No, I can't be a teacher. Dees thought, she must understand me better than anyone. The weasel girl suggested another job. Then she cooks. It seems that Tai Tu Lao is recruiting chefs. Speaking of which, Dees found herself in a pure white chef's outfit, but two sharp horns pierced through the hat. One hand held the pan, the other had punctured and broken the bottom of the pan. Dees said again, "It doesn't seem to work. What about sewing?" The suggestions kept coming. "No," Dees answered bluntly. "Herb picking? No. Business? No. Lots of suggestions were made and none of them seemed to work. Dees lay down on the floor tiredly, sighing. The foxtail girl asked again. "Sister Dees, what are your specialties?" The beast girl frowned in thought. After a while, she thought of her forte. Her face lit up, she jumped up and said loudly. "Fighting? Wow, fighting is her forte. What kind of work is fighting suitable for?" The little girl looked down, sad. "Then, there is no job for you." "Stop. Thief, stop for me. We are the guards." The voice echoed from the street below. The beast girl looked out. Down in the street, a man was carrying a bag with something on his shoulder. It looked like stolen goods. 3 guards in black and blue uniforms were chasing after him. It could be seen that all 3 guards were beastmen. The people walking on the street were frightened. No one dared to help the guards catch the thief. No running. The guards continued to chase and shout loudly. The thief was at his wits' end. He grabbed a girl on the street. He put a knife to her neck and threatened everyone. "Don't come here. If you don't, I'll kill her," he said, his hand holding the knife very violently. The girl was so scared that she could only scream, "Oh, help!" Faced with the sudden situation, the guard stopped, not daring to act. Guard number 0057 asked guard number 001, "Captain, what should we do now?" The captain looked confused and bewildered, and said to the members of the guard team, "Don't act yet, the first rule of the guard. Must protect the interests of the people." The captain had just finished speaking when suddenly a figure swooped down from above. Pop! The beast girl Deese's punch landed straight on the thief's head, causing both of his eyes to fall out. Taking the opportunity, the girl who was being held hostage quickly ran away. The thief fell to the ground, blood gushing out of his mouth. Deese stood beside him and dusted off his hands. With just one punch, the thief was defeated. Indeed, the beast girl's strength was beyond question. The guards witnessed the girl defeat the thief and free the hostage. They were extremely surprised and admired. So good. At the security station, the chief was sitting behind a table. 2 guards stood on either side. The purple-haired beast girl and the fox-tailed girl stood in front of each other. The chief was talking to the beast girl. "My subordinates had told me everything this morning. I heard that Miss Deese here is stronger than most people, and has good martial arts skills. She saved a girl in a time of danger." He praised. Deese was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Hee, too much praise. Then, suddenly, the chief made a suggestion. "How about she go to the guard team and become the captain?" Guard 001 standing next to her nodded repeatedly, showing his agreement with the chief's idea. Indeed, if this girl with extraordinary strength was a guard, the people would surely be very peaceful. The purple-haired girl seemed surprised by the request of the chief of the guard department. She asked again, "The captain of the guard team?" The director said again, "That's right, the city lord wants to send troops out of the city. From now on the security inside the city will be taken care of by our security department. Right now our department is short on talent." The director with blonde hair and blue eyes said with great goodwill. After hearing the director's words, the beast girl was overjoyed. She ran straight to the director's desk, raised a fist, and said excitedly, "Being the captain of the guard team means fighting every day, right?" The strength of the beast girl surprised the guards. Faced with the innocence and childishness of the beast girl, the chief of the guards could only smile and slowly explain. The main responsibility of the guards is to protect the security and order in the city and the property of the people. Of course, if they encounter people who do not obey the law, they can use force against them. Guard 001 shouted, "You have to go there, we need you badly." Well, the beast girl replied, "Okay, that sounds good." So Deese happily accepted the position of captain of the guard. It was quite suitable for her expertise. The foxtail girl happily exclaimed, "Great, Sister Deese has a job too." At the gate of the western city. On a carriage, a group of people were talking to each other. One man was wearing a wide-brimmed hat and the western city military uniform. One man was elegantly dressed. "I say, Peter, why did you think of coming here? We should go to Lima City and take a look. The city there is quite bustling. Maybe we can get some news about the white-haired demoness." One of them had a chubby face. There was also a mole on his chin. He was talking to a well-dressed man. "Hal. Calm down. If you were a wanted criminal with a bounty on your head, would you go to the big cities? Or hide in small towns?" Another man with gray hair, wrinkled skin, and age spots on his cheeks said, "Probably some big city, where you can eat a lot of delicious food." The fat man with a mole on his face joked. They laughed happily. The gray-haired man said again, "That's you. This city also accepts beastmen, so the possibility of the white-haired demoness here is very high. Anyway, leave the brainstorming to me, let's enter the city first. I can smell the food." The fat man with the mole on his chin replied. It's true that fat people tend to be gluttonous. 2 men got off the carriage, the guards were checking them. He asked, "Is this your first time in Xi'an City? Are you merchants, tourists, or job seekers?" The 2 of them, one fat and one thin, answered in unison. "They are tourists." The guard gave them the book about the Western City and said warmly, "Okay, this book has an introduction to the Western City. Have fun." "Thank you." The 2 men spoke. The gray-haired man held the notebook the soldier had given him in his hand. He glanced at the guards. He thought to himself. The security here is too strict. If there was a conflict, I'm afraid that in a second, we would all be dead. As soon as the two men left, the guard also felt suspicious. Winter was coming, and they were still traveling to Xi'an City. He handed a piece of paper to another soldier. Instructions. Give this to the intelligence team. Those two are very suspicious. Clear. The gray-haired man opened the guidebook to the Western City. He read it out loud. Guidebook to the Western City. Big market, drunken palace, bank, police station, money exchange, 1 copper coin can be exchanged for 10 steel coins, taxes and restrictions on buying and selling. Any place, big or small, throughout the Western City. Hal, this city has a lot of rules. You have to pay attention. Huh? Where is the person? He was so engrossed in his reading that he did not notice when his friend beside him had gone. He turned around but did not see the fat man named Hal. At a dumpling shop, a fat man named Hal was eating dumplings in his mouth. He put 23 dumplings in his mouth at once and chewed them greedily. A man like him ate as much as several people put together. He said happily as he ate. So delicious. So delicious. Never had anything so delicious before. It's called dumplings? Boss? Add some more. The bakery owner looked at the fat man eating and seemed to be full. He smiled with a distorted face. He hesitated and said, "Sir, you ate all our dumplings. What about the money?" The bakery owner hesitated. Seeing the boss hesitate, the fat man immediately said, "I am a bounty hunter. Do I owe you some money to buy this bun?" Having said that, the fat man reached into his pocket and took out 3 coins. There were different patterns on them. He held out the coins to the baker. But he just stood there watching. Striding on the road, the beast girl Dees was happily laughing and talking as she walked. Hee hee, today is my first day at work. I have to do my best. The fox-tailed girl looked up and stared at the thing Dees was carrying on her shoulder. She asked, "What is that thing you're holding in your hand? It's so strange." The beast girl raised her stick and answered the little girl enthusiastically. "You mean this? It seems to be Lu Feng's. It's called a baseball bat or something. I found it convenient so I borrowed it." She said it without any embarrassment. The guard beside her reminded her. It should be a thief. Suddenly there was a commotion from the crowd ahead. The beast girl spoke up. What's going on over there?" Not knowing the truth, the beast girl rolled up her sleeves and hurried forward. Hee hee, got something to do. She made the fox-tailed girl and the guard behind her chase after her. Wait for me. Hey, someone is not paying. It turned out to be the bakery owner. He was screaming because he couldn't get the money from the fat man who ate all the buns in his shop. The shop owner lay down on the floor, hugging the fat man's leg and screaming. A crowd of curious people gathered around to look. With his leg held and unable to move, the fat man shouted at the bakery owner. "Get out! Who said I won't pay? Wait until I catch the monster. I'll pay however much you want." Stop! A loud shout rang out. The beast girl Dees carried a baseball bat on her shoulder, rushed into the store, stood in front of the fat man, and said loudly. He had the right to remain silent, but anything he said would be used as evidence in court. With a determined look in his eyes and a firm voice, Dees got the attention of the two men. They stopped to see what was going on. They thought the guards would take them to the police station, but Dees disappointed the viewers. The beast girl suddenly turned to the foxtail girl and asked in a playful tone. "Was that move cool?" The foxtail girl praised again. "Sister Dees is the coolest." The guard standing there was speechless. As if he had caught a rare opportunity, the bakery owner suddenly cried out in anguish. "Oh! Thank goodness, guard!" he cried as he spoke. "You came at the right time, you have to do me justice. I have old parents above me, small children below me, and an old lady across me. It was very hard for me to open this dumpling shop. Staying up late and waking up early, facing many difficulties, and yet they even cheated me out of money. My life is so miserable." After hugging the fat man's leg, the bakery owner turned to hug the leg of the security guard Dees. The beast girl then looked at the fat man and said, "See? After eating, you have to pay. It's an immutable rule. If you don't, you'll be punished with 15 days of detention." After hearing what the guard Dees said, the fat man not only did not pay, he also turned away and spoke in an incomprehensible tone. "Up until now, I've always been the one to catch people for the bounty. This is the first time I've heard of someone catching hunters like me. At this moment, Dees was like hitting gold because she caught the big man's mistake. She was excited. Oh, knowing the law but still breaking it, the crime was increased by 1 level. Dees held the baseball bat and swung it in her hand. Now I can hit people to my heart's content. With that, the beast girl rushed out, raising the bat and chasing after the fat man. The big man challenged. "Ha, you dare to confront a bounty hunter like me?" he said and raised his hands in a defensive stance. "Even if the beastmen were stronger than you, at least 100 of them would have been defeated by me. Don't even mention a mere child like you. Come on." The beast girl's eyes were blazing. Not being able to move her hands or feet caused her to have to restrain her energy for a long time. Today, when she finally had the chance to use it, she went crazy, putting all her strength into her attack. A loud noise rang out. The stick came down as if it wanted to dent the fat man's head. He lay on the ground, right at the beast girl's feet. She took down her opponent in a blink of an eye, regretting that it was too fast. That was too fast. I didn't even have time to warm up. The gray-haired man was walking down the street when he heard people talking excitedly. "Have you heard? The captain of the guard team caught a fat guy who didn't pay his bills. Oh, let's go over there and see." They all went together to see. Hearing that, the gray-haired man frowned and thought, "Oh no, could it be Hal?" The man's arm was dragged across the floor. The crowd gathered around just to see the female guard catch a defaulter. The Taurus girl said to the foxtail girl, "Xiao Huan, the job of the guard team is so interesting." The little girl agreed, but the guard who was with her looked grumpy. "Probably just likes to get physical, right?" The guard thought. The gray-haired man squeezed through the crowd of people standing around. He watched as his fat friend Hal was dragged along the street, motionless. He was stunned. No? Although Hal was no expert, he was considered quite good among bounty hunters. Yet he was defeated by a beast girl. In our bounty hunter group, Hal was in charge of the fighting and I was in charge of the planning. Now Hal was captured. So what I have to face is the risk of my life's career. Just thinking about it made his spine shiver. Without Hal, how would he manage in the future? He held his head in fear and worry. What to do, my life? Striving for a big dream. Is it going to end like this? He sat down. The dream that had just started to burn had now died out, only a faint light remained. Suddenly, he saw the image of a rabbit beast woman and her granddaughter walking together. The rabbit beast woman was hopping around as she walked, happily asking her grandmother, "Girl, where are we going today?" She looked at the rabbit and smiled gently. "Today is Xiao Huan's birthday, let's go to the big market to buy a cake." Yes. The image of the rabbit beast grandmother and granddaughter walking together was beautiful to this gray-haired man. He thought to himself, so beautiful. Is this what it feels like to fall in love at first sight? My life is full of hope again. God does not cut off people's paths. He walked and talked, leaning back. His gait was really unlike that of a normal person. The rabbit beast girl saw this and immediately asked the girl, "Grandma, what's wrong with that uncle?" She replied as she pulled the beast girl's hand. "Never mind, he's mentally ill." In the eyes of the gray-haired man, the old beast woman had turned into a goddess. He shouted loudly, "Goddess, wait for me." In the Fate Pizza shop, suddenly there was a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha, this is so funny." Lu Feng was sitting there eating pizza. The pizza was still on the plate but Lu Feng was laughing heartily. "Young master, what's wrong?" Nicole approached Lu Feng and asked. Lu Feng was holding the piece of paper in his hand and smiling. He gave the piece of paper to Nicole and said, "Ha ha ha, look. I just received news that 2 bounty hunters have arrived at Xiang City. Guess what, one of them was caught by Dees for not paying his debt, and the other fell in love with Mary at first sight and ran off with her. Ha ha ha, these people's IQs are so high. Ha ha ha." Lu Feng and Nicole both laughed out loud. While Lu Feng and Nicole were talking about the bounty hunters who came to Xiang City, a beautiful girl sitting at a nearby table heard them. She had platinum hair and a very beautiful face. She snorted softly and stood up to walk out of the room. Lu Feng glanced over, looking doubtful. In the capital of the northern Wind City, the lord of the city Tafakoki was putting a fish in his mouth, then picking up a cup of water and taking a sip. His eyes were half closed. He was talking to himself. Eat a piece of dried fish, drink a sip of milk tea, lie on a soft chair, and enjoy the fairy life. It was all thanks to the city lord Lu Feng. Indeed, he was still lying on his usual red armchair, leisurely enjoying the luxurious life of an aristocrat. Suddenly someone ran in to report an emergency. "City lord," he said, breathing heavily. Son, second son of Count Pulley, brother of Baron Homa, Baron Adam asks to see you. Hearing the news, Tafakoki fell from his chair to the ground. It was not known whether it was from shock or fear. The door of the drawing room opened, a blond man stood there, facing the window, flanked by 2 guards. Oh, Baron Adam, the dragon has come to the shrimp house. No, I didn't pick him up from afar, no, I didn't pick him up from afar. The Tafakoki city lord spoke politely, and then he laughed happily. The matter with Homa meant that Beifong City had offended Lima City. Now that Homa's brother himself had come, the Beifong City lord was right to be worried. Oh no, he's not here to settle the score with me, is he? Tafakoki thought to himself. At this moment, Baron Adam turned around, his face was noble, handsome, with long, flowing blonde hair, truly a prince, elegant. Unlike Homa, Adam had romantic blue eyes that attracted the person opposite, not cold and deadly. The lord of Beifong City thought to himself. It seems that this Baron Adam is much more polite than Homa. The lord of Beifong City invited Baron Adam to sit at the table to drink tea. On the table, a cup of hot tea was steaming. He whispered to the butler. Damn it, why are you treating me with milk tea? These are my last 2 packs. The butler replied. Didn't you say to treat me with the best? Baron Adam took a sip of milk tea. The taste was strangely delicious. Unable to contain his curiosity, Adam asked. What kind of drink is this? It smells so sweet. The lord of Beifong City, Tafakoki, replied. Is it good? This is a new drink. It is from Baron Lu Feng of Xi'an City. Having said this, he suddenly stopped. He left his sentence unfinished. Baron Adam, if you like, drink a lot. Ha ha. He continued speaking. Baron Adam put the cup of milk tea down on the table. He spoke slowly. I came here this time mainly to hear something. My father is old. His health is not as good as before. He always misses his son who is far away, so he specially asked me to come and pick up my younger brother. But I heard that half a month ago, after he went out, there was no more news. Baron Tafakoki, have you seen my brother Homa? Baron Adam said, his eyes boring into the lord of Beifong Castle. Although he deliberately wanted to stall for time, Tafakoki had to face this matter. He thought to himself, finally getting to the main point. Suddenly, the old lord of Beifong City slammed the table and stood up, looking surprised. What? You said you didn't see Baron Homa? Although he said that, he reassured himself. That's right, I've never seen Baron Homa either. I only know the bandit Homa. He put his hand on his chin, pretending to think. I was busy fighting off the bandits before, so I didn't pay much attention. Moreover, that daring bandit even dared to kill him. Speaking up to here, he appeared to be thinking, then with a thud, he propped himself up on his hand, presenting what he was about to say as if it were shocking news. Could it be that Baron Homa was taken away by the bandits? Baron Adam's face changed color when he heard his speculation, his eyes widened, his mouth stammered, you mean, my brother? He hesitated, waiting for Baron Tafakoki's answer. The old lord of Beifong waved his hand, showing sympathy. Of course, Baron Homa probably wasn't that unlucky. Or maybe something happened, so he should stop somewhere. He was really trying to be both gentle and kind. Adam stood up after hearing him, raised his hand to his chest in gratitude, and then bid farewell. No matter what, thank you, Lord. If there is no news of Homa, then I will bid farewell. Having said that, he and the 2 guards turned and walked out of the room. The old lord of the northern wind city, Tafakoki, secretly felt pleased. Was he scared away? Hee, Count Pulley's son is not doing well now. It seems he has underestimated the Homa brothers. Just as he stepped out of the city gate, Adam turned back to ask his subordinates. How was the investigation? His voice was cold, his eyes were no longer the same as when he first entered Beifong City. His gaze was sharp, indifferent, and cold. 2 underlings disguised as scouts came out and bowed before Adam. Reporting to the master, half a month ago, there were indeed bandits attacking Beifong City. The time coincided with the time when Baron Homa went missing. They said. Adam closed his eyes and calmly analyzed. If the timing was right, but if those bandits were Homa, then this abandoned city lord was no match. I heard that the one who repelled the bandits was not the lord of Beifong City, but Lu Feng, the lord of Xi'an City. One of the 2 subordinates replied. Baron Adam glared. Suddenly understanding the problem, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. Quickly send news to my father, say that Homa was killed by the lord of Xi'an City, tell my father to quickly send a team of elite knights here, the sooner the better. He ordered his subordinates, a sinister smile on his face. The blue-clothed subordinate spoke again. Baron, although he did not see Baron Homa, still did not know whether he was really dead or not. He honestly reported. At this moment, Adam revealed his fake face. He curled his lips, gritted his teeth and spoke each word so that his subordinates could hear clearly. I said he was dead, so he was dead. It seemed that he did not care about his brother's life or death, what he really wanted was his own ambition. Inside the Xi'an fortress, Lu Feng was reading a book at his desk. Suddenly, Uncle Niu Ben and someone else walked in. He said, "Report to the city lord." "What's wrong?" Lu Feng asked. "Young master." Niu Ben spoke. In his hand was an open box. He said, "Here is what you are looking for." Found it. Inside the box were neatly arranged ginseng branches, each branch was plump and full. Lu Feng was overjoyed when he saw it. His eyes lit up and his mouth exclaimed with joy. This was it. It was really great. He picked up a branch and brought it to his nose to smell it. Uncle Niu Ben and the guy with him looked at Lu Feng's actions and were puzzled. I wonder why the young master is so interested in these roots. That's right. In the other world, they don't know what ginseng is or how rare it is. Only Lu Feng on Earth knows the benefits that ginseng brings. How much is there in total? Lu Feng asked. There are 17 large branches and a few small branches, but I didn't bring them in. If the city lord wants, we can continue digging. There is also a gorge north of Xi'an City. The distance is not too far, it will only take 2 days to go and return. The soldier reported. Okay. Remember this, keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone. Lu Feng ordered. Lu Feng thought about the rare ginseng branches that could be dug up in the western city and felt extremely excited. He had already made his calculations. In this world, there were many medicines whose main ingredient was ginseng, which had the effects of replenishing vital energy, strengthening the spleen, strengthening the lungs, detoxifying, nourishing the brain, and calming the mind. Dividing this ginseng into the correct proportions could not only be used to make medicine to save people, but the remaining could also be brought back to Earth to exchange for more money, making it easier to spend than the money he had brought before. Lu Feng thought to himself, he was truly smart and wise. After listening carefully to the Lord's instructions, the soldier raised his hand to his forehead to signal his obedience. Yes. Suddenly something fell out of the bag the soldier was carrying on his shoulder. Lu Feng saw the thing and exclaimed. This is a panda. Yes, it was a fat baby panda, its body was round like a cotton ball, its fur was soft and smooth, it looked so adorable. The soldier saw the bear fall out and quickly explained. This is something that my subordinate found on the way. Its mother was attacked and killed by a pack of wolves. It was all alone, I found it cute so I brought it back. I'll let the city lord keep it as a pet, but if he doesn't like it, I'll take it away. The soldier thought that Lu Feng didn't like this animal. But surprisingly, contrary to what the soldier thought, Lu Feng exclaimed. It's really cute. He then ran over and hugged the little panda, bringing it close to his face. His eyes showed great delight. Seeing Lu Feng curling his fist around the little panda, showing his love for animals, Uncle Niu Ben and the soldier were both surprised. They didn't expect the city lord to be here. It seemed like the city lord really liked it. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. What are you saying, so cute? A group of young ladies suddenly appeared after hearing Lu Feng mention the cute panda. Ellie, then Mina, then Nicole, and finally Dees poked their heads out from behind the wall. The girls' eyes widened as they listened. After seeing the panda, all 4 girls shouted with joy. Wow, the eyes looking at the baby bear were filled with affection and love. Lu Feng thought to himself when he saw all 4 girls enjoying themselves so much. It seems that the allure of national treasures is irresistible even to people from other worlds. Suddenly, 3 beast girls, Ellie, Dees, and Mina, rushed towards the bear cub and said in unison, this must be delicious. All 3 girls looked at the bear with greedy eyes, their mouths watering. Only Nicole stood outside worrying about the baby bear. Lu Feng placed the baby bear on the table, and in a flash the bear was carried away. Lu Feng didn't even have time to do anything. Those girls only knew how to eat. Nicole, don't you want to eat it too? Nicole picked up the bear in her arms and walked away smiling happily, her eyes sparkling as she said to Lu Feng. So cute, master, can I take care of it? Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Nicole say that. It seemed that Nicole really liked it. Then from now on, Nicole would take care of it. Nicole smiled happily, great, young master, name it. Standing from afar, Mina and Ellie looked at Nicole acting spoiled and hugging the little bear and suddenly felt uncomfortable. The 2 girls also ran over to ask for a hug. Master, we also want to hug it. The 2 girls jumped in and fought over it, causing the bear to scream in fear. When it was angry or scared, its face was still extremely adorable. Hee hee. On the wall, 3 guards were looking up at the sky waiting. The sunlight was shining down, forcing all 3 of them to raise their hands to shield their eyes from the glare. From the sky appeared a pure white carrier pigeon, with an envelope tied to one leg. This was how they used carrier pigeons to exchange information from a distance between cities. Wow, they're back. The 3 of them cheered. The city lord's carrier pigeon was amazing. Before, it took at least 5 days to travel to Beifeng City, but now it only took 1 day to get news from the other side. It could be said that since Lu Feng came along, there was such a wonderful way to exchange information from a distance, saving a lot of manpower and time. The soldier held the dove in one hand and with the other hand opened the envelope and gave it to the guard next to him. The soldier happily replied, "Of course, there is nothing our lord can't do." As he spoke, he opened the envelope and read. Suddenly, the smile on the soldier's lips disappeared, his eyes were panicked, he shouted. "Here. You guys keep watch here, don't run around, I'll go report to the city lord." He panicked and said to the 2 remaining guards, then immediately rushed to meet his city lord. When he got there, he was very surprised. "What?" She said the young master wasn't here. "Yes, the young master said he had to go somewhere for a few days and asked me to take care of Caesar." Nicole answered the guard while holding the little panda and holding the bamboo branch that was Caesar's food. "So what should we do? Without the young master here, the western city will be in danger," the guard said, rubbing his head and turning to leave. I wonder what news he received that made him look so serious. Suddenly, Nyoban rushed in and saw the guard's uneasy expression. "What's wrong? Nyo Wu? Why are you so scared?" The guard called, "Father." He gave the letter to his father, Uncle Nyoban. It was news from Beifeng City. Nyoban opened the envelope and read it out loud. Homa's brother, Baron Adam, had arrived. Nyoban's face was tense, sweat dripping down, his eyes filled with worry and bewilderment. It seemed that the news from Beifeng City was really serious, which was why Uncle Nyoban frowned in worry. In another place, where there are high-rise buildings, modern architecture with shiny glass windows. This is the rental area. In the small room, the Western City Lord's clothes were neatly hung on a hanger. On the table are several instant noodle boxes stacked on top of each other. Carrying a bag on his shoulder, wearing a baseball cap, shirt, jeans, he became an ordinary young man. Lu Feng walked out, thinking to himself. Hee, now it's time to deal with this pile of ginseng. It seemed that Lu Feng had crossed over to Earth, carrying the bag of ginseng he had dug up in the other world the day before, to carry out his plan. The sky was blue with bright sunlight shining down on the bustling tall buildings. At Bak Tao Duong, there was a surprised, bewildered wow from someone. In front of the 100 Herbs Hall, there were 2 long lines waiting for people to come in and see a doctor. The guy wearing the brown hat looked like Satoshi from Pokemon, with a bewildered expression on his face. He couldn't help but be surprised that the 100 Herbs Hall was so crowded. It was worthy of being a pharmacy that had been practicing medicine for 3 generations. It was very famous. At first, a man wearing a doctor's coat appeared in front of Lu Feng, his face was not clearly visible. He put his hand in his coat and stood proudly saying to Lu Feng, Are you here to see a doctor?" Lu Feng was surprised to see the man in a doctor's coat, with parted hair and a beard. He was Dr. Zhang Ji, the owner of Bak Tao Duong. "If so, please line up." Dr. Zhang Ji's expression was as cool as a gangster coming to collect a debt. Lu Feng stood next to the unknown people waiting in line and met Dr. Zhang Ji. His face was as bright as a flower, as if he was about to get gold. "Are you Dr. Zhang Ji? I heard that your Bak Tao Duong collects wild ginseng." Lu Feng took out a box from his bag that contained an unknown content. "Sometimes I thought it might be a grenade for Dr. Zhang Ji." Dr. Zhang Ji, with a thoughtful expression, looked at Lu Feng's box and said hesitantly, "Buy it, but our requirements are very strict." Lu Feng handed the box to Dr. Zhang Ji, with a dangerous look on his face as if he was about to do something. In Dr. Zhang Ji's trembling hands was a ginseng root that looked like pickled radish sold in the market. It turns out that Lu Feng uses the same tricks as the multi-level marketing ladies who sell mixed cream on the internet. Short raw ginseng root, deep small stripes, 2 easy to main branches. His hands were shaking as he held a glowing ginseng root in his hands. Zhang Ji's expression was filled with surprise as he saw a ginseng root that looked like a pickled radish. No, could this be ginseng that was over 150 years old? The doctor immediately grabbed the ginseng root, his face panicked, as he ran and shouted for his old father. Dad, come here and take a look." Lu Feng, who was sitting there, must have been thinking to himself, this old doctor looked like a 3-year-old child, running and shouting for Dad. Behind the curtain, with Zhang Ji's flustered face, was a white-haired doctor with a long beard, his face serious as he said to the doctor, "Don't shout so loudly, you're over 50 years old and you're not careful at all." The 50-year-old doctor shouted at his father. Dad, look quickly. Zhang Ji's father picked up the ginseng root and looked at the pickled radish again and again. He glared at him as if he wanted to eat the ginseng root in his hand alive. This is natural ginseng over 200 years old, very rare nowadays. Dr. Zhang Ji immediately told his father to calm down. Dad, don't be nervous, take a deep breath. Zhang Ji's face was filled with fear, afraid that his father would suddenly have a heart attack, flopping around like a dried fish. Lu Feng's face was surprised and shocked. He didn't expect this ginseng to be 200 years old. He smiled as if he had found gold, and said thoughtfully. Before coming, he had also compared it online a bit, and thought it would be around 170 years, but it turned out to be more than 200 years. He was truly surprised. Then, the father and son doctors took out the shining 200-year-old ginseng root to check, and the ginseng root weighed 352 grams. Dr. Zhang Ji's father stroked his beard and thoughtfully gave the price of the ginseng root that had a smooth body like pickled radish. He said that according to the auction house's previous prices, this ginseng root was about 3.5 million yuan. Lu Feng's face was as bright as a flower. He immediately seized the opportunity without thinking too much and agreed on the price of the ginseng root at 3.5 million yuan with the father and son doctors. No problem, let's just say it's 3.5 million yuan. The father and son doctors had nothing more to say to Lu Feng, thinking, why did they agree so quickly to such a rare dish? There was nothing strange about these three bewildered faces. It was Lu Feng, along with Dr. Zhang and his father. After negotiating the price of the ginseng, Lu Feng took out 3 more from his bag. He said, but I have 3 more, please check it out. Causing the father and son of Bok Tao Duan Clinic to open their mouths, surprised, speechless and shouting. What? Unexpectedly, this Lu Feng had 3 200-year-old ginseng roots. Zhang Ji shouted again, calming his father down. His father took a deep breath. In front of the doctor and his daughter were 3 200-year-old ginseng roots, contained in 3 shiny wooden boxes, as if containing the riches of a daughter about to get married. The doctor and his son looked stunned and bewildered, not knowing what to say when they saw the 3 ginseng roots before them. The man clenched his fists and looked at the shiny ginseng root in front of him, looking like a human with 2 arms and 3 legs. With a sad expression, he was about to sell the ginseng root to the 2 doctors. Dr. Zhang Ji turned to Lu Feng and said with a panicked expression. This ginseng, are you planning to sell it all? Lu Feng immediately waved his hand, refusing to sell all the ginseng in front of the 2 of them. How could Lu Feng easily sell all 3 ginseng roots to the doctor and his son? He had a plan from the beginning, so how could he easily get these 3 ginseng roots? He wanted to negotiate with the 2 doctors, he said. No, these 3 remaining ginseng roots, I can sell 1 to you too. The remaining 2 roots I want to negotiate with you too about something. I would like to invite Dr. Zhang to take one of these roots and make medicine for me. For example, a red salvia pill or a heart-saving pill. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the doctor and his son were stunned and bewildered by his words, then hesitated. Well, Zhang Ji's father stroked his beard and thought for a while before replying to Lu Feng. Okay, it's our honor to have a 100-year-old natural ginseng to make medicine. So, what do you want to do with the ginseng? Lu Feng stood in front of Dr. Zhang and his son, carrying his briefcase, preparing to leave the clinic, like Satoshi in the Pokemon story preparing to go to fight in the arena. He said, the remaining tubers, part of them would be considered as payment for the medicine maker, the rest would be. From somewhere around, people said in unison, I want to change some of the medicine from Bok Tao Duong. Dr. Zhang and his son's faces were filled with panic and fear when they heard that sentence from the people lining up nearby to see a doctor. It caused complete psychological trauma and shock to the father and son doctors. Dr. Zhang Ji shouted and said, You know very well that the medicine is the secret, the root of our master's life. With the same cheerful expression, cast from the same mold, 10 people thought to be one person. The author must have had a secret idea when making this story. Lu Feng's face was thoughtful at this moment, knowing for sure that the father and son doctors would agree to buy all the ginseng to cure the disease. Lu Feng thought to himself that, in fact, it was because the cold air over there was about to come. If someone caught a cold, with the medical techniques over there, death would be certain. Seeing the faces of 10 patients looking like one person, Dr. Zhang pondered for a while and then called his 50-year-old son. Go, get some basic medicine. Dr. Zhang Ji opened his mouth wide, as stunned as the morning roosters when he heard his old father agree. He shouted. Dad! This Dr. Zhang Ji, 50 years old, his head looked like some kid, his head was split in 2, his face was like a buffalo. He called Dad in panic. Dr. Zhang Ji's eyes were stern and determined, his furrowed brows and the wrinkles on his face made him look like a gangster demanding a debt. Tell his son to leave quickly. Dr. Zhang Ji was so scared that he was helpless and didn't know what to say. He turned around and followed his father's request, saying to himself, What are you thinking, Dad? Even the basic medicines were researched by us with great difficulty. Dr. Zhang Ji probably wanted to tell his father that I've lived to this age, so you've been my father for a long time. The father was also helpless, watching Zhang Ji lifting the curtain to get the simple methods he had requested. With the same face that was neither human nor ghost, I was also scared, and thought to myself. This little boy Zhang Ji, until now he still doesn't understand. Illness changes over time, so why cling to the old and not let go? In the end, one day, he will be eliminated. Old man Zhang Ji wanted to tell his son Zhang Ji that even though he's so old, he's still as stubborn as those young buffaloes with two bangs. Raising him is really a waste of food and water. Lu Feng walked out of the clinic, standing in front of the 100 Herbs Hall, holding something in his hand. His face was filled with joy after selling all the ginseng roots like pickled radishes to Dr. Zhang and his father. It turned out that the name in his hand was an ATM card. His face was like a catfish. He brought the card to his mouth. He talked to himself. It seems like he still has the sense to give me 8 million yuan. What should I do next? How about buying a house? After Lu Feng sold the ginseng, he returned to the White Castle that looked like the White House in America. The sunlight shone on the golden flowers, and the clouds drifted aimlessly, not knowing where they were going. In the castle, there were 3 female demons, dressed in fashionable clothes but were actually real wibu, talking to 2 men standing next to a girl whose face you couldn't see. The fox-like witch said, "Uncle Nyoban, what did you call us here for?" Ellie's face was haughty and annoyed as if someone had eaten all her things when Uncle Nyoban called her. Standing next to Uncle Nyoban was a man in military uniform, with squinted eyes and a pale face like a gay man who had 10 kilos of cream on him. Uncle Nyoban, with a handsome and cool face like a military captain, said to the 3 demonesses. Just received news from Beifeng City. Homa's brother, Baron Adam, has arrived. Ellie's face was indifferent when she heard Uncle Nyoban finished speaking. So what? Let's beat him up so he runs away. Standing in front of Ellie was purple-haired Dees, who had 2 buffalo horns or was cuckolded by some lover. Her face was full of malice as she said, "Great, we get to fight again." Standing between Ellie and Dees, who was being cheated on by her lover, was Mina the black cat wearing a genuine wibu outfit. But it looked like Ari in a maid outfit. I must have asked Riot to make this outfit because it was so well done. The black cat said to the people standing nearby. With me here, no one will be able to touch a single hair of the master. Act like your boss is so precious, so handsome, and even worse than my cat, yet you can't touch a single hair of him. And then you say this and that. Uncle Nyoban said with a look of concern at the girl's belligerence. The most important thing is. Along with the 2 fearful faces of the gay man and the pretty girl Nicole, who was holding a stuffed panda in her arms. The young master said that he had to leave for a while, and would be back in a few days. The 3 demonesses heard this, their faces filled with panic, worry, and fear as they shouted at the 3 people standing in front of them. What did she say? The young master isn't here. The 3 of them were so surprised that they froze, gesticulating and exaggerating when they heard that the young master wasn't here. The young master isn't here, how could that be? Unlike the 4 people standing nearby, helplessly watching the 3 girls' ridiculous antics, thinking. Indeed. Uncle Nyoban stood with his arms crossed, looking very cool in the style of a military captain, and said to the citizens standing nearby. Also, the news sent by Beifeng City said that Baron Adam was very good at gathering intelligence. He sent a spy disguised as a commoner to infiltrate the city. Mina and Ellie were petrified after hearing that. With big question marks above their heads, they stopped waving their hands and feet, and struggled. Their faces were as blank as dead fish or newly molded statues that had not been colored yet. Shouted loudly. Ah, that means maybe we have one of his spies infiltrating the western city. What if they find out that the young master is not here? These 2 girls are talking crazy. No, we can't sit here and wait to die. Hurry, put the whole city under curfew, do our best to find the suspicious person. Below the gate of the western city were several white commas whose faces were unclear. In front of the gate were also several commas holding arrows. Then from somewhere, a very loud sound of a door closing. It turned out that the commas standing right at the city gate holding arrows were the gatekeepers. One of them had a bald head and shouted to the people standing nearby. Today the city gate of Taeduong is closed, no one is allowed to enter, everyone go home. Many people standing nearby whispered, I must need to enter your city, I must need it very much. The people began to talk excitedly, standing behind the commas, 10 people as one, someone said. What happened? I have to go into town to sell things. There was a woman with 2 buns and braids, she said. My baby is still in there. The guy with 2 bangs, eyes like 2 peppercorns, face like rice paper, mouth like a lahan fish, shouted loudly. I came to get a wife, don't stop me, he shouted. The people nearby must have thought to themselves, this guy is as ugly as a ghost, hair like a gangster, mouth like a lahan fish, who would dare to marry him? The bald man with the tree on his head thought the same thing and said to the purple-haired man, you coming is the same as not coming, go home. From the Tai Tu Lao listening room, a girl's scream came running up. Everyone listen carefully, there might be a spy infiltrating Taeduong City, everyone must be 200% alert for me. If you hear any relevant information, report it immediately. It turns out that the shrill, Panicked scream came from the fox girl Ellie, running upstairs to eavesdrop. The green and red-haired guys also followed Ellie's orders and ran away. On the main road of Taeduong City, several black commas stood on both sides of the road to see what was hot, and there was a huge crowd running like they were in a marathon. The girl with the buffalo horns said to the bald guy behind and some sheep-like guy running along, followed by some faceless commas running behind. Today is not like usual, everyone look closely. If you find anyone suspicious, beat them up first before you talk. The sheep, wearing an FBI uniform, with a helpless expression, ran with Dees, thinking that she was about to faint. Wasn't this what she usually said? The people with strange hair buns were standing on the roadside, scared and wondering what was happening, saying, "What's going on? I heard the city gates are closed. It can't be something big has happened." Another guy wearing an FBI uniform, as cool as Uncle Nyobo, said to the people standing on the side of the road, "I don't know, I heard all the guards have been mobilized." Surrounded by castles and bustling houses, he suddenly flew out of nowhere and landed gently on the ground. Then he raised something into the air as if to signal something. Area 1 was fine. Then a powerful sound was heard. At this time, the whole city of Taeduong was filled with blue smoke. Mina the black cat stood from above looking down on the city, saying, "Area 1, 2, 3, eliminate." Then followed the surprised look of Mina the black cat when he saw red smoke rising from the corner of the western wall. Mina immediately rushed there in a flash. In an old house waiting to be demolished in the southeast corner of Taeduong City, the house is as old as an ancient toilet. Mina and two guards said, "You must be him." With her were two subordinates, one with a scar on his face, hair covering his eyes, hitting him like the one in the Conan story, and a green-haired guy said to Mina, "Yes." Then, the green-haired man recalled, "At the Western Commercial Market. There are 3 white commas in front of a black guy who makes me think of the black guy who was about to kill the victim in Conan's story. His face is full of danger." The green-haired man said that he secretly went to ask around in many places. At the guard station, there were 4 white commas in front of the door that looked like ghosts. The black man was secretly standing in front of the guard station. He walked into the guard station, eavesdropped on the conversation of old lady Mary talking to 2 rabbits, then he smiled smugly, slyly, his eyes like 2 peppercorns before being ground. The green-haired man continued. Moreover, most importantly, he also inquired about the city lord's whereabouts everywhere. At this moment, the black cat Nina's eyes were sharp, her expression serious, and she coldly replied to her 2 subordinates, "So it must be him." Ellie and Dees ran over with the guards from earlier. Ellie called Mina the black cat, "Nina." Mina stood still. When she saw Ellie and Dees along with the guards arriving at the right time, she said, "Just in time, let's go, we'll go there together." The black man suddenly heard a noise coming. He panicked when he heard someone coming. Then Mina, the warrior woman, kicked the door really hard, to rush in and arrest the black man. She shouted, "Hands up, you treacherous and cunning secret agent." I thought Mina was the FBI opening the door and rushing in to arrest some terrorist. So the black guy was an old man, his face was panicked, not knowing what was happening. He raised his hands to block Mina's next attack. He was like, "Save me, save me, save my sister." Huh? What's going on? A long time later, the old man who was tied up still didn't know what was happening. He was surrounded by 3 female demons and guards, unable to move to escape, and shouted, "What spy?" The 3 witches were angry and shouted at the old man. He still dared to make excuses. He was not a spy, so why was he sneaking around? Why go and listen to the news of the city lord? Why wander around? The old man was scolded by the 3 demonesses as if he had been splashed with 3 buckets of cold water, making his face turn pale. He was extremely scared and thought to himself, "Huh? Can't you wander around too?" Then the old man cried, begged, and prayed to the 3 crazy women, talking nonsense. "What are you guys talking about? An old man like me only wants to settle down in Taeduong City. If I want to live and take care of myself, then of course I have to clearly investigate the situation in the various places in Taeduong City. Moreover, the reason I am looking for the city lord is because I just wanted to ask the city lord if I could be a guard at the orphanage." The old man's expression as he explained to the 3 demonesses looked like a shy young girl who had just confessed her love to her lover, who had just been touched by love in the morning dew and evening dew. After hearing the old man's shy words, they stood still, their minds in shock, and the expressions on the 3 girls' faces were beyond words. These girls had blank faces and silly smiles like chickens. Then the cool FBI guard suddenly remembered. I remembered, he was one of the 2 bounty hunters who entered the city earlier, and then he liked Mrs. Mary at the orphanage. Mina and Dees were speechless, standing with their faces turned away, glaring at the cool guard, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Then the old man, once again like a young girl, shyly and hesitantly said, "I discovered that this western city is a very good place. The environment is beautiful, the sanitation is clean, the traffic is convenient, shopping is easy, and the security is very good. Surely she and I will have a life full of happiness." You act like this western city is a very safe place, and shopping is easy, do you think in this day and age? And having shippers or something makes it easy, convenient transportation like having traffic lights and stuff, and that's how happy you are. Ellie, like a little tin soldier, began to speak, his nose growing 8 feet long, and said to the old man. Humph, it goes without saying that under the leadership of our young master, the western city will become more and more beautiful. The old man suddenly burst out laughing, leaving the people around him dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, of course the city lord is great, but the fact that 11 Yang City is this good doesn't depend on him alone. Of course his wise leadership is important, but the prudence of every single person in this city is also important. Farmers need labor, merchants trade equally, and there are guards who maintain the interests of the people. Everyone works together to make this city better and better. Of all the places I have been to, this is the most different from the others. Suddenly a voice appeared from somewhere. He was very right. The people were surprised to see Uncle Nyoban, so they stood aside to let him enter. He said to everyone standing there. The thing is, we're so used to relying on the master that we panicked as soon as we heard bad news. Uncle Nyoban raised his hand and shouted confidently. Of course, since the young master is not here, we must become his strong support, right? Let us work together to protect Xiang City well and wait for the young master to return. The 3 demonesses all agreed with the old man and Uncle Nyoban's opinion, their faces turned towards the sun as the sunlight shone on these fiery souls. After dealing with the old man, the 4 of them left the old house that looked like a toilet. Mina said, I'll take the wolf warriors to inquire about the news. Ellie said happily, I'll go prepare some things for logistics. Dees also followed the other 2 back, I will increase patrols in the city. Uncle Nyoban, with a rather satisfied expression, also returned with the 3 demonesses. I will go and reinforce the army. From inside the old house came the screams of the old man who was left in the toilet. Hey, but you guys have to untie me first. At the high-speed train station, the conductor's voice was coming from the loudspeaker. Hello, tourists. Train number G8888 from XXX to XXX had begun checking tickets. On the tracks was the shiny white-blue CJH Mu high-speed train, preparing to depart. Lu Feng had already boarded the train and sat down, but his expression was still deep in thought. Thinking back, it was quite miraculous. Even though he was on Earth now, he was at most just a fairly wealthy ordinary person. In the other world, I was already a noble, ruling over a region, with a territory and a castle. There was also Nicole, who could easily understand others, and those noisy and bustling beast girls. Suddenly, Lu Feng's train of thought was interrupted by a girl's voice. He turned his head, and the girl who had just greeted Lu Feng was sitting across from him. Hello. The girl continued to speak. It seemed that when she greeted Lu Feng at first, he didn't hear her clearly, so he didn't answer. Lu Feng looked up at the girl. She had blue pea flower purple eyes, brown hair that fell down to her chest. She looked quite gentle. The girl introduced herself, I'm Jia. Just now when I got on the train, I saw you were still in a daze, so I called out to you. Only then did Lu Feng hesitantly greet back. Hello. But Lu Feng seemed to be lost in thought, so he just greeted him and turned back to the window, continuing his train of thought. As for the girl, she had a good feeling about Lu Feng the first time she met him. Therefore, she really wanted to talk to him. The girl thought to herself, his temperament is very good, unlike others. It's just a pity that he has no interest in her. And the person she doesn't like keeps clinging to her. Oh, the girl was thinking when a friend came and sat next to her. The girl with short black hair came and sat next to the blonde girl and spoke. Jia, I heard that your hometown has a lot of bamboo shoots that can be dug up, right? I really like eating bamboo shoots. The blonde girl happily smiled and narrowed her eyes. This time it's Grandpa's birthday, you can eat as much as you want. Sitting next to Lu Feng was another girl. The girl was wearing a light blue short shirt and was also the brown-haired girl's friend. Hearing that they could eat bamboo shoots to their heart's content, both girls cheered happily. How wonderful. Getting off the high-speed train, Lu Feng went to the real estate trading center. It was a spacious building with lots of glass, looking very luxurious. Lu Feng walked inside and was enthusiastically advised by the center's staff. He looked through the necessary information in the center's brochure to choose the house of his choice. Finally found a house he liked. Lu Feng immediately signed the real estate purchase contract. So from now on, he has his own house and doesn't have to rent one anymore. Lu Feng shook hands with the real estate agency representative and successfully signed the contract. With the amount of money Lu Feng had, he could buy dozens of houses. Now that he had bought the house, he could go buy a car. Lu Feng went to store number 45. There were a lot of cars inside. He was standing next to a luxurious red car and listening to the sales consultant. After finalizing the car purchase and deciding to get the red car, Lu Feng immediately got in the car and drove away, not forgetting to wave goodbye to the sales consultant. Lu Feng drove through the long, shiny roads, enjoying the scenery. Steep cliffs, winding roads around the foot of the mountains, winding passes, drooping treetops swaying in the wind. The scenery is extremely poetic and lyrical. I think the atmosphere here is very good. When he arrived, the scene before his eyes felt very peaceful. The white-painted houses, with red accents, were close together, and the surrounding space was very airy. Lu Feng was very satisfied. He thought to himself. Such a small village, if it wasn't in a small county town, but in a big city, would have long been eyed by several real estate development research institutions. He got out of the car and stopped in front of a house with a bright red flower trellis. It was so big, no wonder the owner wanted to sell it for 800,000 yuan. He stepped inside. The surrounding space had many trees, making the air cool. Entering the house, he stopped at the living room. The living room was quite spacious, modernly designed. The sofa and shelves were still very new. Lu Feng sat down and tried pressing the TV remote. After visiting the living room, he moved to the kitchen. Wow, how convenient is the new kitchen? Lu Feng looked around the room. Finally, let's go back to the bedroom. The bedroom was quiet and well furnished. Lu Feng sat down on the bed, took off his shoes, and lay down on the bed comfortably. He put his hands on his forehead, thinking. I heard that the owner of the house loved alcohol as much as his life, and there was a wine cellar in the house. This time I'm selling the house because I drank too much alcohol and got an acute stomach disease, so I need the money. It's just right, I'll fix this place up, so that I can use it as a place to travel through time in the future. This will be my secret base from now on. Lu Feng thought to himself. Let's go out and take a look. Lu Feng sat up and walked outside to look around. He walked along the small path outside the house. The scenery here was beautiful. Along the road were 2 rows of shady green trees. Lu Feng walked slowly, admiring the scenery, and suddenly saw the figure of a familiar girl. Stopping, it was indeed the girl with eyes the color of blue peas. The girl was wearing a long, brown-yellow polka-dot dress. She was also walking around. Lu Feng realized, wasn't that the girl he met on the high-speed train? The girl also recognized Lu Feng. She spoke first. You live here too? Yes, I just moved here today. Lu Feng replied, a little embarrassed. The girl continued. The thing is, my grandfather and I used to live in this area. Today is his birthday, so I came back to visit him. Lu Feng smiled, thinking to himself. Now it seems that this girl is quite cute. The thing is. The girl hesitated. Can we be WeChat friends? The girl gathered all her courage. She shyly held the phone in front of Lu Feng and said. Before Lu Feng could reply, a loud voice called out. Jia, let's eat. The girl shyly put her phone away. Jia's aunt walked out. A plump middle-aged woman called out as she walked. Jia, is this handsome guy the one you're after? Suddenly seeing Lu Feng, the aunt asked. She waved her hand to indicate that it was okay for the two of you to talk freely. The girl with blue pea flower eyes quickly said. Auntie, don't talk nonsense. But the aunt was already talking non-stop. Young man, where are you from? How old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend? Have you bought a house? What do you do for a living? Do you work with Jia in a state-owned company? Hearing Jia's aunt's question, Lu Feng didn't have time to answer. A moment later, after waiting for the old lady to finish asking, Lu Feng smiled and replied. Me. I'm a writer, writing novels online. Lu Feng's answer was probably not as expected. The girl's aunt widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed. What? Isn't that just like Xiang from the next village? Sitting at home all day. They say writing novels can make money. Staying up late at night can make you 34,000 yuan a month. The girl's aunt said sarcastically. Jia could only keep silent when she heard what her aunt said, her eyes sad. Hurry up, your grandfather's birthday party is about to start. Jia, stay away from him. Writing novels has no future. What's with drawing comics? You don't communicate with people at all. Your conditions are so good, don't look for someone like that as a boyfriend. The aunt said as she pulled her niece's hand. Lu Feng could only silently watch them leave. He smirked. I can't tell anyone that my family has ginseng that is priceless. There is also a bank card with several million yuan. Is it a noble family that has a territory in another world? He looked up at the clear blue sky. He thought to himself. But that was enough. If he was not mistaken, these people were probably his future neighbors. In the future, even if he did not leave his house for a whole day or several days, these neighbors would only think that he was writing a novel. The risk of being exposed was completely resolved. Suddenly, he missed Mina and the others a little. The scenery was poetic. The blue sky and the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves made Lu Feng's worries go away. He missed the other world again. At the castle of the Lord of Xi'an City. Under the clear blue sky. The castle appeared sparkling under the golden sunlight. Every step is walking. Lu Feng happily returned to the castle. His face was filled with joy and he thought to himself. Right now, it was probably time for dinner. He pushed the door open and walked out. But it wasn't like he had imagined. It wasn't like usual. The tables and chairs were empty. There wasn't a soul in sight. Where had everyone gone? What was going on? Lu Feng exclaimed. Suddenly, Lu Feng felt something. He looked down. It turned out to be a little panda hugging its master's leg. Its innocent expression was extremely adorable. Lu Feng picked up the bear and patted the little bear on the head. It's you, Caesar. Tell me where everyone went. Young master, you're finally back. Lu Feng looked up at Nicole. The girl cried out when she saw that her dream lover had returned. She rushed over. He hugged Lu Feng. His face was filled with happiness. Lu Feng also smiled. He asked. What's wrong? Did you miss me that much? Asked bluntly. Nicole quickly stepped back. Waving her hands. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. No, I mean. The girl stuttered, not knowing what to say. Lu Feng had no choice but to speak. Where are the others? Isn't it dinner time? Nicole suddenly remembered something serious. She replied to Lu Feng with a dangerous expression. That's right. It was Adam, Homa's brother, who came to attack our Xi'an city. But don't worry, master. Everyone has gone to prepare a response. Her voice was determined. Remembering the declaration she made with Ellie, Mina, Dees, Uncle Nyoban and the entire wolf army, Nicole spoke with courage. We said it. Even if the young master isn't here, we must protect the western city. Moreover, now that the young master is back, we are not afraid. Having said that, Nicole happily hugged Lu Feng again. Afraid that he would leave again. It seems that in the 2 days he was away, many things had happened. He gave a thumbs up. Tell Nicole. Don't worry. Just be here. Make sure Adam and the others don't come back. Nicole nodded excitedly. Yeah. Lu Feng gently placed his hand on Nicole's back. The two of them walked together. He said, let's go. Call everyone here. No matter how busy you are, you still have to eat. Lu Feng's words were sweet as sugar to the girl Nicole. She obediently followed his orders. Yes. Then she ran away while Lu Feng's eyes followed her. He thought. Indeed. This is where I truly belong. In a cold, gloomy place. The Forbidden Mountains. The cold wind blew through the snow-covered mountains. The dry branches are close together. Looking as skinny as dry bones sticking out in the blowing snow. The small village lies at the foot of the mountain. The roofs and paths are covered with white snow. There is not a soul outside. Only the guards. Heads covered. On guard duty. Walking back and forth in front of the village gate. Crack. Suddenly there was the sound of a tree branch breaking due to someone stepping on it. Stop. Who are you? The guard cried out. His hand was already on his sword, ready to attack. Before him appeared a female warrior wearing a thick fur coat. Her pointed ears had white tufts. Her hair was short and her eyes were platinum. She had a large sword slung over her shoulder and there were still bloodstains on her body. Looking up, she replied coldly to the guard. Go tell your leader. Tell him that the wolfkin Avery is here. Hearing about the Avery beastman, the guards jumped up with joy. It seemed like they had finally met their idol. Their faces were filled with joy. It's Ms. Avery. It's Ms. Avery. Please wait a moment. Ms. Avery, this way please. Having said that, the soldier led the wolfkin beast girl inside. The soldiers outside were still whispering. Wow, the killing intent was so fierce. I didn't even dare to talk. Lucky for you, you even dared to block Miss Avery. So scary. Didn't I realize it at the time? Miss Avery's body must be covered in blood. That's right. I wonder how many people Miss Avery has killed this time. Those traitorous slaves must be really unlucky to encounter her. I wonder if Miss Avery is with the leader. With her here, our chances of success are definitely high. They stood outside in the snow and rain, talking, forgetting the cold that the Ice Queen was raging. The door was pushed open, and the wolfkin Avery walked in. The famous beast warrior was greeted by a sword fight between a green-haired girl and the wolf girl Avery. The green-haired girl didn't say a word, suddenly jumped down from above, slashing her two swords towards the wolf girl like lightning. Quick as lightning, the wolfkin beast girl jumped high, avoiding the green-haired girl's sword strike. Seeing that, the girl also stomped her feet and jumped up to the same height as the girl Avery, the two of them preparing to draw their swords to compete. The two of them finally charged at each other, the swords in the girl's hands clashing together, emitting light like lightning. The girl with blue hair spoke up now, she said, revealing her snake-like tongue. Good. Again. Avery was silent, agreeing. Then outside only the sound of swords clashing could be heard. After a while, the contestants were exhausted. The two girls stabbed their swords into the house. The girl with blue hair said, "That's great," she was Bella, the leader of the beast tribe. She dusted her hands and spoke to Avery, the wolf girl. "Avery, indeed, only you can fight me on equal footing." "So is Bella. She's still as energetic as ever," Avery replied. The blue-haired girl sat on the armchair, looking at Avery who was washing his hands, and said. It seemed like she had no results this time. Avery pulled the wet towel over her arm. She remained silent and did not answer Bella's question. After a while, the wolf girl raised her head and asked a question that changed the subject. "Miss Bella, I heard you guys are about to leave." "Yes, Avery, this might be your last time resting here. How about it, do you want to come with us?" The blue-haired girl Bella excitedly punched the table with her fist. Avery stood up straight and asked. She really wanted to carry out Plan A. Bella raised her hand to her mouth, her expression looking troubled. Of course, as long as she stood firm in that chaotic place, everything would have hope. Let me break it down for everyone to understand. The eastern part of the Yukam mountain range was divided into three large countries, the Yinglu Kingdom, the Yadian Kingdom, and the Mancha Kingdom. But eventually, after a Mancha king ascended the throne, a rebellion broke out. After a period of war, the country was divided into three territories. The Mulan territory, the Manor territory, and the Chama territory. The three territories constantly waged war in order to annex each other, bringing about chaos. People called it the Land of Chaos. With only a few beastmen from her camp coming to that land, how could they compete with human knights? Avery said, wringing the towel dry with both hands. How can you know unless you try? Bella replied. Her hands were twisting her magical green hair. Those territories are rebelling, this is our chance. If we can capture just one territory, Brutus the Beastman will have a chance to start over. Moreover, even if we fail, the green-haired girl let her sentence hang, she burst out laughing. The smile just ended, she looked at Avery with a scrutinizing gaze and asked. And she? Avery, are you determined to find that girl with normal breasts? She must have done it early. Although she didn't finish her sentence, Bella deliberately said it with a teasing tone, making Avery angry. Bella, eyes blazing, Avery was filled with murderous intent as he swung his sword towards Bella, speaking in a warning tone. I didn't expect her to continue. Avery's eyes were icy with anger, staring at Bella, hoping she wouldn't continue. Seeing Avery so angry, the blue-haired girl Bella had no choice but to smile. Okay, that's true. How long does she have to shoulder the responsibility of a werewolf knight? As she spoke, Bella used her finger to push Avery's sword aside. The wolf knight placed his sword on the ground and said proudly. My sword exists to protect Her Majesty the Princess. Bella shrugged. Whatever. Where's Dees? Why can't I see her? Did you hit her again? Avery changed the subject. I don't have time for that. She chose the life she wanted. The blue-haired girl Bella sighed. What? Avery asked again. Anyway, don't worry. The silly girl is doing well now. But there is a fly that wants to disturb everything here. Bella said. Her eyes flashed with the cold, deadly coldness of a predator. The sound of horse hooves stopped on the snow-covered road. Adam's army marched slowly through the cold, desolate mountains. Adam waved his hand and ordered. Stop. How long will it take to reach the western city? If we march all night, we will arrive early tomorrow morning. A knight answered. Adam stared out into the cold, dark space, the snowflakes falling, clinging to his blonde hair. He hesitated. This weather. After calculating, he gave the order. The knights obeyed and found a suitable place to set up camp. They would set off early tomorrow morning. Yes, the soldiers shouted. In the middle of the wild, cold mountains, the howling of wolves was so miserable that it made one's hair stand on end. Adam's army set up camp, lit a fire, and camped for the night. Sitting in the camp, one of Adam's subordinate soldiers told him. Fortunately, the Baron ordered a break. Here, near the Yukam mountain range, marching at night, if lost, encounter wild animals. He said that and then fell silent. Baron Adam held a cup of hot tea in his hand. He smiled gently and replied. It's the right thing to do. Everyone has family waiting for them. We can't sacrifice ourselves so carelessly. He made it sound like he was a very responsible person, hoping to please the soldiers. In fact, he was thinking this in his heart. You are my father's elite knights. Compared to Homa's knights, you can take on 3 of them one-on-one. Such a good tool, of course, cannot be wasted. It's true that compared to him, Homa is vicious but also much more straightforward. Raising his arm to his chest in a gesture, the knight that Adam brought with him appeared authoritative. The Baron had thought of us that way. We will do our best. Then it's all up to everyone. We must kill Lu Feng, the lord of Xiang City. We must avenge my brother Homa. Baron Adam said in a fake voice. Understood, the soldier obeyed. Adam smiled slyly. Homa, thank you for giving me such a good opportunity. I can attack Xiang City with a legitimate name. As long as Lu Feng dies, the commercial district, the drunken tower, the factories, the mines, everything in Xiang City will belong to me. With these things, I can help the 4th prince ascend to the throne. By then, let alone being a count, becoming a duke would not be a problem. Even his father would have to serve under him. That seemed to be all Adam had in mind. He had just borrowed Count Puli's elite army, and had a legitimate reason to invade the western city. What a cunning and deceitful person. In the middle of the night in Taeduong Citadel, the bright moonlight lit up the fighting spirit of the people who were devoted to the citadel. Young master, they have arrived. They are now stopping east of Xiang City, about half a day's journey away from us. A soldier informed Lu Feng. He looked at everyone and asked. Is everyone ready? Looking at everyone with determined eyes, confident demeanor, all like guns loaded, ready to fight. Good. Lu Feng commented. The guy gave the order. We're leaving at night. Before they reach the western city, we have to catch them off guard. Everyone shouted in unison. Understood. Back to the wild mountains where Adam's army was stationed. The knight that Adam brought along was preparing to sleep. Suddenly he noticed something unusual. He thought to himself. This is bad. The wild animal's cries had disappeared. He stepped outside. Right at his feet someone had been killed. The soldier spotted him. He shouted. There was an ambush in the night, preparing for battle. The torch was lit. At this moment, Adam, who was sleeping in the camp, woke up. What? He opened the door and stepped out. What happened? Before his eyes was a scene he had never seen before. 2 beastman warrior knight girls holding swords in their hands and other beastmen too. Kill them all. The green-haired snake girl ordered. Her eyes were extremely sharp. The sounds of human and horse footsteps echoed in the valley. In the middle of the snow-covered mountain pass, Lu Feng's army was as numerous as ants, spreading out across the paths. The group was faintly visible under the flickering torches, illuminating a corner of the sky. Leading the cavalry was the lord of Xiang City, Lu Feng, the cat warrior Mina, the Taoran warrior Dis, as well as Nilben and his subordinate Xia. The cavalry behind them stretched across the canyon, torches blazing wherever they went. Young master, it's here. A cavalryman spoke. Lu Feng immediately replied. He had already developed a plan in his mind that suited the terrain here. Very good. Here, both sides have high terrain and the path is narrow. If Adam's men and horses want to pass, they have to spread out their ranks and cannot gather together. At that time, we just need to attack and kill them from above from both sides. Gravity combined with the speed of falling will make the opponent unable to resist. Hearing Lu Feng say this, our cat girl Mina and Taoran girl Dee suddenly became confused. They didn't understand what gravity plus speed was, what falling was like. The 2 girls listened like ducks listening to thunder. Poor girls, they probably didn't learn physics. Lu Feng said again, this is the road to take when going from the east to Xiang City. Let's lie in ambush here, we must capture all of Adam's people. The aura emanating from the young leader Lu Feng made the entire army full of enthusiasm, wanting to quickly quell the rebellion. Everyone shouted in unison. Understood, the army continued to slowly march through the night. Suddenly Mina's cat ears moved, hearing a strange noise. Listening for a moment, Mina exclaimed. Everyone was on guard. Could it be that Adam's cavalry arrived first? The cat girl thought to herself. Mina immediately urged her horse forward. She shouted, sink. The wolf warrior knight raised his bow and aimed, ready to fire. Yes. The arrow flew down, embedded in the ground, right in front of the stranger's feet. Too frightened, he quickly retreated backwards. Hands flailing, mouth screaming. Ah, don't kill me, I just came to deliver news.
At this moment, the Taurun girl Dees recognized an acquaintance.
The girl exclaimed, looking surprised. Ha! Marzi, why are you here? Lu Feng raised his eyes and turned to look at Dees, a little surprised. The messenger boy was from the beast tribe, coming to deliver news, but was almost shot dead because he was mistaken for an enemy soldier.
Letter to the master, Dees asked again.
Yes, Miss Bella told me to personally deliver this letter to the city lord. Marzi politely presented the letter to Lu Feng with both hands. The city lord of Shiyang City let out an O sound.
The letter read. I am Bella, the eldest sister of that idiot Dees. I am the leader of the beast camp.
I heard that you have adjusted the western wall to a good condition, and have received the love and respect of humans and beastmen.
Congratulations.
I know that Dees is by your side now, so please help me take care of it.
Of course, I will always keep an eye on the western wall.
Lu Feng read Bella's letter attentively. It sounded both humorous and warning to the reader. Lu Feng also realized this. He thought to himself. Ha ha. As expected of Dees's eldest sister, it looked like a congratulation but was actually a threat. But Dees's sister was really thoughtful. She wrote in the letter. Of course, that silly girl is very simple. If you two accidentally want to get married in the future, remember to invite me to drink to celebrate. Reading up to here, Lu Feng's face turned red as if he was on fire, unable to speak. Dees stood beside him. Seeing her master reading the letter made him feel very nervous. She curiously leaned over and asked. What exactly did she write? After reading the words her sister intended to entrust to Lu Feng, she burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. This silly, nosy sister. The beast girl even conveniently snatched and tore the letter. This girl is really. Oh dear, sisters are really different, hot-tempered as ice. Not only that, she also interrogated the Marzi who brought the letter. Tell me quickly. Why did you send the letter now? He obediently told Dees. Miss Bella took everyone to the chaotic land. This was considered a farewell. That's right, Miss Bella also said that before leaving, she would help everyone clean up the nobles. Speaking of this, Lu Feng immediately thought of Adam's nobles. He quickly said. Nobles? Could it be that she went to kill Adam? Dees walked beside Lu Feng and thought for a moment before suddenly whipping her horse and galloping away. Go! Lu Feng was surprised and only had time to call out. Ha! Dees! She really did whatever she wanted. She didn't discuss anything with anyone. In the darkness, under the dim moonlight, a fierce battle was taking place. There were miserable groans of pain. Some people only had time to let out an ah before logging out. One by one, under the deadly blade of the green-haired camp leader Bella. Just one stab, one to the neck, one to the shoulder, one to the chest, one to the heart. It was really unlucky for the army to encounter these girls. Not just Bella, the scythe of death named Wolf Knight Avery too. Meeting this girl, I just want to quickly log out of the other world to reincarnate back to Earth soon. They are truly a nightmare. The captain of the knights that Adam brought along had pinkish brown hair and thick lips like a scavenger fish and was extremely bewildered as he watched his army being bombarded. He furrowed his thick eyebrows and gritted his teeth at the sight of the beastmen fighting with such incredible strength. His cavalry was dying in large numbers, causing the remaining men to be terrified and not dare to charge forward. Faced with that situation, he had no choice but to shout loudly. Don't be afraid, everyone charge together. There are not as many of them as we do. The purple-haired and black-haired soldiers hesitated. Encouraged by the thick-lipped man, they both rushed forward, aiming at a big fat pig man. Suddenly, from afar, seeing his friend in danger, the bear man jumped in to help. The bear man's sword swept across the purple-haired and black-haired soldiers' swords, sparks flying. I came to his aid. The pig man laughed smugly. He, just in time. Baron Adam saw the beastmen fighting so fiercely and felt worried. He thought, these beastmen said they were a mountain camp but they were more like a trained cavalry army. Then he suddenly thought, the mobilization of the beast army was Lu Feng's doing to avoid being implicated. Ah, fine. Just let the beastmen do it. If there's an investigation, just blame it on the beastmen and pretend you don't know anything. He thought angrily, his teeth clenched together. Then he was suffocated and shouted loudly. Stop it, are you all Lu Feng's men? At his shout, the sound of fighting suddenly stopped. The battle paused for a few minutes. The beastmen did not understand what he was saying. Then leader Bella stepped forward. She laughed. What did you say? We are Lu Feng's people? Ha ha ha. Baron Adam stubbornly said again. Stop pretending, your fighting style is not like that of ordinary beastmen. How about it, as long as you join me, I will give you 10 times the benefits of Lu Feng.
Adam deliberately tried to entice. He spoke so sweetly, as if using money to oppress people was not enough. But not everyone could be bribed with money or benefits. Bella laughed until tears came to her eyes as she listened to his words. It was so funny. Ha 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 ha. Your vision is so bad, we are not Lu Feng's people. But your eyes are good, we are not normal beastmen. We are, the Knights of the Beast Kingdom Brutus. The girl said, her eyes filled with determination, implicitly affirming the position of the tribe she led. The blue-haired girl Bella spoke in a steely voice, affirming the existence and power of her tribe. At this moment, Baron Adam opened his eyes and asked. Knight of the Beast Kingdom Brutus. It was unclear whether he was too surprised or too scared, but his face was blank and pale. He quickly turned back to his knights and shouted loudly. Retreat quickly. But just turned around, before running, a sword rushed towards. The sound of the sword tearing through the air. Bella's sword pierced the nobleman. He fell to his knees, unable to speak. Perhaps he died with his eyes open. Lord Adam. His knights cried out. They turned and surrounded him. Sir Adam. Dead. Dead. The knights looked at each other in confirmation. From behind, the leader of the Bella Beast tribe shouted loudly. Kill. The beastmen immediately charged again. Ah. The screams and cries gradually disappeared. The space returned to its original silence. Now, before Bella and the beastmen army. A white snow area was covered in red blood. Dead bodies were lying everywhere. Piled on top of each other. All were destroyed. Wolf Knight Avery said to Bella. For Dees, not afraid of danger. But attacked and killed a human elite knight camp. The sisterly love between the two is truly deep. Ha ha. Consider it a training session before the real battle. Moreover, this will let Lu Feng see my true strength. So that he won't dare bully Dees in the future. The leader of the Beastmen camp replied. Her purpose must not stop here. The platinum-haired girl Avery continued to ask. It seemed like she understood Bella very well. Bella was caught and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. As expected of Avery. She spoke up to explain. Didn't you say that we wouldn't have a chance if we went to a land of chaos? But what if there were more human gear and steeds here, Bella said. Looking up at Avery. Her eyes were meaningful. That was calculated. How clever. She sure does resemble the Duke, Avery compared. Mentioning the Duke, Bella's eyes flashed. She remembered the man with long black hair. On his head were two sharp horns. She glanced. Her voice lowered. She spoke with an unhappy attitude. Don't mention that man in front of me. It was unclear whether Bella and the Duke that Avery mentioned had any grudge or deep hatred for each other, but Bella's attitude was so tense. But Avery spoke. The Duke was a hero to his country. Bella kept walking. Not looking back. Talking as she walked. What kind of hero is she when she's dead? The story hit a dead end. Avery didn't say anything more. She just thought to herself. Her mouth said so. But she didn't. The land was in chaos. Danger was unpredictable. She knew it in her heart. But she still went. In the end, it was still because of that belief in her heart. The sound of horses' hooves galloping on the road. The sound of whipping horses rang out. Dees urged his horse to gallop as he walked. Lu Feng also galloped after him. Dees, slow down. I'll wait for you. Dees called as she walked. Her eyes lit up when she saw the tents ahead. She must have thought her sister was stopping there. The girl dismounted and rushed forward. She looked around, but all around her were cold corpses and empty huts. There was not a single sign of the beastmen of the camp. Even the human knights' equipment and warhorses had been taken away. The beast girl Dees stood stunned under the cold snow. She was gone. Lu Feng was now behind her. He spoke softly. Dees. Dees didn't turn around. The girl stood there, her voice deep in thought. Ever since leaving the Beast Kingdom, I've been dragging her along. I'm both gluttonous and playful. There were several times when I was tricked and sold into slavery, and it was you who saved me. Tears rolled down the young girl's cheeks. Normally she was so loud, strong, brave, and spirited when going into battle like a man, but now she was a crybaby, a whiner like a child. The girl's voice trembled. Why did she ignore me this time? Did she think I was annoying and no longer needed me? Tears streamed down her face, and the beast girl couldn't hold back her emotions and burst into tears like a child. I thought Lu Feng would feel pity for his daughter crying, but unexpectedly he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, being laughed at while crying, so embarrassing, the girl turned around and shouted. What are you laughing at? Her sister was right, she was really stupid. Lu Feng said, now he was lecturing Dees. Look, for her sister was not afraid of the nobles, but attacked and killed an entire night camp. Moreover, she was showing off her strength, as if she was telling me Lu Feng. Don't play any tricks, treat her and the beastmen well. Even though we have fallen, we can still kill these nobles. He spoke for a while and then concluded. Dees, her sister was very good to her. Dees listened to each word Lu Feng said and it was as if a whole forest of understanding had opened up. It turned out that all this time her sister had done things for her. She had simply thought it was because sisters loved each other, but she didn't understand the deep meaning of the matter. Furthermore, which sister wouldn't protect her younger sister? After her younger sister grows up, wouldn't it be better to protect her older sister? The city lord said as he reached out to pat Dees's head. Lu Feng was truly good at both his profession and work, and as a leader, he was also good at mobilizing the masses. It seemed that the beast girl Dees would definitely like him this time. Thanks to Lu Feng's encouragement, Dees seemed to understand the problem. The girl stopped crying and asked Lu Feng again. Of course I can help my sister. Lu Feng replied. So the beast girl was happy again. Her eyes looked into the distance as if to say to her sister Bella. Don't worry, I will always remember you and will protect you to the end. In the snow-covered wilderness, the Wolf Knight Avery and the Beastman camp leader Brutus Bella waved goodbye to each other. They left in two different directions. They said goodbye to each other to pursue their own journeys. Leader Bella leads the Beast Knight army. His eyes showed a strong desire and determination to regain the position of the Brutus Beast tribe. Back in the beautiful Western City, the bright sunlight shines on the majestic and splendid castle. The Lord of Western City speaks. He has called you all here today because he has something important to announce. What? Move the army out of the city. Those present including Uncle Nyoban, Nyoda, Nyoer, Ili and Dees were all extremely surprised by Lu Feng's decision. Yes, I have been wanting to do that for a long time. Only by sending the army out of the city can we expand the army further. This is the military reform document, everyone take a look. Lu Feng said, holding a stack of papers in his hand for everyone to see. He continued speaking. Homo was captured, Adam was killed, their father Count Pulley will definitely charge this debt to our western city. So we plan to deal with Pulley carefully. It turned out that all of this was part of Lu Feng's plan. He knew in advance that he would definitely have to pay off this debt. So he secretly planned to move his army outside the city to expand his forces and deal with the enemy more easily. Uncle Nyo Ban also had to admit this. He said, it was still the young master who thought things through. Young master, if we move the army out of Xi'an City, where should we station them? Nyoda asked Lu Feng, east of Xi'an City. Although the east side of the city is deserted, the terrain is rugged and the distance to the city is the shortest. If something happens in the city, it will be there in a few minutes. Lu Feng replied as he stood up. I want to create a military bunker in the east of the city, by then forming an invincible Long Fong with the navy of the western city. A clear and unified voice rang out. All agreed with the wishes and desires of the city lord, aiming to make Taeduong City more and more stable against the enemy's threats. But what is a navy? The people looked at each other, puzzled. Seeing their amused reactions, Lu Feng did not rush to explain. He said, everyone will know when the time comes. Then he smiled mysteriously. The sunlight shone brightly on the golden flowers, shining directly on the castle. From inside the castle, someone's voice, it was unclear whether it was male or female, said that they needed to increase their manpower. The castle's defenses also needed to be reinforced. The progress of steel smelting also needed to be accelerated, increasing investment in weapons. Lu Feng sat in front of Ellie with a pen in hand, looking bewildered. When Lu Feng finished speaking, a maid beside him, whose face was unknown, said, Young master, there's really no need to go through all this trouble. I just need to go and deal with that Count Pulley. The maid standing next to Lu Feng was a cat named Mina, with a dangerous, threatening expression like a gangster coming to collect a debt, about to beat someone up. Speaking up to here, Lu Feng started to harass Mina by patting her but, Mina immediately screamed. Lu Feng's expression was indifferent. Looking at the pile of documents on the table, he said, how could I bear to let you take this risk? Ellie stood nearby with a face of utter helplessness. She must have thought to herself. That's right, how could he bear to let his beloved maid go? Just let me go, we love each other so much. The sound of someone opening the door was so loud, it made a loud bang that almost slammed the door shut. The three people in the room suddenly turned to the door that was opened with a loud bang, their faces surprised, bewildered and startled, not knowing what the door had done to make it open so forcefully. The staggering, unsteady footsteps of some woman entered the room. It turned out to be Nicole, holding a bottle of wine, completely drunk, smiling at everyone in the room like an idiot, saying, "Young master, the wine you wanted to brew. I brought it, do you want to try it?" Ellie was so rude, they were discussing important matters and she was drunk, her face was dark and she was still talking nonsense. The three people didn't understand, their faces seemed to say, "What the hell is going on? Why did Nicole suddenly walk into the room drunk and talk nonsense?" Nicole fell into Lu Feng's arms unexpectedly, leaving him unable to deal with this lustful girl. Lu Feng helped Nicole sit down on the chair. "Hurry, sit down first." She deliberately threw herself into Lu Feng's arms, but felt shy and timid like a young girl confessing her love to her lover. The young master was so warm and gentle. So cool, so soft, Ellie acted like Lu Feng was an air conditioner, with her body pillow. Lu Feng's face was helpless towards Nicole, he helped her down to his seat, said, looking at her like this, "She must have tasted the wine right after it was distilled, and then got drunk." Lu Feng finished speaking, then took the wine bottle on the table to try it, with a satisfied face when he smelled the wine bottle was so fragrant like lychee and Van Tan Hoa Kwok, said the fragrant wine made Mina and Ellie standing behind curious, wanting to try how delicious this wine was that it made Nicole so drunk. Ellie's eyes lit up like car headlights, her face smug, she said, "It seems like this is the first distilled water, the alcohol content is probably around 20 to 25 degrees. It's much stronger than the previous 78-degree rice wine, if it was sold outside, the nobles here would fight over it until their heads exploded. We can produce a little more to sell to those nobles." Ellie acts like she is a wine expert at a big company, knows everything, and is even motivated to produce a lot for the nobles, but she doesn't even know what wine tastes like, so she's acting like she's being too pretentious. Lu Feng immediately shook his head, disagreeing with Ellie's opinion. He stood with his hands on his hips towards the two demonesses. Mina and Ellie looked at Lu Feng with longing, their eyes never leaving him for a second as if they were waiting. He said, "No, brewing wine to sell would be too much of a waste of barley. Winter is coming, there are still many beastmen in the city, people are not full yet, must save enough food for winter." With a satisfied expression, confident expression, put hand on chin and think like an 80-year-old man, he thought. But can make some perfume, disinfectant. Those do not cost much food. Such calculation is also reasonable. Nicole was drunk and sitting on someone else's working chair. She was no longer aware of what was going on around her. She said, "Oh my, it's so hot that she could die." She started to feel hot inside, so she unbuttoned her shirt to feel more comfortable. Lu Feng couldn't bear it any longer, and his nose bled when he saw this hot scene. Then Lu Feng shamelessly carried Nicole back to the room. "I carried Nicole back to the room first." Behind him were Ellie and Mina standing with shocked faces, speechless when they saw the person they loved carrying another woman back to the room. In their minds, they thought that after carrying her, who knows what they were doing in there. Ellie stood with her arms crossed, her expression full of disdain for Nicole, and her eyes longing for the wine bottle. Nicole was so weak, she had to let the young master carry her back to her room. Ellie reached out for the wine bottle, thinking, what if I got drunk too? No matter how I thought about it, I also wanted to be like everyone else, also wanted to be carried by the boss. What a cute scheme. Suddenly another hand touched Ellie's hand, also wanting to try the wine bottle in front of her. It turned out that Mina wanted to try the wine bottle. Our eyes met like our eyes met, just wanting to say love for a long, long time. Mina's face was full of mystery at this moment, standing in front of Ellie and said, "Ellie, you want to pretend to be drunk, right? Then let the young master carry you back to your room." Mina was absolutely right, but Ellie still denied it. Her expression was as if there was no such thing. No way, she was just curious about what this wine tasted like. Moreover, her alcohol tolerance was quite good, she drank a lot before, everyone praised her for being good. Mina's smug smile seemed to be criticizing Ellie. Really, I'm sure they're not fooling kids. After hearing that, Ellie was startled and panicked, her face pale as she looked back at the body that looked like a harem or weibo in anime. The body looked like a straight airport for planes to land on from above, then she shouted at the maid Mina. Despicable, hateful. You, Mina, you are such a sick-minded cat, you are getting worse by the day. Then Ellie's face was full of annoyance, she grabbed the wine bottle as if someone had just robbed her mother, and said, "I'm not a kid." Mina stood behind helplessly, scared when she saw her sister Ellie's attitude, her eyes opened wide like a toy frog in the market. Ellie picked up the bottle of wine and drank it all in one gulp, as if she was dying of thirst in prehistoric times. Ellie's expression while drinking was exactly like a puffer fish puffing out its cheeks. After taking a gulp of wine, Ellie slammed the bottle down, shaking the whole room. It was like a guy who had too much beer and slammed his glass down. Ellie threw the bottle down, her face full of joy, not knowing whether she was crying or laughing. She said, "Delicious, so delicious, I can still drink it." Her alcohol tolerance was too strong, she had only taken one sip but her face was as red as a boiled shrimp, then she laughed crazily. Mina, with a face like a dead fish, stood indifferently behind, looking at Ellie helplessly, speechless. After saying that, Ellie got drunk and fell down with a thud.
Mina sat down next to Ellie, pointed at her face and laughed happily when she saw Ellie was so confident that her alcohol tolerance was very high. Mina happily said that she fell down after just one sip, and even praised herself for knowing how to drink. If you say she's a kid, you won't believe it. Mina suddenly glanced at the wine bottle, thinking, oh, I might as well give it a try. Mina picked up the wine bottle, made a shy and embarrassed face, then leaned back and opened her mouth to put the spout of the wine bottle into her mouth. Then Mina acted like a wine expert, thinking. A bit bitter, with the aroma of rice, the feeling is hard to describe, then just take a sip. After only taking a sip, Mina, like Ellie, started to feel uneasy. Lu Feng returned to his office, looking exhausted after sending Nicole back. He said. Taking care of drunk people is so tiring, just one girl and already complaining, who knows what will happen next. Mina stood in front of Lu Feng, her expression full of love, her face red like a boiled shrimp. The two girls had only taken one sip when they started talking nonsense. Mina threw herself into Lu Feng's arms and said. Master, you've worked hard. As a reward, let me sleep with you tonight. Saying such sensitive words without any grace, she brought her mouth full of alcohol close to Lu Feng's ear and breathed out. Lu Feng opened his mouth wide at this moment. His face was shy and embarrassed as if he was about to get married. His mouth was wide open and his heart was beating so fast that it was about to fall out. He shouted. Ha! On the outside he was acting shy and embarrassed, but on the inside he was so happy that he was almost dying of lying. Ellie appeared from somewhere. Ellie hugged Lu Feng's leg tightly, not letting go or leaving, saying, I also want to sleep with young master. Lu Feng was surprised, bewildered, and astonished to see everyone was drunk, then hugged his arms and legs, making him unable to move and screaming. Why is everyone drunk? Then Lu Feng with a meaningful smile, made a mean, sly face looking towards the two girls, intending to do something shady with this girl. Suddenly a loud pop sounded. It turned out to be a panda. Lu Feng suddenly shouted. Caesar. Lu Feng took a breath, carried these drunk people back to the room, with difficulty walking in 2 rows as he had to drag the 2 female demons back to the room with Nicole once again. It looked like my pregnant cat walking in 2 rows, he said. It seems that a gentleman should not take advantage of others when they are in danger. He took them all back to the room, slept with them and they slept and didn't know when they would wake up. At this time, in the western city, snow and smoke had covered the entire city. The space was immersed in cold snowstorms. The scene was like a fairy tale. The white fog was cold enough to penetrate the human body. Mr. Sorrow's son from the castle-like rental housing complex in the western city was quickly urging his father to hurry up so he could go to school. Dad, hurry up, I'm going to be late for class, Miss Via will scold me. If you don't go, I'll go myself and show you. Little brat, take it easy. You need to be calm in everything you do. How many times have I told you, don't you remember? I'm here. Mr. Sorrow calmly taught and responded to his naughty son. Come. It's snowing so hard, it's dangerous for a little brat like you to go out alone. Why are you so hasty? The weather is freezing. This rebellious little brat. He dared to chase away his tutor, who I had spent so much effort to persuade, and he still refused to come and teach him. Now he is making a fuss about going to Taeduan Elementary School. It is true that children should study with their peers. Mr. Sorrow put his hands behind his head. His eyes were shining brightly as he looked at his son. He was laughing happily because he was about to go to school. The boy was excited and full of anticipation. Yesterday, Mrs. Via had told the story of Sun Wukong meeting the 3rd incarnation of the White Bone Demon. You really want to know more? Will Sun Wukong kill the White Bone Demon? You really can't wait. Hello, Mr. Sorrow. Hello, baby. Miss Via looked hurried. Her whole body was covered in a bright red fur coat, happily waving to Mr. Sorrow who was standing blankly in front of the house looking at her. The teacher looked surprised and asked again. Is that you, Miss Via? What wind has brought you here in this cold, heart-chilling winter? Hello, Miss Via, you look so beautiful today. Teacher Via raised her head, revealing sparkling eyes, red cheeks from the cold, tremblingly replied. Brother Sorrow, it's snowing so hard, I've come here for a long time. I came to tell you, school is closed today, you don't need to come to class for the next few days. Boo-hoo, no way. What about my white bone spirit? I won't let him. The little boy cried and whined, demanding to go to school. Miss Via still smiled affectionately and replied. Wait until the snow stops, then you can go back to school. Then you can listen to me tell you everything, okay? Yes. It's late, goodbye father and son. I have to go and inform the other children. Father and son happily waved goodbye to Miss Via. I love you, I will wait until school returns to listen to you tell the story of Sun Wukong. Humph, this guy. Mr. Sorrow gritted his teeth and grabbed the kid's head. So he wanted to go to school to listen to stories. It hurts, Daddy, it hurts. Oh well, I won't pinch your ears anymore.
The next few days off from school are fine, your sister is coming soon. When the time comes, let's go pick her up together, okay kid? What did Dad say? What did he say? Boo-hoo, no way. That devil, you're here? Hoo-hoo, it's really 100 ways of suffering, I really feel sorry for my body. The wind is so cold, it penetrates to the bone, I shiver, come inside, kid. Via had already informed all the students and hurried back. When she returned to the city, Mr. Buff hurriedly asked, how is it, Miss Via? Have you informed all the students? I also just went to the orphanage and a lady announced that we don't need to go to school until the snow stops. The son of the secretary Buff also replied. Interrupting, Mr. Buff continued. This time last year, many houses were buried in snow, many people had nothing to eat, and it was extremely miserable. The snow fell and no trees or crops could survive. It was cold, people had no clothes to wear, and then they either starved to death or froze to death. It's different now. We have enough to eat, warm clothes, and a good place to live. Mr. Buff spoke proudly about the city lord Lu Feng. He continued. By the way, to make it easier for people to travel, the soldiers also cleared the snow from the roads. All of this is thanks to the city lord. The snow continued to fall heavily. Via returned to the castle at this time, she opened the door wide and saw no one. Why is it so empty? Where did everyone go? Knock knock, young master, are you awake? It's morning. Via knocked on Lu Feng's door, but when no one answered, she opened the door and walked in. But immediately an unexpected scene caught her eyes. Why were those people sleeping together on the young master's bed? Lu Feng woke up at this moment, confused as to why he was lying between Mina, Nicole and Ellie. The three remaining girls opened their eyes at the same time, looking at each other in confusion. Ha ha ha, what's going on? What the hell? What's going on? The three girls suddenly screamed in surprise. Ha, Lu Feng smiled and said, the most frightening thing is that these drunkards don't remember anything anymore. Via's eyes and nose widened, she was so scared that she turned into a rabbit. She hurriedly said, sorry, I'm going out now. Lu Feng was embarrassed and quickly stopped her, shouting out the door. No, wait Via. Yes, what's wrong? Via stopped and turned to ask Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked like an idiot, his face was blank, he scratched his head and said. Well, I just happened to want to bring you to this place. Outside, the wind was still howling in cold gusts, freezing hearts and chilling souls. People were still actively shoveling snow and clearing the roads. Via opened her eyes wide and asked Lu Feng in surprise. Young master, what is this? Why ask? Just go in and see. And finally the two of them saw it, this cucumber was big and fresh, and there were also chili peppers. Seeing this scene, Via couldn't help but be surprised. Wow, how is this possible? It's winter now, how come there are so many fresh vegetables like this? Oh, they look so delicious. I'm craving them, everything is so fresh and green. Could it be that the young master is a fairy with magic? What is it, Via? Lu Feng thought to himself, dumbfounded. Lu Feng replied Via, that's right. This is scientific magic, if you want to learn, I will teach you later. Really, this can teach me? Oh, I love it. Of course, not only do I want to teach you, but I also want you to teach students this scientific knowledge. Speaking up to here, Lu Feng's eyes were firm, thinking to himself. That's right, science and technology are the power of production. It is number one, I must popularize this scientific knowledge in Xi'an City. As he thought, Lu Feng clenched his green pumpkin, his thoughts becoming more resolute. How long it will take depends on the level of talent here. Then he passed out a cucumber and gave it to Via, inviting her to try it. Here, try the cucumber from my hometown. You can eat it raw or cooked. Crunchy, oh my, biting into a piece of fresh green cucumber, the cool, sweet juice melts into my mouth. Via ate and exclaimed. The more she ate, the more she wanted to eat. So fresh and crispy, so delicious. So delicious that Via's rabbit ears stood up with delight. Uncle, I picked some and brought them back to the orphanage. I'm sure the children will love them. Wait, how can I pick it? Via thought to herself, if she sold these, she was afraid that each one would cost more than 10 copper coins and there would still be people fighting to buy them. Lu Feng just smiled and replied gently and affectionately. If you want to pick them, then pick them. Bring some back for the kids. They're homegrown, don't think too much about it. Oh, uncle, you're so kind. Lu Feng continued, but first, we have to finish the main thing. We still have to pick a lot of vegetables. Sir, why do we pick so many vegetables? While picking, the two of them looked at the rows of fresh green vegetables, engrossed in talking to their uncle, and Via's hand touched Lu Feng's hand. Suddenly our eyes met, our hands touched for a long time. This moment seemed to freeze. Via quickly withdrew her hand. It seems like today is the first time he is alone with the young master. Why is his heart beating so fast? Lu Feng did not care about Via's feelings. He still smiled and said, didn't I tell you? Today is Mina's birthday. Today is Mina's birthday. Via was confused, she didn't say anything more. She continued to pick more vegetables to put in the basket with Lu Feng. When the two of them returned to the city, Ellie shouted loudly. Wow, what is this? Oh my god. On the table was a pot of fragrant water. There were 2 compartments. One was red and spicy. The other was sweet and milky white. What was that? There were also kimchi mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, tofu, thinly sliced beef, and fresh chicken. It smells so good. And there are so many fresh vegetables. So this is what I picked this morning. It looks delicious. Lu Feng explained it this time. This is called hot pot. Everyone at the dining table was confused, not understanding what was going on. Lu Feng continued. In this cold weather, hot pot would be the most suitable dish for freezing days. Today is Mina's 18th birthday. Happy birthday, Mina. Happy birthday, Mina. Mina's face was filled with happiness as she thanked the master. Yes, thank you very much, master. Everyone said in unison. Happy birthday, Mina. Ha ha ha, hi, so much fun. Everyone cheered loudly and excitedly. Thank you, master, thank you very much everyone. Mina said gratefully. Lu Feng stood up and said. Alright, let's eat. This is a Mandarin duck hot pot. See the 2 compartments? One side is spicy broth, the other side is chicken bone broth. Pick up a piece of food and dip it in whatever flavor you like. Oh my god, this is so delicious. It's unbelievably delicious. It's been a long time since I've had hot pot. Lu Feng picked up a piece of tender beef and put it in his mouth, enjoying it and exclaiming. Everyone was in an uproar when they saw this. Come on, I want to try too. Me too, me too. The delicious sounds started to ring out. Dees picked up a piece of tender, sweet beef and put it in her mouth, wanting more. It was so delicious. Quickly bring the plate of beef over here. So spicy, oh, so spicy. Mina dipped the beef with the stewed chicken bone in her mouth and completely immersed herself in the delicious, chewy, sweet taste of the beef. Her body felt lightheaded, oh so delicious. Opening the lid of the Coca-Cola, foam flowed into Lu Feng's hand, he passed it to everyone. Here everyone, try this. Ellie grabbed it and poured it into her mouth. Wow, so delicious, young master. Young master, what is this that is so delicious? This, I would like to introduce. This bottle of water is called Coca-Cola. I must say it's really awesome. Hee, Coca-Cola, it's really amazing. Mina tried a sip and spit it all over the table. Oh my gosh, it's spicy, young master. Haha, Lu Feng explained. It seems the carbonated drink is a bit stimulating to the cat's tongue. Everyone was now full, rubbing their stomachs and saying how full they were. At this moment, Nicole pulled out a book called 32 Soup Recipes from her shirt. Mina, this is your birthday present. These are 32 soup recipes that I researched myself. Wow, thank you so much, Nicole. Here's my gift. Ellie also took out a box from her. It was all designed by me, open it and see. Mina opened the box. All the lollipops were colorful and had different styles of kitten faces. Mina was squinting with joy. Oh my gosh, so cute, thanks Ellie. Via and Sumi also competed to give out their gifts. Via said, this is my cake, and this is my drawing. Thank you all very much. At this moment, the beast woman Dees also opened the pizza box and said. And this is the pizza that I baked myself. However, this pizza turned into a burnt pizza. Mina looked into the pizza box, smiling, but she thanked Dees anyway. She stood up and spoke loudly, thanking everyone. I accept all of your kindness. Finally it's my turn. Lu Feng was pleased, raised his hand and coughed a few times to signal everyone. Now, my turn. This is my present, open it Mina. Mina and everyone looked up at the huge gift. Tall in front of them. Lu Feng pulled his hand hard and the bow tie fell off. Wow, this is a giant teddy bear cat. So cute, Lu Feng said. You can hug this every night before going to bed. It's very soft. Hoo, I really like this gift. Ellie stood below looking at the gift, enviously saying. This is too much. I also want to celebrate my birthday. Hoo, me too. Dees said. At this time, Lu Feng said to Mina. Okay, now make your wish. This is a custom in my hometown. Just close your eyes and make a wish, then blow out the candles and your wish will come true. Everyone turned their eyes to the cake filled with strawberries, fruits, candles, so bright. Mina wondered. Wish come true. She quickly clenched her hands, closed her eyes and whispered her wish. Then blow on it. Ellie asked curiously. Mina, what do you wish for? Mina said shyly. Okay, everyone eat the cake. Oh la la, let's eat cake. Everyone took their plates and ate the cake and teased each other. Dees took the cake and wanted to smear it on Ellie's face. Mina and Lu Feng ate the cake affectionately while looking at each other. Their eyes were passionate. Our eyes met. I just wanted to look at you for a long, long time. Lu Feng kept his eyes on Mina, making her blush in embarrassment. Ahem. Ha ha ha, you lose. Dees laughed loudly and said to Ellie. You do it, you lose. At this moment, Mina looked out the window. She stretched out her arms and said cheerfully. Master, thank you. I am very happy on this birthday. Suddenly Lu Feng slowly walked from behind and hugged Mina. The unexpected and warm hug made Mina freeze, shy and timid. Lu Feng whispered softly into Mina's ear. Just now, what did you wish for, Mina? Oh my god, Mina's hands timidly touched Lu Feng's hands. Her cheeks turned red, her lips turned pink as she softly said. I wish to be the young master's wife. Give birth to a lovely daughter for the young master. Mina didn't say this part, guys. Mina was just thinking in her head. Suddenly, Mina unexpectedly turned around. She hugged Lu Feng tightly and kissed him on the lips. The two people kissed more and more passionately. Both of their faces were flushed, not sure if it was because they were drunk on love or what. It must have been because they were drunk on love. They kissed so passionately. Hands clasped, hands tightly clasped. The two people entangled more passionately. The energy spread, warming both hearts. Lips touched, hearts burning. At this point, everyone appeared, lined up in a row, eyes and noses wide open, mouths agape, looking at the young couple in shock. What is this? Dees, Ellie, Vaya, and even Nicole were all staring in surprise. Little Sumi was shy and turned away, not daring to look. If they stood there looking any longer, they might faint. Let's quickly clear up the mess so the young couple can get to work. Hurry back. So, under the bright yellow candlelight, it burned like it had never burned before. The heat in the room was rising more than ever. Lu Feng gently carried Mina and placed her on the red bed that looked like a wedding bed. The candle was like, hurry up and come blow it out. I'm tired of you too. Lu Feng was embarrassed, his face was red, looking at Mina who was lying on the bed. The two fell into deep thought, looking at each other affectionately, neither of them saying anything. And then what was to come happened. The two of them sank into a passionate and sweet night of youth. Okay, let's change the scene. Back to the geographical location of Shiyang City. The kingdom that Shiyang City belongs to is called Yinglu Kingdom, with an area of about 200,000 square kilometers. This is the strongest kingdom compared to its neighbors. Shiyang City is located on the edge of the Yinglu Kingdom. The capital of the Yinglu Kingdom is Yinglu City. It is a large city with a population of about 100,000 people. Wow, we've arrived at Yinglu City. Sorrow's messenger had now arrived at the kingdom's capital. Oh my god, looking at the city, heavy snow-covered, white snow lay thick on the thin huts. People were cold, shivering, sitting scattered on the streets. The messenger looked on in amazement. He had to exclaim that, although this was the capital, it was still far inferior to the western city. In addition, you have to pay a fee to enter here. The messenger heard the pleading, pitiful sounds. Please, I beg you, I will go into the city to sell things and have money to give you right away. The guard still resolutely pushed the merchant away. He shouted, no, without paying the fee, you cannot enter the city. Seeing this scene, ordinary people could not accept it. Furthermore, speaking of this, the messenger heard two people in the alley shouting. Come on, you can do it, you will definitely do it. It was already dawn, and the messenger continued to walk through the streets of the capital. He thought, the so-called nobles here were not even as good as the common people in Taeduong City. It stinks so much, I'm used to it in the West. This place is so polluted, the streets are full of stinking garbage, it's really miserable. But, because of Darlene, all the hardships and fatigue were nothing. Just seeing Darlene would surely return my polluted soul to normal. Click, there was the sound of a wooden door opening and a voice saying, I will give it to the owner for you. Scene change, in a beautiful white room, Darlene is sitting drinking tea with her friend. The friend says, Darlene, you really don't like your brother? Darlene's friend Catherine is the Grand Duke's daughter, she continued. He is brave and talented, a rare breed.
Take advantage of this opportunity, my good friend.
Darlene, the daughter of Merchant Sorrow, sighed and replied. Don't you feel guilty saying these words? Hee, I don't want that either. But my father cut off my money. I just need to pass on the word on your behalf and I'll get the money back. Such an easy deal, if I were you, I'd do it. Darlene replied calmly. Then you accept the fourth prince's proposal, won't you have a lot of money? Laugh at him, where will all the money go? Catherine was angry, her face was arrogant. Don't mention it again. I don't want to marry him. That stupid head doesn't know anything about music.
Darlene calmly advised her agitated friend.
Calm down, this isn't your dukedom.
Be careful, someone might hear and bring trouble upon themselves.
Besides, as far as I know, the duke wouldn't agree, right? You are. Catherine continued.
You are clearly younger than me, but you act so old all day. Darlene slowly put the teacup down on the table and continued.
My father is not in the capital right now. If I don't mature, how can I control everything down here? And you, suddenly coming here. It's not just for chatting, right?
Hee, Catherine said.
You still understand me best. Catherine was overjoyed.
She held the lute in her hand and showed it off to Darlene. Darlene, the instrument factory recently got this latest 4-string lute. She jumped up and showed it off again. If she could just get it, she would surprise everyone at the palace banquet next year.
Darlene asked again, wondering. Oh, you don't want to buy again, do you? You have more pianos in your house than in the shop. Catherine made an okay hand gesture, indicating that she had one more.
Darlene gently lifted her teacup and replied.
No. Catherine pouted, her mouth wide open in disapproval. She whined. Ha? Can't you?
Darlene, you are one of the 5 most talented women in this royal capital.
You can't find a second one even if you search all the important trading places in this royal capital, so how could you be short of money?
Darlene replied indifferently, her face expressionless.
You are also one of the most talented women in this capital. There is no one in this world who can play the lute better than you. You don't need this instrument to make everyone amazed. Catherine heard and screamed. Boo-hoo, no way.
Suddenly, a servant entered Darlene's room.
She was holding a box.
She respectfully said to Darlene.
Miss, the master sent someone to bring you some things. Darlene opened the box. Catherine quickly looked into the box and exclaimed. It's a letter. And what are these? It was a letter from Darlene's father. It contained a few pink lollipops that Catherine was enjoying and shouting.
Wow, they were so delicious. While Catherine was enjoying the delicious taste of the lollipops, Darlene was deep in thought reading the letter from her father. Sucking on her candy, Catherine looked at Darlene and asked.
What's wrong, Darlene? Darlene hesitated for a few seconds before replying. Dad told me to take the crew to the Atlantic for a few days. Catherine was surprised. The Atlantic City? Scene changes to Taeduong City.
At this time, white snow still covers all the buildings in Taeduong City. A red-haired young man raised his fist and shouted loudly.
You punched me first.
A purple-haired guy was not to be outdone and jumped in.
It was obvious that you started the trouble first.
With that, the 2 men rushed into a fistfight. The scene was chaotic and tense. These 2 people were punching each other, making Mr. Buff sigh.
It's been 7 or 8 times already.
Mr. Buff continued with a bored expression. It's just trivial matters, but every time they get into a fight. It turned out that Mr. Buff was reporting the situation to City Lord Lu Feng.
After listening, Lu Feng asked again. Mr. Buff, where are they now? Mr. Buff answered slowly.
I made them run around the western wall twice as punishment.
After running, they had no energy left to fight. Lu Feng laughed happily. Well done. Don't worry, I'll think of a way to solve it.
Then he thought to himself. Oh my god, I wonder if I'll survive after 2 laps around the city.
When Mr. Buff left, Lu Feng started to think of a way.
It was winter, people were idle and had a lot of free time. They were full of energy, so it was easy for people to cause trouble.
I have a way.
Ellie crossed her arms and asked the City Lord Lu Feng in wonder.
Young master, do you have any ideas? What do you plan to do? Lu Feng quickly prepared to leave and said to Ellie. Come with me to the Research Institute. Let's go.
At the Research Institute in Taeduong City, the air was cold, and snow was falling heavily on the roof of the Research Institute. In the lecture room of the Research Institute, Lu Feng and Ellie were explaining to everyone about the different departments of the garment industry.
Lu Feng pointed a ruler at the board. This was the textile department. Ellie listened and watched Lu Feng lecture with his head full of questions. She didn't understand what he was saying. After finishing his lecture to the textile department, Lu Feng went to the carpentry workshop. Here, the gasmasters and workers were also paying close attention to the instructions of the city lord Lu Feng. Ellie stood beside him, still full of questions and confusion. Appearing before us is a pair of bright red-orange-yellow boxing gloves. These gloves look as strong as the person using them. Lu Feng put on his gloves and punched his hands together, creating a banging sound that was pleasing to the ears. Then the Lord praised the person who made it. Well done, very good everyone. Ellie also raised her hand like Lu Feng. She asked him curiously, young master, is this used for fighting? Lu Feng explained leisurely. You could say that. This is called boxing. You'll know soon enough. The next day, in the middle of the big commercial market of Taeduong City, a crowd of people gathered like ants around a fighting arena that looked like a ring. On the stage, Nyoda and Sink were wearing red gloves. Lu Feng called them boxing gloves. Lu Feng was standing on the stage. He shouted loudly for everyone around to hear. The city lord heard that someone was very bored recently. After a full meal and nothing to do, the people had something to do. To add more entertainment, the city lord decided to hold a boxing match. The winner would also receive a prize. The words that just came out stunned the crowd below. Boxing? What is it? Is it a fight? Someone below boldly raised his hand and asked. Nyoda was a little confused when he heard the question. This is a little difficult to explain in words. Next, Sink and I will show everyone once. After saying that, Nyodai turned to Sink who was standing ready on the opposite side. His eyes were extremely focused. Very quickly the two began to fight. We took turns, he punched me and I dodged. I punched him and he blocked. Left hook. Right hook. Extremely intense, no one gives up. A boxing show to watch. Just as Sink was laughing over the success of the show, Ngudai immediately punched Sink, sending him flying out of the ring. The crowd below the stage was stunned by this scene. Their mouths were wide open in shock, and Nyoda, after winning, put his hands on his hips and said loudly. Alright, who else wants to sign up? Lu Feng stood behind him watching the scene just now. His eyes seemed to be in disbelief as he thought. Who would sign up then? Didn't he say he was just performing? Lu Feng had no choice but to step forward, patting Nyoda's shoulder with his right hand. He smiled warmly and continued to explain. Everyone, rest assured. Only civilians can register to fight each other in this match. Soldiers like Sink or Nyoda will not participate. Next, I will announce the rules and prizes of the competition. This match will select 18 contestants to compete. Third place will receive 100 copper coins. Second place will receive 10 silver coins. First prize will be 10 gold coins and an additional trophy. The crowd under the stage immediately reacted when they heard the prize money. Everyone rushed to sign up. Wow, 10 gold coins. I want to sign up. I want to sign up too. Lu Feng saw this and smiled with satisfaction. So now I declare the first Western boxing tournament officially begun. Opposite the arena, the competition banner was hung. Under the podium is the golden cup. The match has begun. Lu Feng sat on the highest stand to easily observe Saro and Tori below. Saro turned back and asked Lu Feng, Lord of the city. Whichever candidate you have your eye on, I will pay attention to that person. Lu Feng saw this and raised his hand to his chin, laughing as he analyzed. If it were me, I would find the numbers 7 and 10 quite formidable. Anyway, looking at their hairstyles, they don't look like normal people. Oh, and there's also the bald contestant number 17 wearing a cloak, he looks very strong too. After studying the rules of the game on the paper given out, Tori turned around, his eyes shining brightly and asked, Lord. I have never seen any rules and participation rates like yours. If you guess correctly from 1 to 18, you will get 1,800 silver coins. Lu Feng answered with a smile outside. That is called a sports lottery. The money collected will be donated to charity in Shiyang City. Everyone, don't take it too seriously. It's just for fun. Meanwhile, Lu Feng's face was full of danger. Tori's dreams were really beautiful. How could Tori have guessed everything so easily? Saro next to him thought for a moment and then felt refreshed. Then I'll join in too. Guessing all 18 people correctly is impossible. I'll bet on the top 3 people. Then he raised his hand and called to a man in a straw hat, with a scar on his cheek, a red shirt and blue pants, who was selling some kind of ticket to the others below. Little Fly, this side bets. Here, Little Fly replied. Sorrow raised a silver coin in his hand. He said he was betting on 3 people to come out on top, in no particular order, number 7, number 10, and number 17. The other spectators below, seeing Sorrow's actions, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Oh, as expected of Mr. Sorrow, he waved his hand and got a silver coin. Little Fly had now come to Mr. Sorrow and signed his name on the betting slip. Mr. Sorrow, have you thought about it? Each person can only bet once, and it's 1 silver coin at that. That's the maximum limit set by the lord of the city. Hearing this, Sorrow laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, it's just for fun. Seeing his attitude, Little Fly didn't say much more. He immediately handed Mr. Sorrow 2 receipts and a box of fingerprints. Okay, please ask Mr. Sorrow to put his fingerprints on these 2 receipts. These 2 papers, identical, Sorrow saw them and said with a bit of surprise. Little Fly held up a piece of carbon paper and explained with a smile. That's right, thanks to the city lord's invention of this printing paper, 2 identical receipts could be made. The original was kept, and the copy could be used to redeem the prize. After hearing that, Sorrow was even more surprised, his eyes widened and his mouth gaped open. Paper, printing paper? Before Mr. Sorrow could react, someone else raised their hand. Little Fly, I want to bet. Oh, come here. Little Fly left, and Sorrow sat there for a moment, stunned. His body trembled involuntarily, causing his son sitting next to him to not understand what was going on. Sorrow seemed to realize something, excitedly turned back, and made a gesture towards Lu Feng that was no different from a proposal. Eyes full of sincerity. The tone of voice made Lu Feng sitting on the chair suddenly break out in a cold sweat. Lord, may I ask when will the printing paper be widely sold on the market? Lu Feng smiled wryly and raised his hands in surrender. Well, the printing paper is still in the testing phase, it will take some time before it can be put on the market. This Sorrow, he is really sharp, Lu Feng thought to himself. Sorrow's expression on the other side was serious after hearing this, his mouth opened into a wide, businesslike smile, his hand placed on his chest, emitting a black aura from his entire body, which surprised Lu Feng. City Lord, can't you sell me some first? The price doesn't matter, this is very important to me. As he spoke, he frowned and gritted his teeth, remembering that those foreign swindlers had previously falsified and altered the receipt, swindling me of some money and even causing me to be branded as a dishonest person. As long as I had this magical printing paper, such things would not happen again. Lu Feng saw his attitude and secretly calculated in his mind, well, he still had to cooperate with Sorrow in the future. Selling him a little now would probably be fine. Then he replied, okay, I will ask someone to bring a box of printing paper and a full set. Thank you, Lord City Lord. Sorrow immediately happily thanked him profusely, and Tori beside him heard their conversation. He also heard Lu Feng agree to sell printing paper to Sorrow, also excited, Lord City Lord, I want it too, I want it too. Oh, the price is not cheap at all, Lu Feng crossed his arms and said solemnly. Sitting next to Lu Feng, Ellie didn't know when she fell asleep, bubbles appeared on her nose, losing all her image. No way, it needs a gold coin. Tori's face was filled with horror as he tried to guess the price, but Sorrow beside him shouted without hesitation, please sell me 10 boxes. Lu Feng had already compromised on the price Tori had just guessed, oh, fine, but inwardly he was secretly happy, what the hell? The cost of the printing paper was only a few copper coins, but here it was being sold for 1 gold coin. Then Lu Feng suddenly remembered something else and added, there was also a set of notebooks that came with it. Wow, the people around cheered, the fight was still going on intensely on the stage, someone was hit and flew out of the stands causing everyone to cheer excitedly. Sorrow, having received the city lord's approval, turned his eyes back to the match. Tori was still pondering over the price. He could only hold the ticket in his hand and look at Lu Feng with longing eyes. The city lord was still immersed in the joy of making money and did not pay attention. He was still lost in thought. It's really easy for rich people to make money. It seems like the idea of opening a luxury goods store is also good. Then, sell milk tea, perfume, etc. The audience in the stands cheered loudly, causing Lu Feng to snap out of his thoughts. The results of the competition were out, Nyoda shouted loudly. The winner of the first boxing competition this time was a 76-year-old grandfather who was talented but always kept a low profile. Where was everyone's applause? Nyoda stood on the ring with both hands facing the old man with only a few strands of hair left, his legs still trembling, and declared. Next to him was a muscular man with a lump on his head, crying because he lost. Hateful, hoo-hoo. And in our stands right now, both Sorrow and Tori are still wide-eyed and open-mouthed, unable to believe the result they just heard. Huh, I guessed wrong, and they still won? Lu Feng above was still calmly thinking to himself. Boxing is all about attacking head-on to score points. When fighting a big but stupid guy, the one with the fastest movements will win. But, it was a bit hard to believe that an old man over 70 years old could win. Thinking of this, Lu Feng unconsciously made an expression that was hard to describe. What a funny story, haha. In another place, the scene that appeared was a vast mountain forest, covered in white snow. The wind blowing in gusts made people feel really cold. Below the forest was a female wolfkin beast knight named Avery, her brown cloak wrapped tightly around her body. On her back was a sword wrapped in a black cloth. Avery thought to himself as he looked at the map. Once he got through this forest, he would reach Blade City. According to intelligence, there is a fox beastman in Blade City. I hope, princess, please wait for me. Under the thick snow, Avery continued to drag his heavy steps. At Blade City, right in front of the city gate, a group of orcs were gathered to watch a noble being carried by 4 other orcs on a large wooden board. The noble had blonde hair, wore a green coat, a white fur coat, a green hat, and held a whip in his hand, shouting loudly. The city lord wants to dig a river to protect the city. He needs 300 strong and healthy men. They will eat barley porridge to work. The orcs below immediately started to make noise when they heard this, raising their hands high. Some said, my son needs barley porridge, I'll make it. Some said, me, I have the strength. All these orcs were here for food. Because he heard that work will be rewarded, he approached and surrounded the noble who had just announced, causing him to change his expression and shout, don't come too close, this bunch of trash. He couldn't speak. He raised the whip in his hand and whipped the crowd. Back off, you're so skinny, what can you do? You want to trick me to get porridge, get lost now. The beastmen, although beaten, were still trying to speak loudly because they were so hungry. Choose me, choose me. Avery stood in a hidden corner behind and saw the scene, surprised. This is Blade City. Blade City is a slave city, a place where slave traders like to go. 80% of the city's population are slaves. The city lord was only responsible for providing some drinking water and porridge, to ensure that no one starved to death, and was able to obtain a huge labor force. Okay, enough people. The blonde-haired noble with a beard that was sticking out to both sides knocked the end of his whip on the plank he was sitting on and announced, you guys quickly follow, if you're late, you don't need to come anymore. He didn't know how heavy he was, but it caused the 4 skinny beastmen around him who were carrying the plank to sweat in their faces to turn pale. Perhaps it was partly because of the cold weather that they only had thin clothes on. The beastmen slaves looked at the person leaving and some were puzzled. Yesterday they sent 100 people, today they need 300. Where did the people from yesterday come back? Were they sold? Another person said that among those who left, there were several children who died of hunger this morning. Avery stealthily jumped onto the snowy rooftops and followed the noble's group. She hid behind a wall and watched the group, thinking to herself. How strange, why didn't they enter the city? Why did they come to such a deserted place? Strangely enough, the green-hatted noble crossed his arms and shouted loudly to signal a stop. The beastmen below looked around strangely, left and right, full of questions. What are they doing here? Suddenly, an arrow shot straight into the chest of a purple-haired beastman, causing the surrounding people to change color in fear. Another noble riding a horse held a sword and slashed at the beastmen, his face filled with excitement. Kill, they want to kill us, let's run. A beastman immediately understood the situation and shouted to the people around. Ha ha ha, run quickly, otherwise it won't be fun anymore. The noble continued to ride his horse, swinging his sword and killing indiscriminately. This turned out to be their real purpose. There is no porridge or digging a river to protect them. This is just capturing beastmen for entertainment. A group of beastmen ran away. One of them begged, don't kill me, I don't need any more porridge. My son, before he could finish his sentence, was mercilessly chopped down by another noble. Ha 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 ha, these bandits are too weak. Ha ha ha, let's see how many bandits I've killed. When I get back, my father will definitely praise me for my bravery. The nobles took turns boasting about their achievements. There were beastmen corpses everywhere. Blood stained the snow. The tragic scene contrasted with the noble's mood. Avery witnessed everything that just happened. She trembled and gritted her teeth in anger. How could this damn world be so vile? How could humans be so cruel? Unable to bear it any longer, Avery immediately stood up and reached out to draw the sword behind his back. Suddenly another group of horsemen from behind galloped to a halt with great vigor. The noble turned around in surprise. Huh? What happened? The group of people who had just arrived immediately surrounded the 3 nobles who had just been brutally slaughtering, causing the 3 to turn around and look around, not understanding what was going on. The 3 nobles were quickly tied up in a pile. The blonde man didn't understand anything but still shouted loudly. What are you doing? Didn't they say that if you give him money, you can kill him freely? The black-haired man also raised his voice, showing off his power. How bold! My father is Count Pulley. You dare to tie me up? The brown-haired man echoed. That's right. What's wrong with you beastmen? I'm your customer. The beastman had just arrived, his hair and beard covering his entire face. Standing in front of the 3 people, he took a sword from the subordinate next to him and ordered, take these things to their house. Tell them that if they want to ransom the hostage, give 50 gold coins. If not, then wait for their heads. The beastman subordinate immediately accepted the order. The 3 human nobles immediately turned pale upon hearing this. The black-haired man shouted threateningly. You damned beastmen! I want to see Lord Blade. My father is Count Pulley. If you dare. Before he finished speaking, he was stabbed by a sword from the old leader of the beast group. The beastman looked at the black-haired man with disdain and said, Among this group, you are the most worthless one. Count Pulley has so many children. Don't you count them? Then he immediately drew his sword. The other man died without a word. The other 2 looked pale but still tried to speak boldly. Blade City, you dare to kill a noble? You guys don't keep your word. The blonde man had not finished his sentence when the beast leader interrupted him. You guys only encountered bandits outside the city. And then got captured by the bandits. It has nothing to do with Blade City. Look, you guys are still fighting back bravely. You killed a few robbers, he continued laughing. There's no need to keep your word with you guys. The 2 nobles were so scared that their faces turned pale and they trembled. The leader of the beastmen immediately turned around and gave another order. Take them to the dungeon, and take the remaining slaves to the factory. Let them eat their fill and work. Hear that? Come along. The human who first brought the beastmen here shouted. The leader of the beastmen raised his hand and shouted. Let's go, back to the city. Avery looked on with suspicion. Why would a human listen to a beastman? Moreover, this dog beastman seemed to have a high status. What exactly happened to Blade City? The cold wind blew hard and was very cold. On the ground, a human leader led a group of beastmen into a building. Clang, clang, is the sound of a hammer hitting an iron bar. The room the beastman just entered was surrounded by helmets. Avery looked in through a small opening. Inside, a man with his hands on his hips and muscular arms spoke loudly to the beastmen just now. Eat your fill and work for me. Avery thought to himself. Making armor. So much, Blade City is planning to rebel. But what Blade City wants to do has nothing to do with me. Finding the princess is the main thing. Avery hid behind the wall as a group of armored, spear-wielding beastmen passed by. She thought further. Intelligence said that the fox beastmen were being held in the Blade City Lord's mansion. Let's go there and see. At the Blade City Lord's mansion, Avery quickly took advantage of the moment the guard turned his face away and passed by. Jumped quickly on the high wall, looking at the guards with suspicion. Why are the guards in the City Lord's mansion all beastmen? Could it be that the City Lord of Blade City is a noble related to the beastmen? But what about the beastmen slaves outside the city? Avery went into the basement to a door and heard a scream. Give me the divine artifact. You damn beastman. Through a small gap in the wall, Avery saw everything in the room. A human noble lying on the bed reached out to take something from the hand of a brown-robed beastman. Ah, it's a divine object. The noble said with a lewd smile. Avery looked closely at what was presented. Here is the devil fruit. Devil fruit can give people the ultimate pleasure. Once addicted, there is no escape. Inhaling it can cause mild mental confusion, severe physical weakness and death. The noble inhaled the smoke from the devil fruit. Then he collapsed onto the bed. His mouth was still smiling vaguely. He, world, fairyland. The orange-haired beastman standing next to the bed saw this and immediately spoke up. City Lord, you have been inhaling too many divine objects recently. In addition, several city managers want to see you. The City Lord on the bed still had a trace of excitement on his face. His mouth was still drooling, so he didn't care what the other person was saying. He raised his hand and waved it. You do it, go away. The orange-haired beastman looked at this scene and a smug smile appeared on his lips. This fruit is too perfect. Invite those managers over tomorrow. Let them taste the divine object. The dog-haired beastman who captured those nobles immediately replied. Yes, your majesty. Avery was stunned outside. He looked at the person he had just called your majesty with disbelief. That was the prince of the beast kingdom. King Brutus' younger brother Des. But, how could that be? Wasn't Des not out of the Brutus kingdom? Why did she appear here? The princess is probably with him. Des and the dog-kin beastman left the lord's room. As soon as they left, they met someone. The other person spoke. It seems like it will be very soon. You will take control of Blade City. Sir Des. This one is Grey. Knight of the Old Kingdom. Luckily, thanks to your devil fruit. And here's your reward. Des said and threw a bag of money towards Grey. Suddenly, Gray felt something. He drew the sword at his waist. Smashed the wall and the door next to it. Who? Come out now. Avery on the other side of the wall also drew his sword to block. The wall was broken. Shards of stone flew everywhere. Kong! The two weapons clashed with a loud sound. Both Avery and Gray, despite being evenly matched, were knocked back by their opponents. A little blood was still flowing from their mouths. A human. There's no way he could block a full-powered sword strike. Who the hell is this guy? What's his relationship with Des? Avery thought. On the other side, Gray also thought to himself. Such a formidable beastman. Even more skilled than the two beastmen I met in the Western City. Sir Des. This isn't the person you sent to assassinate me, is it? Gray asked. Des saw the person who just appeared and immediately shouted. Avery. Avery didn't say much and said directly. Des. The princess is in your hands, right? Quickly hand her over. Gray saw that Avery wasn't here for him and said. So he's here for you. Then I won't bother you two to reminisce about old times. Then he immediately jumped out the window and left. Des. When she saw Avery ask that, she laughed coldly. Avery. She still didn't understand why. Avery gritted his teeth. He deliberately gave false intelligence. Des admitted frankly. Yes. I was just testing the waters. I didn't expect someone to believe it. Stop talking. Give me the map. I need that treasure. Avery was surprised to hear him say that. How did he know about the existence of the map? That year, when the ice and snow came, the country knew it could not protect Brutus. So it transferred all the assets in the national treasury. I don't know any maps, Avery replied. Don't pretend, Des said. She had always kept the child's things. The map was definitely in her possession. Just get that treasure. Add in the elite soldiers you've been nurturing for so long. Take Blade City as your base. Then you can fight against the Yinglu Kingdom. Don't you want to revive the Brutus Beast Kingdom? Give me the map. Behind Avery, a group of beastmen rushed out from nowhere and surrounded her. Avery didn't care about them. She straightened her face and exposed them. Resurrecting the kingdom of Brutus. I see that you are just trying to fulfill your own ambitions. You are a delusional person who indulges in the ambition of power. After hearing Avery's words, Des immediately became angry and pointed at Avery and ordered the beastmen behind her. Humph, you bastard. Arrest her. Avery glanced at the challenging beastmen. If you can, try it. A group of beastmen charged. Avery dodged and fought. Boom, the wall broke apart. Avery's figure shot out. Chase him now. I want him alive. No matter what, I must get the map. Damn it. I didn't expect the intelligence to be a trap. Your Majesty, nothing can happen to you. Avery gritted his teeth as he ran, making up his mind. Gray was standing on another building. Looking at Avery's figure in front of him. Ha ha ha. How interesting. I didn't expect the ruined kingdom of Brutus to have treasure. If we can get it, then the target can move one step further. Gray said with a dangerous expression. Back to the city of Taeduan, which is also covered in snow. In Nicole's pizza shop. A voice said. Boxer number 5 is weak today. Just one punch and she passed out. That was Ellie's voice. She was commenting while eating while waving her hands. Dee's opposite was also eating hungrily and agreed. I thought so too. That person was really weak. Unfortunately, the master did not let me into the ring. Otherwise, the first prize would have been mine. Lu Feng, who was also sitting at the same table, could only smile helplessly and think to himself. He knew she was formidable, so he didn't let her go up there. Otherwise, people would say that the competition was rigged. She was the one with a mission. If she were to compete, who would patrol? Lu Feng immediately gave a reason that left Dees dumbfounded. Oh, right. Then continue to bite the pizza and eat deliciously. He stood up and spat food all over Ellie while talking. Lelissa. Another pizza. Lelissa was startled. Another. What a big appetite. Then he went into the kitchen to get some food. Before leaving, he looked back at Lu Feng and thought. Indeed, the lord of this western city is different from other nobles. Beastmen and humans live together in harmony. So can I not disguise myself anymore? Mina on the table looked straight at Lelissa, making her startled. Ha! Miss Mina is so sharp. I have to be more careful. If my true identity is revealed, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay here long. Lelisa turned and walked straight into the kitchen. At another table, a man in a black hat was staring at her. A moment later, the man walked out. There were two people waiting. Finally out. The beige-haired man with a scar on his face spoke up. "How is it?" he asked. The man in black who had just come out answered. Confirmed. She was just a regular pizza shop employee. The brown-haired man next to the beige-haired man spoke spitefully. Humph. Since when did our black iris become so cautious? If you've got your sights set on something, just eat it. This time, you even investigated first. Slap. The scarred man knocked hard on the brown hair's head. Stupid. The Western City is not an ordinary city. Better be careful. The guy who got hit immediately showed an apologetic attitude and smiled. Yes, yes. The boss was right. That Lelisa girl looked pretty. She would definitely sell for a high price. The guy in black with the hat rubbed his chin and thought differently. I think that Dee's girl is better. She would probably sell for a higher price. Bang. The brown-haired guy continued to get his head knocked, not understanding what was going on. The one called boss said. You idiot. That's the city lord's man. If we capture her, how can we escape? Take action tonight. Inform the others. Assign the same tasks as before. Once done, immediately leave the territory of Xiang City. The boss gave the order. The guy who was beaten behind him still couldn't stand up straight. He was silently crying and complaining in his head. Why was it always me who got hurt? Night fell, Lelisa left the pizza shop. She yawned as she walked. Been thinking about researching 2 new pizza flavors. Didn't expect it to be this late. A noise made Lelisa startle and raise her head. What sound is that? So it was the night patrolman of the guard. Miss Lelisa. It's so late and you're not home yet? The guard asked. Right. What is that bamboo tube you're knocking on? Lelisa asked, pointing at the thing the person was holding. The guard explained. This is the way the city lord came up with to announce the time. Not 10 times means it's 10 o'clock. The city lord is great. Lelisa said. The guard was happy. That's right. The city lord said. This not only reminds everyone of the time, but can also scare away those who want to do bad things. Suddenly, Lelisa looked at a corner of the street where a figure appeared. Someone is following. Lelisa quickly replied to the patrolman. Guard, we're going home. Drive carefully. After saying goodbye, Lelisa walked quickly home. Slamming the door shut, he quickly ran to his bedside. He took out the arrow basket and put it on his body. He thought as he loaded the arrow into the bow. What's going on? Has my identity been exposed? Those 2 hunters finally want to attack me. Is my life in the Western City coming to an end? Lelisa pulled her bow towards the door. A trace of regret appeared on her face. Outside the door, the man in black was raising a sharp object that looked like an axe, intending to break the door when, bang, he stopped. Lelisa in the room did not understand anything when outside came the voice. The guards are on duty. Put down your weapons. Hold your heads in your hands. Otherwise we will use force. The 3 men surrounded by the guards panicked. The leader stammered. How could this be? Where is Vong Fong? Below the building. A scream made the scarred man look down. His body was held down by the guards and he couldn't move. Seeing this, he suddenly rushed towards the guard, wanting to run. But not for long. Dee stood right in front of him, holding a baseball bat. His entire body was black as his eyes were no different from a demon's, his voice cold and threatening. Hee, you still want to run? Ha ha ha. You hooligans. The guards endured the cold outside for 3 hours just to catch you. Now. Immediately. Kneel. The 3 men turned pale and raised their hands in front of their faces. The scene turned dark, only screams and the sounds of beatings remained. Slap slap slap. Lelisa in the room breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be the security team. Click. The door opened. What happened? Lelisa asked. Dee saw this and her face turned slightly red. She raised her hand to scratch her head and explained. Oh, Lelisa, I didn't scare you, did I? The guards just did a mission and startled you. The boss said you can rest for 2 days and then come back to the shop to work. You'll still get paid. I have to take this group home first. You go to bed early. See you in 2 days. Lalisa hummed. Dees left. Through the window. Lalisa looked down. Oh, it's the security guard. Since the security guard arrived, I'd been sleeping soundly at night. One of the men got up to listen to the conversation. The other agreed. That's right. No need to worry about robberies anymore. That's great. Lalisa thought. She suddenly remembered Mina's eyes this afternoon. So everyone has been secretly protecting me. Lalisa's face turned red, a tear appeared in the corner of her eye. The feeling of being protected by someone else. It was really nice. According to what they said, they belonged to an organization called Black Iris. An illegal slave trading organization. Operating in all countries. The handsome police captain with blonde hair and blue eyes held a document in his hand and read it. Hearing that, Mina walked up to the city lord Lu Feng and said, I've heard of this organization before. They're very mysterious. Furthermore, they don't attack ordinary slaves. They target beautiful girls. They also target beastmen and elves. Lu Feng put his hands on the table and hummed before standing up. Then the police team will increase patrols to ensure the security of Xi'an City. The police team leader made a solemn and resolute gesture. Yes, I will increase the patrols. The police captain had just left. The cat Mina turned to the city lord and grabbed his sleeve. She looked up with her cute little eyes and spoke worried words. Young master, I'm quite worried about Ellie. She often goes in and out of the city lord's mansion and has no ability to protect herself. She's very easy to target. Seeing Mina's weak expression, the lord acted like a hero saving a beauty. He held the beauty's hand. Don't worry, he would arrange for someone to protect her. The two people were so affectionate that their eyes met for a few seconds. Suddenly, from outside, an old man with white hair, leaning on a cane, pushed the door open and entered. The two words report had just left his mouth when he suddenly saw this loving couple. Lu Feng was planning to affectionately hug the beauty but was caught red-handed. This made him lose interest and he opened his eyes wide and shouted. How many times have I told you, you should not before entering, Mr. Buff? Hurry up and tell me what's going on. On this side, Mina the cat shyly turned her face inside. Old Buff apologized to his master with a miserable face. The farm outside the city just sent a message. They said that some green vegetables were stolen. Lu Feng suddenly stopped thinking, there was also something happening outside the city. At the farm, the sky was blue and the clouds were white, the only thing missing was the yellow sunshine. The whole land was covered in white snow. The trees had only bare branches left. There must have been more than a dozen huts in the middle of this land. Lu Feng asked, which tent was robbed? The curly-haired woman replied dejectedly, the tent in the west corner. There were clearly guards but it was still robbed. Lu Feng was like a majestic city lord, his eyes shining as he told Aunt May not to worry, we will clear everything up. After saying that, he thought that if the thieves accidentally broke in, it would be fine, just catching them would be fine. But if someone inside leaked it, it would be troublesome. The two of them walked out of the tent by the west wall with Mina. Lu Feng took the lead, looked into the distance, cleared his throat loudly and asked, Uncle Nyoben, did you find anything? Uncle Nyoben on this side saw Lu Feng, greeted him and then replied with the results he had collected. The thief broke the curtain outside the tent and stole some cucumbers. There were only adult footprints, and the footprints were very messy. The wooden stand was cut by a long sword, and the attack was decisive. The other party was not an ordinary person. Young master, could it be that some merchants knew that there were vegetables in the tent and plotted to steal them for profit? Lu Feng immediately stated his plan. It was unclear at the moment, but the other party would definitely attack again. Uncle Nyoban, tonight you bring a few people to increase patrols, we must quickly catch the thief. Uncle Nyoban and the two soldiers behind him immediately saluted and shouted loudly, understood. The next day, the weather was still blue sky and white clouds. A curly-haired soldier stood in front of Nyoben, scratching his head and crying, opening his mouth like a fish cleaning the tank as he apologized to the young master. Last night, we doubled the number of patrollers but we didn't find any intruders. Nyoben angrily folded his arms, you idiot, what are you looking at? City Lord Lu Feng and Cat Mina looked at the scene before them, speechless. Around the tent, wooden shelves were cut down and lying haphazardly on the ground, vegetables were also trampled and rolled around, the scene looked like a herd of elephants had come in and destroyed everything. Lu Feng looked up and analyzed, it seemed that the thief was indeed not an ordinary person. On this side, Nyoben's eyes were bloodshot, he raised his hand and knocked his subordinate on the head, he still dared to make excuses. The subordinate did not dare to resist and endured the beating, his eyes filled with tears. Mina stood up and volunteered behind him, her hand on her chest, radiating the aura of a strong woman, young master, let me defend you tonight. The city lord said, okay, I'm also very interested in this thief. Night fell, all around was quiet, not a single person or wild animal. The mysterious hooded man stood watching from afar. He didn't see the reinforcement soldiers from last night. He thought to himself, they couldn't catch him so they dispersed. In the darkness, he smiled slyly, ha ha ha, don't think I'll fall for it, if that hut can grow vegetables in the winter, then its owner is definitely not an idiot. Today the patrol was dismissed to let me down, I guess there is an ambush waiting for me in the hut yesterday, so tonight I will go to another hut. This is the only place with food in winter, don't blame me. After saying that, he went to another tent, took out his sword and cut the outer protective layer. He mysteriously walked inside, this time inside was not vegetables but cabbage. He leisurely walked into the middle of the tent, feeling pleased with himself. It was indeed very simple. He was walking leisurely when suddenly there was a loud noise, a hand reached up from the ground and grabbed his leg. The mysterious person turned back, oh my god, it turned out to be Lu Feng's subordinate disguised as a plant sprout. On his bald head was a sprout, and his body was like a radish buried in the ground. This was the first time I saw such a disguise, it was really unique. The bald man, no, on his head was a sprout, holding the mysterious man's leg, looking up and laughing, finally caught the thief. All the cabbage sprouts and whatever flew up, the people on the ground ran out shouting, rush out, catch him, catch him. The mysterious man did not expect to be ambushed, so he snorted. With that, he kicked the soldier who was holding his leg, sending him flying and crushing the other two soldiers. Ah, pop, 3 people just collided, it was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The mysterious man immediately ran away, but before he could get out, a soldier ran in from outside the tent, holding a sharp knife in his hand and shouting, the thief must not escape. With that, he ran up and swung his sword down. The mysterious man nimbly dodged. He circled around and threw a punch that sent the soldier's chin flying into the air, causing the soldier to spit out his saliva. Then he kicked the soldier in the stomach like a ball. Then he quickly jumped up high and punched the other guy on the head. The soldier's head was down, his butt was up in the air, smoking. The mysterious person landed and looked at the people lying on the ground and judged, you guys are too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, a halo of light suddenly appeared behind him. It turned out that the heroine had arrived. The cat Nina wore a tight police uniform and jumped around. As if the mysterious person had quickly discovered. He didn't need to turn his head to raise his sword to block the knife in her hand. Mina widened her cat eyes and shouted, put down your weapon, you can't escape. The mysterious man curled his lips, ha ha ha, another guy, useless. The 2 people just kept fighting loudly, then retreated. The 2 people were fighting on this side when the surrounding tents discovered it and immediately lit up the surrounding lights and ran over to help. There was a rush around, over here, quickly catch the thief. There was light around the tent, Mina looked at the mysterious person in front of her and couldn't help but be surprised. She was a beast knight, a wolf from Vaya's tribe. The wolf knight also raised his blue eyes to look at the person in front of him. She was the cat beast man who gave me the dried fish. The 2 looked at each other and said in unison, why are you here? Mina pointed at the person opposite and said loudly, you stole my young master's things. The wolf girl was startled, glanced around, and smiled shyly. Oh, I don't know, I didn't steal. That's right, it's not stealing, it's borrowing, I'll return it. Lu Feng came in from outside, hummed and laughed, if you're willing to come then that's good. The wolf girl glared at the person who entered, a human. Lu Feng continued, it's just that this kind of cucumber is very expensive, I don't know if you can afford it. She angrily placed her hand on her chest and loudly introduced herself, I am a descendant of a royal family, a beast knight in the beast kingdom of Brutus, what can't I pay for with just a few cucumbers from you? So I am a knight of the beast kingdom. Lu Feng looked at the girl in front of him and said in a low voice, that's good. The cucumbers you stole these past few days should be worth around 30 taels of silver. The werewolf knight was startled and surprised. Could it be that the cucumbers were being inflated in price? This guy must have inflated the price to make a profit. She stuttered, what money, just a few cucumbers, how can it cost 30 silver coins? Lu Feng pointed to the sky and started to close his eyes and cry. Of course, have you ever seen green vegetables in winter? Also, have you ever seen this kind of cucumber before? That's a bit lenient for you. I sell each cucumber for at least 100 yuan. Nina stood by with her arms crossed and watched, smiling bitterly. Why was the young master suddenly so calculating? On this side, the werewolf knight pursed her lips because she didn't expect the price of cucumbers to be so expensive. Now her mind was filled with cucumbers running back and forth. The cat Mina whispered into Lu Feng's ear, young master, Avery has helped our beast kingdom before. After listening, Lu Feng raised his chin, then this, considering your previous help to us, then let's not pursue this matter anymore, you can go. Avery was angry, his eyes almost emitting fire as he shouted, I'm not going, I didn't steal it, I just borrowed it, I'll return it. This girl clearly destroyed everything, stole something but insisted on borrowing it and not stealing it. Lu Feng secretly laughed in his heart, what a stubborn person. On the surface, he acted as if nothing had happened, then he continued, do you have 30 taels of silver? Avery turned away and replied, I don't have it now, but I will definitely pay you back later. Lu Feng had a bitter face, after you leave, who will I ask for money from? The werewolf knight was speechless and couldn't answer. Lu Feng curled the corners of his lips and offered another solution. But if you don't have money, then you can stay here and help me pay off my debt. Mina looked up at the city lord. It turned out that the young master had taken a liking to Avery's skills. Avery originally thought that if she were a woman and stayed to work, it would definitely be boring work that women do, like serving food and water. She immediately shouted, work, what work? I will never do those weak things. As expected of a wolf knight. Lu Feng let out a breath and said with a smile, what is this weak thing to do? Your job is to protect the people as I requested. It's hard for humans to believe, but this city lord's face is even harder to believe. Avery gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, evil people's words cannot be easily trusted, she must think of a way. But on the surface, she still agreed peacefully. Okay, deal. In the evening, at the city lord's mansion, the sky was golden and the clouds were rolling beautifully. The three of them, Lu Feng walked in front, the two beast girls Mina and Avery followed behind. The afternoon sunlight shone through the window, creating a shimmering golden color. Mina smiled and said, she didn't expect everything to be ready so quickly. It just so happened that the young master had just finished breakfast and could rest for a bit. In the gilded dining room, Nicole had brought out the food, smoke billowing. Ellie and Deese looked as exhausted as the famine of 1945. Deese lay down on the table, mumbling. I'm so hungry, Ellie said with her hands on the table, even if I'm hungry, I have to wait for the young master to come back before I can eat. Avery stood outside and heard the sound coming from the dining room. He suddenly thought that the sound was familiar. As soon as she arrived, Avery immediately showed off her skills. She rushed forward and kicked straight into the door with a bang. Lu Feng and Mina were shocked and their eyes widened. Everyone in the room suddenly panicked and turned towards the door. Ellie also jumped up on the chair with her eyes wide open and her mouth agape. On the other hand, Avery's eyes looked as if there had never been a separation. Princess, are you real? Ellie looked at the person in front of her, who was also trembling and screaming loudly. The entire castle shook from her scream. It was so ear-piercing. Ellie was like a kitten, quickly running behind Nicole and hiding. Her body was still shaking and screaming. Ghost, young master save me. Everyone was surprised by this cat Ellie's reaction. Avery thought he was reunited with his family, but was rejected and his eyes filled with tears. Princess, it's me, Avery. Ellie hugged Nicole with tears in her eyes and screamed. You're lying, Avery died a long time ago. Remembering the day before, when Ellie and Avery were running away in the cold snowy night. Avery had told her, Princess, you hide here and don't make a sound, let me distract them and come back to save people. Ellie obediently obeyed like a kitten, hummed and hid behind the rock. The cold wind blew fiercely, the surrounding trees fell down, the scene was desolate. Ellie sat shivering in the snow, why wasn't Avery back yet? The little figure stood up, should I go find her? The cold wind still blew fiercely, Ellie dragged her small steps to find Avery. Suddenly she heard a loud laugh, ha 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 ha, those lowly beastmen, today's harvest is not bad. The scene before his eyes was a beastman lying on the ground, next to a group of people holding swords, in the middle were three tied up beastmen. Ellie's little heart fell out, she covered her mouth with her hand to prevent herself from screaming loudly, secretly exclaiming in her heart, it's human. Ellie was so scared, she ran with all her might, Avery was definitely caught by them. Ellie guessed in her heart that she was dead. Back to reality, Ellie cried non-stop, hoo, she died several years ago. Avery frowned and calmly replied, I'm not dead, you haven't seen my body yet and you said I'm dead. She said, Princess, I'm not dead yet, because I distracted the humans, I was seriously injured at that time, when I came back, the princess was no longer there. She remembered that when she dragged herself back to her old position, it was empty and there was not a single person in sight. Avery was moved to tears. For so many years, I lived for the sole purpose of finding the princess. I thought I would never see her again. Hearing this, now it really feels like there was never a separation. Ellie ran straight to Avery and cried, hoo, Avery, is it really you? I miss you so much. The two people were moved and hugged each other tightly like a real couple in love. Avery was brave like a hero protecting the little princess, Princess, I'm here. The people around immediately had dozens of question marks flying around, Princess. Via suddenly exclaimed, wait, aren't you the one who helped our wolf knights? Deese also exclaimed, Wolf Knight, is Avery human? It turned out that the person she was looking for was Ellie, so Ellie was the princess of the Beast Kingdom Brutus. Via felt like she had met her superstar idol, like a young person meeting the love of their life, and she exclaimed, "Oh my god, is Ellie really the princess of the Beast Kingdom, Brutus?" They had already gone through the greetings and reunions, now they were sitting at the table eating and chatting. Nicole said, "So when they first ran away, was it because they were captured and enslaved that they got separated?" Ellie smiled and replied, "Yes, luckily I met Mina later, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do." Mina told the story of when she first met Ellie. It seemed like Ellie had said she was a princess. At that time, Ellie stepped on a rock with one foot, looked at Mina kneeling at her feet, her head in the sky and her feet on the ground, and said, "I am a princess after all, of course I can read those words written on the turtle shell." Mina thought back with admiration in her eyes. Moreover, Ellie also recognized the ancient characters, but at that time I just thought she was joking, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Dees turned to pat Mina's shoulder, grinning and saying, "I absolutely cannot see that someone like her is a princess." Ellie on the opposite side heard the sarcasm and got angry, like a cat howling, Hey, I'm the fake princess who was swapped, okay? And you, if you had told me who your sister was earlier, Avery and I would have recognized each other long ago." Via said softly from the side, "I don't quite understand, aren't the Brutus Beast Kingdom all beastmen?" The werewolf knight was startled. "Oh, this." Ellie interrupted, "Avery, let me tell you this." She said that after a human and an animal combine, normally the child born will have to follow the father, but there are exceptions, or a few children will follow the mother. When she was little, she was playing in the garden when two other children from the lion clan saw Ellie and teased her with sticks, saying, "Look, where did this wild fox come from?" The maid with curly hair ran over and advised, "Your Highness, please don't hurt the princess." The little boy pointed at Ellie and said, "She's not a princess. My father is a lion, not a fox. It is not the emperor's child." She continued, "But in the royal family, except for me, all the other children are lions, so I am always teased and ridiculed by them." At that moment, Ellie burst into tears, "You're not, you're not." She ran to push the other two children down. The other two immediately shouted, "You dare to fight back? Hit him," so the three of them rushed to punch each other, pulling each other's ears and tails. The sheep ant did not try to stop them, but it was true, if she tried, the lion would eat her. Except for Ellie, when the two lion cubs were riding on Ellie's neck, someone came up and shouted, "Enough, don't stop for me." The blonde-haired, blue-eyed lioness Elsa, wearing a pure white dress, leaned on her hands and stared at them. The two kids who were bullying Ellie looked at them as if they saw a monster. They shouted, "Elsa is here, run quickly." Elsa gently came to Ellie when she was sad and softly said, "Ellie, are you okay?" Ellie rubbed her wet eyes and replied, "I'm okay, I won't lose to them." Elsa smiled radiantly, "That's right, I only know Ellie is the best." Ellie's small hands grabbed the hand of the person in front of her and said, "Elsa, are you really not the king's daughter?" The lioness turned back and smiled, "Little girl, you are the strongest person who never admits defeat. If you are not the daughter of the emperor, then who else could you be? You are truly a good person, and your smile is beautiful too." Elsa's smile radiates sunshine, gentle and warm. Even Ellie was stunned by that smile. Ellie at the dining table continued, "Because I was not loved by everyone, I rarely appeared in meetings, so I didn't know much about the outside world." Thea on the opposite side looked at Ellie gloomily, "So that's it. So then Elsa must be the female warrior of the Beast Kingdom, Brutus, right? She must be the object of admiration for many people in the kingdom." Thea asked with eyes full of admiration for her idol. Ellie put her hand on her chest proudly as if she was my sister. "Yes, Elsa has always been my warrior, the only one who loves and protects me. If it weren't for her, I would be a different person." She hummed, her eyes absent-mindedly filled with longing. She wondered where Elsa was now, she missed her so much. In addition to her job as a bodyguard, the Beast Knight also does psychological work for the princess. You could say she is both a bodyguard and a psychologist. She turned to Ellie and encouraged her, "Princess, don't worry. Princess Elsa is a talented person, she will definitely be safe. She might also be looking for us." "That's right, Princess, I met Prince Des in Blade City, he is looking for the princess." Ellie crossed her arms and snorted, "Looking for me, at least looking for the map I'm holding." Avery raised his hands, awkwardly explaining. "Princess. Really?" Ellie said, "What's there to be afraid of, here are all our people." She rummaged in her tiny tail and pulled out a roll of paper. Lufone glanced over, Ellie opened the scroll on the table. There is a map drawn above. The people around stood up in surprise, "What is this?" Ellie replied, "This is the map of the Beast Kingdom, the ultimate treasure." Avery standing by couldn't stop her and could only say princess. Lufone, Mina, Nicole, Dees, Via stared at the map in front with wide eyes. Outside the castle, the sun was still shining quietly, the sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sun was golden. However, the snow was still covering the castle walls, the weather was still the cold air of winter, but with the sunlight, the cold was somewhat relieved. In contrast to the cold air, the gentle sunlight spread out outside the city. In the city lord's mansion, the atmosphere gradually heated up because of the treasure map. Everyone shouted in a tone of extreme surprise, "The last treasure!" Ellie looked at everyone's overreaction and replied, "But there was only half of the map here, the other half was with Elsa." The wolf tribe girl Avery seemed to not trust Lu Feng's group yet. She was so worried that she broke out in a sweat when she saw her little princess hand over the last half of the treasure map of the Beast Kingdom Brutus and tell these people with no credibility everything about the treasure. Avery wanted to stop Ellie. She pushed Ellie's hand that was holding the map on the table, opened it for Lu Feng to see. Avery's eyes were filled with worry as she looked at the princess. Ellie didn't see or care about Avery's attempt to stop her. She waved the map in front of Lu Feng and said, "It's useless to leave it here. It'll also cause a lot of trouble. Young master, if you want, you can." Lu Feng looked at the old brown map on the table and then looked at Ellie, who rejected her. "No, Ellie, whether it is beneficial or not, you should keep it for yourself." Avery's blue eyes sparkled, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Perhaps she was still looking at the city lord with anxiety. Lord Ellie was slightly surprised to see Lu Feng refuse to keep half of the precious map that many people were eyeing to take. Lu Feng looked at everyone with a serious face and reminded them about today's treasure map. Did everyone hear clearly? For Ellie's safety. No matter what happened today, whether it was related to Ellie's identity or the map, no information must be leaked out. Seeing the importance and seriousness in the young city lord's words, everyone shouted in unison, "Understood." Lu Feng relaxed his facial muscles and laughed loudly, happily saying to everyone, "All right, then let's continue with breakfast. I was so tired last night. It seems like staying up late to catch the vegetable thief who was our city lord is quite tiring." Avery looked at the lord of the Qingxiyang city, Lu Feng, and carefully evaluated him. This person. On the dining table, breakfast was served to everyone by the maid Lelisa. Everyone began to eat. The beautiful catwoman Mina happily and gently ate her breakfast. In contrast to Mina's leisurely appearance, the purple-haired, two-horned beast woman beside her ate without any manners. She nimbly took each bun on the table and put it into her mouth, chewing greedily. Before she finished one, she reached out to take another. The maid saw this and worriedly reminded her. "Dees, don't eat like that." The maid Lelisa was worried that if she ate like that, this beast girl would choke to death. She really ate like a buffalo. On the side of the beast princess Ellie and the werewolf woman Avery were silent. Ellie happily and quickly put the dumplings into Avery's bowl. "Here, you eat quickly, or else Dees will eat it all." With Dees's speed, the food on the table will be eaten in no time. She might swallow the whole bowl. The wolf woman still had the same worried expression from the moment she sat down at the table. She must have been thinking about the princess and the kingdom's last treasure map. So lost in thought that Avery didn't notice Ellie picking up food for her. When he realized, Avery looked at Ellie in panic and asked urgently, "Princess, why are you picking food for me?" Ellie replied regretfully, "Don't call me princess anymore. The beast kingdom is no more. Just call me Ellie." Avery's eyes widened. "Refuse. No way. You will always be my princess." She had always treasured and been absolutely loyal to this little young princess. Ellie stubbornly raised her voice. "Then I order you to quickly try this meat bun." Gently emotional, not wanting. Wanting to receive orders. Whatever the princess wants to please. Avery sees the order obediently like a baby. Follows it right away. Eats the dumpling greedily. Ellie is pleased that Avery did as she wished. Winks mischievously. While chewing the delicious meat dumpling, Avery's eyes lit up with sparkling stars as he exclaimed. "So delicious. The surrounding area is so stimulating that flowers bloom. Cheeks are flushed. So delicious that eyes sparkle." Ellie sat next to her, watching the female wolf's reaction. Smiling lightly. This girl is interesting. Everyone laughed happily. The purple-haired beast woman was still holding 2 buns in her hands. She agreed while chewing. "That's right. That's right." The atmosphere in the room calmed down, leaving only laughter and the sound of chopsticks and bowls hitting each other. After breakfast, everyone began their daily work. At a training ground of the Funam Training School. Powerful shouts rang out. "Hey! Hey!" Along with that were powerful, quick, and decisive blows. 2 women were fighting with powerful moves. The 2 women, one is the werewolf Avery. The other is the catwoman Mina. They are training together. Avery swung his sword. Mina easily blocked it, sending Avery jumping back. Watching the somewhat violent sparring match between the 2 female beastmen in front of them, the person beside the city lord couldn't help but feel worried. "Young master. Should we tell them to stop? If they continue like this, they might get hurt." Lu Feng had a handsome face. His eyes followed their attacks with interest and assessed them. It's fine, they haven't used all their strength yet. The sound of feet hitting the floor continuously. These two women used all their skills to attack each other to the point that it felt like a life or death battle rather than practice. Seeing the two female beastmen charging at each other, Lu Feng felt that if this continued, someone might get injured, so he raised his voice and shouted for the two of them to stop. Mina immediately stopped fighting and turned to look in the direction of the voice. In contrast to her fierce and powerful attacks just now, Mina's eyes now sparkled like a cute kitten, acting spoiled in front of Lu Feng. Looking at the city lord appearing in the training room, she said softly. "Young master, you're here." Lu Feng looked at Mina affectionately. Raising his hand to gently wipe away the dirt left by the match on Mina's face, the cat felt embarrassed and her cheeks turned even redder. Lu Feng replied to Mina. "Hello Mina, it seems that I came to interrupt your practice?" Mina was embarrassed and blushed by Lu Feng's affectionate words and actions. Turning away, he replied, "We just came to take a look." "Young master, will you practice with me today?" Lu Feng happily agreed. "Okay." City Lord Lu Feng took off his cloak like a gust of wind. He was only wearing a tight black shirt that showed off his beautiful body. It was comfortable enough for training. He held a wooden sword in his hand. Avery has been standing to one side, watching a romantic scene like in a Korean movie. Seeing Lu Feng starting to join the training, immediately spoke up. "Sister Mina, can I go up? Also consider wanting the young master to teach me more." While she said that, she was secretly evaluating Lu Feng's abilities. This weakling had the ability to make the princess call him young master. If she defeated him, he could persuade the princess to leave this place with her. Lu Feng happily agreed. "No problem. Let Mina rest first." Mina looked at Lu Feng. Her face was a little worried. Really sulking. She said she would practice with him. The sound of wind rose in the closed room. Lu Feng stood bravely, ready to receive the attack. Avery immediately made his move. He said, "Sir Lu Feng, please advise me." He rushed towards Lu Feng. Young Master Lu Feng also immediately joined in. His face was filled with confidence as he replied to the one who was looking down on him. "Don't underestimate me." Avery used all his strength. He slashed at Lu Feng. But he missed. Lu Feng easily dodged. Then he slashed the wolf woman Avery's face, leaving her unable to react. She received a painful slash. Her face felt a sharp pain. The werewolf girl trembled in pain and dropped the sword in her hand. Lu Feng is too evil. He doesn't know how to cherish flowers and jade. Luckily, he used a wooden sword for practice. Otherwise, today, there would be blood and heads falling. Lu Feng looked at Avery. He proudly put away his sword and said, "I told you. Don't underestimate me." He thought to himself. The two worlds are constantly in conflict. How could I not train myself to become stronger? How dare you underestimate me? I'll hit you to wake you up. Lu Feng put his sword on his shoulder and asked Avery. "Again?" Avery saw the young master's unpleasant attitude in front of him. He shouted loudly. "Again." Lu Feng replied. "Your moves are very powerful. You use a lot of force, but if you encounter someone with faster speed, you have absolutely no chance. Using too much force but still not hitting the opponent, leading to your strength not being able to keep up and being followed by the opponent's move, of course you will fail. Of course. Again. Must let people understand what it means to know yourself and your enemy. 100 battles, 100 victories." The two people rushed at each other again. The blows carried power. The only sound in the training ground was the sound of knives cutting through the air. Bang. Swoosh. The soldier and the cat Mina watched the eye-catching match and gave their evaluation. "Gee Mina, the young master normally only uses 6 to 7% of his power when training with her. Why did he use all his power today?" Mina stood gracefully with her arms crossed, watching every move, answering the soldier's questions. Because the young master knew that Avery doubted his ability. Afraid that Ellie in Taeduong City was not safe, the young master wanted to show Avery that he was capable enough to protect Ellie well. The soldier understood. He let out an "oh" sound. Lu Feng raised his hand to signal the fight to stop. "Tell Avery. Let's practice again next time. I have something to do today." Avery's face was covered in sweat. His hand unconsciously came to his mouth and he clenched his teeth and thought. I didn't expect him to be so strong. I need to practice more. Only by becoming stronger can he protect the princess. Avery is truly a loyal wolf warrior. His heart is always with the little princess. The handsome city lord before leaving turned back to encourage the wolf girl. Avery, your strength is not bad. From now on, Ellie and the others will be protected by you. Next to Lu Feng. Mina is still showing her cute little cat face. Put the cloak back on the young master. Hearing that, Avery closed his eyes and reluctantly accepted. Ha! It's just that I also need to protect the princess. That's why I'm helping you. Lu Feng also. Mina turned around and left. Not forgetting to leave a thank you to Avery. Thank you for helping me with a big thing. Avery was not happy. He replied stubbornly, Humph. You hit me so hard. I still have to help protect you in the city lord's mansion. I only did it for the princess. It was winter all over the western city. Snow was covering everything. Outside, the snowflakes were still falling. The scene was so beautiful and peaceful. Lu Feng said from the gate of the city lord's mansion. Looking at the snow-covered Xiang city, he said. It has snowed for 3 consecutive winters. The maid behind him quickly added. That's right. These past few years, the winters have been getting colder and colder. Ignoring the 2 people watching the snow fall, the 4 beast beauties were still happily playing cards. Looking at the heavy snowfall, City Lord Lu Feng was deep in thought. During this cold season, the only way to keep warm was to let the servants stay indoors to avoid the cold. They would continue working when the snow stopped. If the sorrow merchants arrived, they would have to do it right away. Lu Feng turned his head to look at the group of people who were intently playing cards and asked, Ellie, how much fabric is left in the warehouse? Ellie was startled and replied loudly, let me check first, young master. The work was unexpected, but she still did not forget to give Avery her card and give him the order. Avery, keep it there. The 3 people were speechless at the loud voice and widened their eyes. Mina looked at Avery, who was fumbling with the cards in his hand, and said, let me teach you, it's easy. Ellie checked a bit, seriously reported, young master, currently there are 1,800 rolls of fabric in the warehouse. Looking at Ellie, who was attentively holding the inspection book, Lu Feng asked, then how many rolls of high-quality fabric? Ellie replied, about 8,000 rolls, and we have started purchasing more. Hearing Ellie report the quantity, Lu Feng sighed in disappointment, oh, still too little, the productivity is still too poor, not enough. Avery heard the entire conversation between the princess and the young lord. The wolf's ears were very sharp. She immediately helped and gave her opinion. I know a place with a lot of people, but they are all slaves. If it's cold like this, many will surely die. Lu Feng heard this and happily asked, slaves? How much are they? If the price is not too expensive, we can buy some and let them come to reclaim land and cultivate. That way, our entire Xiang city will have more and more people. Mina the cat and the pink-haired baby rabbit didn't care about the conversation, still focused on the game, then were surprised and panicked when Avery played his cards. Avery won this game. The 2 of them widened their eyes. I lost. How could someone play so well in such a short time? People are naturally good at it, you 2 ladies. Avery looked at the 2 gaping faces in front of him and replied smugly, of course, then answered Lu Feng's question, no money needed, just someone to take them there. In the study, everyone was discussing about slaves. Avery said that Blade City was a capitalist country, and there were many slaves outside the city. A cup of fragrant tea was steaming in front of them. Lu Feng was curious when he heard Avery mention Blade City, but now that Des was controlling him, he was afraid he wouldn't let us take them away like that. Avery replied, yes, that's right, you really want to take them here, huh? Lu Feng replied firmly, why not? I just restored Xiang City, the population is still low, resulting in many uncultivated lands, so I should take this opportunity to increase the population here. Avery was a little surprised to hear this. Seeing Lu Feng take out a scroll from under the table that seemed to be a map, and place it on the table, Lu Feng said, then let's not waste any more time, let's start discussing the plan. It's a map. Lu Feng spread it out on the table, looked closely at the map, and exclaimed, this map is so detailed. Lu Feng looked at Avery, who was staring at the map on the table, excitedly talking about his plan, where he would arrange an army to be ready to support the battle. Behind him, Mina and the rabbit were still playing cards happily. Avery looked at the map and asked where Blade City was. Lu Feng thought for a moment and pointed at the map, the area near the Shueha River, and replied, around here. It's about a day's horse ride from this river to Blade City. Ellie then spoke up to join in. Although it would take a while to get there, they could take a boat back so it wouldn't be a problem. Lu Feng agreed. But the 2 of them had an unpleasant expression on their faces, suddenly realizing that a problem had arisen. Lu Feng said, but most of the soldiers from the western city were newly recruited, and their abilities were not very great. If they were to lead the slaves back, would it be okay? Ellie also agreed, that was right, how could they avoid meeting the knights from that city? Avery had been silently thinking with a stern face all this time. Hearing this, Avery looked towards the city lord and her princess Ellie, resolutely accepting this difficult task. Princess Ellie, the people of Blade City have always been searching for my whereabouts. If they know I'm here, they will definitely send someone to arrest me. I can distract the knights. Realizing that Avery's life might be in danger, Ellie shouted to stop him, "Don't do this, it's too dangerous." Avery remained adamant, "Please allow me to do so, princess." Lu Feng spoke up, "Forget it, how many knights can one person fool alone?" Lu Feng's words made Avery think again, "That's right, alone there would only be a dozen or so people." Ellie's eyes sharpened as she looked at Lu Feng and said, "Young master, use the treasure map as bait." Hearing that, Avery shouted, "Your Highness." Ellie lowered her voice and said her intention, "Our goal is to negotiate with Des to bring the slave back. Avery can't do this task because she's alone. Now to minimize the risk, the treasure map is the best option. Just this map alone will shock Des to the core." Lu Feng looked at the little girl and gave her opinion, which made people admire her. He smiled and said to Ellie, "It seems you already have a plan." Ellie is truly young and talented and thinks thoroughly. Ellie asked Avery, "You said the last time you saw Des looking for me was near Taeduong City?" Avery replied, "It's been snowing so much these past few days, they might have entered the city already." Ellie cleverly turned to Lu Feng and asked, "Young master, please keep an eye out for any strangers around Xiang City, but don't startle the snake." Hearing Ellie's words, Lu Feng let out a "oh" in agreement. Ellie's expression was unusually sharp, her eyes filled with confidence as she spoke. "From now on, we'll just have to sit back and watch the show, waiting for them to fall into the trap." It seemed like Ellie had already calculated everything in her head. At the same time, at an inn in the western city, the drunken Xiao Tower, a group of beastmen were eating and drinking voraciously. They looked so vulgar and disgusting. One of them said while eating, "This is great, no matter how much you eat, it tastes good. It seems like these beastmen haven't had a good meal for a long time." One of them seemed unhappy and shouted, "Stop eating, it's been a few days since you've seen any news of Avery." Hearing such angry words, a guy with a bun still asked the fat guy next to him bluntly, "Can you eat pork?" The fat guy turned around in confusion. Is this the time to ask such senseless questions? There were a total of 7 beastmen on the dining table. The atmosphere began to become tense. The green-haired guy like the green gecko said, "Our area doesn't have it." The idiot next to him also added, "Same with my place." Seeing this, the two-horned goat man sighed and did not see the hairy bearded beastman behind him whose face was black with anger and his head was smoking. He angrily growled, saying, "I can't find him, but he still dares to be here eating and drinking to his heart's content," then shouted, "Hurry up and find him for me, don't just be lazy and have fun, find every nook and cranny for me, otherwise you guys won't even be able to keep your lives." The angry scream echoed throughout the room, transmitted through a receiver to Mina and the shy pink-clothed beastman standing beside her. Mina heard and stood up, her face mysterious as she spoke, confirming her identity as a beastman named Blade. On the sunny streets of the western city, the weather seemed good today. The beastmen walking around swaggeringly were attracted by the words of 2 beautiful female beastmen. These 2 beauties were the maid and the pink-haired rabbit in Lu Feng's mansion. The rabbit said with a worried voice, "Via, please watch the children carefully in the future. Don't go out of town to play. I heard that there are bandits near Xiang City." Hearing the mention of robbers, Via asked urgently, "Robbers, did they come to steal food?" The rabbit replied, "I heard they are looking for a wolf beastman, and it's very large, there are more than 200 of them." The 2 girls looked weak and scared. "Oh my god, they won't break in here, will they? Oh my god, they won't break in here, will they?" The rabbit girl's voice grew louder, the important thing had to be said twice. Via reassured her, "It wasn't that bad yet, it was said that some bandits had already infiltrated the city." The fierce beastmen heard the whole story and asked 1,000 questions. Besides us, there were still people looking for the wolf beastmen. Could it be that the person they were talking about was Avery? Before they could stop to think, the strange-haired beastmen were attracted by the command of the captain of the city guard. This 2-horned beastman is really handsome. He is directing a group of guards to arrest anyone who looks suspicious. It is very likely that they are from the Tat Fong bandit group. He shouted loudly, "We must pay attention outside the city too, there are many robbers, we must not let them escape." Taking his eyes off the handsome and over-the-top guard captain, the blue-haired man among the beastmen said, "What kind of background does the Tat Fong bandit group have, that even the police have to prepare like this?" The bearded man gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it, there were more than 200 bandits, if Avery was really captured, how could we fight back?" Then he ordered the beastmen to increase the speed of the search, to catch Avery before them. As soon as he finished speaking, the orcs were startled to see a figure rushing past them, followed by 2 men in black, one with hair and one with a bald head, chasing them. They exclaimed, "No, that's Avery." The green-clothed beastmen immediately chased after them. They chased and chased all the way to the outskirts of Xiang City. In front of them was a forest with many leafless trees, white snow, and yellow sunlight. But there was absolutely no sign of the Wolfman tribe. The leader was angry, it was over, he had lost track, the wind was still blowing in cold gusts. The crowd trembled and carefully observed. A loud scream rang out not far away. The bearded leader of the dog tribe with sharp ears discovered where the sound had come from and shouted loudly. Over there, their ears were as sharp as a dog's. A figure loomed in the woods. In the clearing between the woods a group of men in black, swords in hand, were looking at the beastman lying on the ground, blood staining the white snow. A man in black shouted loudly, "Hand over the map, or I will make your life a living hell." The shining sword pointed straight at the female wolfkin. Avery looked at his blood flowing on the snow, then looked at the shining sword tied in front of him. Hearing them mention the map, he thought to himself, "What, they know about the treasure map too?" The green-clothed beastmen hiding in the bushes nearby were surprised to hear the map mentioned. Avery tried to get up, the wound on his body still bleeding. He shouted in a loud voice. "Dream on, who the hell are you guys?" Seeing Avery's stubborn scaled snake snorted, "If she really wanted to know, then I would happily answer. Tat Fong, we have been looking for you for years and finally found you. She runs around all day, the treasure map must be on her. Find it." Avery stood up and fought back. The group of black-clothed men with multicolored hair, weapons in hand, gradually approached the swaying Avery. Seeing that, Avery said, "I will not let you have the map." The blonde saw her fiercely resisting and shouted, "I want to die." With that, he stabbed Avery in the heart. The sword pierced his body with a whoosh. This time, he really couldn't block it. Avery must have died. How could he live with a sword piercing his heart like that? The body of the Avery werewolf fell lifelessly on the ground, in front of the terrified eyes of the people hiding in the dark corner. The man in black and blonde hair sat down and rummaged through her body, pulling out the map. He shouted, he found it. The eyes of the beastmen in the darkness lit up like car headlights when they saw the treasure map. They saw that they had achieved their goal. One of the men in black said, "All right, immediately assemble with the army." Seeing the black-clothed men preparing to leave with the map, the dog clan leader immediately shouted, "Don't let them meet. Kill." The beast clan men with fierce faces immediately rushed forward, surrounding the black-clothed men. The three men in black were surprised by the appearance of the beastmen. They immediately raised their weapons and stood together to defend. The black-haired man had sharp eyes. "Look at the beastmen charging towards you. Order the remaining people. Beastmen. Another group of deathseekers. Kill them all to avoid leaking information." Understood. As they shouted, the men in black made their move. A series of sharp arrows flew down towards the beastmen. Several of the charging beastmen were hit by arrows. They cried out in pain. Seeing his subordinates panic and prepare to run in all directions, the hairy leader quickly reassured them. "Don't panic. Pay attention to your angle. Split up." But before he could finish his words, arrows were still flying, killing almost all of the beastmen. There were miserable screams. A subordinate hit by an arrow in the shoulder cried out, "My lord! This arrow is too formidable." It ran away quickly. The painful sounds continued to echo through the forest. The green-haired man's face was drained of blood. He followed the arrows. "Tell their lord. Lord. Retreat first, reporting to His Majesty is more important." Their leader realized the danger of the arrows. He cursed and ordered a retreat. "Damn it. Let's go." The group of beastmen had been numerous when they left, but only 2 had returned. The 2 surviving beastmen ran with their heads down, not caring whether their comrades were alive or dead. The 4 men in black stopped shooting arrows. They watched the remnants of the beastmen run into the forest. They immediately called for someone to chase them. Chase them quickly. They couldn't let anyone survive. Avery remained motionless in a pool of bright red blood, blending into the white snow. The men in black held crossbows. They shouted but did not chase. They just stood there watching the 2 beastmen disappear into the forest. On the snowy ground, besides Avery's body, were scattered the bodies of several orcs who had been hit by arrows. The subordinate was only hit by an arrow in the shoulder. But he couldn't run away and turned to look at the men in black, puzzled and wondering. "No, didn't you guys say to chase after them?" Before he could get over this surprise, another one came. From a pool of blood, Avery's seemingly lifeless body suddenly stood up. The other man was utterly shocked. He cried out in horror. The dead man was standing up. Avery replied calmly, "You are the dead man." Then he reached out and swiped what he thought was blood and brought it to his mouth to taste, not forgetting to compliment. "Oh, this tomato sauce is really good." The group of men in black took off their masks and they knew this in advance, so no one seemed to be alarmed. He walked over to Avery and said calmly, "That's right. But the next part is important. It's hard to convince the Wolfkin that the Tat Fong bandits have more than 200 people. Then it's still a long way to keep those beastkin knights in Blade City. The blonde man looked at the black man indifferently and replied. We're ready. Let's go. The man in black turned to Avery and said. I'll leave these guys to you. Avery replied confidently. Don't worry. The green-clothed beastmen have woken up. Sitting and watching each of them. The wind was still blowing. It was cold. But the nightmare of these beastmen has only just begun. Avery's face was cold, holding a sword in his hand. He emitted a murderous aura as he looked at the beastmen. It made them tremble in fear. Avery now looked like the Grim Reaper. His eyes were murderous, his voice was like it came from hell. Was chasing me fun? The sky was getting dark, and the entire forest was covered in a blanket of pure white snow. The sky was gloomy, covered in gray clouds. The snowy wind blew fiercely, carrying a cold that could cut through the flesh. Prince Dessa's men were fleeing under the pursuit of the western soldiers disguised as the Tatfong bandits. After several days without rest, seeing the weather like this, they stopped. They quickly found a cave to take shelter for the night, to report back to their master tomorrow to request reinforcements. If they let them go, they would definitely be going to their deaths. The boss's eyes looked into the distance, as if thinking about something. There was no movement for a while, probably the other party was resting. Guessing so, he turned back into the cave, cursing angrily as he walked. Damn it, he had been chasing for 2 days, but those mad dogs still wouldn't let go. The beast man was warming himself up, seeing his big brother angry. He did not calm his big brother's anger, and from his big brother's words, he discovered something wrong. He said, what the big brother said was not quite right. The big brother heard his junior say that, then approached and sat down beside him, his face blank, not knowing what he said wrong. Then he got even angrier, because his junior dared to refute him. He quickly questioned, what? The junior's face was serious, but he replied calmly, sir, you are the dog. In the little brother's mind, the boss's face was that of a big, adorable puppy. It was wagging its tail in front of him. Just as he was thinking about this, a loud bang sounded as a strong force hit his head, interrupting his train of thought. Following that was the angry scolding of his boss. You idiot, you're still joking with me when it's this cold. The beaten beastman quickly cried out for mercy. Only after being beaten did he seriously talk about the main topic. My lord, it seems that the treasure map is real. Otherwise, in such cold weather, the Tatfong gang would still want to chase us so far to kill us. The boss also nodded in agreement and encouraged his subordinates. Tomorrow is Blade's Day, let's do our best. Once we enter the city, they will have no way to catch us. Blade is his territory, he doesn't believe that those Tatfong bandits will dare to be arrogant again. At that time, he will take revenge for this. Not far from that cave, the Tatfong gang and the story of the subordinates were sitting around the fire. They used shovels to make a pan. On the pan was a piece of something yellow that was sizzling, the fragrant aroma wafted in all directions. One of them opened a bottle of wine, put it in his mouth to taste a bit, it was indeed very delicious. He took a full sip, feeling his whole body warm up, burning up against the cold winter weather. After finishing, he quickly shared it with everyone to enjoy and said, good wine, everyone drink some to warm up. Another person held a bowl of soup in his hand, looking at the yellow thing in the shovel, he smiled and exclaimed, these compressed rations are really great, just one small ball is so filling. The person next to him looked at the pile of rations and agreed, that's right, this rations was specially developed by the city lord to provide for these types of missions in such harsh environments. Seeing everyone praising the food like that, the team leader couldn't help but laugh, quickly picking up some more food for everyone to have more energy, ready for tomorrow's mission. Even food can't stop your mouths, tomorrow increase your strength to cause a commotion, this mission is very important, otherwise, the city lord wouldn't give us so many delicious things. Suddenly, there were footsteps coming from afar. It turned out to be the group of people assigned to dig a snow cave. Each of them carried a shovel on their shoulders, their faces smiling happily as they finished their task. They said, Captain, we've finished digging the snow cave. The captain saw that everyone was back, so there was a place for everyone to stay for the night. He reminded them, you've worked hard, come here and eat and go to bed early. One of the people who had just eaten, feeling full, stood up and wanted to go to bed early. He said, I'm full, let me go spread out my sleeping bag. The rest of the people also nodded in agreement and said, okay. Talking about sleeping bags, they felt it was magical, everyone was talking excitedly. One person exclaimed, that sleeping bag is really magical, last night I slept in a snow cave, and I didn't freeze to death. At first, when he said he would sleep in a snow cave, I thought the captain was joking. Another person laughed, me too, moreover this sleeping bag is very light, convenient to carry. Captain, do you know when the sleeping bag will be sold in the big market? The captain was hesitant when he heard that, and replied uncertainly. He heard that there were only 20 of these sleeping bags. Nyo-san also specifically instructed that even if he couldn't bring them back, he had to destroy them. They probably wouldn't be sold in the big market. Another person finished his drink, then raised his hand and asked, "What about this high alcohol wine? We'll drink it to our heart's content after the mission is over." The team leader saw that his team member loved wine so much, he laughed, but he also liked it. It was great to drink it every day, especially in this weather. He replied, "This was because Nicole took advantage of the time before we went on a mission to make it, so it won't be sold in the market for a while." The person asking the question heard the captain say that, and just sighed and said, "Huh, that's too bad." Outside the snow cave, everyone was discussing wine, when another person spread out his sleeping bag and quickly crawled in. A warm feeling enveloped his entire body, his face exuded an indescribable happiness, just like a kitten being petted. With this comfortable treatment, he couldn't help but be determined in his heart. The city lord provided us with such good conditions, this mission, we must definitely complete it. Then he fell asleep. Early the next morning, as the sun rose from the snowy mountains, the whole sky lit up, the snowflakes reflecting the sunlight, making them sparkle beautifully. In the cave of the Lion Prince's henchmen, the beastmen were still sleeping, suddenly awakened by hearing a noise from afar. He opened his eyes wide and looked towards the sound, his pupils shaking. He quickly shouted at his juniors who were still sleeping, "Hurry up, they were catching up." The Catman's underling quickly got up, his face filled with panic, but he didn't know what was going on. The leader continued, "The commotion today was bigger than the day before. Could it be the Tatfong bandit group's army?" Thinking of this, he quickly urged his group of underlings to say, "It's possible, let's go quickly." After saying that, they hurriedly ran out of the cave, running towards Blade City. Not far away, all their actions were captured by a person standing on a tree branch, holding binoculars. In the binoculars were images of two beastmen, a dog and a cat, running away on the white snow. So from the tree he shouted down to his two teammates at the bottom of the tree, "Almost there, they've set off, let's set off too. On the way, remember to keep making noise." The people below shouted in unison, "Clear." The prince's two subordinates ran away, galloping. Hearing the noise behind them getting louder, they were scared and shouted to each other, "They're getting closer, hurry up." Suddenly from afar, they vaguely saw Blade City ahead. Blade City had never been so beautiful and safe in their eyes. As long as they returned here, they would be safe. The two of them sped up even faster, breathing heavily, exhausted, but still not daring to stop. From behind, one of the mission team members had been standing here for a long time. That person raised his bow and arrow, a sharp arrow was released, tearing through the air towards the dog and cat beastmen. The dog beastman seemed to sense something dangerous and quickly turned around. What caught his eye was an arrow flying towards him. Unable to dodge, the underling was stabbed in the back by an arrow. He screamed in pain, but eventually dragged himself back to Blade City. Entering the city, standing before the Lion Prince's desk, the two men knelt before the prince, heads bowed, faces drained of blood. The cat beastman was even more miserable, the arrow still stuck in his back. Blood was flowing profusely, the pain was excruciating, and he was still here as a ghost. He was being punished without being taken away for treatment. The Lion Prince's face was full of murderous intent, looking at his two useless subordinates lying on the ground, not only useless but also injured. He shouted, "What use is it for me to raise you guys?" His voice radiated extremely powerful power, the cold air that flew out seemed to pierce straight into the two demons below. The dog beast man trembled all over, fearfully defending himself. The thing is, the Tatfong bandits were numerous, powerful, and very aggressive. In order to silence us, they chased us to the outskirts of the city. The prince asked with a gloomy expression, "How many people are there?" The dog beastman trembled, stuttering. Buff replied, "About 200 people." Hearing this, the Lion Prince basically knew the situation, gave the order, retreated to treat the wounded, then brought 250 beastmen knights, and robbed the treasure map back here. The two beastmen, dog and cat, seemed to be pardoned and let out a loud shout. On this side, outside Blade City, hidden among the tree trunks, the Tatfong bandits from the story of the old prince's men were sitting leisurely waiting. One of them thought about Nyoda's group, wondering if Nyoda's group had arrived yet? Another person in the group heard this and analyzed, Nyoda's group had come by boat, they would definitely be faster than us. Another person was certain that after returning to Xi'an City, they would go to Zuexiu Lu to have a meal of braised meat first. Although the compressed rations were delicious, meat still had more energy. He couldn't help but think of the alluring taste and aroma of fish meat. Thinking of this, his mouth couldn't help but drool. Everyone else also imagined this scene and couldn't help but nod in agreement. Before everyone could talk for long, they heard the sound of horse hooves coming from Blade City, shaking the ground. Hearing this sound, one of the team quickly raised his binoculars and saw the scene of a troop of cavalry, led by a dog-like beastman, walking out of Blade City, with a ferocious aura. He thought to himself, "Here we come, sure enough, they're trapped." He jumped from a high tree branch to the ground, telling the people below that the enemy probably had more than 200 people, to remember to keep their distance, and according to the plan, lure him to the intended location.
Remember the route, go up that mountain and use the hidden skis to run, it's the only chance we have to leave the Beast Knight behind. As he spoke, he pointed to the snowy mountain ahead. Everyone understood the instructions and nodded in unison, understood. The commander said with a serious face, today's mission is very dangerous, absolutely cannot be negligent, no one can die. The crowd answered in unison again, the atmosphere rising to a new level. In the snow-covered forest, deep in the forest. The sound of footsteps echoed, wherever the sound went, birds flew here and there. The sound coming from the ground was the army of Blade City, led by the Dogman Beastman and his subordinates. He rode majestically, taking the lead, but not forgetting to pay attention to the situation around him. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard, and countless arrows suddenly flew down from the sky towards the place where the cavalry was. The leader of the werewolves raised his head, looking up in surprise and fear. When he saw the sky full of arrows, he quickly pulled the horse's rein to stop. Seeing his knights surprised, he reached out his hand towards them and shouted, "Don't panic, take out your shield to protect yourself, and continue to move forward." He had been attacked by arrows before. So he understood this attack of the Tat Phong bandits very well, so he was prepared. The knights raised their shields, the shields clashed against each other, linking together to form an extremely sturdy iron shield, completely covering the army. The arrows flew down quickly and hit the shields, making loud noises as the arrows were blocked by the shields and broke, unable to do anything to the knights of Blade City. The Dogman Beastman saw that the bow and arrow could not do anything to his team, so he laughed loudly and said, "There's no way out, right? Let's chase after them." After blocking the attack, they took advantage of the victory to chase after the bandits of Tat Phong. When the group saw that they had lured them, they shouted loudly to deceive them and let them chase after them. The Dogman saw this and felt something was wrong, so he shouted, "Damn human, even more cunning than a fox." Then he fiercely charged towards the Beast Knights and advanced in pursuit. He said, "We must chase and capture them." The Beastmen Knights heard the order and rushed to chase after the group of people. At that time, a group of Tat Phong's army was hiding above, watching the Beastmen walking on the road. The Ox Dai whispered to each other, the city lord was a god at planning things, most of Blade City had already been lured out. Nyo Dai leaned against the tree trunk and told the others to get the food and kitchen utensils out and start taking action. The others nodded, understood. Nga Dai began to tell everyone the plan that had been discussed before, according to the original plan. Squad A went to the forest to stop the Beastmen from sending messages, Squad B blocked the main gate of Blade City, and the others went to welcome the slaves out. When everyone heard the orders, they started to split up and act according to the plan they had discussed beforehand. At the slave gathering area of Blade City, the space was desolate, the entire large space had only a few makeshift, tattered tents scattered about. At first glance it is unimaginable that people can live here. Everyone here has torn clothes, sunken cheeks, haggard faces, lifeless wandering and hiding in their houses. A knock sounded on the door, the old man from inside the house opened the door and peeked out, his face filled with fear. In front of him were the Nyo Dai group of people sent to help the people. They had stern faces, and told the old man in a cold voice, "If you want to live, go to the bank of the Yutwi River." Another person continued, "There is porridge there, go to the bank of the Yutwi River to eat." They knocked on each house and conveyed the message. When the Beastmen heard this, they gathered together in the center of the village. They asked each other questions, their faces filled with confusion and disbelief. A rabid Beastman spoke in a tone as if he knew everything in advance. Was this a scam? None of the people who left would return, let alone the Yutwi River, where would there be any porridge? They were very familiar with these things, their loved ones left and never came back, was this to trick them and then kill them? Another person seemed to trust the Nyo Dai group, his face was not afraid of death, his voice was trembling as he stuttered in response. He had been hungry for days, he was going to die anyway, let's go try it. Hearing this, everyone agreed. They were already very hungry and couldn't stand it anymore. They were going to die anyway. Who knows if they might be lucky? They leaned on their canes and slowly walked towards the bank of the Yutwi River. Go and see, barley porridge. They were like zombies who had been starved for a long time, their eyes unfocused as they walked forward. Near the riverbank, a breeze blew, carrying the sweet scent of barley into their noses. Their eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief, it smelled so good, it was real, it was real. On the banks of the Yutwi River, Tat Phong and his group were cooking porridge. There were many large pots of porridge being heated. The fragrant aroma made everyone want to eat a bowl. Normal people were like that, but these were people who had been starved for a long time. Their faces were full of excitement, their voices filled with joy, exclaiming, "Oh my God, porridge." Everyone looked at each other and said, "There's real porridge, porridge." The Beastmen ran faster and faster, as if the living people were not them. They pulled each other and fought to get there first, so that they could be the first to eat the porridge. They said, "Give me the porridge, give it to me first, I'll be there first, give it to me first." The person who scooped the porridge had a bewildered face, and advised everyone, "Don't be in a hurry, everyone has some."
As he spoke, he quickly scooped up porridge for everyone. The beastmen who had not eaten for a long time, as they slurped the porridge, felt as if they had come back to life, full of vitality. They were so happy that tears flowed out. They felt that this was the best meal they had ever enjoyed in their lives. They said it was barley porridge. It had been a long time since they had such delicious porridge. Oh my gosh, it was so good. Finally there was porridge to eat. The Tat Phong people breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the beastmen so happy, they felt happy too. Outside Blade City, Nyoda and another person were discussing the situation of the oatmeal distribution today. Nyodi asked the person next to him, "How is the situation?" The person next to him replied, "I heard there is food. Everyone has gone to the banks of the Yutui River. This winter is so cold, if the city lord doesn't send us, then more than half of those slaves won't survive until spring." Suddenly a loud "ah" was heard. The two of them were startled and asked what was going on, then quickly ran to where the sound came from. Their eyes widened, amazed at the scene before them. In front of the two people were three little beastmen, their bodies huddled in a corner, their faces covered in dirt and fear. There was a little girl with green hair, her whole body covered with a bandage on her head. There was also a man, covered in blood, lying unconscious on the ground. The girl has a very pretty and cute face, but appears cold and unapproachable, with an aura that is not consistent with her age. The little girl saw the two people rushing in, raised her head and asked, "Are you here to steal food?" The two people had just entered and didn't know what was going on. She instinctively replied, "We're not." Before she could finish speaking, the pretty blue-haired girl appeared in front of Nyoda, throwing a piece of cloth as sharp as a sword, and rushed over. Ngudai saw the bandage coming, so he told the person next to him to avoid it. He turned around, drew his sword, and blocked the girl's attack. At this moment, the two people's cloth ropes and swords collided. Nyodai was surprised that there was something else in the cloth. The cloth string was tightly wrapped around the sword. The little girl only needed to pull her hand once and the sword would spin. The cloth rope thus wrapped around the sword, causing it to fall from Nyoda's hand and fall to the ground, seriously injuring Nyoda. The other person saw that the situation seemed a bit tense, so he stepped in to mediate. "Little girl, don't get agitated, we're here to bring you food." The girl saw that, her face cold, she replied, deceiving. Hearing the little girl not believing him, he helped Nyodai explain, "Why would I lie to you? The barley porridge is on the bank of the Yutui River. If you go there, you will be able to eat it." He couldn't help but sigh that this child was so strong. Hearing this, the little girl seemed to trust and asked, "What is the price for eating your porridge?" In a place like this where there is not enough food and water, the little girl already understood that you have to work to eat. Giving her food must have another purpose. The two people looked at each other with puzzled faces and said, "Bid, no need to pay anything." The girl then reasoned that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, you have to pay for it. She said that those who give favors have ulterior motives. The two people who heard it felt even more strange and asked, "What is your sister's name?" The little girl coldly said, "Flay." Another place outside Blade City, the two of them carried out a mission to lure the enemy into pretending to retreat. The two were surrounded by an army of beastmen. Those beastmen held knives in their hands, their faces filled with murderous intent. The dog beastman rushed forward, raised his sword, and shouted, "Give me the map, I will give you a quick death." The two men opened their mouths wide, eyes wide, sweat pouring down. The dog beastman slashed at them, but the two of them dodged it. His voice was full of provocation as he said, "Let's see if you have that ability." With a rustle, he jumped up and the map fell out. The dogman beastman saw the map and his face lit up, his eyes shining as he shouted, "Map!" The Tat Phong team members quickly jumped to pick it up, their faces panicked as if they had lost something. The dogman looked at the map at his feet and quickly grabbed it. The beast knights saw that their boss had the map in his hand, they were no longer afraid and jumped up, got the map, and killed them. The remaining member of the Tat Phong bandits quickly pulled the person holding the map to escape, but the other person still did not want to leave, his hands and feet still waving wildly, wanting to continue fighting. The person pulling him away said, "Life is more important, quickly run." They ran away quickly, not noticing that a box of dry food had fallen to the ground. The two of them ran quite a distance away from the knights, then stopped, turned around to see if anyone was chasing them, then said to the captain with a fearful face, "Captain, you scared me so much, that was so dangerous just now." Even though the captain was injured, he still acted as if nothing happened and smiled. Ha, only then would he believe that the fake map was real. Let's hurry to the assembly point. Uncle Nyo and the others should have completed their mission. At the Yutui River, on a large sailboat, Ngudai stood on the deck and told the little girl, "The wind is too strong, don't catch a cold." Seeing her uncle care about her so much, Flay was still speechless, her face expressionless, not cold. Nyodai sat down next to her and asked curiously, clearly she had the ability to kill enemies, why did she become a slave? The girl replied, "That was the price to pay, I ate food in Blade City, the price to pay was to become a slave and be sold." Ngudai smiled bitterly, feeling sorry for the little girl, this child was so naive. He thought about her strength and asked, "Who taught you fighting techniques?"
The child replied, it was her. Nyo Dai asked again, that's right, I mentioned it before, why did my sister leave me alone? Flay was sad, it's because I'm too weak, it will only hold everyone back. Hold back, where did my sister go, he wondered, why did she leave the little girl alone? The little girl said, let's go catch a dragon, which made the person opposite her extremely surprised. Nyo Dai was surprised and shouted. Dragons, how could there be dragons in this world? From childhood to adulthood, he had never seen one, and had never even heard anyone mention that dragons existed in reality. Dragons only existed in myths. Seeing him so surprised, the little girl just silently handed him a small scroll. He took it and opened it curiously, his expression serious. This is. Open the paper to see a mission paper. Hunter Mission 7. Target, Dragon, Unknown. Characteristics, unknown, a beastman discovered a dragon appearing in the Yukam mountain area, 10 m or more in length, 4 m or more in height. Has a very large mouth, sharp fangs, walks on 2 legs, requires killing or capturing, reward depends on completion level, will give trial money from 10,000 to 30,000 gold coins. After reading the quest board, Nyo to the plasterer, so you are the one with the dragon. The little girl stood up and said, I ate your food, tell me what price your city lord would make me pay. I only know how to kill people, if I kill a few more people will I have more porridge to eat? Hearing these words coming from the mouth of a 45-year-old child, he could only sigh. This child. He tried to explain to her that not everything had to be returned. The girl seemed to not believe it, it was impossible, if she didn't return it, what would she return? Nyo Dai closed his eyes and replied, perhaps, just a smile? Suddenly, the little girl coldly raised her hand to her mouth, pulling it to both sides to make a smile. Seeing the little girl suddenly acting strange, Nyo Dai's face was full of questions. Then he saw the little girl's face and funny smile, her face froze and she burst out laughing, ha ha ha, her laughter seemed to echo across the ocean. The little girl did not understand why he was laughing like that, and angrily asked him what he was laughing about. In the Blade City Lord's mansion, a beastman entered and knelt down to report. His voice was trembling. He reported that all the slaves outside the city had been captured. They blocked the city gate. There was really no other way. The Lion Prince remained calm, suspiciously snorting coldly, humph, in such a winter, which slave trader would be so stupid? Taking all those slaves, feeding them was fine, but being able to take away hundreds of people in a moment, the scale of the other party was not small. Suddenly from outside came a loud report, Lord Arbor has returned. The Lion Prince frowned, how come so fast, did that guy fail to chase the robbers again? Another report, Your Majesty, the map has been obtained. Map, hearing this the Lion Prince was extremely happy and laughed out loud, ha ha ha, looking down at the Dogman Beastman who was offering the map. Taking the map from Arbor's hand, he opened it, his eyes widening in surprise, this was only a quarter of the map. Seeing that Arbor was still kneeling on the ground, he asked how the battle was going. Arbor bowed his head and replied, we let the enemy escape. We lost 30 people, hearing that there were casualties, the prince cleared his throat, 30. We didn't capture any prisoners, but we lost 30 people. Arbor hurriedly explained, Your Majesty. Indeed, the enemy is too cunning, our equipment is too heavy to move. The enemy is hiding, using bows and arrows to kill us is very easy. Hearing this excuse, the prince swung his leg and kicked hard at Arbor. Arbor was kicked away, painfully coughing up blood. The prince also did not spare any mercy and exposed the ignorance of the orcs and dogs. They lost so many horses and only got back a quarter of the map. The prince shouted, other than making excuses, what else could he do? Arbor the Dogman Beastman was terrified and trembling as he begged for mercy. The prince secretly calculated in his heart, his good brother divided the map into 4 parts, surely Elsa had 1 part, Avery's part and Ellie's part, so where were the remaining parts? The hand that was welded tightly held the map, the voice that was cold and commanding said, send someone to find Elsa's whereabouts. Also, investigate the Tat Fong bandits, if they already knew about the existence of the map, then they must also know the information of the remaining parts of the map. The prince's subordinate bowed and nodded, understood. Outside the city of Xi'an, the wind was blowing fiercely. Tori was wearing a leopard print suit and was complaining that it was so cold. Weren't we talking about business? Then Tori looked up into the distance and waited, why hadn't her father arrived yet, she was about to freeze to death. Suddenly Tori saw a car coming from afar, so he happily shouted, ah, it's here. On the white snow, several carriages and a group of people dressed in blue, moving on both sides to protect the carriages, slowly moved towards the city gate. Tori waved his hand cheerfully towards the group of people and called out, Father, attracting their attention. The carriages and the crowd continued to move slowly, silently ignoring Tori's calls, ha, isn't that Dad? Tori stood rooted to the spot in the white snow, watching the carriages pass by, wondering what could possibly make Lord Lu Feng send so many soldiers to escort them. Oh, stop being curious. In Xi'an City, one must learn to not cause trouble.
Otherwise, no matter who it is, they will have to go to the police station. While Tori was lost in thought, Lu Feng's guards and carriages had already passed through the city gate. Before Tori could finish thinking about the carriages, he turned his attention to the voices of people in the distance. It's so cold, why do we have to go out in the winter? Well, it's not cold in the winter. If it's too cold, stay home. It turned out that his father, the lord of Beifeng City, and several neighboring lords were coming. Lu Feng's guards were also coming with them. Tori saw her father jumping up and down with joy, calling out excitedly. Father, I've finally waited for you to come. The lord of Beifeng City was also happy to see his beloved son. His face lit up, and he called out affectionately. Oh Tori. Tori's eyes suddenly stopped, looking at the lords who were walking with his father. The city lords were carefully observing the scenery of Beifeng City. The blond man commented. It was indeed as rumored. The houses were very neat. The white-haired city lord walking beside them could not help but exclaim. That's right, the streets were also very clean. We should learn from Lu Feng. Only the short lord had a grumpy and arrogant face and a jealous and spiteful mouth. There was nothing different. Except for the wider road and a nicer house. He was truly short-bodied. His brain was also short, and he was still jealous. Hearing the city lord's exclamations, Tori leaned over and asked his father softly. What are you guys here for? The city lord of Beifeng City smiled and replied. Everyone heard that Xiang City was very good, so they wanted to come and see. Later, they also had to visit Lu Feng. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, the sunlight was shimmering. Lu Feng was walking into the room with the maid Nicole, who was carrying a tray with several bottles of wine. Lu Feng said that the wine that had just arrived this morning was bamboo wine. Although there wasn't enough time, it wouldn't hurt to try it first. Nicole listened attentively to Lu Feng's words. In front of the Taoren girl, Dees was pulling Lelisa's hand, pushing her into the room, while persuading. Come on, come in quickly. Lelisa seemed reluctant. Lu Feng and Nicole walked over and saw Lelisa appear here and asked. What's wrong, Lelisa? Did something happen at the pizza shop? Lelisa quickly replied. No, the pizza shop was fine. Dees immediately explained, I dragged Lelisa there, brought her to eat. Eat again. Every time I see Dees, we eat and play. Lu Feng was happy. Just in time. Sit down and try these wines. On the table, bottles of white wine were poured into sparkling crystal glasses. Lu Feng introduced, this is 20-degree imperial wine, please try it. Ellie excitedly reached both hands towards the glass of wine. Her voice was coquettish. Young master, I want to try a little. Oh my gosh, baby, after drinking it, you made a fuss, and then you climbed into the young master's bed. Still haunted by the previous drinking party, Lu Feng loudly stopped Ellie and Mina, who seemed to want to try too. Neither of them were allowed to drink. Over here, Dees and Lelisa started to drink. As soon as she finished drinking, Lelisa exclaimed. So delicious, in contrast to the cowgirl Dees who spat out the sip of wine she had just drunk, while Lelisa commented, the wine was very delicious, with a faint aroma of barley, the look was very delicate, while Dees grimaced and slammed the glass down in disapproval. Too hard to drink, okay? Too bitter. Lu Feng still spoke calmly. If it's not delicious, then don't force it. But what surprised Dees was that Lu Feng held the glass of wine she had just drunk. He lifted it up and drank it all in one gulp. Ignoring her wide-eyed thoughts. Did he drink what I drank? She had thought too much. He just didn't want to waste it. Dees was so embarrassed by Lu Feng's actions that her head was smoking. Lu Feng didn't care. He turned to ask Lelisa. So what did Lelisa think? Lelisa looked at the glass of wine. She commented carefully. Delicious. Much better than the wine outside. This was the first time she had this kind of wine. Much better than the monkey wine that was brewed in the mountains by monkeys. Although the monkey wine was brewed with fruit, it was hard to compare the two. Nicole brought another bottle of green wine. Here, Lelisa, this is the bamboo wine that just arrived. Try it. Lelisa picked up the glass and carefully tasted it. It was delicious. It had a faint bamboo flavor. Lu Feng replied happily. Next year, choose a piece of bamboo forest to make bamboo wine? Nicole replied lightly. Yes. The two of them were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice. Lelisa picked up the remaining brown bottle of wine from the sample wine she brought and drank it in one gulp. Lu Feng was shocked and shouted loudly when he saw this. That was 40% alcohol. Are you drunk? Lu Feng was very afraid of drunk women because they would do things that no one could imagine. Lelisa drank it all in one gulp and then said mysteriously. Lord, can I ask you a question? Will you protect all races? Lelis's seductive eyes looked at Lu Feng, waiting for an answer.
Lu Feng replied firmly, of course. Anyone who lives in my territory, regardless of whether they are humans, beastmen, or elves, I will protect them all.
Lelisa heard and turned away, softly thanking him. A guard entered and reported.
Young master, the Lord of Beifeng has arrived. And 4 other lords are also here.
They have invited you to the Drunken Sky Pavilion for a meal. Lu Feng told the guard, telling them that I have guests today and it is not convenient to leave. Tomorrow I invite them to watch the lacrosse match. Ellie was still upset about not being able to try the wine, unhappy.
Young master, they came with no good intentions.
Lu Feng calmly replied, we will know tomorrow.
The clear blue sky and gentle breeze shine down on the drunken tower of the western city. A soldier in military uniform bowed and said, the city lord thanks you all 1,000 times for your invitation. But today he has an important guest to entertain.
He really has no way to come.
I hope you all will forgive me.
Then, I will not bother you any further. I will take my leave.
After saying that, he closed the door and left, leaving the 5 guests sitting alone at the banquet table.
A man slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly. There were 5 city lords in the room. He didn't come. Is this trying to show off to us? The city lord was chubby like a pig at the side. He had a braided beard. He twitched his curved beard and said with a smile. Let's eat first. It's true that food is the key to virtue. Even if you're angry, you have to eat first. The other bearded city lord picked up the menu and said. Let's eat first. Tomorrow, I want to ask something. Is this the way of hospitality for nobles?
The gentle receptionist walked over and bent down to ask, Sir, what would you like to order? As soon as he was asked that, the city lord forgot his intention.
He quickly opened the menu to look. He looked at the menu and commented, these dishes were too expensive. And they were priced in money. His heart felt like it was being cut into pieces by a knife, but he still had to pretend that he was a rich city lord. He wanted this, and this too. The receptionist standing by the side was startled and asked, Are you sure? These are all things. Before he could finish speaking, he interrupted again. All right, Lord of Beifeng, please order too. The Lord of Beifeng's face was already blooming with laughter as he said, Then I want this dish. Sure enough, the father and son looked alike. They looked alike, and were as plump as him. Tori gathered around to remind him. Father. But this dish. What dishes did we order? Ah, a sound, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The dishes were already laid out on the table. The bearded city lord who ordered the dish shouted. What's going on? Why is it vegetable soup? Are you looking down on us? He angrily slammed his hand on the table. The son of the northern lord is like a lamb but wears a leopard skin coat and speaks softly. I wanted to remind you just now. You yourself interrupted her. The old city lord shouted angrily. I want to go complain. I want to see your boss. On this side, the receptionist brought a plate of stir-fried vegetables to the table. The other guy looked at the plate of vegetables and exclaimed in surprise. Vegetables, cabbage. How could there be cabbage in the middle of winter? The green-robed city lord picked up a piece of cabbage with his fork and looked at it as if he was studying a strange creature. In the middle of winter, this cabbage must not be fake. The brown-robed city lord also picked up the bowl of soup and stared. This soup was really delicious. So the men started to eat the cabbage with ravenous appetite, praising it. It was really cabbage. And very fresh. It was really unbelievable. There could be cabbage in the middle of winter. There was the last bit of greens left on the plate. 2 people's forks were stabbed down together. The 2 of them looked at each other, fighting over the last piece of cabbage. This is what I ordered. Didn't you also drink the soup I ordered? What's wrong with eating the last piece of cabbage? Even though they are the city lords, they are fighting over food and drink like in the famine of 1945. The son of the northern city lord looked at them with judgment. What kind of nobles are they? They're fighting over a meal. How embarrassing. The old city lord in the green hat chewed on a piece of meat as he spoke. I take back what I said earlier. He can still grow vegetables in winter. Lu Feng. He's not simple. Anyone who can become a city lord is no fool. Who doesn't know the prospects of growing winter vegetables? If he can learn this technique, then this trip will be worth it. If we can grow vegetables in winter, we can also grow grass. Our horses will also have grass to eat in winter. Then next spring we can sell them for even more money. The 5 city lords fell silent and looked at each other. A city lord stood up and spoke. It seemed like everyone had taken a liking to the secret technique of growing vegetables. The green-hatted city lord said, of course. But the city lord of Xi'ang City won't easily tell us the secret. The other white-haired old city lord speculated. But this western city is just a small city. It won't be able to develop on its own. It still has to join forces with us. The golden-eyed and golden-haired city lord continued. Right. Only we can unite as one. Put pressure on the western city lord. If he doesn't hand over the winter vegetable growing techniques, we won't cooperate. Tomorrow, our attitude must be firm. We must obtain the secret technique of growing winter vegetables. Beside, the son of the northern city lord lamented his misery. Do they know their true identities? This is the western city. The next day, in the square outside the city lord's mansion, several city lords sat on benches watching the people below clearing the snow that had covered the yard. They had all been waiting for Lu Feng for a long time. One of them was anxious. Why hasn't the city lord of Xi'ang arrived yet? They've been waiting for an hour. The green-hatted city lord let out a breath and said, perhaps still not awake. The city lord braided his beard and was still amiable. There must be some delay. Lu Feng wouldn't be indifferent to us. Dear lords, we sincerely apologize. Our lord wanted to let you all watch a great match. Last night he was at the stadium setting up. He didn't go to bed until morning, so he's late today. Please wait a little longer. Everyone turned towards the gentle voice. It turned out to be the voice of a virtuous young lady. A beautiful halo of light was emitted from the surroundings. The city lords couldn't bring themselves to curse when they saw the beauty standing in front of them, so they silently looked at each other. They had to save some face. The guy who just wanted to argue with Lu Feng now only dared to curse in his heart. He also said that he was late because he was at the design site. Even though he knew it was just an excuse, it still made us unable to get angry. This Lu Feng guy is quite scheming. On this side, Avery walked behind Lu Feng and said, I heard from the princess that those people came to cause trouble. Lu Feng smiled and replied. It's almost like that. What are they planning? Mina already told me about the intelligence last night. Avery drew the sword behind his back and said, if they dare to threaten the princess's safety, please let me handle them. Seeing the werewolf knight so fierce, Lu Feng immediately said, don't cause trouble. If all 5 city lords die in Xi'ang City, who will dare to come in the future? Avery put away his sword, humming in disgust, how annoying. Lu Feng turned back and said, don't worry, not only do they have a plan, I do too. The two of them walked to the square. Lu Feng immediately smiled and greeted them, truly sorry, he slept late last night. The bearded city lord's face darkened when he saw Lu Feng approaching, wishing he could tear Lu Feng to pieces. The northern city lord smiled warmly, Your Highness Lu Feng, we meet again. Lu Feng also smiled and replied, the body of the Beifeng city lord was more plump, it seemed that the days were getting more and more fulfilling. The chubby city lord was praised and narrowed his eyes and laughed, ha 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 ha. The previously silent city lord was sandwiched between the two people joking around. He looked up at Lu Feng's face with disgust and boredom. This was the city lord of Xi'ang, and he was too young. Lu Feng raised his right hand to signal, sorry for keeping you waiting, let the competition begin. The green-hatted city lord folded his arms and looked down at the stands, asking, Your Excellency Lu Feng, what kind of competition is this? This is an ice hockey match, a team-based match. Using the stick to move the ball into the opponent's net is a score. At the same time, the referee below loudly calls out the rules of the match. The match time is 90 minutes. During the match players can be replaced or added. There is a 10-minute break between periods. 1 fruit 1 point. The team with the higher score wins. The winning team will be rewarded with a roasted pig's head by the city lord. The lord of Beifeng City looked at the athletes competing skillfully on the ice and asked, Your Excellency Lu Feng, what kind of shoes are they wearing? How can they move on the ice at will? This is the first time I've seen it. Lu Feng smiled and replied, Those are ice skates. The soles are made of iron and steel, and are specially designed for walking on ice. Below the stands, 2 athletes wearing contrasting red and blue protective suits were trying to win the ball. The chubby old city lord jumped up and cheered. Good, he thought to himself, this match was really interesting. If I could do something like this in Beifeng City, I wouldn't need to sleep in the city all day. Thinking of this, he smiled and turned to Lu Feng and asked, Your Excellency Lu Feng, how much do these ice skates cost? Lu Feng politely quoted the price. A pair was about 10 silver coins, plus protective clothing and bats. 1 player would cost about 1 gold coin. A team plus reserves needed 15 people. If they wanted to form a match, then needed 30 people. The remaining city lords were extremely surprised to hear this, spending 30 gold coins in 1 match. This was too extravagant. How about it? Are the city lords interested? This competition is very interesting. The city lords can create their own to play. Hearing Lu Feng turn to ask, the corner of the North City lord's lips twitched. With so much money, how could he create it? He immediately turned to smile at Lu Feng and found another excuse to save face. Still shouldn't, this is too dangerous, not suitable for me. The bearded city lord looked at Lu Feng's smile and gritted his teeth in jealousy. This Lu Feng was showing off to us again. If the plan was not carried out, he would pressure us to death. Suddenly, Lu Feng clapped his fist into his palm in surprise. That's right, Your Excellency Joseon, I heard your territory is selling horses, right? How much does a full-grown war horse cost, and what is the normal price for a horse? Joseon was startled, turned back and put on a friendly innocent face and replied. A full-grown war horse costs 1 gold and 30 silver coins, the normal price for a horse is 10 silver coins. So how many war horses does Lord Joseon have? There are about 300 mature war horses, a total of 390 gold coins. Lu Feng laughed loudly, your war horses, I want them all. As if shocked, the Joseon City Lord's eyes widened, he wanted them all? Lu Feng turned around and nodded, of course, what's the problem? Joseon put his hands forward and smiled, no, of course not. Finished, the young city lord turned to the fat man beside him and said, also, City Lord of Beifeng, my canned fish output has increased a lot recently. Not only can it be supplied to the army, it can also be sold. I wonder if you are interested? The Beifeng city lord was like a blind cat catching a fried fish and immediately agreed. Yes, I wonder how much Lu Feng city lord can sell it for. Lu Feng immediately said that the Beifeng city lord was an old acquaintance, so he must give him the maximum purchase limit, 100 boxes in 10 days. What do you think? Okay. The Lord of Beifeng City cheered, it was indeed beneficial to befriend His Excellency Lu Feng. These two lords were so happy that their souls were blooming. The remaining city lords did not benefit at all. Standing outside would have been more clear-headed. Like a bolt from the blue, tears streamed down their faces. What alliance, what plan, they were fooled. Completely fooled. In the afternoon, there was urgent news in Taifeng City, the fleet going to Blade City had returned. A shaggy-haired soldier in military uniform, followed by an old man and a child, opened the door and walked in to greet the young master. Lu Feng and Mina headed towards the door. Lu Feng was cheerful, hard work, nothing unexpected happened, brought so many people back. The subordinate replied, there were 857 slaves in total. The soldiers said that there were about 400 slaves who froze to death. Lu Feng eyes regretful, if only we could have known a little earlier. Thinking of this, he immediately gave an order, buff, yes. Nyoda, all the slaves brought back will be under your responsibility, the reward and punishment system and redemption regulations have been determined, you just need to follow them. Yes. Lu Feng glanced at the little girl standing beside him. This little girl was. The little girl in front of him had blue eyes, looking sadly at the person opposite. The shaggy-haired soldier looked down at the girl and replied, her name was Flay, a slave brought back in this operation. Her skills are not bad, and she calls herself an assassin. I don't know what to do, so I can only bring her here. Flay is small in stature but has cold blue eyes like an old lady, you are his city lord, I drank your barley porridge, how will I pay? The soldier standing beside her laughed and added, she kept saying that no meal is given away for free, and asked me how much I had to pay for the barley porridge. I really didn't know how to answer, so I could only tell her that it was your barley porridge, and let her ask you how much you had to pay. Flay looks small but her cold and terrifying words make anyone who doesn't know think she's cute. I don't know anything, I only know how to kill people. Lu Feng forced a smile, secretly laughing bitterly in his heart, killing someone. He turned to the little girl and said, okay, I'll pay you back the price of the porridge first. If I want to kill someone in the future, you can do it. For the time being, you can stay with me, how about that? Flay gloomily whispered, okay. The city lord turned to the cat girl Mina, he took her to bathe first, then changed her clothes to keep her warm. Okay. The two of them went to the bathroom was spacious, on the wall there were stone heads protruding, water flowing from their mouths into the bathtub. There was also a row of chairs next to the bathtub. Mina glanced at Flay's body sitting on the chair. He was so skinny. These past few days must have been very difficult. Flay's eyes were sad, Mina smiled and walked to her side. Flay smiled and said, okay, take off the cloth on your head, it's too dirty. She said as she raised her hand to remove the bandage that was tied on Flay's head. The blue eyes looked up and coldly said, this is a disguise. The eldest sister said that in the human race, one must disguise, a good assassin must also disguise. Wrapping the ears can make me carry out my mission safely in the human race. Mina was surprised, human, disguised, so she was a beastman. The bandage opened, and 2 feathered wings grew from her ears. Mina exclaimed, Flay, you are a bird beast. Wait. So you. Mina said as she removed the bandages on her body, wings, where were the wings? On her back, there were no wings but a scar left as if someone had cut them off. Nanlan's sun is located in the west of the beast-headed kingdom of Brutus, a paradise for the bird-headed beast race. However, this is also the first place to encounter cold winds. The cold wind came, and many of the beastmen had no chance to escape. Although some of the birdmen managed to escape, the cold wind made it impossible for them to fly. Because of their rarity, the bird-human beasts were even more popular at the auction than the elves. Therefore, many humans and even beastmen wanted to capture the few remaining bird-humans there. Today, it is rare to see any free bird-human or beastkin. Everyone at the meal listened attentively as Flay recounted his clan's past. Via's eyes were full of sympathy. Flay's wings were probably also made by bad people. To dispel the gloomy atmosphere, Lu Feng interrupted, "Stop talking, eat first." Lu Feng said as he picked up a piece of meat and gently brought it in front of Flay, "Try it. This is dipped goat meat. Open your mouth." Flay listened and opened her mouth wide as if she could fit 4 to 5 pieces of meat in her mouth biting into the meat. "Chew chew swallow swallow, the taste is very delicious. It's like the first time I've eaten such a delicious dish, my eyes are already sparkling." Lu Feng continued speaking softly, "There are also cucumbers, pork, fish, she should try some too." Before she could finish speaking, Flay reached out to grab some food from the plate. Lu Feng shouted loudly, Hey, you don't use your hands, do you know how to use chopsticks? Alright, then use a spoon." Flay took Lu Feng's spoon and ate the plate of chicken with relish. It must be said that eating like a hungry tiger, eating like a pig, eating like the famine of 1945. Ellie and Mina saw her eating deliciously and smiled. Lu Feng continued to speak, she wanted to eat more of something, if she ate more dishes, maybe her wings would grow longer. Flay's mouth was still full of food, he looked up with big round eyes, really? Of course, I have never lied. Flay swallowed all the food in his mouth and continued, but when my eldest sister cut off my wings, she also said that they could grow back after 23 years. But now it's been 5 years and 3 years, and they still haven't. A hand slammed on the table, Dees angrily stood up and shouted, her wings were cut off by her sister, what kind of sister is that, too evil? Flay replied, not letting her say that. The eldest sister cut off my wings because she didn't want me to be captured by the humans. Lu Feng interrupted from the side, okay. If it wasn't because of some hardship, no one would want to hurt their little sister. Flay turned to ask the young master of the city, what price do I have to pay for you to help me find my elder sister? Lu Feng asked, isn't Flay's elder sister a dragon slayer, does she have any special qualities? Flay replied, my elder sister is a very powerful assassin, she is the 3rd rank assassin who hunted 1,000 bounty. Mina was startled, the 3-star bounty assassin. The 3rd person I remember is called the assassin hunter Tien Van, this is the super assassin who killed several heirs of the Grand Duke, wanted by the kings of many countries. Lu Feng paused for a moment after hearing that, then turned around and patted Flay's head. Don't worry, I will help you keep track of your sister's news. As for the price, wait until we find your sister and then talk. Flay was a little surprised, glancing at Lu Feng with his innocent blue eyes. Okay. After dinner, Lu Feng, Nicole, and Ellie all put on long blue warm coats and walked around the rose garden in the big tent in the garden house. Everyone walked around the flower beds. Ellie looked at the stunning red roses. Her eyes were full of praise. These flowers smell so good. Fresh flowers in winter will definitely sell for a very high price. Nicole also smiled and nodded. That's right. They can also be used for food. Lu Feng held a rose in his hand, looked at it for a moment, and said, both of you have good ideas. But I have another way to make more money. The 2 people beside her unconsciously looked up at the same time. A question appeared in Ellie's mind. What other way could she make more money? What else could she do with this flower other than selling it and making it into food? Lu Feng curled the corners of his lips. Then the 3 of them walked into the laboratory in the city lord's mansion. There were shelves inside the room. On them were many colorful medicine bottles. There are many scales and mortars on the table. There are many tools for doing experiments. Ellie and Nicole stood by and watched Lu Feng pour the pink liquid into the clear liquid. Ellie watched Lu Feng stir the solution in the cup, observing closely. Lu Feng explained, taking the essential oil extracted from the petals and pouring it into the high-concentration alcohol that Nicole had distilled and stirring it well. It was perfume, although it could only be preserved for about 6 months. Lu Feng brought the cup with the solution stirred in front of Ellie. Ellie fanned the scent coming from the cup and kept smelling it. Her eyes lit up as if she was lost in a flower forest, as if she smelled her intoxicating scent. She picked up the cup and praised it. It smells so good, and can it last for 6 months? The perfume I used before went bad after only a few times. Lu Feng explained that the perfume here only soaked the petals in water, when the flowers rot, the fragrance will naturally turn into a foul smell. On this side, Ellie listened attentively to the explanation, on the other side, Nicole was still standing in the middle of the flower forest with the strong fragrance coming from the cup. Lu Feng continued, Ellie used perfume before, how does this bottle compare to the one she used before, how much can she price it? Ellie said, "This is much better than the one I use. This vase can be sold for at least 10 gold coins." Lu Feng looked at the cup emitting a fragrant scent and said with a smile, "Not much different from what I had guessed. Sorrow's merchant ship is coming soon. Quickly produce this perfume so he can help us pave the way to sell it to the nobles." Ellie beside him nodded as if she was about to break an agreement. On a large merchant ship moving on the island, in the sky above there were several white seagulls flying around. The sky was blue, the wind was cool, there were two young girls standing on the deck. The blonde girl propped her chin on her hands and said dejectedly, "Still haven't reached Xiang City, I'm about to die of suffocation on the ship." The girl in pink inside was gentler. She put on a pink shirt and closed her eyes, smiling and saying, "It's almost here, if you're bored then go find some bodyguards to play with." "The bodyguards you mentioned are all on the other side of the train, all muscular, working out there." He lifted weights, he did push-ups, showing off his strength and muscles. She laughed and said, "You said you wanted to go to Xiang City, but you brought a bunch of people with you. I have to collect your train fare." The blonde girl pouted, "I just let it slip, who knew they would have the free time to follow me?" The girl in pink exclaimed, "Your face is red," she said and then poked her friend's cheek with her finger. Her chubby cheeks were slightly red with anger and embarrassment. She opened her big blue eyes and worriedly put her hand on her forehead. "Wait, why is your face so hot? Are you not feeling well?" The blonde girl shyly said, "No, I feel a little dizzy." But it seemed like she wasn't just shy, she was blushing, she really fainted. The girl in pink next to her panicked and supported her. "Catherine, what's wrong?" At this moment, the bright sunlight shone on the Xiang River. Lu Feng's shaggy-haired soldiers were waiting at the dock, looking out to sea. There were so many merchant ships today. Suddenly two women ran up from below. The woman chased after a girl who was running in panic. "Darlene, Catherine's illness can only be cured by bloodletting." Darlene ran ahead and said, "Stop talking. I don't agree. Bloodletting basically can't cure the illness." Darlene ran up to the soldier and hurriedly greeted him. "Hello, I am the daughter of Merchant Sorrow." "Darlene, are you the guard of the Western City?" "Yes. I am." Before she could finish her sentence, Darlene hurriedly interrupted. "Where is the Western City's healer?" She looked up with clear blue eyes filled with worry and weakness. "My friend is sick. Very sick. He needs to be saved." The soldier bowed and quickly replied. "Our city does not have herbalists. We only have doctors." Darlene heard the word doctor for the first time. She quickly asked, "Doctor? What is a doctor?" The soldier replied, "If you are sick, you have to see a doctor. The best doctor in Taeduong City is the city lord. I will contact the city lord now. Quickly bring the patient here." A moment later, in the city lord's mansion, Catherine was lying motionless on the hospital bed. The doctor took the thermometer and observed it for an hour. 39.5 degrees. It will last for a few more days. If this continues, he will become delirious. Darlene looked at Lu Feng worriedly. "What should we do?" Lu Feng turned around and replied, "We can only inject the medicine." She pulled her pants down a bit. "We have to inject it into the butt." Darlene was surprised and suddenly blushed, holding her hands out in front of her. She waved them and said, "No, this won't do. Catherine is the Duke's daughter. The Duke won't forgive you." Lu Feng's face was blank at this moment. He didn't know how to explain to Darlene. His eyes were doubtful. He looked helplessly at Darlene. "Oh my god, this girl. Really? I'm at a loss." Lu Feng said, "This is serious treatment. Her condition is quite serious. She needs to be given medicine to recover quickly." Darlene shook her head frantically. No, Catherine was not married. He could not look. Lu Feng tried to keep calm. "I think I'll hit you on the head." His face darkened. He held the syringe in his hand and injected it. He said coldly, "Tell me, is human life more important or is dignity more important? Besides, it's just half of her but exposed. To get an injection. You stay here and watch. This isn't as serious as you think. Her condition can't wait any longer. I have to give her an injection." Darlene was sad. Awkward. Catherine was very sick. No idea when she would wake up. Yes. Surely life was more important than reputation. Thinking of this, she nodded in agreement. "Okay. But you must not tell anyone else that you have seen Catherine's. In short, you must not say anything. Otherwise, I will tell the Duke." Lu Feng had finished dealing with the obstacle. He held the needle and turned to look at the patient and said to Darlene, "I understand. You move out of the way first." Outside the gate of the city lord's mansion, the bodyguards that Catherine brought stood in front of the city gate, talking excitedly. Each of them had a dark face filled with worry. Catherine's illness is so serious that she will definitely not survive. When that time comes, the Duke will punish her. None of us can escape. The bald man standing by the side helplessly blamed Darlene. If the doctor had taken blood on the boat in time, she could have been cured. What kind of doctor did she want to see? The man standing by the side also looked annoyed. Let's make a scene. Push this matter to Shiyang City and Darlene. By then, the Duke's anger will fall on them. Maybe we can avoid this disaster. All 4 guards said in unison. Good idea. The guards were useless. They rushed into the city gate and were stopped by the guards. A guard standing by said, "Didn't I say it before? People without business are not allowed to enter the city lord's mansion." The bald man who was stopped had an annoyed and angry expression on his face. Miss Catherine is in the city lord's mansion. I am her friend. Why don't you let her in? The 4 of them were making a ruckus in front of the city gate. Their city lord must have killed Miss Katharina, that's why he didn't dare let us in. That's right. Let us see Miss Katharina. Damn it. We are nobles. You guards dare to stop us? The 4 of them are going too far. Drawing their swords is like protesting. Suddenly, someone behind came up and shouted loudly. Who is it that dares to cause trouble in the city? A powerful voice rang out. Everyone stopped and turned to look. One of them shouted. We are nobles from the royal capital. Our friend Catherine was killed by the Lord of the Western Ocean. I must find him and tell him everything. The person who came was a young man wearing a special police uniform, holding a baseball bat in his hand. Next to him were 2 soldiers wearing police green uniforms. The 3 of them walked forward with a majestic aura. The surrounding atmosphere became cold and gloomy to the point of being terrifying. The young man in the lead tapped the shiny stick in his hand, his voice filled with coldness. I don't care what the royal capital's nobles say, but causing trouble in the western city is not allowed. The other 4 people were overwhelmed by the aura of the 3 Westerners. They stood still and huddled in a corner, their swords raised in a defensive stance, very alert. In the blue sky echoed the groan of pain, ah ah. The young man in the lead gave a cold order to a soldier, you take them to the police station, I will go report the situation to the city lord. Understood. The 4 bodyguards were beaten black and blue, their bodies were covered in wounds, their faces were swollen but they still opened their mouths and shouted loudly, we are nobles, what do you want to do? The soldier was ordered to hold the rope and tie the 4 of them up and lead them away. In the city lord's study, Tan Kok stood up straight with his hands clasped behind his back, clearly reporting the mission situation. The enemy obtained the fake treasure map. Nothing unusual happened during the whole process, and there were no casualties on our side. Very good, Lu Feng sat on the desk, looked at the notebook, listened to the report and was very satisfied with the compliment. Let me review the report and then discuss the details with you. Everyone has worked hard during this time. I'll give everyone 3 days off. Tan Kok shouted loudly, yes, Lu Feng, with his arms crossed and placed on the table, continued speaking seriously. After the vacation ends, we will start training the new type of soldiers. Next spring I want to see how many new soldiers are placed, but released in short order, not carelessly, the defenders can touch well, can promote many. After hearing this, Tan Kok shouted again and left the room. Lu Feng used one hand to support his cheek and the other hand to flip through the notebook and continue reading. The slaves from the Blade City have stabilized now, with a source of labor next year's productivity will definitely increase. In the future, if we only rely on Sorrow's merchant fleet, we're afraid that consumption won't be able to keep up with production. Shiyang City must have its own merchant fleet. Knock, knock, the knocking sound came, Mina outside said, young master, Miss Darlene asks to see you. Oh, maybe I should start here, Lu Feng thought to himself. As soon as Darlene entered the room, she immediately lifted the sides of her skirt, bowed her head respectfully, and thanked Lu Feng for treating Catherine. Catherine was awake, but it was not convenient for her to get out of bed yet, so she asked me to come and express her gratitude to him. Lu Feng saw this and replied, let's do it, sit down, I also have something to tell you. Darlene received the invitation and immediately sat down across from Lu Feng. As soon as she sat down, she heard Lu Feng continue speaking. She was Sorrow's daughter, so she must understand his fleet quite well. I want to ask, on your ship, are there any workers who know how to build ships? Yes, Darlene replied, hearing that Lu Feng smiled excitedly, to be honest, I want to open a shipbuilding factory to create some big ships. So I need some experienced workers, I can pay high salaries, I wonder if you can give me some people? Darlene paused to think for a moment, this western city wasn't that big, what did the city lord want so many ships for, and she quickly agreed. Okay, fine, but we have 12 large ships 30 meters long docked on the Western City River, Mr. Lufeng, isn't that enough?
For now, 12 is enough, Lufeng replied, but we have to look at long-term development.
Besides, your 12 boats are not considered big, the big boat I'm talking about is at least 50 meters.
Darlene was a bit surprised when she heard the word 50 meters. She analyzed, Brother Lufeng, you're joking. Not to mention that the cost of making a 50-meter boat is very expensive, the technique also has to be proficient, it's easy for accidents to happen.
Those boat manufacturing factories don't dare to accept the production.
You don't need to worry about this, I already have my plan, you will know when the boat is made, Lufeng smiled and reassured.
Lufeng was currently thinking about his plan.
Once he had the workers, plus the blueprints and tools he brought from Earth, he would probably have a ship ready to launch next year. Once he had the ship, Xi'an City would be the largest commercial city on the banks of the Yushui River. As for salary, I can pay each person 500 copper coins per month, the more skilled the person, I hope Darlene can agree.
500 copper coins, this salary is twice as high as the price in the outside factories, does this person really have a plan?
He doesn't think that he can build such a big ship with just a few workers. Well, I've already told him how powerful it is, if he's stubborn, I can't blame myself. After a moment of mental struggle, Darlene decided to sigh and give up and respond to Lufeng. Alright, I'll convey your idea to the crew, when the time comes, the crew members who are interested will come to apply at the city lord's mansion. Lufeng smiled when he heard that. Great, then I'll have to trouble Miss Darlene about this. At this moment, another knock came on the door, this time it was Mr. Sorrow.
Was it father? Sorrow entered the room first, greeted Lufeng, then turned to Darlene. Oh Darlene, you're here too?
As a noble lady, Darlene did not know the rules of greeting, so she lifted her skirt and bowed to her father. Father, there were some things that delayed her so she did not have time to greet you. Mr. Sorrow also waved his hand happily, the city lord had already sent someone to inform father.
As long as Miss Catherine was fine, that was enough. After talking, Sorrow and his father sat down again.
Lufeng saw that the situation was stable and continued to discuss. Today, I invited Mr. Sorrow here to continue discussing the previous cooperation. Last time, I talked about the fabric business, I will let Mr. Sorrow transport it to the place of consumption and Mr. Sorrow only needs 1% of the profit. Darlene sat next to her father and heard this number, she couldn't help but be shocked.
1% profit, was it that low?
As for Mr. Sorrow, he did not object. That's right, according to the amount of cloth that the lord of the city promised last time, the annual sales volume would be around 1,000 gold coins. Such a sales volume was a bit surprising, but the profit was still too low. Why did father agree? Darlene beside him was a bit puzzled but did not dare to speak up. On the other side, Lufeng continued to negotiate. This time, he mainly wanted to confirm the scope of consumption and the types of consumption. The goods were delivered to you for transportation and consumption, but there was one requirement, the goods could only be sold in the royal capital.
What? Darlene and her father exclaimed in surprise.
At this point, Darlene could no longer remain silent and spoke directly.
Forgive me for being rude, Mr. Lufeng, your request is indeed too harsh.
Lufeng was still in no hurry, he continued, of course, I will not let you work for free. I will increase your sales profit percentage to 5%, at the same time, the variety of goods will also increase to 5 types. Lufeng handed a piece of paper to Mr. Sorrow. He could look at the list and decide, but I would like to emphasize again that these 5 items can only be sold in the royal capital.
Without my permission, they cannot be sold in other cities.
Sorrow took the list, read it through, and was suddenly startled.
Okay, let's sign the contract.
Darlene sat next to him, not understanding what was written in it that made her father agree so quickly. She could only squeeze his hand and say loudly, Dad, but it still couldn't change his decision.
After signing the contract, Sorrow and his father arrived at the Drunken Tower.
Father, you're too late. That brat gull was already waiting at the seat. Seeing his father's figure, he shouted, Devil, no, sister, why are you here too? Hearing her younger brother call her a devil, Darlene couldn't help but get angry. She held her little brother's head and tried to discipline him with a smile on her face. This little boy, after not seeing him for a few days, has grown bolder and bolder. He dared to call his older sister a devil. The little boy knew he was wrong and immediately apologized profusely.
Ah, sister, I was wrong.
The reunion quickly stopped, the 3 of them sat down and prepared to order. Darlene turned to her father and asked, Dad, I need an explanation. Why did you agree to such a condition? Mr. Sorrow still very calmly picked up the menu.
Darlene, do you think I'm confused?
Otherwise, Darlene replied, although the purchasing power in the royal capital was huge, the number of people was limited after all. So basically it was impossible to expand the business, nor could it make much money.
Sorrow sat down and pointed at the menu to order for the waiter behind him, a braised fish, a lion head, then said, "You are still too young, you don't understand the Western city, only using your own experience to judge the value of the city, like that you can't do business." Sorrow handed the menu back to Darlene. "Look, what do you want to eat?" Darlene's hand reached up to take the menu but her mouth was still frowning. But those things were just heard. She suddenly looked at the menu and was surprised. Broccoli, it was winter now, how could there be green vegetables, wasn't that a lie? Little Gull beside him quickly said, "No, I've eaten it several times, it's crispy and sweet, very delicious." Hearing that, Darlene turned to her father and asked suspiciously, "Was it grown by Lu Feng?" "Dad, can I see the list of products Lu Feng gave me?" Sorrow did not hesitate to give the paper to his daughter. Darlene took it and read it. "Paper, you know, toilet paper." "What is packaging paper?" "Wine, canned meat, perfume." "Father, what is perfume? Isn't this something that can only be produced in the royal capital?" "I also heard that it is the fourth prince's property. Furthermore, the shelf life of this thing is only a few days, how can we transport it?" Mr. Sorrow smiled and explained to his daughter. "The perfume that the city lord produces is different from the one in the royal capital. The scent of the perfume is fresh and elegant, and can be preserved for up to 6 months. Hearing this, Darlene stood up with an expression of disbelief and asked again, "Can perfume be preserved for 6 months? If that's the case, then perfume is a product with huge profits, no matter how many nobles there are in the royal capital, then even 5% of our profits is already very good." "Father, now I seem to understand your evaluation of Lu Feng. The needle cures Catherine's illness, winter greens. 6 months perfume, the lord of this western city, is much more formidable than I imagined." Darlene analyzed as she slowly sat down. Mr. Sorrow saw his daughter's expression just now and poked his daughter's shoulder with a deep gaze, teasing her. Daughter, you're looking at Lu Feng with different eyes than before. Listen to your father's advice, if you don't like anyone yet, you can also think about Lu Feng, he's also quite good." Darlene heard her father say that, the half-drunk cup of water she was drinking immediately spilled out. Blushing and standing up, Sorrow still did not stop. "As for being smart, Lu Feng is also smart, isn't that great? If you don't do something, someone else will snatch it away." "Dad," Darlene was speechless. Sorrow finally stopped, the three of them began to eat. A moment later, outside the drunken tower. "Father, I'll take my leave to return to the city lord's mansion first to take care of Catherine," Darlene said, then glanced at her younger brother. "Gull, please study hard for me." Little Gull hid behind his father and only poked his head out a little in response. "I know." Darlene said goodbye to her father and headed towards the lord's mansion, passing by Fate Pizza. Through the window she suddenly saw a figure, and immediately remembered someone. That girl looked just like Lelisa. At the city lord's mansion, Catherine was lying on the bed alone, facing the ceiling, boredly shouting, "That Darlene, why is it taking so long to thank someone? I'm about to starve to death." Knock, footsteps echoed. "Ha, finally back, you left me alone for so long, I had to scare you." Catherine was naughty, hiding her whole body in the python. As he approached, he quickly jumped up and let out a loud scream to scare the person who just walked in. "You've been gone for a long time, Darlene." Catherine hadn't finished her sentence, but when she saw that the person in front of her wasn't Darlene, her entire body instantly turned to stone. A scream echoed through the sky, startling the flying birds and causing them to scatter. Catherine cowered back against the wall, her face flushed with embarrassment. It turned out to be Lu Feng. "Sorry, I was rude just now." Lu Feng saw that she must be embarrassed, so he smiled happily to comfort her. "Seeing that you are so energetic, I am relieved. I brought you some porridge." Lu Feng brought the tray of porridge in front of Catherine. "Come here, let me see if you still have a fever." Lu Feng slowly moved his hand closer to Catherine. "This city lord is so handsome." Catherine was stunned, her eyes shining. Lu Feng placed his hand on Catherine's forehead. It's still a bit hot. Let me go get you some medicine, you eat your porridge first." Catherine's face was dazed and lustful, without thinking much she nodded. Okay. Lu Feng left but she was still sitting there in a daze. As soon as she reached the door, Lu Feng ran into Darlene. "Oh, Mr. Lu Feng. Miss Darlene, you're back. Miss Catherine's condition has improved a lot. She'll recover with a little more rest. Go visit her." Darlene thanked the Lord and entered the room. She picked up the bowl of porridge and grumbled to Catherine, whose face was still immersed in love. "Why are you sitting up? Be careful not to catch a cold." "Darlene, I just met my Prince Charming. He is genuine, handsome, and has a lot of charisma." Seeing her friend like that, Darlene thought she was dreaming. She sighed, "I told you not to read too many novels by Princess Lucy. Now that you're sick, you shouldn't be dreaming anymore." Catherine pouted and replied, my good friend was nowhere to be seen, so I could only daydream to kill time. I was just discussing business with my father, so I didn't see him anywhere. Now that I think about it, when I said goodbye to my father, I saw a girl who looked a lot like Lelisa in a shop, really did. The more I thought about it, the stranger it felt. Catherine was surprised. Lelisa, didn't the boy say she ran south, did you see clearly? Catherine said, still holding the spoon in her hand. I'm not sure either. That girl's hair is gray, and I saw her greeting others. She seems very familiar with this place. Hearing that, Catherine smiled mischievously and suggested, my illness has gotten much better, why don't we go look for it tomorrow, regardless of whether it's true or not, just confirming it won't be a problem. Catherine nodded, then you should eat your porridge, does your head still hurt? Catherine picked up the bowl of porridge and tasted it, then exclaimed, this porridge is so delicious. On the streets of the western city, people were bustling and busy. Catherine pulled Darlene's hand and walked while saying, wow, the conditions in the western city are even better than the royal capital. When she saw a human and a beastman in front of her, she pulled Darlene in and whispered, wow, the beastmen here can still coexist with humans. Unbelievable, isn't this the scene Princess Lucy mentioned in the novel? Princess Lucy must love Shiyang City very much. Darlene heard that and also smiled and replied, yes, Shiyang City is very peaceful, wait until we return to the capital and I will tell Princess Lucy everything about Shiyang City. The two happily entered Fate Pizza, and as soon as they entered, they saw a gray-haired girl sitting at the table in front of them. Ah, it was her. Lelisa, Darlene stepped forward and touched the girl's shoulder. The girl turned her head in surprise. Ah, sorry, we got the wrong person. Catherine waved her hand to speak for the embarrassed Darlene. The other girl smiled. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Darlene and Catherine turned around to leave. Darlene sighed, I must have seen wrongly. Lelisa probably went south long ago. Catherine gently comforted her, don't be disappointed. She's so amazing, she'll definitely be fine. Darlene, Catherine, a familiar voice called out, causing Darlene and Catherine to turn around in surprise. Lelisa, oh my god, is it really you, Lelisa, why are you here? Lelisa replied with a smile, it would be a long story, but why are you guys here too? Darlene happily replied, I came here to discuss business while Catherine came here to play, in contrast to Darlene. Catherine put her hands on her hips and asked, Lelisa, why have you become so ugly, why do you dress like that? Lelisa heard that and said in a low voice, there are many people here, let's go home and talk. The other two quickly nodded in agreement. In the evening, at Lelisa's house in Shiyang City. Then it's too dangerous, Darlene said as she took a cup of hot tea from Lelisa. Shiyang City is still located in the Yinglu Kingdom. If something unexpected happens, your identity as a goblin is exposed, the bounty hunters will immediately hunt you down. Catherine added, why don't you come back to the capital with us? That's right, if you don't want to go south, then come back to the capital with us. Back then in the capital, Catherine and I were there to cover you, so you had time to escape. Now in Shiyang City, without any support, if you're noticed, it's easy to get caught. Lelisa was very touched when she heard her two friends say that. She knew that luckily she had you guys in the royal capital that year. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to reach Shiyang City. Lelisa reached out to hold her two friends' hands and continued, the western city cannot be compared to other cities, here the beastmen and humans can live together peacefully, no one will care about their origins. Furthermore, the Lord of Shiyang City, Lu Feng, is a special person. He personally promised that any race living in Shiyang City will be protected. Lu Feng's image appeared in Lelisa's flashback. He once affirmed that if they lived in my territory, whether it was humans, beasts, or elves, I would protect them. Lelisa said so, but both Catherine and Darlene were still very worried. Darlene said, Lu Feng is really not an ordinary person, but he has to take care of so many things by himself, how can he pay attention to you? Catherine, who was sitting next to him, agreed. That's right, you should return to the capital with us. There are fewer rumors about you in the capital now. It's fine if you disguise yourself and live in our house. It's safer than being alone in a foreign land anyway. Lelisa heard the two people talking and smiled slightly, shook her head and refused, reassuring her two friends, the city lord was really busy. But in Shiyang City, there was also a police station to maintain order. Last time, a group of slave traders wanted to come and arrest me, but they were arrested by the police station. I am really safe here. Moreover, compared to the life of hiding here and there, I can work and earn money to support myself in the western city. This is the life I want. Darlene saw Lelisa's determination and finally gave up trying to persuade her. If you say so, then I have no other choice. But if you need anything, we will definitely help you. Lelisa blushed and smiled, thank you guys. The night was getting late, the full moon was shining brightly in the sky. The girls were still talking in the small house. Lelisa happily suggested. It's late. You guys stay at my house tonight. By the way, tell me the news in the royal capital during this time. Okay. Your house is really nice.
Darlene praised it, so Lelise explained, this is a rental house that the city lord built.
It's similar to a hotel. But the rent is very cheap. There's also a police patrol at night. It's very safe. Catherine. Let's rent a room and move in.
Catherine was startled when her name was called.
Why?
You are the Duke's daughter, you can't stay in a strange man's house for a long time. Go say goodbye to Lu Feng tomorrow.
Catherine heard that and pouted. Sighed. Early the next morning.
In front of the entrance, Lu Feng's group stopped.
City Lord. We've arrived.
The destination is the eastern city of Taeduong, the headquarters of the military and political department. Lu Feng and Mina got off the carriage to observe the group of people training.
Hurry up for me. A voice shouted. Lu Feng immediately paid attention.
You cowards, I'm telling you, in 1 month, whoever fails the test, get out of the military department for me.
Go home and eat at home. That was the voice of Neo Dai and the group of people carrying logs below.
The people who were training, although very tired, still shouted.
Clear.
Neo Dai saw Lu Feng coming and immediately ran over.
Young master.
You're here. Lu Feng immediately smiled and asked about the situation.
What's wrong? Is someone not able to take it anymore? No, still 350 people. Next month, prepare to wear armor and practice.
The horses will take about 6 to 7 days to arrive. At that time, take care of them a bit.
Also let them practice riding horses. That's right. The necessary training of veterans cannot be stopped. Young master. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. 2 people. 1 person said. 1 person replied. Lu Feng was very satisfied when he heard the answer. He thought about it. This would be the main force of Xi'an City. Plus the veterans. It would be an army of more than 400 people.
Combined with the armor he designed.
Not to mention sweeping the world.
But dealing with a 1,000-man cavalry army would be no problem.
And the navy must be quickly created to escort. Those city lords are not good people either. The Golden Road on the water is not very safe either. Suddenly, Lu Feng turned to ask. By the way, is the wood they transport dry wood? Yes. It's all dry wood. Nyo De replied. Lu Feng immediately suggested.
Then it would be just right, let them go to the Yukam mountain range to transport timber.
Transport 3 times a day. Ngu Dai was stunned after hearing what he said. Young master, moving here will be tiring.
No, let them move to the port next to the Black River.
Right at that time, they are building a shipyard there.
They need a large amount of wood.
Nyo Dai then breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Practical training for life.
Wise young master.
Back at the city lord's mansion, Ellie was sitting on Lu Feng's desk.
Avery was playing with the panda Caesar on his shoulder. Lu Feng looked out the window with a serious expression, his arms crossed in front of his chest, and asked, Ellie,
how much gold is left in Xi'an City now? Let me see. Ellie jumped down to the ground and opened the ledger to reply. Young master, there are still 1,223 gold coins in the city treasury. Reduce factory wages and focus on investing in the military and infrastructure of Taeduong City.
The amount of gold that can be mobilized during this time in Xi'an City is already running out. Furthermore, in 2 days, the Joseon Warhorse team will arrive here, and another large sum of money will be needed.
Lu Feng frowned after hearing the report.
The other side's market would have to sell off the goods until next spring to recover the gold coins. Besides, other places that needed to spend money could not be reduced either. Young master, the call made Lu Feng turn his head in confusion. The people in the room spoke one by one. First Ellie.
Young master, I still have 22 silver coins. I can buy some candy. Next was Nicole. Young master, I also have some money. If it's not enough, I can borrow money from dad. As for Dees, she was embarrassed. I spent all my money. Mina also said, I can accept the hunting quest. It's been a while since I've done anything. It's time to get some exercise. Me too. Lu Feng looked at everyone with emotion. He smiled, all right. It's not like we don't have anything to eat at home. You guys keep that money. You can buy some things you like later. Ellie hesitated. But I say, Ellie. Have you forgotten about the income from Tai Tu Lao? Right. That's right. Ellie hurriedly opened the notebook again. Here, how could it be? Only 3 days and already earned 7 gold coins.
Young master, with this income, we can barely last until next spring.
Lu Feng rubbed his chin and nodded. Hmm. Ellie continued. But if Darlene's team couldn't reach Xi'an City on time, then it would be a bit of an import loss.
Lu Feng replied with a smile.
As long as they could sell the goods in the royal capital, it would be fine. That shipment is not small. Just in case. Don't worry. Sorrow is not a cautious person.
Suddenly, Avery said suddenly.
If only there was an auction.
I could rob those rich and unscrupulous merchants. Listening to Avery, Ellie's eyes lit up and she tapped her hands together, suddenly thinking of an idea. She immediately said to Lu Feng, her eyes still shining like stars. Her tail wagged happily. That's right, young master.
Let's hold an auction. Invite merchants to participate in the auction.
I can auction off the limited edition lollipops. The others also agreed.
I can auction all my Coke. Nina said. Nicole only had 1 can of Coke left. So did Dees. Avery was confused. My Coke was gone. Stop. Everyone is like this, making me feel like I'm going bankrupt. Lu Feng looked at his wine cabinet. But the auction isn't bad.
It's just that we're not organizing it, we're participating. Hearing that, Mina, Ellie and Dees felt confused. Suddenly, big question marks appeared above their heads.
Join? In a luxurious room.
The chandeliers shine brightly. In the center of the room was a wooden table.
On it was a tray of wine. Catherine and Darlene sat neatly.
Beside them were Lu Feng and Nicole.
Lu Feng spoke first. You two have just returned. I shouldn't have bothered you. But I have something I want you two to appraise.
The two of them looked at the 2 glass cups and a beautiful bottle of wine in front of them. Darlene looked at it and silently commented.
This is a black glass bottle.
Lu Feng raised his hand to ask for help. I hope you two can taste a little of this wine.
Help me calculate its value. Catherine and Darlene looked at each other suspiciously for a moment.
Then raise the glass containing wine to your lips and take a sip. After trying it, Catherine did not hesitate to praise it. It was delicious. The flavor was not too strong.
A little sour and sweet. Darlene also admitted. This is the first time I have drunk such a good wine. If it is a great noble who likes to drink wine,
at least spend 10 gold coins to buy this bottle of wine.
Such a good wine. It is really hard to predict. If lucky, the price can be even higher. Catherine was not as good at business as Darlene. She was startled by the price Darlene gave. Was it that expensive?
She turned to Lu Feng and said shyly.
Unfortunately, I've already finished drinking. Such an expensive wine. Let me pay for it for you.
Lu Feng generously said without taking it to heart.
No need. No need. I still have something to ask you too. Do you two know which city-state is having a big auction recently? Darlene replied. There is a place 7 days away. There is Tonging City. 20,000 people live there. The city lord is Count Tenge. He holds an auction every month. Now there are 11 days until the next auction. Oh. A city of 20,000 people. Lu Feng thought to himself. It's a big city.
So there must be a lot of rich merchants and nobles settled there.
There's still plenty of time. Enough for me to return to Earth and come back.
Darlene saw that Lu Feng did not say anything more and asked.
Brother Lu Feng wants to go there. To auction this wine. That's right. Lu Feng replied.
If there are not many stocks, this is indeed a method to maximize profits. Catherine blushed and shyly suggested when she heard him admit it.
Then Lu Feng could set off with us. Lu Feng readily agreed. Received consent.
Catherine shyly bowed her head. Darlene sat next to her as if she had discovered something. Her mouth opened wide in surprise.
Wait. Catherine doesn't like Lu Feng, does she?
The Duke's daughter likes a small noble in a remote place. If the Duke knew about this, he would definitely be very angry.
No, I have to talk to Catherine once. It's best to ask Lelisa to advise me.
Darlene continued to look over and saw that Catherine was still embarrassed. She could only sigh in her mind.
This is playing with fire. It was daytime.
But inside the police station there was no sunlight.
Darkness prevailed. In the police station's holding cell. In the flickering light of the torches on the walls. A loud voice shouted. Get up. Get up. Don't let them come back in here.
A young man was sitting against the wall. He was wearing armor.
He was emitting a murderous aura. He seemed to be so angry that his whole body was purple. Looking at the group of people with dirty, pig-faced faces in the detention room, they were giving him unfriendly looks. The policeman scolded loudly. "What are you whining about? If you don't leave, you'll be dragged to the mining site. It's true that donkeys like heavy loads. They have to keep it hot." The group of stubborn people, although angry, still had to stand up and walk out of the police station. Thought to himself. Damn Lu Feng. And Darlene. The group of people probably haven't bathed in a long time. Their whole bodies smelled, attracting flies. Under the sun. The scent was even more intoxicating. Made everyone passing by stop and look, but covered their noses. The leader gritted his teeth in hatred. "How dare you treat me like that? I will definitely take revenge." In the dining room of the city lord's mansion, Lu Feng was having a meal with everyone. Lu Feng put down his chopsticks and looked at Darlene, who was leaning on her chopsticks and not eating, and asked thoughtfully. "Darlene, do you want to say something?" Darlene looked at Lu Feng. Seriously replied. "Mr. Lu Feng. We want to move out. Catherine is fine now. Really can't stay here and bother you anymore." Catherine sat next to her, not paying attention to what Darlene said. Still happily eating her food. Nicole looked at the two young ladies from the royal capital and asked worriedly, "Why do you want to move out? Isn't it better here?" Everyone else agreed. "That's right. That's right." Only Ellie realized Darlene's thoughts and leaned over to Lu Feng to explain. "Catherine is the Duke's daughter. If she stays here any longer, she will get a bad reputation." Catherine was afraid that people would misunderstand that they thought this place was not good. She immediately stood up and explained shyly. "It's very good here. Miss Nicole's cooking is also very good. It's just. Lu Feng heard this. Lian replied calmly. "I understand. When the power of rumors is not within your control, any explanation is meaningless. I'm afraid that even an honest person will be splashed with dirty water." Lu Feng understood very well in his heart. Rumors are very scary. People in this era have limited knowledge. They are uneducated. One more problem is not as good as one less problem. Lu Feng looked at Catherine and Darlene and asked. "So have you two decided where to move?" Darlene was polite. She replied a little hesitantly. "Thank you Lu Feng for understanding us. We had previously considered a rental house in Xiyang City. The rooms were clean and quite suitable." Lu Feng was pleased to hear that. He turned to Ellie and said, "All right. Ellie," she said to Buff. "Tell him to bring the key here." Ellie hummed in agreement. Lu Feng looked at Catherine and Darlene who were shyly giving instructions. "There are patrols in the residential area so I feel at ease. Come here to play more when you have time." Darlene happily replied. "Yes, thank you very much." Not paying attention to her friend beside her. Her eyes were already sparkling with infatuation, looking at Lu Feng with deep affection. At the same time, in front of the city lord's mansion, the group of smelly nobles from earlier were running amok, causing chaos. The group of people wanted to rush into the city, shouting loudly to the guards at the gate. "I am Viscount Z, please announce that I want to see your city lord." The two guards stopped them and said, "Today the city lord is very busy, not receiving visitors, please come back tomorrow." Hearing that, Viscount Z became furious and gritted his teeth, shouting, "You, a guard, dares to do this." He was about to rush forward, but the others saw him and quickly stopped him, advising him not to act rashly. The Viscount stopped to think, as long as he could get Catherine's body out and bring it to the Duke would take revenge on him. As soon as he thought of that evil thought, he lowered his voice and said softly to the guard, "So when will the city lord have time? This bastard really changes his face faster than he can flip his hand." At this moment, the gate of the city lord's mansion opened, and Darlene and Catherine came out. They saw their men standing there. Darlene asked, "Viscount Z, why are you guys here?" Viscount Z looked at Catherine with wide eyes in surprise. Catherine was still alive, it couldn't be. Then he laughed coldly, a plot in his head. It was good to be alive, he had another chance to become the Duke's son-in-law. The remaining nobles were overjoyed when they saw Catherine come out and said, "Miss Catherine, it's good that you're okay, we were just about to come visit you." Another person added, that's right, there's nothing wrong with your health, right?" The crowd seemed to want to rush up and hug and kiss passionately, surrounding Catherine and Darlene. But Darlene and Catherine were cold, their voices filled with resentment. "Don't come closer, we have seen your faces clearly." The crowd hurriedly explained, "Miss Darlene, what are you talking about? We are all very worried about Miss Catherine's health, we all hope she will get well soon." Catherine heard those hypocrites speak, and at this moment, she angrily shouted, "Of course you are worried, but it's more like you're worried that I will get well." Catherine angrily said their evil plan. I already know your plan is after I die, you will put all the blame on Darlene. People like you who are afraid of death and live irresponsibly, I don't want to have anything to do with you. When I return to the capital, I will definitely tell my father the truth. Those evil people were terrified when they heard Catherine mention that she would tell the Duke. The leader Viscount Z thought to himself. Once she tells the Duke, his future will be over, he can't let her return. Thinking of this, he immediately put on a scared expression and shouted loudly, everyone be careful, this Catherine is fake. Seeing everyone frozen, he immediately began to manipulate their minds. Catherine's condition was very serious, and the healer who followed her on the ship had also said that her condition was already very dangerous. Even if she was cured, she would have to lie in bed for a long time to recuperate. How could she appear so soon and run around like this? She must be an imposter that Darlene and the West had arranged to shirk responsibility. The real Catherine was already dead. The remaining people listened to Z for a while, not really believing it, but they looked at each other and thought, this Z is really sinister, regardless of whether it is real or fake. As long as Catherine dies in Taeduong City, it will be fine. At that time they can put all the responsibility on Taeduong City Lord, they can both survive and keep their future. What a bunch of jerks, hanging out with each other. Thinking so, they chimed in, right, how could someone with such an illness recover, and moreover, they could walk again in just a few days, this must be fake. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of people rushed towards Catherine. Darlene rushed out to block Catherine. Looking at this group of ignorant people, she shouted, what do you want to do? This is Catherine, the Duke's daughter. Don't try to confuse black and white. The bald man with a fierce face rushed forward and pushed Darlene's head, causing her to fall down. His mouth kept cursing, Darlene, you are also an accomplice. I will arrest you and take you back to the royal capital to pay for your crimes. These shameless thieves, the Viscount continued, I will not allow anyone to tarnish Miss Catherine's name, let's quickly deal with these imposters. The wind suddenly blew up. The gate guard saw that the group of men were about to harm the two young ladies and immediately ran to stop them. What do you want to do? As soon as they approached, the two guards were thrown away by the blonde man's sword. Seeing an opportunity, Z rushed towards Catherine, swung his sword at Catherine, shouted loudly, the fake thing died. Catherine was scared and cried loudly, hugging Darlene tightly, her mouth kept shouting for help, save me. The sword was about to strike Catherine when a loud sound rang out. Standing in front of the two frightened girls was the Lord of Taeduong City. Lu Feng swung his sword, sending Z flying away. Lu Feng looked at the group of people who dared to cause trouble in front of the city lord's mansion, and in one fell swoop, he basically took care of these shameless royal capital nobles. Lu Feng sheathed his sword and looked at the group of people lying on the ground. He ordered the guards. Where are the men? Take these four to the police station. The two guards immediately obeyed and shouted. Understood. Catherine no longer looked scared and crying, instead her face was sparkling, looking at Lu Feng and exclaiming. Handsome, so handsome. The two words love boys are written on her forehead, sister. Lu Feng kindly approached and apologized, scaring the two of them. Only then did Catherine come to her senses. One of the guards was escorting the scoundrels away. Z still opened his mouth and shouted. No, don't treat me like that. I am Viscount Z, I must sue you. You are the murderer. Lu Feng worriedly looked at the two fragile ladies before him and asked, are you okay? Catherine quickly replied. No, thank you very much indeed. If you hadn't shown up, we would have been in trouble. On the outside, she was calm. But on the inside, Catherine was dancing. Oh my god, my heart was beating so fast. Could Lu Feng be my Prince Charming? The winter weather was cold and snowy. In the castle, the fireplace was always lit to keep warm. The fire flickered. The firewood crackled. Ellie carried a stack of documents. Walked to the desk. Asked Lu Feng, why isn't Uncle Buff here? Lu Feng replied. Buff has a cold. He's taking the day off today. Looking for him? Ellie put the heavy stack of papers on the table and replied with a thud. Oh, no wonder the hospital gave me the documents. Looking at the heavy stack of documents Ellie had just brought, Lu Feng secretly exclaimed. So many. Then he looked at the medical report open on the table. Said to Mina. The weather is too cold. The number of people with colds is increasing rapidly. The medicine stocked in the hospital is almost used up. Mina, you and Nicole go to the warehouse to get some medicine and take it to the hospital. Mina replied yes. Lu Feng continued. By the way, tell the doctor. If the patient's condition worsens, you must notify him immediately. Ellie was surprised to see Lu Feng so worried. Question. The weather is cold. Isn't it normal for the number of sick people to increase? Is there a need to be so worried? Lu Feng explained calmly. Of course, illnesses like the common cold are not something to worry about. But if it becomes an epidemic, it will be dangerous. Lu Feng's face was tense as he thought. The level of medical treatment in this world was still very backward. If it became an infectious disease and was not controlled from the beginning, then the Western city would be in danger. Although the medicine brought back from Earth last time was still there, it would eventually run out. In the future, the Western city would have more and more people. It seemed that the plan to build a medicinal garden would have to be accelerated. While Lu Feng was lost in thought, Ellie's eyes widened in wonder at the strange word she had just heard. Epidemic. What was an epidemic? The sound of children's voices broke the silence, attracting everyone's attention. Sister Via. It's so cold. Two rabbitkin walked over. The little girl in pink Sumi was complaining to her. Via was gentle. She replied softly. Be good. Let's go inside and have a cup of warm water and we'll be warm soon. Lu Feng looked at the little girl and said. The weather is getting colder and colder these days. Haven't tried the hot springs we made last time? Let's soak in the hot springs together tonight. It was dark, and the weather was getting colder. But in one place, hot water was flowing, and steam was rising. It was the hot spring that Lu Feng was talking about. The female beastmen were excited when they saw the hot spring in front of them. They exclaimed. The hot spring was so big. Everyone could take off their clothes and soak in it. The girls wore white bathrobes and walked towards the hot spring. The scenery here was magical, the warm yellow lights and rising steam made this place truly a fairyland. The Tauron girl smiled and threw her cloak open, revealing her toned, honey-colored body and seductive curves in a brown swimsuit. Next to her was the blue-haired rabbit Sumi, who also quickly took off her cloak and called out, Sister Dees, wait for me. Dees jumped hard into the pool, water splashed up, causing the people standing on the shore to suddenly exclaim, ouch. Not far away on the shore, sexy cat Mina in a black swimsuit, looked at Ellie shyly covering the person next to her, and laughed, everyone is comfortable, what are you covering for? Ellie covered her chest with her hands and replied sulkily, you evil cat, don't look at me like that. Avery hurriedly brought a scarf to cover Ellie and said, it's cold, princess. Put on your scarf quickly, don't catch a cold. Everyone was soaking in the pleasant hot water, Via said, so comfortable. Nicole, who was next to her, also agreed. That's right, on the other side, Dees and Sumi were happily playing around, splashing water towards Ellie, who was dodging. Ellie suddenly looked at the other two with a bullet-like gaze and said loudly, you want to play, right? Avery and I are on the same team. Avery seemed to not want to participate in this childish game and refused to answer, don't. Ellie continued to hold the ladle and splash water, laughing happily. Via looked at the children playing and said to Mina, children have good energy. Mina also agreed. That's right. She saw Ellie not tired at all. Before she could finish her sentence, a jet of water shot towards Mina, hitting her in the face, surprising her. Turning to look at the innocent child who was laughing loudly, the cat fell into the water. Continue speaking, be more mature. Mina was angry and shouted, Ellie, take your punishment. Ellie calmly replied, Hoof, who's afraid of who? Deesa's eyes were shining like stars, I'll play too. Lu Feng wore a bathrobe and walked towards the hot spring. Of course the hem of his robe was hanging loosely, revealing his toned body and six-pack abs. Hearing the question from the next room, Nicole didn't see Ellie anywhere and looked around, asking, why can't I see Flay anywhere? Vea looked around the pool and replied in surprise, that's right, wasn't she here just now? Lu Feng heard this and was surprised, then he looked down at the lake and saw Flay down there, water up to his mouth, blowing bubbles. Lu Feng looked at Flay speechless, and sure enough. Then he asked Flay, why are you here, shouldn't you go over there? Flay replied, there are too many people over there. Lu Feng said loudly, go to the next room, everyone doesn't need to look, Flay is over here. Hearing this, everyone had the same thought, wow, this Flay is so cunning. Lu Feng stepped down to the lake and looked at Flay and asked, what's wrong? Have you soaked in hot water before? Flay quickly replied, no, all bird people don't like water, if you soak in it, you won't be able to fly. The gentle moonlight shines, the starry sky twinkles, the space is hazy. Below the hot spring, Lu Feng and Flay soak together. Lu Feng looks at the little Flay submerged in the water and asks, besides the eldest sister, do you have any other friends? Flay was still blowing bubbles underwater, replying, yes, they were in Stone Pillar Mountain now. Hearing about the unfamiliar place, Lu Feng asked, is Stone Pillar Mountain far? Ellie replied, it would take a day. Lu Feng asked again, then it's very far, do you want to go back? Flay still had his mouth submerged in water, and replied, no, I don't want to go back at all, going back would only waste porridge. Lu Feng's face smiled slightly and replied, it's okay, stay here, I have a lot of porridge. Lu Feng turned around and said mysteriously, let's play a game. Flay was surprised when he heard that and asked back, play? Lu Feng replied, let's see who can hold their breath underwater longer. After speaking, Lu Feng opened his mouth to take a deep breath and then dived into the lake. Under Flay's surprised and puzzled gaze, the lake's surface became calm. Then from under the water, Lu Feng sat up, wiped the water off his face and said happily, "Phew. Great." Flay was attracted by the scene before his eyes, shining brightly, wowing. Then he immediately turned around and dived down like Lu Feng. Seeing that, he smiled gently and looked at Flay, saying, as expected of a child, still very playful. A period of silence passed. Lu Feng looked at the calm lake surface, called out to Flay, then he realized, could it be that the birdman couldn't swim? Lu Feng dove into the water and kept searching for Flay, calling his name. Lu Feng brought the unconscious Flay from the lake to the shore. He loudly called Flay, "Flay, don't." He called her hand and gave her artificial respiration, muttering, artificial respiration, she will definitely be fine." Lu Feng lifted Ellie's head, whose eyes were closed. Taking a breath, Lu Feng pressed his hand close to Flay's mouth. Hearing Lu Feng calling Flay urgently, the people from the lake nearby immediately ran over in panic and asked, "Young master, what's wrong? Come and see." But as soon as they reached the door, they were greeted by the sight of Lu Feng and Flay kissing. Their faces were blank, their eyes were dazed. A cough broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Flay was given artificial respiration by Lu Feng and just woke up, coughing up some lake water. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. "Good, that's great. You scared me so much." Flay remembered what Lu Feng had just done, raised his hand to his lips, and turned to ask Lu Feng with innocent eyes. "Sir, you want to marry me?" Lu Feng was stunned by this somewhat naive and silly question, and let out a gasp. Flay continued, "She said that if you kiss, you have to get married, very seriously." Lu Feng saw that and laughed out loud, waving his hands. "Ha ha ha, you are only 13 years old, you cannot get married." Seeing that Flay was still firmly of the opinion that 13 years old can get married, Lu Feng continued, Okay, you can only marry someone 18 years old or older, so you have to wait until you're 18. Flay happily replied, "Really?" "Yes." The beast women were just thinking about 18 years old. Vaya said to Mina. "It seems to be enough," and Ellie angrily shouted, "Hoo-hoo, still a little bit lacking." Beside her was Nicole, tears streaming down her face. The next day, outside the city lord's mansion, Lu Feng and Mina stood by the carriage ready to leave. Lu Feng looked at Ellie and Avery. Dee saw them off and said, "It's cold outside, go home, take care of the house, I'll be back soon." Seeing Ellie crying, Lu Feng gently told her, "Don't cry anymore, it's just a temporary separation so that we can reunite better next time. Only if you stay to maintain the overall situation can I leave with peace of mind, and it's not like I won't come back." Ellie's eyes were filled with tears. She looked at Lu Feng and replied, We will wait for you to come back." Lu Feng looked at Avery and said with confidence, "Avery, you and Dees both have great responsibilities. During the time I am gone, you must protect everyone and protect the western city." Avery replied, "Sir, don't worry, just leave the safety of the city to me." Dees continued, "Don't worry, sir, when you come back, don't forget to bring me delicious food." Lu Feng happily agreed. "Okay, I will have delicious food for everyone when we get back." Nicole sat in the carriage, watching everyone say goodbye and set off for Tanging City. She called out, "Young master, we have to leave." Hearing the call, Lu Feng replied, "Okay," and got into the carriage with Mina. The carriage slowly started moving. Ellie waved enthusiastically, shouting loudly, "Be careful on the road." At Fate Pizza, Lelissa was saying goodbye to Catherine and Darlene. Lelissa held their hands and told them, "Catherine, remember to write to me after you return to the capital." Catherine happily replied, "Yes, me too, remember to be more careful, don't let your identity be revealed." Lelissa replied, "Don't worry, if the secret is exposed, I will go to the royal capital to find you guys, let you guys take care of me." Hearing that, Catherine laughed. Darlene replied while laughing, "Taking care of 10 people like me is not a problem." The sound of a carriage interrupted the conversation of the 3 people. A carriage appeared. It turned out to be the carriage to pick up Catherine and Darlene. Lelissa realized it was time to say goodbye. She walked over and hugged her 2 younger siblings, saying, "You two go, don't keep the city lord waiting too long." Seeing the 2 people getting out of the car, Lelissa waved goodbye and drove carefully. Catherine silently wiped her tears and got into the car. At the suburban port, the sky was blue, the clouds were white, the sun was yellow, the weather was really pleasant, very suitable for a long trip. The carriage carrying Catherine and Darlene had just arrived, and Lu Feng was politely helping the 2 of them down from the carriage. A man, probably a boat engineer, happily reported, "City Lord. The boat construction blueprint you gave us is perfect. We didn't encounter any problems in the actual operation, it went very smoothly." Lu Feng helped the slightly surprised Darlene get out of the car and replied, "That's good. As soon as possible, it'll be done." The other person replied, "With the forest of the Yukam mountain range, and with the help of the soldiers, another boat should be completed by next spring." Darlene heard about Lu Feng's rapid progress in building the boat and was surprised to think he had completed the new boat so quickly, but he didn't say anything at that time. Seeing Darlene's thoughtful expression, Lu Feng asked, what's wrong?
Darlene woke up and calmly replied that it was nothing, causing Lu Feng to ask a big question. The sky was clear and the wind was blowing. The boat sailed smoothly on the emerald green sea, waves lapping against the side of the boat. Catherine looked happily at the fish that had just taken the bait, excited, she had caught another one. Darlene, who had not caught any fish, scolded angrily.
Catherine, keep your voice down, you scared my fish away.
Lu Feng looked at the angry girl and comforted her, saying, don't be impatient when fishing, your mind must be calm, only then will the fish be hooked. Before he finished speaking, Darlene shouted happily, the fish was hooked. Lu Feng looked at his empty fish basket and sighed silently.
He couldn't catch any fish and still tried to give advice.
Darlene held the blade in her hand and asked Lu Feng, Your Excellency Lu Feng, what did you just say? I didn't hear it. The question was full of smugness.
Lu Feng answered evasively, nothing, I just said you look very beautiful. Lu Feng's words made Darlene pause, thinking, what does Lu Feng mean? Why did he suddenly compliment me on my beauty? Could it be, he has some thoughts about me? No, that's impossible, but why?
At lunchtime, inside the cabin, a sumptuous dining table was beautifully laid out. Darlene looked at the delicious dishes being served by Nicole on the table and exclaimed, wow, this is so sumptuous, Nicole made it all, right? Nicole put the bowl of soup on the table and humbly replied, it was mainly because the fish everyone caught was very fresh, I just handled it casually. Everyone looked at the food being served and praised Nicole's talent. Darlene covered her mouth and laughed, Nicole, don't be so modest.
This is the first time I've eaten such fresh fish, Catherine continued, me too. I didn't expect Nicole's cooking skills to be so exquisite.
Mina didn't have time to praise, her hands quickly picked up all the dishes to enjoy, the cat's hobby was fish.
Lu Feng thought while eating, after traveling for so many days, calculating the time, they were almost at Tanging City. Time flew by and Lu Feng's boat arrived at Tanging City in no time. At the port of Dangung City, ships are bustling, this port is relatively large. Darlene and Catherine politely bowed to Lu Feng before saying goodbye.
Your Excellency Lu Feng, thank you for your care these days. Darlene continued, thank you very much, we are very happy. Lu Feng politely replied, I didn't do anything, if I have the chance, I will welcome you to Xiang City next time. Darlene and Catherine looked at each other and smiled meaningfully upon hearing that. They replied in unison, sure, then they said goodbye to Lu Feng and the others.
Then we'll return to the capital. Goodbye.
Hugging Nicole and Mina goodbye, the two left with a goodbye, take care, and be careful on the road. Suddenly, someone passed by and bumped into Nicole, causing her to be startled and almost fall.
Lu Feng quickly supported her, pulled her into his arms and asked, are you okay?
Only then did the two of them look towards the person they had just bumped into. It turned out to be a group of beastmen, wearing patched clothes. The person who had just bumped into Nicole turned around and coldly said, sorry. Nicole looked at these poor beastmen and wondered, this is, Mina immediately continued to explain, these people are beastmen slaves who must be sent to the slave market. Looking at the crowd, Nicole thought to herself, it turns out that other cities are not as nice as the western city. Lu Feng put his arm around Mina and Nicole and said, let's go into the city and find a hotel to stay at, we can talk about other things later. After drifting at sea for several days, everyone finally arrived at the port of Dangung City.
The waves were crashing, the crowd was bustling. After saying goodbye to Darlene and Catherine, Lu Feng's group quickly moved to the inn of Tanging City.
Oh my god, the group finally arrived at the biggest and best inn in Tanging City.
It was unbelievable.
Lu Feng exclaimed when he saw the inn.
This is the biggest and best inn in Tanging City.
Lu Feng stood in front of the inn with a bored face and shook his head. Mina and Nicole also linked arms, looking at each other without saying a word about this inn. Lu Feng's guard scratched his head and said with a silly smile.
Yes. Yes. According to my investigation, this is the biggest and best inn in Tanging City.
Oh dear.
Okay. Lu Feng replied.
Snow was falling coldly on the brown inn in Tanging. The horses outside the inn were also standing in their stables, cowering.
Lu Feng and the others walked into the inn. Nicole covered her mouth and whispered to Mina. This place stinks. Our western city is still cleaner.
As soon as they entered the inn, Lu Feng and the others heard some words about the heavenly kingdom from the guests in the inn's guest room.
It's true. I have a brother who went to the sea and saw the heavenly god. He told me.
Lu Feng thought to himself.
What is the heavenly god? The people in the inn continued. How could there be anything in the sky?
I see your brothers have had too much to drink.
The people in the inn continued to talk while enjoying their drinks. There are no items from the heavenly gods. How dare Count Tenge hold this auction? In my opinion, the heavenly gods definitely exist.
After Lu Feng heard this, he turned to speak to the guard Sink.
Sink, go and find out what the heavenly god is. Yes, young master, Sink replied to Lu Feng. At this time, at the fortress of Tanging. In the great hall of the fortress, Pulley had arrived. Tangay hurriedly greeted him. Pulley, you guys came early. I haven't even had time to prepare wine to welcome you. Pulley smiled and replied. I just heard from your excellency Tangay that there was news regarding the precious treasure of the heavenly kingdom, so I came here immediately. Count Tangay also happily replied to Pulley. Your excellency Pulley, how has your health been recently? The territory's income has doubled again, right? Tangay said this, his face and voice full of hidden meaning and a hint of sarcasm. Count Pulley also disdainfully curled his lips and replied. There is no need to say such polite words. Why am I here? Count Tangay must have an answer in his heart. Tell me quickly. What does the heavenly treasure look like? Pulley was now anxious, curious, and eager to see the heavenly treasure. His eyes widened, shooting straight at Count Tangay. Count Tangay replied without hesitation. Just calm down. You will know by tomorrow night's auction. Why rush? Humph, Count Pulley replied with a contemptuous laugh. Stop acting like this. Tell me, what is it? Let me estimate whether I have enough money. Count Tangay tensed slightly. He frowned, his eyes wide with murderous intent. Pulley's face suddenly turned pale. He said in panic, it's Amos' notebook. He thought fearfully in his mind. What? It's Amos's notebook. He's not kidding, is he? Count Tangay replied calmly. I've checked. It's definitely Amos's notebook. Pulley growled at Tangay. Your Excellency Tangay, stop bidding. Give it to His Highness the Fourth Prince. What? Count Tangay stared at Pulley. Pulley continued. Help the prince ascend to the throne. The prince who has the world in his hands will remember the kindness of Lord Tangay. At least he will be a grand count in the future. Count Tangay pretended to be bored. He crossed his arms and shook his head in response to Pulley. There was no other way. I had already announced everything. If I didn't bid, my reputation would be ruined. At this point, his eyes lit up. Well then, I'll take my leave first. I want to go and prepare a bit, Mr. Pulley. Please make yourself at home. Tangay then turned and left, his whole person exuding danger, deep in thought. He didn't expect Pulley to be the fourth prince's man. Then he ordered his subordinates. Spread the news about Amos's notebook. I want it to spread throughout the country before tomorrow night's auction. Understood, Mr. Tangay. At the Brown Inn, questions were running through Lu Feng's mind. He was bored, and suddenly looked at the dishes that were displayed in front of him. Oh my god, this is the best food in your inn. Really, I don't know how to swallow this. The waiter in the inn politely replied. Yes, sir. Lu Feng replied. Okay, take it down. You don't need to bring food up in the future, but I'll still pay for the meal, yes, the waiter bowed and replied. Nicole, after she couldn't finish eating the dishes on the table, also spoke up. Young master, we should still make our own food. After hearing that, Lu Feng suddenly had an idea. His eyes lit up and he quickly gave his idea. Let's cook instant noodles. I remember bringing some instant noodles here. Oh, it was unbelievable, the fragrant, spicy aroma. The bright red and yellow broth blended with the smooth, golden fat. The bright yellow noodles were long and crispy. On top of the bowl of noodles were pieces of tender, pink beef, along with some fragrant, smoky curry, and some fresh green lettuce leaves. Before he could finish describing, Mina and Nicole had already brought up the bowl of noodles and were eating them deliciously. Lu Feng had to say this when he saw this scene. Eat slowly, there's still a lot left in the pot, no one will eat all of yours. He thought to himself. He didn't expect instant noodles to be so popular with them. That's right, even I was addicted to them on Earth. Nicole said frankly. Young master, this kind of noodles is both delicious and convenient. Just open the package, boil water, and you will have a bowl of fragrant noodles. We can try selling it later, it will definitely be very popular. Lu Feng replied happily. Nicole is getting more and more thoughtful. Okay, after I get back, I will teach you how to make a delicious bowl of noodles. Then, recruit workers to make and sell. Yes, young master. Lu Feng continued, you must be tired after sitting on the boat for so long. Come here and rest for a bit. Lu Feng pointed to the short mat on the bed as he spoke. He continued, it's so dirty here. The mat we brought along isn't even enough. We can only sleep with 3 people. Nicole replied shyly, her face red. This doesn't seem to be good. Young master and Mina should rest first. I'll go clean up the dishes, Mina interrupted. It's not too late to clean up after you're done sleeping. Rest for a while. Nicole replied shyly. As soon as they finished speaking, the three of them were hugging each other on the cramped carpet. Everyone was so exhausted that sleeping seemed to be very good. While he was sleeping soundly, suddenly Guard Sync knocked on the door. "Young master, the Wolf Warrior investigation team staff is back." "Oh dear, just woke up." The three people yawned with their eyes half closed. Lu Feng replied to the guard. "Come in quickly." Guard Sync entered the room, stood up straight and reported everything. "My lord, all the intelligence has been gathered here." Lu Feng said, "You should tell the news from the heavenly god first." "Yes, my lord." Now everyone is talking about it outside. The divine item being auctioned this time is a book called Amos Notebook. "Huh?" Lu Feng asked with a dumbfounded face, "What is Amos Notebook?" "Yes, my lord," Sync continued. "It is said that there was a great knight named Amos who once went into the Forbidden Mountains and searched for the heavenly god. He recorded what he saw and heard during those 3 years. It is also the notebook Amos is in now." Lu Feng put his hand on his chin and asked everyone doubtfully. "Does everyone know the origin of this legend of the heavenly kingdom?" Nicole quickly replied, "Dad and I have been in the western city since we were young, so we don't understand much about these things." Mina replied, "I know a little bit. When I was young, my mother told me that the miracles of the heavenly kingdom had appeared several times in the human world. Many people saw a very large mountain peak appearing in the distant sky. Up there the sky is blue, the clouds are white, the sun is yellow, and there are many giant white birds flapping their wings." Nicole was surprised when she heard that. "Oh my god, huh, really?" That was hard to explain. As for Lu Feng, he sipped his tea, doubts appearing in his mind. The mountain peak appearing in the distant sky somehow sounded familiar. The guard also continued the conversation. "I also heard the boatman talk about it. He said he had seen a miracle of the heavenly kingdom appearing, and also the phantom image of a large mountain appearing in the sky." Huh, Lu Feng seemed to have discovered something at this moment. An illusion, could it be? Could it be an illusion? Mina saw this and asked, "Young master, what could it be? Could it be that you know about the heavenly kingdom?" Lu Feng slowly replied, "If he guessed correctly, the mountain peak that appeared in the sky was real. But the legend of the heavenly god is false. It's just a normal mountain peak, haha." Nicole was confused after hearing that. "Huh, what? Then why did a mountain peak appear in the sky? Only a god could do this." Lu Feng was still leisurely sipping his tea. He smiled back at Nicole. He wanted to say something but then thought, "I can't explain it to everyone here, this is a natural phenomenon caused by the refraction of light." Nicole saw Lu Feng's expression, clasped her hands in front of her chest and said firmly, "Young master, I believe you." Mina also put her hands in front of her chest and said firmly, "Lu Feng, I believe you too." Lu Feng laughed out loud and happily. Why did he feel so reluctant when he heard these words? Finished, he turned to seriously ask Guard Sync, "Okay, let's put the matter of the heavenly kingdom aside for now. Have you investigated the rules of the auction house yet?" Guard Sync answered loudly, "Yes sir, we have investigated." The Tanging City auction will be divided into 2 parts. The first part is for the Tanging City Lord to provide auction items and conduct the auction for everyone. The second part is for the individual participants to provide auction items. After that, everyone will put them up for auction, and the Tanging City Lord will provide a location for people to use. But, if you want to auction off what you bring, you just need to give Lord Tanging some money. Sync continued to speak calmly and clearly, regarding this second part, "My lord, the auction house will not be responsible for the authenticity of the auction items. The buyer will be responsible for the loss if he accidentally bids on a fake item. Finally, every year there will be a few people who will put up low-quality items for auction, deceiving quite a few people." Lu Feng immediately finished, put down the teacup on the table, and let out a sigh of relief. The rules of the second section of this auction are just right for us. We don't need to reveal our identities and can earn a large sum of money. Interesting, and besides, I've come up with a way to sell the wine at a higher price. Everyone go get your disguises on. Don't stand here and sigh at me, hurry up. At this moment, Lu Feng's guards urged each other. There are many magical methods of the city lord, don't forget our mission today is to spread the news about the divine wine, understood? Let's go. Guard Sync ordered everyone. Climb through the window. Be careful not to let anyone know. At this time, a guard disguised as a person from Tanging City pushed open the door of the inn's dining room. As soon as he entered, he heard several soldiers from Tanging City drinking beer and talking to each other. A soldier said, "Did you hear? This auction will have Amos's book." "Then it's going to be a big deal, isn't it?" the soldier sitting opposite replied. "Even if that noble finishes bidding tomorrow night, nothing good will happen. Hopefully it doesn't cause too much trouble, otherwise we'll be out cleaning up the mess." That's right, that's right. Hello, Lu Feng's guard, now disguised as a Tanging, walked in. He happily greeted the soldiers in a Western accent. Hello, two knights. May I ask you something?
The two knights turned to look at the disguised guard.
Who are you? The two knights asked.
The guard put a few gold coins on the table, looking like a scholar.
The guard continued. My family name is Graham.
I just heard you two talking about the Amos book, don't worry.
I don't mean any harm. See the gold coins on the table? They're so prestigious. I just want to ask you something. Both of you calm down and sit down.
A soldier shouted.
What's going on?
The guard smiled and slowly replied. It's also related to the heavenly god. My lord heard that Tanging City has an item called the heavenly god. The remaining soldier angrily tried to interrupt, but the guard did not let him speak.
He continued.
If you two already know about the heavenly god, my lord is willing to pay a large sum of money to buy intelligence.
Is there another item from the heavenly god?
The two knights turned around suddenly.
The guards pretended. You two don't know.
Sorry, please forgive me for disturbing you. A soldier quickly stepped forward to stop him.
Mr. Graham, don't go yet. Sit down and have a drink.
I'll treat you. At this moment, both knights stepped forward and sat beside the guard.
One of them continued.
That's right, what is this item related to the heavenly gods that you mentioned?
Can you tell us? On my word, we will keep it a secret.
Tell us, Graham. The guard was tired of having these two clinging to his shoulders for so long.
He said. Okay, but you two must remember to keep it a secret, not to reveal even a little bit, understand? Rest assured, absolutely certain, Mr. Graham.
The guard was now pensive, looking hesitant to speak.
The knight was in a hurry.
The new guard hummed.
He said.
I heard this from our lord. He knew of a piece of news with a special source.
That was, someone brought 3 bottles of wine discovered in the divine heaven into Tanging City.
Whisper it, I heard that the wine bottle was made of black glass.
The divine wine inside was a blood-red color. The two knights listened intently, extremely attentively.
They were imagining the mystery of the 3 wine bottles.
After hearing the story, the two knights hurried back to Tanging City.
At the hall of Count Tengay's mansion, he hurriedly reported to the Count the story that the two of them had heard from Lu Feng.
Count Tengay was stunned. What? The divine wine? The knight replied. Yes, Lord, the news of the divine wine has spread throughout the city.
Count Tengay thought to himself, buying the Amos book is something that the organization wants me to accomplish. After this matter is over, there is also a possibility that they will let me become a duke. If news of the divine wine gets out, the people might have doubts about the authenticity of the Amos book, leading to the price of the book dropping.
Tengay slammed his fist on the table. He screamed. Damn it! Which bastard dared to take advantage of me? Quick! Increase the patrol force in Tanging City and the security of the city gates.
If you see anyone who looks suspicious, immediately arrest the person who is promoting the divine wine.
Don't let the auction be affected. Listen carefully.
Also, thoroughly investigate for me who, exactly, is behind the dissemination of this news.
Once you find out, bring it back to me, okay? I want to see who would dare to spread this news in the territory I govern. Yes. Understood. The knight replied seriously. After the knight left, Count Tengay was so nervous that he was sweating. He thought to himself. I hope this doesn't affect your plans. Otherwise.
At the same time, at the Tanging City Inn, the deacon covered himself with a red cloak. He said to the bartender.
The divine wine.
It was a group of merchants who spread the news. The bartender replied calmly.
Yes. Sir Deacon.
After our men secretly followed, that person's movements were very fast, and he was also very experienced. He finally left them far behind.
The deacon snapped. Even you can't follow. Could it be the minions of the Black Hawk Tail?
The counterman calmly replied.
Sir, it's not like the style of the Black Hawk Tail organization.
Their movements are faster, more urgent, and more vicious. They have already harmed several people. The deacon fell into deep thought, holding his wine cup in his hand, thinking deeply.
He thought, could it be that the divine wine really exists? Has someone already found the heavenly god? No, that can't be true. How could the heavenly god that the organization had been unable to find for hundreds of years be found so easily?
The subdeacon ordered, keeping a tight watch on the Tanging City gate.
If you see anyone suspicious, arrest them for me. I will tell Tengay to coordinate the action. Yes, sir.
At this time, at Tanging City's Brown Hotel,
Guard Sink told Lu Feng, lord of the city, the communication effect was very good. Today, the people inside and outside the city were all discussing the matter of the divine wine. Lu Feng was delighted. Very good, very well done. There is one more thing, Sink continued. There is one thing, Lord. We were attacked last night, sir. Lu Feng was worried. How is it, is no one hurt? Sink replied. No, the enemy's numbers are not that many. Lu Feng asked doubtfully. Is it a knight? Sink replied. No, it was a group of people dressed in black, their skills were very good, they wanted to know the whereabouts of the divine wine, but in the end they were left far behind by us. Lu Feng exclaimed and praised. Good job, but the other party can have such a reaction speed, then their background is definitely not simple, don't turn the boat around in the sewer. Sink replied. Yes, I will tell the brothers below. And Lord, there is one more thing. Today, the knights in the city caught some commoners discussing the divine wine, trying to control the rumors. Should we take any action? Lu Feng pondered and calmly replied. The news once spread would not die down so easily. It was time to fold one's arms. The more important mission is tonight. Tonight, after the auction ends, there will definitely be violence. Mina is on duty. You pay attention to arranging people outside the auction, if there is anything, support her. In addition, send a few more people to cover our retreat outside the city. Yes, understood, my lord. The next evening, at the auction hall of Tanging City, Count Tenge enthusiastically welcomed all the nobles. Welcome to all of you who have gathered here for this auction. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the hall turned to look towards the main entrance of the hall. A graceful, gentle hand of a certain noble lady was gently entering the hall. A noble prince, holding hands with a beautiful princess, was standing in front of the main gate. Everyone was wondering, wasn't this person the prince of some country? He was dressed so splendidly, even the knight's armor was shining. So cool. A few people continued to discuss excitedly throughout the audience. Of course, at most it was the heir of a great noble family. The temperament was truly too noble, the young lady beside him was very beautiful. Who knows, she might even be a princess. Everyone around kept talking very excitedly. Everyone made way for the two people of unknown origin to enter. In the auction hall, the atmosphere was bustling and solemn. Count Tenge greeted everyone very solemnly. Hello, I am Count Tenge, the lord of Tanging City. A few people below greeted back in a flurry. Hello, sir, the one who initiated this auction. Unexpectedly, there were even distinguished guests attending, which really made everyone present proud. At this time, the noble young master spoke up, while traveling. Coincidentally passing by here, heard that there was a book of Amos from the heavenly gods here, so conveniently stopped by to take a look. Hopefully it wasn't a hoax, the noble young lady was still holding the young master's arm and laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. Count Tenge hurriedly spoke up. How could that be? He waved his hand, thinking to himself. This atmosphere, this tone, was definitely that of a prince from some kingdom. Then the count ran towards the young master, flattering and sweetly saying, Distinguished guest, please follow me. On this side there is a row of seats reserved for distinguished guests like you. Count Tenge then led the two noble young masters into a luxurious-looking room. These young masters and young ladies were none other than Lu Feng and Nicole in disguise. At the same time, in a corner of the hall, Mina was dressed in black, wearing a mask to help her carry out her mission. She didn't pay attention, her hand touched the wooden box causing a noise. At the same time, on the opposite wall, she discovered another person. This person also saw Mina. She gripped the sword in her hand tightly, preparing to attack the person opposite. The other guy also had a thought when he saw Mina. Someone came before me, could it be that they came to investigate the news about the divine wine like me? If he attacked her now, the auction would definitely be affected. He frowned and stared at Mina, thinking. Just wait first, if she affected his plans, it wouldn't be too late to attack. Mina at this moment, her hand holding the sword, she also thought to herself. The young master had said that his mission this time was mainly to sell wine. If he acted rashly, he might ruin the young master's plan. After thinking, she put down the sword. Turning towards the hall, where Lu Feng was sitting in the VIP seats, Pulley hurried over. He said, Sorry, I'm late. Pulley wiped his sweat and panted as he asked Lu Feng. Excuse me, who are you? Before Lu Feng could reply, Pulley stood up and greeted him in a flattering manner. Your Highness, right? I am Count Pulley. I never thought Count Tenge would invite such a big shot like you to attend this auction. Lu Feng seemed to not care and said lightly, Hello. Nicole, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but smile because she couldn't help but feel Pulley's expression. Suddenly, Lu Feng thought, Pulley? Could this be Count Pulley? He is Baron Homa's father. While lost in thought, Nicole covered her mouth and smiled at Lu Feng. Young master is so naughty, other people call you prince. He greeted so warmly, and yet the prince calmly responded to them so gently. As she spoke, Nicole held back her laughter. At this moment, the stage suddenly lit up brightly. On the stage was Count Tenge. He spoke loudly. Ladies, gentlemen, nobles. Welcome to today's auction. Now, let today's auction begin. Everyone below applauded loudly. Count Tenge continued. Please, gentlemen, nobles, look at our first auction item. Introducing. This is a knight's sword made by a dwarf blacksmith from the far north. It has a history of 100 years. It is a very interesting collectible. The starting price is 30 silver coins. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone in the hall below started to make noise. Dwarf blacksmith. I bid 31 silver coins. I offer 40 silver coins. At this point, no one bids more. Yes, Count Tenge announced. If no one bids more, I will give you this sword. 40 silver coins, deal. The next item is. The next item was continued. While Count Tenge above was continuously presenting items, everyone below was still making offers and closing deals, while Lu Feng below was yawning. Count Pulley saw this and asked. Your Highness. Your Highness, is there nothing here that interests you? Lu Feng smiled and replied. The things in the western city are better than the things here. It seems that this auction is just to deceive the nobles who don't have much money. Pulley was stunned after hearing this. He thought to himself. This person with good eyesight is definitely not something a prince from a small country could have. Could it be a big country in the east? On stage, through the long line of items, Count Tenge now loudly announced. Today there is the last item for auction. Let me introduce. The Amos book. As he spoke, Tenge held up the dark red book for everyone to admire. He continued. You all know the Amos book, right? I will not introduce its origin. I know many people doubt the authenticity of this book. To prove it, today, I will read a page from the book for everyone to hear. The hall below began to whisper. Count Tenge on stage began to read. Today is my 170th day of searching for Mount Olympus. I have found a miracle. A lake of 5 colors. Absolutely no one would dare to believe it. A lake of 5 colors. The upper half of the lake is emerald green. Tenge continued to read with great interest. The water at the bottom of the lake is orange-red. The left side is blue. The right side is green. The middle is yellow. Looking far away. All there is a lake of 5 colors with brilliant colors. Each lake is different. I decided to rest here for the night. I will continue tomorrow. I have a feeling that I am very close to the kingdom of heaven. Everyone in the hall was in an uproar. Oh my God, how could there be such a lake? Is it a place where gods and goddesses bathe? The others were also talking excitedly. It was unbelievable. Could the things recorded in the Amos book be real? Some other nobles also chimed in. This was definitely the real Amos book. Lu Feng sat in the VIP seats, lost in thought. A 5-colored lake. Geography, temperature, and refraction could all create this phenomenon. It was simply the work of nature. He continued thinking. People in this era were truly superstitious. They would drag gods into everything. On stage, Count Tenge quickly closed his notebook. He said, after listening to the content of this page, whether the Amos book is real or not, everyone will judge for themselves. Now I will set the starting price. The starting price of this Amos book is 300 silver coins. Immediately, in the hall. 500 silver coins. 700 silver coins. I bid 800 silver coins. Everyone was competing to bid to get this Amos book. Only the prince sat in silence. Pulley saw this and turned to ask. Your Highness won't bid? He asked and thought again. If the prince makes a move, the silver coins in my hand might not be enough to auction this book. The hall continued to be chaotic. 900 silver coins. 950 silver coins. Lu Feng slowly replied to Pulley. I was just interested. Besides, I didn't bring much money on this trip, so I didn't plan to participate in this auction. Pulley was secretly pleased. Then I will take action. Lu Feng replied. Please, sir. Count Pulley stood up abruptly and shouted, I bid 1,300 silver coins to auction this Amos book. The entire auditorium fell silent. No one spoke. Count Tenge shouted from the stage. 1,300 silver coins. Anyone else raise the price? 1,300 times 1.1, 300 times 2.1, 300 times 3. Transaction successful. Congratulations on the day Count Pulley got the Amos book. Pulley told everyone to make way. He walked up to the stage with dignity and joy to receive the book. Everyone sitting below was whispering. These bastards absolutely had no good intentions. Tonight we would definitely see bloodshed. Pulley got the book, Amos thought to himself. He nodded as he thought. We must leave here by boat early tomorrow morning. Give this to the fourth prince. It is not safe to stay in this castle. On stage, Count Tenge spoke loudly. Everyone, the first phase of today's auction has ended. The remaining time is free bidding. Everyone, please do your bidding. With that, with a whoosh, all the candles in the hall went out. The room suddenly became dark. Everyone was panicking. What's going on? What happened? Where are the guards? Protect the count? The pulley in the dark was panicking. Protect me and the book. He kept looking around, trembling and holding the Amos book tightly. Lu Feng smiled leisurely. Boom, boom. Mina appeared on stage, looking mysterious. She shouted down. Ladies and gentlemen, I come from the immortal sect, I have no ill intentions. Everyone below looked at each other in confusion. Mina continued. I came here today just to sell these 3 bottles of magic wine. As she spoke, she slowly brought 3 bottles of wine forward. Mina put on a mask, covered her whole body, and placed the bottle of wine on the table. Everyone below was noisily discussing. One person questioned. The one who said that wine was divine wine, then it was divine wine. How do we know if you are a liar? Another person agreed. That's right, we won't believe it unless you let us taste it. The man who was watching Mina from outside saw the situation. He was surprised and regretful. He thought the divine wine was on her. The immortal sect was an organization of the heavenly gods. If he had known, he would have done it earlier. Mina saw that everyone was suspicious and agreed. Of course, he could taste it. She slowly opened the bottle cap. The mysterious voice said. However, only the person who bids for this divine wine will be qualified to taste it. As she spoke, Mina poured out the wine. A stream of shimmering, blood-red liquid flowed out from the wine bottle. It slowly flowed into a transparent glass on the table. Everyone in the auction hall witnessed the scene. Everyone's eyes lit up like stars. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. Oh my god, the color is so beautiful, it really is divine wine. Count Tenge was filled with astonishment, this glass cup was crystal clear and shiny. It was truly rare, the wine was as smooth as jade, it could have really come from the heavens. The Count's eyes widened in surprise, determined to obtain this item. However, the people below still did not quite believe it. Someone raised their hand and asked, what is so special about this wine? Mina explained that this wine can calm the mind and nourish the body and mind. The most important thing is. Mina paused for a moment, picked up the glass, shook it gently and said, it can fight aging and prolong life. Count Tenge's pupils shook as he thought, maybe he could fight old age. The other nobles were also shocked, their mouths gaping and shouting, impossible. Another person saw that the person beside him did not believe it, pointed at the wine and said, but look at the color of the wine. Everyone was discussing the uses of this bottle of wine, when Mina raised her glass high and shouted, the starting price was 300 silver coins. Count Tenge raised his hand and bid, 400 silver coins. Another shouted, 4550. Lu Feng sat above, seeing everyone's enthusiasm, he also raised his hand and answered happily, 600. Lu Feng's face had a calm expression, as if this was a very small amount of money. Count Pulley heard this, his face darkened with anger and annoyance, but he said nothing. After thinking for a while, he raised his hand and shouted, 700 silver coins. Hearing this, the entire hall jumped up, their mouths wide open in surprise. This was not a small sum of money, and they were moved, the Count was really willing to spend. The auctioneer's voice rang out, 700 silver coins, the transaction was successful. The Count happily walked up to the stage, took the wine bottle and wine cup from Mina's hands. He spoke in a triumphant and arrogant voice, those 2 bottles of divine wine, I will also bid 700 silver coins, I am sure there will be no higher price. Mina thought, selling is selling, as long as the price is high, she nodded and said, okay. Hearing the other party's response, the Count smiled happily, already planning for the 3 newly purchased bottles of wine. He thought, 1 bottle will be kept for himself, the other 2 will be given to the organization, my position as Duke is secure. The wine arrived, the Count picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Suddenly, his eyes widened, his pupils shook, his expression filled with disbelief. But then his facial muscles relaxed, and his whole body exuded happiness and satisfaction. The Count smiled and exclaimed, worthy of being the divine wine, it was truly delicious. He felt that with the delicious taste of the divine wine, spending so much money was worth it. Price really goes hand in hand with quality. Seeing Count Tenge enjoying the divine wine, the people below were sure that this wine was very good. They looked at each other, full of dissatisfaction. There were clearly 3 bottles, but the Count refused to give them to the others, and only knew how to monopolize them all. After the transaction was done, Mina was receiving the money from the Count. From afar, among the crowd of bidders, there was a person with an angry face, gritting his teeth, looking towards Mina. He stood up abruptly, his eyes like bullets, pointed at the stage and shouted, "Catch that woman for me." He also offered an extremely attractive reward: whoever caught her, I would give 100 silver coins. After he finished speaking, many people suddenly shouted, "I will give 3 silver coins, capture her. I want to know where the elixir came from." Others were not weak and said, "I will give 6 coins. Someone offered a higher price, "I will give 10 coins, capture her." The hall became chaotic. From outside, a group of soldiers rushed in, swords raised, running forward. Mina had expected this situation and took out a smoke bomb, coldly snorted, and said, "Humph, humans are both greedy and stupid." Mina's finger pulled the bomb pin and threw it to the ground. The bomb fell to the ground, releasing a white smoke that covered the entire hall. Everyone in the smoke didn't know what was happening, coughing. Some people were surprised by this scene and asked, What is this?" Some people had smoke in their eyes, saying, "My eyes are stinging, I can't see anything." Others covered their eyes with their hands, but still didn't forget to curse. This woman was casting a spell, killing her. The soldiers rushed forward, swords slashing at Mina. As soon as the sword was slashed down, Mina jumped up, stepping on the enemy's sword. To the shock of the sword-wielding soldier, she turned around and kicked the soldier beside her. That soldier received a kick to the face and flew out, hitting the soldiers behind him, causing them to fall on top of each other. Then another swish, Mina jumped out to run away. Meanwhile, Count Pulley's eyes were irritated by the smoke bomb, and he was coughing. He hugged Amos's notebook tightly and shouted at the soldiers, "Quickly escort me out, you must protect Amos's notebook." Both the Count and his soldiers were surrounded by smoke, unable to get out. He shouted, "Who stole my Amos book?" Lu Feng and Nicole were wearing gas masks so they were not affected by the smoke bomb. Lu Feng held Nicole's hand and said, "It's almost chaos, we should go home." Nicole held Lu Feng's hand and replied, "Yes." Then the two of them walked out of the chaotic auction hall hand in hand and went home. Leaving behind was the chaos, echoing with Count Pulley scolding and shouting. He shouted, "Damn it, don't go, give me back the notebook." On the way, Nicole couldn't help but worry about Mina, so she asked Lu Feng, "Is Mina really okay?" Lu Feng reassured her, "Don't worry, she will be okay." At this moment, Mina was running away from the pursuit. The soldiers behind her were running fiercely after her. While chasing them, they shouted, "Catch her, don't let her run away, she is the auctioneer of the divine wine of the heavenly god." One of them added, "Moreover, she also has 2,100 gold coins on her, if we catch her, it will be ours." Hearing this, many unrelated people ran after them, joining in the chase. If they caught them, they would also get a share. Mina turned her head to look behind her, secretly sighing, "Why are there so many more?" Mina ran to a small alley. From the rooftops on both sides of the street, the guards jumped down to support Mina. They quickly dealt with the soldiers. Captain Sink apologized while fighting, apologized to Mina. As if remembering something, he continued, "Fairy lady, we're late." After saying that, he ordered his subordinates to eliminate them all. They couldn't let them go to the riverbank and expose the young master's identity. Everyone answered in unison, "Understood." Then there was the sound of banging, popping, cracking, and groaning. Mina and the guards ran towards the riverbank. As they walked, Mina suddenly felt some movement and shouted, "Wait!" Then she stopped and told the people behind her, "Someone is following us." The 3 people behind looked at each other, their eyes cold and full of murderous intent. At the wasteland of Tenzing City, Mina and the 4 guards looked around warily, saying, "Someone is following us." Then with a bang, from where the 4 people were standing, a beam of light shot out, and the 4 people seemed to fly in 4 directions at a speed that ordinary people could not see. From behind that rock not far away, the man covered his body, seeing this scene, wondered, where are those people? He had followed Mina's group from the auction to here, but he lost them. He just looked out, the golden ear heard the sound of sword. A guard suddenly appeared from nowhere, his sword slashing at him. He noticed it and quickly dodged, but as soon as he jumped to the side, another guard swung his sword down from above him. He stood there in shock, dumbfounded by the unexpected attack. The beautiful captain slashed his sword, blood flowing from his body. Just injured, he seemed to regain his spirit and quickly ran away. When Sink's group saw this face, they suddenly felt familiar. Captain Sink seemed to remember, saying, "I met you in the tavern." He saw that the Sink group recognized him and shouted threats, "Stop wasting words, where did you get the divine wine?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mina slashed at him with her sword. He dodged, but another person attacked, but he dodged again and again. Sink was annoyed when he saw how annoying he was and said, "Damn it." Suddenly Sink smirked and said, to be honest, he's quite a pro, it's just that. Then he looked back and continued, don't you realize that one of us is missing? From behind him, Nyodai held his sword and slashed down. He didn't have time to pay attention and was hit. Bang, he was hit. After a while, he was tied up and lying unconscious on the ground. Mina also recognized him and said, I met him on the rafters at the auction house, bring him back for the young master to decide. The other three nodded in agreement, yes. At the wasteland of Tenzing City, at the seaport, all the boats were gathered here. The sound of the boat setting sail rang out. On the boat, Lu Feng and his group were talking to each other. Mina and the guards had just finished their mission and returned to the boat to greet Lu Feng. Mina said, hello young master, Sink said, hello young master. Lu Feng saw that everyone had returned safely and replied with relief. Thank you for your hard work. Were there any accidents on the way? Sink heard this and reported the situation. There was a knight chasing after them in the auction house and it was resolved, but there was a person claiming to be from the Bounty Guild and was captured by us. Lu Feng sat down and asked curiously, Bounty Guild? Seeing that Lu Feng did not know about this association, Mina explained. The Bounty Guild is where hunters and assassins trade quests, or accept quests. As long as you have money, come to the Bounty Guild, anyone can find the most suitable person to complete the mission for them. Lu Feng touched his chin and thought, saying, that is to say, he could hire members of the Bounty Guild to follow him. Mina's face darkened, her voice serious as she analyzed. Yeah, I just doubt the Bounty Guild, it's just his stealth tactics. With his skills, the Bounty Guild should be at least in the top 20. But in the top 20, there is no one with such unique characteristics. Lu Feng couldn't help but wonder about his identity after hearing Mina's analysis. Then he ordered, then just lock him up for a few days and interrogate him to find out who he really is. Then Lu Feng turned to Nicole and said, Nicole, tell the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous meal to treat everyone. Nicole nodded and said, yes. Sink saw that he had nothing more to do and said goodbye to Lu Feng. Then he went out, leaving the private space for Mina and Lu Feng. The other two had left. Mina's face was beaming, her voice was cheerful, she stepped forward to claim credit. She opened the gold coin box and said, young master, your gold coin. Lu Feng saw the gold coin box and Mina's expression, then happily took the coin box. Suddenly Lu Feng put the box of gold coins on the table, stood up, and walked over to hug Mina. Mina's face was red with happiness, but she suddenly realized she hadn't showered yet, so she quickly pushed Lu Feng away and said, young master, I'm dirty. Lu Feng reached out to stroke Mina's hair, his voice filled with concern and love as he said, what nonsense are you talking about? You've worked hard this time. Mina was so concerned by Lu Feng that she didn't push him away anymore but hugged him tighter, happily replying, I'm very happy to be able to help the young master. Lu Feng put his hands around Mina's face, looked at every detail on her face, and said, okay, let me see my little kitten, you're looking forward to it too, go take a bath first. Mina's face became even redder as she shyly pushed Lu Feng away to go take a shower. As if remembering something, Mina turned her head and said, oh, I almost forgot about this. Mina then took out a red notebook from her pocket, this is Amos's notebook. She smiled and handed the book to Lu Feng, young master, this is also very expensive at auction, and I saw that you looked interested, so I took it. Mina then put on a face like a cat that still needs a reward. Lu Feng saw Mina's cuteness, so he raised his hand to Mina's head as if to reward her and stroked it. He didn't forget to warn her that it was very expensive, and that she shouldn't take such risks again next time. Mina nodded in agreement after being patted on the head. Hearing Lu Feng say to go take a shower, she happily walked out. After Mina went out, Lu Feng opened the notebook to read. When it was time for dinner, all the food was ready on the table, Lu Feng was still studying the book. Nicole saw that it was time for dinner and urged Lu Feng, young master, it's time to eat. Lu Feng put the book aside, nodded and said, okay. Feeling satisfied, this Amos's diary is quite interesting, just like adventure novels. It's been a long time since he read such a good novel. Nicole saw her young master reading so attentively. She asked, young master, are you going to find the gods of heaven? I see that you seem to be very interested in this Amos diary. Lu Feng replied, if it's an expedition, then going on a trip wouldn't be a problem. Nicole asked eagerly, then young master can take me with you? I can cook for you. Although she said that, in her mind she was already thinking of the prospect, the road to the heavenly country was full of dangers, and once she got to the heavenly country, she might never be able to return. Lu Feng heard that and smiled and replied, okay, when the time comes, I will take you along. He thought helplessly, does that little girl Nicole really believe that angels really exist? Mina saw that and raised her hand, me too, I want to go too. Lu Feng could only agree, saying, okay, let's go together then. A noise was heard, Niu Dai looked panicked, he entered to report, City Lord, there is a disturbance at the riverbank. Lu Feng and the others were surprised and went out to the deck to look. Niu Dai stood by and explained. They heard that Count Pulley had ordered a search of all the ships, probably looking for Amos's notebook. The boats in the harbor were on fire. Count Pulley shouted, urging his subordinates, "Find them for me, if you can't find them I will burn them to death." Lu Feng looked at this scene and said, "I'm afraid it's not just a note, they want to take the opportunity to find that person." Mina said from the side, "Fortunately the young master is smart, he left the port early." Lu Feng was praised but not happy, thinking in his mind, "How could I not be smart? You and your notes are all on that boat." Looking at the burning boat, lighting up the sky, Nicole said, "They were too much, even if they lost something, they couldn't burn someone else's boat like that." There was a loud shout, "Lord of the city, a letter has arrived from Xi'an City." Nicole took the letter and read it. The young master, Miss Ellie, said Flay was disobedient and refused to go to school. Lu Feng sighed and replied, telling her that if she didn't study properly, she wouldn't be able to go to heaven. Also, tell Ellie a few words, we'll be back a few days late. Nicole was curious, a few days late, where does the young master want to go? Lu Feng looked into the distance and said, going to Blackwater City. Nicole standing behind still didn't understand. Blackwater City is a small city, with only 2,000 people. Located at a branch of the Yu River, next to the Blackwater River. After winter, the surface of the Blackwater River will freeze. No boats can pass through, and Blackwater City will become an isolated city. Although the lord of the city, Baron, is a very good person and loves the people of the city. But the land of Blackwater City was barren, and before winter came, bandits came to plunder it again. The food reserves were not enough for them to get through the harsh winter. A spear was stabbed into the water, but missed, the fish swam away. The girl held the spear and groaned, but missed. She was the daughter of the barren city lord. The girl was worried and sad, her father had been depressed about food lately. But in the middle of winter, the other cities refused to sell food, and Blackwater City was not rich either. I originally wanted to go to the river to try my luck and see if I could catch any fish to make my father happy. On this side, she couldn't catch any fish, but on the other side, Mina kept catching fish. Mina called out, "Young master, I caught fish again." The city lord's daughter was annoyed by this contrast. Who would have thought that not only could she not catch any fish, she would also encounter a group of strange people. Not far away, Lu Feng's group was setting up camp and lighting a fire to grill fish. Mina brought back a bunch of fish and said as she walked, "Young master, these fish are so stupid. Just catching them randomly is enough, there's no achievement at all." The city lord's daughter felt her heart bleed when she heard this. This was too much. "I waited for 3 hours and still couldn't catch a single fish." She caught a bunch of fish just for playing around, but she also said the fish were stupid. Then wouldn't I be even more stupid than those fish? Ignoring the other side, the girl was still hurt and depressed. This side had a different atmosphere. Nicole brought a plate of grilled fish, inviting young master, the grilled fish is done." After speaking, she placed the fish on the table. Lu Feng took the plate of fish, thanked her, and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Feng saw the girl over there and called out to her, inviting her to eat together. "Miss over there, if you don't mind, come over here and eat together." The girl immediately shouted at Lu Feng and his group. "I told you, our Blackwater City doesn't have any surplus food, don't even think about trying to get your hands on me." Lu Feng calmly replied, "I just want to hear a little about the situation in Blackwater City." Lu Feng even used fishing techniques to convince the little girl. "Mina's fishing techniques, if you want to learn, I can teach you." The girl heard him say that and thought, although it sounds very attractive, but there is no such thing as a free cake falling from the sky, he must have other intentions. But, if we learn that fishing skill, the food shortage in our village can be solved. After thinking, the girl decided to say, "Then I'll bother you." Although she said that, she thought in her head, "I want to see what your intentions are." Lu Feng asked, not knowing how to address this young lady. The girl replied, "My name is Huron." Hearing this, Lu Feng also introduced himself, "My name is Lu Feng, these two are Nicole and Mina." Nicole also did not forget to invite Huron to eat fish. "Miss Huron, please try my cooking." Huron thanked him, then picked up a piece of fish and put it in her mouth. As she ate the fish, her eyes lit up. In my head I was happy, "Oh my god, this must be the best fish I've ever eaten." Lu Feng saw Huron eating so deliciously, so he laughed out loud and asked, "Miss Huron is the daughter of the Blackwater City Lord, right?" Huron was startled, stood up, and glared at Lu Feng defensively. "How did you know?" Lu Feng leisurely picked up the cup of hot tea and drank it, then said, "The clothes she was wearing were not something that ordinary people could wear." She was stunned, as if realizing something, and apologized. "Sorry, I was a bit rude." Lu Feng introduced himself, "I am the city lord of Xi'an City." Then he said the purpose of his visit was to find the city lord of Heishui City to discuss cooperation. Huron was surprised, he was the lord of Xi'an City. In the past half year, many merchants were bragging about the good things about Xi'an City. He didn't expect the Lord to be such a young person. But she didn't know what his purpose was in coming here, so she asked. She didn't know if the Lord of Taeduong City wanted to find my father, what kind of cooperation he wanted to discuss. Miss Huron, do you know much about the Saharan steppe? Are there many sheep there? Huron thought for a moment and then answered. As far as I know, there is a tribe of beastmen in the steppe. They raise a lot of sheep, and the price is much cheaper than other tribes. In the summer, my father sends someone to buy them. Lu Feng asked further, how far is that tribe from Blackwater City, and what kind of person is their leader? Huron recalled that tribe and replied, not far, if we go by boat it will take 3 days. It's just that the target is quite mysterious, we have never met their leader before, heard that she is a female beastman. Lu Feng heard this and shook hands with Huron, saying, today I am discussing cooperation, hoping that Heishui City can transport lamb from the Sahara to the Yushui River for me, where my ships are waiting. I can use food as a reward to pay Heishui City. Lu Feng analyzed in his mind, from Heishui City to the Yushui River, the carriage only needed 1 day, plus it was winter now, transporting the lamb from Heishui City to Shiyang City would take 4 to 5 days, this was the fastest and safest route. Huron was happy, smiling widely, eyes shining, food. Lu Feng added, although Blackwater City has enough manpower, but we don't have that many horses, relying on human power to transport, I'm afraid it will be difficult to complete the mission. I will negotiate with the tribe about the horse issue, everyone just needs to send a few people to transport the meat over here, at that time I will send a sled over to help everyone. Huron happily shouted back, if that's the case, I can agree with you on behalf of my father. Suddenly someone came to reporting to the young master. Lu Feng turned around and asked curiously, what? Nyo De raised his hand to salute, respectfully replied, from the direction of Blackwater City, there was a group of people holding weapons, charging towards us. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone heard footsteps. Appearing before their eyes was a man wearing a fur coat and white hair. He held a sword and led a group of soldiers towards Lu Feng. He roared fiercely and charged forward, determined to save Huron. Everyone following behind also shouted in unison, to save Miss Huron. A group of people rushed forward like a storm. Nyo Dai and his group stood up first, raised their swords to defend, and shouted loudly, protect the city lord. Suddenly Huron jumped in between to stop them. Huron said, wait a minute. The leader asked with a dumbfounded face, Huron, are you okay? Huron was angry and scolded his stupid father, Father, what are you doing? They are guests from the western city. The city lord was confused and didn't understand anything, his head was full of questions, and he let out an huh sound. After a long explanation, the city lord understood the situation. As he was about to leave, Lu Feng added that this time he came to discuss cooperation, mainly because he hoped that Blackwater City could write a letter of introduction for me to send to the leader of the Saharan steppe tribe. And also transport the sheep that Taeduong bought to Yutui Lake. The lord of Blackwater City nodded in agreement, not forgetting to apologize for what happened earlier. So that's how it is, I misunderstood Lu Feng, I'm really sorry. I was rude just now, I hope you won't take it to heart. The two shook hands and said, it's nothing, he also did it out of love for his daughter. The lord of Blackwater City also said that after I return to the city, I will write a letter and send someone to deliver it. The two nodded, okay. After saying goodbye to Lu Feng's group, the father and son looked at each other. The city lord saw that his daughter was still looking into the distance, so he teased her, what about this Lu Feng? He's both strong and rich. If it were him, I would agree to let him marry me off. Huron blushed and said, Dad, stop teasing me. I'm not at the point where no one wants to take me. Then Huron felt embarrassed and left his old man behind. The city lord was still joking, but I'm already 19 years old, I can't be gentle, I like sword dancing, using weapons. Huron couldn't help but angrily reply, I don't listen, father, stop joking. Meanwhile in Shiyang City, in the study of the city lord's mansion, Your Highness the Princess, please rest for a while. You haven't had a proper rest for more than 10 days, Avery with worried eyes placed a cup of water on the table and advised Ellie. On the desk was a pile of papers, Ellie was writing frantically, don't rush, there's still one more official document I'll finish and then rest. Your Highness, an hour ago you said the same thing to me. Avery said, but there seemed to be a soundproof screen around Ellie now. Ellie didn't say anything else, which made Avery just sigh. Ellie picked up a piece of paper and read. Oh, Taeduong City, recently there was a rumor that Phina City has spirit slaves. No, this is a seductive rumor. Ellie quickly took the paper and turned back to Avery to give the order. Avery, help me go to the police station and give this letter to Fu Zi. He should be on duty today. Tell him to immediately dispatch people to arrest him. We must eliminate the source of the rumor before the rumor spreads. Avery quickly took the letter of order and ran away. In the room, only Ellie was left, her hands propped on the table, her face full of tense, hateful thoughts. Rumor has it that she was seducing someone, a spirit. But does the Western City have spirits? Or is it spreading in the nearby cities?
The young master will return tomorrow, hopefully nothing major will happen.
Elsewhere, in a rented room in the West City.
A man in orange said to the man sitting next to him. These past few days, we have been spreading rumors in so many cities, surely quite a few elves have flown to Fena City. The man in brown sitting next to him chuckled and replied.
We have completed the mission extremely well. After returning, our positions in Black Iris might even be higher. We may not be promoted, but the management will definitely give us a reward.
The elites that the nobles in the organization don't need might be rewarded to us.
That would be great. I've grown up this long and have never seen such a good thing, ha ha ha.
The two men were talking and drinking, their faces red with drunkenness, not noticing that there was a figure behind them who heard the whole story.
You're too embarrassed. I was too early.
Suddenly an arrow flew straight and hit the orange shirt guy's neck, killing him before he could even yawn.
The brown-clothed man on the opposite side turned pale with fear.
He turned around and saw Lelisa, holding a bow in her hand, her body filled with black aura, slowly walking towards him. The brown-clothed man panicked and tried to run back, but was hit in the leg by Lelisa's arrow and fell to the ground screaming. Lelisa's face was angry, her eyes red as she glanced at the man lying on the ground.
I asked. He answered. How many spirits are there in Fena City?
The man in black lying on the ground turned around to look but still didn't want to confess.
Lelisa then shot another arrow into his leg, causing him to ache in pain. Ah.
Lelisa put down her bow, her face full of murderous intent. Don't even think about lying, you only have one last chance.
The man in black confessed only when he was too scared. I don't know.
It's been more than half a month since I returned to Fena City.
Taeduong City was my last stop. Half a month ago, how many spirits were there in Fena City? Were they male or female? Lelisa continued to question.
The other guy also confessed honestly.
One person. A female. She hadn't been sold yet. We didn't do anything to her. You know that. We, Black Iris, have always treated unsold slaves well. We don't touch them, and we don't let them get hurt. Lelisa pulled the bow that already had an arrow in it.
There was a cracking sound.
The last question, how many people from Black Iris were there in Fena City? More than 100 people. Can you let me go now?
The other guy had barely finished speaking.
Lelisa's arrow had already been fired.
He died before he could say another word.
Lelisa clenched her fists in anger until her body trembled.
Looking at the person in front of her lying in a pool of blood.
How many of my compatriots do you think have experienced your organization's tricks?
Quick! Those messengers are all here.
A loud shout from outside startled Lelisa out of her grief. At that moment,
the door was broken down. The guards rushed in but found only two bodies.
Lelisa quickly left and hid behind a large tree.
Fu Tu looked around the room to examine the scene. Then quickly came to a conclusion. There were no signs of a fight in the room. One person was fatally shot. The attack was quick and precise. One person had 2 arrows on his leg. Probably a wound from interrogation. It seemed that there really were spirits in Taeduong City. After examining the corpse on the ground, Fu Tu stood up and gave orders to the other 2 people.
Leave a few people to guard the scene. The rest follow me back.
The other 2 immediately shouted.
Understood. Must quickly report to Lord Ellie. I'm afraid that spirit will fall for the trick. Fu Tu thought. In the city lord's study, Ellie heard the report and asked again.
He confirmed that it was a spirit.
Fu Zi replied.
The chance of the spirit attacking was over 70%. But the other party had just left not long ago.
They probably haven't left the city yet.
Ellie heard that and immediately gave the order.
Fu Zi, you quickly inform the knights guarding the city, if you encounter any suspicious elf characters, you must definitely stop them. Tell her that rescuing your fellow kin is very important. But going there and giving your life is another matter.
Fu Tu raised his hand to his head and made a flag saluting gesture.
Yes.
At this time, at the gate of Taefong City,
Lelisa had taken off her daily disguise.
She returned with long white hair, a brown robe on her body, and a basket of arrows on her shoulder.
She looked back at Shiyang City with longing.
Indeed, even if she stayed in Shiyang City, her normal life would not last long. Even if she could successfully save her compatriots, her identity would definitely be exposed.
If he stays in Shiyang City, he will only cause more trouble for everyone. If he fails, then don't even think about it. He can only be captured and made a slave, or commit suicide.
Lelisa put her hand over her head with her cloak, smiling sadly and wondering to herself, what am I thinking, it's goodbye.
Lelisa turned around and left.
As soon as she left,
the guards rode over on horseback to obey Lord Ellie's orders. Lelisa's eyes became determined. She had to quickly go to Fina City to save her compatriots. At the port of Xi'an City, Lu Feng's ship finally docked after many days. Nicole was excited to see her home. Finally home, young master. Lu Feng turned to Nicole and smiled. That's right, I'm a bit unfamiliar with traveling so far. The sound of galloping horses came. It was Avery's group coming to report the news. What's wrong? What happened? Lu Feng asked. Avery pulled the horse's saddle to a stop and reported, Young master, please get in the carriage and return to the city first. I will let the princess explain the specific situation to you. Lelisa is a spirit. Lu Feng was stunned when he heard what Ellie said since returning to the city lord's mansion. Ellie took out an envelope and gave it to Lu Feng to reply. Take a look. Lu Feng carefully took the letter and tore it open to read. In the letter Lelisa wrote, My lord, I am Lelisa, an elf. I'm sorry for hiding it from you for so long. I'm also very sorry for leaving without saying goodbye this time. Perhaps, you don't know how much trouble this identity of mine will bring you. My life in Xi'an City was the most comfortable and enjoyable time of my life. Everyone accepted me, a stranger, and gave me a job and a place to stay. For that, I was extremely grateful. So, for the sake of the city that he had spent all his effort to build, I had to leave. Maybe one day, we can meet again. I hope that at that time, your Western city, your ideals, can shake me again. I hope you continue to hold on to this heart. Lelisa. What a silly girl. Lu Feng said after reading the letter. He remembered Lelisa asking him before, would he protect all races? At that time, he replied that living in his territory, regardless of whether it was human, beastman or spirit, he would protect them all. Leaving his memories, Lu Feng's face turned solemn as he gave the order. Sink, tell the wolf warrior squad to eat something. Wait for orders here. Nina, go get the compound bow. Nicole, help me prepare the armor. The three people who had just been ordered immediately shouted loudly and clearly. Outside the city lord's mansion, the sky was clear, the sunlight was gentle, and the wind was blowing. Lu Feng stood in front of everyone and spoke. Once a matter was agreed upon, one could not say it without keeping one's word. We will go to Fina City to take Lelisa home. Back to Lelisa, she is on her way to Fina City to save her people. In the sky, a large falcon flew as if watching her every move. Lelisa was moving quickly on the leafless branches while holding her bow, when suddenly there was a cracking sound. A branch broke. Lelisa was startled and immediately raised her bow and shot towards the direction of the noise. She asked loudly, who is there? The arrow flew quickly, aiming precisely at the tree where a blue-haired girl was sitting. No, don't kill me, the pale-faced green-haired girl begged. Lelisa jumped down from the tree and looked closely at the girl and discovered that she was a spirit. Don't worry, I'm a spirit too. The girl looked at Lelisa and said in surprise, she was the white-haired demon girl. Lelisa reached out with one hand to pull the arrow off the tree trunk and asked the girl, do you recognize me? What is your name? The green-haired girl immediately replied, my name is Chemo, Lord White-haired Demon Girl. You came here this time to rescue the slave spirits in Fina City? Lelisa replied, just call me Lelisa. I heard the news so I rushed here. Chemo happily replied, that's great, we have a total of 5 spirits here, plus Lord Lelisa, that's 6 people. The chance of successfully rescuing our comrades is much higher. Lelisa continued to ask, why are you here alone? Chemo replied, I went out to patrol, the other 4 are hiding in the cave, now I will take Lord Lelisa to see. The two of them walked together towards the hiding place of the remaining 4 spirits. Perhaps they had already gone a long way and had not yet arrived, so Lelisa asked, Chemo, how far is it to the cave? Almost there, Lelisa-sama, Chemo replied. Lelisa continued to remind, patrolling far from the headquarters is very dangerous. Chemo replied, it's okay, Lord Lelisa doesn't know, these past few days many elves came to rescue but were all captured, I have to stop those fellow tribesmen from blindly entering the city outside of Fina City. Going a little further, Chemo led Lelisa to the entrance of a cave. Chemo pointed towards the cave and said with a smile, it's right here, Lelisa-sama. Lelisa looked around and didn't see anything strange so she didn't say anything. The two of them entered the cave, where 4 other spirits were sitting around a small fire. Everyone, look who I brought back, Chemo said. The other 4 people saw Lelisa and immediately gathered around, Sir, you are Lord White-haired Demon Girl. Lelisa replied, you can call me Lelisa. The red-haired elf's eyes were filled with admiration. Unexpectedly, Lord Lelisa, you are the idol of our group of elf. A short-haired golden elf added, this time with Lord Lelisa taking action, the chance of saving everyone is even greater. Lord Lelisa, please come and give us instructions. In front of everyone's enthusiasm, Lelisa was momentarily embarrassed. Lord Lelisa, please sit down. You have had lunch. I have barley bread here. A pink-haired elf brought a bowl towards Lelisa.
Meanwhile, a long-haired elf with yellow hair urged others.
Quickly, heat up the bread. Lord Lelisa must be thirsty.
As for Chemo, she waved to everyone. Sisters, you guys talk, I'll go out and continue patrolling. I'm afraid there are still spirits rushing here like Lady Lelisa. The blonde elf saw Lelisa leaving in such a hurry and advised, Chemo, rest for a while, you've been outside for too long, let me do the patrol this time.
Chemo waved her hand, no need, I don't have any abilities, I can only help with a few things, you don't need to follow me. Lelisa looked at Chemo but still didn't understand the situation, so she didn't say anything right away. Around the flickering fire, everyone chatted together. Lelisa asked, is it always Chemo patrolling outside?
The blonde girl immediately replied, yes, we wanted to replace her, but Chemo did not agree and sent us back.
How many days have you been here? Lelisa continued to ask while holding a bowl of oatmeal.
The four of us all arrived 2 days ago.
Noticing something strange in everyone's answers, Lelisa asked suspiciously, Chemo didn't come with you guys?
Pink Hair replied, no, we met Chemo in the forest. Chemo said that the other spirits were all captured, only she escaped. After that, she waited in this forest for more spirits to come, together we rescued the spirits.
Lelisa suddenly understood everything, her blue eyes couldn't help but be shocked, that's not right. She immediately stood up and said loudly, we have to leave here quickly. People around do not understand anything, ask again, go.
Quick, go now, or it will be too late, Lelisa urged. Everyone around immediately picked up their bows and arrows and ran after Lelisa. As soon as they reached the cave entrance, Lelisa and the others were surrounded by a group of soldiers in armor, holding swords in their hands.
Everyone in Lelisa's group raised their bows together. What's going on? Why are we surrounded by knights? Lelisa immediately shouted, Chemo, this is her fault.
Clap, 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 the sound of applause rang out. Lelisa appeared from behind the knights, smiling and praising, as expected of the white-haired demon Lady Lelisa. Sure enough, she saw through the loophole. Chemo's sinister face made the other spirits stammer in shock. Why is it like this, Chemo, why are you?
In contrast to them, Lelisa calmly asked, when I came here, did you intentionally make noise so that I would find out?
Chemo pressed her cheeks together with both hands, her face flushed with excitement as she admitted, yes, it was just that she didn't expect that she would almost lose her life. Even more unexpected that she would be able to lure a big shot like her, the white-haired demon girl, worth 1,000 gold coins. Suddenly, a knight behind Chemo put his hand on his chest and bowed his head to announce, Manager Kim, everyone is here.
Chemo nodded and then she turned to Lelisa, raising her hand to negotiate, Lord Lelisa, I advise you to put down your bow. Obediently follow us, otherwise, if anything happens to your 4 compatriots, I won't be responsible. Lelisa's hand still hadn't lowered yet and she continued to ask, are you a member of the Black Iris? You're also an elf, why are you working for the Black Iris organization, deceiving your fellow elf? Chemo raised his hand to cover his mouth and laughed out loud, Spirit, haha, stop joking. Speaking of this, Chemo's eyes turned bloodshot and his pupils turned black. I am a dark spirit, I have fallen into darkness. Lelisa and the others saw it with disbelief on their faces. Chemo continued to point at them and shouted, it's all because of you spirits. Capture all of them for me. If Lady Lelisa takes action or runs away, kill the remaining spirits for me. Yes, the knights said in unison.
In Fina City, dark clouds had now covered most of the moon. Outside knights were walking around taking turns keeping watch. In the prison at this time, Lelisa spoke through the iron bars to the imprisoned elves, I advise you to be quiet. This Fina City has our people everywhere. You have no chance of escaping.
Moreover, for elves, what's wrong with being a slave? Chemo lifted his hair and smiled sinisterly, selling you guys to those cavalry.
You can also eat well and dress well, no need to stay outside and suffer hunger and cold.
You guys should be thanking me. She is so pitiful. Lelisa despised. Chemo was furious when he heard that. He tightened the bars of his cell. You have no right to talk to me like that. Chemo frowned, remembering the past.
I was only 12 years old that year. In the cold weather, my mother was freezing. She was considered a nuisance by you spirits and abandoned. At that time, I swore that if anyone saved my mother and I would worship that person as my master and destroy the entire elf race. It was then that Black Iris reached out to save me. It was he who gave me a chance to live again. Now that things have come to this, I want to see how many more spirits will come here to save their kind.
I must capture them all. Ha 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 ha, Chemo's laughter echoed throughout the prison space. Meanwhile, in the suburbs of Fina.
In the middle of the night, the full moon and the sound of galloping horses echoed in the space. The group led by Lu Feng in his handsome armor was on his way to Fina City to rescue Lelisa. Sink looked at the situation before him and turned to Lu Feng. Young master, Fina City is right next to the forest.
It takes 2 hours to ride a horse through the forest to reach Fei Na City. It only takes 1 hour to walk across. Lu Feng heard this and immediately gave the order. Get off your horses. Everyone, enter the forest. Yes. Lu Feng's group got off their horses and tied the horses to the trees nearby. Seeing Lu Feng holding something strange, they asked, "Young master, what is this?" "This is a flashlight used to protect against wolves." Lu Feng replied. Avery went first. Sharp Ears heard the 2 words anti-wolf and turned back. What? Against me? Avery stared at his Western City lord. Lu Feng looked at Avery with a guilty look. Waving the lamp. Hastily explaining. No, this is a lighting device from my hometown. Look. Lu Feng turned on the flashlight. A bright beam of light shone directly on Avery and Dees. Wow. It was so bright. Avery and Dees couldn't open their eyes, and instinctively raised their hands to block the light. After showing everyone the uses of the flashlight, Lu Feng turned to Mina and the wolf warriors, who were speechless as they looked at Avery and Dees, who still couldn't open their eyes. All right. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. The group continued on their way. The leader cleared the way. Swoosh. A strange sound rang out. Sink immediately drew his sword and blocked in front of them. Lu Feng behind immediately turned on the light to see the situation ahead. Kimo was exposed to the light and immediately covered his eyes. Mina looked closely at the person in front. Green hair and pointed ears. Is a spirit. Lu Feng saw this and immediately put the lamp away at his side and asked. Are you here to save the spirits too? Yes. Yes. Kimo replied. Then she thought to herself. What's going on? Beastmen are traveling with humans. Could it be that these people are also slave traders? They heard the news and came to rob the elves. Dees, who was still carrying a weapon in her hand, heard Kimo say she wanted to go save the spirits and asked. Have you seen a girl named Lelisa? She is also a spirit. Kimo heard Lelisa's name and secretly smiled in his mind. He couldn't help but calculate, I guess this person knows Lelisa. Could it be Lelisa's assistant? No matter what, he couldn't let them ruin his good thing. He had to trick them into coming back. She quickly turned around. Putting on a pitiful face, she ran to where Lu Feng and Mina were standing, crying and begging. Are you guys Lelisa's friends? Lelisa and the other spirits have all been captured. Please save them. After a while, Lu Feng's group was now standing in front of a cave. This was the cave where Lelisa had previously rested. Everyone must be tired from the journey. Go rest for a while. I will keep watch outside the cave, Kimo said schemingly. Lu Feng and the others who were warming themselves politely replied, no need. Or let's talk about Lelisa's situation first. Why was Lelisa captured? Kimo hesitated for a moment before answering. There were many nights in Fei Na City. There were traps all over the place. Sister Lelisa was captured as soon as she entered. So how did you get out? Avery asked. Kimo felt guilty when she heard that. Oh, I'm not going in. I'm too weak, so Lelisa won't let me go with her. Hearing Kimo's answer, it was a bit off. Mina asked with a suspicious look. If she didn't go, how would she know that there were traps inside? The more Kimo was asked, the more nervous she became and the more she sweated. She stammered. A few days ago, I stood nearby observing. So how many people are there in Fei Na City? Lu Feng stared at Kimo, clasped his hands together and placed them before his chin as he asked. Oh, roughly about 50 people. The sound of the fire blazed up so fiercely that Kimo startled and turned to look down. From the cave entrance, a member of the Wolf Warrior Corps ran in to report. Sir, the investigation is clear. There are dozens of knights in ambush at the edge of the forest. There are dozens more in Fei Na City. In total, there are more than 100 people. Lu Feng heard the report and stood up to ask. Did you find the place where the spirit was locked up? The other person immediately replied. Found it. They were all unharmed. Kimo stood by the side. He looked at the guard from the Wolf Warrior team and then at Lu Feng. He didn't know what to do. Lu Feng saw her guilty expression and asked, Kimo, can you tell me why there are only over 100 knights? Kimo stuttered, unable to think of anything to reply. Lu Feng directly exposed. Stop pretending. You have too many loopholes. You deliberately led us to this cave. You even lied about the number of people in Fei Na City. It must be to make us let our guard down. You are from Fei Na City, right? It seems you are also part of this trap. Lelisa must have been fooled by her elf identity and was taken away. Now, everything is exposed. Kimo was so embarrassed that she snorted angrily. That was because she was so stupid. Dees learned of her identity as a fraud and scolded her. Fraudster. But Kimo didn't care. She tossed her hair and laughed coldly. Huh, I'm the scammer. Lelisa is the scammer. It seems like none of you know her true identity. Lelisa is the white-haired demon girl worth 1,000 gold coins. Humph, after knowing Lelisa's value, these people will definitely have conflicts over money. I can take advantage of the chaos to escape. Kimo thought to herself, then she continued. She didn't tell you guys her true identity. She must be afraid that you guys will take her in exchange for money. Dees heard Lelisa's true identity and her eyes lit up as she exclaimed. Wow. I didn't expect Lelisa to be the white-haired demon girl. Her name is so cool. I want one too. Seeing that Lu Feng and his group's attitude was not as he had expected, Kimo couldn't help but shout. Why aren't you guys paying attention? That's 1,000 gold coins. So what about 1,000 gold coins? Lelisa is from our western city. She thinks she can incite discord. Lu Feng responded. Then he turned around and gave an order. Tie her up. Save Lelisa first. Deal with her later. The wolf warrior immediately accepted the order. Tie Kimo up tightly. In the sky at this moment, dark clouds were gradually covering the light of the moon. And Lu Feng below the city. Commanding the rescue strategy. Sink first battle. Clear patrol soldiers on the road. Yes, Sink replied loudly. Lu Feng continued speaking. Next, the two people holding the composite bows stood at a high position to prepare for retreat. Understood. The other two received the order. Finally, Lu Feng turned back and said to the others. The others follow me. The purpose of this mission is to save people. The mission time is only 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, whether the mission is completed or not, we must retreat. There are many knights on the other side. We absolutely cannot let them surround us. The people behind immediately received the order and shouted. Understood. Finally, after assigning the tasks, Lu Feng spoke loudly. Everyone listen up. Begin the task. At Fina City, there were two soldiers investigating. Sink hid behind a corner and waited for them to pass. Immediately rushed out and hit them in the back of the neck with a stick, causing the two of them to immediately fall down and faint. After he was okay, he turned back and waved to Lu Feng. Suddenly, from behind, a group of fully armored knights discovered their group. However, before they could do anything, countless arrows were aimed straight at the place that was not fully armored. The situation improved. Lu Feng immediately gave the order. Hurry! Go save Lelisa. In the prison at this moment, the blonde elf girl said with a sad and disappointed expression. Unexpectedly, Kimo is that kind of person. Lelisa immediately comforted him after hearing that. It's okay. I will definitely take you guys out of here. Clank. Clank. A loud noise rang out, startling the spirits. Lelisa immediately stood up and blocked them. Suddenly, Lu Feng's familiar voice echoed. In this room? Lelisa was stunned. Her eyes could not hide her surprise. This voice was the city lord. Lu Feng used his sword to cut the lock and open the door. His face was full of worry and asked, Lelisa, are you okay? Lelisa looked at the person standing in front of her. A blush appeared on her face. He had come to save her. Seeing that Lelisa had no reaction, Lu Feng asked, what are you still standing there for? Then he extended his hand towards Lelisa. A bright smile appeared on his face. Let's go home. Tan Fai Na. In the prison. Lu Feng's group had almost rescued the spirits. A member of the Wolf Warrior squad walked over with a strange wooden box in his hand and gave it to Lu Feng. Young master. This is the item you told me to bring. Lu Feng opened the wooden box and inside was something strange. He said. Come on, Lelisa. This is your forte. What? Lelisa couldn't help but wonder and looked closely at the box. This is a bow and arrow. Lelisa lifted her bow and tried to draw an arrow. She looked at it and thought to herself. I've never seen this kind of bow and arrow before. Outside the prison cell. A group of knights from the city of Fai now were entering. A blonde man from the Wolf Warrior team immediately informed Lu Feng. Young master. We have been discovered. Lu Feng reacted immediately. He drew the sword from his waist. He also reminded Lelisa. Take your bow. We are preparing to retreat. Understood. Lelisa replied and then turned to the remaining elves and said. You guys prepare well. The city lord has come to save us. We will follow the city lord. The others quickly agreed. Okay. In the sky. The moon was still shining. The scene in the sky was in contrast to the chaos on the ground. Lelisa and the spirits looked at the scene before them. Lu Feng's group was fighting bravely against the enemy. Lu Feng was wearing armor and a white scarf, holding a sword in his hand. He was slashing many enemies one after another. Lelisa looked on and secretly admired him. So he was really that formidable. Then her eyes suddenly became determined. She reached behind her back and took out an arrow from the quiver on her back. She aimed her bow precisely and shot at the enemy. The arrow was sharp. It pierced straight through a knight's head. Lelisa was surprised when she saw this. She didn't expect this bow and arrow to be so powerful. It could pierce through armor. I have it. I can definitely leave this place with the city lord. Lelisa continued to draw her bow, shooting continuously at the knights. The precise arrows flew straight at them. Lelisa. Good job. Lu Feng praised. In the end, most of the knights of Fina City had fallen. Only a few remained. Lu Feng raised his sword in the middle of the battlefield and shouted. Mission accomplished. Everyone quickly retreated. After retreating from Fina City, Lu Feng's group was now gathering in the forest from before. Report to the city lord. We have lost the knights. One person said. Good. Lu Feng spoke. Then he turned to Mina. Mina, you and Avery go check the cave. See if that female spirit is still here. Mina replied. Yes. Lu Feng then turned to the wolf warrior squad and asked. Everyone has worked hard. Are you all unhurt? Everyone replied. Yes. So Lu Feng continued his instructions. Good. Arrange guards. Everyone rest for a while. Wait for Mina to return. We will return to Xiyang City. After finishing everything, Lu Feng closed his eyes and leaned against a tree. Lelisa slowly approached. Standing in front of Lu Feng, she spoke. City Lord. This time, I really thank you, City Lord, for taking action. Lelisa handed the bow back to Lu Feng. She said. This is very powerful. It is a good bow. Lu Feng saw that she wanted to give it back to him. Lu Feng asked back. What a good bow. Don't you need it? Lelisa blushed and stuttered. I can't. I'm not worthy of it. The Lord should find someone more capable to use it. Why is this girl not following the plan? Lu Feng couldn't help but think helplessly. Then he replied. You are the most formidable person. In this world, is there anyone better than the elf in archery? Come back to Xiyang City with me. Lelisa doesn't want to bring trouble to Xiyang City. She refused. Me. I can't go with you. I will cause trouble to Xiyang City. Lu Feng smiled gently and reassured Lelisa. Why are you saying such silly things? It's only 1,000 gold coins. I'll buy you back. Lelisa listened to Lu Feng's words. She blushed. My lord. My lord knows. Lu Feng immediately admitted. That's right. I accidentally heard that someone offered a reward of 1,000 gold coins for you. But what are you worried about? Do you feel that Xiyang City cannot protect you? Hearing Lu Feng's questioning, Lelisa was embarrassed. No, that's not it. You and everyone else risked their lives to save me. I really don't know how to repay them. Then she lowered her head even more to hide her blushing face. I can't cause any more trouble for the city lord. Lu Feng didn't find Lelisa troublesome at all. He recalled the scene of Xiyang City as he replied. As long as they are from Xiyang City, I will never be afraid of trouble. I've said it before. No matter what race they are, as long as they live in Xiyang City, I will definitely protect them. Then Lu Feng extended his hand towards Lelisa and continued. She was the same. No matter what trouble the West Coast has, it's my job. You don't need to worry. Just live well. But Lelisa was still a little worried. She tried to explain. Sir probably doesn't understand bounty hunters very well. Are you worried that someone will come and cause trouble? Lu Feng comforted her. If someone offered a higher reward than her, do you think that many people would pay attention to her? Lelisa asked in surprise. Is there someone offering a higher bounty than me? Lu Feng closed his eyes, put his hand on his chin, and thought about something, but he still did not forget to answer Lelisa. Well, although this method is still not perfect. But you don't need to worry. I know how to handle it. You just need to follow me to Shiyang City. Lalisa finally compromised. Her face was getting redder and redder. I, of course, was willing to return to Shiyang City. Lu Feng saw that Lalisa agreed to go back. He excitedly said a lot of words. Isn't that good? It's just that the job at the pizza shop might not be suitable for you anymore. But don't be afraid. I have a better position. I'll slowly tell you when I get back. And your spirit friends too. Go back to Shiyang City too. Lalisa was grateful to Lu Feng. Thank you. Thank you, Lord City Lord. Lu Feng held her hand and gently comforted her. Thank you for what? This bow belongs to you now. Please guide me in the future. Just then, Mina returned from investigating the cave with Avery to report. Young master, that female spirit ran away. She probably burned the rope with fire. Mina guessed. She must have returned to Fei Na City. Do we need to capture her? No need. Lu Feng replied. Our mission this time is to save Lalisa. Mission accomplished. Everyone rest for a while and then prepare to return to the city. In the quiet space of the night, the sound of yes rang out simultaneously. Back to Fei Na City. Kimo was sitting on a bed with someone bandaging his wound. On the opposite side were two knights bowing their heads for instructions. Steward Kim. Shouldn't we chase them? They're still resting in the forest. Kimo's eyes were sharp and cold as he said. Chase. She turned and scolded. With your abilities, you're rushing headlong into death. There are only a few of them. You can't stop them. After scolding, she lowered her head and gritted her teeth, thinking to herself. Lalisa, this time she was lucky. She didn't expect someone to save her. Next time, dream on. Returning from Fei Na City, Lu Feng, the lord of Taeduong City, hurriedly rushed to his desk, diligently working on a pile of papers. Seeing this, Mina Thuong Lu Feng immediately reminded him. Young master, you just returned from Fei Na City yesterday. You should rest a bit more. I'm very worried about you, Lord. Yeah. I know, Mina. But I've got a lot of work to do on the go. If you let political stuff like this drag on for too long, it could get worse. Ellie stood across from the desk and spoke anxiously. Sorry, young master. These tasks are all important matters for the development of Shiyang City. That's why I left them here and waited for you to come back and approve them. Lu Feng spoke calmly, his voice full of reassurance. It's okay, it's okay. Fortunately, with you, Shiyang City can operate normally. I was already surprised to be able to do this. Hi. Ellie was happy to be praised by the Lord. She blushed and continued reporting to Lu Feng. Oh, that's right, young master. The Joseon City Lord's war horse and carriage have arrived some time ago. Lu Feng replied. Faster than I thought. Ox 5. I want you to go to Saha Grassland for a trip. Discuss the matter of importing goat meat with the tribal chief there. There are not many types of meat in our western city anymore. I'm afraid that in another half month, Taeduong City will be short of all kinds of meat. Ngu. Yes, I will answer. Yes, I understand. After that, everyone was very tense listening to Lu Feng speak. This event in the previous Divine Kingdom, we were both caught off guard because we didn't receive the news early. Lu Feng continued seriously. Shiyang City must develop its business situation. That way, when facing a crisis, it won't be too passive. I'm thinking like this. I want to establish a security bureau. Mina will be the director, and Sink will be the deputy director. Mina and Sink's eyes lit up with excitement when they heard this. Lu Feng continued. On the outside, this security bureau is to deliver ordinary mail. In reality, it is to send our people to the cities to collect intelligence. This is the specific operation of the security department along with the way of transporting intelligence. After saying that, Lu Feng placed the decision he had just signed and handed it to the guard Sink. Mina and Sink dutifully obeyed. Yes. At the same time, on Lalisa's side, she was restless waiting for Lu Feng to arrive. After waiting for a long time, Lu Feng finally arrived. Seeing Lu Feng, Lalisa exclaimed. City Lord, what kind of work do you plan to give to the 5th rank? Lu Feng replied slowly and happily. I heard that their archery is very good. I want to form an excellent elf sniper squad in Shiyang City. Lalisa asked doubtfully. Sniper squad? What is it, Lord? Lu Feng explained gently. Snipers hide in a hidden place. Use crossbows to kill and assassinate enemies at a very long distance. Hearing this, Lalisa asked again. Excuse me, are you using those bows from the other day?
Lu Feng nodded in response.
Yes, that bow is the standard configuration for the elf squad. I will make each of you an additional bow. The treatment is a monthly salary of 1 gold coin.
In the military camp, there are 2 days off each month.
Of course, there will be a vacation after completing the mission. Hearing this, Lelisa was in disbelief. She was stunned and bewildered.
This is, she thought to herself, a monthly salary of 1 gold coin and 2 days off.
This treatment is too good. Lu Feng continued enthusiastically.
Your military base is independent. It will not be shared with other armies.
I will send Mina to train you. How about it, Lelisa, what do you think? Lelisa happily replied. Yes.
Lord, 5th rank agrees to be a sniper. Lelisa raised her hand to her chest, showing great determination. Lu Feng raised his hands to the sky after hearing this, expressing his satisfaction and joy. Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Ellie stood to the side, lost in thought.
What the hell is he doing?
Flay also widened his eyes.
He glared at Lu Feng, also like, why is this guy so stupid right now?
Seeing Flay staring at him like that, Lu Feng finally remembered. He rubbed Flay's head and said,
almost forgot to agree with Flay before going to Dangyang City. Lu Feng continued speaking, his face now beaming. It's been a long wait.
Don't worry, I'll send the baby to heaven now.
Flay happily nodded repeatedly.
Flay replied softly and happily.
Yes. Hearing this conversation, Ellie also happily shouted.
Young master, I am very curious about how people can go to heaven.
Lu Feng also responded with interest. Okay, then everyone come with me to see. Scene change, at the scientific research site of Taiduangtan.
At this time, the sky is blue, the sun is yellow, and the white clouds are gently floating.
It seems the weather is very nice and clear. When they saw the city lord arrive, everyone politely greeted him in unison. Greetings, city lord. Lu Feng asked everyone gently. How is the hot air balloon experiment going?
The clerk buff gently replied to Lu Feng.
City lord, the hot air balloon is complete. It's just that. We still haven't found anyone to experiment with.
Looking at the top of the hot air balloon, Ellie asked Lu Feng.
Young master, can that cloth bag really take people to the sky?
Lu Feng gently explained to Ellie. That's right, this is a hot air balloon, built on the principle of hot air rising.
Ellie tilted her head, wondering.
The air was getting hotter. Lu Feng began to recall the general knowledge he had learned in school. He spoke very slowly and gently to explain to Ellie. Listen carefully, in the world we live in, all objects have density. Density is the mass per unit volume of a substance, a type of property. Now, look out at the Yutui River and throw a stone down.
A stone will sink in water, right?
But a tree branch floats on the surface of a river. For this reason, air is no exception.
Lu Feng continued to explain enthusiastically.
The heavier cold air pushes down, while the lighter hot air rises. Hot air has a low density, so the hot air will float.
Meanwhile, the denser cold air will sink to the bottom. This creates a lifting force to push the balloon up.
Ellie listened for a while and felt sad. Okay, young master.
Is that so? Mina shouted loudly at this moment. It's floating, look, it's really floating. Wow wow wow, that cloth bag is bulging. Ellie said in surprise.
At this moment, Flay pulled Lu Feng's sleeve, her eyes sparkling as she blinked as if she wanted to please Lu Feng.
She spoke in a cute childish voice. Lord Lu Feng, I want to go up too. Lu Feng replied warmly to Flay. Okay, then let's go up first.
While Lu Feng was busy waving to everyone below, little Flay kept urging.
Lord Lu Feng, hurry up, hurry up.
Lu Feng replied, take it slow. He waved to Mina and everyone.
Okay, Mina and everyone wait for me here.
Everyone below nodded in agreement. Lu Feng and little girl Flay walked step by step towards the hot air balloon.
In just a moment, the hot air balloon slowly rose. As it rose, the mischievous little girl Flay looked down and said, Lord Lu Feng, look, below is Xi'an City. The hot air balloon is really flying high. Wow, this is so eye-catching. The scenery is so beautiful, Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at the little girl and replied. I know, slow down, don't fall down.
At this moment, Flay suddenly remembered the time when she still had wings and could fly. The little girl was moved to tears. When her wings were still fine, she could fly so high.
Lu Feng looked at Flay gently, warmly and affectionately. It's okay, Flay, your wings will definitely grow out.
As he spoke, he patted Flay's head.
Flay was delighted. Yes, I believe in Lord Lu Feng.
After circling the blue sky, the hot air balloon landed. Seeing that, Mr. Buff asked.
City Lord, is the hot air balloon okay? He worriedly asked City Lord Lu Feng while wiping his sweat. Lu Feng happily replied. It's okay, the hot air balloon is very safe, the experiment was a success. Ellie had been watching Lu Feng and Flay flying, and now she rushed towards Lu Feng and asked. Young master, is it fun up there? Can I sit in the hot air balloon for a while? Ellie's eyes lit up, her hands clenched tightly, waiting for Lu Feng's answer. Lu Feng saw this and happily said. Of course it's possible. After Mina and Lelisa finished speaking, they both spoke up. Young master, I also want to try going up. Ellie was unhappy when she saw everyone wanting to go up in the hot air balloon. Lu Feng was also sweating profusely. He happily responded. Okay, it's fine, everyone has a chance. I'll take Ellie up first. After saying that, Ellie and Lu Feng boarded the hot air balloon. Ellie, unlike her previous aggressive tone, was now scared and hugged Lu Feng tightly. Lu Feng said very gently. Don't be afraid, Ellie. This hot air balloon is very safe as long as it doesn't fly too high. Ellie was still scared. She clung to Lu Feng tightly. I'm far from scared. Suddenly, she stopped screaming when she saw the scene in the western city. She exclaimed. How beautiful. Then Ellie fell into deep thought. It seemed like he could guess Ellie's thoughts. Lu Feng asked. Missing home? Me. Ellie accidentally hit her head on the wall of the hot air balloon. Ouch, it hurt so much, she staggered, couldn't stand, and almost made Ellie fall out of the balloon. Lu Feng saw this and quickly reached out to grab Ellie. Ellie, be careful. Just then she suddenly opened her eyes and realized something. Their lips met unexpectedly. Both of them were embarrassed and blushed. Ellie's heart began to tremble. Me, did I just kiss the young master? Thinking of this, Ellie was startled and turned around. She shyly thought to herself, I have kissed the young master too. Thinking, Ellie brought her hand to her lips and felt it. Oh my god, her heart was beating so fast, it couldn't stop. Then she covered her mouth and turned her head to look at Lu Feng. Lu Feng was also embarrassed, scratching his head and said. Oh, just now. Ellie turned her face away again. I was just curious about how my hometown had changed. Just now, it was an accident. I won't tell Mina and everyone. Oh my god, Ellie thought to herself. What the hell am I talking about? To cut through the awkwardness of the atmosphere, Lu Feng draped a green cloak over Ellie and interrupted her. Don't worry, wait until I research a more powerful hot air balloon, then I'll take you home to see. Really? Ellie looked at Lu Feng with emotion. Lu Feng smiled gently and replied. Of course it's true. Ellie was no longer shy and said confidently. I believe you, young master. Then, she grabbed Lu Feng's sleeve tightly. The two men landed from the hot air balloon to the amused admiration of everyone. Scene change, in the vast Sahara steppe, full of sunshine and wind, the steppe is fresh and green. Here, herds of goats and cows are grazing. This is the peaceful living territory of the beast tribe. At the beast tribe's chief's hut, Chief Elsa was listening to reports from her subordinates. The subordinate said nervously. Your Highness. The merchants came to the tribe and raised the price of salt to the highest level. We don't have much money left. Elsa was angry, she slammed her hand on the table. She said. Those cunning merchants. Chase them all away. From now on, we will not do business with them anymore. Humph, yes, Your Highness, the subordinate continued. However, without salt, people will have no strength and will be easily invaded by other tribes. Elsa interrupted her female subordinate. She said. Okay, I know, I will think of a way. Elsa was tense, deep in thought. She put her chin on her hands and racked her brain to think of a way to solve the problem. She thought of Ellie. If Ellie were here right now, she would have a way to solve this. Unlike me, who only knows how to go to the battlefield to kill. She began to recall the past. 5 years ago, I had established a beastman tribe on an oasis in the center of the Sahara Desert, attracting beastmen from the surrounding areas to come and help. The current scale had reached 30,000 beastmen. Although the tribe had fought over territory, the situation was still considered relatively stable. The problem is that although the tribe has domesticated many buffalo, goats, and horses, the human race, because we are beastmen, is rarely willing to trade goods back and forth. As a result, the tribe only has livestock, and money is scarce, making it very difficult to buy necessities. While lost in his thoughts, the tribe leader suddenly heard the news from his subordinates who ran in to report. Your Highness, there is a group of drug dealers outside our tribe who are requesting an audience. The leader is the Blackwater City Lord, who has done business with us before. What? A human merchant group? Leader Elsa was surprised, not believing her ears. She asked again in doubt. Are the merchants really human? The female subordinate quickly replied. Yes, it was a large merchant group, with more than 100 people. Elsa heard and thought to herself. A caravan of more than 100 people? Baron, the lord of Blackwater City. I remember he had a deal with our tribe. When did they become so large? Then, Elsa gave an order and led them to the living room. The female servant quickly replied. Yes, princess. After arriving at the living room, the Baron Lord greeted the leader. Hello, leader. Hello, sir, please sit down. Mr. Baron continued. Chief, I am Baron, who has had dealings with your tribe before. Next to me is Mr. Ngu. Mr. Ngu bowed. Greetings, Chief. Leader Elsa calmly raised her teacup and said. May I ask if your excellency Baron is here to buy a goat or a horse? Lord Baron quickly pointed over. Yes, sir. Here, sir. This is the person who wants to buy your goats and horses. Let me introduce Mr. Ngu. I am just the person who introduced him, sir. Elsa looked at Ngungu suspiciously. She said. Oh really? May I ask where is Mr. Ngungu from? Nyowu politely replied. I come from Xi'an City. The Baron also added. Leader. Xi'an City is a city in the west. The city lord is Lu Feng. He is a very talented Baron. Leader Elsa replied. Oh, I see. Then she thought to herself. What city is Duongtan? Never heard of this city before. It seems to be a small, remote city. At this time, Ngungu took out a letter and gave it to Leader Elsa and said. Leader. The city lord wrote a letter and asked me to deliver it to you. Elsa was surprised. What? He even wrote a letter to me. I've read the letter. So let me ask Mr. Nyowu. In your letter, the city lord wants to buy a large quantity of goats and draft horses. I wonder how many exactly. As she spoke, Elsa thought and looked down on Xi'an City. How many goats could a small baron in the wilderness buy? Even 200? Those 200 were like a drop in the ocean to us, insignificant and useless. After hearing the question, Ngungu calmly replied, we plan to buy 2,000 goats every month. Ha? Elsa was shocked and surprised. What? 2,000? And in just 1 month? She thought happily. This was already the biggest transaction our tribe had ever made. Nyowu also happily replied. Right? These 2,000 goats are just the first transaction. If it goes well, we will increase the transaction in the future. 1 month is 10,000 goats. Elsa asked again. What about the price? She thought to herself. 10,000, such a large quantity, a slightly lower price is also acceptable. Nyowu replied with a smile. We can sell half a kilo of goat meat for 14 coins. Ha? What? Elsa's eyes widened in surprise. 14 coins. This price is not much different from the market price. They didn't take the opportunity to squeeze us out. Nyowu happily continued. Leader Elsa, what do you think of the price? If there is nothing else, we can pay with gold coins now. In addition, we have also brought a specialty from the Western Ocean City, which can also be exchanged. Opening the box of specialties, Elsa looked at the box in confusion. What are these? Nyowu replied. Yes, leader, these are goods that we in Xi'an City have created and produced ourselves. Is this salt? Leader Elsa touched the fine salt powder. She wondered again. Why is it so white like snow? Then she brought her hand to her mouth and tasted it. Moreover, there was no bitter taste at all. Yes, Nyowu replied with a smile. That's right. This is salt made using our young master's secret method. It doesn't have the bitter taste of the usual salt your tribe uses. We brought here 100 kilos of salt. The price is according to the market price. 30 coins for half a kilo or 60 coins for 1 kilo. Leader Elsa looked surprised. She couldn't believe her ears. Only 30 coins for half a kilo? She suddenly thought back. Those human merchants were selling poor quality salt. They charged me 36 coins for half a kilo. All right, my lady. Open some more wine and try it. Yes, princess. The cork of the wine bottle was just popped, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. The guards outside the small living room were drooling. It really smelled good. Where did that fragrant smell come from? The female servant tasted the wine. She exclaimed. Your Highness. The wine is so delicious. The wine-tasting leader also had to exclaim. "This is truly good wine." She thought to herself. "This wine is even better than the wine I drank in the Beastman's Palace's beast-like palace. The best wine." Ngungu continued to introduce himself. "This is a special wine made using the young master's secret recipe. In the whole world, only Taeduong City produces it. Now, please open another jar, leader. It is a delicious snack." As soon as he opened the snack, the leader took a piece and put it in his mouth to enjoy. She exclaimed. "Oh, this smell. What is this? Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm frolicking in the ocean." Biting into the soft, sweet fresh fish. Nyo Wu happily answered. "This is the fish meat topping. It is also specially made according to the young master's secret method. Only Shiyang City can produce it. But I'll tell you, boss. This last thing is the same. If boss doesn't mind, you can open it and see. Here it is." The leader was surprised after opening the basket of vegetables. Here it is. She was surprised as she picked up a leaf and bit into it to taste. "Oh my god, this is real green cabbage." The leader's face was full of surprise. His expression was one of disbelief. Seeing the leader's expression, Nyo Wu was even more impressed. "That's right," he said proudly. "This is also the young master of our family who used a magical technique to grow this type of green cabbage in winter." All the specialties were displayed before the leader: refined salt, wine, fish meat, and green vegetables. The leader was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. Ngungu continued to speak happily. "If the leader agrees, we can provide goods from Taeduong City every month for trading. And we guarantee that the price of the goods will not be higher than the market price, sir." The leader heard this and quickly agreed. "Okay, I agree to trade with everyone. But, I hope to meet with Lu Feng next spring. Discussing the business of selling 10,000 goats a month is really good. There is also the business of selling salt, wine, jars of head, and even green cabbage." "Yes," Ngungu politely replied to the leader. "I will pass on the message to our young master." After the Baron and Nyo Wu group left, the female subordinate happily congratulated the leader. "Your Highness, that's great. The salt matter is resolved like this, and there's also a big business deal for our tribe." Leader Elsa replied. "Yes, this Western City Lord came at the right time. Lu Feng City Lord, who exactly is he? How could he do such miraculous and unimaginable things? Why have I never heard of him before?" Now, under the mysterious flickering firelight in the Jeep Tavern. "The Lord of Xiang City, his name is Lu Feng. I'll tell you the truth, I've never heard of him before. Are you sure you want to send at least 100 assassins just to kill that Lu Feng? The price will be high, sir." The mysterious man in black, covered from head to toe in black, carefully spoke to Sharo, the son of Count Pulley. Sharo listened and affirmed firmly. "I am certain." Having said that, Sharo fell into deep thought. His Majesty the Emperor's body was getting weaker by the day. The first prince and second prince were constantly fighting for power. The fourth prince could only rise up in rebellion if he had a chance to become king. The plan to assassinate the city lord Lu Feng this time was to help Homa and Adam take revenge, and to take advantage of the situation to recruit Lu Feng's army under his command. Sharo sipped the wine in his hand and continued to think. "At that time, I will have another right-hand man to help the fourth prince fight for the throne. After the fourth prince successfully ascends the throne, father will definitely be able to take another step closer to his title. Becoming a duke." Sharo finished his train of thought and turned to the mysterious man. As long as the matter could be successful, no matter how much money was spent, it wouldn't matter. After hearing that it didn't matter how much money was spent, the mysterious man happily replied. "Don't worry, my lord. Once we accept a request, we will never stop. My lord, go home, rest, and wait for good news." After the exchange, the hooded man pulled the door open and left the pub and jeep. At this time, in the main street of Taeduong City, the assassin sent by Bounty to assassinate Lu Feng was hiding behind a surrounding wall. He looked at the scale, order and security in Taeduong City. He was a bit worried and thought, the surveillance was too strict. He thought to himself as he watched the groups of guards walking back and forth. There was always order here, everyone was doing their job and responsibilities well, it was very difficult to find a loophole or opportunity to take advantage of and assassinate the city lord. The assassin Fang sighed in frustration and turned to leave. As he walked, he kept thinking of ways. If he wanted to kill Lu Feng, he would have to find another way. Now, at Fate Pizza, the waiter was warmly greeting Flay. "Aha, is that Miss Flay? Here to buy pizza again, little girl? What flavor do you want today?" Flay replied indifferently. "I want beef flavor, large size." The counter person said happily. Okay, so you still want to take it home? Flay nodded in response. That's right. The handsome pizza seller continued happily. Yes, please wait a moment. I'll wrap it up for you right away. At the same time, the assassin Fangs was sitting at the table next to Flay, eating a piece of pizza. He had been listening for a while now, so he knew that this girl was Flay. He thought while biting into the pizza. According to the intelligence, it seemed that this girl named Flay had a very good relationship with the lord of the western Yang city, Lu Feng, who was currently living in the castle. Just by learning about the castle's internals from her, I might be able to find a loophole to infiltrate, use the paralyzing poison I'm proud of, and silently kill the target. A moment later, the pizza was done. The handsome man standing there holding the pizza said, Miss Flay, your pizza is done, $6, ma'am. As he spoke, he stood at the counter and handed Flay a large box of beef pizza. Flay took it and hummed softly, then gave 6 coins to the counter owner. The assassin Fang silently followed Flay. Out on the street, he waved to Flay. Little girl, can I talk to you about something? Flay replied coldly. No way. The assassin Fangs froze, not understanding why he was suddenly so rude. This guy still shamelessly followed, whining to Flay. I just wanted to ask a little question. Little girl, you are really cute. Maybe. The assassin hadn't finished speaking when little Flay interrupted him. No, it couldn't be. The assassin Fangs's mind was now in turmoil, his head was in turmoil. He tried his best to calm himself down and encourage himself. He had to calm down, he had to be patient. This was just an unusual conversation. Her mind might be abnormal. I just need to ask her about the structure of the castle. That's it. Fangs, keep it up. You can do it. He continued to follow Flay. Little girl, this matter is very important to me. He spoke in a cute tone to deceive children. He continued to entice. Just say it, I will give you $10. Flay still had a straight face, not bothering to answer him. He continued to raise the price. $20. Oh no, $30. Okay, $50. This is the last time. Flay's expression remained unchanged. She stood still, watching the clown in front of her. Fangs persisted. Or a silver coin. Then 10 silver coins. That's all you have. He just wanted to know the structure of the castle. Hearing this, Flay's eyes turned cold. Flay immediately jumped into the air, leaving him bewildered and wondering where the person had gone. Suddenly, little Flay kicked straight down on Fang's shoulder. Crack, it sounded like a bone breaking. With a bang, Fangs fell to the ground. He still held the money bag tightly, his mouth gasping. What? What happened? Flay thought. The disadvantage of the castle. The enemy. Flay thought quickly and kicked the Fangs guy to the ground. After that, she dragged this assassin back to the city lord's mansion and reported the situation to Lu Feng. Seeing this, city lord Lu Feng caressed Flay's chin and thought to himself. This guy is really unlucky. He met Flay instead of someone else. He was lucky enough not to lose his life. Lu Feng then praised Flay. Flay, you are really amazing. You were smart enough to protect the castle. As he spoke, he patted Flay's head, making her happy. Lu Feng then said to the guard Sink. Sink, I am very interested in this assassin's non-lethal neurotoxic poison. Quickly bring that Fangs over here. I want to meet him. Sink obeyed. Understood. Sink then quickly left the room and prepared to escort Fangs. Lu Feng suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Mina. Oh right. The guy who followed us last time, he was captured from Tenzing City. What did you find out after interrogation? Mina replied in disappointment. Young master, that person is dead. He committed suicide, leaving behind only a line of words in blood. What did he write? Lu Feng asked urgently. Mina answered clearly. Yes, he wrote. The radiance of the gods. Someone will be chosen by the gods to punish. You are the sinner. Lu Feng listened to Mina's words. He pondered and said to Mina. The glare of a god. The person chosen by a god? It seems that this is an extremist from that brainwashing organization. Speaking of this, Lu Feng thought to himself. It seems that the era of science and technology is backward. The people's thinking has also become superstitious. Gods are involved in everything. Then he turned to Mina and said, please have someone pay attention to matters related to the divine kingdom. Don't let them spread this to the people of our western city. Mina nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. The conversation just ended when the guard Sink escorted the assassin Fangs. Fangs just entered the room and saw little Flay reading a book on the sofa.
He felt embarrassed and ashamed and thought to himself. I am an assassin, but I was defeated by a little girl.
How humiliating.
Lu Feng saw him. Knocking on the table, he said to him. Assassinating a noble, you really have a lot of guts.
Now, is there anything else you want to say?
The assassin replied casually.
Blame it on my bad luck.
I only hope that the city lord can let me redeem myself.
Hearing this, Lu Feng was delighted and spoke freely.
Hey, no rush.
Tell me.
You researched the poison that can make people lose consciousness but not kill them. Yes, my lord, it was my hard work to research it.
The assassin Fangs answered Lu Feng while sweating. Lu Feng now asked doubtfully. You are a doctor, why did you become an assassin? The assassin sighed and replied to Lu Feng. When I was treating a patient, I accidentally killed a noble. If I wasn't being hunted down, I wouldn't have taken up this dangerous job of assassin. Lu Feng interrupted.
He assassinated a noble, logically speaking, he should be hanged in front of the entire population until he died. However, Lu Feng calmly continued.
Fang's face lit up at this moment.
Lu Feng said, I will give you another chance to atone for your sins. Your sins are very great.
Fangs was delighted. Really, you're not going to kill me anymore?
Lu Feng replied happily. You were not born to be an assassin, you were born to be a good doctor.
With your talent, I need you to continue researching this medicine.
I wanted to turn it into a medicine that could help patients ease their pain during treatment, while not having any toxic effects on humans.
Mr. Fangs was stunned.
Here it is. Before the assassin Fangs could regain his composure, Lu Feng ordered his guard sync. Take him to the Research Institute of the Ministry of Medicine and Science and Technology. Arrange a room for him.
He is not allowed to be released until the research is completed.
Yes, understood, Sync replied in obedience.
Sync led Mr. Fangs to the Research Institute.
As he walked, he turned back to look at Lu Feng with gratitude.
Lord, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I hope you can rest assured.
I failed this time, and there will still be other assassins coming to assassinate you in the future. Please be careful.
Lu Feng calmly replied.
You don't need to worry about that. The guards beside me are much more formidable than those assassins. Hearing this, Mina and Flay both showed the same expression of pride and arrogance. Scene change, to the capital of the Yinglu Kingdom.
The magnificent Yinglu royal city with white castles and gorgeous ocean blue roofs.
At this moment, in Princess Lucy's room, someone pushed the door open and entered the room.
He said, Lucy, I heard you're not feeling well. Big brother came to visit you. Lucy was sitting on the chair reading a book. Hearing someone coming, she just replied. Whom? She was the little princess of the Yinglu kingdom.
She looked extremely gentle and lovely with her golden hair and big, sparkling eyes. She knew it was her big brother coming. She put the book down on the table and bowed.
Hello, my lord.
So, the eldest prince who just visited Princess Lucy is the eldest prince of the Yinglu kingdom named Lucia. The eldest prince returned the greeting.
Please sit down.
Then, he sat down on the sofa opposite and said to Lucy. What I told you last time was about writing the main character of the novel. What do you think, little sister?
Lucy replied. I haven't been feeling well lately. Let's talk about this.
The crown prince sitting opposite heard these words and felt uncomfortable. He thought to himself. She pushed him away again. But a bastard child born from a concubine, if he didn't have some literary talent, who would even care about him? After thinking about it, he still had to put on a fake face and say it to Lucy.
That's right, I'll wait until Lucy's health improves before continuing to write. Lucy quickly waved her hand, indicating that it was not. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean, Lucy?
Thought the crown prince Lucia. This girl, rejecting me over and over again, really doesn't know what's good for her. She wouldn't be in the same group as that green. Lucia had just finished thinking when a man burst into Lucy's room. He rushed in and shouted, My little sister Lucy, I have come to visit you. This was none other than the second prince of the Yinglu kingdom. His name was Green. The appearance of the second prince surprised both Lucy and Lucia's eldest prince, especially Lucy. The princess felt stunned and began to feel a little worried. The second prince saw the first prince sitting on the chair. He asked in surprise. Why are you here? The crown prince slowly stood up and sternly lectured Green. Where had all the etiquette his teachers taught him gone? Green, why don't you say hello when you see me? Green gritted his teeth in anger. It took him a long time to say hello. Then, the arrogant prince continued speaking.
He came here to visit little sister Lucy, of course. It seems you are not only polite but also unintelligent here. But Lucy has a visitor, so I'll go first. Don't forget our agreement. I believe in you. The second prince was so angry when he heard this that blood rushed to his head. He snapped, losing his temper, and turned to Princess Lucy. He shouted. Very good, Lucy, so you're not going to agree with me because of that Lucia guy. Lucy was scared and quickly denied. I didn't do anything, please calm down. Green could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, placed his hand on Lucy's shoulder, and squeezed hard. He growled. No problem. If not, why don't you write a novel for me? I've already thought of a name for you, it's called The Autobiography of King Green. Isn't writing novels your forte? Go ahead and write it. What are you waiting for? Lucy said fearfully, Second Prince brother, please calm down. You still tell me to calm down? I can lead troops to battle and protect the country. You just need to write a novel and the people of the whole country will know my power. The throne is mine. Green said as he tightened his grip on Lucy. Suddenly, pop pop, the second prince cried out in pain because a beast race person had just used her sharp claws to attack the second prince. Lucy saw that and shouted in a hurry. Jones, don't, stop. Jones still didn't want to stop. She leaned closer to the second prince. With a long swish, the second Prince Green's neck was already bleeding. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He screamed, blood. I'm dying. Where is the doctor? Where is the doctor? He said in panic as he ran out of Lucy's room. Lucy stopped being afraid and said. Luckily she came just in time. Jones said with a tense face. That kind of person would not die in vain. It turned out that Jones was a leopard beast, Princess Lucy's bodyguard. After a while, both of them calmed down. Princess Lucy calmly said to Jones. No matter what, he is my brother. If anything happens to him, father will be sad. Besides, if you take action, you will fall into the trap of the eldest prince. Jones panicked. Ha? The eldest prince wants to use my hand to kill the second prince? Princess Lucy lowered her head to the table and said thoughtfully. That's right. Big brother had already calculated the time. He sent someone to tell second brother that he was here, and after meeting second brother, he deliberately provoked second brother. Second brother has a very hot temper, and easily gets angry at me. If I'm in any danger, she will definitely come to my rescue. But you know that. Second brother can't beat you. If you hadn't stopped in time, he would have died for sure. The battle for the throne between the two brothers has reached its climax. The eldest brother has the support of a great minister of internal affairs, and the second brother has the support of a great knight. Their power is equal. In addition, the fourth prince has recently made a move. But up to now, the emperor has not made any move. The struggle between these three brothers is about to come to light. With that, Jonas said worriedly. Then you'll be in danger. Lucy just smiled slightly. She said. Don't be afraid. Don't I still have you? Lucy grabbed Jonas's leopard tail. Jonas huffed. Come on, this is the 74th time this month. At this moment, Lucy suddenly spoke softly and worriedly. I don't know, father. Let's go visit father for a while. He's been sick for several days. He must be very bored. I'll go tell him a story. To cheer him up. Scene change, at King Inglow's sickbed. Princess Lucy gently approaches. Asks about her father. Father, are you feeling better today? The king sat on the bed and tiredly replied to the princess. Much better. I see you are doing well. Me too, father. Princess Lucy cares a lot about her father, the king continued. I heard that Lucia and Green both came to see you. Yes, that's right. Lucy replied optimistically. These two brothers are very concerned about her. The king sighed. I know. You are so kind. The king said. He took Lucy's little hands in his. He continued. Lucy, my child, go out and walk. This world is so big, don't stay in the royal capital forever and be bored. Listening to the king, Princess Lucy also happily wished to go outside the kingdom. She said to Jones. Go out and walk around. Jones, do you have anywhere you want to go? Jones replied. Wherever the princess goes, I go. Princess Lucy was very excited when she heard Jones' words. She said, Jones, you are so good to me. Let's go out. Jones nodded in response. After a while, a servant ran to report to Princess Lucy. Princess Lucy, Miss Darlene and Catherine are back? Princess Lucy replied. Is that so?
Just in time, I also have to say goodbye to them.
What would happen if Catherine found out?
We must go, Jones.
One morning at Darlene's shop in the entire capital. Crowds of people were rushing to the door.
Pushing each other, noisily discussing.
Asking each other. What's wrong? What's wrong?
It was said that Miss Darlene went to the far gate to buy goods and brought back many strange items.
Someone asked in surprise. Strange? How strange could it be? What have the nobles of the capital not seen before? The crowd continued to discuss and enter the shop.
Inside the shop the fireplace was blazing. On the table were several rolls of cloth.
Several clerks were spreading out the finest fabrics for customers to see.
Catherine sat proudly on a chair, looking at Darlene who was confidently making her sales pitch.
Hello customers.
Today our store has new items.
There are many special products. I'm sure everyone will like them. The noble guests paid no attention. The arrogant reply. Stop talking. Bring out all the good stuff. The rest of the crowd chimed in. That's right, that's right.
Ignoring the somewhat impolite words, Darlene began to introduce.
The first product was canvas. Everyone knew about canvas. Everyone was using it.
But my canvas was soft and shiny.
It was not like normal canvas. Everyone could touch it and see.
As she spoke, Darlene pointed to the soft and shiny yellow fabric on the table.
The noble guests below heard the introduction and said in disbelief, "Isn't it just canvas?"
"It's just woven fabric, how smooth and shiny can it be?" a few people chimed in.
That's right, that's right. Some people were skeptical and went forward to touch it.
Then they exclaimed.
Wow! This feels really good. One guy's eyes lit up. That's right. I've never touched such soft fabric.
All the customers heard this and immediately stepped forward to touch it.
Everyone was filled with doubt and admiration. Is this really canvas?
The two people who were just arrogant and suspicious now changed. The girl held the soft cloth in her hand.
She spoke loudly. I will take all of this fabric.
The guy next to her frowned and said.
No, I want it too.
Several customers also spoke up.
That's right. That's right, how can you buy it alone?
Darlene saw that things were getting bad and immediately spoke up to reassure the customers.
Don't worry. I have enough stock for everyone. Besides, I have a lot of other good stuff besides canvas.
The crowd of people standing around now opened their eyes wide in surprise.
What else?
Darlene smiled mysteriously.
The sound of a cork being uncorked. The clinking of glasses. Darlene poured wine into the glass skillfully and said excitedly. Why how wine?
The others each received a glass to try.
Immediately praised. Oh, good wine. Brown-haired girl. Admiring. Even better than Gunwang.
Darlene was pleased.
Her eyes lit up.
She continued to introduce more.
There were drinks and then there was food.
Here was marinated fish and pickles.
In Darlene's hands were two shiny, enticing plates of food. The aroma spread, making the guests salivate.
They rushed to try it. As soon as they put it in their mouths, they exclaimed, "It's delicious." A few people heard the name of the dish and asked while observing. "What is a cucumber?" the brown-haired customer interrupted.
Why bother? It's delicious.
While the others were still busy eating, Darlene brought out a unique product. She introduced it with great enthusiasm. Next was a timeless product.
Paper. On the table were 2 stacks of pure white paper. Darlene continued. Paper was divided into 2 types. Thick paper is a substitute for parchment. You can also write directly on it. Tissue paper is thin. Used to clean.
For example, to wipe hands, mouth.
Can also be used to go to the toilet.
The guests were picking up the paper to try it. One of them, somewhat unconsciously, was putting the paper in his mouth to taste it.
The guests looked at the paper on the table and commented, "So that's it. This paper is really light.
It will be much more convenient to write letters in the future.
Napkins are also very convenient. I just got my hands dirty from eating. Now is the right time to wipe them off."
Catherine has been sitting on the chair watching Darlene pitch her wares. "I'm so pleased that I gave her a like."
Darlene's face was beaming with joy.
The crowd of customers suddenly parted to the sides,
making way for an elderly merchant to enter. He spoke as he walked. "Miss Darlene, these new items are really interesting." He continued to ask doubtfully. But it's time to stop for a moment. I heard that this time there's even perfume. Is that true? Darlene replied to the old merchant in front of her with a straight face. That's right. The perfume is my last item. Darlene brought out a small light pink bottle, uncorking it as she said, "This is my perfume." All the guests were captivated by the captivating scent emanating from the small bottle. Because the old merchant was angry. What was there to admire? Perfume should be fragrant. It seemed that Miss Darlene's products were nothing special. Darlene calmly explained, "Of course my perfume is special. It's the normal perfume that everyone uses. The shelf life is only 10 days. Once it expires, the perfume will give off a foul smell." The people below started whispering again. So it was the expiration date. I thought I didn't preserve it well. The others agreed. Me too. Darlene continued. The expiration date of this perfume is 180 days. The other guests exclaimed in surprise. 180 days. Then there's no need to change perfume so often. Darlene pointed to the long row of perfumes in colorful bottles on the table. She said confidently. Besides, my perfumes are very reasonably priced. My perfumes are divided into 5 levels based on the scent strength. And the bottle in my hand is level 5 and costs only 88 silver coins. Hearing this, all the customers below started to make noise. So perfume is divided into levels. So cheap, why is it so fragrant? Only 88 silver coins. Give me a bottle. How about level 1? I want level 1. I want it too. Among the crowd of people who were rushing to get their hands on these intoxicating perfumes, a subordinate of the prince appeared, frowning with doubt in his mind. I must report to the 4th prince, this girl is not normal. Any product that appears today is enough to make her rich. But she insisted on making perfume, and wanted to expose the 4th prince's perfume problem in front of everyone. She clearly knew that selling perfume was the 4th prince's business, and by doing this she clearly wanted to cut off the 4th prince's fortune. In the crowd of people coming to buy, Darlene saw the 4th prince's subordinate quickly leaving the store. Catherine saw Darlene's sad and worried eyes and put her hand on her shoulder to reassure her, "Don't worry, with me here, the 4th prince won't dare to do anything to you." Darlene's face relaxed, looking at Catherine with grateful eyes, thanking her. A small handful of paper flew to the ground. Darlene slid down on the chair, tiredly saying, "It's finally over." Catherine smiled, patted Darlene's shoulder and said, "You've worked hard." Taking a sip of tea, Catherine said, "This time she can finally have the money to pay me for the loot." Darlene glanced at her friend who was calmly drinking tea in surprise and exclaimed, "Huh?" Before Catherine could reply, a man's voice interrupted the conversation. It seemed that Darlene was doing well in business. A well-dressed nobleman appeared outside the door, with what seemed to be his bodyguard beside him. Catherine and Darlene said in unison, "4th prince." That's right, this fat man is the 4th prince of the Yinglu kingdom, Ding Keita. The two girls hurriedly saluted. Darlene hurriedly replied, "It's just a small business, why is your highness here?" The 4th prince coldly swept his hand over her and said, "I heard you sell perfume here, so I was curious and came to check it out. But it seems like they're all sold out." Catherine looked at his unfriendly attitude and replied, "Yes, it's all sold out." The 4th prince smiled and said, "It's okay Catherine, I'm not here to buy perfume. Miss Darlene, please hand over the perfumer to me." Seeing the puzzled looks on the two girls' faces, the 4th prince continued, "I've been researching a new perfume recently. I didn't expect that someone would steal my perfume formulation method. I guess the perfume Miss Darlene is selling is probably my new formulation method." Hearing the 4th prince's shameless words, Catherine angrily shouted, "You really are." The 4th prince glared coldly and turned back, saying, "Everyone knows that all the perfumes are my property, perhaps Miss Darlene wouldn't hide a criminal." Catherine and Darlene were stunned when they heard what the 4th prince said. The 4th prince still asked in a harsh voice, "How is it, Miss Darlene?" He did not let the 4th prince finish his sentence. Two figures appeared at the door, a soft and gentle female voice said, "Darlene, Catherine, I came to find you to play." It turned out to be Princess Lucy and the leopard beastman guarding her, Jones. Seeing that the 4th prince was also here, the atmosphere seemed a bit tense and stuffy. Lucy asked, "Oh my god, why is the 4th prince here too? What's wrong with everyone?" The 4th prince saw that his little sister Lucy had come at an untimely time, so he indifferently replied, "It's fine, I just have a small matter that I want to find Miss Darlene to handle." Lucy looked worried and said, "Could it be that Darlene had a conflict with the prince?" Darlene is straightforward. Don't argue with her, prince. I'll apologize to you on Darlene's behalf. The 4th prince still replied with a cold face, "There are things it's better to not get involved in." Lucy still smiled foolishly, replied, "Huh, I don't quite understand." Looking at his sister's silly expression, the fourth prince just remained silent and did not respond. Seeing Princess Lucy appear, Darlene felt less worried, her facial muscles relaxed and she smiled. Beside her, Catherine still had a very unpleasant expression, watching the back of the prince and his servant angrily leaving. Before leaving, the fourth prince said to Lucy, "If you've gone to play with Miss Darlene, then I won't bother you anymore." Darlene invited Lucy and Catherine to her private room for tea. In Darlene's room, the three of them sat on the sofa. Darlene was pouring water to serve the guests. Catherine turned to thank Lucy. Luckily, Miss Lucy came at the right time, otherwise that fat guy Ding Kata would have definitely made a big mess. Lucy humbly replied, "If I hadn't come, Darlene would have definitely been able to handle this small matter, but I guess the fourth prince won't let it go easily." Darlene brought the cup of tea she had just poured in front of Lucy and offered it. "This is milk tea, Princess Lucy, please try it." Princess Lucy tasted it and felt like flowers were blooming around her because of the sweetness. She excitedly said to the leopard beast woman behind her, "Jones, this sweet thing is so delicious, you should try it quickly." Jones's face did not change as he replied, "No," but then his face suddenly became sparkling with enjoyment after taking a sip of the milk tea the princess gave him. Princess Lucy smiled happily and said to Darlene, "This milk tea is really delicious, it smells good, how much is it?" Darlene replied gently, "This milk tea is not for sale right now, it was given to us by the Lord of Taeduong City." Lucy heard about the Western City and said, "I remember you brought back a lot of wonderful goods from the Western City this time. What the fourth prince wants is from the Western City, right? This Western City must be kept secret. With the fourth prince's unscrupulous nature, I'm afraid the Western City will be in trouble." Darlene replied gently, "Princess, there's no need to hide it. Nowadays, the Western City is very developed. There are also many merchants doing business there. Just ask around and you'll know." Lucy heard Darlene say that, and was happy. So that was it, but on the contrary, it was also a good thing. At least the fourth prince didn't make things difficult for her. Catherine had been sitting on the side, watching Lucy's attitude and words. She turned to ask, "Lucy, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly so concerned about Darlene?" "I think you're hiding something from us," Lucy replied, "I'm about to leave the kingdom." Catherine was surprised when she heard that and asked, "Where do you want to go in this winter?" Darlene seemed to understand what was going on, looked at Lucy and asked, "Has it come to this?" Hearing Darlene's question, Lucy replied, "Darlene, you are so smart." Catherine's head was filled with questions, her eyes wide open. "What are you two talking about? I don't understand anything." Darlene spoke up to explain. "Before we arrived at Xi'an City, I had heard that the king was sick. These past 2 days, after the sun had set, I felt that the atmosphere in the capital was extremely stifling. The rivalry between the first prince and the second prince was known to everyone. Those with some power were forming cliques. Princess Lucy is favored by the king, neutral attitude, two princes who cannot win over the princess will definitely harm her. Moreover, in order to prevent the princess from becoming an opportunity to help the other party, it is feared that the two princes will soon attack the princess." After hearing this, Catherine understood the problem and spoke loudly, so Lucy had to leave the royal capital to protect her life. Lucy lowered her head and continued sadly, "I usually pretend to be confused in front of my elder brother, but with Jones here, they wouldn't dare to do anything to me directly. But a few days ago, the eldest brother plotted to have Jones injure the second brother. I'm afraid this kind of thing will only happen more and more in the future." Lucy looked a little scared at the thought of what happened next, taking Catherine's hand for comfort. Catherine stood up and scolded after hearing that her elder brother was too much. Lucy still replied gently, "The emperor has agreed to let me leave." Lucy turned to look at Catherine with her blue eyes and said seriously, "But Catherine, I'm afraid. I heard that your father, Duke Kailak, wants to help the eldest prince. I'm afraid that he will marry you to the eldest prince soon." Hearing these words, Catherine was stunned, astonished, then fell back, her face pale as she said, "This matter, no wonder I went to my father to ask me what I thought of the prince. I don't want to marry that hypocritical prince." Then Catherine threw herself into Lucy's arms and cried like a child. Hoo. Lucy sighed sympathetically and comforted Catherine. Darlene heard the news, looking at the two girls who were caught up in the unpleasant situation before her eyes. Her heart also worried as she said, "Princess Lucy, your life is in danger right now. Your two elder brothers are also immoral and incompetent. Why don't you take that position yourself? Sit in that position yourself?" Darlene's words startled the other two. They turned to look at the person who called out, "Darlene." Catherine sat back in her chair, looking at Darlene nervously. These words cannot be said again. 100 years ago, the Yinglu kingdom had an extremely talented queen. In order to raise the status of women, she had greatly damaged the interests of the nobles. The nobles were afraid of such a thing happening again. They were on guard against women in power. If the news of Princess Lucy's desire to ascend the throne were to spread, the people who wanted to harm Lucy would not only be the two princes. Princess Lucy smiled gently and said, I am just a little princess who likes to write stories. Even if I think so, I have no money or connections. Catherine heard that and sighed softly. She stood up and turned around to say, so where does Princess Lucy want to go? It's not easy to move around in this cold weather. Lucy replied, I haven't thought about where to go yet. Maybe we'll move to nearby places first. Darlene suggested, if there's no destination, let's take a boat to the west, it's a wonder city, she'll love it. Lucy heard that and asked again. The Castle of Miracles. Hearing about the western city and its handsome young lord, Catherine excitedly said, yes, she would definitely like the western city. It was very special there were many beastmen. Moreover, beastmen and humans lived together equally. Furthermore, Lelisa also lived there, the food there was delicious. There were even pizza, dumplings, and noodles, Lucy would definitely have to try them. Hearing so many strange and surprising things, Lucy asked curiously. Beastmen and humans lived together peacefully. Is that true? Catherine and Darlene looked at the little princess and replied. Lucy felt very interested. She happily turned around and said to the leopard guard beside her. Jones. Let's go to Xi'an City. The guard immediately obeyed. The towering snow-capped mountains shimmered under the sunlight. At the gorge in the Yukam mountain range. The military training area on the snowy trail. A group of horsemen was advancing. Black-clothed guards were riding around, protecting the carriage pulled by two horses in the middle. This group belonged to City Lord Lu Feng. In contrast to the cold snow outside, the air inside the car was filled with an ambiguous scent, gradually heated up by Lu Feng's passionate kiss to Mina. Lu Feng gently took Mina's chin in his hand, pulling her closer to him. Mina leaned forward, receiving this sweet kiss. The air was filled with pink. The two of them immediately separated. Lu Feng looked at Mina, who was still a little shy, and said, it's been a while since we've been alone together. Mina's cheeks were still red as she replied, yes. Lu Feng rolled down the carriage curtain and looked outside. He said, I've been busy with spring planting lately. Today I finally had time to go out of the city to see how the elves are doing. I wonder how their training is going. Mina continued. Young master, I've been doing intelligence gathering for the security bureau lately, so I haven't paid much attention to the situation here. The handsome black-clothed guard saw the city lord Lu Feng looking outside. He immediately reported, City Lord, ahead is the mountain pass where the goblin assault squad is stationed. Lu Feng heard that and gave the order. Go inside and see. All the guards obeyed and shouted, understood. It was still winter, the weather was extremely harsh, the cold wind blew strongly on the mountain, in the goblin training area. A woman in a green cloak was giving a stern order to the soldiers practicing below. Shoot a little faster. The speed is too slow. At least one breath must shoot an arrow, remember? Immediately, everyone below shouted in unison, understood. It was Lelisa who was directing the training. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of a carriage caught her attention. She recognized the city lord's carriage coming. The female leader said in surprise, the city lord is here to supervise. Everyone line up and don't be quiet. The group of elves who were training immediately lined up in two neat rows. Lu Feng got out of the carriage and walked towards the female leader. Lelisa greeted Lu Feng after seeing him. City Lord Lu Feng looked at everyone and asked. Lelisa, do you usually train elves like this? Lelisa replied immediately. That's right, the elves' ability to shoot arrows accurately is very high. Next, just need to increase the shooting speed, the attack power will be greatly increased. Lu Feng saw this and asked again. Have you ever participated in mobile target attack and mobile arrow shooting training, and also the longest distance arrow shooting training? Hearing the strange things Lu Feng just said, Lelisa asked in confusion. City Lord. What is that? Lu Feng saw that Lelisa didn't know. He frowned slightly and sighed. Forget it. I'll tell you later. How's the camouflage training going? Lelisa happily replied. As requested by the city lord. It's all done. The elves are all hiding very well. Even if they're standing next to each other, it's hard to detect them. Seeing Lelisa's confidence, Lu Feng wanted to test it out. Command. Oh, so confident? I want to test it out, is that okay? The location is the dry forest outside the canyon. I'll give you 20 minutes. Lelisa replied confidently. No problem. Lord City Lord. I'll tell them to prepare. Lu Feng held out his hand and said. Go. Mina had been observing the arrows hitting the bullseye on the target. She said to Lu Feng. Young master. The arrow hit the bullseye. They were indeed the best elves in archery. Lu Feng just shook his head and said.
They were just shooting dead things. They were far from it.
He thought to himself.
Hopefully the disguised district will give him a surprise.
At this time, in the dry woods outside the canyon,
the footsteps of Lu Feng's group had already come to check.
Lu Feng looked at the pile of snow and dry leaves in front of her and said. Go away. You've been exposed.
Such a thick pile of snow and dry leaves on the ground, wouldn't that tell others that there's something unusual here?
The snow pile moved. A goblin stood up and said. City Lord. Lu Feng gave a stern instruction. Hide in the snow with some dry branches. Breathe through the gaps in the snow pile. As long as the dry branches are a little bigger than the gaps, it will be fine. The goblin listened and obeyed.
Lu Feng and his group soon found the goblin disguised in the dry woods. Looking at the lifeless pile of snow exposed in front of them, Lu Feng sighed sadly and said.
And her too. The layer of snow was too thin. One could see the outline of a person.
Especially her, but was too big. At first glance it was obvious that something was wrong.
Lu Feng shook his head in frustration.
Such a disguise was too clumsy.
Any hunter or knight with a little experience would see through it immediately. Mina looked at Lu Feng with admiration.
As expected of a young master, Lu Feng walked around to find the group of goblins that were awkwardly disguised in the snow.
Some people even had their hair sticking out. That's a good thing to say. Lu Feng continued to say dejectedly. Come out. Your hair is all exposed. If you're going to hide, you should wrap your hair in cloth.
Especially in a place like this with all the snow.
Lu Feng continued.
The hiding place was as natural as this rock. She went and made a dry tree to cover it.
Wasn't it to let others know that someone was hiding here? Look up at the tree. Lu Feng continued. You come down here too, hide in the tree and remember to clean the snow off the tree. Mina saw that the goblins had all been found and spoke.
The young master now only had Lelisa left.
Gather everyone.
Lu Feng explained. As for other environments like mountains, forests, hills, cities and towns, it was almost the same. It was just a matter of making the place you were hiding look clever. Along with hiding yourself, you were also hiding these traces.
Lelisa and the goblins listened to the useful information seriously. Lu Feng asked more. Is there anything else he doesn't understand? He was secretly crying in his heart.
Thank you for all the documentaries he has watched, otherwise he wouldn't have any capital to teach them now. The crowd that had been listening attentively all this time had their minds opened, and they shouted in unison, understood.
Lelisa was happy and said, I understand now. Camouflage training is not only to disguise oneself but also to disguise the traces of camouflage, so that it will naturally not be easily discovered by others.
Lu Feng saw that everyone understood and grasped what he said, so he instructed everyone, if they understood, then continue training. Only when they could shoot and kill the enemy while in camouflage without letting the enemy find them would it be considered a success.
Lelisa and the goblins confidently followed his orders.
The goblins began to discuss tactics. They had to consider the wind direction in the environment, and their hair, they had to tie it up to avoid being exposed.
I'll do it again, please help me see. The black guard Sink said to Lu Feng, City Lord, it's getting late.
Are you ready to return to the city? Lu Feng replied, there's no rush.
It's been a while since I've been able to leave the city. That's right, I remember the military camp isn't too far from here, right? The guard immediately replied, yes, the City Lord will be there soon.
Resting his chin on his hand, Lu Feng thought, spring is almost here, the third conscription is almost over. We can start preparing, but before that, we still have to go to the military camp to check if the soldiers' qualities are okay? Thinking so, Lu Feng turned to the guard and said, Sink, pass down the order. In the evening, we will go to the military camp to observe.
Sink immediately obeyed, understood. The sky has turned to evening. The weather was getting colder.
At the military camp outside Xi'an City, the guards were raising their weapons at the crowd entering the military camp.
Shouted, stop, don't move. Who are you? Where are you from? Lu Feng came forward to introduce himself, don't panic, I'm Lu Feng.
The soldiers suddenly discovered that it was Lu Feng's group and stammered, you are, Lord City Lord. Everyone lined up neatly, bowed their heads respectfully, and greeted the City Lord. Looking at the soldiers saluting before him, Lu Feng said, 5 people in a squad, working closely together. Even if something happens, the others can have a chance to report back. Very good, it is very reasonable to arrange soldiers to stand guard in a hidden position. You guys do your job, no need to notify me, I'm just going to check. The guard received the order and shouted, understood.
In the quiet barracks, Lu Feng looked and said, let's go.
Mina remembers to time it. Mina picked up the stopwatch and replied, yes, young master. The man in black received the order, holding the gong in his hand, and started to beat the alarm loudly.
The loud and piercing sound of the gong tore through the quiet night. The commander of the military camp who was sleeping in the room woke up in shock and said loudly, "What happened?" The gong kept ringing. He ran out of the room, wearing his armor ready for battle. Out in the yard, seeing the crowd beating the gong, he suddenly came out and shouted, "Lord City Lord!" Mina pressed the stopwatch on her hand and told Lu Feng, "Young master, 2 minutes." Lu Feng looked at the commander with satisfaction and said, Okay, stand aside and wait first." The commander obeyed the last command and shouted. Clearly, behind, from the rooms, soldiers began to rush out to gather in the yard. Under the bright moonlight and gentle wind, the soldiers were all assembled, but their uniforms were not neat. Among the soldiers, some were wearing shoes and sandals, and some were even wearing feminine bows. There was also a soldier who was shirtless, with only a tight bra on his upper body, pink hair, pierced ears, and full, seductive lips, making many of the men around him look shyly. As soon as the gong ended, Lu Feng looked at the soldiers gathered in front of him and said, "Today, I have come to cause trouble for everyone. The soldiers of my western city, no matter what time it is, must be on guard and not let down their guard for even half a minute." Lu Feng walked around and observed, stopping at the blonde soldier who was fearfully lowering his head and asked, "Where is your weapon? Do you want to be killed instantly on the battlefield?" Then he looked at the soldier without any armor and scolded him, "But where is his shoulder armor? Going to battle without armor, are you tired of living?" Then Lu Feng angrily shouted to the entire legion, "Those who were not wearing their full armor, step out of line. I hope this is the last time. Now listen to my command, carry heavy loads, and start running." The whole army obeyed, all carrying heavy logs on their shoulders in pairs, running around the camp to the count of 121. Lu Feng stood in the room with the commander, looking at the soldiers running in the yard, thinking, their discipline is too poor. Even if the army was 10 times larger, it would still be a weak army, without fighting power. Lu Feng continued to tell the commander, "I know that among them, there are many people who join the army for food. But if they don't have faith in their hearts, once they encounter a powerful enemy, they will most likely surrender immediately." Lu Feng said seriously, "Having such soldiers is like not having them, what's the difference?" The legion commander immediately bowed his head and admitted his mistake, "City Lord, it's my fault." Lu Feng rested his chin on his hand and said thoughtfully, "It's not entirely your fault, it's also because I didn't think about this problem before. Their physical quality is up to standard, what they lack now is the strong belief in willingly sacrificing themselves to protect Xi'an City." Lu Feng closed his eyes and thought in his mind 2 words, faith, faith, there it was. In the barracks office, Lu Feng said to Mina, "Mina, help me do this." Mina replied, "What are you doing, young master?" It was already dawn. Lu Feng, Mina, and the guard stood on the high floor looking down at the soldiers who had gathered neatly. Lu Feng solemnly looked at all the soldiers who were timidly bowing their heads and said, "Yesterday's assembly disappointed me, and now it disappoints me even more. My soldiers don't even have the courage to look straight at me, everyone is so cowardly that they're not even as brave as elementary school students." Looking at the soldiers who were still silently lowering their heads, Lu Feng said loudly, "Are you all angry? Do you feel humiliated? Every day I feed you all, delicious food, full meals. No one in this entire Western city has food as delicious as you all. Is this how you repay the Western city? Is the rate at which people put on armor faster than the rate at which people fight over food? If you don't even wear your armor properly, you'll only lose face on the battlefield and seek death." Looking at the soldiers clenching their fists, Lu Feng continued to speak even more aggressively. "Forget about losing face, you won't know how to lose face. Because at that time, there will be no more lives, and the ones who will lose face will be your loved ones, your parents, your children. Others will say that everyone is a bunch of motley soldiers going to the battlefield to rush to their deaths. After all, they are soldiers who can't even wear proper armor, so what else is they if they aren't motley? Tell me, are you all motley crew?" Lu Feng continued to speak loudly. Whether they were rabble or not, it was not something that could be determined by shouting, just by everyone's performance yesterday. Anyone who saw them would think that they were all rabble soldiers, not strong soldiers who could protect Xi'an City, protect their loved ones, protect their children. Now everyone tell me, do you want to be a strong soldier who protects your family and protects the Western city, or a motley soldier who waits to die? All the soldiers below shouted in unison, "Strong soldiers." Lu Feng said with satisfaction, "The strong soldiers in my heart have strict discipline, are brave and courageous, and fight without fear of death. If the enemy can hold out for a long time, our strong soldiers must hold out for an hour or 2 longer than them." Even though all his teammates had fallen and he was the only one left, he still dared to carry his spear and sword and charge forward. "Death is not scary. If a hero dies in battle, I will take responsibility for that person." Seeing the soldiers' spirits rise, Lu Feng continued to inspire them. "Starting from today, as long as they are soldiers who died fighting for Xi'an City, I will take care of their parents and raise their children to become talented people. I will erect a tombstone for them and bring their loved ones to witness their glory." The entire army heard the city lord say that and opened their mouths wide, saying strongly, "Swearing to die for the city lord, swearing to die for Taeduong City." All the soldiers raised their hands to show their determination and shouted in unison. We swear to die for the Lord, we swear to die for the Taeduong Citadel. We swear to die for the Lord, we swear to die for the Taeduong Citadel. The flag that represents me also represents everyone, and moreover, it represents the Western City. It is a flag with the image of a majestic and powerful dragon, fluttering in the wind. Under the sunlight it looks even more majestic. Lu Feng forcefully used his sword to cut his palm. Fresh blood immediately dripped down before everyone's astonished eyes. He used the fresh blood to drip onto the battle flag and said, as the city lord, he was also willing to bleed to protect Xi'an City, to protect the people of Xi'an City. While all the soldiers were still surprised, the commander of the Neo Dai army also used a knife to cut his hand and swear in blood, I will risk my life to protect Taeduong City with the city lord. All the soldiers below also bravely used knives to cut their hands, shouting loudly, we also swore to risk our lives to protect Taeduong Citadel with the city lord. All of them dripped blood on the red cloth to show their determination to the end. Lu Feng looked at everyone below with satisfaction and said, the soldiers have already planted the faith to protect their families and the Western City. All that is left is to use their strong will and willingness to sacrifice to carry it out. Neo Dai is ready for the next parade. Commander Neo Dai immediately raised his hand to receive the order. On the streets of Xi'an City, in a large open space, many curious citizens were gathered together, looking at the group of people who had just been arrested by the police. Two of the people who were being escorted were kneeling on the ground, while the other one was running away. The beast girl immediately ran over, shouting loudly, don't move. I'm arresting you now for disturbing the peace in the city. Dees ran after the criminal who was trying to escape. He turned back to look at her and said, I am not causing trouble. Dees reached out to grab him and continued, if you have anything to say, say it at the police station. The criminal glared angrily, pulled out a knife from his pocket, and said loudly, I'm not disturbing the peace. He swung the knife at Dees's hand, she couldn't dodge in time and was cut by the knife. The sharp knife tore his shirt, cut his arm, and revealed the triangular symbol on Dees's arm. At this time, the police also rushed over to restrain him. The criminal saw the triangle on her arm and shouted, she is a slave, look at the slave symbol on her arm, a slave like her has no right to arrest me. Dees kept the wound from bleeding while scolding him, I am the captain of the patrol police team appointed by the city lord, I am no longer a slave but a free man. People began to gossip, the criminal had just been escorted away, but still did not submit, his mouth still spoke harsh words. A slave will always be a slave, a mark means a slave, I am a commoner, you have no right to arrest me. The people below were whispering, Miss Dees was a slave, so the armband was to cover the mark. The city lord once said that as long as a slave worked hard, he could become a free person. But unless the mark was cut off with a knife, it would stay there for life. Dees ignored those words and said forcefully, the city lord told me to protect Taeduong City. If you do something bad, I have the right to arrest you. Below, a bad guy said, you listen to the city lord so much, the city lord must be your master, right? Dees was a bit surprised when she heard that, then angrily punched that guy and sent him flying, his face dark as he said, I don't allow you to talk to the young master like that. Seeing her actions, the commoners below exclaimed, Miss Dees is so cool. You don't even look at who she works for, even if Miss Dees is a slave, she is still stronger than us commoners. The policeman told her, Dees, cover it up, if you don't see it, no one will tell. Dees looked a bit sad, covering the symbol on his hand with his hand, clenching it tightly. That night, the word slave kept ringing in Dees's head, the criminals' insults and the common people's gossip kept echoing. Slave, slave, she was a slave, as long as she had the mark she was still a slave should obediently accept slavery. Dees shouted, no, I'm not a slave. The policeman's voice suddenly appeared beside her. Being a partner with a slave was really embarrassing. Dees was indignant, her eyes glistening with tears, she shook her head and said fearfully, no, I am not a slave. Tears welled up in her eyes, she looked around for someone who could sympathize with her, then suddenly in front of her appeared the city lord Lu Feng with a cold voice and lifeless eyes, she was a slave. Dees screamed in fear, I'm not. Dees woke up with a start from her nightmare, she was exhausted and gasping for breath on the bed, she hugged her knees, buried her face in her hands and sobbed, reassuring herself, no, the young master definitely wouldn't say that. The next morning, during breakfast, Ellie's angry voice rang out, putting down the devil in her hand. Nina also angrily shouted back, whoever took it would be theirs. Dee sat and thought, her bowl of rice full and she hadn't touched it yet. Normally, wasn't she the most gluttonous person? Seeing this, Lu Feng immediately asked, Dees, what's wrong? Lu Feng's question caught everyone's attention. Dees woke up with a start and replied, yeah, I'm fine. Seeing Dees's strange attitude, everyone worriedly asked, are you sick? Something's wrong with you, you don't even eat. Without waiting for Dees to reply, Lu Feng immediately stood up and said, let me check. Lu Feng walked up to Dees and touched her forehead to check her temperature. Dees was embarrassed by Lu Feng's sudden action, her head was fuming, her hands covered her stomach, her face was red and she was so embarrassed. I'm really fine. Lu Feng saw Dee's action and realized. Could it be? Then turned to Mina and said, Mina, go ask Dee if she is having her period. If so, cook her some brown sugar water. Mina was also surprised to see the young master who was so sensitive about this also responded, so that's what it was. Lu Feng reached out and pinched Mina's ear, saying shyly, this is normal, there's no need to be shy. Mina shyly leaned her head against Lu Feng's chest and softly replied, yes. The two of them were affectionate for a while and then returned to the dining table. Lu Feng told Dee, if you're not feeling well today, you don't need to go to the police station, go home and rest after breakfast. Nicole heard that and also added, that's right, don't force yourself, rest and get well first. Dee heard that and also obeyed. After the meal, Dee returned to her room to rest. While lying on the bed, she thought, the young master cares about her so much, just now he even specially told Mina to take care of her. The master has always hoped that slaves can become free again through labor, but apart from patrolling the streets, I can't do anything. Have I implicated the master? I live in the city, maybe other people will say that the young master is a slave owner, I can't bring trouble to the young master. As Dee spoke, she silently shed tears, a silly thought appeared, without me, everyone would live better, right? It was raining, as the night was getting closer, outside of Xiang City, at the Yukam mountain range, there was the sound of a group of people. One of them spoke up, the leader, and performed the play in front of the beastman named Dee as planned. The captured person also tried his best not to leave any traces behind. So it was the group of people from the Black Iris organization. The leader sat on the cold snow and replied, according to the recent propaganda, the slaves and civilians of Xiang City are now at odds with each other. It is believed that Xiang City will soon fall into chaos. The white-haired girl wearing an orange cloak, sitting on a rotten log, spoke, Steward Chi, how long have you been in Xiang City? Butler Chi replied, it's been a few days. The person who asked just now was the leader of the Black Iris. She asked again, what was his impression of this castle? The butler replied, the western castle was very interesting. Hearing that, she smiled coldly and said mysteriously and evilly, how interesting, you go home, just follow the plan. If Dee does not leave the western city, then 3 days later kill several people, pretending to be a conflict between slaves and civilians. Butler Zich immediately obeyed and left. The Black Iris leader peeked at the blue-haired female assistant beside him and asked, Little Gold, the mission in Feinas City failed because the city lord of 11 Yang City suddenly appeared. The blue-haired girl beside him quickly replied, that's right. The leader's face was sinister, he smiled and said, interesting. Then she stood up, looked towards the western city and said, it's a pity that such a nice place cannot last long. The crowd dispersed, the leader ordered her subordinates, Kimo, let's go, back to the base. Kimo obeyed and followed. The leader got on the palanquin carried by 4 people, with Kimo walking beside her, and set off back to the base. On both sides of the road, her subordinates stood in neat rows holding torches to light the way. Kimo thought confidently as he walked, the leader's plans had never been wrong. Lelisa, we will see each other again soon. Tante Duong, at the pizza shop, Dee looked tired and helpless, said, give me 30 pizzas, no, give me 50 pizzas, add meat, take away. The waiter was happy, holding a pen to write down the menu. Seeing Dee ordering so many pizzas, he asked curiously, Miss Dee was planning to have a summer party, 50 pizzas was a lot, she would have to wait a while to finish. Dee quickly waved his hand and said, it's okay, I'll go for a walk and come back later to get it. Dee turned around, her face sad, sighing. Maybe she wouldn't be able to eat it anymore, so buy as much as she can, if she can't finish it, she can dry it as a souvenir, no, how could she not finish it? Next thing to buy, Dee said as she walked. Suddenly Dee bumped into a blonde girl, making a popping sound, ah, ah. Dee instinctively pulled down his sleeve to cover the tattoo. Dee's whole body trembled, scared, her face darkened. The blonde girl who had just bumped into Dee saw this and immediately panicked and asked, sorry, I bumped into her, are you okay? Dee bowed his head, his voice cold, it's okay, it's because I wasn't looking at the road. Dee said and walked quickly, hurriedly going out of the restaurant. As soon as Dee went out, in the pizza restaurant, the man sitting in the corner witnessed the whole scene just now. He put his hands together, his mouth smiling meaningfully, the smile was full of evil intentions, as if he was preparing some dirty plan. At the rented house in Xiang City, the security team knocked on the door of a room with a knocking sound. The security team from outside the door loudly announced, open the door, check as usual. A fat man pushed the door open and said in surprise, it's the captain on patrol again. You've worked hard. The guard replied, winter is cold and dry, we have to light a fire every day to keep warm. But firewood is dangerous, especially in places with many people like rental houses, accidents can easily happen. That's why the Lord asked us to patrol more often, to check fire safety, hope you understand. He still had a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened, saying, it's okay, everyone has worked hard. The guard remembered something and asked, I remember you, your last name is Sich, you are a fabric merchant. You have a good memory, he replied. The guard asked again, I remember you had several subordinates, none of whom are here. He was startled when he heard that, but he calmly replied on the outside. He had gone out to visit the western city. There was so much delicious food and fun here, how could he stay in his room? The guard heard that and immediately found fault. He had been here for many days, but he still hadn't visited. He justified that the western city had many new and exciting things to do. The check is done, the guard said, the room is very neat and tidy, there is no potential danger. I'm going to patrol another house, remember to be careful. He breathed a sigh of relief and thanked the young master for his compliment. As soon as the guards left, he broke out in a sweat as if a burden had been lifted. He lamented, the patrolling soldiers in this city are too diligent, I thought we were exposed, but it seems, Taeduong City doesn't know anything about our actions. Suddenly, a person appeared in the room. He said to him, what's wrong? The person who appeared was the one sitting in the pizza shop. He reported the process of tracking Dees, he said, Dees is going to buy a large amount of things, he should be leaving soon. The fat man nodded in agreement, the leader's plan was indeed very effective, let people prepare to go, tonight they will ambush and attack outside the city. The other person shouted, understood, then turned and left. After the patrol, the guards returned to report to the city lord about the results they had obtained today. City lord, it was indeed the fabric merchant surnamed Zich who had a problem. It's been 8 days since we arrived in Xi'an City. Except for the first trip to the market, the rest of the time we spent watching plays, eating, and walking around, it didn't seem like we were doing anything. Moreover, he wasn't the only one like that. There were a few others, and we've already investigated them all. Ellie said with certainty, it seems that it was them who did it, intentionally causing discord between the slaves and civilians in the city, spreading rumors that were not beneficial to everyone's relationship and harmony. Mina added, spreading rumors is Black Iris's forte, I think they are Black Iris people. But what is their purpose after all, revenge for the goblin incident last time? Lu Feng said, their goal is to enslave the beastmen in Xi'an City. Currently, the human structure in Xi'an City is divided into nobles, merchants, commoners and freedmen converted into slaves. Among them, the number of civilians and slaves is the largest. If there is a conflict between the two sides, the order in the city will be disrupted. If Xi'an City is in chaos, He Dianwei can take the opportunity to capture the beast slaves in the city. But now in Xi'an City, whether it is free people or commoners, life is warm and happy. They will not let some conflicts and rumors come from nowhere to cause chaos. They have great trust in the city lord. He Yanwei's plan will not succeed. Lu Feng didn't think so, it seemed so on the surface, but those rumors would sow unease in their hearts. All it took was the right thing to happen, like finding a slave that everyone in Xi'an City knew about, to confirm those rumors. Hearing this, everyone was startled and shouted, Dees. Mina realized something was wrong, no wonder her mood had been like this for the past few days, maybe it was because of this. Lu Feng quickly told Mina, go see where Dees is, call her here. Mina replied, yes, then ran to Dees's room. The guard didn't understand what was going on, so he asked Lu Feng, what was wrong with Miss Dees? Lu Feng explained that Dees's mood had been down for the past few days, probably because she had been discriminated against for being a slave while patrolling the streets. Dees was the patrol captain, patrolling the streets every day, everyone knew her, and liked her too. If even a patrol captain like Dees was discriminated against, then surely the slaves would be uneasy. The guard heard the explanation, opened his eyes in surprise, and jumped up, understanding that the provocative words were the gunpowder, and Dees was the fuse. Mina ran in from outside with a panicked expression, shouting, young master, Dees has packed her things, it seems she doesn't want to say goodbye. Ellie was afraid, what, if Dees left then the slaves would definitely say that we don't tolerate slaves, chase Dees away. Dees leaving would make the slaves of Taeduong City more insecure, Black Iris's plot was about to succeed. Mina quickly said to Lu Feng, let me go after her. Lu Feng's face darkened, calmly calling Mina back, wait. Everyone in the room stood there, dumbfounded, looking at Lu Feng in confusion. Looking at everyone's bewildered faces and heads full of questions, Lu Feng said, don't chase after her, just let her go. Outside the western wall, Dees jumped down from the wall, stood up, shouldered his luggage, and sadly said goodbye to everyone. Master, goodbye everyone, thank you for your care and concern in the past time, from now on, I will remember you every day. Dees was still standing there, not knowing where to go, when two people appeared in front of her. The two people were wearing brown cloaks, their voices were hoarse, and they stopped. Dees was surprised by the appearance of the two people, curious, who are you? Dees was scared and stepped back, not knowing what was happening. One of the people in the crowd held a sword and stepped out, fiercely shouting, who I am is none of your business, you just need to die. Another person said from behind, charge forward, she is alone, fight fast and win fast. Dees was scared, his whole body stiffened, and he stepped back. Seeing them charging towards her, Dees cursed, "Damn it," she pulled out her sword from behind her back. There was a shout of, "Ah," from behind. Dees and the other group all turned their heads in surprise. On the ground, there were two men in cloaks lying unconscious. Standing over their bodies was a man in a red cloak holding a sword, blood still splattered on the blade. It was Avery. Her face was cold, her demeanor was fierce as she shouted, "Following the orders of the city Lord Lu Feng, no one here is to be spared." Dees saw Avery appear and suddenly asked, "Avery, are you here?" Avery explained to Dees that the young master already knew that she wanted to leave. Dees sweated, worried. The master knew, so he. Avery said, "The young master told me to tell you, it's all Black Iris's plot. Black Iris wants to provoke the relationship between you and the young master to achieve the goal of making the western city chaotic." Dees stared, mouth agape in disbelief, defiant. Dees thought back to everything that happened these past few days and realized how stupid she was. She was sad, felt guilty, stammered, I didn't expect, I would hurt the young master, sorry." Before Dees could finish speaking, Avery coldly lifted Dees's spirits. She said, "If you want to apologize, then keep it and go back and tell the young master." What she needed to do now was. Pausing for a moment, she and Dees charged forward with their swords, attacking the advancing enemy. The two sides fought intensely. Although there were only two people on Avery and Dees's side, their strength was not weaker. The two worked together to defeat each incoming enemy. In the night outside the western city, screams, ugh, ah, the enemy soldiers' blood splattered, lying on the ground before the two men's swords. Avery swung his sword, the sword placed on the leader's neck. The sword reflected his frightened face. He cried out, "Even if you kill me, it won't help. We still have people in the city, Xiang City will be ours sooner or later." Avery said confidently, "This matter, do you think our city lord doesn't know?" Then the sword slashed down, blood spurted out, and the other guy fell down. Meanwhile, in the rental room in Taeduong, the fat guy was eagerly looking out the window. He was uneasy. It was still 2 hours until dawn, there was no news from outside the city, the person sent to investigate had not returned. Could it be that the plan had failed? His mind was full of doubts. To avoid a long night of dreams, Plan B had to be carried out quickly, the message had been sent and action had to be taken immediately. He walked over to the pigeon box and released them out the window. Pigeons with a piece of paper attached to their legs are the oldest method of communication. In another room, two of the fat man's accomplices took out a piece of paper. After reading it, he told the person next to him, "Read military advisor's orders, follow Plan B, act immediately." The rest of the people answered in unison, "Yes sir." From outside, a valve sound rose, the door of the room fell down. The people in the room were startled and panicked. At the door were guards, all fully armed. Fuzi shouted, "The police station is carrying out its duties. Through investigation, it is suspected that you are involved in the recent fabricated incident, please cooperate with the work." The men inside saw that the matter was exposed and raised their swords, shouting, "The matter is exposed, kill." Every single one of them rushed forward fiercely, not knowing what fear was. Suddenly, from somewhere, arrows flew in, shooting straight into their legs, making them unable to move. Fu Tu stood at the window, giving a thumbs up to the archers outside the window. They surrendered. The fat guy was still in the waiting room when he heard the loud screams. He didn't understand what was happening, then from the roof, Mina jumped down and hit his fat face. Mina said, "The security department is on duty, I suspect you are involved in human trafficking, please cooperate with the investigation." He heard the security bureau, immediately stepped back in fear, hurriedly defended. "No, I'm a fabric merchant, I do honest business." Mina saw that he was still defending, so she coldly snorted, "Go tell that to the police station." Seeing that Mina didn't believe him, he rolled on the floor and crawled out to escape. In his mind, he thought, he cannot be caught, if he is caught, he will only die. As he ran, he shouted, "Help, there is robbery, murder." The guard gave him a blow on the back of the head. He passed out and lay flat on the ground. Mina said from behind, leading the way. When Mina returned to Lu Feng's place, she quickly reported the situation to him. Last night, more than 200 people from the police department, the security department, and a raid team were brought in to capture more than 92 members of the Black Iris. Manager Chi was interrogated at the police station. Lu Feng replied, "All right, you've worked hard. Tell the staff to rest." The door opened, and Avery led Dees in from outside. Avery said, "We're back." Lu Feng replied, "It's good that we're back." Dees stood behind with her head down, extremely ashamed of her rash actions. She didn't dare look at the young master anymore. Suddenly, Lu Feng added, this time the action was still to thank Dees. Dees hid behind, hearing Lu Feng praise her. Tears welled up in her eyes, she raised her head, not believing it, Lu Feng saw Dees like that and had no choice but to explain. If Dees hadn't stopped the Black Iris Knights outside the city, helping us by time, how could we have completely eradicated the Black Iris? Dees knew that Lu Feng said that just to comfort her and save her face. She immediately said, "No, that's not it, I didn't do anything." She burst into tears, apologizing miserably. "I wanted to run away, apologize to young master, apologize to you, but I was really afraid that you would look down on my status as a servant, and even more afraid that people would gossip about you because of it." Dees felt something on her face, raised her head to look. It was Lu Feng helping her wipe away her tears. Lu Feng wiped and spoke, his voice warm, "Don't be afraid, no one will look down on you, and no one will gossip. She is the captain of the patrol team of Taeduong City, everyone likes her very much." Dees was also happy to hear that, but still said sadly, "But I have the mark of a slave, I will be a servant for the rest of my life." Lu Feng felt heartbroken and helpless. He put his hand on her head to comfort her, stroked her hair and said, "She is her, servant is just a way of calling, it will not be the only adjective to describe her, she does not like the mark, we can erase it." Dees heard the mark being erased, stopped crying, muttered, "Can the mark be erased, dig it out." Lu Feng heard Dees not believing him, so he explained confidently, "No need, just leave this matter to me, don't think about it anymore. You are a citizen of this Xiang city, the patrol team leader appointed by me, even if you are a servant, even if the whole world doesn't need you. But I do." Dees heard Lu Feng's affectionate words, her face flushed, her voice trembling, "Really, really?" Lu Feng happily replied, her voice was playful, "Of course, have I ever lied to you?" Dees seemed to have decided something, tiptoed, and touched her lips to Lu Feng's. The scene between the two people emitted a pink color, the air filled with an ambiguous smell. Lu Feng and the others all widened their eyes, stunned, looking at this scene in disbelief. "What's wrong with Dees today?" He kissed her and said, "Young master, thank you." Ellie regained her composure and shouted, "Ah, this buffalo, how could she kiss the young master?" Dees didn't care, ignoring the objections. "Isn't kissing a sign of wanting to be intimate, it's just a kiss to the young master, what's the big deal?" Ellie was even more angry at Dees' shamelessness. "Ah, I have to kill you." In the western prison, groans were heard. In the prison there was a man tied to the wall. His body was covered with wounds from the torture he had received over the past few days. This was the fatty who had been arrested a few days ago. Lu Feng saw that he was still refusing to confess, so he personally questioned him about his position in the Black Iris organization and who had come up with that plan. He still defended himself, "City Lord, I've said it many times. I'm just a cloth merchant who came to this western city to do business. I don't know anything about Black Iris. You persecuted a commoner, and you have nothing in your hands." Seeing that he was stubborn and refused to cooperate, they questioned him, and he said he was an innocent civilian. Then why did he hide when Nina entered the house to arrest him? Moreover, what kind of fabric merchant would stay in the inn all day and never go to the fabric shop? He still made excuses. "Of course I was scared, running away was just a temporary rebellion. The reason I stayed in the inn and didn't go out was because my subordinates helped me with the work." How could Lu Feng believe it? He said, "Stop arguing. The first day you entered the city, the security bureau noticed you spreading rumors and finding people to secretly follow Dees to gather information. Do you think that what you did was not seen by others? I'm letting you off. I just want to find an opportunity to beat you all up at once." He knew that the matter had been exposed, and stopped pretending. He shouted at Lu Feng and said, "You already know everything, why are you here talking nonsense? Even if I die, I will not reveal any information about Black Iris." Captain Sink saw him being disrespectful to the city lord, so he immediately took action. Sink punched him in the stomach, blood spurting out. Lu Feng saw that he couldn't get any more information, so he turned around and left. He didn't forget to tell Sink, "Don't die so soon, it's not a pity for someone like him to die, but he still has value, take him down." Sink replied, "Yes." In the square of the western city, the bell rang loudly, summoning the people of the western city. Everyone gathered, wondering what was going on. The fat man and his subordinates were tied up and kneeling on the platform in front of the people. Someone recognized the fat man and said, "Isn't that Mr. Zich? Why was he taken to the execution ground and hanged?" Others were also suspicious. "That's right. Could it be that he broke some law?" The people below were talking, one person was talking, another person was talking, noisily discussing. Lu Feng announced to everyone, "Everyone, I am Lu Feng, the city lord of Xiang City. Some of you know me, some of you don't, but it's okay, today everyone knows me." The people below laughed, "Ha ha ha." Lu Feng saw that everyone was happy and continued, "The prosperity that Xiang City has now is all due to everyone's efforts. In the future, Xiang City will become better and better, no longer allowing people to be poor or homeless, and even allowing them to receive formal education for free." Lu Feng raised his hand and stood on the stage to announce loudly. Everyone below already knew about Lu Feng's actions, and also knew that with Lu Feng, their lives would improve. They shouted in unison, "Long live the city lord, long live the city lord, long live, long live, long live." Lu Feng replied with a stern face, but then pointed at the human traffickers and said, "Human traffickers don't let us live peaceful days." The people below were startled and panicked. Human traffickers, Mr. Zich was a human trafficker. Luckily, I had not had much contact with him. I said that they did not do any business all day. They did not look like merchants. It turned out that they had come to this western city with an evil intention. Lu Feng listed their crimes in detail. These human traffickers were clearly physically strong and had all their limbs, yet they engaged in such lowly occupations. They did not use their hands to work to create wealth, but instead committed cruel acts in order to plot for money. Because of the bottomless greed of these human traffickers, so many people have had to leave their wives and children, their homes destroyed. Your relatives, friends, and lovers have all become slaves, turned into objects to be bought and sold. They cannot take you back, nor dare to take you back, because they feel humiliated by their slave status. Not long ago, they were also like you, also free civilians. Those who were once slaves heard Lu Feng's words and looked back at themselves, thinking of their relatives, friends, and lovers, and felt heartache. Everyone was in tears, looking at the traffickers with hatred. They shouted in unison, "Beat the traffickers to death, hateful traffickers, beat them to death." The people kept cursing, some even threw stones at them. Seeing everyone so excited, Lu Feng announced some good news. In our western city, many people who were formerly slaves have been restored to their status as free civilians. Then Lu Feng shouted at the former slaves, "Raise your heads. You don't need to be ashamed, you don't need to care. You were civilians before, now you will also be restored to your original status, you are all free. The people are free, I give you a new life, the slave mark on your hands, I will help you erase. Give you a truly free life." Everyone is surprised, everyone is happy. Some people were still confused and asked, "City Lord, are you telling the truth? Can you really help us erase the slave mark?" Lu Feng replied, "Of course, as long as you are free citizens, you can take your ID card, go to the tattoo shop next to the police station, and ask them to cover up that slave mark." The people below shouted in unison, "This is great, this is great." Nina saw that and hugged Deesa's shoulder and said, "That's great." Seeing that everything was settled, Lu Feng declared, "Now I announce the death penalty for the traffickers. Hang, immediate execution." The traffickers were hanged, the sound of painful groans rang out, but no one cared, all around were sounds of joy and happiness. At the tattoo shop in Xi'an, Lu Feng held a needle and said, "First draw the image on the place that needs to be tattooed. Then insert the needle containing the color into the skin, pay attention, before tattooing, don't forget to disinfect the needle, be sure to boil it in boiling water, then use disinfectant alcohol to wash it." As he spoke, Lu Feng drew a colored tattoo for Dees. Everyone around gathered around to watch, eyes wide open, witnessing the miracle that happened. Lu Feng continued, comforting Dees, "It might hurt but just bear with it for a bit and it would be fine." Deesa's face turned red, she couldn't help but hope for the new tattoo. The apprentice beside him, seeing Lu Feng's skillful movements, his eyes lit up as if they were stars, and he took notes of what Lu Feng said. Lu Feng continued to analyze, human skin can be divided into the epidermis and the subcutaneous layer. The epidermis can heal very quickly, but the inner layer of skin cannot. Therefore, when tattooing, a needle must be used to puncture the epidermis, then insert it into the inner layer of skin, so that the tattoo will last longer. The apprentice standing next to him, as if he understood everything, said, "It turns out that human skin has 2 layers. When practicing on pig skin, the city lord kept telling him to pierce the second layer. It turns out that this tattoo artist's name is Dai Luke." Dees blushed when she saw the tattoo Lu Feng had done for her. She exclaimed, "It was so beautiful." It was an angel wing, the white color stood out against Deesa's skin. Everyone cheered, the slave mark was gone. Everyone raised their hands and said, "I want to get a tattoo too." Someone else said, "It's my turn this time, I want to get a tattoo for a dog, I'm ready." The tattoo artist quickly said, "Don't be in a hurry, 1 person at a time, everyone gets a tattoo." In a certain cave, a man standing 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, with strong muscles and fierce eyes shouted and stopped. "This is the Black Knife Giant clan." Kimmo said in a gentle and respectful voice, "Lord Black Knife, I have something to see the leader about." A voice from inside called out, letting her in. Black Knife replied, "Yes." Black Iris, the leader of the room. Kimmo eagerly reported, "Leader, the plan of the Red Steward in the Western City failed. I would like to take over the business in Taeduong City." "Don't worry, leader. Last time was due to negligence. This time it will definitely not be like that." The person Kimmo called leader, without even turning around, coldly ordered. "Her mission is to quickly find a good item, our big boss can't wait any longer." Kimmo was worried, and hesitated for a moment to answer. But Don't be too hasty, the situation is chaotic recently, the western city is densely wooded, rest assured, Lu Feng doesn't need us to do anything. As soon as she spoke, the gecko in her hand ate the butterfly that flew over. At the outskirts of Xiyang, the military training ground, the leader of the soldiers was watching his troops running with all their might in the distance and loudly shouted. You guys are elites who have passed the first level, yet this is all your speed can do. In the distance, several soldiers' faces were blue and purple from running so hard, but they still had to endure, their hearts felt like they wanted to run out of their chests to run with them. The troop commander stood still and shouted from afar. I can tell you clearly. The number of new recruits this time is up to 300. Among the 700 or so of you, any one of you can be eliminated. The army doesn't need weaklings, lazy people, or worms who come and eat and die. Don't you think so? None of the trainees want to be eliminated. Some of them really need this job. Once eliminated, they'll have nowhere to go or go hungry. They don't want to go back to the hard days of the past. They all said in unison. No. The commander shouted, then run for your life for me. All seemed to be given more strength to shout loudly, and run away as if something was behind. In the distance, Lu Feng, Mina, and Ellie were standing watching. Mina the cat wondered, why don't we recruit more people in the west? Ellie glanced over with her big blue eyes and replied. Not for now. The western city is already at its limit supporting over 700 people. We have to wait until early spring to recruit more. Lu Feng added from the side, Ellie was right. But the 700 plus soldiers plus the goblin assault team were already enough to risk their lives against the nobles. There was no need to rush to expand the army. A soldier walked over. He raised his hand and saluted. Lord City. The Research Institute sent word that Lord Fangs had created a new anesthetic. Please come and see. Lu Feng turned around in surprise. So fast? Very good. Let's go and see now. Mina looked up from behind at Lu Feng, the assassin who used poison last time. Lu Feng smiled and replied. I didn't expect that Fang's guy to be so talented in the field of drug research. Mina seemed to have the instincts of a cat. She was alert. She was a little suspicious. Fangs had only started his research a few days ago. And he had succeeded so quickly. Could it be that he was up to something? Ellie added. I think so too. Young master, you should be more careful. Two hands placed on Mina and Ellie's heads and rubbed them. Lu Feng looked at the two girls in front of him and smiled, don't worry. The Research Institute has already sent the news that the others have already done the initial check. There won't be any problems. Mina and Ellie didn't know what else to say. They reluctantly nodded. Yes. Lu Feng touched his chin and continued. But the two of them had already reminded me. Although the assassination attempt was discovered before it was carried out. But it was true that the protection of the city government had to be strengthened. Who knows, maybe the bounty people would send assassins to assassinate me at that time. After speaking, Lu Feng turned to ask Mina. That's right. Last time, I paid attention to choosing suitable guards. Did it work? Mina replied. The Security Bureau has temporarily selected 4 people. All of them have clean backgrounds. Their backgrounds are clear. I have a high opinion of a bearkin named Gaba. Let me tell you. This Gaba is currently working in the textile industry. Honest attitude. Hardworking. Currently living with a disabled sister. Very loving and protective of her. Good character and ability. Lu Feng said with a satisfied expression. Pay special attention. Find a chance to test her skills. Mina smiled and replied. I know. After talking, the 3 of them went to the reception room at the Research Institute in Taeduong City. The 3 of them just entered the room. At the same time, seeing the person in front of them, hundreds of questions simultaneously appeared in their minds. The 3 people's faces were also dumbfounded at the same time. Their eyes were also in turmoil. Lu Feng spoke. He was Fangs. How did he become like this? Fangs's expression now was no different from a madman. His eyes were wide open, bloodshot. He spoke in a strange voice. This is not important. Lord City. This is the new type of anesthetic that I created. It has a very strong anesthetic effect. Just cut open the wound, add a very small amount of the drug and you will lose consciousness after 5 seconds. Lu Feng asked. He said that it can take 5 seconds to lose consciousness, so is there any danger to humans? The old man smiled and replied, City Lord, there is no danger. You will just feel dizzy. I have personally tried it. How big of a wound does it need to be? What dosage should I use? Old Fangs replied. The wound is as big as a pinhole, and can knock someone out for about 30 seconds. If you use a small knife to cut it, it will knock the person out for a day. When they wake up, they will have a terrible headache. Lu Feng was as if he had struck gold. He shouted happily. Very good. He had made a great achievement. Having said that, he turned to the little girl Ellie. Ellie, give me the paper and pen. Yes, master. Lu Feng took the paper and pen from Ellie and wrote something on the paper. He wrote while giving instructions. Mina, take this to the military construction site. Tell them to quickly manufacture it. Mina took the paper and looked at it. This is. Lu Feng explained. Blowing needles, if used in conjunction with anesthetics, would be a hidden weapon that would be difficult to guard against. Mina listened attentively to the lecture as if absorbing new knowledge. Her eyes widened in surprise. Lu Feng turned to Fangs and praised him. Fangs, you did a great job this time. If you need anything, just ask, consider it my reward. Fangs shook his head, tears falling from the corners of his eyes. He placed his hand on his chest and said softly, City Lord. I am already very grateful that you did not kill me but instead employed me. The atmosphere in the research institute is very good. I can devote myself to researching and concocting my anesthetic. Life is much more enjoyable than being an assassin before. Lu Feng smiled and replied. That's good. Fangs continued hesitantly. But Lord Lu Feng. The Bounty Guild will not spare you. They will definitely send someone to assassinate you again. You must be more careful. Mina, Ellie and Sink were all startled, their expressions slightly serious. Lu Feng calmly replied. Don't worry. If they want to come, I can't stop them. But if they want to assassinate me, it won't be that easy. At the same time in Lima City, Bounty Guild. Count Puli's son, Sharo, had shoulder-length blonde hair, sword-like eyebrows, and blue eyes. He slammed the table. His face was a little angry as he asked. This mission is not complete. How long has this been going on? The blonde maid with her hair tied up in a bun standing beside her softly replied. Assassin Fangs was assigned to assassinate Lu Feng. It has been a long time since he sent any news. There is a high chance that he has failed. I will spread the news. A new assassin will take on this task soon. This time the assassin will be stronger. Sharo clenched his fists and found the assassin without killing Lu Feng. Of course, breaking his arms and legs was fine. I wanted the person. I just wanted to make him look stupid. The maid beside him lowered her eyes and asked. From assassination to kidnapping. Are you sure? Sharo smiled smugly. I'm sure. He thought to himself. It only took a few months to become the West. From a backward city. To develop into a bustling city. This Lu Feng must have something special. He has such ability. It would be a waste to kill him. Why not capture him and put him to work? Think of a plan to help me. Thinking of this, Sharo couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. The maid beside him looked a little disgusted. Want to change the mission? Please pay 10 gold coins as a mission change fee. This service is also surprising. Sharo folded his arms and smiled. No problem. A person like him is not short of money. He is the son of a count. A house on the main street with a big father, what is there to be afraid of? The maid went to another room. Lifted the curtain. Looked at the woman in red before her and said. Fifth Deacon. Viscount Sharo has already paid 130 gold coins. But the reward is only 50 gold coins. The amount of money that the 7th Deacon has embezzled is too much. No wonder the mission failed. Bounty Guild. The 5th Deacon propped his chin with one hand. He replied coldly. She sent a message to the 7th Deacon. Tell him to vomit up the money he swallowed. Otherwise, this mission will not be completed. After saying that, she picked up a piece of paper and looked at it with a sly smile. But this western city is really interesting. It has developed so quickly in just a few short months. The city lord must have some tricks up his sleeve. The maid beside her replied. Lord 5th Deacon. If you are interested in Xiang City, I can help change the mission. Tell our men to go capture that Lu Feng. The 5th Deacon suddenly stopped, thinking about something, then waved his hand. No need for a head. Just a noble from the western city. Just leave it to those money-driven assassins and hunters. The main goal of this organization is to compete for the new king. Yes. At this time, at the gate of the western city, a girl with blue hair walked to the gate and observed. The city walls here are too magnificent. No wonder capturing a city lord can get 130 gold coins. She quickly shook her head to regain her composure. But coming here to do the mission was just a convenience. Finding Little was the important thing. It turned out that this was the assassin sent by Bounty. She went inside the city. In the western city, she looked around in confusion and suddenly felt like she was lost in a luxurious and prosperous place. The Blue Eyes exclaimed. What's wrong with this city? The royal city isn't that luxurious. Moreover, the beastmen are talking happily with humans. Am I hallucinating? She saw two bear sisters walking on the side of the road talking. The younger sister looked up at her older sister with big round eyes and worriedly said, "Sister, do we really have to go to the drunken tower to eat? Isn't that too wasteful?" The older sister beside her bowed her head and smiled softly. "Don't worry, this month's salary is 10 coins more than last month's. You can rest assured and have a delicious meal." Suddenly, there was a sound of someone coming from behind. "The thing is, please excuse me for a moment." The two bear sisters heard someone calling their name. Gaba and Nuayu turned back to look. The older sister saw that the person in front of her was a bit dangerous, so she instinctively stood in front of the younger bear and bared her teeth and claws. "What's wrong?" The blue-eyed assassin waved her hand urgently. "Don't panic. Don't panic." She pointed to the black bandage on her head and said, "I am also a beastman. I want to ask why humans and beastmen here can live together so peacefully. Is there no one oppressing you?" Gaba replied immediately. "How could someone bully us? You think too much." Nuayu beside her laughed and said, "Is this your first time in Xiang City? This is the miracle city of the beastmen." The blue-eyed girl on the other side stroked her chin and said, "A miracle? How could this be?" It was obvious that humans hated beastmen. The two sisters faced each other indifferently, raising their hands to each side and shaking their heads. "How would we know this? But surely the city lord knows. After all, this entire city was created by him." Her eyes looked doubtful. "Yes. The lord is a very great noble." The elder sister Gaba nodded repeatedly in agreement with her younger sister's opinion. "That's right. That's right." Nuayu continued. "Unlike other nobles, he is very kind to us beastmen. You will know after living in Xiang City for a few days." The blue-eyed assassin had a few question marks around him. As if he couldn't process the strange information. Human nobility. Very good to beastmen. This is the first time I've heard that. Nuayu guessed that she had grasped the situation. She immediately said, "If there is nothing else, we will go first. We still have to eat." The blue eyes looked up. "Yes. Thank you both." Gaba also smiled and raised his hand in farewell. It's okay. We're all beastmen, so we should help each other." The assassin closed his eyes and looked troubled. This time, this was troublesome. He didn't expect that the lord of Xiang City would treat the beastmen equally. If he were to corner this person, the beastmen living here would be affected. Who knows, this harmonious atmosphere might be broken. She put her hands on her head and sat down. She screamed in her heart. "Honestly, if I didn't have to find Little, I wouldn't have accepted this mission. It's so confusing. Is this going to be my first failed mission?" Suddenly, a soft female voice came from afar. "Lord Lu Feng. I'm hungry." A deep male voice rang out. "We're almost there. Just bear with it a little longer." She suddenly realized this was Little's voice. She quickly turned her head to look. In front of her was a carriage. There were soldiers guarding it. Everyone on the street looked at the carriage and bowed to it. It was the city lord's carriage. The city lord. Everyone on the street had a hint of excitement in their voices. A hint of respect and a hint of loyalty. The carriage and the assassin passed each other by. She immediately guessed that the voice just now belonged to Little. But why was Little with the lord of Xiang City? Moreover, with Little's personality, he wouldn't call anyone else sir except his eldest sister. She clenched her fists and looked at the silhouette of the carriage disappearing at the end of the road under the warm blue sky. It seemed like she would have to sneak into the city tonight to see what was going on. At the city lord's mansion in Taeduong City, darkness had already covered every corner of the city. The wind began to blow strongly. On the wall, the girl with blue eyes now had a pair of wings appearing behind her. She stood from above, the bright moonlight shining down on the scene below in an illusory way. These soldiers patrolled constantly. She looked around for a moment and then made a hum. There was a window in front, and outside there was a platform, which was suitable for landing. As soon as she thought of it, she spread her wings and flew over. The patrol team on guard below did not detect any intruder. Her hands quickly grabbed the pedestal, then held her upper body with both hands, and let out a sigh. Luckily she knew how to fly. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone else to sneak in here so easily without making any noise. Suddenly, a voice came from inside the window. Who was she? The winged assassin immediately raised his eyes and looked inside, exclaiming. Inside, Lu Feng was sitting majestically on a chair. Mina, who was standing beside him, saw the stranger and, like a cat, cautiously pulled out a knife from behind her back. The three people's eyes met. Mina quickly walked up and put a knife to the stranger's neck, forcing her to come in. Mina glared at the person in front of her and said, Young master, it is very possible that she is an assassin sent to assassinate you. The assassin said, If you catch me, I have nothing to say, just kill me. Mina looked up with sharp eyes and spoke harshly. She thought I wouldn't dare. Lu Feng quickly stopped her. Mina, wait. At the same time, the door slammed open, accompanied by Ellie's voice. Young master, we're done soaking in the hot water, do you want to go soak? He was about to continue when he stopped. Everyone in the room looked out the door at the same time. There were 4 people outside. Thea, Avery, Ellie and Flay also looked in. The 5 people's eyes met. What happened? Avery didn't wait for an answer. Seeing Mina's knife against the stranger's neck, he knew what was happening. He immediately jumped forward to protect Ellie. The princess was in danger. Back off. Flay looked out from behind Ellie like a kitten. He opened his blue eyes wide and exclaimed. Milla. The stranger with the knife to his neck also exclaimed. Flay, you are really here. Flay ran over. Milla, is that you? Lu Feng stood beside him with his arms crossed and asked. Flay, what is this person's relationship with you? Flay immediately replied. My friend. Lu Feng heard that and immediately turned to the side. Mina, let her go. Yes, young master. Flay quickly thanked Lord Lu Feng. Having let go of her neck, Milla quickly ran to Flay's side. She held the small shoulders in front of her with both hands, worried. Finally found you. Flay, how dare you run away from home? Flay immediately replied. I'm looking for your big sister. Has she returned yet? Milla smiled and replied. Of course she did. She didn't see me. She was so worried that she beat everyone up. Come on, let's go back to your sister. As she spoke, Milla held out her hand. The petite figure in front suddenly retreated. Milla exclaimed in surprise. Flay. Flay lowered his eyes and walked away in a low voice. He didn't want to go home. Milla stood up quickly. Flay, do you know what you're saying? Everyone is worried about you. Flay lowered his head and quickly ran behind Lu Feng, tightly hugging the city lord's arm. His eyes looked forward with some guilt. I said, I don't want to go back. Milla got angry when she heard that. Flay, stop teasing me. If my big sister knew that I found you, she would be very happy. Now you say you're not coming back. After saying that, she pointed her finger at Lu Feng, the city lord, and said, Flay, are you being threatened by this guy? Flay stood behind, sticking his head out and shaking his head. Milla gritted her teeth in anger. Flay, you. Suddenly, the door opened. Nicole peeked her head in and saw a strange sight. She went in and asked, what's wrong? Lu Feng let out a breath and explained. Nicole, this is Milla, Flay's friend. She took her downstairs to treat her wounds first, then arranged a blanket for her. She would sleep with Flay tonight. Mina still felt uncomfortable hearing that. Nicole listened to Lu Feng's orders and replied. Yes, young master. Mina also said to Lu Feng. Young master, I will also go and see. Lu Feng said immediately. This is their business. We should not interfere. Via looked regretful. Hesitant. Could it be that Flay would leave with Milla? Ellie below smiled and replied. Don't worry. There's so much delicious food following the young master. Flay couldn't bear to leave. Lu Feng stood by and continued. This depends on Flay's thoughts. I assure everyone, if Flay doesn't want to go, no one will be able to take her away. A moment later, Milla sat by the bed. Her eyes looked at Flay worriedly. Flay, did that noble threaten you? Or did he get a hold of something? Flay shook his head and said. No, the city lord is very good to me. I voluntarily stay here. Milla looked up as if she was looking at a stranger. Flay, you've changed. You're no longer a qualified assassin. If Big Sister finds out about you like this, she'll be disappointed. She'll come looking for you herself. Flay looked up and wondered. Was the mission of the elder sister completed? Mina lowered her eyes. We failed. We lost more than 20 brothers and sisters. Even the eldest sister was injured. Flay was sad too. Was that really a dragon? Was it worth her effort? Milla turned and shook her head. I don't know either. Big sister doesn't have her own plans either. Flay, are you really not going back with me? Flay lay down on the soft mattress. She quickly turned her back to Milla and fell asleep. Milla was also helpless behind her inside. Early the next morning, Milla had her first good night's sleep. When she woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. She yawned, then stretched comfortably. Milla looked to the side, thinking to herself, this is the first time she's slept so comfortably. No wonder Flay doesn't want to go home. Even when she slept, Flay's weapon was always by her side, she still hadn't forgotten her identity as an assassin. Thinking of this, she clenched her hands into fists, she had to bring this child back. They both woke up and went to the dining room. Milla looked around. Although it was a dining room, everything was shining brightly as if it was gilded. Above, there was a chandelier shining down with sparkling light. As expected of a noble, she knew how to enjoy life. However, Flay was an assassin. If she continued to live here, her assassin skills would gradually fade away. Thinking of this, Milla looked at Lu Feng and said, City Lord, I don't know what Flay owes you. I can help Flay repay the favor. I hope you can let her go. Flay heard that and immediately turned around and raised her voice, No, I don't want to go back. She thought to herself, if I go back now, I will only cause more trouble. Milla heard that and looked down at Flay, a little angry and shouted, Why can't I? Don't you want to go back to see your big sister, see everyone? Flay seemed to want to say something more but she really didn't know what to say, it wasn't that she didn't want to see everyone again. Lu Feng turned back to stop her, Wait, why did Miss Milla have to bring Flay back? Mina immediately replied, Because only when Flay was with her eldest sister, could she learn killing skills. Lu Feng crossed his arms and leisurely asked, So how much have you learned? Mina quickly replied, I have already learned 40% from my eldest sister. Lu Feng immediately shook his head and said, But in my opinion, you're not even a standard assassin. Mina heard that and shouted, What did you say? Lu Feng folded her arms and explained, she thought a qualified assassin would be easily captured by us last night like her. Milla lowered her head a little embarrassed, it was because my condition yesterday was not good. Lu Feng saw that she was wrong and still argued, so he said, If you are not convinced, then I will give you a chance to compete. If you lose, you must admit that you are not a qualified assassin, and you cannot force Flay to come back. Milla quickly agreed, Okay, if you lose, you can't stop me from taking Flay home. Flay seemed reluctant to agree, so he said, City Lord. Lu Feng waved his hand to interrupt, No problem, let's just decide like this. 3 games out of 2, the content of this competition is up to you. Milla seemed to grasp the opportunity in her hand and smiled triumphantly, Then you lose, first match, we compete in disguise. 3 days later, in the distant forest, the sun shone on the sparse forest, below there were many trees but absolutely no leaves. Above the ground was a trap, it was a hole camouflaged as if covered with many branches but it was as if there was none. It turned out that Milla was below the pit, looking through the cracks laughing, there were many dead trees and lava forests exposed here. As long as I took advantage of the terrain, hiding in the lava pit covered by dead trees, I definitely wouldn't be discovered. She was laughing smugly when a shadow fell over her. A blonde soldier removed the branches above her with his hand and said with a smile, Miss Milla, come out here. Milla suddenly stood up, eyes wide open, how could the camouflage technique that her eldest sister taught her be so easily discovered? The soldier immediately clasped his hands and bowed before Lu Fengde, the city lord. Miss Milla hid in the lava pit covered by dry branches, but the surrounding environment was quite clean, and the hiding place was very high up. Milla beside him was like a petrified woman, slightly confused. Lu Feng turned around and said, 7 minutes, that's fine. Number 2, next it's your turn to disguise. Yes. Lu Feng turned to the person beside him and said, I'm looking for you. 2 columns of smoke came out from above Milla's head. She immediately ran away and searched. My eldest sister taught me a lot of ways to find people. Elsewhere outside the forest, Lu Feng and Sink along with the beast girls were at a picnic, leisurely and happily eating an outdoor feast. Suddenly, from the side, Milla walked over panting. I lost, I can't find it at all. Lu Feng curled his lips and ordered, Sink, bring number 2 here. Yes. After a minute, the 2 of them returned, my lord. Lu Feng immediately said number 2, told her how he hid himself. Number 2 immediately answered honestly, yes. Not far away there was a pile of rubble, I started burying them from the feet with the rubble, I buried the whole person. Milla's eyes widened, mouth agape, impossible, I searched that place, there was no one hiding there. Number 2 turned around and replied innocently, yes, down there I felt Miss Milla come twice, she just didn't notice me. Milla felt like she was falling into a deep hole. She felt like a failure. She knelt down with a heavy heart. But very quickly, her eyes sparkled and she regained her fighting spirit. She seized the next opportunity, and continued with the second match. At a distance of 1,000 meters, to see who could attack the mission target first. I'll go all out this time, be careful. In the second match, the next soldier holding the bow and Milla holding the knife stood at the finish line. The voice of preparation rang out, everyone tensed up and looked forward. Start, the sound just sounded, Milla like a train smoking and rushed forward as fast as the wind. She turned her head to look at the people behind her smugly, secretly laughing in her heart. The farthest distance an arrow could attack was no more than a few hundred meters. She was sure to win this game. The platinum-haired soldier raised his bow without haste. Milla held the knife in her hand and looked at the strawman target in front of her, secretly pleased. She had succeeded. Suddenly an arrow flew in front of her, it quickly pierced through the target. Milla suddenly stopped, stared blankly at the arrow, then turned back. What? How could this be? Lu Feng crossed her arms and calmly said, she had already lost the 3 games in February. From now on, she must not force Flay to come back. Milla returned, her face sad as death in her heart. She was still stubborn with her love for the assassin profession that she had not lost. She smiled awkwardly. Lord, 3rd match, let's have one more match. In the dining room, Nicole brought the food to the table and told Lu Feng, the young master, that it was ready according to his request. Lu Feng looked at the plate of food in front of him and smiled. Yes, you've worked hard. Milla looked at the plate with a tomato and a bowl of soup and thought, this. Nina said from the side, young master, Milla has already lost 2 matches, there is no need to fight anymore. You don't need to worry about it. Lu Feng thought to himself, this match is not about winning against Milla. The match was simply used as bait to lure Flay's sister. If the entire bird race could be made to work for Xiyang City, then the difficult problem of building an air force would be solved once and for all. After thinking, Lu Feng looked around and said, everyone, this lunch is the 3rd match. Milla was confused. Wait, I said the 3rd match was assassination, how did it become lunch? Lu Feng explained, there are many types of assassination, poisoning food is also one of them, doesn't Miss Milla know? Milla quickly said, of course I know, but you've already mentioned poisoning, if I don't eat anymore, then your assassination will fail. Lu Feng smiled, that's true, but I didn't poison the food in the first place. The people in front were stunned, a series of questions appeared, everyone's eyes widened, not knowing where the poison could be. Lu Feng continued, why don't you personally test it out, Miss Milla? If there's poison, then my assassination failed. If there's no poison, then consider it as me treating you to lunch. Also, I'll give a lecture to everyone while I'm at it. Eat. Milla quickly took out a needle, thinking to herself, her eldest sister had once taught her to use a silver needle to test for poison. If the needle turns black, the food is poisonous. Thinking of this, Milla pricked the tomato with the needle. She raised the needle, the platinum color remained unchanged. Could it be that there really was no poison in the food? Flay was talking while eating, this porridge is very delicious, don't worry, the young master won't harm us. Milla heard that and immediately scooped a spoonful and put it in her mouth. Her expression suddenly changed, her eyes sparkled as if she had tasted a delicacy, this porridge was so delicious. In a moment, she and Flay had finished all the food on their plates, their stomachs bloated. Milla let out a breath and exclaimed, this is delicious. Milla turned to Lu Feng and said, I have tried every bowl of porridge and every tomato, and none of them are poisonous. Up until now, I have not seen anything unusual. It seems that this time, my lord, you have lost. Lu Feng curled his lips, clasped his hands together on the table, closed his eyes and smiled, really? Suddenly, there was a groan. Master, master, my stomach hurts so much. Ellie groaned in pain, her face turning purple. Beside, Avery and Flay also held their stomachs, their faces dark. Me too. All of us held our stomachs and cried. Lu Feng laughed to tears, laughing, ha 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 ha, and handed Nina a tomato. Nina reached out to take it, seeing her city lord laughing so loudly, she asked in confusion, what's wrong with them? Milla also started to hold her stomach was a little painful, no way, if there was a laxative then she would know. She stared at the empty plate of food, she didn't believe it. Behind her, Avery and Ellie ran quickly towards the bathroom and complained, I'm going to the bathroom. Lu Feng looked at the tomato in his hand and smiled, because I didn't poison it at all. Everything in this world has a mutual relationship, and food is no exception. If you eat a large amount of 2 foods that have a mutual relationship, it will cause a stomachache at best, and poisoning at worst. The amount of food that beastmen eat is several times greater than that of humans, so you guys were tricked. Milla suddenly understood, so tomatoes and crabs are incompatible, I ate them and then felt uncomfortable. This is hard to guard against, there are other incompatibilities too. Lu Feng stood up and said, this is a secret that cannot be revealed, if you want to know the secret, tell Sister Flay to come find me. Milla held her stomach and was dumbfounded.
This, Flay beside her also stood up and continued, "No, sister is very formidable." Lu Feng came over and patted Flay's head, gently saying, "It's okay, they are sisters, we have to meet once, moreover there is something we need to discuss." After saying that, he and Mina turned away, leaving instructions, "Okay, I'm full so I'm going to work, everyone rest."
Mina and Lu Feng sent Milla to the city gate.
Milla looked at the two and said, "This time I was convinced of my defeat, but this is a matter of my own ability, there is no need to doubt the strength of the eldest sister. This time I will go back alone first, when the eldest sister arrives, Flay will definitely follow her back."
Mina secretly judged in her heart, are all the bird people crazy about the eldest sister?
Lu Feng continued, "Flay is a free person, at least in my place, no one can force her to do anything. Even though she is still young, she already has her own thoughts.
So no matter what decision she makes, we will support her unconditionally."
Milla felt relieved when she heard that.
Okay, you take good care of the baby, I will bring the eldest sister here." Lu Feng nodded and smiled. "Okay, be careful on the road."
Milla turned her back and walked away for a bit, then stopped. She turned her head and said, "For the sake of you taking care of Flay, I'll tell you clearly.
Actually, I was the one assigned to kidnap you."
Milla quickly rushed forward like a cat, raised her claws, and took out 2 knives and held them in front of her.
"What? Kidnapping?" Milla turned back to explain, "Yes, the Bounty Guild's mission is to kidnap the Lord of Xi'an City, and deliver him early tomorrow morning in the forest on the eastern edge of Xi'an City. But I also don't know who placed the order."
Lu Feng thought to himself, kidnapping, could it be that the person who placed the order this time and Fang's previous assassination attempt were not the same person?
He immediately said, "It's okay, thank you for telling me, Miss Milla."
Mina said, "Young master, last night the secret police sent news that there is a cavalry unit of more than 200 people heading west. They have now reached Beifeng City, and it seems that the route they are on will take them to Xi'an City tomorrow."
Could it be that they have some connection with the kidnappers? At the same time, in the east of Xi'an City,
a man with a thick red beard and hair, riding a horse beside Sharo looked towards the gate of Xi'an City and said, "I heard that in recent months, Xi'an City has developed very quickly, and its defenses have also been strengthened.
If a scout from Xi'an City discovers us and then strengthens its defenses, then it won't be easy to handle.
We'd better leave now and beat him to the punch." Baron Sharo replied, "You uncultured bunch are really stupid, if we attack head-on, our knights will be harmed no matter what. I have sent people to kidnap the lord of Xi'an City long ago. Without the lord, I can take the city without spending a single soldier or pawn."
The red-haired guard looked angry and annoyed.
He thought his calculation was the right move, but it wasn't. After 5 hours of waiting at the prearranged location with the Bounty Guild, Baron Sharo no longer had the patience to wait another second or minute. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it." He clearly said he would hand over the person this morning, but it was already afternoon and there was still no sign of him.
The red-haired guard speculated, perhaps the kidnapping was unsuccessful, we should retreat first.
If the kidnapping was unsuccessful, then the other party must have been on guard. I'm afraid their defenses will have been increased during this time. Hearing this, Baron Sharo, with his face full of anger, his mouth gaped open, his eyes wide open with red veins, shouted loudly, No withdrawal.
It's almost the day that father gave me the deadline. If I don't take the Western City, I'm done for. Damn the Bounty Guild.
They clearly guaranteed to complete the mission. When we take the Western City, I'll destroy this guild." He drew his sword and pointed it straight up to the sky to show his power and determination to conquer the Western Citadel. Sharo continued, "I have 300 knights, I don't believe we can't conquer the Western Citadel.
Let's set out immediately to conquer the Western Citadel."
The guard knelt on the ground as if he had received his master's order. He placed his hands across his chest and bowed his head respectfully.
"Understood.
I swear to die to fulfill Viscount Sharo's orders."
Then Baron Sharo and his army of 300 knights marched into the Western City.
At this moment, before their eyes appeared 2 tall cliffs standing like walls. The red-haired guard said that after passing this gorge, we are only 2 kilometers away from the Western City. Once we get out, we must prepare for battle.
Baron Sharo replied, "That is for you to decide. I do not know how to fight." With that, they continued on their way.
But before he had passed the canyon, the guard suddenly realized something was wrong.
All big. There is an ambush.
Sure enough, on both sides of the canyon, silhouettes of soldiers and giant boulders were placed there, waiting for the knights to pass by and roll down. The red-haired guard had just finished speaking when huge boulders rolled down, creating a catastrophic hailstorm, leaving the knights who were planning to attack this western city without any time to react. Seeing that the situation was not looking good at all, the guard ordered everyone,
"Run! Run quickly!"
Baron Sharo prodded his horse with his whip. The red-haired squire shouted,
"Run!"
The rocks fell to the ground and the sound of the army running created a white smoke in the air.
They ran with all their might. Stopping at the forest, Baron Sharo calmed down. Breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "Why is this happening? Why are there rocks?" They thought they had escaped danger. Then what was that? What was appearing before their eyes? Oh my god! It was the soldiers of Tae Duong Citadel. After hearing the secret news that a group of more than 200 knights were marching towards Xi'an City, they immediately set up an ambush. Leading the group were the Taoran girl Dees, Nyo Dai, and Avery. The red-haired guard, his face covered in blood, saw something was wrong and shouted, "Gather, there's an enemy." Baron Sharo asked his guard with a frightened expression, trembling, "Are there Western knights ahead? Let's retreat." Hearing this, the red-haired guard no longer respected his superiors and punched Baron Sharo hard in the face. The Baron came to his senses and spat out a mouthful of fresh red blood. The red-haired guard shouted at Sharo, "Do you think this is a toy, you can go as you please?" After all, he was a famous general who had commanded hundreds of battles. It would be too embarrassing to retreat now. Baron Sharo covered his face in pain, grimacing, blood running down his chin. He felt wronged, even his father had never beaten him. Indeed, he had been born into luxury, served food and water, and had never been to the battlefield before, so it was only natural that he would think of abandoning his child. The red-haired guard threatened Baron Sharo, now that he was the enemy sooner or later, only by fighting would he have a chance of survival. "If you say any more humiliating words, I will kill you immediately." After saying that, he drew his sword and commanded the troops behind him, "Don't be afraid, the enemy has fewer men than us." The soldiers lined up, unison, drawing all their weapons, showing their determination to fight to the end, not afraid of death. At this time, the knights of Taeduong City also obeyed Ngudai's command and put on armor. Both sides were in high spirits, roaring, shouting, and attacking. The fight dispelled the gloomy, desolate atmosphere of the deep forest, disturbing the sky, creating a hazy white smoke. With just one basic move, the Taoran Dees defeated the soldier. Fresh blood spurted out, and he groaned, "Ah." On this side, the red-haired guard of Baron Sharo was no less formidable. With one fatal sword strike, he defeated the soldiers of Taeduong City. The dying soldiers cried out, "Ah." The Taoran Avery and the red-haired guard passed each other, creating a blinding white light, along with the sound of wind. Suddenly, they both turned to look at each other. The red-haired guard bit the reins of his horse with his teeth and drew his sword, seeming to realize that this was his formidable opponent. He charged straight at Avery. After a while, the curtain fell, both sides were dead, the Western army had won. Avery, with his sword covered in blood dripping to the ground, defeated the red-haired guard, a warhorse of the Lord of Lima City. Avery said he was a respectable opponent who showed no fear or cowardice even in death. She appreciated the loyalty and will of the guard, but unfortunately we are the enemy. Avery continued, he led the team and protected his master very well. He was a true knight. The red-haired guard, although he was on the ground, still exuded the aura of a heroic hero, worthy of being remembered by future generations. Nyo Dai said, "Find a piece of land nearby to bury him, he deserves a place to rest." The soldiers obeyed Nyo Dai's order and replied, "Understood." After a fierce and tragic battle, the soldiers cleaned up the battlefield and escorted the enemy leader back to the city to wait for the city lord to deal with him. At this moment, a voice echoed from the West Yun City Lord's mansion. "How bold, daring to sneak attack the Count's knights." Baron Sharo was immediately brought before Lu Feng for interrogation. Mina stood behind Lu Feng and shouted, "Stop pretending, your plan to hire assassins to kidnap the Lord of Xi'an City has been exposed." Baron Sharo thought to himself, "Those rats dared to betray me." He calmly feigned innocence and replied, "I don't know what you guys are talking about. I only followed orders from my father, Count Pulley, to pay my respects to the noble lord. You guys didn't make it clear that you ambushed us." Mina's sharp eyes seemed to have seen through Baron Sharo's intentions. She said, and still not admit it. She drew her sword and slashed a line across Sharo's cheek. Baron Sharo's face darkened, blood flowed down his cheeks, he panicked and replied fearfully, "Ah, blood. You're bleeding, you slut, you dare to hurt me." Mina jumped out, holding a knife to Baron Sharo's neck. He was scared and screamed loudly, "Help." Lu Feng calmly sat with his hands clasped together, gently saying, "Tell me, what exactly are you going to Xi'an City for?" Baron Sharo turned pale and confessed everything. "We just wanted to find a castle to set up camp and train knights." Mina still held the knife to Sharo's neck and asked again, "What is the purpose of training knights?" The Baron replied, "Helping the fourth prince ascend the throne." Lu Feng smiled sinisterly and continued, "So it turns out he is rebelling, no wonder he has to go to the suburban cities." Baron Sharo was furious and said, "How could the royal family's affairs be considered treason? That position was originally for qualified princes to sit on." Lu Feng asked again, "Tell me clearly, what is the situation in the royal capital?" Baron Sharo continued, the king was seriously ill and had not yet decided on a successor. The first prince, second prince and fourth prince all wanted to fight for it. Hearing this, Lu Feng paused, his eyes filled with something indescribable. Then Lu Feng ordered Niodi to take him down and lock him up first. Niodi obeyed. Yes, Baron Sharo shouted, what? No, don't lock me up, I'm a viscount. He thought that if he told everything, he could be released, but no, he was still locked up. Lu Feng was deep in thought at this moment. The prince sat down. Speaking like this, I'm afraid the future of the royal capital will be very chaotic. No, perhaps it's already in turmoil. I wonder how Darlene and the others are doing. At the same time, in Catherine's room, Inglo's royal capital, Catherine and Darlene were sitting together talking. Catherine suddenly started crying. They wouldn't let her go out to play. They even killed the messenger bird that the city lord Lu Feng gave her. Darlene, what should I do? Darlene's eyes were also filled with tears. She didn't know what to do to help her friend. Catherine lay with her head on Darlene's lap, tears welling up in her eyes. Darlene stroked Catherine's silky, golden hair and comforted her, but he couldn't go on a hunger strike because of that. He had lost a lot of weight in the few days they hadn't seen each other. Catherine replied, I'm not on a hunger strike, it's just that the food they cook is so bad. Darlene smiled at Catherine's answer. She continued, that's good, what's the loss, but not the loss of the stomach. I'm leaving for Taeduong City in a few days, do you want to go with me? Catherine replied sadly, her father would not give it. Catherine then burst into tears again, tears streaming down her face. Darlene asked, should we sneak away? Catherine replied, no, the guards outside are very strict. Besides, I know very well that my fate has already been decided, no matter how much I struggle, it will be useless. Catherine resented her miserable fate. She wondered, should I marry the prince? My father said, if there is someone who is more brilliant than the prince, then I can marry that person. Darlene, do you think it is possible? Do you think it is possible? Is there anyone who can compare to the prince who will be the future king? Catherine's tears flowed, holding Darlene's hands, as if she was expecting something from Darlene. Darlene hesitantly said, even more brilliant than the prince. If I say, it's Lu Feng then. Catherine blushed and replied shyly. But Lu Feng had nothing to do with her. Darlene encouraged Catherine, no matter what, give it a try. I'll go to Xi'ang City to ask Lu Feng for help, he'll definitely help. Catherine shyly replied, I hope so. It seemed like she had envisioned a happy ending with our male lead Lu Feng. The scene changed to the Xi'ang City Lord's mansion. Lu Feng's voice echoed out, oh. The leader of the beast tribe agreed to our deal. Ngungu replied, yes, the other party said they wanted to meet you to negotiate, the address is Blackwater City, and asked us to choose you. Nicole brought out a cup of tea for Lu Feng and also joined Lu Feng, Huron and Niu Wu in giving their opinions. How about this, Niu Wu, in a few days, you go to the beast tribe again, buy 500 horses and bring them here. And tell the leader of the beast tribe that she can choose the time to meet, as a demonstration of our sincerity. Niu Wu said loudly, clearly. Lu Feng was deep in thought. After spring, Xi'ang City would have to start a large-scale construction. Horses were the main means of transportation, so it was better to prepare in advance. Lu Feng asked Huron, Miss Huron, I heard you came here specially this time to study. Huron replied, yes, City Lord Lu Feng. The bustling development of Taeduong City in recent months can be said to be a miracle, our Haktui City also wants to learn from it. Lu Feng continued with a serious expression, you want to learn, I have no opinion, but those confidential things, we have no way to teach you. Huron exclaimed loudly, it's okay, it's okay. Lu Feng replied, then you should follow Nicole to learn how to handle internal affairs first. Nicole bowed to Lu Feng's promotion. Huron then went out to talk with Nicole. Huron respectfully said, Miss Nicole, I'll be bothering you in the future. Nicole replied, Miss Huron, don't be like that. Don't worry, I will guide you with all my heart. Ellie brought a stack of reports to Lu Feng's desk, young master, this is the latest report from Drunken Palace. Lu Feng replied, you've worked hard. Lu Feng asked again, right, how is the repair of the bridge at Yutui River? Ellie was eating a lollipop in her hand and was ready to go, just waiting for the official start of construction. The library had also opened and the location for the editorial office had been chosen. Lu Feng said loudly, the secret level of the movable type was raised to a level. Lu Feng thought to himself, newspapers are an important medium for transmitting news. They have provocative content and can control public opinion and manipulate people's hearts. Therefore, the important technique of newspapers is movable type, which cannot be leaked. Ellie replied, I remember. Lu Feng continued, also, have you found enough people in charge of the daily operations of the editorial office? Ellie replied, according to the young master's request, the editor-in-chief of the editorial office must be literate and able to write and publish articles. There aren't many people like that in the Western city, they must be recruiting now.
At this moment, the scene changed to a Western textile factory. The workers were engrossed in weaving. Then a worker with gray hair and a blue apron spoke up, "It's time to go home.
Everyone, pack up your things and go home."
Gabba, the bear girl, thought to herself, she finished 4 bundles of cloth early today, and her speed has gotten faster. If she continues like this, she will get a higher salary at the end of the month.
The textile workers happily returned home after a tiring day of work. Gabba hummed the melody of the song as she walked. She thought about buying Nuayu 2 meat buns on the way back as a reward for weaving another batch of cloth. Suddenly, people shouted along the street, hurry up, if you're late, you're done for." Yes, it's rare to encounter such a good thing. A crowd of people came from nowhere, running straight down the street. Gabba was bewildered, she didn't understand what was happening. She asked a handsome guy with blue hair who was running after the group, "What happened? Why is everyone running towards that direction?" The guy said loudly, "The library and the editorial office that the Lord built have opened. The editorial office is now recruiting literate staff. I heard the salary is very high, everyone is rushing to try their hand." He was so engrossed in talking to Gabba that he almost forgot his main task. "Oh, I won't tell you anymore. If he's late, he probably won't have any work left." Gabba thought, literate staff, Nuayu likes reading so much, maybe she can get hired. But, her legs are uncomfortable and her body is weak. If I'm not there, something might happen. Let's go buy some buns first. Gabba got home just as night fell. She said, "Nuayu, I'm home." Nuayu was sitting on the bed reading a book, hearing her sister calling. She was very happy. Gabba kindly asked his sister, "Nuayu, if you're all right at home alone." Nuayu replied, "What's wrong with me? You're too worried, it's just that sitting around with nothing to do is boring." Gabba said gently, "Bored." She continued to ask, "Do you want to?" She was about to say something but hesitated and thought again. It was fine for me to go work with her, but if she was rejected due to poor health, she would be heartbroken. Gabba thought about her sister being body-shamed at work, a disabled person working for the Lord. If she couldn't even walk, how could she work? It was really ridiculous. Nuayu saw that her sister was about to say something, but hesitated. She asked her sister again, "What's wrong, sister?" Gabba smiled and replied, "It's okay." Gabba continued, "Nuayu, today I bought you 2 steamed buns, I've been hungry all day, eat them while they're hot." Nuayu replied, "That's right, I still have the steamed buns you bought yesterday, you must be hungry after work." Gabba closed her eyes and said angrily, "Nuayu, I bought it for you, why don't you eat it?" Gabba said that, but she knew very well that her sister loved her very much, worked hard, but still bought her favorite food. Nuayu smiled and replied, "I'm not hungry. You've worked all day and are very tired. Eat." As soon as she finished speaking, a loud noise came from Nuayu's stomach. Gabba shouted, "Look, your stomach." The sound in the stomach rang out again, but it was not from Nuayu's stomach but from Gabba's stomach. Gabba smiled shyly, Nuayu also smiled, feeling shy for her. At this point, Gabba couldn't help but burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha," so the 2 sisters sat down to eat the buns. Nuayu handed her a bun and said, "I can't finish 2, you and I will each have 1. Gabba reached out to take the bun and replied, "I really can't do anything about it." While eating, Nuayu asked Gabba, "Sister, do you want to work at the city lord's mansion? With your abilities, you will definitely be highly regarded by the city lord." Gabba, while chewing on a piece of bun, replied, "I only know how to fight, how could the city lord take a fancy to me? I think I'm doing pretty well now." Gabba thought to herself, if she worked in the city lord's mansion, she wouldn't have time to take care of Nuayu like she does now. It seemed that Nuayu had guessed the real reason why she refused such a good job. She said sadly, "Sorry, I implicated you." Gabba slammed her hand on the pillow. "Nuayu," she ran over to stroke her silky hair, then kissed Nuayu on the forehead and said, "We are sisters." Nuayu seemed to feel Gabba's feelings for her. She hesitated and couldn't say anything. "Sister?" Gabba ppm. Nuayu continued to speak, "There is nothing called involvement between us." According to the memories of the Bear Clan elder sister Gabba, it was a dark night, a huge snowstorm, and the wind was cold and piercing. "Catch them, don't let them escape," were the sounds of many people holding torches chasing after the 2 sisters Gabba and Nuayu. Nuayu carried her older sister on her back and ran non-stop in the snowy night. Although she was tired and still panting, she did not stop. Gabba was carried by his younger sister, his face full of anxiety and urging, "Nuayu, put me down, you run away quickly." But Nuayu firmly refused. "No, sister, I will definitely take you away from those slave traders." The 2 of them ran for a long time and finally arrived at a wooden house. Nuayu laid down her feverish older sister Gabba, covered her with a blanket, and said softly, "Sister, we're safe now." Nuayu's legs were red and painful from running in the snow for so long, shaking from time to time, but she still encouraged her sister by her side, "You have to persevere, get well soon," then collapsed beside the bed. The next day, after a good night's sleep, Gabba's fever was completely gone. She woke up and shouted, "Nuayu, I'm finally fine." Nuayu stayed by her bedside all night. Seeing her recover, she smiled and replied, "That's great, sister." But due to being too tired and the pain from her leg, she finally couldn't hold on any longer. Before she could finish her sentence, she fell to the ground and fainted. With a loud thud, Gaba shouted, "Nuayu." Back to the present, Gaba looked at his sister sitting in a wheelchair, opening a book to read. Gaba's face was full of sadness, so later, Nuayu's legs lost feeling. Due to being cold for too long, she could only sit or lie down every day. Her body also became increasingly weak. Remembering that reason, Gaba suddenly became more determined. She seriously promised her sister, "Nuayu, don't worry, I will definitely work hard, then we will live in a better house, there will be meat to eat every day. Nuayu, you like reading, then I will buy a lot of books for you." Nuayu raised her head when she heard her sister say that and said to Gaba, "Sister, actually, I don't want to stay at home forever. I want to go out and find a job." Gaba immediately replied, "Nuayu, you're worried about the family's financial situation, right? You don't need to worry. The salary at the textile factory will get higher and higher in the future, enough for the two of us to live in Xi'an City." Hearing Gaba say that, Nuayu shook her head. Although she couldn't walk, and she knew that her sister was worried about her health, she could still do work like writing. Then suddenly Nuayu turned to hold her sister's hand and begged, "I'm begging you, staying at home all the time makes me feel suffocated, moreover, I don't want to be a useless person forever." "Nuayu," Gaba looked at her sister with eyes full of worry and love, but when she saw the determination in her sister's eyes, Gaba finally compromised. She raised her hand and stroked her sister's head while saying, "Okay, on the way back, I heard that the newspaper office that the city lord opened is currently recruiting people who can read and write. Do you want to go?" Nuayu was very happy to hear that, her eyes curved into crescents with laughter, her hands raised in excitement. She honestly replied, "Really, I really want to go, thank you." Seeing her sister so happy, Gaba also smiled gently. The next day, at the Xi'an City editorial office, two people were working and saw Lu Feng. They immediately stood up and greeted him, "City Lord." Lu Feng immediately said to them, "No need to be so polite, how is it, is there anyone suitable for the position of editor-in-chief?" One of the two immediately replied, "Still not found, Lord." Interviewer number 37 come in, another person called out loudly so that the candidates outside could hear. From outside, the tall Gaba was carrying his little sister on his back. Seeing that she was bigger than the others, the two people standing at the door were a little startled. Gaba spoke up to explain, "The thing is, I brought my little sister for the interview." Following the direction of the voice, Lu Feng and Mina turned back. Mina looked at the person who just entered and whispered to Lu Feng, "Young master, that tall bear man is called Gaba. He is the one chosen as the bodyguard that I told you about before. The one being carried on her back is her younger sister Nuayu who can't walk." Lu Feng heard this and immediately said to the blonde staff, "Let me interview you this time, everyone take a rest." The other person immediately agreed, "Yes, Sir City Lord," and then handed the introduction to Lu Feng. Nuayu was placed on a chair by her sister. Seeing that Lu Feng was the interviewer, she couldn't help but feel nervous, so she sat down a bit nervously. Lu Feng saw that the two sisters' expressions were not good, so he smiled lightly and comforted them, Don't worry." Having said that, Lu Feng sat down with a standard smile on his lips. He continued speaking, "I don't eat people either, please introduce yourself first." "Yes, Lord City Lord." Nuayu nervously grabbed her skirt but quickly replied, "My name is Nuayu, I'm a bear. 15 years old this year, I'm here to apply for the editor-in-chief position of the editorial office. Behind me is my sister, she's working in the textile factory." Lu Feng picked up a piece of paper and asked, "Can you read and write?" "Yes," Nuayu replied, "but I don't know the rare words." Hearing this, Lu Feng did not hesitate to hand over a piece of paper and a pen to Nuayu on the opposite side, then clearly stated the requirements. The editor-in-chief's job was to review manuscripts. "And you also need to know how to write. Let's do a small test. Take the topic of Xi'an City, write an essay, let me see how your writing is." Nuayu immediately reached out for the pen and paper and replied, "Yes, Lord City Lord." Nuayu wrote attentively, each line of words began to appear. Gaba stood beside him, looking worried. A moment later, the essay was finished. Lu Feng picked it up and read it attentively. A moment of silence made Nuayu nervous, so Gaba put his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. After reading Nuayu's article for a while, Lu Feng finally spoke up. "Nuayu, your writing skills are not good enough to take on the position of editor-in-chief. Now I'll give you two choices. 1. Follow me for a while to learn how to write articles, but you'll only get 1/3 of the salary. Wait until you can do it yourself, then I'll give you a month's salary of 1 silver coin. 2. You can refuse." Hearing that, Nuayu immediately became happy, her cheeks turning red. "I choose the first one, Lord City Lord." Lu Feng looked at the little girl in front of him tenderly. He said, "Then you can go to work tomorrow, come straight to the editorial office, I will teach you the basics." Nuayu happily replied, "I understand, Lord City Lord." Suddenly, Nuayu stopped laughing, she lowered her head and asked in a low voice. Lord, why did you choose me? It's inconvenient for me to move around. Without sister's help, I can't go anywhere. Nuayu, Gaba softly called her name. Lu Feng looked at the little girl without saying anything, then suddenly stood up and called out to Sink, who was waiting at the entrance. Sink, you go back to the castle and find Nicole, locker number 60 in the warehouse, and bring the items here. Understood, Sink replied. Then Lu Feng walked to Nuayu's chair and suddenly squatted down, startling her. Lord City Lord. Lu Feng held her leg and gently squeezed it. He comforted her. It's okay. Let me see if I can cure you. Can you feel it? Nuayu's face turned slightly red as she replied. A little bit. Lu Feng immediately thought to himself, it doesn't seem like the nerves in her leg are all damaged. The bodies of the beastmen in this world are very strong, and maybe I can cure them. Then he continued to tell Nuayu, from now on when you go out, wear shoes to keep your feet warm. Massage your feet 3 times a day, morning, noon and night, to increase blood circulation. This will probably help your feet gradually regain feeling. I will remember, Lord of the City. Nuayu was delighted. The joy of seeing the opportunity to walk again could not be hidden in her smile and eyes. At that time, Nicole and Sink had arrived at the editorial office. She spoke up and said, Young master, we brought the things. You've worked hard, open the box. A strange car was taken out of the chest, causing Nuayu to look at it with great astonishment. Lord of the City. This is. Here you go, sit on it and try. Nuayu was carried by her sister and placed in that strange car. She couldn't help but let out a surprised wow sound. Lu Feng spoke up and instructed the little girl, Nuayu, try using both hands to push the 2 wheels. Nuayu did as Lu Feng said. The wheel moved under the force. She cried out, ah, it's moving, Lord City Lord. Lu Feng laughed and explained, of course, this is a wheelchair designed for people who are not convenient to walk. Nuayu. Now I will answer the question why I chose you. The value of a person is not only shown in the legs, although you are not convenient to walk, but you have shown your value. That is much more wonderful than many other healthy people. A person with intelligence, even if his whole body cannot move, I will still hire him. Nuayu heard these words, her eyes lit up with emotion. She sat in the wheelchair, her hands clenched and raised, determined. I understand, Lord City Lord, I will definitely work hard and not disappoint the Lord's expectations. Gaba bowed and placed her hand on her chest in reverence at what Lu Feng had just done for her sister, Lord City Lord. Gaba thanks you for what you have done for Nuayu. I am willing to listen to any command you give me in return. Then you come to my mansion to work. I just happen to need a bodyguard. Mina will arrange specific work for you. Lu Feng took the initiative to make the request. Gaba immediately listened. A few days later, in front of the entrance of the Xi'an City editorial office, Sink drove a carriage to bring Lu Feng and Mina. The city lord has arrived at the editorial office. Lu Feng was about to get off the carriage when he saw some kids running over and calling out, City Lord. He walked down followed by Mina, reaching out to pat each child's head. Everyone's here, come in quickly. The children were happy and blushed when their heads were patted. They answered in unison, yes, my lord. Inside the Western City newsroom, a tense atmosphere prevailed, and anxiety was evident on the faces of everyone in the room. Lu Feng just sat down and saw this scene, his face expressionless as he spoke. Raise your head everyone, I'm not eating people. I told everyone to come today because I have work for everyone. Hearing that, everyone in the room immediately breathed a sigh of relief, their faces filled with bright smiles. Lu Feng picked up a stack of papers with the 4 words Western Late Newspaper written on them and continued to assign tasks. He said that the main task was to sell these things, called newspapers, and there were a total of 500 copies inside. Each copy was sold for 2 yuan, and if everyone sold 1 copy, they could receive a reward of 1 yuan. Everyone in the room heard Lu Feng's salary, their eyes lit up. Some people didn't believe it and asked, selling 1 note is 1 coin, there are 500 notes here, so won't we get 500 coins? Lord City Lord, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true, Lu Feng replied, and not just today, but from now on everyone can come and get newspapers to sell every day, in addition. Speaking of this, Sink and his teammates brought in 2 large bowls filled with white buns, steam still rising from the air. They were steamed buns, everyone exclaimed, really, they smell so good. Lu Feng was now sitting at the editorial desk, his hands clasped together and leaning on the table. Standing behind him was Mina. He continued, from now on everyone's breakfast would be taken care of by the editorial office. There were plenty of steamed buns. Everyone in the editorial office was moved to tears, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Thank you, Lord City Lord, we will try our best to sell out all the newspapers. Lu Feng heard that and immediately opened his hands to remind them, so what are you still standing there for? Eat first, it's not too late to work after you're done eating. Yes, the crowd replied in unison. On the streets of Xi'an City, the sky was still beautiful today, blue sky, white clouds. Below the streets of Xi'an City, the cries of newspaper sellers echoed down the road, selling newspapers here, selling newspapers here. The first issue of Xi'an City, the city lord wanted to build a bridge across the Yutui River. The information on state management, interesting news of Xi'an City were all in the Xi'an City newspaper. The cries of sale attracted the attention of two people walking on the street. The girl turned to ask the boy, Lion, what is a newspaper? Has the city lord created something new and strange? The girl who just asked her name was Liga, Lion's future wife. He also turned to tell her. He didn't know the details, he only knew that it was a profession that the city lord had just created. Why not buy a newspaper and see? Okay, the pretty girl quickly responded. She called a child who was selling newspapers over and said, Newspaper seller, here, I want to buy a copy, how much is it? The boy recognized the girl and quickly replied, yes, Miss Liga, one bill is only $2. Liga paid the boy, then picked up the newspaper to read. This is a newspaper, very interesting, Liga read and exclaimed, after Lion went to congratulate the deputy director of the police station and picked him up. The new and strange things seen in the past few months were more than in the past 10 years. At this moment, a prominent line appeared on the newspaper, building a bridge across the Yutui River. When Liga read this news, he immediately called Lion, Lion, look at this management news, it says that the city lord wants to build a large bridge across the Yutui River. The Yutui River is so vast, how can a bridge be built on it? Lion looked in and read the news, he raised his hand to rub his chin and thought, if he was the city lord, building a bridge across the Yutui River, it would probably be successful. Liga heard that and immediately sighed and said something that normal people would know was impossible. Then her attention was quickly drawn to another piece of news. She read it out loud to Lion next to her. The interesting news here was that Miss Ellie had more than 300 lollipops, many of which were limited editions, and the most expensive ones were 10 silver coins each. It was hard to imagine. Lion stood beside her, his eyes were 3 parts helpless and 7 parts indulgent, advising her, I said it was interesting news, don't believe it too much. Liga heard him say that, her eyes looked at him deeply and teased, so what, next time we meet I have to ask Miss Ellie. After that, Liga continued reading another news. Suddenly she exclaimed, wow, posting an advertisement in this newspaper for a day costs 50 coins, will there really be merchants posting in the newspaper? The city lord's price is a bit too high. Lion thought, maybe the newcomers to the western city who want to do business and have no reputation will think. Elsewhere in the western city, at Tori's ready-made clothing store, our Tori let out a sigh. Tori put her hands on the pink wooden table, leaning her face on it, sighing and thinking, business is getting harder and harder, she has reduced the price several times but no customers come, if she reduces it further she will go bankrupt. Suddenly, the familiar voice of the newspaper hawker rang out again, selling newspapers, the first issue of the Western City newspaper, $2 apiece. Tori heard and stood up curiously, is it something new that the Lord made? Tori quickly went out and bought, give me a newspaper. Yes, the day's $2, Tori handed over the $2 with one hand, and took the newspaper with the other. He picked up the newspaper to read, and quickly found a special content, oh, can I post an advertisement in the newspaper? But the price of 50 dong a day is not cheap. Tori thought for a while and finally decided, okay, let's take a gamble, with the lack of customers in the shop, it will probably close in less than 2 months. Very quickly after that, Tori went to the newspaper office. Tori entered the office and sat across from Lu Feng, Mina, and Nuayu. Lu Feng asked directly, saying that Tori wanted to post an advertisement. That's right, Tori replied, the store's business has been sluggish lately, and even with discounts, there's no change, so we hoped the newspaper could help promote the store. Put 2 silver coins on the desk. Tori continued gloomily, the price is as the newspaper said, I plan to post it 4 days in advance to see the results. Lu Feng immediately responded, then asked Tori, no problem, do you have any advertising requirements? Tori scratched his face in embarrassment and frankly admitted, Mr. Lu Feng, this is my first time posting an advertisement for the store, so I don't know anything. Could you please help me design the advertisement content? Lu Feng did not answer immediately, he asked Tori about the shop's items, how much is the cheapest item in his shop? The cheapest item was 10 cents each, Tori immediately declared. Hearing this, Lu Feng immediately came up with an advertising plan. So the ad reads, the cheapest ready-made clothing store in Xi'an City, Tori Ready-Made Clothing Store, how about it? Seemingly very satisfied with this advertisement title, Tori's face was beaming with excitement, this is good, as long as there are people who want to buy things, seeing this advertisement, they will definitely come to my store to see. However, Lu Feng's reputation was important in all matters, so he reminded Tori with a somewhat serious face. But I'll say at first, it's okay to write the advertisement like that. But our editorial office does not help others spread fake news. If your shop does not meet the requirements as stated in the advertisement, and does not have $10 clothes, the advertisement will be deleted immediately. We will also issue a notice and severely criticize your shop. Tori waved his hand and firmly affirmed, my shop is a trustworthy business. There is absolutely no way such a thing will happen. At this point, Lu Feng also temporarily believed what Tori said. He shrugged and sighed, okay then. Tori was satisfied and happily left. Lu Feng turned to remind Nuayu to take notes. He continued, the same advertisement could only be published in the newspaper for a maximum of 7 days. After 7 days the price would have to be renegotiated. This ad would be published in the next newspaper's advertisement section. Nuayu quickly wrote and did not forget to reply to Lu Feng's words. I wrote it down. Lord City Lord. The next day, Tori was still sleeping. Yawning. Strolling to the store. Suddenly he stopped and looked at the scene before him, unable to contain his astonishment. A crowd was tightly gathered in front of his stall. The crowd saw him coming. They couldn't help but complain a bit. Are you the owner? Why are you here so late? Are you still selling? We've been waiting for a long time. Sorry to keep you waiting, Tori smiled awkwardly. She opened the shop and apologized. Behind her, someone folded their arms and announced their plans. The newspaper said your clothes are the cheapest. I want to buy 2 new sets. The door to the store opened. Tori stepped aside and spoke. Come in. Welcome to the ready-made clothing store, Tori. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd rushed in. The usually deserted little shop was now packed with people. There was even the sound of fighting. Let me go first. I came first. Don't push. Push what? These words made Tori stand outside the door. His eyes and the surroundings seemed to sparkle like meteors. Tori cried silently. She clasped her hands together. She regarded Lu Feng as an idol who was shining brighter and brighter. Mr. Lu Feng had such a vision for business. As soon as the advertisement was released today, so many people came to buy it. This money was wasted. Thinking like that, Tori excitedly raised her hand, her determination raised to the highest level. She decided, after this advertising period was over, she would have to buy a few more days of advertising. The scene changes to the edge of the forest, under the blazing sun. A caravan of horse-drawn carriages is passing by. Sitting in the carriage was Princess Lucy. Even though she was sitting, her hands were still writing rapidly. Her eyes were focused, not paying any attention to the surrounding scenery. Suddenly the carriage stopped abruptly. The princess then looked out behind her. She asked her bodyguard, Jones, with a worried expression. Why did they stop? Did the eldest prince's men come again? Jones held the reins. He turned to answer. No, ahead there was a caravan stuck in the mud. Hearing this, Princess Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. She went to see if they needed any help. By the way, was this the way to Shiyang City? Yes. Jones replied. Looking at her guard urging her horse on, Lucy suddenly thought back. If she hadn't gotten lost because her eldest imperial brother was chasing her, she would have arrived at Shiyang City a month ago. Jones came to the stranded group. She got off her horse and asked. Do you need help? The others looked at her with wide eyes. There was a bit of surprise and they exclaimed. Human, or beast? Then quickly corrected themselves. No need. Seeing the attitude of those people, Jones was a bit unhappy but still remembered what Princess Lucy told him and continued asking. So do you guys know, this road leads to Taeduong City, right? The red-haired and brown-haired men heard Jones asking for directions to Shiyang City and turned to each other to discuss in low voices. The blonde-haired man said, so it turns out that the beastmen want to go to Shiyang City. They met a few people along the way. That's right. The red-haired man replied. It seems that the news that Shiyang City treats the beastmen very well is true. Then it is also true that there is gold everywhere in Shiyang City. This time, he is going to make a fortune. The other two were talking enthusiastically, and finally only the black-haired man who was in the same group as the other two smiled and happily invited Jones. That's right, we're also going to Shiyang City. If you don't mind, you can come with us. Jones's face was expressionless but he politely replied, thank you. The merchants finally escaped the mud, leading the way while Princess Lucy's group followed. Jones returned to the princess's carriage and told her what the others had just said. Princess Lucy felt amused after hearing it. Gold was everywhere, ha 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 ha. Impossible, but all along the way I kept hearing people praising how good the western city was, and I was getting more and more curious. Jones rode his horse with an expression that had not changed since the beginning, reminding Lucy, I advise you not to think too well of it, to avoid disappointment. The two of them walked for a long time and finally arrived. As soon as they entered the city, Princess Lucy was surprised by the scene before her and exclaimed. Wow! The western city was truly worthy of its reputation. Neat street planning, bustling commercial development, and peaceful coexistence between humans and beasts. This is the holy land of my dreams. Jones looked at the confused and sparkling eyes of the princess in front of him and was helpless, only able to say 3 words, it's okay. Suddenly a sentence rang out,
blowing away the excitement in the princess's imagination.
Is this your first time in the West?
Jones reacted immediately, quickly walking in front of Princess Lucy, his hand reaching out to shield the princess, his eyes looking forward warily. In front of them was a police team, and Fu Zi, who was leading the team, immediately reassured them.
Don't worry, we are the patrol police of Xi'an City.
If you two have just arrived here, you can go to the hotel or rented room to register your accommodation.
If you have any problems, you can go to the police station to find us for help.
After finishing the instructions, Fu Tu smiled brightly, his eyes curved into a friendly crescent moon shape and said, "Welcome to Taeduong City." Fu Tu maintained his smile and raised 2 fingers in a farewell gesture. Princess Lucy also politely replied, "Thank you," while Jones just silently nodded.
After saying goodbye, Princess Lucy turned back to Jones and exclaimed.
The patrolling police officer was a beast man. I didn't expect that in the Western City, beastmen could participate in public security management.
The Western City was truly not ordinary. Jones seemed a little excited. He wagged his tail and responded with an ah.
Looking at Jones' tail, Princess Lucy's interest flared up again. She suddenly grabbed Jones' tail tightly, causing the leopard girl to jump. Princess Lucy held Jones' tail and said, "If that policeman said he had registered at a hotel, then let's find out where the hotel is." Jones turned back with a red face to remind the princess of her actions, for the 28th time this month.
Lucy didn't stop.
She moved closer to Jones, causing her to instinctively step back. Her tail was still wagging. Lucy put her hands on her hips and said playfully, "I also grabbed your tail when you were sleeping."
Did you count?
The two finally ended their conversation and started looking for an inn following the instructions from the previous police team. The destination was the Drunken Tower.
Lucy opened the door. It was a fully furnished room.
From the bed, blankets to the desk, carpet.
The window looked out onto the distant mountains.
Everything was neatly arranged, making her sigh. She was indeed not lying to herself. I heard that the food at Drunken Tower is the best in the West. The interior decoration of the room is also very stylish. Lucy and Jones entered the room to examine everything more carefully.
There was a piece of paper on the table. Princess Lucy picked it up and read it. Room service. Menu.
Ha! The hotel also provided a meal delivery service. For a $1 delivery fee, the hotel would deliver the food to the room.
How convenient. There was also a tour guide. Xi'an City was located on the banks of the Ushui River.
If you feel unwell, please seek medical help as soon as possible.
Lucy wondered. If you feel unwell, seek medical help. Could the doctor here be some kind of shaman? Jones checked the cabinet in the corner and couldn't help but be curious after hearing what the princess said. Saving lives and healing injuries was the shaman's job.
What it was called didn't matter. Princess Lucy frowned, her eyes showing a bit of sadness. She said, "Shamans can save lives and heal wounds.
But why are there so many shamans in the royal capital?
Yet the emperor still does not get better.
The emperor is seriously ill, lying in bed suffering. But I am happy, traveling everywhere like this."
As she spoke, Lucy cried. Jones saw this and approached the princess and softly comforted her.
"Don't think so much."
The king didn't want her to think about those things. She hadn't had a proper meal for a few days.
"Let's see what's on the menu."
Hearing that, Princess Lucy raised her hand to wipe her tears and softly responded with a nod. Then the menu was brought up and read. "Oh, chicken head cooked with chopped chili, chopped boiled chicken, egg meatballs, all dishes I've never seen before."
"Or order some to try. Isn't the food here delicious?" Jones suggested.
Lucy's eyes sparkled as she looked at the menu and made her decision.
"Okay. Write it down.
Tell them to bring food to our room. You've been writing for days and you're tired." After finishing the meal, Princess Lucy collapsed on the bed, rubbing her full belly.
It was so delicious. No wonder Darlene and Catherine couldn't forget it.
Jones was still sitting in the chair. On the table were only clean plates with no trace of food. She looked satisfied and agreed. Yes. It was delicious. Princess Lucy suddenly got up from the bed and suggested. She had eaten enough so she had some energy. She had been sighing on the way. There were many places she had not seen carefully.
"Jones, let's go out now."
It's also a good way to digest the food.
Yes, Jones sighed helplessly in response. On the streets of Xi'an City, people were walking back and forth. Lucy and Jones were walking together. Lucy continued to praise. The Lord of Xi'an City was truly a smart person.
Although Darlene's products had prepared me mentally, when I arrived here, I discovered that there were more interesting things than that. Lucy stopped by a fabric shop on the side of the road. Holding the red fabric in her hand, she admired it.
This fabric is so soft. The color is also very beautiful. Jones immediately replied. If you like it, buy it. But the princess turned back. Frowning and pouting, she said. It's not like in the capital now. We have no income. We should save a little. Hearing that, Jones smiled and repeated. Why didn't she say that when she ordered? The princess couldn't refute what he said. She could only puff her cheeks in anger. Jones had no choice but to stop teasing. Fine. When the money runs out, I can earn it back. Princess Lucy suddenly felt sad and spoke. It's just that, Jones, I'm no longer a princess. It's a waste for you to follow me. Before Jones could say anything, Princess Lucy smiled and continued. I think the Western City is very good. It suits you very well. Your abilities are so good. You can definitely find a good job here. You should have your own life. You don't need to keep thinking about me. Jones turned back to look straight at Lucy. In the evening light, a few leaves were blown by the wind. Do you want to chase me away? Jones asked. Lucy waved her hand awkwardly, wanting to refute. I didn't mean it like that. It was just a coincidence that I saved you at first. You don't have to follow me forever. I don't have anything to pay you now. Before Lucy could finish, Jones turned away, not wanting to listen anymore. She just said. It was my own choice. She didn't tie me down. But Lucy was about to call Jones to continue talking. Then from behind a voice echoed. Then remember everything in the shop. I'll go back to the palace first. Lucy turned around and looked. It was Lelissa. Back to the mansion. Didn't Catherine say that Lelissa was a store employee? In front of the pizza shop, Lelissa raised her hand to say goodbye. The blue-haired girl standing inside the shop also raised her hand to say goodbye to Lelissa. Jones turned to Lucy and asked if she wanted to say hello. But Princess Lucy stopped and thought for a moment. It seemed that Lelissa had some kind of relationship with the Lord of Shiyang City. The situation was still unknown. It would not be appropriate to casually reveal her identity. Finally she concluded. Get a clear picture of the situation first and then think about it. The following days, on a clear blue sky day. White clouds. The golden sunlight gently shines. Outside the western city. On the banks of the Yu Tui River. Lu Feng was planning the next step with Mina. The bridge is finished. We can prepare. Young master, the loud call caught Mina and Lu Feng's attention. What's wrong? Lu Feng asked. Niu De hurriedly ran towards Lu Feng. He had a bag of something in his hand. He said. This is something from the Yu Shui River. The bridge workers dug it up. We don't know what it is. That's why we brought it here for you to see. Niu Dai opened the bag. Inside were filled with strange animals. This is a freshwater mussel. I didn't expect it to be here. Lu Feng looked into his bag and concluded. Then he said. Mina. Lend me your dagger for a moment. Mina gave the dagger to Lu Feng. He took a knife and cut a line into the mussel's mouth. He talked as he did so. Mussel meat could be used as food. I didn't expect there to be such a big one. A big one like this might have pearls. Lu Feng opened the oysters. Sure enough, there were 5 round pearls inside. They were sparkling white. Niu De couldn't help but be surprised. Wow. This is real. Aren't pearls very precious? There are still many of them in the river. Lu Feng heard Niu De say that and gave an order. There are many. Niu De. You must immediately block the news. Don't let others know that there are clams in the river. Even more so, don't allow anyone to go down to the river to catch them. Niu De immediately said loudly, understood, I accept your orders. Western City. Outside the big market. A man in a luxurious black suit was about to enter the market when a boy approached him holding a newspaper. Sir. Sir. Would you like to buy a newspaper? The man in black was none other than Mr. Sorrow. He picked up the newspaper. The newsboy immediately told him the special news. Besides, a new pearl shop called Tran Shao Kak had just opened in the big market. Go and see. Sorrow felt quite interested. He entered the market and headed towards the place called Pearl Pavilion. Thinking as I walked. Let's go take a look first. Pearls are something that nobles really like. If the price is reasonable. No matter where they come from. I'll buy some and bring them back to the capital to sell. I definitely won't lose money. Outside the Pearl Pavilion, many people were already talking loudly. Princess Lucy 11 was still holding the steamed bun and looking at the scene in front of her, constantly sighing. Indeed, Xiang City is indeed a city of miracles. Let's go and see. If you like, then go. Jones replied. Inside Pearl Pavilion at this time, Lu Feng, Mina and Ellie were standing under the signboard. There were a lot of people inside. There were also a lot of wooden tables around. There were a lot of water tanks on them. Lu Feng saw that the room was already very crowded. He immediately said, Pearl Pavilion is officially open today. Everyone can buy freely. Jones and Princess Lucy stood in the crowd, looking at the person who had just spoken. Lucy thought to herself. That was the city lord Lu Feng of Xiang City. He didn't seem to be anything special. A short-haired person in the crowd couldn't help but wonder when he heard Lu Feng say that. I understand the reasoning. But Lord City Lord. Where is the pearl? Another person agreed. That's right. That's right. I came here to see what a pearl looks like. Lu Feng smiled and reminded. Everyone, don't be in a hurry. He took a knife and cut open the oyster like the first time to show the Neo Dai group the pearl was inside. Lu Feng opened the oyster. He took out the pearls from the oyster and presented them to everyone. The people in the room couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Those little pearls? So this is where pearls come from. So white and beautiful. Lu Feng explained slowly. That's right. Pearls are born from oysters. But not all oysters can produce pearls. Moreover, the size, quantity, and quality of each pearl in the oyster are different. He placed the pearl in Ellie's hand so she could use a ruler to measure its diameter. Then continue to say, according to the difference of size, color, the price of jade will also be different. After all, the better the jade, the rarer it is. The pearl on Ellie's hand is 7 mm in diameter, relatively smooth in shape, with no obvious flaws. This pearl is worth about 50 silver coins. The people below heard Lu Feng's analysis, and everyone understood. Some even blurted out, wow, that little pearl is so expensive, and some people complained, they really wanted it, but couldn't afford it. Sorrow in the crowd stroked his beard and thought to himself, so the grading of pearls is so meticulous. The pearl in Ellie's hand, compared to the market price, 50 silver coins is considered reasonable. Seeing the seemingly helpless expressions on everyone's faces below, Lu Feng smiled and announced that, apart from these, the second floor of Pearl Pavilion also had many other types of pearls, priced from 10 silver coins to 10 gold coins. Everyone could freely go upstairs and choose. Lu Feng said so, but there were still many people who could not afford to buy it. Some people complained, this pearl is too expensive, I can't afford to buy one in my entire life. That's right, another person agreed. So I prepared this for everyone. Lu Feng patted the wooden water barrels on the table. Mr. Sorrow seemed to understand something. He asked tentatively, City Lord, is there a sun here? Everyone knows that suns come from suns. Could it be that City Lord wants to sell his sun to us directly? Lu Feng directly confirmed, it was still the smart Mr. Sorrow. As everyone could see, in front of me were 3 boxes of clams. The box with the red string was 1 silver coin each, the box with the yellow string was 500 coins each, the box with the blue string was 100 coins each. Of course, the cheaper it is, the less likely it is to have a gem. Anyone who pays can choose one and open it on the spot. No matter what's inside, it's everyone's. Everyone was quite happy after hearing this. Some said, wow, this oyster is much cheaper than pearls. However, some were a bit hesitant, but the probability of each oyster having pearls and the quality of pearls cannot be guaranteed. If there is nothing inside, then wouldn't it be a loss? But once the gem is opened, then you will be rich. Jones also added, isn't that a gamble? The Lord of Taeduong City really knows how to play. Mr. Sorrow stepped forward to start. City Lord, I'll buy one for 1 silver coin. Lu Feng accepted the money from Sorrow and immediately agreed. Sorrow received his son and immediately used a knife to open it. The atmosphere became tense. He slowly opened his son, and the people around couldn't help but look a little curious. The oyster was opened wide, and someone saw it and quickly exclaimed, this is a real pearl. The gossipers immediately started to talk, there are 5, I want to buy, I will buy one. Lu Feng looked at everyone fighting to buy and was a bit speechless. After buying, everyone immediately opened their pearls to check. Oh, I have 3 pearls. Damn, why is there nothing in this pearl? My pearls are so big. After opening them, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Feng continued to speak. In addition, open the bottle in Pearl Pavilion. We have a corresponding service. Everyone sells pearls directly to us. The staff will advise on the specific price. Large pearls can be used to make jewelry. Small pearls can be ground into powder. Lu Feng picked up a bottle of pearl powder to spread the knowledge. Pearl powder has the effect of calming and stabilizing the mood, beautifying, can be taken orally or applied externally. Someone below heard and felt a little doubtful. Pearls can also be used as medicine. I have never heard of it before. Is it a scam? Others heard what the other person said and spoke up to defend him. The city lord is not deceiving anyone. That's right. The city lord has very high medical skills. If he says yes, it means yes. Princess Lucy saw the argument and unconsciously raised her hand to her chin, recalling. Catherine had also said that this city lord had saved her life. I thought she was exaggerating. Could it be that this city lord's medical skills were really that high? The others continued to argue. One side objected. How could the city lord know medicine? The other side defended. Everyone in the city knew. The city lord had saved a dying man. A large tear had ripped through his stomach. Yes. Everyone knows. You should apologize to the lord. Lu Feng heard his defenders waving their hands. His face was somewhat helpless as he tried to explain. The wound isn't that big. No, I don't. Ellie standing next to him saw him like that and raised her hand and smiled slightly. Princess Lucy heard and immediately grasped the key point, can save a dying person. Joan standing beside her still firmly advised her that rumors were not trustworthy. But the princess turned back, her eyes filled with hope, saying, it's better to believe that it exists than to believe that it doesn't. Jones, you go and find out. If Lu Feng can do it, then the emperor will be saved. In the end, Jones had to compromise. She replied to Lucy with 2 words, obey. On the streets of Xi'an City, the weather was still cold as the snow was gradually thinning out. People were walking on the streets. At a corner of the street, a few people were talking. A young man's voice rang out. Have you heard? The city lord has finished building a bridge over the Yutui River. The other person was not surprised. He replied calmly. Didn't you read the newspaper? The city lord said so. Tomorrow, on the other side of the Yutui River, there will be a ribbon-cutting ceremony. I plan to come a little early to reserve a spot to watch. There were still people who were surprised and didn't believe it. He said. Was this bridge really built? The green-haired young man said excitedly. If the Lord says it, then it must be possible. It was said in the newspaper. After the bridge is opened, the land on the other side will be reclaimed. The incentives are generous. I plan to come and register tomorrow. The young man beside me also agreed. Me too. I will go too. At this time, in the hotel in the western city, Princess Lucy was reading the news in the newspaper. She read the part about the bridge that was about to be completed. She said to the leopard guard beside her. Jones, do you believe it? The lord of this western city can build a bridge across the Yutui River. Jones coldly lowered his head and replied. Nonsense. Princess Lucy saw this and folded the newspaper. She smiled happily and said. This city lord is very different. Didn't she also hear about it? He really saved a soldier's life? The reporter's guard's attitude remained unchanged. He replied disdainfully. It was just a fluke. Who knows how trustworthy it is? Seeing Lucy turn her head to look, the stubborn guard looked at the princess and carefully reminded her, I admit. It is true that this city lord has some ability. But he is just an ordinary person. I advise you not to have too much hope. Lucy heard that but didn't pay attention. Then tomorrow we can go to the Yutui River to see. If he can really build a bridge across the river. Then maybe he can cure father's illness. Princess Lucy's face suddenly became sad when mentioning her father's illness and she whispered. If her father's illness is cured, then the fight for the throne in the royal capital will not be as fierce as it is now. Joan saw the stubborn princess and sighed. Okay, I'll go with you. Hearing Jones agree to go with me. My mood was good again, happy to the point of blooming. Looking up with sparkling blue eyes. My mouth exclaimed. Really? Then let's decide. Jones helplessly looked at the little princess who was clearly happy and thought to himself. Lucy, you are so naive. Fighting for the throne was something that was bound to happen sooner or later. If she didn't plan ahead, she would only be used by her brothers in the future. Outside the Western Ocean, on the Yutui River. The beautiful wooden bridge has just been completed, lighting up the whole river. In the bright sunlight, in the distance, there were mountains one after another, the river water was clear, the waves lapped gently. The charming river scenery made one write poems, seeing the bridge on the river with one's own eyes, people exclaimed. With this real bridge, the city lord had built a real bridge. A burst of hearty laughter rang out, one person replied, Ha, I told you that the city lord really built the bridge, yet you still don't believe it, then loudly said, Long live the city lord. Among the crowd gathered on the riverbank to watch the inauguration of the new bridge, Princess Lucy and her guards were also present. The princess covered her mouth in surprise and said, although she had a hunch that the bridge could be successfully built, the scale of this bridge was truly surprising. Jones looked at the bridge in front of him, still cautiously reminding her not to be happy too soon. The things that nobles do, whether they are sure or not, you have to go to know. Lucy heard this and laughed, replying, Jones, you have such a narrow view of nobles, not all nobles are like that. At least from what I heard and saw today in Xi'an City, Lord Lu Feng is indeed a good and capable lord. Jones coldly looked at the somewhat naive princess and said, just wait and see. On the platform in front, the city lord Lu Feng was present to cut the ribbon. He said loudly, everyone, you can see the bridge behind me. Today is the ribbon-cutting ceremony for this bridge. Now I announce that the Yushui River Bridge is officially put into operation. Everyone has the opportunity to experience the floating bridge. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Feng took a pair of scissors and cut the ribbon once. The bridge was officially put into use. Seeing that, people immediately jostled each other and ran up, shouting loudly. I want to go, I also go. Lu Feng saw the large number of people who wanted to experience it, so he turned to the corps commander, Nyoda, and told the soldiers to pay attention to maintaining order and not let any stampede happen. Nyoda immediately received the order and replied. Yes, young master. Lucy and Jones walked on the bridge. Lucy looked at both sides of the river and said, there were rocks on both sides, steel wires and ropes combined together. Below there were boats acting as bridge pillars to support the weight. More than 100 people crossing at the same time would not be affected. This was truly a work of genius. Having said that, she thought to herself, even if we put all our efforts into it, it's unlikely we'll be able to build a bridge that's stronger or better than this one. Jones walked on the bridge and said in amazement, it was hard to imagine, he really built a bridge, maybe there was a way to cure the king's illness. Jones looked at Lucy with a wary gaze. It's not easy to meet this city lord. Our appearance was too sudden, and we didn't bring anything to prove our identity as princesses. It would be hard to believe if we just came to find her like this. Lucy's expression suddenly became worried. She replied, this is our first time in Xi'an City, we are not familiar with life here. If someone introduces us as a local, then the level of trust will be higher. Then as if discovering something, his eyes lit up and he said, Lelisa. The sky was getting dark, lights were starting to appear on the streets of Xi'an City, and there were fewer people walking around. Outside the pizza shop, Lelisa, who had just returned from training, was walking home. On her back was a bow and arrows. As she walked, she thought, the mission to train the assassin raid team would last until late at night. She also didn't know if the pizza shop was closed yet, she hadn't eaten anything yesterday. After saying that, Lelisa yawned tiredly. Seeing that the lights in the pizza shop were still on, Lelisa exclaimed, thank goodness it's not closed yet, I've been tired all day, the thing I'm most looking forward to is pizza for dinner. As she was about to enter the shop, a flying stone hit her foot. She suddenly turned around, glaring at the dark figure hiding in the alley and raised her voice. She shouted. Who? Come out. Seeing the other person running away, Lelisa shouted loudly, stopped, put down her bow and thought, is it another assassin sent by the bounty to assassinate the city lord? That group still hasn't given up. Thinking so, Lelisa immediately chased after him, raising her bow towards the dark figure at the end of the alley and shouting loudly. Tell me your identity, what is your purpose in breaking into Xi'an City? If not, I will shoot an arrow. The dark figure slowly turned around, it turned out to be the Jones clan's leopard beast guard. She coldly replied, long time no see, have you forgotten me so quickly, Lelisa? Lelisa was startled and worried when she saw that she knew her name. But she still calmly replied, who are you? How do you know my name? In her mind, she thought, this voice sounds a bit familiar. The leopard guard slowly approached and said, long time no see, Lelisa. Lelisa suddenly recognized this familiar voice and asked, Jones, why are you here? But Lelisa's eyes suddenly sharpened, saying, no, hasn't she always been following Princess Lucy? The bow that had just been lowered was raised again towards the female leopard guard. A thought appeared in Lelisa's mind, before being saved by Princess Lucy, Jones was an assassin, could it be that she had left the princess and returned to her old ways? If Jones accepted the order to assassinate the city lord, with her strength, I'm afraid I alone cannot hold her back. Another familiar voice caught Lelisa's attention, put down your weapon, Lelisa. Lelisa turned her head. This voice was. Princess Lucy appeared and told Lelisa, Jones did not betray me. Going to Xi'an City was my idea. She just came with me. Lelisa was surprised by one thing after another and asked, Princess Lucy, why are you here? Princess Lucy replied, Lelisa, I hope you can help me with something. Lelisa looked at Princess Lucy with a face of doubt and confusion. Inside the pizza shop, Princess Lucy was explaining to Lelisa about her and Jones's appearance in Xi'an City. After listening, Lelisa replied, "It's like this, Darlene and Catherine told you too about my situation in Shiyang City." As soon as she finished speaking, Lucy asked, "But last time I heard you say you were going back to the mansion, what's your relationship with Lu Feng?" Lucy continued with a stern face, "Could it be that Lu Feng saw that she was beautiful, so he married her?" Lelisa was drinking tea when she heard Lucy's words. She was so startled that she spat out all the tea she had just drunk. She stood up and angrily said, You misunderstood. Sir Lu Feng only helped me form an archery squad." Lucy was surprised by Lelisa's somewhat strong reaction and thought, "Why are you so agitated?" While taking a sip of tea, Lucy said, "This is good too." She followed Lu Feng. At least she didn't need to worry about safety issues. Lelisa realized that she had overreacted to the princess in front of her and bowed her head, saying, "Sir Lu Feng treats me very well." Then Lelisa looked at Lucy with curiosity and asked, "But why did she come to Shiyang City? Did something happen in the royal capital? Or, those kings started targeting her since then because they wanted to fight for the throne?" Hearing about her brothers fighting for the throne, Lucy's eyes suddenly became sad. She clutched her teacup tightly. Seeing Lucy's attitude become like that, Lelisa realized what she said was right. Lucy looked up and looked straight into Lelisa's eyes and said, "The matter of the royal capital is not important. Lelisa, tell me in advance, is that city lord Lu Feng really that skilled in medicine? Has he ever saved a dying person?" Lucy excitedly held Lelisa's hand tightly. Seeing Lucy's urgent attitude, Lelisa recounted that the city lord had indeed saved a dying soldier. This story was known to most of the people living in Taeduong City. Lucy heard that and breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing her father was saved. Hearing Lucy mention the king, Lelisa panicked and asked, "Father, Princess Lucy, what are you talking about?" Lucy sadly turned around and walked towards the window to look outside, saying, "I really don't dare. In fact, my father is seriously ill, and no one in the royal capital can cure him." Hearing this, Lelisa worriedly followed and asked, "Do you want to invite Mr. Lu Feng to the royal capital?" Lucy turned around, took his hand, looked straight into Lelisa's eyes, and said, "That's right, I want to invite him to treat my father. That's why I need Lelisa to help introduce him. I want to personally invite Lu Feng." Seeing that this was an important matter that could not be delayed, Lelisa immediately agreed. "Okay, tonight I will go to Lu Feng to explain the situation, and tomorrow I will take you to see him." Hearing Lelisa's agreement to help, Lucy jumped up happily, hugged her and thanked her profusely. The matter of going to see Lu Feng to see the king of the royal capital was resolved. Lelisa began to ask about her two younger sisters in the capital. "All right, how are Catherine and Darlene? Are the things they brought back selling well? I thought they would quickly return to Shiyang City, but I didn't expect that after waiting for so many days, there was still no news." Princess Lucy replied, "The shop that Darlene opened in the royal capital was very popular." As for Catherine, Lucy suddenly lowered her head and hesitated. Seeing Princess Lucy stop talking, Lelisa asked in panic, "What happened to Catherine?" Princess Lucy's eyes glistened with sadness as she said, "My father is seriously ill. The situation in the royal capital is currently very chaotic. The princes are all secretly fighting for the throne. It is very likely that the Duke will marry Catherine to one of the two, the second or eldest prince, who has the best hope of winning the throne because of his army." As the daughter of a duke, this was a fate she could not avoid. As she said that, Lucy thought to herself, just like being a princess. Having said that, afraid that Jones would think she was upset, Lucy turned back to reassure the guard. "Don't worry, I'm fine." But she heartlessly replied, "I'm not worried about you." Lelisa had just heard about the royal family's situation in the capital. She frowned and looked coldly at the door, lost in thought. Those despicable princes were not good people. Catherine was my friend. I couldn't just watch her jump into the fire pit. I had to go to the capital again to save her. In the study of the city lord's mansion, Mina was excitedly telling Lu Feng, the young master. The bridge on the Yutui River was very sturdy. The people in the city flocked to experience the bridge, and they praised the young master for building the bridge on the river. Lu Feng didn't seem to care much about this matter. He asked Mina, "How is the land reclamation going?" Mina happily replied, "People who wanted to go to the other side to reclaim land also rushed to register." Lu Feng replied with satisfaction, "That's good." Lelisa's figure appeared from outside the door and walked in. Lelisa hesitated, "Mr. Lu Feng." Lu Feng replied, "Lelisa, why are you here? Is there a problem with the training?" Lelisa immediately replied, "City Lord, it's actually my friend who wants to see you." Lu Feng heard Lelisa mention her friend and asked in surprise, "Is your friend a new elf who has come to settle in the city?" Lelisa's face suddenly became serious as she said, "She is Princess Lucy, of the royal family of Yinglu Kingdom." The two words princess made Lu Feng and Mina startled. Mina asked urgently, "Is it Princess Lucy who wrote the novel of a noble girl's love diary?" Lelisa answered yes. Lu Feng immediately said, "Lelisa, tell me clearly why Princess Lucy came to Shiyang City. Lelisa slowly recounted the reason why the princess came to Xiang City. After listening, Lu Feng agreed to arrange a meeting for the next morning. The next morning at the gate of the city lord's mansion, Lucy and the leopard clan guards arrived, waiting for Lelisa to come out to greet them. Lelisa went to talk to Princess Lucy, but suddenly stopped, pretended to cough, and continued, "Lucy, I'm here," she thought to herself. "I'd almost revealed the princess's identity." Princess Lucy looked at Lelisa with a pure and gentle beauty and replied, "Lelisa, I'm sorry to bother you." Lelisa politely replied, "It's okay, let's go." Mr. Lu Feng was already waiting for her in the study. Princess Lucy suddenly noticed the group of people laughing and talking in front of the city gate. 3 people, 2 women and 1 man, were talking about something. The woman said, "That person said that?" The male guard immediately replied, "Yes, yes." Princess Lucy looked at the guard talking happily with the 2 women in surprise. She turned to ask Lelisa. "Them?" Understanding the princess's question, Lelisa immediately smiled and replied, "It's hard to believe, right? Here, as long as you finish your work, you can rest. You won't be treated like a slave. Moreover, if you're good, you'll be promoted. You'll even be able to go out and manage the store." Lucy listened and immediately exclaimed. It was truly unbelievable. Full of vitality and a sense of optimism. It felt completely different from the pressure in the palace and other noble families. Lucy thought to herself, then he must be able to cure father. A moment later, a girl's loud voice came from the study room of the city lord's mansion. "Can't cure it." "Why?" Princess Lucy stood up angrily. "Can't you save all the dying people? My father only feels dizzy from time to time. Can't sleep. Cough." Lu Feng saw Princess Lucy's somewhat childish and ignorant attitude and his face darkened without responding. Seeing Lu Feng's attitude of not answering her, Lucy continued angrily. "Or are you afraid that it is inconvenient to go to the royal capital? I can guarantee that it is very safe there. As long as you cure father, whether it is a title or money, it is up to you." Hearing Lucy's somewhat unreasonable words, Lu Feng replied coldly. "It's not because of these things. The king's illness is an old man's illness. He's old. His functions will decrease. It's basically incurable." Lucy heard Lu Feng say that and asked back. "He's old." Lucy realized in her mind. That's right. Father is old. I've known for a long time. Even the best doctor in the royal capital can't cure him. How could he cure father in such a remote place? Looking at Lucy's thoughtful face, Lu Feng continued. "A complete cure is impossible. We can only recuperate and perhaps live a few more years." Hearing these words from Lu Feng, Lucy was excited. "How is the recovery?" "You will come to the capital with me. Help father live a few more years." Lu Feng calmly replied. "No, I can't go. But I will give you some medicine and supplements. Just bring them back and let them take them on time. You also need to eat and rest regularly. Eat more light food." Princess Lucy heard that Lu Feng could not go with her. She said with a sad look. "Is that so?" Lu Feng continued. "Wait 2 more days. I will finish mixing the medicine and have someone bring it to you." Lucy replied softly. "Okay. Then I won't bother you anymore." Lucy said and left. Lelisa called out after her. "Lucy." Wait until Lucy is out of sight. Ellie goes to Lu Feng and says, "Young master, there is no way to cure the king. It's a pity, but this is also an opportunity. They are busy fighting each other. They won't have time to pay attention to this place of ours. Let's take this opportunity to develop." Lu Feng rested his chin in thought. He agreed. Until the new king ascends the throne and settles down. At least half a year. That's enough time. By that time the new king will not know what to do. Then that position should be changed to someone else. Outside the weather is warm, the trees on the mountains are starting to turn green, the scenery is beautiful. It was sunny but suddenly it started raining. In front of the gate of Xiang City, a carriage was ready. The sound of the coachman preparing to clean up the books mixed with the sound of the rain. Lelisa reluctantly held Princess Lucy's hand and said, "Princess Lucy, it's been raining all day. Please stay here for a few more days before you leave." Lucy was also full of reluctance, sadly refusing Lelisa's good intentions. "No need, I'm still very worried about father. Now that it's so hard to get the medicine, I want to take the opportunity to bring it back." Lelisa said with tears in her eyes, "Okay, then promise me, you will come to Taeduong City again. I can see that you really like this place." Princess Lucy smiled and replied, "Hee hee, I will come again. When that time comes, take me out." Jones walked over with an umbrella in his hand and said to Lucy, "Princess, let's go." Lucy turned to look and replied, "I know." In Jones' mind, he saw that it was time for the princess to leave, but Lu Feng did not come to see her off. He thought, he really did not come. It was obvious that the princess had left his territory. Jones held an umbrella and helped the little princess into the carriage, thinking regretfully, what a pity, this time the time was too short. Next time, he would definitely have to slowly learn about this strange man. The carriage started rolling away in the rain. Lelisa looked after it and said, "Have a safe journey." Something appeared on the wall of the city gate that caught Lelisa's attention. She looked over and hummed. Looking at the code drawn on the wall, Lelisa exclaimed, it was the code of a bounty hunter. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. At the outdoor boatyard, Ellie was standing under an umbrella, observing the large boat in front of her. The giant ship before everyone's eyes had just been completed, its white sails spread wide. Lu Feng was standing observing this very large ship when suddenly a voice called out, "City Lord." Lu Feng turned around and looked towards the direction where the voice came from. "Oh, Vicey, building such a big ship, you've worked hard." The tall guy scratched his head and said worriedly, "I promised to do it. The city lord agreed to hire me to build such a big ship, that's my good fortune. But the big ships I built before, every time water got in, they would leak. Even though I used your blueprints this time, I still felt a little worried." The tall young man in front of me is Vicey, a shipbuilder from Taeduong. Lu Feng understood the shipbuilder's worries and patted his shoulder to comfort him. "I'm very confident in my drawings. Don't you have confidence in your skills?" The shipbuilder hesitated and said, I. As if empowered, he spoke loudly with determination, of course with confidence. His face lit up again. Lu Feng turned to look at the ship and said, "Then what are we waiting for, let's go." Vicey cheerfully replied, "Yes." The axe swung up, then chopped down hard, breaking the ship's anchor rope. The big ship officially set sail. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the majestic scene before them. The shipbuilder did not dare to look, clasped his hands and prayed, "Don't let it go, don't let it go." The boat in the rain raised its sails high and headed out to sea. Hearing a loud bang, Vicey opened his eyes and looked up to ask, "How is the ship?" Suddenly he was stunned, shouted happily, "The ship was not leaking, it was running, it was successful, we have a big ship in the west, ha ha ha." Ellie happily danced in the rain and cheered, "Great, it was worth it." Lu Feng stood to the side and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up at the ship that had just completed its successful operation, Lu Feng said, "In this way, our western city's golden road on water has finally begun." Everyone boarded the ship one by one to tour around. Vicey pointed to each place and introduced, "City Lord, we are now on the second floor of the ship. This will be where the sailors will stay on the ship in the future. I have calculated, this ship can carry more than 200 people, if it is full it can carry double." Lu Feng looked at each place and replied with satisfaction, "Yes, that's good." Ellie looked at the narrow hallway inside. It was so narrow, staying here for too long would probably drive her crazy. Mina agreed, yes, the feeling was basically not wanting to be here. Vicey heard that and laughed, "Ha, Miss Ellie, Miss Mina, you two can rest assured, the city lord has thought of this before." Then he opened the door. As he opened it he said, "Normally sailors can live here." The door opened before the two girls. Ellie looked at the spacious room in front of her and said, "It's so spacious." Mina continued, "If so, it really wouldn't feel stuffy." The room in front of her had many tables and chairs neatly arranged in an open, airy space. Ellie happily walked into the room. Lu Feng turned and said, "Vicey, don't stop the shipbuilding work. I hope to launch 3 ships within a month. In the first phase, I need 18 ships of the same capacity and size." Hearing such a large number of ships, Ellie turned around and asked in surprise, 18 ships? Hearing such a large number, Vicey was also bewildered and replied, "My lord, this is impossible. With the current number of people, 1 large ship every 2 months is already the upper limit. Any faster, I'm afraid there will be mistakes." At the riverside of Xi'an City, Lu Feng and his group gradually left the ship. As they walked, Lu Feng said that the manpower problem in Xi'an City was still too weak. Looking at the strong current flowing in front of him, Lu Feng said, "This rain is not that heavy, why is the water level rising so quickly?" Ellie followed behind and said, "Nothing strange, it's spring already, the weather is warmer so of course the snow will melt into water and flow down." Lu Feng continued, busy building things, but did not notice that spring had come. "But, this water level is rising too fast. If not careful." Lu Feng suddenly stopped speaking and turned his attention to Niu Dai in the distance. Niu Dai was directing the shipbuilding workers. When he saw Lu Feng coming, he ran over and asked, "Lu Feng, do you have any instructions?" When Lu Feng saw Niu Dai's question, he replied, "At this time last year, did Xi'an City or the nearby areas have any floods?" After thinking for a while, Niu Dai replied, "Our Xi'an City has never been flooded before, but a few years ago, this time, the limestone city was flooded. I heard that many people died." Lu Feng immediately asked again, "So, how did the nobles over there arrange for the people in distress?" Good Eye shrugged inside. Arrange, don't arrange anything. Having to encounter such a thing, everyone thinks it's their own bad luck. Lu Feng immediately spoke of those heartless nobles, his face darkened and he sneered, saying, if that's the case then I want to welcome those people here. Lu Feng's intention startled everyone. Good Eye could not believe his ears and asked doubtfully, City Lord, what did you just say? Ellie and Mina said in unison, Mr. Lu Feng, do you want to save them? Lu Feng was surprised by the somewhat strong reaction of the three of them, saying, what's wrong, is it not allowed? Mina smiled gently and replied, no, we just thought that this was the true working style of the young master. Ellie opened her notebook and calculated a bit, then said, I will go arrange the ships now, so that the small ships can run a few more trips. Lu Feng heard that everyone was planning to use a small boat, so he said, that would be too slow, let's just use a big boat to pick up the refugees. This matter concerns the people, there can be no delay, let's do it quickly. Ellie, prepare enough supplies, to go and supply the refugees. Ellie took the order seriously, just leave it to me. Lu Feng turned to Niu Dai and said, you choose 100 people, bring all the ships here, wait for the rain to stop and the sky to clear up, then go to the limestone city to save people. Lu Feng continued, like this, there will be people to reclaim the land, and the problem of shipbuilding manpower will also be solved. Ellie said worriedly, young master, what you and Vicey were talking about when you talked about building a ship just now was to tell you, the treasury of the western city is almost out of money. The cost of a large ship is really too high, if we continue to build it, and then we have to supply the refugees, I'm worried that we won't be able to provide enough. If Sorrow and Darlene return now, we'll be much better off. But, there's been no news from them for a long time, I'm worried. Understanding Ellie's worries, Lu Feng interrupted, it's okay, I believe in Sorrow and Darlene. If there's still no news after a while, I'll send someone to investigate. Ellie was still worried and wanted to continue speaking, but Mina interrupted, okay Ellie, the young master is here, don't worry. Being interrupted, Ellie angrily turned around, raised her voice, who cares, I don't care. Mina looked at Ellie helplessly, who said that just now? Ellie angrily shouted, she said no. At the same time on the river, the Yutui River, the wind was blowing fiercely, Darlene was leaning against the side of the boat, her brown hair flying in the wind. Her face was sad, looking down at the river. Darlene was recalling the conversation with Catherine before she left. At that time, she firmly said, no matter what, I have to try. I will go to Xiyang City to ask Lu Feng for help, he will definitely help you. Breaking her train of thought, Darlene sighed, what to say to him, this is so awkward. Behind Darlene a man came up and said, Miss, the guys behind are still following us. Darlene looked at the ship following behind from afar and said, there's no way, merchants are sharks, they can smell business opportunities from thousands of miles away. Our perfumes and other goods are very popular in the royal capital, it's hard not to attract their attention. The mushroom-headed man looked at the group of people following and said, a bunch of people following, we can't lose them. Darlene sighed tiredly and said, normal merchants are fine, what I'm worried about is the people of the fourth prince, with such heavy killing intent, it doesn't seem like they're here to do business. On the boat behind, it was indeed the fourth prince's group, a group of nobles wearing evil armor. A blonde man looked at Darlene's boat and said maliciously, this is definitely the last time she will get to do business. Last time, she caused trouble, brought Catherine back to life and then told the Duke, almost causing me to lose my title. The fourth prince's close subordinate replied, she doesn't have many days of peace left, His Highness the fourth prince said, as long as we get the recipe for making perfume, we can do whatever we want with her. The blonde man was afraid that the other guy was blinded by hatred and replied, so you remember this. I'll remind you, the way to make perfume is the most important, don't be careless. The black-haired man immediately replied, I know, I also don't know if the Lord of Taeduong City will obediently listen, moreover, the people of the first prince and second prince are not easy to deal with. The blonde man said disdainfully, they're just a bunch of ruffians. Throw away the alcohol and they'll be in chaos by then. We need to focus on how to make perfume. As for that Lu Feng, lord of the city, Count Puli's 1,000-man cavalry will be formed soon, and by then, the west will be the world of the fourth prince. That Lu Feng wouldn't dare to refuse. The two ignorant people laughed excitedly and said, of course. Suddenly there was a sound, reporting, ahead is the limestone wall. The blonde man suddenly replied, oh, that was fast. Looking at the flooded city in front of him, the black-haired man said, but, looking at the situation ahead, it seems like there is a flood, hee. The entire city is submerged in water. The man in yellow turned around and replied, it looks miserable, but it has nothing to do with us, right? The two men laughed loudly and slyly. The scene in the limestone citadel was very tragic at this time, people were rushing to find high places to avoid the flood, the water was rising higher and higher. People were panicking, help, people were rescuing, holding on tight, be careful not to fall into the water. Suddenly a woman screamed, has anyone seen my child? In the rushing water, the child was struggling and calling out to his mother, mother, mother. Everyone looked at the child playing, and cried out, "It's over, he's been swept away." The young mother's face was pale, she screamed in despair, "My son." She wanted to jump into the water to save her son but was quickly stopped by the man beside her. "Don't act rashly, the water is flowing so fast, there's no way to save him." A tall bearded man was about to jump in, ignoring the shrill call from behind. Tucky. At this moment, the man dove into the water, swam over and hugged the boy, reassuring him, "Don't be afraid, it's okay." The boy was so scared that he cried and clung to his shirt. Before they could swim to shore, a huge wave hit the two of them. Everyone shouted loudly, it was bad, they were swept away. The man was still holding the child tightly. The two of them were hit by the wave and crashed into something. It turned out to be Darlene's boat. Darlene quickly threw the rope down, shouting loudly, "Hurry up." Two people, one big and one small, were pulled onto the boat and escaped the raging water. On the boat, the bearded man now thanked Darlene for saving his life. He said, "Thank you for helping. I am the Limestone Knight, Tucky." Darlene happily replied, "I am Darlene. It's the right thing to do, Tucky, you don't need to do that. Tucky, where is the lord of your limestone city? Why don't you arrange people to save everyone?" Tucky bowed his head sadly and replied, he had taken his family and property and fled a long time ago. "I couldn't bear to leave the people here, so I didn't go with him. I just didn't expect the flood this year to be so terrible." Darlene smiled and replied, "How about this, arrange for everyone to get on my ship, I'll take them to safety." Having said that, Darlene turned to her attendant and told them to give the order to pull the boat to shore to pick up the refugees. The mushroom-headed man immediately obeyed. Tucky appreciated Darlene's good intentions and said he was very grateful, but he was afraid that her ship wouldn't be enough and might even put her in danger. Tucky said as he turned back to look at the people trying to stay on the wall. Tucky turned to point at the ships behind Darlene's and asked, "Darlene, are all the ships behind you yours?" Looking at the ships following behind, Darlene replied, "No, they belong to the nobility. For some other reason they've been following me." Hearing the two words noble, Tucky's face became sad and replied, "Noble?" Then Tucky suddenly stood up, turned around, picked up the wooden box and said, "Darlene, lend me a wooden box." Darlene asked in panic, "What do you want to do?" Tucky carried a wooden box as a buoy and jumped into the river. "I went to ask them to save people." Darlene replied, "I have a boat." On the ship of the royal prince's subordinates, the Jessie, there was a report, the ship in front has stopped, it seems to want to rescue those refugees. The black-haired Viscount leader replied emotionlessly, as expected of a woman, too soft-hearted. The blonde-haired man scratched his ear and continued, "What a waste of time, if we had time to save those people, it would be better to quickly return to Xi'an City." Suddenly, a loud voice came from underwater, attracting the attention of the viscounts and lords on the boat. "I am a knight of the Limestone City, the Limestone City is flooded, I hope the lords will be compassionate and save the people of the Limestone City. Even a little food would be fine, please, my lords." The viscounts looked towards the direction of the cry for help and saw a man holding a wooden barrel. That person was the knight Tucky. The group of evil people laughed loudly and said contemptuously, "Get lost, do you think our boat can take those poor commoners on board? If you want food, no problem, just bring money and buy it. Barley costs 2 silver coins per caddy. How about it, is it cheap enough?" Ha ha ha. Tucky gritted his teeth in anger for putting his trust in these human-faced dogs, his mind filled with hatred, thinking, hateful. Those nobles are getting more and more outrageous, is there no good noble in this world? Don't worry brother, you will meet them soon. Seeing Tucky's life-threatening actions, everyone on the wall shouted loudly, "Tucky Knight, come back quickly, it's too dangerous. How can those nobles save us? Not everyone is as kind as to Darlene, come back quickly." In the distance, a giant ship appeared, attracting everyone's gaze, the crowd was stunned. That was. "Another boat team is coming." Tucky heard people talking, turned around and looked, exclaimed, "That boat is so big." The ship cut through the waves and rushed forward, approaching the port of the Limestone Citadel. Darlene was also attracted by this unprecedentedly large ship, turning her head to see the red symbol on the sail. She recognized it and exclaimed, it was a ship from Xi'an City. City Lord Lu Feng had really created a 50-meter large ship. On the big ship, at the bow, Nyoda and Avery were standing watching. Nyoda looked at the Limestone City submerged in the water and said, "There are really a lot of people. Fortunately, Lord Lu Feng told us to find Beifeng City to borrow more than 10 boats, otherwise this one boat wouldn't be able to hold so many people." Looking at the large number of refugees trying to hold on to the wall, Avery continued to praise Lu Feng's talent. That's right, it was also thanks to Lord Lu Feng's foresight. The Western Ocean ship docked at the city's port, lowered the bridge to shore. Niu Dai looked at the refugees and said loudly, "I am Niu Dai, an officer of Xi'an City. Following the order of the Lord of Xi'an City, Lord Lu Feng, I have come to rescue them. Everyone get on the boat, I will take everyone to safety." The people of the Limestone City heard that a ship from another city's nobles had come to rescue them, and they were making a lot of noise and chattering about the rescue. "He said that a noble wanted to save us. Some people asked suspiciously, "Are you sure you're not trying to trick us?" In the midst of the chaos, a tall, drenched man hurriedly walked over. The refugees parted and said, "Make way, the Tucky Knight has arrived." As soon as the Tucky Knight approached, he said, "Sir, you just said you wanted to take us to safety." Nyodai seriously affirmed, "Yes, we can get on the boat now, we can also get food later, we will leave today when we are full." The refugees had probably been starving for many days. Hearing the word food, their eyes lit up and they jostled each other to get on the boat, shouting, "What, there's food, I want to go too." Nyodai was afraid that everyone would be in chaos and trample each other, so he quickly calmed down the hungry and aggressive crowd. There were still plenty of empty spaces on the boat, so everyone should stop jostling each other. Avery looked at the chaotic crowd, gritted his teeth in anger and was about to charge. The people were out of control. The Tucky Knight clenched his fists and gave orders, "Everyone stand still." Everyone lined up to board the boat one by one. "Didn't you hear what this lord said? There was still plenty of space on the boat." The refugees only then stopped, listening to the response, "Yes, yes." Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Tucky continued speaking. The elderly, children, and women came forward. Everyone told each other to obey Tucky the Knight. Nyodai saw that with just a few words, the tall man had suppressed such a large number of refugees, and thought to himself, "This person has a lot of influence among the refugees, is called Tucky the Knight. Maybe he can introduce him to Lord Lufeng." Putting all the refugees on the boat, the rescue boat team set off back to the Western Ocean. In Taeduong City, it is now spring, the sunlight is gentle and warm, in the blue sky, swallows fly in flocks. At Taeduong City's river port, the fleet of boats has returned, all the rescued refugees are crying with joy, eating perhaps the most delicious cake of their lives. The fleet of boats slowly docked, returning to the beautiful and peaceful Taeduong Citadel. Each architectural work of this citadel was truly beautiful, shimmering in the sunlight. Nyodai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, in Xi'an City, you don't need to worry about not having food or a place to live, but you have to pay with a certain amount of labor. The city lord has promised that as long as you are willing to work, Xi'an City will support you. Furthermore, after the flood is over, if you want to return to the Limestone City, there is absolutely no reason to stop you. However, during this time, I hope you will obey the law and not cause trouble, otherwise you will be punished without mercy." Tucky assured, "Don't worry, sir, we promise not to cause trouble." All the refugees happily agreed. "Yes, we absolutely will not cause trouble. Long life City Lord Xi'an, City Lord Lufeng is truly a good person." Seeing everyone so happy, Ngudai let the boat dock and said, "Then welcome everyone to Taeduong City." Everyone on the lifeboat got off the dock and started moving into the city. The ship of the evil nobles of the royal capital has just docked. The viscounts put down their luggage, writhing their bones and sighing, they've finally arrived. The blonde man beside them also tiredly continued, "That's right, because of a group of refugees they wasted so much time, what an idiot. Taking in so many refugees into the city, he is not afraid that those commoners will destroy his city. If there is a riot, it will be difficult for our plan to be carried out." The blonde man stood up straight and said sternly, "To be safe, let's go see Lufeng tonight and tell him to hand over the perfume business." The other man nodded in agreement, "Okay." From behind came an arrogant voice, "I am here representing the crown prince, yet you have to let me use the same gate as the commoners. As expected of a lowly country noble." Appearing with those despicable words was a tall and thin noble, a subordinate of the first prince, Viscount Smith. While rotating the jade ring on his hand, a fat noble walked up to look at the majestic city. "Answer, this is the Western City, the nobles here are quite capable. This fat noble is Viscount Kington, a subordinate of the second prince." The prince's subordinates looked at each other with contempt. The wind at the riverbank began to rise, and the people of the royal capital turned and headed in different directions into the inner city. In the Xi'an City Lord's mansion, Nyoda returned from his mission and was going to report the situation to the city lord, Lord Lufeng. "This time, we brought back a total of 9,312 refugees, and have now arranged them to the rooms that Miss Ellie had prepared." After listening to Nyoda's report, Lufeng said, "Pay attention to distributing food to the location, be careful not to cause a riot. In addition, find someone with special skills for Mr. Buff to register." Nyodai nodded and left the study. At this moment, Darlene came and called out, "Lord Lufeng." As soon as she arrived in front of Lufeng, she bowed and said sincerely, "I'm so sorry, I'm late." In the study of the Xi'an City Lord's residence, Lufeng looked at Darlene's hurriedly apologetic attitude. He laughed and said, "Get up, Darlene, I still have to thank you for helping me transport the refugees here. Let's do this, I don't need you to bear the money for breaking your promise, and you also don't ask me for the refugee transportation fee, okay?" Darlene happily agreed after hearing Lufeng say that. "City Lord Lufeng, then I've already made a great profit. The Chamber of Commerce definitely won't have a next time." Darlene lowered her voice and continued, "That's right, City Lord Lufeng, there's one more thing I need to apologize to you for." Lufeng let out a no sound. Darlene continued, "Our shipment this time is very famous in the royal capital, there are many people targeting us, we have not lost them on the way. Among them are also 3 of the prince's lobbyists. I hope you must be careful, they all have bad intentions. As Darlene spoke, she remembered the prince's men who had followed her ship from the royal capital to the Western Ocean. Lu Feng understood everything after hearing that and replied, so that's it, you don't need to worry about this matter this time. I'm preparing to do something very big recently, so the more people coming to Shiyang City, the better. Hearing that Lu Feng wasn't worried at all, Darlene thought sadly in her heart, does Lord Lu Feng have something big to deal with? Still willing to help us, but if he doesn't agree, then who else can help Catherine? Lu Feng was still talking about his plan, which might need her help at that time. Seeing that Darlene didn't seem to be paying attention, Lu Feng called out loudly, Darlene. Darlene suddenly woke up from her thoughts and let out a sigh. Seeing Darlene's distracted attitude, Lu Feng asked worriedly, what's wrong, are you not at peace? As if a knot in her heart had been untied, Darlene spoke up, Sir Lu Feng, there's something I want to discuss with you. It's about Catherine. The king is currently seriously ill, and the eldest prince, second prince, and fourth prince are all secretly plotting to ascend the throne. The 3 princes all have their own plans, and the forces in the capital are also rising up. Catherine's father is a duke, and he wants to use the eldest prince's power to force Catherine to marry the eldest prince. Therefore, he even keeps Catherine under house arrest. Darlene's voice suddenly became resolute, Lord Lu Feng, I am willing to not take the money from this division. I hope you can help take Catherine away from the royal capital. If she marries that fake prince, she will not be happy. Lu Feng heard the story and said, so that's how it is. He thought, in this era, there is still marital responsibility. Besides, if there is something like this, then it's okay to help. Lu Feng spoke up to comfort Darlene, reassuring her, don't worry, leave this matter to me, I will think of a way to get her out of the royal capital. As for the money, that's what you should have, don't say whether you need it or not. Darlene heard Lu Feng's assurance, happily thanked him, really, thank you Lord Lu Feng, I also thank you on behalf of Catherine. Outside the door, Ellie appeared and said to Lu Feng, young master, there are 4 people outside, saying they are the prince's messengers, wanting to see you. Lu Feng's face became excited and he said, come quickly. In the living room of the city lord's mansion, the atmosphere in the room was suffocatingly quiet. 4 people who claimed to be the prince's emissaries of the royal capital were sitting at the table, quietly thinking about their own thoughts. The skinny viscount was made to wait until he was frustrated and spoke up. It seemed that the etiquette education in this remote place needed to be retaught. The prince's messenger had been here for so long and no one had come to greet him. The fat messenger, the second prince's subordinate, also spoke, only a hypocrite would look down on such fake things. Hearing the sarcastic words from the second prince's subordinate, the messenger angrily shouted. He. Looking at the antics of the other 2, the remaining 2 subordinates of the fourth prince snickered. The door opened and City Lord Lu Feng walked in. Nicole introduced, emissaries, Your Excellency Lu Feng has arrived. Lu Feng looked at the envoys and politely said, welcome to Shiyang City. Viscount Smith saw Lu Feng coming, his expression immediately changed, he said disdainfully, it seems that Your Excellency Lu Feng is very busy, he doesn't even have time to meet the prince's messenger. This is also the first time I've seen someone as bold as Your Excellency Lu Feng. Hearing those somewhat rude words, Lu Feng calmly sat down and replied, that's right, Shiyang City's population is dense, there are many big and small matters, I usually wait until I have time to deal with my usual idle matters. The Viscount heard Lu Feng's indifferent reply and angrily thought to himself, dare to say that we are idle talk? Viscount Kington saw that Lu Feng seemed to look down on him, so he also replied, I see that although the walls of the western city are high, they still cannot block the cavalry's armor. Lu Feng saw the envoy's irritated attitude, and immediately laughed to break the tense atmosphere, saying, don't worry, the security of my Shiyang city is still very good. It's just that occasionally there are a few rats that come to cause trouble. If you all just came to chat, how about we go to the drunken Shao Tower, this style is only to discuss official matters. Lu Feng's words were full of sarcasm. The crown prince's subordinate heard what Lu Feng just said, coughed a few times and struggled to contain his anger, saying, Your Excellency Lu Feng, I won't beat around the bush any longer. I am Smith, an envoy sent by the crown prince. The crown prince has promised that as long as Your Excellency Lu Feng offers the secret perfume technique to the crown prince, after you ascend the throne, he will promote you to a title, at least a viscount, possibly an earl. Hearing Viscount Smith's boastful words, Kington also quickly retorted, the one who ascended the throne was the second prince. The second prince had said that as long as he paid tribute with the secret perfume technique, when the day came to become king, he would at least be given the title of earl. Hearing the promises of the 2 subordinates of the first and second princes, the subordinate of the fourth prince could not bear it anymore and stood up and said loudly, we, the fourth prince, can give you the title of marquis. Hearing the lies of the 4 loyal bastards in front of him, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Viscount Kington asked, what are you laughing at? Lu Feng leaned back in his chair and replied, I see that you guys are probably still not awake, why don't you go back and rest first? Seeing Lu Feng's disdainful attitude, Viscount Kington angrily slammed the table. You say we are dreaming again. Viscount Smith also continued, if Your Excellency Lu Feng is not satisfied with the conditions I have proposed, rest assured, as long as you can offer the secret perfume technique, all conditions can be discussed. Not giving up, the fourth prince's subordinate also spoke up to negotiate. Yes, as long as you name a price, we can all buy the method to make perfume. Not wanting to hear more, Lu Feng coldly replied, alright then, if you are so sincere, looking at the people with sparkling eyes in front of him. Lu Feng gave the price, 300,000 gold coins, like a thunderbolt, turning the people in front of him to stone. One of them stuttered, 3.3 million gold coins, are you brain damaged? Lu Feng still smiled, ignoring the angry attitude of the people in front of him, and replied, whoever has 300,000 gold coins, I will sell the perfume method to that person. Viscount Kington glared, you're crazy, you don't want to sell at all, why don't you just rob the national treasury for 300,000 gold coins? Lu Feng answered the messengers without wavering, the listed price is clear. Before, you guys kept asking me to name a price, but now that I have named a price, you guys say I don't want to sell. I am an honest person, this price is still valid. If you have thought it through, then send someone to inform me. After saying that, Lu Feng stood up and left. Before leaving, he turned back to the group of people with dark faces and added, I see that you all don't have the ability to cooperate, please go back. Negotiate carefully with your master. I am the city lord and also a merchant. What I said was 300,000 gold coins is 300,000 gold coins. Viscount Smith glared and replied, if you change your mind, you can come find me. Viscount Kington also added, I advise you to wake up and see the situation clearly. Lu Feng didn't care about the other person's words, pointed to the door and said, please, no see off. The four princes' two subordinates also threatened him at this time. The fourth prince would soon arrive in the western lands. Don't overestimate yourself, or it will be unsightly. The four messengers finished speaking and left. Miss Darlene hurriedly ran over and said, what happened today? The three princes will definitely know, I'm afraid they will take revenge on Taeduong City. Lu Feng replied without any worry, revenge, even if those princes really come, I am sure I can handle them. Lu Feng turned around and continued, now it was her turn to help me. Darlene asked in surprise, I. The sun was already high in the sky, in the bright sunlight, on the streets of Taeduong City people were bustling, shops opened one after another, the sounds of people's activities were bustling. Darlene was holding Lelis's hand, looking at the delicious food along the street, constantly exclaiming, wow, I've only been gone for 3 months, and there are already so many delicious foods in the western city. Lelisa softly replied, following behind the two young ladies were two police officers accompanying and protecting them. In the cheerful atmosphere, Darlene saw that Lelisa didn't seem excited, seemed to be in the mood, so she asked, what's wrong Lelisa, are you tired? Then let's not go for a walk anymore, let's go home. Lelisa's eyes were sad, she lowered her head and shook her head, I'm not tired, just thinking about some things. Darlene asked worriedly, looking at her sad face, was she worried about something? Tell me, I've always helped other spirits, playing the role of a savior, but this time I've changed my identity, how does it feel? Lord Lu Feng infiltrated the enemy camp to save her, isn't that touching? Darlene covered her mouth and smiled. Lelisa immediately replied, I am very grateful to Lord Lu Feng, he not only saved me, but also saved my family. He even arranged a job for me, Lord Lu Feng is a good person. He is too kind, so I can't cause him any more trouble. Darlene held Lelisa's arm to comfort her. If he could keep her, he definitely wouldn't find her annoying. Don't think about anything else. Feeling comforted, Lelisa began to share her worries. Recently, I feel like there are a lot of bounty hunters coming to Xiang City, they must be targeting me. I don't want to see Xiang City in chaos because of me. At first, I accepted Lord Lu Feng's offer as someone who wanted to repay the favor of saving my life. Lord Lu Feng wanted a professional archery team, and I also fulfilled his wish. Secondly, I was also worried about the human race, wondering if they would be able to adapt to life in Xiang City. Lelisa lowered her head and continued, the archery team is currently operating very well, and the human race is also doing very well. If I were to cause trouble for Xiang City, wouldn't that be harming others? Lelisa said this, her eyes were already glistening with sentimentality, she bit her lip worriedly, and continued, I thought about it over and over again, only by leaving Xiang City can I preserve the safety of Xiang City. Looking straight into Lelisa's eyes, Darlene said seriously, no need, if she ran away, wouldn't that day have been busy in vain? Lelisa, surprised by Darlene's reaction, asked again, what was busy in vain? Suddenly the voice of a newspaper vendor interrupted their conversation, selling newspapers, would you like to buy a copy, miss? Looking at the stack of newspapers in the vendor's hand, Darlene smiled wickedly and said, I won't tell you, you'll know tomorrow. Then Darlene ran back to the newspaper boy and said, give me one. Darlene bought a newspaper and continued walking around the street with Lelisa. Looking at the newspaper, she exclaimed, wow, this paper is really amazing, it can get the news very quickly, this advertisement. The two people did not know that in the alley nearby, there was someone watching the two of them leave. Two bounty hunters appeared in the alley. The female, Red Plum, said, "No, she has too many guards around her." "I have no way to do anything," the male, named Hound, replied. "I don't know what's so good about this elf. It's worth 1,000 gold coins, and it looks normal, so these people were the ones hunting Lelisa." The Hound continued to ponder, on the mission to write, "Capture her alive, I guess this elf might have some secret." Now seeing that the Lord of Xi'an City is still spending a lot of force to protect her, maybe she used a secret in exchange for this protection. Red Plum said excitedly, "The secret is worth 1,000 gold coins, could it be some kind of treasure? The warehouse map says so." The Hound turned around and said, "Speaking of treasures, do you know there will be an auction tomorrow?" Red Plum crossed her arms and said smugly, "It was a waste of time, the advertisement in the newspaper already took up a whole page, who in the Western City doesn't know about the auction now? But what use is knowing, we don't have an invitation, only the rich get an invitation." The Hound smiled and pulled out an envelope from his body, saying, "That's not certain." In another corner of the Western City street, Viscount Kington was listening to his subordinate's report. After listening, he replied, "The auction is a good opportunity for me to show myself." In the drunken tower, two of the fourth prince's subordinates were sitting down to eat, their ears perked up as they listened to the two people behind them talking about the auction. One asked, "Are you going to the auction tomorrow night?" The other replied, "Of course, it's the first auction the city lord is organizing." After the two left, the blonde asked suspiciously, "Auction house?" The black-haired man chewed on his food while watching the two people's figures. "In a shabby place like this, what good things could there be to auction?" The blonde man agreed. "That's right, but let's go and see what kind of farce they're up to." At the same time, at the Pearl Pavilion, Viscount Smith appeared with 3 large pearls. The owner of the Pearl Pavilion was introducing them. "The largest pink pearl currently has a diameter of 14 millimeters, but it is not in our shop. If you want, you can come and bid at the auction tomorrow night." Viscount Smith thought in surprise, "Auction house? There is also an auction house in the Western City, but if it is a 14 millimeters pink pearl, it definitely cannot be missed." At night, under the bright torchlight, the corridor was packed with people. The atmosphere was bustling with chatter, so crowded. Were they all here to participate in the auction? Someone replied, "You idiot, the auction requires an invitation to enter." The other person immediately wondered, "So why did everyone come here?" The other boy confidently said, "Of course we came to see the city lord. I heard that this city lord is extremely handsome, has a good face, and even gave us country people a house to live in. Of course we came to see him." A man spoke up to retort, "What's so handsome about that?" "That's called handsome and dashing. Just by looking at him, you can tell he doesn't read books, making people not know either." Suddenly, a loud voice said, "Here we come, here we come." A carriage just arrived, everyone shouted, "The city lord has arrived." Lu Feng got out of the carriage amidst loud shouts, "It's the city lord, sir." Lu Feng was startled by the loud voice, "City lord, thank you." Lu Feng looked a little embarrassedly at the people who were bowing. Mina saw this and said, "Young master, those are all victims from the limestone city. Maybe they want to take this opportunity to show their gratitude." Lu Feng replied, "So that's how it is." Lu Feng turned around and happily replied, "Everyone, please stand up quickly. You don't need to do that. I guarantee you, as long as you don't commit any crimes in Xi'an City and do good deeds, you will forever receive the protection of our Xi'an City." Amidst the cheers of the people, "The city lord is so good, long live the city lord." The faces of the 4 princes' subordinates were not very happy. The blonde-haired one said, "With all this pretense and bragging, one day we will be able to deal with him." The black-haired one also added, "Humph, when the 4th prince arrives, there will come a time when he will have to beg for mercy." Someone's voice rang out, "Guests, the city lord has arrived, everyone can enter." The 2 men just now also walked towards the door. The receptionist standing at the door immediately said, "Welcome, please present your invitation." The man in yellow walked forward and took out his invitation, saying to the black-haired man behind him, "Let's go, let's enter." The black-haired man held his head and said unhappily, "What's the point of such a rule? A baron still wants us to wait, he can only enter after he arrives." The invitation card had not yet reached the receptionist's hands when it was stopped by another invitation card, accompanied by a voice saying, "Oh my, isn't this Jesse and Cohen John? You two are here to watch the fun too?" But participating in a small auction, even a good seat is not worth 2 gold coins. It is really difficult for everyone, following a prince with unrealistic dreams, and not giving you any face. Cohen John was surprised and said, "Viscount Kington." The receptionist received the 2 invitations and bowed her head gently, "Please come in." Jesse growled angrily, he was about to do something. But Cohen John stopped him and said, "Don't rush, we'll find another opportunity later." Viscount Kington, seeing that he had angered the other 2, was delighted with the great door. As he walked, he looked around and commented on the decoration. It was not very nice. He looked at the far row of seats and exclaimed in surprise, "Viscount Smith." He approached, his voice full of sarcasm saying, "Oh, the dignified Viscount Smith has to sit in the back." Viscount Smith was equally surprised to see him appear and stood up saying, "Kington." Viscount Kington sarcastically said, sitting so far away, we won't be able to see the items later. Do you want to come sit in the front with me? Without waiting for the other party to reply, he turned around and continued, oh my god, look at my memory. I almost forgot, Viscount Smith's family's wealth is not abundant, he can't sit in such a good position, I'm so rude, I'm so rude. Viscount Smith was so insulted that he was speechless, he could only say, Mr. Looking at Kington's proud back, Viscount Smith quickly explained to save his last bit of honor, it was just that I was late and couldn't get a seat in the front. Lu Feng had been standing on the second floor, looking down at the antics of the two viscounts, and smiled faintly. Ellie turned to look at Lu Feng and said, young master, our plan has succeeded. Those nobles are extremely angry, when they make a bid later, the money will definitely be a lot. Lu Feng rubbed his head and praised in satisfaction, haha, it's all thanks to Ellie. Nina stood to the side with her eyes wide open and surprised, plan, what plan? Lu Feng looked down and replied, actually there was nothing, she looked. Looking at the guests entering the hall, whispering and discussing. Why is the seat in the last row? Someone was surprised. Huh? Why am I in the back? Who would be willing to change seats with me? Can I pay? Cursing, damn it, I'm sitting further away than that guy, what kind of work are you doing, buying me a seat this far away? The atmosphere below was very noisy and bustling. Lu Feng continued, these so-called nobles were all people with pride, and these people came from the same place, very familiar with each other, it was inevitable that they would be petty. Ellie's plan was to divide the auction house seats according to the rank area, and based on the amount of money spent. This inadvertently created a competition among those people. The loser this time will definitely think of a way to regain face next time. And the winner last time will also think of a way to continue winning, so the auction price will naturally increase a lot. Ellie was praised, so pleased that her nose grew longer. Nina looked at the nobles competing with each other below and replied, oh, so that's how it is. Lu Feng happily continued, let's see how much income these angry nobles can bring to our western city. Hopefully, there won't be too many noble merchants in the royal capital. In the drunken Shao Tower, Xi'ang City, is the place where the auction organized by Lu Feng is taking place. Standing on the stage was Darlene, looking at the guests who had settled down below. She said, welcome to the first Western City auction, I will be the host of this auction, Darlene. Now let's invite the first auction item. A black-robed long-haired noble holding a cup of hot tea said disdainfully, a small city, what good things could there be, if I wasn't free, I wouldn't bother coming. The female auctioneer began pushing the cart to bring out the first auction item. Darlene excitedly introduced, limited edition perfume from Xi'ang City, only 7 bottles per year, starting price is 100 gold coins. Hearing the price of the perfume, the nobles below were so surprised that they choked on their water. The fourth prince's blonde subordinate was surprised and said, does that Lu Feng know how to organize an auction? His Western City perfume is the most valuable item, and yet the first product has already been put up, what else is behind it? Jesse immediately shouted, shut up, don't you see what's holding the perfume? The blonde man opened his eyes wide and observed, stuttering, that is, a glass bottle, a priceless glass bottle. On the podium, the perfume and the golden glass bottle shimmered under the magical shimmering light. The purple-clothed noble saw the perfume bottles and exclaimed excitedly, perfume is stored in glass. The long-haired noble beside him immediately replied, this is not an ordinary glass bottle. Have you ever seen a good quality glass bottle? Moreover, the design is very beautiful. Even if you sell just the bottle, it will be very expensive. The crowd below was in an uproar. The man in purple continued, so this Western City has some good stuff. The first person to bid was 200 gold coins. Viscount Smith bowed his head in thought and said, this auction, perhaps something very big will happen. The official auction began in the hall, only the sounds of fierce bidding remained. You bid 200 yuan and you don't feel embarrassed, I'll pay 201 yuan, get lost, aren't you embarrassed, 500 yuan. 600, I want this, for sure. Another person spoke up, I'll pay 800, don't even think about fighting with me. Darlene looked at everyone's continuous bidding and said, number 29 bid 800, is there anyone higher? Seeing the bidding was very lively, Ellie excitedly said loudly, it only stopped at 800, do you know how to look at the goods? There was a voice asking for more, I offered 900. Ellie continued, only increased by 100, embarrassing, get out of here. In the front row was Lelisa, sitting next to her was Ellie. Lu Feng and Mina sat on the same seat, hugging each other affectionately. Mina put her hand on her chest and leaned against Lu Feng's chest, asking, why do the people of the royal capital all know that there are good things in the Western City today? Will they not stop visiting the young master in the future? The bidding for the perfume bottles stopped at 900, Darlene said happily, 900 gold coins, congratulations to this customer, now we would like to offer the next product. Hearing the price was too low, Ellie was extremely angry. Looking at the big-faced and big-eared person, he didn't even increase it a little. It's really a bargain for you, humph. The crowd below was still whispering and discussing. Lu Feng rubbed the little cat Mina's head in his arms, comforting Ellie, saying, "Don't bother with those random people. With such free time, I'd rather play with you guys." Mina shyly rubbed against Lu Feng's chest and said coquettishly, "Young master." Then Lu Feng turned his head and changed his mind, "But the people who were invited to the dinner party after the auction have all arrived, so we can go and meet them for a while." Mina was surprised to see that Lu Feng changed faster than his ex-lover. Mina said angrily, "Talking about this makes me angry. They dare to laugh at the young master, saying that the young master invited them but they wouldn't go. It makes me so angry. I really want to go and beat them up." Seeing Mina's strong reaction, Ellie laughed out loud. "Ha, by then, I'm afraid there will be many people who will ask for help, but they will have to look at the young master's expression." The young master comforted Mina, Okay, people with narrow vision like them, we don't need to care." Lu Feng turned his head to look at Lelisa, who had been silent all this time, and called out. She quickly replied, "Yes." Lu Feng told her, "Weren't you always worried about the bounty on your head? If I stay here today, it will cause the bounty to be invalidated." Hearing Lu Feng say that, she was surprised and asked again, lost effect. Ellie brought a large box with many glass bottles inside, and said to Lu Feng, "Young master, everything is ready." Looking at the various shaped glassware in the crate, Lelisa wondered. "This is..." Lu Feng took out an envelope, gave it to Lelisa, and instructed her to read this after she went on stage. Remembering what happened the other day on the street, when they were walking together, Darlene once said, "She won't tell her, she will know tomorrow. When the time comes, don't be too emotional." Lelisa understood secretly, so that's it. Lelisa panicked and waved her hands in refusal. No, Lord Lu Feng, these glassware are too valuable. The reward for my capture is only 1,000 gold coins. Lu Feng hurriedly comforted Lelisa, who was stubbornly refusing. "Lelisa, listen to me, the value of these items, in my opinion, is not worth mentioning compared to your safety." Lu Feng thought to himself, the archery team can't leave her alone. Then he continued, "Moreover, I originally planned to sell these things. If I can sell them for money and at the same time exchange them for her safety, then it would be killing two birds with one stone." Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lelisa's eyes widened, feeling very touched. Lu Feng pretended to sigh in disappointment and said, "If you don't want to, then my efforts would have been in vain." Everyone also added and advised Lelisa. Mina said, "That's right, Lelisa, the young master has been working very hard these past few days." Ellie encouraged, "Don't worry anymore. Moreover, although these things are very expensive, but our city still has a lot of them." Lelisa heard everyone worrying about her, moved to tears, bowed her head and said, "Everyone, okay, you don't need to say anything more." "I agree." Everyone was happy. Mina turned to Lelisa and said, "Quickly memorize those lines." Ellie also agreed and added, Yes, we have to go on stage soon." Lelisa smiled gently and replied, "I know, I will go memorize it right away, Lord Lu Feng." Lelisa closed her eyes and turned her face away, sulking as she said to Lu Feng, "Everyone is very good, it's just that they like to take detours, it's not good." Lu Feng was surprised by Lelisa's sulky attitude, and said in surprise, "Huh, what do you mean?" Lelisa smiled and said mysteriously, "You guess." On stage now, Darlene introduces everyone. Next is the 31st auction item. This auction item is a bit special, so we need to change to another MC. After a short while, it was already the 31st product. The guests below were suddenly talking about it. Seeing this, Han said, "Changing people, is there still a need for people in an auction?" Red Plum sadly said, "Never mind, if I can't buy perfume, I don't have the energy to pay attention to anything else anymore, hoo-hoo." The people below were still talking excitedly. It seemed that the next item to be sold was really special. Could it be that there were still treasures in Xi'an City that had not been taken out? Lelisa confidently walked out, saying as she walked, "Everyone, I am Lelisa, a spirit. I also have another name, By-haired Demon Girl." Someone asked, "By-haired Demon Girl, who is she?" Someone said loudly, "Oh my god, so it's By-haired Demon Girl, the spirit that led to the death of a Grand Duke." The name By-haired Demon Girl struck a few people like thunder. Loud voices rang out from the hall. What? Was she the spirit that had caused the royal capital to be restless a few years ago? Yes, it was her. It was By-haired Demon Girl who had a reward of 1,000 gold coins for her capture. What was this girl planning to do? The entire hall raised their heads to look at the elf girl before them. The boy with the hound scarf calmly reassured, "Calmly take a look first, hopefully nothing unexpected will happen." Lelisa looked at the bustling crowd below and said, "You must be very curious. Why did I come forward and declare my identity? Why was I offered a reward of 1,000 gold coins? Because I had obtained information worth tens of thousands of treasures." Another piece of information caused a stir. People below were shouting, "What? Worth tens of thousands?" Some people said, "No wonder, a reward of 1,000 gold was also appropriate." Lelisa continued, "Today, those treasures have been taken into my hands. Lelisa turned to the mysterious large box and introduced, "Today, I will take out those treasures and sell them at auction." The nobles below began to talk excitedly. "Quickly, take it out and show me what kind of treasure is this that is worth tens of thousands." The big box was opened, everyone exclaimed, "Wow, it's glass, so much. It's definitely a treasure." Lelisa placed the glassware on the table. Immediately everyone below started bidding. I offered 2,000 gold coins, 5,000 gold coins, 1,000,000 gold coins. Behind the curtain, Ellie happily said to Lu Feng, "We succeeded." Lu Feng happily replied, "Of course." Lu Feng turned around and told Ellie, "Tomorrow write about this in the newspaper, we must publicize it." Ellie received the order, "Yes, young master." The two bounty hunters said angrily, "As soon as this news came out, the bounty organization would no longer reward her. Damn it, our efforts were in vain this time." The two men sighed and left the auction. The auction ended late at night. Under the bright moonlight, the city lord's mansion appeared majestic. There was a party celebrating the successful auction. Everyone cheered and said congratulations on the successful auction. They drained their glasses. The sound of the wine glasses clinking together added to the cheerful atmosphere of the party. In the dining room, everyone was eating happily and friendly. On the table were colorful and attractive dishes. Surely the person who prepared these dishes was none other than Nicole. Ellie stood up and cleared her throat to speak. "Everyone listen to me. Do you know how much money we made from this auction?" Everyone was surprised and asked, How much, we don't know." Dees munched on bread and listened with wide eyes. Slamming the glass of red wine on the table, Miss Darlene replied, 13,000 gold coins, right? Ellie was surprised that Darlene had said the exact number. Shocked, she said, "How did you know?" "I thought I was the only one who knew." Darlene smiled and replied, "I was hosting the auction anyway, so it was only natural that I would remember these numbers." Ellie said unhappily, hatefully, originally intending to show off. Nicole heard the huge number, her mouth opened in surprise. "A lot, that much?" Lu Feng replied with satisfaction, "It's okay. Adding the 10,000 gold coins that Darlene got for us in the royal capital, we already have more than 20,000 gold coins. It's considered okay." As Lu Feng spoke, he used a knife to cut the tender beef soaked in sauce. Ellie raised her hand and said excitedly, hoping that a big ship would only cost 50 gold coins. By then, we could fill the ship at the western port, and it wouldn't be a problem anymore. Lu Feng stood up and continued speaking ambitiously. "Now that we have a large amount of money and a large amount of manpower from providing aid to refugees, it's time to develop and strengthen the West once again." After Lu Feng finished speaking, Miss Darlene asked, "Did Mr. Lu Feng notice anything new?" Ellie asked Lu Feng, "What should we do now?" Lu Feng held up 3 fingers and said, "Next, we have 3 main options. First, using the bamboo outside the city, complete the water project of the western city through the waterfall outside the city. Second, make every effort to develop the mountainous area outside the Western Ocean, where there are many resources that need to be exploited and developed. Third, we must increase trade with the tribes on the steppe. In the future, our population in the Western Ocean will increase rapidly, so we must ensure some necessary necessities." After listening to Lu Feng's plan, Kelly wondered, "What is tap water?" Lu Feng calmly replied, "It's a type of irrigation project. Once it's completed, our family will have plenty of water to use in the future, and we won't need to arrange for someone to carry water every day." Darlene looked unhappy and sighed. "Is there no new cooperation with our association?" Lu Feng smiled and replied, "Yes, that needs long-term planning. I will tell you more details later." Lu Feng picked up his glass of wine. The main thing tonight was still to celebrate. Everyone raised their glasses high. Lu Feng said, "Okay, for the long-term prosperity of Xi'an City, let's drink up, everyone drink up." The party ended after midnight. In the dining room, Nicole was cleaning the dishes, saying, "Okay, let's clean up." Ellie held a piece of bread and put it on the tray, saying, "Nicole, leave me some food." Her voice was spoiled. Lelisa stood in a corner, holding a glass of wine in her hand, deep in thought. Darlene came closer and said, "Oh, this Western wine is really great. It's been a long time since I've had such good wine." "That's right, Lelisa, I haven't asked you yet, do you still want to go now?" Lelisa bowed her head and replied, "She won't go for now." Hearing Lelisa say it was just temporary, Darlene thought everything was fine, and said in shock, "Temporary?" She still wanted to go. Looking at Lu Feng and his group sitting at the dining table, Lelisa slowly said, "Mr. Lu Feng's plan could only temporarily lure the bounty hunters away. He also knew that it was just a delaying tactic. As long as the bounty hunter finds that the bounty has not been cancelled, they will surely return. But, I have to leave. It's true that I'm a bit reluctant. Strangely, the last time I had similar feelings was when I left my hometown." Hearing Lelisa's words, Darlene asked, was she reluctant to leave Xi'an City or was she reluctant to leave Lu Feng? Lelisa lowered her head and replied, "I don't know either. But I know that Lu Feng has thought a lot and done a lot for me. Surprisingly, I have a very reassuring feeling. Darlene suddenly asked, reassured, isn't it the feeling that she was moved, excited, and couldn't help but want to rush into the other person's arms? Darlene's face excitedly rushed over to ask, which I of hers saw that. Lelisa answered shyly. Lelisa, who was holding the book and wearing glasses, became serious. That's what Lucy's book said. Lelisa was so angry that she was fuming. Her face was still red with embarrassment. Lelisa replied, speaking of Lucy, she didn't know how she was doing in the royal capital. Darlene agreed and replied, that's right.
At the same time, at the Crown Prince's mansion in the Yinglu Kingdom, the lights were still on. The Crown Prince was sitting at the dining table, his face dark, angrily asking, still haven't found it yet. The subordinate below was kneeling down to report, Your Highness, with the protection of the cunning beastmen, it is indeed very difficult to find their whereabouts. The Crown Prince slammed his wine cup on the table and said, I have underestimated her, I never thought she would dare to abandon her status as a princess to run away from the royal capital. Pass down the order, watch over the nobles living in the royal capital, now that Brat and I are fighting for the royal capital, I don't want anyone to join that brat anymore, nor do I want anyone to come into contact with that slut anymore. Understand? The subordinate immediately replied, understand. The subordinate left, the first prince turned towards the window to look at the darkness outside, suddenly a voice said, is the first prince okay these days? The Crown Prince turned his head and glanced, saying, it's you again, you guys appearing, it's not a good thing. A mysterious person with a hood over his head appeared, smiling wickedly and saying, hee, I thought the Crown Prince would be looking forward to seeing us. The Crown Prince coldly snorted and said, if you don't come to collect your money, I really want to meet you. Tell me, the spy last time asked me for 1,000 gold coins, and the noble who wanted to betray me last time asked me for 2,000 gold coins. What news do you want to sell this time? How much do you want? The other guy immediately replied, Your Highness, I don't need money this time, and I won't need money in the future. I'm here on behalf of the sect leader to discuss cooperation. The Crown Prince exclaimed, this person took off his hood and said, let me introduce myself, I am the third deacon of the main god sect. Hearing his introduction, the prince thought to himself, wait, isn't he a servant beside his father? Could it be? Then he replied, my lord, what is that? The other person slowly explained, the Catholic Church is an organization that worships the founder Father Lomistro as its chief deity. Our purpose is to seek the grace of the priest, so that we can enter heaven and live forever. From now on, we will help His Highness the Crown Prince ascend the throne. You just need to sit on it, and when the country is unified, allow us to build a church in each city to spread the grace of the gods. That ambitious person said. The king frowned in surprise and said, is it that simple? The white-haired man raised his head and said, simply. His face held many hidden meanings. The next morning, against the blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunshine, a pure white dove spread its wings and flew above Blackwater City, carrying a letter from Western Ocean City. A few feathers fell down. True to its name, everything in this citadel is dark in color, and the houses are built to float on the water. At the gate of Blackwater City, Niu Wu and his group were holding a letter that had just been delivered by a pigeon. The letter said that the young master would come to Blackwater City today. The Blackwater City lord walked behind and replied that it was fine as long as they could catch up. Looking at the pigeon perched on Gunga's shoulder, then looking at the letter, he thought, is this a carrier pigeon? There are really a lot of new toys in Taeduong City. Then he stepped forward and asked Niu Wu, that's right, Mr. Niu Wu, how's my daughter in Xiang City? Seeing the city lord's concern and concern for his daughter, Niu Wu happily replied, Miss Huron is studying state management in Xiang City. City Lord Binsai, rest assured, Miss Huron is living very well. The city lord replied shyly, no, nothing happened between my daughter and city lord Lu Feng, what could happen? Niu Wu replied, Miss Huron has always followed the young master to study, recently she can handle some important matters by herself. City Lord Binsai, you want to know these things? Oh, that's right. The Blackwater City Lord did not hear what he wanted to know. He angrily clenched his fists and thought to himself, daughter, you have to work hard. A talented person like City Lord Lu Feng, if you don't hold on tight, it will be easy for someone else to snatch him away. This old man is really ambitious. The land ahead was filled with the sound of horses and the flying dust. Niu Wu told everyone that the beast tribe had arrived and that they should prepare to welcome them. The sound of the horses began to fade. Niu Wu spoke, wait, it seems they have stopped. The leader girl's voice was loud, stationed in place. A follower behind said, Princess, aren't we going into the city? The head of the beast guard, Shilua turned around and shouted, shut up, just a small baron. The princess personally coming here at a disadvantage is already a huge concession. Humans are sinister and very cunning. If the princess enters the city, who will be responsible for anything that happens? Shilua thought with a serious face, what kind of work did the night guards do while he was away, letting humans into the tribe?
If the humans had bad intentions, the princess would be in danger.
The princess of the beast race gave the order, just stay alert as usual, there is no need to go too far to make enemies. Since the Lord of Xiang City has agreed to proactively come to us to express his intention to cooperate, then we should not let the relationship between the two sides become tense. Today, no matter what the outcome is, at least we cannot let the other side make enemies with us. Also, don't call me princess later, just call me leader. Shilua thought to himself, just a baron, no matter how big the business deal is, the princess is too easy to negotiate with. But he still answered, yes. Shilua continued, leader, how about I send a squad of cavalry over there to show off my might to the enemy? At that time, it will also be convenient to establish home advantage, and when cooperating, we can offer more favorable conditions. Hearing Shilua's opinion, the princess agreed. Okay, remember not to be too harsh. Then remember to invite the leader of that side to attend the banquet tonight, see how sincere they are. Shilua approved the idea, excitedly replied, clear. Shilua led the beastmen and gave orders, about 10 people go for me. Go. The horse's neighing stopped for a moment and then started again, clop clop, clop clop, clop clop. Seeing this, Niuwu said, this is it, they split into a small team and came here, it seems they have no intention of slowing down. The city lord was worried. What do they want to do? The old city lord worriedly grabbed Niuwu's hand and said, young master Niuwu, how about we temporarily avoid it? Niuwu firmly replied. No, you can't take even one step back. If I'm standing here, then I'm representing Xiang City, young master. How can I do something that would embarrass young master? As soon as he finished speaking, Ngungu turned around. Give orders to everyone. The soldiers of the western city listen to your orders. Do not retreat. They all shouted in unison. Understood. On this side, Shilua's eyes confirmed the order to the beastmen squad behind. The knights obeyed. If I said don't stop, then don't stop. The beastmen squad galloped towards the Blackwater City gate where Niuwu and the city lord were standing. The beastmen squad approached, Shilua and Niuwu's eyes met. Not very friendly. Shilua coldly snorted and stopped his horse right in front of Niuwu, the front hooves of the horse were about to hit his face. But Niuwu still did not retreat half a step. Seeing Niuwu still standing there, his face unchanged, Shilua praised him. He has quite a lot of courage. I didn't expect humans to be so tough. Niuwu replied calmly and modestly. The leader is laughing. I'm just one of the ordinary soldiers in Xiang City. The young master is coming soon. Do you want to go into the city to rest? The head of the Beastman Guard immediately replied. I am not the leader. We are stationed outside the city. We will not disturb you. Also, your city lord is quite a big shot. How dare he keep our leader waiting? Something appeared, causing the beastmen behind him to start talking. Something is coming. What is it? A loud phantom sound came. A very large ship had just docked. The beastmen shouted in surprise. Is that a boat? Why is there such a big boat? Lu Feng's large boat stood tall on the river, its wings spread wide. Lu Feng's group of people walked ashore. The chief beast guard saw the city lord Lu Feng walking in front followed by a group of beastmen and was surprised and thoughtful. That's a beastman. Why are beastmen hanging out with humans? Seeing the city lord arrive, Ngungu raised his hand to his chest and bowed. Young master. You have arrived. The city lord of Blackwater City also greeted. Lord City Lord. You have arrived. Besides Lu Feng's group, Huron also followed behind happily cheering. Father. Seeing his daughter return. The Blackwater City Lord thought to himself. Huron. She's back. She's already got City Lord Lu Feng. Lu Feng smiled gently. Said. Sorry. Lost some time on the way. Shilua was still sitting on his horse thinking. The armor these people were wearing. And their strong temperament. I'm afraid that only the Night Guard army of my Beastman dynasty could talk about it. No, how could there be an army that could match ours? Even among the Beast Knights, the Royal Guard Knights are the strongest. There is nothing that can compare. Looking at the young man with extraordinary temperament. Shilua said. Lu Feng, the lord of Xiang City, right? Looking at the strong girl sitting on the horse. Lu Feng asked. She is. Niuwu quickly replied. Young master. She is the person sent by the beast tribe on the other side to meet us. Shilua introduced himself. I am Shilua, the chief guard of the city lord Lu Feng. Our leader invites you to attend the banquet tonight. The venue is the barracks outside Blackwater City. Of course, if you are afraid, you can refuse.
Seeing the disdainful attitude of the girl in front of her, Mina spoke up. Young master. Her attitude. Lu Feng interrupted. It's okay. Don't worry. Step forward in front of Qilua. Lu Feng said. Please pass the message to your leader. I agree. I will definitely be at the party on time. Qilua replied. Okay. Then we will wait for your presence tonight. With that, Qilua led the beastmen squad back to the princess. Dees watched the girl's arrogant figure leave. Said. Inviting someone to dinner and having this attitude. Does she think we really want to leave? The food on the boat is much more delicious than the food she cooks. Mina said to Lu Feng. Young master. You shouldn't agree so easily. During the banquet, if the other party holds a grudge, then we will be very dangerous and passive. Lu Feng had been silently thinking for a while, then turned around and said. Beastmen are very perceptive. Everyone has lived and treated humans well in Xiyang City for a long time, so they are used to it. However, the other beastmen are still wary of humans. We agreed to go to their territory to eat, also to show our sincerity. This will also be convenient for future cooperation. The old city lord of Blackwater City interrupted. City Lord Lu Feng. You must be tired from the journey. Why don't you go into the city and rest first? Lu Feng politely said. Sorry to bother you, City Lord Binsai. City Lord the old city lord of Blackwater City interrupted. City Lord Lu Feng. You must be tired from the journey. Why don't you go into the city and rest first? Lu Feng said politely. Sorry to bother you, City Lord Binsai. He hurriedly said. No trouble, no trouble. Lu Feng then turned to Huron and said, Miss Huron. It's still quite a while until the dinner party. It's hard for you to come back. Why don't you come and see your father more often? If anything happens, I'll call you. Huron happily replied. Thank you, Lord. Hearing this, the Binsai City Lord's tears streamed down his face as he thought, what a silly girl. What's so great about meeting an old man like me? Hurry up and follow the City Lord Lu Feng. This expression made Niu Wu, who was standing behind him, confused. When night fell, Lu Feng and everyone arrived at the Beast Tribe's camp. Qilua invited them to visit the barracks. Dees was stunned. Mina's eyes were still cold and indifferent. Qilua said. I didn't expect you guys to actually come. You're looking down on everyone. Come with me. The leader has already arranged the party. Lu Feng replied politely. Sorry to bother you. Qilua led Lu Feng, Mina and Dees into the banquet hall. They quickly took their seats. When everyone was present, leader Elsa spoke. Distinguished guests, please do not be polite. Everyone can enjoy the dishes on the table. At first glance, the dining table was quite simple. There were 3 main dishes. The beefsteak was still hot. The pork was charred on the edges. There were some raw vegetables underneath. Along with a giant chicken leg and a glass of long-aged banana wine used only for special guests. Lu Feng looked at the food on the table with distaste. He thought. There was nothing to eat. The pork was probably still undercooked inside. Dees quickly took the giant chicken leg and took a bite. But she immediately frowned and trembled. She whispered to Mina. This meat. It's salty and hard to swallow. Leader Elsa asked Lu Feng in surprise. What's wrong? Why aren't you using your chopsticks? Is the food not to your taste? Lu Feng was startled. He stuttered in response. This. Meanwhile, Qilua was chewing on a chicken leg, interrupting Lu Feng to continue. From the looks of it, did the Baron dislike the food our beastmen cooked? Leader Elsa crossed her arms and showed an annoyed expression as she blamed Qilua. Qilua, don't be rude. Lu Feng smiled to dispel the awkward atmosphere, Lu Feng said. It's not the food at the banquet was too sumptuous. It's just that we came by boat, and we were a bit seasick, so it was hard to swallow for the time being. Lu Feng felt guilty and continued, I have failed the leader's kindness. To thank the leader for his hospitality, I would like to invite the leader to have lunch together on the boat tomorrow. What do you think, leader? While listening to Lu Feng, Elsa also took a bite of the chicken leg. She looked at Lu Feng with sparkling eyes and replied. Okay. I'm looking forward to it. Lu Feng smiled and affirmed firmly, he will definitely not disappoint the leader's expectations. Then we will take our leave first. Qilua rested her chin on her hand and sighed thoughtfully. While Qilua's table was empty, except for 2 pieces of steak, Lu Feng's group didn't touch their chopsticks. She was angry. It was obvious that they didn't respect the beastmen. After Lu Feng and his men left, Qilua dared to speak up. These humans are not polite at all. We sincerely invited them here, but they didn't even bother to eat their chopsticks. It was a waste that the princess specially brought out the tribe's precious food to entertain them. Princess Elsa's guards also agreed with Chilua's words. That's right, that's right. Humans are all people with their eyes set higher than their heads. It's really hard to get along with them. Princess Elsa sighed and said in a harsh voice. Okay. Stop talking. The other party's agreement to come to the party proves their sincerity. As for the food. At this point, Elsa paused hesitantly, her eyes dark, as if she was thinking about something difficult to say. She continued, perhaps the food we prepared was not to their taste. Speaking of this, the image of fish jumping and wriggling in the undulating ocean waves, the sunlight shining on their bodies made them shine. Elsa remembered the time she ate delicious pieces of fish. It was an extremely happy feeling. Suddenly Chilua waved his hand, his face was ugly, he pouted and said loudly, just a small baron, what good things could he have? Even if Chilua sacrificed himself tomorrow, he would sacrifice himself outside, he would not eat a single bite of their food. The next afternoon, at Lu Feng's party on the ship, a sumptuous and delicious meal was laid out before him, the fragrant aromas wafting throughout the room, full of delicacies. There was beer-steamed crab, ground pork leg, steamed octopus with lemongrass, double clams, double beef hamburger, steamed sea bream, crispy fried shrimp, and much more. Chilua couldn't help but feel emotional when she saw the banquet table in front of her. Her eyes were wide open and shining, drooling non-stop. Can someone bring a bowl to catch the food for me? Chilua couldn't believe her eyes. What is this? It looked like every dish was delicious. Princess Elsa was overwhelmed by the sumptuous dinner table and wondered, how much did such a lavish banquet cost? Chilua was still in shock, it smelled so good. Lu Feng generously said, Leader, I've told the kitchen to prepare a lot of dishes. Don't be polite, just come in enthusiastically. Princess Elsa replied shyly, I've troubled the city lord, she thought to herself, even during the most prosperous period of the Beast Empire, they wouldn't treat guests so lavishly. In the end, who is the royal family, me or him? Elsa shook her head thoughtfully, no, she couldn't be infatuated with the past. What the beastmen needed now was not to remember the past, but to develop from scratch, to regain the glory of the kingdom of the past. Elsa continued speaking, City Lord Lu Feng, can we discuss the business you mentioned last time? Lu Feng replied, then I'll get straight to the point. Xiang City needs a lot of sheep and wool. Princess Elsa asked, sheep, how many? Lu Feng replied, 300 a day, 9,000 a month. Speaking of this, Princess Elsa and Chilua's faces were filled with panic, their eyes wide open, their mouths agape, and they stammered, 9,000? Lu Feng calmly continued, in addition, I also need 1,000 pack horses and 500 war horses, and we will increase the number in the future based on the situation. The purchase price will not be lower than the market price. If you agree, we can use materials to exchange such as cloth, wheat, pottery, and even salt. Princess Elsa's eyes were still filled with shock. Lu Feng continued, if I guess correctly, salt in the tribe is very rare. I can assure you, our Xiang city has enough salt. Chilua turned to Princess Elsa and said, Chief, sheep and wool are no problem, but war horses, Elsa thought, the tribe's war horses totaled no more than 2,000, if a quarter were sold, the tribe's fighting strength would drop sharply, in case they were attacked by other tribes as soon as spring came. The princess replied, Chilua, you sit down first, Chilua said, but... Before he could finish his sentence, Elsa said again, sit down first. Chilua sat down on the chair with grievance. Princess Elsa continued, City Lord Lu Feng, I can agree to this exchange. But, if I find out that you are just talking nonsense, then be prepared to pay the corresponding price. Elsa said with cold eyes, please know that the thing we beastmen hate the most is human deception. Dees and Mina were tense, sweating profusely. Lu Feng shook his wineglass to reassure everyone, don't worry, I am the city lord and also a merchant. As a merchant, I respect my word very much. Elsa answered holding a glass of wine in her hand, that's good. We both clinked glasses, to wish us a happy cooperation. Lu Feng said, if you have time, why don't you come to our Xiang city to have a look? If you need anything, you can also send a caravan to Xiang city to directly exchange, I will definitely personally welcome everyone. Now there are many beastmen living in Xiang city. Princess Elsa replied, I have also heard of the great name of Xiang city. When I have time, I will definitely go to Xiang city to visit the city Lord Lu Feng. After Lu Feng's banquet, Princess Elsa and her guards returned to the beast tribe's camp. Chilua asked Elsa, Your Highness, why did you agree to sell the war horses to them? You know, we spent a lot of effort training the war horses, so wouldn't it be better for others? Princess Elsa replied, the Lord of Xiang City's assets were very powerful, and his tricks were not bad either. He exchanged so many essential supplies, so it was very likely that he had some kind of scheme. The most important thing was that he treated his subordinates, whether they were beastmen or humans, very well. Shilua continued, then there was no need to sell them war horses. Elsa explained gently, she didn't understand, a character like the Lord of the Western City would most likely do great things in the future. If she made a good connection now, who knows, she might be able to use that opportunity to rebuild the glory of the Beast Empire in the future. So the previous investment was indispensable. Even if we sell 500 war horses, we are still the strongest tribe among the nearby tribes, it will be far from affecting us. By allying with Xi'an City, we will not be fooled by cunning merchants in the future. This is also a matter of benefit and no harm. Shilua was puzzled, so the princess really wanted to visit Xi'an City. Elsa replied, it seemed like she had to go now. At this time in Blackwater City. City Lord Binsai asked Huron, so you are not returning to West Ocean City anymore? Huron replied, yes, City Lord Lu Feng told me to stay here temporarily, in charge of transporting the sheep and cattle bought from the grasslands. Mr. Binsai sighed and said, what a pity, I still want you to stay by the City Lord's side. Gradually develop feelings, and when you get married, this Blackwater City can be safely handed over to Lu Feng. Huron thought to herself, Dad is doing it again. She picked up the knife and continued, but this was just the superficial reason. In fact, the City Lord had an important plan that he wanted her to help complete. Lord Binsai clasped his hands together and asked, what important plan? Huron quickly opened the lid of the box. Mr. Binsai stood up and looked. Mr. Binsai looked surprised and hesitantly asked, is Lord Lu Feng really going to do that? Huron nodded and smiled mysteriously. At the secret residence in the royal capital of the second prince, the night was dark and thunder was everywhere. Second Prince Green slammed his hand on the table, his face full of murderous intent. He said, damn it, this Arnie, he's just a marquis, yet he dares to refuse me, he really doesn't know what's good for him. Suddenly a noise rang out, the second Prince Green said in panic, who is it? A mysterious person slowly walked in, below him was a person lying face down on the floor, blood flowing all over, it turned out to be an assassin. He was taken down by Red Deacon of the Black Iris gang. Red Deacon walked in proudly and said, don't worry, it's me, this guy is an assassin, I discovered him. Your bodyguard doesn't matter, if it weren't for me, you would be in danger. Second Prince Green broke out in a cold sweat, he hesitated and said, before he could finish his sentence, the soldiers outside ran in with urgent news, Your Highness, this place is surrounded by the first prince. The second prince was shocked, what? He regained his composure and raised his voice to scold, is this how you guys do your duty? That first prince has already come all the way here, and you are still here and not doing anything. Red Deacon replied, calm down, we are only in a cooperative relationship, not a subordinate relationship with you. Besides, if it weren't for us, Black Iris, Lucia's assassin would have taken your life. Second Prince Green continued, this assassin is also Lucia's man, how did he know I was here? Red Deacon crossed his arms in front of his chest and replied, he didn't know you were here, it's just that his strength could cover the entire royal capital, as long as it's where you are, he can take it. The second prince's face turned purple, sweat pouring down his face. He said, how could this be? How could he have so many soldiers? The second prince put his hands on the table and bowed his head, looking helpless. Red Deacon reassured him, but don't worry, we, Black Iris, are here. Your life is not worth worrying about. The second prince, still not relieved, continued to ask, So my great partner, what should we do now? Red Deacon replied, abandon the capital. That sentence was like a thunderbolt. Green suddenly turned her head and said loudly, what did she say? The Red Deacon continued, the Grand Prince has already built up the capital's business very firmly. Even Duke Kailak has been successfully enticed by him, and even planned to marry Catherine to him. The royal camp is also controlled by the Crown Prince. It has been half a month since the king summoned anyone for a meeting. I'm afraid the king has fallen into the hands of the Crown Prince. Green said, if Lucia has control over the king, then what do we have to fight him with? Red Deacon shook his head and said, rest assured, this step, he went the wrong way. The Crown Prince surrounded your mansion, proving that he was in a hurry to eliminate you. When people are in a hurry, it is easy to do stupid things, and I am afraid that the next step will be a mistake. If that is really the case, there will definitely be people in the royal capital who will rebel. We might as well leave the royal capital first, go to another territory to develop our strength, and then contact those forces that are dissatisfied with the Crown Prince. Let's plot slowly. The second prince stroked his beard as if he was plotting something. He thought back to what Red Deacon had just said and replied, that made sense. Lucia's hypocrisy would eventually be discovered, and then I could take this opportunity to rise up again. Suddenly he slammed his hands on the table, shouted loudly, and gave orders to the soldiers outside, ordering all the knights to immediately clean up properly, attack with me to break the siege, and we will depart for the northern territory. Green smiled wickedly and said smugly, my good brother, let me show you off for a few days, I will come back. On this side, the first Prince Lucia heard the news that the plan to kill the second prince failed. He asked his subordinate why he wasn't dead yet. The subordinate knelt down, bowed low, and replied with a fearful expression, "Your Highness, the other party has a very formidable guard. In addition, it seems that the second prince has already detected us." Before he could finish speaking, a blinding light moved towards the subordinate's neck. He froze for 5 seconds, then a sound rang out. He fell to the ground. He died under the sword of the Crown Prince Lucia. What a murderer! He killed to silence him. He considered human life as worthless. He even dared to kill his own younger brother, let alone this small subordinate. After finishing, he said to himself as if to comfort himself, "Mobilize all the knights but can't kill a single person who deserves to die. What do I need you for?" Then he used a towel to wipe the blood-stained sword. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the door. Green had recently begun transferring the family property to his territory. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't have been so hasty in attacking him. Now that he's run away, I'm afraid he'll summon the knights to rebel. The Grand Prince Lucia replied with a cold gaze. He was not that smart. There must be someone planning to help him. So he was a member of the Yinglu Kingdom's religious sect. He continued, "That's right, according to intelligence, the second prince had the support of Black Iris. So, killing the second prince wasn't that simple." The great prince wiped his face and said, "They are not as good as you, but you still let him run away." The name and the religion replied, "But we helped you get the royal capital, didn't we? Just leave Black Iris to us. With us here, even if the second prince comes to the territory, he won't be able to do anything." His eyes were cold as he continued, "I just hope that after we're done, your highness won't forget our promise to let our main religion become the state religion of the Yinglu Kingdom." Crown Prince Lucia replied, "Humph, the king of a country, of course he wouldn't go back on his word." The quiet moonlit night illuminated the entire kingdom. The sky was filled with stars, the scenery was poetic, contrasting with the deathly atmosphere in this kingdom. The sound echoed. It was the footsteps of the Crown Prince Lucia. Where could he be going this late at night? Suddenly he opened the door of his father's room. The king of Yinglu Kingdom was lying on the bed, unable to sleep, occasionally coughing a few times. The Crown Prince walked into the room. He closed the door with his hand. The door made a rattling sound. He approached the bed, smiled, bowed his head and respectfully asked, "Father, are you feeling better?" The king coughed speechlessly, as if he had realized the prince's hypocrisy. He said, "Humph, hypocrisy." The eldest prince continued with a deceitful look in his eyes, "Father, the Yinglu Kingdom cannot go a day without a king. Please give the order. Let me rule the country on his behalf." What a cunning person! He wanted to kill the second Prince Green but failed. According to the admin's speculation, in order to seize the throne, will he also execute his father? The king sat up, coughing and saying, "Where is Green? Tell Green to come see me." The Crown Prince replied, "Green has run away." The king tried to continue, "Ha ha ha, cough cough. In the end, you still made a move, how pitiful. I should have sent you all away at the beginning." The Crown Prince asked urgently, "So you intend to hand over the throne to Lucy?" He continued, "Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance." After saying that, he picked up the pillow and pressed it against the king's face and continued, "Father, don't blame me. Just immediately give me the throne." King Yinglu struggled, his hands and feet were in disarray, and he only had time to catch his last breaths. The Crown Prince's eyes were bloodshot, and he smiled excitedly, just like the murderer who killed his father. He said, "The throne is mine now, ha." The king's hand fell down. He died in the arms of the son he raised for so many years. The next morning in Taeduong City, the sun had already risen to the top of the mountain. The wind blew, causing the curtains to sway slightly. The sunlight shone through the curtains onto the couple's bed. Lu Feng caressed Mina's pair, his face filled with satisfaction. Speaking, the bed in the castle is indeed more comfortable than the one on the ship, right? Mina seemed to still be lingering over last night's passionate night. She lay snugly in Lu Feng's arms, her cheeks pressed against his chest, blushing, stammering, But, she jumped up and continued, "But the young master is not planning to get up yet, there are still many things to handle." Lu Feng pressed his face close to Mina and replied, "Now the western city has many people, enough money, there is nothing to deal with right away." Mina slightly raised her face, her eyes wide open looking at Lu Feng passionately, perhaps she was expecting something. Lu Feng moved closer and continued, "What needs to be done now is..." Hearing this, Mina closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed, her mouth slightly open, her lips plump, her breathing rapid. That's right, the two of them were about to give each other a passionate kiss. Just then, someone's voice suddenly echoed from outside the door, "This is bad, young master." The door opened and broke the romantic atmosphere that enveloped the room, saying in a panic, "Young master, news has arrived from the royal capital." Oh my god, Ellie, oh Ellie, the couple was making love. No matter how urgent it was, they should have knocked on the door first. The room suddenly became quiet. The three people looked at each other speechless. Ellie froze for 5 seconds, unable to continue speaking. Lu Feng scratched his head, scratched his ears, not understanding what was going on, while Mina was embarrassed, her ears red, and she pressed her face into Lu Feng's chest. After straightening their clothes, the three of them went to the living room to talk. Lu Feng read the secret letter while listening to Ellie. The night squad that brought Princess Lucy back to the capital last time had established an intelligence base there. This was the news related to the capital that they reported back. Lu Feng finished reading the letter and said, well, the situation in the royal capital is very tense right now. After the second prince left, the first prince monopolized the entire royal capital. Ellie said, it would take at least a few days for the carrier pigeon to return from the royal capital. I'm afraid the crown prince has already monopolized the royal capital for quite a few days. Lu Feng ordered, Ellie, follow my arrangement, recruit 1,000 more troops into the army and 500 into the navy. Start stockpiling strategic supplies, order the arsenal to prepare equipment number 2 and equipment for the entire army. Ellie obeyed, yes. Only then did Mina ask Lu Feng, young master, are they preparing for the next battle? Lu Feng replied, the fourth prince and the second prince left the royal capital to return to their respective territories, and next they would definitely want to fight for territory to deal with the first prince. Our western city is quite famous, those two princes will definitely target us. For the safety of all the people in the city, we must make good preparations. Ellie said, then we should call back Huron and the people who were sent to other cities. One more person means more strength. Lu Feng replied, no need, although the matter of the three princes fighting for the throne is a bit sudden, but there is no need to worry and make a fuss. Moreover, we do not need to care about the messengers of those three princes anymore. Ellie bowed her head, her eyes filled with deep sadness as she replied, okay, I wonder how Princess Lucy is doing. Lu Feng replied, how did I not know that you and Princess Lucy have such a good relationship? Nina said with a smile. Ellie read Princess Lucy's novels before and is still very engrossed in them. Ellie blushed with embarrassment and rushed towards Mina. She shouted loudly, who told her to say it, scratch her to death. Mina laughed loudly, sorry. Lu Feng continued, no, it's still unclear what the situation is in the royal capital. Princess Lucy will definitely be in danger. Ellie, you send someone to call Darlene here. Ellie opened her eyes wide and replied, yes, young master. Nicole entered Lu Feng's room and said, young master, Miss Darlene is here. Lu Feng replied, please come in. Darlene walked in brightly and said, Sir Lu Feng, you suddenly called me here. Is there some business you want to cooperate with me about? Tell me, we are already close business partners, but you should be a little more mature. Lu Feng replied, other than business, is there anything else that makes you so active? There is news coming from the royal capital, you should check it out first. Miss Darlene held the letter and read it. She continued, I never thought that the fake prince would dare. Lu Feng said, Darlene, I promised you before that I would save Catherine, I will definitely do it. I know Lucy is also your friend, so I will also think of a way to save Lucy. But now we are lacking a capable assistant, so I hope you can wait a little longer. Miss Darlene replied, what kind of person does your excellency Lu Feng need? The merchant association in the royal capital has attracted quite a few people to join in the past few years. Whatever kind of person your excellency Lu Feng wants, we can introduce them to you. Lu Feng replied, I've already set my sights on someone, and they should be here soon. At this moment, Mira and Leia, Flei's older sister, of the bird tribe, were flying straight towards the Western Ocean city. Leia asked, Mira, what do you mean? Mira hesitantly replied, huh? Big sister, tell me, what should we do if Flei won't come with us? Leia said, no way, Flei is my sister, there's no way she wouldn't follow me. Mira frowned, looking worried, thinking, Flei, don't blame me, I really can't stop big sister. Leia and Mira are walking into the Atlantic City. Leia asked Mira, why are there so many beastmen in this western city? Mira recounted, the first time here she was also very surprised, but the rule of Taeduong City is that humans and beastmen live together equally. Beastmen in Taeduong City live very happily. Leia thought for a moment but said nothing. Mira continued, Flei is probably in school right now, should we go directly to school to find him? Leia replied, if Flei is in school, then don't bother him. Mira said, we can also go directly to the city Lord Lu Feng, Flei is living with him now. Leia replied, well, then let's go find out about that city Lord Lu Feng first. But, you know a person's face but not his heart. Just by directly interacting with him, it's hard to know what kind of person he is. The city is like the city's ruler. Let's learn about this city first. Then the two bird people asked the passers-by about their city lord. The blue-haired girl asked back, City Lord Lu Feng? Leia replied, yes, do you know what kind of person that lord is? The blue-haired girl smiled and replied, of course she knows. Her eyes lit up, showing great admiration as she continued, that is a very handsome city lord. I really doubt whether he is the prince of the royal capital or not. He is truly too charming. Leia and Mira looked at each other, let's go ask someone else. A tall, muscular, Tauran man replied. That is an extremely good city lord. He is my role model. All my life I have only wished to become a man like him. The two sisters continued to ask other people. This time it was an old man with a bald head and a cane. He replied, what? Oh, you mean Lord Lu Feng? This old servant has been through hundreds of cities. This is truly the first time I have met such a city lord. It can truly be called that day. Before the old man could finish his sentence, the two sisters bowed their heads and replied. Thank you, we have something to do and must go first. Leia was so angry that she punched the wall, leaving a dent. She frowned and said, what's going on? Is that Lu Feng guy so respected by everyone? The old man looked at the two sisters from afar, not understanding why they were angry. Mira asked Leia, big sister, are we still going to continue? Leia sighed, paused for a moment, then replied, of course we have to continue. She didn't believe there was such a perfect city lord in this world. Lu Feng was sitting when he suddenly felt like sneezing. Mina was pouring soup and saw that and asked, what's wrong, young master? Lu Feng replied, it's fine, he thought to himself, who was talking bad about me behind my back. Leia and Mira continued to ask the people here about the city lord Lu Feng. Leia said, let's go somewhere else, I don't believe there really is such a perfect city lord in this world. Two people were walking down the street when suddenly a fragrant smell wafted out, not knowing where it came from. Leia took a breath, The two of them followed the scent and stopped at a snack shop. The aroma of food filled the air. The waitress held a plate of food in her hand and shouted loudly for everyone to hear, new products on sale, fresh from the oven. Leia curiously walked over and asked, what is this that smells so good? The waitress smiled and replied, oh, are you talking about pizza? This is the new flavor that our Lord just made. I can tell you two have just arrived in Xi'an City, would you like to try some? Leia said, thanks, and picked up a piece of pizza to try. As soon as she took a bite, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. The delicious taste of the cake had awakened all her taste buds. Leia was stunned. Oh my god, why is it so delicious? She couldn't believe her eyes. Even the delicacies of the bird tribe couldn't compare. The waitress saw Leia's surprised and greedy expression and quickly continued, do you want to come in and sit? There are many other types, we have many activities today. Leia said, pizza, hurry up and pay. Then she hurriedly walked into the pizza shop, smiling and replying, okay. She remembered the table of food that Lu Feng had laid out during their fight. She thought to herself, why does this scene seem so familiar? These two sisters wouldn't be immersed in this place, right? What will happen to us bird people in the future? Leia ate and drank her fill, and when she left the restaurant, she told Mira, this western city, the food is cheap, and there are many delicious things, it's not bad. Mira was sweating profusely, frowned, picked up her purse and looked at it. Perhaps Leia had a different thought about western city and the city lord Lu Feng. Suddenly she turned her head to look at the restaurant, she saw people and animals here talking and laughing with each other. Leia thought to herself, moreover, the beastmen here are really happy, and also sincerely support the city lord here. However, she still needs to interact with them a bit. Then suddenly she called Mira's name. Mira turned around in surprise and looked at her sister and asked, what's wrong, big sister, do you want to eat something else? Leia replied, is the lord of this place really treating Flay very well? Mira replied, yes, yes, yes. Leia sat silently, her face dark, she was deep in thought. Mira continued hesitantly, big sister, that matter, if. What if Flay really doesn't want to come back with us? Leia hesitated and said nothing, thinking for a moment, then she said sadly, don't be silly, only with us, will he be safe? Saying that, Leia turned around and walked forward, saying to Mira, let's go, I have to take you to see Flay. Mira followed behind Leia's back and replied, okay. At this time, Flay had also finished school. She was saying goodbye to her friends at the school gate, bye-bye. The cute brown bear girl turned around and replied, let's go, see you tomorrow. While walking home, Flay suddenly heard someone calling him, Flay. She turned back and saw two people in cloaks slowly walking towards her from afar. Suddenly, she exclaimed, ah, sister, she was very surprised when you came here. Leia knelt on one knee, spread her arms wide and said to Flay, long time no see, you've grown so much. Come on, I'll come pick you up. Just as she was about to throw herself into her sister's arms, Flay paused, looking bewildered, then she turned and ran forward. Leia and Mira, not understanding what was happening, shouted, Flay, Flay. Sister Leia sat down on the ground, her face dark with sadness. She was very surprised and disappointed in the younger sister she had raised for so long. Mira turned to Leia and asked, big sister. Sister, are you okay? Leia suppressed her grief and pulled herself together. Well done, Flay. It's been a while since we last met, your wings are getting stronger, right? At this time, in the city lord's capital, Ellie brought a stack of reports to Lu Feng. She said, "Young master, the matter you assigned earlier has been completed. The navy has summoned 500 people, the army has also summoned 1,000 people. These city lords said that they will soon come to Xi'an City, you just need to arrange a specific time." Lu Feng replied, "Okay, we will discuss this matter in detail later." Nina and Lelisa were sitting drinking tea and eating some snacks in Lu Feng's office. Lu Feng was engrossed in reading the report when suddenly the door opened. Flay didn't pay attention to anything around her. She ran straight to Lu Feng and threw herself into his arms, causing Ellie to stagger. Ouch, the pile of reports flew out of her hands. Lu Feng was startled and panicked, not understanding what was happening. He said, "Flay, what's wrong?" Flay, tears streaming down his face, stammered, "Lord Lu Feng, I am." Before she could finish her sentence, somehow, Flay's sister Leia had already chased after her. She shouted loudly, "Where else do you want to run to?" Leia kicked the wooden door, cracking it into many pieces, flying everywhere. She held her weapon and flew straight towards Lu Feng. Nina and Lelisa were worried and shouted, "Young master, be careful. Lord Lu Feng, be careful. Lu Feng's aura is overwhelming, standing tall and fearless." Nina charged into battle with Leia. Lu Feng shouted, "Stop." Flay screamed, "Sister, don't. Sister." Only then did Leia and Nina stop. Night fell, everyone calmly sat down and talked to each other. Mira put her hand on her chest and bowed her head, saying sincerely, "I'm sorry, Lord Lu Feng. Big sister didn't mean any harm. She just got angry when she saw Flay turn around and run away. She couldn't control herself a bit." Leia stood there with her arms crossed, watching. Lu Feng generously replied, it's okay, if it's Flay's sister then it's a misunderstanding." Leia said angrily to Flay. "Flay, you've played around enough, it's time to come back with me. This place is too dangerous, you must know that the only safe place for our bird tribe is the Stone Pillar Mountain." Flay stiffened, not moving. She stammered, "Lord Lu Feng, it's possible." Leia asked again, "What did you say?" Flay yelled at her sister. "Lord Lu Feng can also protect me. This girl is really amazing." Mira spoke up. "Flay, how can you talk to big sister like that?" Leia glared at Flay and said in a harsh voice, "How did he protect me?" Little Flay looked straight into her sister's eyes and said firmly, "He helped me grow my wings back." Leia stood with her arms crossed and her wings spread out, stunned, not believing what her sister said. Seeing that her sister didn't seem to believe her, Flay spread out her tiny newly sprouted wings and said, "I've grown wings again. If you don't believe me, touch them and see." Leia touched her sister's wings in surprise and said, "They really grew back." "How?" Lu Feng said proudly, "Of course, eat well, sleep well." Leia was stunned, not believing it, so she asked again, "Is it that simple?" Mira sighed and said, "Big sister, there are so many of us, we all don't have enough to eat." Lu Feng smiled and said, "Your name is Leia, right? I dare to ask, how many people are there in your bird tribe?" Leia looked at Lu Feng with suspicion. She said, "What are you saying this for?" Lu Feng looked straight at Leia with his sparkling eyes and said, "I want to make a deal with you. When the deal is successful, I will raise as many of your birdkin as there are." Despite receiving a very lucrative offer from Lu Feng, it seems that Leia still has many doubts. Unable to trust our male lead, Flay had no choice but to follow her sister back to her homeland. On the way to the Xi'an City airbase, the two sisters sat in the carriage and talked to each other. Leia asked, "Flay, why is Your Excellency Lu Feng willing to pay such a high price to feed our bird race?" Flay replied, "Your Excellency," Lu Feng said, "being able to fly in the sky is a treasure." Leia thought, she had her eyes on the flying ability of the Starbird tribe. Flay continued, "Sister, Xi'an City is really suitable for us. Lord Lu Feng will definitely treat everyone of the bird tribe well." Leia crossed her arms and said hesitantly, "Then we'll have to see if he can transport food up to Stone Pillar Mountain." Flay replied, this was not a difficult matter for Lord Lu Feng. Flay had absolute confidence in Lu Feng's command and talent. The carriage stopped at the Xi'an City Air Force Base, and there was something colorful and interesting on the ground. Leia asked, "What is this?" After a short while here, Flay replied simply, "This is a hot air balloon invented by Lord Lu Feng, which can carry people or goods into the air." Mira happily said, "Big sister, with this hot air balloon, whether it's bringing food to Stone Pillar Mountain or picking up our people here, it's no problem." Flay replied sadly, "The sky is no longer a place that belongs only to our bird race, sister." Suddenly Leia fell into deep thought, her eyes looking down. Then she sighed and said, "But this hot air balloon flies very slowly, it can never be as fast as our bird race." Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, "People of the bird tribe don't have the ability to stay in the air for too long like a hot air balloon, right?" Flay turned his head and shouted, "Lord Lu Feng." Leia turned around and replied, "Nothing in this world is free. Tell me, what do you want from us in the end?" Lu Feng said, "I want all the bird people to grow wings and then help me work. Of course, I will pay everyone, and I can also give everyone a place to stay." Leia frowned, still looking doubtful, and replied, "You want to hire us?" Lu Feng smiled and replied, "Hiring, you could say that. This matter won't cause any harm to you girls, and I won't send you on a mission that could endanger your lives." Nyota interrupted Lu Feng and asked, "Young master, the goods are all loaded onto the hot air balloon, so it can fly at any time." Lu Feng replied, "Very good. This batch of goods includes food and salt. No matter what offer you make, we will give it to you." Hearing this, Mira and Flei's eyes lit up. They didn't expect City Lord Lu Feng to be so generous. Leia frowned and gave a condition, "Okay. But just in case. I will only lead 100 people to the western city first. If it goes well, we can discuss the rest later." City Lord Lu Feng smiled and replied, "No problem, I respect your decision. Shiyang City will definitely not disappoint you." Flay then ran over and hugged the city lord, smiling and saying, "That's great." Lu Feng smiled and patted this clever girl's head. Leia, Mira, and Flay board the airship to return home. The fire on the balloon burns. This fire will heat the air inside the balloon. The balloon will expand, pulling the basket and everyone inside up. Before leaving, Lu Feng said goodbye to the bird people. "Miss Leia, I hope you can give me some training on how to coordinate with the hot air balloon on the way back. After I return, I have something very important to bother you and your people about." Leia replied loudly, "Okay." Nu Dai ordered his soldiers to charge. One by one, each hot air balloon flew high into the sky, gradually becoming just a small dot of color. Lu Feng folded his arms and discussed with Ellie. "Next, tell the intelligence department to keep a close eye on the royal capital. Furthermore, prepare to contact Lucy and Catherine regularly. I'm worried that something will happen over there." Ellie replied, "I know. I'll have someone pay attention to the situation over there." At this moment, the situation in the royal capital was extremely chaotic. Lucy was sitting and chatting with Yuffie, a dwarf, at the blacksmith's house. Lucy clenched her fists and said with tears in her eyes, "What exactly happened? Why was the royal palace sealed off? There were soldiers holding my portrait on the streets. Did something happen to father?" Yuffie looked up at Lucy, her face filled with worry and pity for her friend. Lucy continued with tears in her eyes. "After I left, what exactly happened?" Yuffie placed her small hands on Lucy's as if to give her energy. Yuffie comforted. "Your Highness Lucy. Don't be in such a hurry. Trust the young lady. She will bring news back soon." Lucy choked up and replied, Yuffie, thank you for letting me hide." Yuffie said, "What's this? Her Highness Lucy is my friend. It's only natural for friends to help each other." Lucy's tears continued to fall. She said sadly, "But what exactly happened? Father?" Yuffie couldn't help but feel moved to tears when she saw Lucy like this. Her Highness Lucy. Suddenly she thought of something. Eyes wide open. Arms up in cheers. Mouth smiling. She said, "That's right. Lucy-sama. Let me show you this." Lucy asked in surprise. "Huh? What is it?" Yuffie pulled the cloth away with her hand. She said excitedly, "Look. Oh my god, what is this?" "Admin thinks it is wings to fly high." Lucy asked Yuffie in surprise. "What is this?" Yuffie put her wings on her shoulders and replied, "This is the Flying 3 Marks. I made it. It's the tool that lets us fly into the sky." Lucy clasped her hands together. Her eyes lit up. She looked very curious. She said, "Fly into the sky. Really?" Yuffie blushed. Scratched her head. Hurriedly replied, "This. In theory, yes. But not yet." "But." Lucy was sad again, she thought she had found a way out of this. Yuffie smiled and encouraged herself as well as reassured Lucy. "One day I will create a tool that can fly me back to my Ali Empire." Lucy replied, "I trust you. Yuffie." Suddenly the door opened. It turned out to be Uncle Lee, a famous blacksmith. Anyone who met him for the first time would probably be a little scared. He had a muscular body, a long and bushy beard, thick eyebrows raised, and wore a satanic rosary. He brought water in. His face was solemn as he said, "With your level of blacksmithing, I'm afraid that even after another 100 years, you still won't be able to create that tool." Yuffie frowned and objected. "No way. I've improved a lot. This time I can definitely do it. Uncle Li invited Lucy. Your Highness, please have some water. Lucy replied. Thank you, Uncle Li. Uncle Li sighed and replied to Yuffie. Okay. But next time, don't jump down from the top floor. Last time, you scared Aunt Ruth's child to tears. Yuffie turned her head to reply. It won't be. Lucy watched the two of them talking to each other. Tears welled up in her eyes. She thought to herself. How nice. If only father could take Lord Lu Feng's medicine. If he could get better, that would be great. While she was thinking, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Your Highness Lucy. Lucy turned her head to look. It was Jones. But why did Jones look so sad? Lucy looked at Jones with anticipation. Hastily asked. Jones. How is it, is there any news from father? Jones's face darkened. Hesitantly said. Lucy's Highness. His Majesty. Was. Gone. Lucy froze. Numb. She collapsed in pain. No. How could that be? I don't believe it. Jones patted Lucy's shoulder to comfort her. Yuffie and Uncle Li were also surprised. Heartbroken for the princess. Her Highness Lucy. Jones continued. It was the first prince who took action. The second prince failed in his attempt to seize power and fled the capital. The news of His Majesty's death. I got it from a knight beside the first prince. The kingdom will announce His Majesty's death in a few days. Lucy said with tears streaming down her face. Why? Is the throne that important? Even her biological father could be killed by her elder brother. Jones comforted Lucy. Lucy. Suppress your sadness. The most urgent thing now is to leave the royal capital. The crown prince's men are looking for you everywhere. Lucy regained her composure. She replied loudly. I know. Jones. Let's go to the Atlantic City. Jones asked again. The West Coast? Lucy replied. Yes. That's how it is. We can only trust His Excellency Lu Feng, whom Lelisa and Catherine both trust. Hopefully he can help us. Jones replied. Yes. Her Highness Lucy. Also, I heard news of Catherine on the street. Lucy asked Jones with a worried look. Catherine. How is she? Royal Capital Blacksmith. Blue sky. The quiet space was suddenly broken by Princess Lucy's scream. What, Catherine has to marry that bastard? No, I have to think of a way to contact her. Princess Lucy was so worried that she wanted to run away. But Jones held out his hand to stop her. The Duke's mansion is heavily guarded now. I've tried. There's really no way to break in. Lucy's eyes suddenly flashed. She asked. That's right. Where are the people from Xiyang City? His Excellency Lu Feng has already said so. If there's anything, just look for them. Meanwhile in the royal capital of Duke Kailak. Mississippi please. Eat something. The maid brought a tray of food to the bed and begged. Catherine lay on the bed. Turning away from the maid, she replied, I don't want to eat. Take it away. But then the master will be angry again. The maid continued to persuade. But Catherine did not care. She decided to let it be. Be angry, but to him anyway. I was just a commodity. As long as it was not damaged, it was fine. The maid couldn't be persuaded and sighed quietly. All right. Miss. What a pity for the cuisine of this western city. Catherine suddenly opened her eyes when she heard that the food was from the western city. She sat up and asked again. What did she just say? Western city food. Yes. That's right. I heard the chef say it today. He studied cooking in the western city. I think the food he makes tastes no different from western city. The maid turned around and replied. Hearing that, Catherine's face turned a little red for some reason. She said shyly. Then put it down. If I'm in a good mood, I'll eat it later. Seeing that the young lady agreed to eat, the maid quickly and happily responded. Okay. Okay. The maid placed a tray of steaming food. Catherine pretended to be haughty. One eye closed. One eye open as if she didn't care. Just glanced over furtively. After the maid left the room, she happily got out of bed and went to the dining table. Suddenly Catherine remembered. That's not right. Lu Feng once said. The craftsmanship of the Western city absolutely cannot be spread outside, could it be? Catherine used her fork to examine the food. Sure enough, deep under the food were two small pieces of brown paper. Catherine immediately opened the two pieces of paper and read. The first one said, "Just wait for me. Lu Feng." This is the letter Lu Feng left behind. Catherine thought to herself. And there's Lucy. Let's see. Let the news get out in the food. His Excellency Lu Feng will arrange everything properly. Catherine raised her hand to her mouth and chuckled. Looks like this is Lu Feng's way. That's right. In this world. Only he can think of this way. A gentle smile appeared on her face. Catherine happily jumped onto the bed. She continued to think. But what does Lu Feng mean? Is he coming to save me? Will he come in person? No, absolutely do not come in person. It's too dangerous. Although she didn't want anything to happen to Lu Feng. But deep in her mind, another thought appeared and she blushed. But she really wanted to see him. A moment later. The maid came to Catherine's room again. Standing in front of the door. She asked. Miss. Are you okay? Are you so happy just by seeing Western food? Catherine opened the door. Making a disgusted face, she handed the tray of food to the maid and ordered, "Take these things out. I don't want to eat." The maid sighed. But miss, just now I have no appetite. Catherine interrupted. The maid couldn't speak and just beat helplessly. Okay. The maid brought the tray of food down to the kitchen. The chef looked at her and asked. What's wrong? Miss still doesn't want to eat. The maid replied. Yes. What should we do? Just follow the old rules and cancel them. Okay. The chef said. Then he handed the tray of food to another person and said, Hey, new kid. This is for you. The new servant quickly took the tray and replied, Okay. Looking at such delicious food, the young lady still doesn't eat. He said. It seems the young lady has no appetite again. The chef heard that and objected. Who said that wasn't true? Then he pointed to the bucket on the ground. That's right. That bucket of rice water. Take it and dump it. Go out through door number 2. There's no one there. But still be careful. Don't touch other people and make them dirty. The blonde turned back to look and immediately followed. Okay. On a narrow street, the newcomer slowly carried the box, when he came to a beggar sitting with a bowl. He quietly threw into it a small box, in which probably contained Catherine's message. The old beggar saw the object was in the bowl. He leaned on his stick and slowly left. Back to the royal capital's forge. In the room, Princess Lucy was sitting reading a book. Jones stood behind the princess's chair with his arms crossed and eyes closed. Knock, knock. A light knock sounded on the glass window. Jones responded immediately. Who? A silhouette reflected in the window spoke. 2 young ladies, this is news from Catherine. If you have any further news to convey, leave the letter under the number 3 tree in the Central Park tomorrow afternoon. The man finished speaking. He then placed Catherine's message by the door and left. Princess Lucy quickly opened the door. Picked up the object that had just been put down. She was actually able to contact Catherine. But, Princess Lucy couldn't help but wonder. How did His Excellency Lu Feng do it? His influence was clearly all in Xi'an City. In Somalia City, in front of the city gate, is the group of the 4th prince of the Yinglu kingdom, Ding Keita. Finally, they have reached the western region. Humph, Green, Lucia, you guys just wait. Wait for me to arrange this western region properly. That day, I will lead the army back to the royal capital. A group of people came before the 4th prince, raised their hands in front of their chests and respectfully greeted. Greetings, Your Highness. Among those who spoke was Count Pulley. He spoke on behalf of the others. Your Highness the 4th prince. You're finally here, we've been waiting for you for a long time. The 4th prince sighed in response. I have put so much into this western region. Of course I have to return. Count Pulley, gather my knights. You have worked hard. Count Pulley happily replied upon hearing the compliment. No trouble, no trouble. I am willing to dedicate the credit to Your Highness. Your Highness the 4th prince. The 4th prince and Count Pulley spurred their horses to look at the group of people in front. The Count couldn't help but sigh, not afraid to laugh. In my entire life, I have never seen so many knights gathered together. It looks so majestic. The 4th prince's face was cold but he still replied. Yes, majestic. However, after saying that, the prince's expression quickly changed. He frowned inwardly. Majestic, huh, what a bunch of bottomless pits. The fourth prince looked at the amount of food. He kept calculating in his head, food, salary, which one wasn't an astronomical number. If this continued, he might have to spend all the money he had earned over the years. He had to think of a way. But he couldn't let these nobles support themselves. Otherwise, they might rebel. But he couldn't let them not pay their salaries. Damn it! The more he thought about it, the more confused the prince became. Then he suddenly remembered. That's right, wasn't Xiang City also in the western region? Still in Somalia City. After thinking about the western city, the fourth prince pulled the horse's rein and prepared to advance. Let's go, enter the city. Count Pulley stood by and listened to the order while showing the way. Yes, your highness. Please come this way. After entering the city, the fourth prince's group was currently eating. At the table, the fourth prince sitting in the front seat asked, "Where are Viscount Jesse and Viscount Cohen-Jean now?" Count Pulley quickly replied, "Your highness. It's been 7 or 8 days since there's been any news from Viscount Jesse and Viscount Cohen-Jean. Your subordinate feels that Xiang City Lord Lu Feng. He might have already made a move on those 2 viscounts." What? The fourth prince frowned. Pulley explained. "Your highness. Lu Feng in the western region was not only not welcomed, but also spoke rudely many times. Furthermore, he also raised beastmen. I suspect he has other plans. It's just that it was winter. It was inconvenient for the army to move. So we still couldn't do anything to him. Now, winter is over. The army has gathered. I propose to attack and retake the western fortress. Then teach that brat a lesson." As soon as the viscount finished speaking, someone raised his hand to show his agreement. I see. The others quickly agreed. That's right. I also heard that he has been inviting the neighboring city lords recently. I wonder what he's plotting. However, in addition to everyone's data, the fourth prince raised his hand to his chin and rubbed it for a while before saying, "Count Pulley. Don't discuss it in front of me. Have someone call Lu Feng over here. I'll personally ask him clearly, isn't that enough? Furthermore, I heard rumors in the royal capital that this person is very talented. If it's really as rumored, then he can help me ascend the throne smoothly." The words of the prince made the Earl Pulley, whose face was about to turn serious, hastily add, "Your highness, that Lu Feng might not come. Viscount Jesse and Viscount Cohen-Jean have been gone for so long. It is impossible to make him come up with the method of making perfume." The count was extremely worried at this moment. Damn it, how could his highness have such an intention? If he really came, wouldn't my sons have died in vain? The fourth prince still stuck to his original decision. No matter what Pulley said, he would not change his mind. He waved his hand and gave an implicit order. If he does not come, then tell him that I have 2,000 knights here, and can trample his western city at any time. But your highness, Count Pulley still tried to persuade him but was eventually interrupted by the fourth prince. All right, I have made up my mind. Where are you? Immediately call Lu Feng of Xiang City to come here and meet this prince. The rest of the people in the room could only follow the order and respond. Understood. On the Yu River, the water reflected the clear blue sky. On the huge boat, a curse rang out. Damn it, I am a viscount. I have hundreds of knights under my command. And I have to personally invite a baron. Am I not even as good as a baron, damn it? What the hell is the fourth prince thinking? This was Viscount Lip's voice. He was sitting on a wooden chair angrily spouting a string of words. The servant beside him immediately spoke up to calm things down. "Ha, my lord, calm down." Suddenly a voice came from outside the cabin. "My lord, we can see the port of Taeduong City now." Wow, so many boats. There are more boats than in the royal capital. Over there, over there. That boat is so big. It must be 50 meters long. How did they do that? Everyone on the Viscount's ship looked at the bustling scene of boats at the harbor and exclaimed in amazement. Even the blue-haired servant beside Viscount Lip had to admit. The port of the western city was just like in the legends. There were too many ships. Viscount Lip was still feeling resentful. He snorted coldly. So what if it was prosperous? It would soon belong to the fourth prince. Lip thought to himself. But those ships all seemed to be merchant ships. So many merchant ships. That Lu Feng must be making quite a bit of money in a day. I have it. After thinking, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and said to the servant with a sly smile. Hey, when we meet Lu Feng later, we'll still follow the old rules. Give him some bitterness, understand? The servant was puzzled when he heard that. But, my lord, didn't the fourth prince order us to invite Lu Feng? Seeing the servant disobey, the Viscount angrily turned his face black and glared. Humph. The servant saw that his master's expression was not good, so he did not reply and said more. He stammered in response. Yes, yes, my lord. Viscount Lip stood on the boat for a long time but still could not reach the shore. He asked impatiently. But why has it been more than half a day and they still have not reached the shore? What are you guys dawdling for? The servant quickly explained. My lord, you don't know. This port of the western city has to queue to enter the city. What? Line up? You're telling me, a Viscount, to line up with those commoners? Viscount Lip shouted, startling the birds in the sky. The servant continued to mumble. But my lord, there are no more seats. Viscount Lip looked at the long row of boats before him. Then point in one direction. Viscount, damn it. Isn't there an empty seat over there? Drive over there. But over there, the servant scratched his cheek and wanted to say something. But the Viscount lost his patience. He banged his hand on the side of the boat and gave the order. Steer over there. Could anyone dare to stop the Viscount? Xiang City Port, Niuwu reports the situation. Officer, someone has broken into the port. Officer, upon hearing this, immediately gave the order and sent someone to report. Understood. The announcement was made. Warning. Warning. Ahead is the naval port. No entry allowed. Viscount Lip heard the announcement and still disdainfully gave the order. Continue to advance. I don't believe it. What dare they do to us? Ngungu observed that the notice was useless. He turned to ask the captain for advice. The captain. The ship did not listen. It continued to move forward. The announcement continued. Second warning, the port ahead is a naval port. No entry allowed. Please stop the boat immediately. The officer standing behind also saw this. He said loudly with a serious face. Bring out your weapons. The entire group of people on duty at the dock immediately said in unison, yes, everyone got into position, pulled their crossbows, and aimed at the boat that passed through the gate. Prepared to fire. The attendant observed this. He stammered and pointed towards the dock, signaling Viscount Lip. My lord, look over there. The Viscount turned his head to look in the direction indicated. A second later, his face turned pale and he shouted, Stop. We are messengers sent by the fourth prince. A cold shot rang out. Arrows were fired immediately. To Lip's horror, Viscount Lip's ship soon emitted a column of black smoke. The boat had just reached the shore. Count Lip immediately became angry and shouted. How dare you do that? Me. I am a nobleman. The chief officer did not care. He picked up the paper and asked. Full name. Where are you from? What are you doing in Taeduan City? Viscount Lip, who was standing behind the servant, answered loudly. I am Viscount Lip. I have come from Somalia City. I bring the orders of the fourth prince to Lu Feng. Lip tore off the paper wrapping the order. He let out a snort. He wanted to threaten with an order. But unfortunately, in this western city, nothing other than regulations mattered. The chief officer coldly demanded. Pay the fine quickly. 1 gold coin. What? Viscount Lip was surprised. 1 gold coin, I am a Viscount of the Empire. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. The western city supervisors saw that the Viscount had no intention of paying, so they darkened their faces and threatened. Of course. They could also not pay. But the consequences would be breaking into a military restricted area. Then go to the mine and dig for 3 months. At this moment, Viscount Lip could not help but be frightened. He hastily responded. Submit. I submit. On the streets of Xiang City, people were walking back and forth on the white road. There were only 2 lonely figures on the large brick-paved road. Damn it. Fine me. And even dare to take away my weapon. You guys don't know how to fight back. Viscount Lip was trembling with anger as he cursed. As for the follower next to him, from beginning to end, he could only explain to calm his master down. My lord. Look at their equipment. With those small knives of ours, how can we fight back against them? The Viscount heard this and shouted even louder. How dare you quibble? The little servant replied. No, I don't dare. In the end, the Viscount let this go and said, let's go find that Lu Feng. The attendant glanced around and found it strange, and couldn't help but wonder. Hey, why are there so many people taking the small road over there? Why aren't they taking the main road?
Hearing this, Viscount Lip boasted that he might be making way for the nobles. As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit by a passing carriage.
Ah, oh, my lord, be careful.
The carriage passed by without stopping.
The Viscount's anger flared up again.
He shouted at the carriage.
Damn it, you almost hit me.
At this moment, a whistle sounded.
Dees appeared and shouted loudly. What are you guys doing? Don't you want to live anymore? Don't use the pedestrian lane. Why use the carriage lane? Viscount Lip heard this and asked suspiciously.
A carriage road?
Which carriage road?
The passers-by around heard this question and started to mock each other.
Countless words surrounded Viscount Lip and the other two.
It made both of them confused. The carriage road was of course only for carriages to travel. This was also not understood. The outsiders were honestly stupid.
This guy is really stupid. He doesn't even understand basic knowledge. He looks like he's a noble. Shameful. Horses and carriages aren't allowed to stop on carriage roads. Yet they're still traveling on carriage roads. If they die, that's fine. But don't drag other people into it.
Dees spoke up to keep order. She took out her ticket and wrote down the penalty.
Okay. Violation of the rules. Breaking into the carriage path. Here is your ticket. Remember this lesson. Don't enter the carriage path again. Viscount Lip took the paper. His face turned pale again. Another fine. Me. I am a noble. The scene returned to the Western City Lord's mansion. Mina and Ellie's voices rang out. Young master, I want it. I want it too.
In the room, Lu Feng was helpless but his tone was indulgent.
Okay. For you guys. So delicious. Young master, what kind of fruit is this? Mina was still holding the fruit in the tray on the table.
After tasting it, she turned around and asked.
Lu Feng calmly replied. This is called strawberry. Wait until we have time. I plan to plant it in our western city. Ellie was happy to hear that. Then won't we have something to eat forever?
Suddenly, Nicole appeared and announced. Young master, a noble is looking for you.
Lu Feng exclaimed and asked. Noble? Who is that? Of course, Nicole didn't know the answer either. No, but I heard about working with you. He has something you really want. Outside the waiting room, a man was sitting. His expression was extremely tense.
His hands were neatly folded on the wooden table.
He was Baron Hannah.
The servant beside him had a face that was not much better than Hannah's.
He turned around and asked, My lord, do you think Lord Lu Feng will be willing to meet us? It's not easy to meet him now.
Baron Hannah lowered her head, sweating nervously but still replied.
I don't know, but we must meet him. Only he can save Chi-Tu now. Don't you see how Blackwater City looks now? It's all because of Lu Feng's connections, so no matter what, we must cooperate with him. Yes, the sensible servant replied. Baron Hannah still had one more thing in mind.
Furthermore, he was afraid that now in the entire western region, he was the only one who had salt.
Then suddenly, Baron Hannah sat up straight.
Her eyes were filled with surprise.
Lord Lu Feng. Lu Feng appeared, followed by Nicole.
He smiled politely and said, It's nothing, sit down.
Baron Hannah was not in the mood to sit down at this time. He immediately took a box and walked towards Lu Feng, bowing and saying, My lord Lu Feng. I am the lord of Red Earth City. Hannah, this is a small token of my appreciation for you. I hope you will accept it. The box was clearly brought before Lu Feng. Inside the box was a very large blue gemstone.
Lu Feng looked at it without changing his expression and said, Your Excellency Hannah, this gift is quite precious.
City Lord Hannah smiled wryly. Ha, Your Highness Lu Feng, please accept this. Lu Feng reached out and closed the box. He asked directly. Okay, let's not talk nonsense anymore, Hannah. What do you want from me?
Hannah, the city lord, finally did not beat around the bush and immediately stated her intention.
I want to cooperate with Your Excellency Lu Feng, mainly I want the items of the western city. Especially salt.
Lu Feng heard this but did not show any surprise.
He slowly replied. Oh, so it seems like a business cooperation. But I heard that Chi-Tu City's finances have always been in trouble. I heard that Chi-Tu City has not made any profit in the past few years. Forgive me for being so presumptuous. I want to know if Chi-Tu City really has gold coins to pay for goods. Hearing this, the Lord of Red Earth City broke out in a cold sweat. His face fell. He had barely managed to say a word when Lu Feng spoke up and refused. City Lord Hannah. I cannot accept this gift. You should go back. Lu Feng, I am willing to cooperate with anyone. But we must cooperate equally. Lu Feng turned around and left. Such a situation made Hannah's city lord muster up the courage to shout loudly. Your Excellency Lu Feng. Please stop. Although we in Zichthou City have no money. But we have minerals. Moreover, they are minerals that you have been searching for a long time. Perhaps he got what he wanted. Lu Feng immediately turned his head and pretended to be surprised. Oh. City Lord Hannah continued to explain. Our Red Earth City has an iron ore. It is a vein with extremely large iron content. It probably won't be able to be dug out in decades. If there are iron ores, why don't you mine them yourself? As long as you can develop the economy of Zichthou City, it won't be too bad. Lu Feng seemed a little incredulous as he asked. City Lord Hannah did not hide anything. He answered frankly. Without hiding anything from His Excellency Lu Feng, I also tried mining. But I could not increase the output. I also injured many people. Then I was worried that it would be exposed. Other nobles would take a fancy to it. It would harm my people. I could only seal it off. Lu Feng heard that and patiently asked again. Then why do you dare to tell me now? Aren't you afraid that I will compete with you? Hannah immediately explained. Your Excellency Lu Feng. Actually, I just probed you. If Your Excellency Lu Feng had just rejected me and taken my gems, then I might not have told you about the iron ore. All the nobles I have met so far have been greedy. They hate not being able to swallow everything. But you don't do that. Of course, you're not their type. So I believe you're a noble with a conscience. At this moment, Lu Feng finally smiled. He cheerfully agreed to the request. Then let's discuss our cooperation. Received approval. The Lord of Red Earth couldn't hide his joy. Okay. The three of them continued to sit down at the negotiating table. Lu Feng asked first. How many people are there in your Red Earth City? City Lord Hannah answered honestly. About 3,000 to 4,000 people. Hearing the answer, Lu Feng continued. Okay, I will send someone to show you how to mine ore. I will invest in opening an iron smithy. You provide us with iron for smelting. Lu Feng, do you want to smelt iron near Zichthou City? Hannah asked. Yes, anyway, transporting iron ore back is really a waste of effort. When the time comes, I will arrange for someone to teach everyone the techniques. When the time comes, it will depend on the amount of iron ore you provide. I will use the goods and a portion of the salt as my salary. How about that? The Western City Lord kept proposing terms of cooperation. City Lord Hannah happily agreed after listening. No problem. The partnership was established. Lu Feng and City Lord Hannah both stood up and shook hands. Then let's have a happy cooperation. Young master, here are the documents you need. Ellie brought a piece of paper from the study and gave it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took out the document and continued speaking to the Lord of Red Earth. Your Excellency Hannah, I have another cooperation here. Are you interested? Hannah picked up the document Lu Feng gave her and read it. Then he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Ah, this is. Your Excellency Lu Feng, this is me, this is. It has a bit of the scent of the earthworm flower. The royal capital is over there. However, Lu Feng did not let Hannah feel embarrassed. He spoke up to reassure her. Your Excellency Hannah, it's okay if you don't agree. Our cooperation will still proceed. As a city lord of a city, what benefits does Hannah know of this cooperation? He hurriedly explained. Your Excellency Lu Feng misunderstood me. I just want to confirm that I did not misunderstand you. If that is the case, then there is only one answer. Hannah, the city lord, picked up the pen and signed the document. From today on, we will be on the same boat. After sending off the people from Zichthou City, Lu Feng leaned against the glass window with his arms crossed. Ellie stood next to him and analyzed the situation. Young master, just like that, the first phase of our military port plan is half complete. Lu Feng nodded and added. Yes, as long as we complete the military port plan, our army can conquer more than half of the western region through the border gate. By then, the western region will be in our hands. Then the only ones left are Mars City and Michelle City. Young master, although we have sent out invitations to the two city lords, it seems that they have no intention of going to Xi'an City. Please tell me why. Ellie was a little sad and lowered her tail because she did not understand why. Lu Feng was the opposite. He sat down on the sofa in a comfortable position and said, It's very simple, they are observing. Observing? Observing what? Ellie also slowly walked over and sat next to the city lord. Lu Feng still calmly explained. Of course, we are waiting for an opportunity to see whether we should rely on us or the fourth prince. So do we need to invite them again? No need. I don't want them to feel special. Ask me for all sorts of things later. Fine. The matter is quickly dismissed. Ellie handed the green notebook with the fox on it to Lu Feng. That's right, young master, I have a plan related to the port plan, I hope you will take a look. Lu Feng was surprised, so fast, but also sat up straight and read the plan. Very good, maybe, quite complete. Really, Ellie was secretly happy to hear Lu Feng continue. But the structure is a bit small. Just relying on commerce to bind them to become our people is not enough, but there is still great progress. I will add the following part. Ellie heard Lu Feng's words later, her cheeks puffed up with a slightly angry expression. Next time I do it, I definitely don't need the young master to supplement. Lu Feng immediately spoke up to encourage her, but to show appreciation for Ellie's progress, I decided to give her a reward. Is there anything she wants? Ellie's eyes immediately lit up like stars as she asked, really? Of course, Lu Feng replied, go ahead, what do you want? Ellie shyly stuttered, that, young master, I just need something that belongs to me only, something that no one else has, okay? Proprietary property? No problem, I agree. Thank you, young master, Ellie looked delighted. Mina, who had sharp ears, could not help but feel jealous from behind. Well done, Ellie. Wanting to think of a way to monopolize the young master. Ellie was pressed on both sides of Mina's head and angrily shouted, Mina, you're so annoying, look at the 18 cat palms. Mina and Ellie fought. Lu Feng sat there watching this scene as if he was used to it, so he immediately brought up something else. Speaking of which, it was almost time for Leia and the others to return. Mina, Ellie, you two clean up, follow me to the Air Force barracks to pick them up. Mina and Ellie immediately stopped the battle and joined forces. Yes, young master. The next day, on the streets of Xi'an City, a horse-drawn carriage was moving. The surrounding townspeople saw the familiar carriage and shouted, look quickly, that's the city lord's carriage. Greetings, city lord. Viscount Lip was also in the group watching. Seeing someone shouting to greet the city lord, he was surprised. What, Lu Feng's carriage, quickly stop it. The attendant immediately received the order, yes, then ran up waving his hand and shouting loudly, stop the carriage, quickly stop the carriage. The surrounding people saw this and were very indignant. They ran up to the attendant and shouted, dare to block the city lord's carriage? Too insolent. How hateful. Dare to barge into the city lord's carriage. Viscount Lip saw his men being stopped and immediately rushed forward to argue, what are you doing, daring to stop my men, a bunch of commoners who don't want to live anymore. But those people were not pushovers either, the two sides directly argued. It turned out that he had sent someone to break into the city lord's carriage, one look and you could tell he was not a good person, and beat him up. Lu Feng on the carriage saw the chaos and gave the order to stop the carriage. Lord City Lord, Sink approached and was ordered by Lu Feng to go see what was going on. He quickly accepted the order and walked towards the crowd, making way. Seeing this, the people proactively moved aside. Some even shouted, the Lord City Lord has sent someone, make way. Viscount Lip and his attendants were now beaten until their faces were bruised and swollen, their previous arrogant appearance was no longer recognizable. He angrily clenched his fist and threatened, you commoners, dare to attack the nobles, I will hang you to death. Sink looked at the two and asked, who are you? Viscount Lip was even more annoyed when he heard that. I am a noble, I am a viscount, I receive orders from His Highness the Fourth Prince. Lu Feng seemed to have heard the viscount shout as well, so he called out from afar, Sink, bring someone over here. The two viscounts Lip and his subordinates were brought before Lu Feng. He spoke up to confirm, you are the person sent by the Fourth Prince. Yes, Viscount Lip once again confirmed his identity, I am the person sent by the Fourth Prince. His Highness ordered people to go to Somalia City first. Lu Feng sighed softly and said, I don't have that obligation, right? I'm not the noble he appointed me to be. The Viscount was very angry when he heard that. What? Baron Lu Feng, you better think carefully. His Highness has more than 2,000 knights. Lu Feng still shrugged his shoulders after hearing this. He left a sentence and then turned back into the car. Just a loser dog. Let's go. Sink immediately urged the horse to drive away. Leaving the angry Viscount who could only look at the dust and smoke from the carriage and curse loudly. Lu Feng, you will regret it. His Highness's cavalry will level this place. Before he could finish his scolding, the Viscount suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He glanced back slightly. Dozens of eyes from the Westerners were looking at him with unfriendly eyes. They all shouted in unison, get lost, at the two of them. Back to the castle lord's carriage. Nina sat in the carriage, feeling very upset. Young master. Are you going to let them off so easily? Why don't you let me kill them? Lu Feng smiled and rubbed his chin, calculating. He had to survive and return. He wanted to see what the fourth prince would do next. Would he attack or continue to attract other city lords? Ellie understood Lu Feng's intention. She spoke up to confirm. I understand, young master. You want to put some pressure on those city lords who are still watching? Yes, Lu Feng replied. We are dragging each city one by one, it is really too slow. As soon as today's matter gets out, the 4 city lords will know. I am forcing them to choose a team. Ellie, spread today's matter, let the city lords of all 4 cities know. We are not compatible with the 4th prince. Ellie quickly wrote it down in her notebook and replied yes. The sky was getting dark, the crescent moon was rising high above the mountain peaks. Below was the Yutui River gently flowing by. In the air at this time were hot air balloons, with a few silhouettes of people flying beside them. A black-winged birdman turned to advise the white-haired girl, Leia, the leader. You've flown for a day, rest. No need, we're almost there. Everyone, please be patient. Yes, the people on the hot air balloon replied. But perhaps because they had been flying for so long, they couldn't help but feel a little tired. A little child couldn't stand it and started whining. How much longer? Oh, it smells so good. The green-haired man sniffed it and drooled. The others who had also smelled it couldn't help but be curious. What was this smell? It was so fragrant. Look, that city was so bright. Wow, really, it was so bright. It was also big. Were all human cities this prosperous at night? The atmosphere on this hot air balloon suddenly became lively. There was no longer any feeling of fatigue. Was it almost there? Leia looked at the balloon, unable to hide her smile. On the hot air balloon, everyone was thinking about their future lives. A purple-haired bird turned to the person standing next to him and said, All right, are we going to live in a city like this from now on? Feeling a bit nervous. The blue-haired person immediately replied. What's so nervous about? Didn't the leader say? This place treats the beastmen very well. Leia saw that they were there. She raised her voice to gather everyone. All right, everyone get ready. We're almost there. Here it comes. Everyone cheers with delight. Below the balloon is an empty field to land on. Ellie raised her hand and made a faraway gesture, then announced. They're here. They're here. Flay beside her could not hide her joy. She called out. Sister. Everyone on the hot air balloon landed safely. The smell of grilled meat wafting out made people hungrier. Bird friends. Looking at it makes me cry and drool. Lu Feng immediately greeted her as soon as he appeared. Welcome back. Flay immediately ran out and called out, Sister, with a happy face. Leia hugged Flay. She bowed slightly to the Western City Lord. Your Excellency Lu Feng. Seeing her smile, Lu Feng did not hesitate to compliment her. She smiled so beautifully. Leia was not very happy when she heard that. She frowned and glared. Your Excellency Lu Feng. You. Perhaps she realized she had misspoken. Lu Feng laughed easily. Ha ha ha. Sorry. Sorry. The awkward atmosphere disappeared. Lu Feng turned to the others and said sincerely to them. Everyone, you have come a long way. These grilled meats are a cleansing feast for everyone. Everyone, please eat as much as you want. Wow, the people below were delighted when they heard this. They immediately joined in the barbecue party. They ate and exclaimed. This meat is so fragrant. The leader did not lie to us. So good, Flay also bragged while eating. Of course, the food in Taeduong City is the best in the world. Lu Feng now held a plate of grilled meat and handed it to Leia. He said to her. Very good choice. Isn't it? Yes, Leia replied. Lu Feng continued to speak. Others. You can also come over here. The mountain on the other side can be divided for everyone to live. I have investigated. There is also a water source. The road down the mountain is also convenient. Suitable for you bird clans to fly. Okay. Leia nodded. Hearing that, Lu Feng continued. As for the children. Go to school and learn to read. We'll see what they think later. Leia continued to answer, okay. This made Lu Feng a little confused about what to say next. Seeing the silence, Leia asked. What's wrong? Lu Feng answered honestly. A little curious. It seemed like she was very obedient to me today. No matter what, she didn't have any objections. Leia shrugged. Laughing, she explained. I can tell good from bad. I have always wanted to take good care of my people. You have arranged it very well. Of course I will not object. But if one day you do wrong to our bird tribe, then I will have my own choice. Lu Feng heard that and laughed loudly. Promise firmly. That day will not come. Leia picked up a piece of meat and ate it. She also did not forget to say, don't say it too soon. After finishing the meat, Leia suddenly remembered something. She turned to ask. That's right. Before you go, what do you want me to do? No rush. Lu Feng said. Everyone just arrived in Xiyang City today. Take these 2 days to rest first. After all, health is the most important. Leia understood and didn't ask any more. She just sighed to Lu Feng. I don't know if you're a good or bad person. Forget it. Anyway, no matter what, I will remember your kindness in my heart. I will repay you well. Not knowing what Flay did, Leia cried out. Ah, Flay, what are you doing? Flay immediately replied. Sis, the young master is mine. You can't take him away. Her sister's words made Leia blush and deny. What nonsense. I didn't mean it. I'm leaving. On the other side, Ellie looked at the scene before her eyes and asked with some doubt. So it's okay? This bird tribe. Integrating and accepting is quite easy, right? Aren't they the beastmen most wary of humans? Could it be? This is the culinary strategy that the young master mentioned. Nina took this opportunity to remind him, intentionally or not. Why not? Ellie, don't forget how you looked before. You're not much better than them. Ellie was so embarrassed that she was angry. What? Nina, shut up. If you say anything more, try my fist. Knowing that Ellie had just picked up the grilled meat with her bare hands, Nina immediately felt disgusted. Ah, her hands were so greasy. Take it away. And so another battle between the two broke out. That same night, at the forge of the royal capital, Jones reported the situation. Her Highness Lucy, the investigation has been completed. A month later, the crown prince ascended the throne. Princess Lucy heard that and immediately replied. Good. Then starting tomorrow, I must let the truth about Lucia wanting to kill father spread out. I must let everyone in the royal capital know that the eldest prince is an unfilial son who killed father to ascend to the throne. I don't believe that the greedy nobles won't be moved. Jones was a little worried. But princess, just like that, the news of the people in the royal capital will be known by the first prince. Lucy knew that but didn't care. She comforted him. It's okay. Take a rest tomorrow. I want to go to Taeduong City. The beastman's ears were very sharp. Heard a sound. She gestured. Silence. Lucy asked suspiciously. Jones, what's going on? Someone was approaching. Jones replied. There was a sound of metal clashing. The movement was very slight. The number was probably 50, 60 people. Jones discovered that their location had been discovered. He immediately shouted. Not good. Your Highness Lucy. We've been exposed. What? Jones couldn't think much and asked for permission. Your Highness Lucy. I'll take you out. But Princess Lucy did not respond. Jones called back suspiciously. Your Highness Lucy. Lucy finally made up her mind. She clasped her hands and said. Jones. You go. With your strength, you can go. They dare to come. It shows that they are fully prepared. You take me with you. You will not escape. Jones' face could not hide his uneasiness. No, he might fall into the hands of the crown prince. Lucy immediately reassured him. It's okay. He won't do anything to me. He'll just imprison me. Then he'll use me as a card in his hand. Didn't Lu Feng send someone to save Catherine? When the time comes, they'll save me together. Jones gritted his teeth and refused to leave. A voice came from outside the door. Open the door and check. Uncle Ely the forge owner asked in panic. What are you guys doing? Lucy quickly urged Jones. Hurry. Don't worry about me. Finally Jones agreed. Before leaving, she turned back and promised firmly. Your Highness Lucy. Wait for me. The door suddenly flew open. The person who opened it immediately shouted. Found it. Here. Lucy was quickly surrounded by soldiers. The white-haired old man said with a fake smile. Your Highness, please follow me. His Highness the Crown Prince wishes to see you. In front of him, the Forge Master and Yuffie were blocked by swords. Princess Lucy compromised but not before demanding. I can go, but I have to release my friend. The white-haired old man did not reply much. Of course, they were not our target. After releasing the two, he continued. Let's go. Your Highness. Princess Lucy followed them back. She turned back before saying goodbye. Her eyes were filled with tears. Yuffie, Uncle Li, I've troubled everyone these past few days. Yuffie nervously clasped her hands together, but could only call out one word. Lucy, watching the princess being taken away. Royal Palace, Royal Capital. Lucy was brought back. Laughter echoed through the empty space. Ha ha ha, my little sister. We meet again. It's the Crown Prince Lucia. Lucy replied contemptuously. Disgusting, who is your sister? Crown Prince Lucia snorted and ordered the guards. Humph, stubborn, take her down. Keep an eye on her. Without my orders, she is not allowed to leave the room. Lucy was taken away by two soldiers. The Grand Prince Lucia turned back and asked the white-haired man. Is there another beast man? He replied. We will send someone to hunt him down. Lucia heard that and gritted her teeth to emphasize. Remember, I want to live. Yes. He continued. This time, your high priest has done a good job, rest assured. I will arrange the orders of the church. As long as you continue to help this prince, I can reward you all. The white-haired old man bowed his head respectfully and replied, of course, we will continue to help your highness ascend the throne. Good then. Step back. Yes. The crown prince watched the other person leave. Leaning on his cane. His eyes were like someone looking down from above. Humph. At the Marquis's mansion. The white-haired old man who had just left appeared in the room. He bowed to the person in front of him and saluted. Venice, Your Excellency the Archbishop. The person in front of him immediately gave an order. Stand up. How is the plan going? The white-haired old man did not stand up yet but still bowed his head and reported. Prince Lucia agreed to the conditions I proposed. He has begun to obey the church's orders. The Patriarch of Venice saw that everything was going according to plan. He was full of praise. Very good. Finally, the light of God can shine upon the world. God bless. Master. Lucia seems to be a little wary of us. I'm worried it will affect future plans. The white-haired old man reported further. The Cardinal of Venice doesn't care about him. He said. Don't mind him. As long as he relies on us, he won't do anything stupid. Moreover, if Lucia goes too far, we can change the emperor. After all, the old emperor's son is not only him. The white-haired old man nodded upon hearing this. A scheming smile appeared on his lips. The sect master was right. Old Venice continued to give other instructions. Find someone to pay attention to the whereabouts of Amos's notes. We originally released the map to cause some trouble. But now there is still no response from anywhere. The Archbishop is also a little dissatisfied. The white-haired old man raised his hand to show that he was obeying the order. The last time Amos's handwriting appeared was in the west of Tanging City. I will send someone to follow up on this matter. After giving instructions on everything, the Archbishop of Venice gave the order, so he withdrew and prepared to leave. Yes, Archbishop. The old subordinate bowed respectfully and then withdrew. Shiyang City's mansion. Study room, Lu Feng sat on the chair at the desk. Beside him was Ellie. On the opposite side were Lelisa and Leia. After the barbecue party, he asked again. Your Excellency Lu Feng, can you tell us what the plan is now? Lu Feng did not prolong the situation. He said, my friends, Princess Lucy and Catherine are locked up in the royal capital. I want to save them. Leia, I need everyone's bird tribe people to help save people. Leia naturally did not refuse to answer. No problem. Lu Feng turned to Lelisa and gave instructions. Lelisa, your sniper squad should also act together. You understand the royal capital well, and can be of great help to make the plan a success. Lelisa accepted the order. Understood, Lord. Lu Feng continued to speak solemnly. In addition, Sink's Wolf Warrior Squad and the Air Force soldiers have all joined this battle. I only have one request. Bring the person back here without any injuries. After finishing the plan, Lu Feng turned back to Mina and said, take Leia and the others to choose equipment. Yes, young masters. Mina led Leia and Lelisa to the warehouse of Shiyang City. When they arrived, Mina opened the door to let the three of them in.
Here, so many exquisite and sturdy armors and weapons.
Leia just entered and saw the things in the room and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Mina heard that and immediately explained.
The young master said that pure iron armor is too heavy. It is not good for the bird race to fly. So he had prepared lighter armor earlier.
Then Mina gave the armor to Leia. Leia took the things Mina handed her.
Her words were filled with doubt.
She spoke as if she knew we would agree. She looked at the thing in her hand.
She wondered what kind of defense it had.
Mina heard Leia say that and affirmed with certainty.
The young master's eyes were never wrong. She could test his defenses.
Leia immediately took the knife and poked a test line on the armor. Indeed powerful.
It left no trace behind.
If this were sold on the black market, how many gold coins would it be worth? Thinking like that, Leia turned back and asked in wonder. Can I really take these things? Equip my people.
Of course, Mina replied. These things were originally prepared for everyone.
Hearing this, Leia's eyes flashed with sadness.
If these were the things she had when she first hunted dragons, not many of her clansmen would have had to be sacrificed.
Lelisa had already chosen her weapon. She was holding a golden bow. She smiled and said, I'll take this one. Leia looked at the bow Lelisa was holding and couldn't help but make a few comments.
This bow's shape didn't seem to be like a normal bow.
Can I have a look? Lelisa gave the bow to Leia without hesitation.
She also explained that this is called counterbow.
It was invented by the city lord.
Leia, the bowstring tester, commented. I didn't expect Lu Feng to have the ability to make weapons.
The bowstring is too stiff.
There's no way a normal person could use such a bow. The young master naturally knew about this.
So he also designed and manufactured a weapon called a crossbow. Normal people could use it. Mina raised the crossbow with a proud expression.
Leia unconsciously frowned and expressed, this is a weapon, something so small, the force of an iron spear should not be great.
Seeing is believing, Mina resolutely pointed the crossbow at Leia, telling her she could give it a try.
As soon as she finished speaking, an arrow was suddenly shot out. Fortunately, Leia reacted quickly and immediately dodged to the side. At this moment, the arrow was firmly embedded in the iron shield.
Leia looked pale.
Hey, this is too dangerous.
Mina smiled and put away her crossbow. I trust Leia's skills. Leia was still a little dissatisfied with her actions just now. She said, why does this expression of hers resemble Lu Feng's? But, Leia turned back to look at the arrow piercing through the iron shield and couldn't help but sigh. This crossbow's arrow could even pierce through an iron plate.
Mina proudly showed off, the young master said, this will soon be equipped on a large scale for the soldiers.
Hearing Mina say that, Leia's expression became a little serious. She thought, wouldn't that become a nightmare for all enemies? Return to the Xiang City Governor's mansion, study. Mina had already returned to report to Lu Feng. Lelisa, they have already set off for the royal capital.
If they get there, our people will be in charge of providing support.
News will also be sent back periodically. Thank you everyone. Next, wait for their good news. Hopefully everything goes smoothly. Lu Feng replied after listening to the report.
At the desk, Ellie was having trouble because the candle kept going out.
Mina Te used a match to light it and gave instructions. Young master, you and Ellie too. Pay attention to rest. Don't watch political events tonight.
Such dark light is not good for your eyes.
Ellie tired.
Leaned back in her chair and groaned.
Helpless. Too much has happened lately. Too much to fix. I'm too busy. Lu Feng thought for a moment after hearing this. The lighting was not good. I thought of something good. It can be used in the castle then. Mina couldn't help but be curious. What did the young master think of again?
Lu Feng had a mysterious expression.
Everyone will know by then. It will definitely be a pleasant surprise. Mina and Ellie did not hear the answer.
Both of their faces were a bit disappointed.
It was time to return to Earth. Moreover, the gift promised to Ellie before must also be prepared. Lu Feng thought to himself. The next day, still at the Taeduong City's mansion. The location was the dining room. Nicole walked away with the tray of dishes. Ellie saw that there weren't many people at the table, so she asked, where are the others? Nicole quickly replied to her. They had left early in the morning. Everyone had been very busy lately. Ellie agreed with that. Her ears drooped down tiredly. That's right. There really have been a lot of things happening recently. The development of Taeduong City is gradually getting on track. But there are also more miscellaneous things.
The daily tasks I have to do are as numerous as a small mountain. Nicole saw that she was in a bad mood and smiled to comfort her. Everyone was very grateful to Miss Ellie. Without Miss Ellie, Taeduong City would not be what it is today. Ellie was complimented and embarrassed. Her face turned red. She tried to act like nothing happened, but her tail was wagging non-stop. It wasn't that good. I had to keep trying. Ellie quickly regained her composure. Her face was full of energy to start a new day. Keep going. Seeing Ellie's mood return to normal, Nicole also smiled with relief. Lu Feng came out of the dining room after Ellie left, so when he saw Nicole, he asked, "Where is Ellie?" Nicole replied while holding the tea tray. "Miss Ellie just went out." Hearing that, Lu Feng immediately called everyone out to carry out a secret mission. Everyone quickly arranged their plans and waited for Ellie to come back to surprise her. Everyone looked excited, raised their hands in the air, and made a determined gesture, and in unison let out a loud "Oh." The moon was clear and the wind was cool. Under the bright moonlight, Miss Ellie was holding a lantern and standing in the farm area, talking to the farm manager of Taeduong City. She said to him, "This planting machine is for you. Use it well. This is the young master's own design." The farm manager said, "Miss Ellie, leave it to me. With the divine artifact the city lord has given us, I guarantee this year's harvest will be bountiful." Ha 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 ha. Where did Avery come rushing to the farm from? She called Ellie. "Your Highness. Your Highness." "Whom?" Princess reply. "What did you call me for?" Avery ran over and grabbed Princess Ellie's hand. Princess Ellie asked Avery in surprise. "Avery, what's so urgent?" "I have a lot of things to arrange. I'm very busy." "Oh, you just follow me first. I'll tell you soon." As Avery said that, he pulled Princess Ellie's hand and walked away. Princess Ellie's face was like, "I don't know what's going on. It's late at night and you're dragging me around. My legs are so tired." At this time, in the hall of the city lord's mansion, Ellie entered the hall. The whole room was dark and mysterious. Ellie asked Avery curiously, "Avery, what's going on? Didn't you say everyone had something urgent to discuss with me? Why didn't anyone turn on the lights?" Avery was embarrassed and hesitantly said, "This must be. Maybe. Aha." Ellie saw Avery's expression. She snapped. "Are you guys hiding something from me? Tell me now. Avery." At this moment, City Lord Lu Feng snapped his fingers, and the entire room lit up. Ellie was surprised and stunned. She stood frozen in the middle of the palace hall. She said, "Oh, this is." Then everyone said in unison, "Ellie, happy birthday. Happy birthday." Lu Feng also stepped forward, approached Ellie and said, "Ellie, happy birthday to you." Ellie was surprised and suddenly realized, her face turned red. "That's right, today is my birthday. Oh my god." Ellie was moved to tears. City Lord Lu Feng gently patted her head. "Why cry? Birthday parties should be fun." Ellie shyly raised her hand to rub her eyes. "Why cry? It's just dust in my eyes. Besides, who asked everyone to prepare a birthday party for me?" Me. Nina happily replied after hearing that. As the young master, he suggested the organization. He said that Ellie had been working very hard recently. He must reward her to encourage her spirit. Lu Feng also happily continued with Mina. "After all, it was something I promised Ellie. I can't forget it." Ellie was touched and thought to herself, "I didn't expect the young master to remember my birthday even though he was so busy." Even though she thought that and was so grateful, Ellie said, meddling in other people's business." At this moment, Nicole held a string of sparkling light bulbs in her hand. She curiously picked it up and asked the city lord Lu Feng, "Young master, what is this? Why does it glow so brightly?" Lu Feng replied excitedly, "It's an electric light. It's something that needs an electric source to glow." Everyone looked at it with wide eyes and exclaimed, "Wow wow. This is so awesome. This is the first time in the world that I have seen something so amazing, glowing without the need for the sun." At this moment, Ellie pointed to the generator. She said, "Is that the electricity that the young master is talking about? Only then will the lights come on. Right?" Lu Feng replied enthusiastically to Ellie. "That's right. There are electric lights. Life in this western city will become better and better. There is no limit to the time it lights up. It's convenient and also protects the environment." Nicole clapped her hands, her face bright and expectant. "This was good," she said. "This was the last evening without the dim candles.
Via also shouted happily. She was no longer afraid of the candle falling and causing a fire. Ha ha! City Lord Lu Feng was secretly delighted. Now we only brought a generator. We also have to get the fuel from Earth. When the technology in Xi'an City develops in the future, refrigerators and air conditioners will make everyone even more excited. After listening to Nicole and Via, Lu Feng happily continued. Electric lights are convenient, but using electricity can be very dangerous at times. First of all, the human body conducts electricity, and if the electric current touches it, it could be life-threatening. So, don't touch it out of curiosity. So scary. Everyone heard it, and imagined that they were struck by lightning. Everyone was shocked in the sky. Nicole said in fear. Young master, electric lights are so dangerous, why don't we use them anymore? Lu Feng smiled wryly, as if he was already starting to get scared just by doing that. He said to Nicole. It's okay, as long as you pay attention to safety when using it, it will be fine. Furthermore, I'm planning to ask Teacher Via to select a few skilled students. It's best to install an electric machine in every room in this castle. Via happily obeyed. Yes, I understand, young master. Lu Feng smiled and replied. Then I will leave it to you. Lu Feng continued to think to himself. It seems that if he wants them to get used to this, he will need some more time. But it is good to be a little cautious. Then he cheerfully said to everyone. All right, everyone. Everyone is hungry. Let's start the party quickly or the food will get cold. Dees and Avery each had a huge chicken leg and devoured it with relish. Flay and Nina fought over the piece of cake that was spreading its sweet aroma. Ellie happily picked up a piece of fried dumpling for the city lord Lu Feng. At this moment Nicole walked into the room, in her hand was a beautiful birthday cake. She exclaimed. Here comes the birthday cake. Wow, so many lollipops. So cute. City Lord Lu Feng hurriedly urged Ellie. Come on Ellie, hurry up and make a wish. Then, Princess Ellie clasped her hands and closed her eyes and started to make a wish. Everyone was silent, watching Ellie silently making a wish. Phew. Ellie had just blown out the candles when Lu Feng asked. What did Ellie wish for? Ellie was embarrassed, her face blushing as she replied. Of course I can hope for the young master. Well, I can't say it. If I say it, it will lose its effectiveness. Lu Feng was nonchalant. Alright, I won't say anything more. Then, Lu Feng said. Ellie, this is my birthday present for you. After speaking, Lu Feng reached out and opened the wooden box. Inside was a mysterious black round object. Ellie exclaimed. What is this? Nina was also surprised. Oh my, the young master gave Ellie a black star ball. Lu Feng quickly explained. This is a star lantern. Nicole, quickly help me turn off the light. Nicole replied. Yes. Then, she turned off the lights, and the room suddenly became dark. Lu Feng turned on the star lamp. Wow, this star lamp turned out to be a lamp that illuminated the solar system and the 12 constellations of the zodiac. The shapes of the zodiac were standing out, glowing against the gray-blue background. Dees exclaimed. So amazing. Nina's eyes also sparkled. Wow, so beautiful. Really amazing. The star lantern projected the entire Milky Way onto the ceiling of the city hall. It was like a modern projector. Everyone looked up with delight. Ellie exclaimed. It really felt like looking up at the sky and watching the stars. Lu Feng then explained. This also uses electricity. Ellie, do you like it? Ellie did not reply. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes and placed a kiss on the lips of the city lord Lu Feng instead of her excited reply. At this moment, the space seemed to freeze. Pink air bubbles floated all over the room. So sweet. Ellie said shyly. I love it. Thank you for remembering my birthday, young master. Having said that, Ellie hugged the city lord Lu Feng. He said to Ellie. It's good that you like it. May your new age always be as joyful and happy as it is now. At that time, in the dense forest of the capital of the kingdom of Englu, Jones was anxiously waiting for Lu Feng's reinforcements to arrive. The bright yellow moonlight filtered through the leaves of the trees, illuminating Jones's expectant features. She said anxiously. Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? Is your intelligence reliable? She climbed to the top of a tall tree, anxiously waiting. A blonde soldier from Lu Feng's camp replied gently. Don't rush. It's almost time. It's almost time. He was also worried about Jones. Under the torchlight, doves fluttered to where Jones and the knight stood. The knight shouted. Here it is. Jones asked in surprise. Where? Where? In the sky. Miss Jones, look up. Jones was stunned, her expression was like what the hell? She thought to herself. Oh my god, this is a bird person. I didn't expect that Xi'an City would have such a rare thing. Suddenly Jones was startled to see in the sky, besides the flying birds, there were also beautiful white birds of the bird people, and most of all she saw flying cloth bags. Jones saw Lelisa. She was secretly happy. Great, Lelisa is here too. Lelisa introduced her companion to Jones as soon as she landed. Jones, this is Lady Leia. Lord Lu Feng invited them to help us carry out this rescue plan. Jones said happily. Great, with the help of the bird tribe, it will definitely succeed. Leia sighed and said. Stop talking and act now. Lelisa raised her hand to her chest, expressing her agreement. Okay. Jones, I told you about the plan last time. The objective this time is to rescue Lucy and Miss Catherine. This time, we also have 4 members of the bird tribe. 4 members of the Wolf Warrior Squad and 4 elves. Jones, do you know their locations? Jones replied quickly. He had already inquired. Moreover, the Grand Prince will be holding a banquet in the palace tonight. That will be an opportunity. As for Catherine, Catherine's father will be attending the Grand Prince's banquet tonight. It will be much more convenient for us. Leia ordered. Then things cannot be delayed any longer. Let's go. Everyone answered in unison. Okay. We can't run. What's the point of flying? Jones closed her eyes in the air as Leia lifted her up and helped her fly. Leia said, don't be afraid. I won't let go, don't worry. Jones replied fearlessly. I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. Not at all, really. Leia was too bored to say anything more, leaving Jones to close his eyes in fear. At this time, in the great room of the royal capital's palace, a purple-robed duke sat on the sofa and said to Duke Kailak. Your daughter, Miss Catherine, is going to marry the crown prince. I sincerely congratulate you. Duke Kailak. Ha ha ha, thank you, but Duke Benson, I must also congratulate you. You must know that tonight's banquet is being held to announce the engagement between Princess Lucy and his son Leon. From now on, everyone will be one family. The atmosphere was ambiguous in the exchange of words between the 2 dukes. At this moment, in the Crown Prince's room, the Crown Prince ordered his subordinates. Go see Princess Lucy, why hasn't she appeared yet? Yes, Your Highness. Meanwhile, in Princess Lucy's room. The maid politely said as she presented the dress. Your Highness, please cooperate. The Grand Prince said that if she did not participate, he would invite Miss Yuffie to keep her company. The princess was visibly angry. This guy dared to use Yuffie to threaten me. Suddenly above the roof of the castle where the princess was, the dark shadows of Leia and her subordinates appeared. Jones told Leia, the room ahead is the room where Princess Lucy is. Oh wait, Princess Lucy is over there. Look, the princess is surrounded by servants. It seems they are taking her to meet the despicable prince. Leia calmly reassured Jones. There aren't many guards, Jones. We'll win quickly. Archers, get ready. The princess was walking among the guards. She was thinking sadly. I will not marry that Leon guy. If it really comes to that, I will kill Leon first. Then I will kill myself. Lucia, don't even think about using me to get Duke Benson's help. I just hope Jones doesn't do anything stupid at that time. The princess had not finished her thought. Strange sounds suddenly rang out. Princess Lucy was stunned and did not understand what was happening. Oh, it's Jones! She exclaimed happily. Jones ran over crying, holding the princess's hand and saying, Lucy, I'm sorry, I'm late. The 2 hugged each other, filled with joy and emotion. At that time, the crown prince was waiting for Lucy to arrive. He was in a hurry. Lucy, why isn't she here yet? While I was thinking, a lot of leaflets fell from the sky. The guards said loudly. Everyone look, something is falling from the sky. Hearing this, the crown prince quickly grabbed a flyer. The content on the paper was that Crown Prince Lucia was the murderer of the Yinglu kingdom. Count Kailak saw the prince angrily holding a crumpled piece of paper in his hand. He said, Your Highness, I see that something has happened at the banquet. I will not bother you any longer. I will go first. The other dukes also bid farewell to the prince. Your Highness, I will take my leave first. I will do the same. Everyone else left. Kailak's son Leon said to his father, Father, isn't this disrespecting the crown prince? Duke Kailak didn't care. He replied, it didn't matter who threw the paper down. Once the rumor got out, even if the crown prince succeeded in ascending the throne, it would be difficult to maintain his position. Leon, in my name, go and invite Grand Duke Benson to our mansion. Leon replied. Yes, my lord father. The crown prince now stood alone in the middle of the empty castle. He coldly watched everyone leave. As Count Kailak left, he thought to himself. If he could join forces with Count Benson, the position above, it wouldn't be impossible to give it a try. Princess Lucy was just rescued. She is now on the hot air balloon. She happily said to Jones. That's great. Now everyone knows what kind of person Lucia is. Jones quickly reminded the princess. Lucy, be careful. Don't fall down. Princess Lucy was very happy at this moment. She replied to Jones. I'm fine. I'm very happy. Speaking of which, City Lord Lu Feng is really amazing. Even something that can fly in the sky can be created. Then the princess turned her head and said to Jones, expressing her extreme joy. Suddenly the princess remembered, where is Catherine? Has everyone rescued her? Lelisa quickly calmed Princess Lucy down. Don't worry. Another team has been arranged to go to the Duke's mansion to rescue Catherine. Wait until we get Catherine. At that time, we will gather in the sky outside the capital. Then we will return to Xi'an City together. Princess Lucy said happily. That's great. Oh, and Yuffie. Lelisa was startled when she heard that and asked again. What about Yuffie? What's wrong with Yuffie? Princess Lucy clasped her hands together and continued worriedly. Can I bother you to save Yuffie? I'll just go like that. If I stay, the eldest prince will definitely take out his anger on Yuffie. Lelisa said firmly. Of course, Yuffie is our friend too. She said as she nodded in agreement with the princess's suggestion. Scene change, now in the dining room of the Yinglu Kingdom's eldest prince. The eldest prince is now extremely angry and shouting loudly. What? Lucy ran away too. He growled and shouted loudly. Who the hell did this? Who the hell did this? Man, his hand turned to shout at the guard. I allowed you to operate in the palace and even Lucy ran away and you didn't know. And you stood there staring at those papers appearing. It turned out that at this moment, the first prince was venting his anger on the person of the main priest in the kingdom. The angry crown prince continued to shout. It's useless, we can't even do something as small as this. What cooperation do we have left? The god lord calmly replied to the crown prince. As your friend, I should also remind you. Just now, Duke Kailak and Duke Benson seem to be discussing something. In a crucial situation like this, what do you think they would be discussing? The crown prince lost his composure at this moment. He said, forget about that little girl Lucy for now. Quickly send someone to guard those two old men for me. Also, remember to investigate clearly. Who exactly did what happened tonight? Scene change, now in Miss Catherine's room and there is a knock on the door. Miss Catherine, please go out. Grand Duke Kailak told me to come here. It turns out that the person who knocked on the door was Duke Benson's son named Leon. Miss Catherine shouted angrily from inside. Get lost, she thought angrily. I never thought that my lord father and the crown prince would collude to sabotage me, and even force me to marry the viscount. Does my lord father completely treat me as an object to be exchanged? Viscount Leon also started to lose his temper at this time. He shouted. Lady Catherine, Duke Kailak and Duke Benson, my father, are all waiting for you at the banquet. Are you making everyone wait for you? Miss Catherine still refused to open the door. She shouted loudly. I won't go. Whoever comes, I won't go. Leon stood outside the door, his face full of contempt as he said, Miss Catherine, you were so stubborn, how can you be my wife? The young lady shouted loudly from inside the room. I will not marry you even if I die. Leon was almost out of patience at this point, he said. Miss Catherine, if that's the case, I'll tell everyone, including your father, so he can come and invite you himself. Let's see how long you can hold out. Then, Leon hurriedly led all his subordinates out of Catherine's room. Catherine sat on the bed in her room. She was trembling, looking forward and thinking, Your Excellency Lu Feng, when will you finally come to save me? I really don't want to marry someone like that. Suddenly Catherine's room. The candle was blown out and the whole room was plunged into darkness. Suddenly a whistling sound rushed past Catherine. The wind blew the curtains. She screamed in fear, Who was it? Is it you, Leon, coming back to my room? Suddenly a dark shadow appeared in Catherine's room. She thought it was Leon who had come back to break into the room to take her away. She shouted at him, You've come back secretly? I won't marry you. Don't come here, I'll shout, but the dark shadow still tried to get closer to Catherine. Catherine held her guitar ready to beat Leon up. The other guy suddenly spoke up. Miss Catherine. Catherine gave him a huge blow. Bang, bang. Wow. Oh, the scream echoed throughout Kailak's citadel. Lu Feng's subordinate's head had a huge lump. Ha ha. Catherine said shyly. You should have said earlier that you were Lu Feng's men who came to save me. You don't count on Lu Feng's subordinates. He humbly replied to Catherine. It's me who didn't think carefully. I scared Miss Catherine. Ha ha that, Lord Lu Feng is ready, right? Or should we go now? Miss Catherine quickly changed the topic. Lu Feng's guard was also impatient. Miss, please follow me. Before she could finish speaking, there was a knock on Catherine's door. Someone called Catherine's name. It turned out to be Catherine's brother. He stood outside the door and shouted, My lord father told me to go to the drawing room and meet Grand Duke Benson. Miss Catherine was now standing behind Lu Feng in fear. The guard was about to attack when Catherine stopped him. She said, he is family, not the enemy. That is my brother. Catherine's brother waited for a while but got no response. He called out again, Catherine. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the door and pushed it open. Catherine, come in. Oh my God, the room was empty. There was no one there. He was bewildered. He didn't know what to do. He cried out in panic. Where was she? Catherine was nowhere to be seen. Then, quickly ran back to the living room to inform Count Kailak and Duke Benson of the news. Several guards were found dead inside and outside the Duke's mansion. Lady Catherine was probably taken away. He continued, Duke Kailak. It seems your mansion is not safe. Duke Kailak also did not respond happily. Duke Benson, do you think in this royal capital, is there anyone who can silently take away my Duke's people? Duke Benson was startled. He meant the Great Prince? Wait. Was this a warning? Duke Kailak raised his hand to his chin and spoke calmly. Looking at the situation, he already knows about the matter of you and I joining forces. With that person's way of doing things, he will definitely take revenge. Duke Benson asked in panic. So what should we do now? Mr. Kailak calmly replied. In the current situation, we can only watch out for his subordinates and hold the soldiers tightly. He continued. The two dukes joined forces. He alone wouldn't dare do anything, but if we were to fight each other. Humph, Duke Benson gritted his teeth and said. I know. Duke Benson thought angrily. Damn it, I shouldn't have come here tonight. Now that we're on the pirate ship, it's too late to cut ties. I'm now in the same boat as this Kailak. Right now, the sky was clear and blue, with white clouds swirling around, the air was extremely airy. Everyone who had just been rescued from the royal capital was feeling very refreshed. Wonderful, truly wonderful, Princess Lucy said happily. Yuffie was stunned and surprised. She said. How could that be? Can you fly by lighting a fire? What principle is this? Doesn't fire burn the surface of an object? All these years of research don't even compare to a fraction of this hot air balloon. Everyone was worried. They spoke loudly to Yuffie. Yuffie, stop right there, don't move. Yuffie was still stubborn. She leaned forward and spoke eagerly. But I was curious. Why is that? Yuffie's uncle quickly reached out to stop Yuffie. He said. Yuffie, this place is dangerous, you know? Come down here first. Lelissa was also worried. She reached out and pulled Yuffie's shoulders down. She said to Yuffie. Yuffie, okay, calm down. We can ask the Lord about these matters when we get back to Shiyang City. Yuffie reluctantly collected herself and replied. Okay. She continued to ask curiously. But Lelissa, the city lord you mentioned, will he tell me? Lelissa replied calmly and humbly. The city lord is a good person. He will surely tell her. Yuffie replied with a sullen face. The city lord definitely wouldn't tell me such a confidential matter. It's rare to see a weapon that can actually fly with my own eyes. Jones heard this, an ellipsis appeared in his mind. Leia saw this expression. Then asked. What's wrong with you two? Jones hesitated, not wanting to say it. But then, she still asked Leia. Oh, do you also like Lord Lu Feng? Leia snapped back at Jones. What are you thinking? How could I like humans? Jones blushed and waved his hand. I'm sorry, because I really can't figure out why the Bird Beast tribe would help humans. Leia calmly replied. We and Lu Feng have a cooperative relationship. If you talk nonsense again, I will fly you up high and throw you down. Jones suddenly remembered the night before when Leia had let her fly and was terrified. She felt weak and replied, okay, I won't say anymore. Catherine's side was unusually quiet at this moment. Princess Lucy saw this. She asked. Catherine, I'm about to meet Lu Feng, whom I've been thinking about day and night. Why is it so quiet? Catherine's eyes were spinning. Dizzy, she replied. No, I'm just too nervous. Princess Lucy replied. Relax a little. I'm afraid that when I see Lu Feng like this, I won't be able to speak. Hoo-hoo, Catherine suddenly started to sob. After a long day, everyone finally flew the hot air balloon to the capital of Taeduong City. The sun is shining, the air is warm and fresh. The Lord's palace appeared majestic in the bright sunlight. Lu Feng and Nina saw that everyone had arrived safely and happily said, Welcome to the Western City. Lelisa, Leia, thank you for your hard work. Leia replied coldly. There's nothing else. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to the mountain first. Lelisa replied politely. This is what I should do. Princess Lucy saluted and expressed her gratitude. She said, Thank you, Lu Feng, for your help. Uncle and Yuffie standing beside her also said, Lu Feng, Yuffie and I are also very grateful to you for your help, Uncle continued. If there is anything else you need help with in the future, just say so. I will do my best to help. Lu Feng happily replied. Everyone is Princess Lucy's friend. There is no need to be polite here. Lu Feng suddenly thought to himself. Are they dwarves? I heard that dwarves' blacksmithing skills are very good. I hope to have a chance to try it. Catherine at this time, still trembling standing next to Princess Lucy. She stammered. Your Excellency Lu Feng. You can save me. I am very happy. Lu Feng replied heartily. Miss Catherine. Seeing that you are okay, I am also very happy. Miss Catherine's eyes were now glistening with tears. Her whole body was in a state of love intoxication. She was daydreaming. You. He said he was very happy to see me. So happy. Miss Catherine. Everyone woke up this delirious young lady. The young lady said shyly. I'm fine. Just a little dizzy. Then the city lord Lu Feng continued. Ellie. Everyone has had a hard time on the road. Take everyone to rest. Tell the kitchen to make many delicious dishes later. Ellie said. Understood. Young master. Then Ellie turned to everyone and said, Ladies and gentlemen, the room is ready. Please follow me, Uncle Yuffie replied. Sorry to bother you all. Then Jones also turned to urge the princess. Lucy. Let's go. But Lucy lingered. Wait. She said loudly. Lu Feng, please come down. There are some things I want to talk to you about in private. Lu Feng also quickly replied. Just in time, I also have something to say to Princess Lucy. Everyone stood outside the study waiting for Princess Lucy and Lu Feng to talk. Yuffie kept walking back and forth with a glowing lantern. Lelisa is blinding. Say. Yuffie. Stop it. Flashing back and forth so fast that I'm dizzy. The two of them entered the lounge. Yuffie's eyes lit up. She said excitedly. This electric lamp is so magical. It's clearly not lit by fire, but it can still emit light. It's truly amazing. Lelisa felt annoyed. She said to Yuffie in a harsh voice. I'm about to go to sleep. Catherine is also asleep. But Yuffie still won't stop. Lelisa. Tell me, did Lu Feng tell me the principle of electric light? I'm very curious. I'm so curious I can't sleep. Lelisa yawned as she replied to Yuffie. I'll tell you. I'm going to sleep now. Let's talk tomorrow. She thought Catherine was asleep. But she wasn't. She was embarrassed thinking back to her actions just now. She scolded herself. Catherine, what did you do just now? Such a poor performance. It was so hard to meet Lu Feng again. I was stuttering when I spoke. I almost fainted. How embarrassing. What if Lu Feng thinks I'm a weak noble lady? Even though I've arrived at Xiang City. But what should I do next? Should I just stay in the castle forever? Sometimes I make others feel like I'm doing nothing. Although I want to help Lu Feng. But I don't know anything. What if Lu Feng thinks I'm a hindrance? What should I do? Hoo-hoo. But what did Princess Lucy say to Lu Feng in private? Why did His Excellency Lu Feng also say he had something to discuss with Princess Lucy? Could it be them? Save me. Why are there so many thoughts going around? I want to go to sleep too. At that time, outside the door of the city Lord Lu Feng's study, Jones, Ellie, and Mina were all waiting outside the door. Ellie was pacing back and forth. Mina said anxiously, "Ellie, can you stop pacing back and forth? I'm going crazy." "Ah, I'm sorry, Mina." Ellie continued. Now the young master and Princess Lucy are alone in the room. Alone, isn't Mina curious about what they're talking about? Oh, shit. Mina and Joan's ears perked up at the same time. They looked at each other, bewildered. Ellie saw that and asked, "What's wrong?" Joan said. The conversation inside started. It turned out that Mina and Jones had just caught the sound of the conversation in their ears before reacting. In Xi'an City, in Lu Feng's office, Lu Feng invited Princess Lucy to sit down. Lucy's face was tense, her voice low, and she asked, "Your Excellency Lu Feng, I have something I want your approval for." Lu Feng replied politely, "Call me Lu Feng." "Your Excellency, what Your Excellency, is a bit strange. If there is anything Princess Lucy can just say it directly." Princess Lucy heard this and said, "Then call me Lucy too." Lucy was serious, talking about the reason she came here today. Lucy worriedly said, "Lu Feng, I heard that the fourth prince has already arrived at the western border." Lu Feng closed his eyes, nodded, and replied, "That's right. Furthermore, the fourth prince once sent someone to Xi'an City to deliver an order to me, formally inviting me to join his command." Lucy replied, "Fourth prince, I know him well. He definitely did not come to the western border with good intentions. He wants to prepare supplies and knights, preparing to rebel. The western city is so beautiful, the fourth prince will definitely take over this place. Lu Feng, with my understanding of you, you will absolutely not accept his invitation, being forced into this battle." Seeing Lucy worried about him like that, Lu Feng smiled and waved his hand, calmly replying, "Lucy, you guessed right, I don't have the habit of standing under the eaves and being ordered around, so I clearly refused the fourth prince's invitation." Lucy continued, "Lu Feng, I can use the princess's name to help you summon the centaurs and assist you in fighting the fourth prince." Lu Feng was surprised and hesitantly said, "Lucy, if I remember correctly, our friendship is not that deep yet." Lucy gritted her teeth, a little angry but still calmly replied, "Because I need your help with something. Help me kill the great Prince Lucia and take everything from him." Lu Feng calmly said thoughtfully, "So that's how it is. I can agree with you. After capturing the crown prince, I will hand it over to you to handle. Correspondingly, I need you to cooperate with me in doing one thing." Lucy asked, "What?" Lu Feng replied, "I want to reorganize all the lands in the west, but the fourth prince is there. I'm afraid it will affect my work speed. I don't need you to gather people to help me, but I need your reputation as a princess to increase the speed, attracting the surrounding nobles to come here to invest. Of course, I will also promote the things that the princes do." Lucy nodded in agreement. "No problem, then from now on we will officially cooperate and form an alliance." The two shook hands to confirm their partnership, saying, "Of course, happy cooperation, happy cooperation." Meanwhile, outside the room, Ellie pressed her whole body against the door, pressing her ear to eavesdrop. But she couldn't hear anything, so Ellie said in annoyance, I didn't hear." Mina stood by helplessly, embarrassed and scolded, "Ellie, you're doing nothing like this." Ellie ignored her, still pressed her ear to the door, and said, "I'm interested, tell me what the young master and Princess Lucy are talking about, it's been so long." Suddenly the door opened, Ellie didn't react in time, turned to stone, her face was bloodless. Instinctively, Ellie cried out, her whole body fell forward, but she didn't feel any pain, only soft warmth. Ellie let out a sigh of relief, but then a deep male voice rang out. "Ellie, what are you doing here?" Ellie hugged Lu Feng, her face red, and stammered, "No, it's nothing, young master." Lu Feng saw Ellie say, "Just in time, Ellie, you go prepare the headline of tomorrow's newspaper, put the news of Princess Lucy supporting Xi'an City in the newspaper, release it throughout Xi'an City, must be quick." Ellie breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that those two people were talking seriously in the room, not like she thought. Ellie said, "Yes, young master, are you guys talking about this in there?" Lu Feng was stunned, not understanding what to ask, otherwise what else to say. Ellie knew she was wrong, she didn't expect her to be so dark, her face flushed red, she turned and ran away. While running she said, "I understand, young master, I will go and gather the people from the editorial office now, start preparing." Seeing Ellie's actions, Princess Lucy came to her subordinate's side and spoke thoughtfully, seeming to be very wary of me. "Do the ladies in this mansion see me as someone who will steal their men?" The princess's subordinate asked doubtfully, "Oh, does your highness not like Lu Feng?" Lucy blushed and said, "Of course not, why do I look like that?" The subordinate was stunned, his head full of doubts, he nodded, "It turned out he didn't like it, I knew it." In the city of Somalia, in a room, several people were sitting at a table eating. Sitting in the center was the fourth prince, surrounded by nobles. The fourth prince said, "Welcome to all of you, so, I am really happy." Everyone at the table flattered and said, His Highness the fourth prince summoned us, it is our honor. Another person added, that's right, as soon as I heard His Highness' message, I immediately came here. Hearing this, the prince felt his heart swell. He raised his wine cup and said, with everyone's support, I can definitely ascend to the throne. At that time, you all can be promoted. Although he said this, he couldn't help but feel disdain in his heart. These country nobles, they needed people but had no people, needed money but had no money. It was better to wait for news from the western city. As long as Lu Feng comes to me, I will have the royal capital in my hands. Suddenly, the door opened, a panicked blonde man walked in from outside, shouting, Your Highness, something's wrong, Your Highness, something's wrong. The arrogant prince scolded the newcomer, You're being rude. I'm in good health. The subordinate turned pale, knelt down and said tremblingly, No, I'm not fine, I slipped. Then he raised his head, his face covered in sweat, and said, But, Your Highness, I also have urgent business, that Lu Feng. He was so scared that he stuttered and could not speak. The fourth prince anxiously asked, What happened to that Lu Feng? The subordinate trembled even more, saying, Lu Feng doesn't know good from bad, didn't even look at His Highness's orders, refused, and said you are. The subordinate stuttered and refused to say anything. The fourth prince saw that and got angry and said, What did I do? The subordinate had no choice but to say, You are, a big dog, not worthy of his dedication. The fourth prince was angry, he banged the table and shouted, he wanted to die. Then the fourth prince's face darkened, did he really say that? The servant knelt down and said, Yes, I heard it with my own ears. Hearing this, the prince could not bear it anymore, knowing that Lu Feng could not possibly submit to him, he would definitely die. The fourth prince called, Count Pulley. The count's name was called, he quickly shouted, Yes, there is a subordinate. The fourth prince's face turned pale as he gave the order. Immediately summon 1,000 knights and bring me the head of this ungrateful baron. Count Pulley nodded and said, Yes, your subordinate has received the order and will definitely bring his head to meet. His face had a sly smile, and he couldn't help but think that he could finally avenge his son's death. West of the west, on a cool moonlit night, the air resounded with the sound of wind. The papers were flying everywhere on the street, people picked them up and looked at them, it turned out to be today's news. Someone said, Hey, have you read the newspaper? The western city has a scale of more than 1,000 soldiers. Others vaguely replied, Who knows, but even if it's not 1,000, it's probably not a small number, after all, to dare to confront the fourth prince, their strength and methods are definitely not weak. Others said, We think it would be safer to return to our own territory, in a great war, people like us cannot withstand the artillery fire. The other person disagreed, What's the rush, let's see the situation first, the fourth prince should have made a move. And at the fourth prince's residence, those newspapers were neatly laid out on the table. The contents of the newspaper were that the royal capital was in turmoil, the eldest prince had gained the right to remain on the throne, the fourth prince had fled to the western region, intending to save one side, intending to split the imperial dynasty. Baron Lu Feng of Western City had 1,000 knights under his command, Princess Lucy was helping, Lu Feng had completely wiped out the rebels. With a bang, the newspaper was thrown down on the table. The fourth prince angrily asked Count Pulley why Lucy was in the western city and expressed his support for Lu Feng. Count Pulley analyzed what he had learned. Your Highness, I have sent people to investigate, but the most important thing now is to think of a way to deal with those nobles. Perhaps they will betray Your Highness. The fourth prince didn't care, his expression was calm, he replied, temporarily not caring about them, even if the country nobles wanted to do something, they would hesitate, but on Lucy's side, Lu Feng. He wanted to continue speaking but stopped, waved his hand and gave orders. The knights immediately set off, taking advantage of the moment when the country nobles had not yet reacted, they captured Lu Feng and Lucy in one net. The count heard His Highness say that, his face was blank, he hesitated to respond. But Your Highness, in such a short time, he still hasn't gathered enough provisions. The fourth prince was angry when he heard the count's reply and glared. Just collect the food along the way, those 8 young city lords won't dare to rebel. But if anyone dares to resist, kill them without mercy. The count bowed, nodded in agreement, and then quickly went to prepare. At the city gate, Count Pulley sat on his horse, leading the army out of the city. Viscount lit behind, worried and uneasy asked. Count Pulley, the current situation, do you feel we really can? Before he could finish speaking, the Count quickly turned around to correct him. Viscount Lip, we have boarded the fourth prince's ship. Even if what the newspaper said is true, we have no way to turn back. Then he lowered his head and continued, things have come to this point, the princess and the fourth prince in the western region, only one side will survive. Viscount Lip was in fighting spirit, raising his hand in a victory sign, yes, I think too much, we will definitely win. Count Pulley was relieved and gave orders to the people behind him. You understand, give orders and tell the knights to follow us. At the Xi'an City Lord's mansion, in the flower garden, Lu Feng and the others were sitting and talking. Catherine held Lu Feng's hand and shook it, her voice whining. Lu Feng, tell me what I can do, I can learn anything. Lu Feng was helpless and said annoyedly. Okay, stop shaking me, my hand is about to break. Yuffie saw that Catherine was so different today, and asked everyone strangely, why did Catherine become like this today? Compared to yesterday she looked like a different person. Lelisa was also curious, I also really want to know. Catherine ignored everyone's comments about her being weird and asked Lu Feng, tell me what I can do, I'm not afraid of hardship, Catherine said and patted her chest with determination. She had a headache thinking, her performance last night was too bad, today she must perform well and leave a good impression on Lord Lu Feng. Lu Feng exhaled and asked doubtfully, Catherine, why do you have to work? Aren't you happy in the mansion? Catherine was depressed, her eyes downcast, her voice sad. Of course I was happy at the palace, I just wanted to help everyone. Everyone had work to do, only I did nothing, so useless. After she finished speaking, her whole body felt sad, as if dark clouds were covering her head. Lu Feng also helplessly replied, so what is her specialty? Lu Feng couldn't help but think, he didn't expect Catherine to think so much. Catherine seemed to have regained her vitality, smiled brightly, and listed her good points, me, strengths, that, this. But suddenly realizing something, what strengths do I have? I replied gloomily, as if I didn't know anything. Lu Feng then relieved the siege, did he forget his forte? Catherine wondered, what? Music. Catherine said cheerfully, yes, the lute, I know how to play the lute. Lu Feng nodded and replied, it just so happens that I have something very important, it's not like you can't do it. That is to become an idol. Speaking up to here, he coughed. He realized that this was not Earth but another world, they didn't know what an idol was. He immediately changed the way he spoke. I said it wrong, I intend to invite Miss Catherine to become the musician of Xi'an City, to create a unique music team that only belongs to Xi'an City. In the future, we can periodically hold music festivals in Xi'an City for everyone to enjoy. What do you think? Everyone's faces were filled with questions and doubts, what is the use of a Xi'an City music team? It was useless, Lu Feng didn't think so. So he explained. Conquering the world not only needed soldiers and weapons, conquering culture was also an important part of it. As long as Catherine did well, the music team could gradually grow stronger, in the future it could definitely become an important existence, able to protect the stability of Xi'an City. Catherine realized her importance. She happily replied. So the effect of music is so great. I agreed to build a music team. Catherine cheered up. Lu Feng also smiled. He patted her head. He encouraged her. Yeah, keep it up. I'll definitely be the band's first listener then. Yuffie sat on the table looking at Catherine with admiration and congratulations. How nice. Lelisa saw that Yuffie was unhappy. She knew she had something to say. She encouraged her. She also told the Lord her wish. Isn't that okay? Don't be afraid. Don't take the first step. Who knows what the outcome will be? Yuffie cheered up. Nodded. Yuffie was encouraged. Turned towards Lu Feng. Voice full of determination. Said, Lord Lu Feng, can you teach me the method of making a hot air balloon? I want to use it to fly to the dwarf kingdom, to find my mother. Lu Feng slightly drooped. She apologized softly. Are you Yuffie? Sorry, it might disappoint her. Although the balloon could fly, it couldn't travel too far. So she couldn't reach the Ali kingdom by relying on the balloon alone. Yuffie bowed her head with a sad face and replied. Oh, really? Lu Feng saw her sad. He remembered something. Said. But, the hot air balloon can't fly far. But now I have the idea of designing something that can fly farther. If I can make it. Maybe she will go to the Ali kingdom to find her mother. Yuffie's eyes lit up. Disbelief. Ask again. Really? I agreed to try and see if I could make it. Lu Feng said to Ellie. Give her the book. Ellie nodded. Yes. Young master. This book was brought. Yuffie was puzzled. Asked. This is. Lu Feng introduced. There is a magical machine here. It is called a steam engine. As long as it can be created, her wish to find the Ali kingdom. Finding her mother can be realized. Lu Feng thought in his mind. Lucy said that this Yuffie has very good forging skills, the weapons she creates are loved by the nobles of the royal capital. Maybe she can make this. Yuffie nodded. Determinedly said. I will try. Lu Feng saw that Yuffie was in such good spirits. Cheer her on. Keep it up. If there's anything you don't understand, come find me. Lu Feng stood up. Tell everyone. Go to the garden to relax for a while. Next, go back to do some serious business. Speaking of politics, the princess became serious. Question. That's right. It's time to discuss the next step. How to deal with the fourth prince. Lu Feng said again. Discuss what the fourth prince is doing. Now we have to prepare for the opening ceremony of the gold coin supermarket. The princess was out of step. Stunned. Like a silly little chicken. At the newly opened shop in the western city. Everyone in the city was standing in front of the shop. The shop was huge. It was painted white on the outside. The decoration was very beautiful. Everyone was suspicious and curious about the shop. Another new shop had opened. Stop looking, stop pushing. Inside the shop, Lu Feng led Princess Lucy on a tour. The princess couldn't help but admire the shop's decor. It was so beautiful. She tilted her head curiously to look around. There were things she had never seen before. Not far away. In front of the lollipop stall, Ellie's eyes were shining like stars. This was the lollipop that I hadn't tried yesterday. Lu Feng couldn't see Ellie anywhere. He called out, Ellie, are you done checking? Ellie heard the young master calling her, so she ran out, but still holding the lollipop in her hand, and jumped happily towards Lu Feng. She said, young master, the furniture is in place, there is no problem, we can open any time. Ellie realized something was wrong. Why was she holding candy? Oh no, she wasn't paying attention, she had it in her hand, oh no, oh no. Ellie's face turned pale, she looked around in panic, and quickly hid the candy. She couldn't let anyone know that she was stealing. But before she could hide it, Lu Feng exposed her. She was sure, why does it feel like the shop hasn't even opened yet, and someone has already come in to steal food? Having said that, Lu Feng put his arms around Ellie's back, grabbed her arm that was holding the candy, and brought it forward. Ellie saw that her actions were discovered, her face turned red, she stammered. This is not me, I took it for Mina to see. Just as she mentioned Mina appeared, her face surprised, she asked, huh? After Mina knew everything, she pinched Ellie's face, angrily scolding her, the little fox stole the candy and blamed her. Ellie was at a loss for words, so she regretted and apologized, sorry, I was so scared. On the other side, Princess Lucy looked around the store and asked curiously, Lu Feng, I've seen the furniture you have here on the market, why do you need to open another store like this? Lu Feng smiled gently and picked up the price list, saying, the main reason is here. Then he showed the price list to Princess Lucy. The princess saw that it was much more expensive than the market price, so she looked at Lu Feng curiously, hoping he could explain. Yes, in this supermarket, the quality of the goods will be a little higher than in the market. Moreover, the packaging will also be much more thoughtful, of course the price will be a little more expensive. The princess was still not satisfied, and asked again, but if it was just that simple, it could be done in the market too. Lu Feng disagreed, explaining to Lucy that this was to stretch the class, to put it more generally. The products here were aimed at the high-end market of the rich, while the large market was aimed at the common market. Moreover, in the future, most of the merchants here will use the special color packaging of the Western city. As long as the packaging of those products is remembered by customers, then when they appear in other cities in the future, it will be more distinctive, and at that time, it will be more convenient for me to enter the market. Lucy nodded in agreement, so that's how it is, this kind of packaging compared to the big market, is indeed more attractive to the nobles. Lu Feng continued, yes, that's right, the purpose of me opening this shop is to tightly grasp the noble population. Thinking of something, Lucy fell silent. In the future, although this thought was good, the fourth prince would probably come to him soon to cause trouble. Now, he was not prepared to face the enemy. Was it really okay? Lu Feng saw Lucy worried about him, still smiling without answering, I have planned this for a long time, not temporarily stopping because of the fourth prince's small matter, moreover. Pausing for a moment, Lu Feng added, you don't need to worry, I guarantee, the fourth prince's army will absolutely not enter the territory of Xi'an City. Having just finished speaking, Lu Feng told the staff beside him to prepare to open the shop. The female staff member respectfully replied, yes, Sir Lu Feng. As for Lucy, even though she found what Lu Feng said to be impossible, the boat had already set sail and had to go, so she could only trust him. On the streets of Xi'an City, Viscount Gambaf, Lord of Michelle City. His face was cheerful. 11 held several loaves of bread, happily walking towards the newly opened shop. He kept thinking in his head. He had been in Xi'an City for several days, the city still brought him surprises. It was true that no matter how long he walked, he never got bored. Suddenly he saw ahead, people were gathering in front of the store, everyone was talking excitedly, he asked suspiciously, why is this place so bustling? A passerby helped him answer his question. Today, the currency supermarket will open. The city lord said that everything is there, there are many new inventions that have never been seen before. Viscount Gambaf was full of doubts. There was everything, let me open my eyes and see. Next to the shop is a bustling atmosphere, everyone is curious about the items here, the staff is extremely enthusiastic. As soon as Viscount Gambaf entered, a beautiful object approached. A respectful voice greeted, "Hello, please deposit this side." The Viscount was startled by the staff's attentive attitude. Although he was unfamiliar with the person, he still nodded, "Okay." After the Viscount checked his luggage, he walked to a shelf, which was filled with neatly arranged jars. He picked up a box to look at it, and was surprised. It was milk tea. What was milk tea? And the quota was that each person could only buy 2 jars. The staff saw him so confused, so they came closer and introduced him. "Sir, this is a specialty of our Western city, a drink very suitable for entertaining guests. Moreover, the one in your hand right now is a special edition, very different from the ones other nobles buy. We have completely upgraded the quality and taste." The Viscount was a little surprised to see that it was so good. He said, "Is that so? Then give me 2 bottles." He looked over to the other side, another noble was also being introduced to the goods by the staff. On the other side, 2 nobles were discussing compressed biscuits. "Sir, look at these biscuits, I heard that the army is using them." "The army is using compressed biscuits, this is an improved version, something the army uses, how can it be sold here?" The Viscount was puzzled. "Biscuits, I heard that the military supplies of the Western city are all very good, even though they are improved versions, let me try them." Thinking so, the Viscount picked them up and put them in his shopping cart. Still from behind, a voice rang out. That person said, "Look, isn't this Viscount Gambaf? I didn't expect you to also come to Xiang City. Coming at this time, aren't you afraid that the 4th prince will misunderstand?" The person said it was Viscount Genie, the lord of Mar City. Viscount Gambaf sighed and replied indifferently, "I am a great noble of the West, the 4th prince will not do anything to me. Moreover, I have heard about the miracles in the Western city for a long time, and have always wanted to come and see for myself." Viscount Genie laughed loudly, as if he had met a like-minded friend, and said, "I think so too, this Western city is truly very prosperous, whether it is urban planning or commercial activities, it is worth learning." The 2 looked at Lu Feng who was discussing business in the distance and said with admiration, "I really admire the business talent of the Lord of Xiang City. It's a pity that he refused the invitation of the 4th prince. I really don't know what's going on." "Perhaps it is the arrogance of genius," said Viscount Gambaf. On Lu Feng's side, a businessman approached Lu Feng and said, "Sir Lu Feng, I want to discuss cooperation with you." Lu Feng laughed loudly and replied, "Let's talk about cooperation later. There's a chance. Today is just the opening day of the supermarket." Viscount Gambaf was amazed at Lu Feng's calmness and carefreeness. Moreover, look at him, the 4th prince is about to come to his door, and he is still worried about the matters of this currency supermarket. Lord Lu Feng is a capable man in the business of the city, but he just doesn't know how to fight on the battlefield. The 4th prince has an army of men and horses, but the Western city has only been prosperous for a year. If they fight each other, the Western city will not be able to avoid disaster. Viscount Genie also nodded in agreement. "Yes, at most in 2 days, the 4th prince will arrive here. After we have gathered enough intelligence, we will set off back." Ellie saw the 2 Viscounts Gambaf and Genie on the other side and pulled Lu Feng's hand. "Young master, the city lords of Michelle and Mar have arrived in the military port construction plan. Do we need to invite them to discuss it now?" Lu Feng shook his head and replied, "No need for now. Going there now will only make people feel like we need relief." Leopard, Sink from outside entered. He came to Lu Feng's side and whispered, "According to the response from the Air Force squad, the 4th prince's knights were approaching, and they were still 3 days away from Xiang City." Lu Feng replied, "Humph, it seems like some people are being pushed too far." Ellie immediately called all the managers together and prepared to hold a campaign meeting. "Yes, young master," Ellie replied, and went out to carry out the mission. In the city of Xiang, on the street, a loud noise rang out, a group of soldiers wearing neat uniforms, modern weapons walking on the street. The people around saw this scene, especially surprised. Everyone was discussing excitedly. Viscounts Gambaf and Genie looked at each other in surprise when they saw such a grand parade. Viscount Gambaf said to Viscount Genie beside him, "It seems that the army of the 4th prince has arrived, we should leave." Viscount Genie was surprised by the strength of Xiang City, saying, he didn't expect that the number of soldiers in Xiang City was quite small. In the study room of the city lord of Xiang City, everyone was discussing countermeasures for the upcoming battle. Lu Feng pointed to a point on the map and analyzed that the 4th prince's army was still 3 days away from Xiang City, so they were probably here. "We are here to intercept them." Nyoda was curious, this terrain was not very suitable, so he asked, "Young master, that is a barren field, this time we are not going to have an ambush again?" Lu Feng replied, "This time we are facing the enemy head-on, the ambush formation cannot be used every time." Lu Feng's mind was working at full capacity to analyze the situation, although the equipment of the soldiers under his command had far surpassed the level of this era. But most of the soldiers were rookies, now they needed a real battle to train them, to prepare them for the future attack on the mainland. After that, Lu Feng ordered everyone, our goal this time is to defeat the fourth prince in one go, and capture Somalia City at the same time. Nyoda, tell the new recruits to get ready, we will set off tomorrow morning. The logistics at Yusan will catch up after we set off, but don't stay too far away. Nyoda raised his hand in salute, understood. Ellie asked from the side, young master, why don't we take Tenzing City? Once we take Tenzing, the western land will be unified, and we can completely cut off ties with the mainland. Lu Feng thought for a moment, then replied, well, not for now, Tenzing City is an important point, in my military port plan, it will definitely be taken in the future. But right now, we have no reason to send troops to attack Tenzing City. If we force it, it might lead to a crisis in the other cities, once they unite, it will be a bit troublesome. Furthermore, to conquer a city, you can't just use the army. Running a city requires people to manage it. When we occupy a city, we have to put our own people in it and let them run the city. Only then will the city be useful to us. Although I have arranged for people to go to school to study and practice at the grassroots level, it will still take time for them to be able to carry it out on their own. Ellie saw Lu Feng thinking so thoroughly and looked at him with admiration. Young master, your thinking is so thorough. When will I be as powerful as you? Lu Feng patted Ellie's head, encouraging her, Ellie is also very formidable, this expedition, during the time I'm not here, Xiyang City will rely on you. Uncle Nyo Ben, Nicole and everyone will help you. Ellie was so happy that her face turned red when her head was wiped, her tail behind her wagging happily. Lu Feng also did not forget to add, also, Gaba, you give this document to Nuayu, let her release the news, tomorrow it will be in the newspaper. The person opposite respectfully nodded and agreed, yes. After assigning the work, Lu Feng said loudly, everything is ready to be in place. On the street corner of Xiyang City, the sound of newspapers being hawked echoed throughout the streets of Xiyang City, selling newspapers here, selling newspapers here. The fourth prince Ding Keita was plundering the wealth and food of the western region in preparation for rebellion. Lord Lu Feng received a commission from Princess Lucy, for the sake of peace in the western region, decided to send troops to punish the fourth prince. Everyone heard this news and discussed it enthusiastically. Oh my god, it turns out that King Yinglu was assassinated by the crown prince. I support Princess Lucy. I support Lord Lu Feng. This Ding Keita rebelled and he even wanted to come and take our food. I heard that Lord Lu Feng will hold a military parade at the school, let's go see. Everyone quickly gathered together to go to the school. Hearing those words, the two dukes Genie and Gambaf were extremely surprised, they didn't expect Lu Feng to act so quickly. Let's also go see the military parade, see what kind of power he has to deal with the fourth prince. At the school where the military parade was taking place, all the people of Xiyang City had long gathered here, everyone was excited and happy. Lu Feng stood on the stage, loudly declaring, everyone, right now, there are people like tigers stalking their prey, aiming at the assets we worked so hard to build, plotting to take everything from us. Does everyone agree? Everyone responded in unison, no, no, the sound echoed throughout the school. Lu Feng raised his hand, his voice full of spirit, good, for our lives, so that others will not easily look down on our homeland. Let us go defeat them, victory will definitely belong to us. Belong to us, belong to us. Lu Feng jumped on the horse, pulled the reins, gave the order, set off. Below were the people of Xiyang City, shouting in unison, Lord Lu Feng, congratulations on your victory, I support you, Lord City Lord. Lu Feng's army marched amidst the cheers and blessings of the entire population. Never before had the western city been so united. Even as the soldiers moved far away, the shouts of victory could still be heard. The two viscounts witnessed such a majestic parade for the first time. Both of them had changed their minds about the impending war. Viscount Genie said, my goodness, the equipment of these knights is really exquisite, moreover I have never seen any army with such great fighting spirit like theirs. Viscount Gambaf also added, I take back what I said earlier, Lu Feng is not sure to lose, it seems we do not need to leave here. Not far from Xiyang City, the army of the fourth prince led by Count Pulley was advancing towards Xiyang City. Viscount Lip said, our army has stretched too far, should we stop and reorganize a bit? The Count felt that the Viscount was worrying too much, so he replied in a disdainful tone, what is there to be afraid of, as long as we gather before the battle, that's right, are those nobles still following? Viscount Lip turned his head, looked behind him, and said, still following. The nobles of the towns we passed through, there was not a single one missing. They all followed behind, they couldn't be thrown away, I'm afraid they want our team to defeat Lu Feng, then go and get some good stuff. Then he snorted coldly, a bunch of worms. Count Pulley still had that indifferent attitude, it's fine, let them follow, wait until after capturing Lu Feng, then deal with them like traitors. I think these nobles have quite a few good things in their hands. The scouts ahead rode their horses from afar, shouted, reported, from afar appeared an army, numbering more than 1,000 people. The subordinate knelt down and replied. Count Pulley and his men stood on the hill, looking at the army of the western city. Doubtfully asked the scouts, that is, Lu Feng's army? The subordinate was also uncertain, saying, this matter is uncertain. Viscount Lip was helpless. Useless subordinate shouted, trash. From behind, someone came to announce, Count, the enemy has a messenger coming, saying that their lord has an invitation. The several counts looked at each other with doubt. At the camp where the soldiers of Xi'an City were stationed, Lu Feng was leisurely drinking tea, as if this was not a battlefield, but a trip. Mina stood by the side pouring tea, and when she saw the fourth prince's subordinates riding over, she whispered to Lu Feng. Young master, they're here. Lu Feng put the teacup down on the table, looking impatient as he said, I've boiled 3 pots of tea, you've made me wait too long. Then Lu Feng walked out of the camp, towards the count's group. Viscount Lip was a little surprised, his blue eyes twitched. Lu Feng, you still dare to leave Xi'an City? Lu Feng looked at the people in front and laughed, surrender, this is your last chance. Viscount Lip gritted his teeth, repeating, surrender. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand behind him and shouted. Baron Lu Feng, don't you see the great army behind me? These are 1,000 knights led by Count Pulley himself, do you think you can win? Count Pulley, who had a cold and sinister face, stepped aside. Viscount Lip, who was just now full of energy, was interrupted by his father and reluctantly replied, yes, yes. He looked at the resentful eyes in front of him, you are the Lu Feng who killed my 3 sons. Lu Feng closed his eyes and smiled, your son, there are really many people who died in my hands. If you can't remember, then it probably doesn't matter. Being spoken to so contemptuously, Viscount Lip was angry and growled, Lu Feng this bastard. Count Pulley curled one corner of his mouth and said, well, it has come to this and you still dare to provoke me. He pointed his finger at Lu Feng, do you dare to fight a noble battle with me? Under the bright sunlight, Lu Feng exuded even more charisma. He folded his arms and smiled, all right, he happily agreed. When Lu Feng left, Mina followed behind him and asked him something, young master, why do you have to agree to this troublesome matter? Just now, couldn't you have just given him 2 slashes and killed him directly? Lu Feng explained, Mina, don't forget, this time we mainly came to train soldiers. This is something new recruits have never experienced before, if you refuse, your morale might be damaged. By then, unnecessary losses will be caused, and it will be a mistake to the Western people. Therefore, you must accept this duel. Mina clenched one hand into a fist, then I'll prepare a bit, I'll go later. Lu Feng immediately said, the other side has said, it's a battle between nobles, and I'm not a noble, so of course you'll go. As he spoke, he gently stroked Mina's head. Furthermore, he was still not used to letting his woman fight and kill with other people. Just obediently wait for him to return victorious. Oh, what a heroic appearance. Mina looked at the person before her with a handsome and dashing appearance, truly a man of integrity, kind, economical, practical, and also delicate. Mina shyly looked at him softly, yes, young master. On this side, Viscount Lip turned to the side and said, Lord Pulley, why do we still have to fight with that Lu Feng? Just arrange the soldiers to charge forward and that would be enough. Count Pulley turned around and cursed, you fool, can't you see? We marched first, our ranks were already stretched, what kind of force would we have with this kind of charge? He looked over to the other side and saw his army of soldiers sitting tiredly and somewhat dejectedly under the midday sun. Lip saw the scene and immediately replied, no wonder Lord Pulley wanted to duel Lu Feng, it turned out he wanted to buy time for the knights to regroup, he thought it through very carefully. Then Lord Pulley, who should we send later? As soon as he finished speaking, Pulley looked to the side and said, oh, it's here as you say. In front was a tall young man with short brown hair, he was wearing knight armor, he placed his hand on his body and respectfully greeted, Lord Pulley, you were looking for me. Pulley walked closer and replied, I heard people say, you have fought many duels before, and have never lost, later you go deal with Lu Feng. Find a chance to kill him, no, capture him here. The young man bowed respectfully, yes. On this side, Lu Feng was wearing armor, riding a warhorse, and had a sword drawn in his hand. On the other side of the army, the young man sent by Count Pulley also rode his warhorse, slowly walking towards the front of the army. He held a spear in his hand and walked towards Lu Feng who was standing opposite. Above him, Leia also flew towards him with a spear in her hand. The sunlight was blinding, and the scene between the two sides became tense. So tense that even the sound of leaves falling under their feet could be heard. Under the sunlight, Leia spread her wings and hummed, showing off. She looked at Lu Feng below and remembered her younger sister begging her on the battlefield to protect the young master. She said, why are you in the army, why do you have to go out and fight someone alone? I really don't know what she was thinking. The young man in front raised his spear and pointed it at the person in front of him, uttering a powerful shout, kill. On the other side, Lu Feng just curled up the corners of his mouth without moving, his heart unchanging amidst the ever-changing world. Leia saw that and immediately rushed down, damn, she was scared silly. The other guy, holding a spear with a murderous will, rode his horse over, shouting with great momentum, "Ah!" Leia's eyes widened, and she said in her heart, "No, it's too late." On the other side, Count Pulley and Viscount Lip were also grinning triumphantly. On this side, Mina and Nyo Dai also widened their eyes and looked at the situation ahead with tension. The other guy also gritted his teeth, secretly laughing in his heart. He was sure to win. Lu Feng laughed, then a sound rang out. The knight in front had blood spurting from his neck, and his spear was cut off. It turned out that Lu Feng was faster than him, rushing forward, quickly running behind him and slashing at him. Like a bolt from the blue, the Count and Viscount on this side exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Above, Leia saw this situation and stopped. Hesitantly, "Here, Flay, are you sure this guy still needs me to protect him?" Count Pulley was furious, waving his hand forward and shouting. This useless man, Viscount Lip, gave the order to charge. His horse also jumped up with his fervent spirit. On this side, Viscount Lip also shouted, "Kill, kill for me." On Lu Feng's army side, Nyo Dai also gave the order, "The archers, prepare, shoot." Hundreds of arrows obeyed the command and shot forward. Count Pulley's army had no shields, and they were hit by arrows. Those who were hit by arrows shouted, "I'm hit by an arrow, save me." Some who were hit by arrows were shocked when they saw blood, blood, blood. They were already weak and still in the wind, afraid of blood, and still went to battle. Those who were hit by arrows on horseback quickly galloped to the back, ignoring their own soldiers and trampling them, fighting to get out of the way, not blocking their path. The scene was truly chaotic. The men holding shields blocked, the arrows went through. He turned pale and exclaimed, "What kind of bow is this that can shoot through the shield?" At this time, Lu Feng's war horses arrived. Mina led the army, raised her hand and shouted the command, charged, and gave victory to Lord Lu Feng. The group of new recruits, who were fighting for the first time, charged forward with great momentum. The sound of horses could be heard all around, and everyone was filled with enthusiasm as they shouted in unison, "Kill!" After the battle ended, Nyoda was guarding Count Pulley and Viscount Lip, who were tied up in front of him. The old count groaned with a miserable face, "Oh, my back." Beside him, the Viscount also groaned with a dejected face, "Oh, oh." The count turned his head and shouted, "I am a noble, you cannot treat us like that." Nyo Dai didn't say anything but knocked him on the head. He was now a prisoner, so be quiet, or else next time it wouldn't be a punch. The old man was punched, his face turned pale and he spat out all his saliva. He let out an ah sound. A lump as big as a fist appeared on his head. Lu Feng looked at Nyoda and said, "All right, Nyoda, arrange for someone to take them back to Xiang City." Nyoda replied solemnly, "I obey." Lu Feng turned around and said, "Then organize the army and went to Somalia." Nyoda put his hand on his forehead and seriously replied, "Yes." Count Pulley heard Lu Feng say that and exclaimed, "You came to Somalia, what are you going to do?" Under the sunlight, Lu Feng exuded the male lead Zora even more, his eyes emitting a faint smile. Of course he was going to suppress the rebels. In the outskirts of Somalia, it was already dark. From below came the sound of wild noise. "Hurry, hurry. Everything must be adjusted within 30 minutes, do you hear?" "Yes." It turned out that Lu Feng's army was preparing to attack that very night. Some were setting up traps, some were checking the bows and arrows, some were carrying barrels. Everyone was working hurriedly. On this side, Lu Feng entered the tent and gave each person a scroll, saying, "This is the defense intelligence of Somalia City that the intelligence team gathered, one piece for each person. Everyone must seriously remember the specific location on it. Nyoda, your mission is to defend the east gate of Somalia City and block their escape route." Ngudai nodded, understood. He continued to order, "Lelisa, your squad will ride the hot air balloon and coordinate with the archery team, suppressing all the enemies who resist, making it impossible for them to organize into an effective counterattack team." Lelisa immediately bowed her head and smiled in response. As soon as she heard, she knew it would be a very interesting battle. Lu Feng continued, "Leia, you and the bird tribe are responsible for covering Lelisa's balloon squad, capturing the west gate, and after success, firing the cannons." Leia heard that and said, "It's that simple, I know." Lu Feng turned to the side. Nyoer, after he saw the red signal, immediately led troops into Somalia City through the west gate, controlling the entire base on intelligence. Being ordered, Ngu Nhi solemnly placed his hand on his forehead, "Yes." Mina saw that everyone had been assigned tasks and turned to ask, "Young master, what about me?" Lu Feng looked at Mina and replied, "Mina, I need you to lead the wolf warrior squad and take advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the fortress. Capture that fourth prince. As long as they don't have a leader, this Somali city will fall immediately." Mina's spirit rose, "Just leave it to me." The couple just patted each other's heads. She was a bit shy and affectionate. After everything was done, Lu Feng immediately regained his solemn expression, "All right, time to act. At 1 a.m., we must capture Somalia City in one go. Tomorrow we will enter the city and hold a celebration party. We must be careful, I don't want to miss a single person at that time." Everyone in front said in unison, "Yes." Somalia at 1 a.m. All around was quiet. The Somali city's surveillance troops were patrolling above the city walls. Suddenly one of them looked up, his eyes bewildered. Look, what is that? Everyone looked up. Above was a hot air balloon flashing in the sky, its silhouette blurred under the moonlight, looking mysterious and a bit dangerous. All the patrolmen's faces changed color and they exclaimed, "Oh no!" Arrows shot down from the hot air balloon. The soldiers patrolling below were hit by arrows and cried out in pain. Lelisa took the lead in holding the bow and gave the order, "Everyone shoot freely, be careful not to let anyone make a warning sound." Understood. All the soldiers below were suddenly attacked and became chaotic. They shouted, "Careful not to be attacked," and ran out. They struggled to dodge the arrows that were raining down. A green-haired soldier turned to look at the person beside him and said urgently, "My lord, the distance is too far, our bows and arrows basically cannot reach them." The shield-bearer struggled to dodge the arrow, glanced at the hot air balloon and cursed, "Damn it, what the hell is that thing, is it witchcraft?" They were talking in chaos to each other. "Quickly, go ring the alarm bell." All the arrows split up and headed towards the bell. Don't let the enemy get close to the alarm bell, forcing them to quickly back up against the city wall. The blue-haired soldier immediately said, "Sir, we can't break through there, their arrows are too accurate." The so-called sir replied with a serious expression, "If one person can't break through, then many people, come up here for me, or I will kill you all right now." They had no way to resist the military order, they would be killed anyway, so they had no choice but to hold their shields and charge forward. Arrows kept falling like that. Some were killed, others struggled to escape. The green-haired soldier approached the bell, as if he was happy because the chance to live was right before his eyes. A streak of blood splattered, he quickly fell down, lying motionless in a pool of blood. Beside him someone holding a sharp spear walked over. Leia shouldered her spear and looked at him coldly, snorting. The Lord's face changed color when he saw this, he turned pale and crawled back. He looked at the female warrior in front with her imposing aura and was frightened and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Before his eyes, not only Leia, Lelisa and the group of soldiers on the hot air balloon were flying down from the wall. In the sky, a golden light flew up. Boom! A splash turned into fireworks in the brilliant sky. Over here, in some tunnel of Somalia. Hearing the signal of fireworks, Mina waved her hand to order the soldiers to advance. Hearing the noise outside, the fourth prince also stuck his head out the window to look. He looked up at the sky, fireworks. What time of year is it that someone would be shooting off fireworks? A sword raised in front, Sink rode his warhorse in front, the army behind shouted with great spirit, "Kill!" The mighty army entered the city with great spirit. At the military base in the west of the city, in Somalia. Now, everyone has just received news that the city is under attack. One of them is urgent, do not panic, quickly organize the team. Suddenly there was a shout, "Sir, be careful." He let out an ah sound and turned around just in time to see the dark-skinned youth's sword passing over his neck. Before he could react, blood spurted out and he died in a pool of blood. The scene was truly horrifying. At the same time, at the Somali bunker, a glass filled with wine fell. The fourth prince shouted with a look of surprise and anger. "What? Someone is attacking the city." He slammed his hand on the table. The subordinate in front bowed his head in fear. "Yes, your highness. The enemy is attacking fiercely, the west gate of the city has fallen." The fat prince asked, "What about their numbers?" The person below glanced around, trembling. "This? Still unclear." The old prince shouted angrily, "It was useless. The enemy had already reached the gate, and there were still no telling how many there were. It was useless." He clasped his hands behind his back, anxiously pacing back and forth, telling people to stop him. This city had 1,000 knights, protecting this city was absolutely no problem. "Did you hear that?" His subordinate nodded, not to mention bowing his head, he fell down. Beside him was a sword with drops of blood on it. Nina coldly looked at the person in front of her and said, "Stop shouting, it's so noisy." The fat figure in front was surprised, he turned to look at Mina, his expression changed. His mouth cursed under his breath, "Damn it," and he quickly turned around to run away. A knife was quickly pointed right in front of him, a powerful voice rang out, "Standing still." The old man did not dare to move. Mina approached. The fourth prince looked at the dark-skinned youth in front of him in fear. "Who are you? Attacking the prince in the city, threatening the royal family, is a serious crime." Mina walked over and patted him on the back of the neck, looking annoyed and letting out a sigh, "You really talk too much." She looked down at the fat body lying motionless on the ground, tied up. Yes. On the outskirts of Somalia, Lu Feng's tent still had a bright light. The sound of water being splashed on someone was heard, a bucket of cold water was poured right on the face of the fourth prince who was motionless and tied up. He had just fainted and was immediately woken up by a bucket of cold water. There was a cloth stuffed in his mouth. He was so angry that he couldn't speak clearly, only able to make a sound, hoo-hoo. Lu Feng said, let him talk. Yes, with that, Sink immediately went over and pulled the rag out of his mouth. Ding Keita immediately shouted, who are you guys, how dare you treat me like this? Lu Feng sat on the chair and looked at him who was tied up and kneeling at his feet, and smiled in response with his chin in his hand. How interesting, didn't you send someone to Shiyang City to invite me, and you don't even know me? Ding Keita suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, you are Lu Feng. A baron like you dares to treat the royal family like that, do you want to rebel? The words had barely left his mouth when his chin hit the ground, his teeth bit his tongue, and water sprayed out of his mouth. His face was pale, his eyes were dazed, he looked so miserable. Mina was angry, she stomped on his head until it smoked. Ding Keita cried out in tears, stop, I'm going bald, I'm going bald. Lu Feng saw this scene and laughed, Your Highness the Fourth Prince, don't be mistaken, I'm not the one who rebelled, I'm here to quell the rebellion. Mina turned her head to look at Lu Feng. He continued, drag him down, wait until we return to Shiyang City, then hand him over to Lucy to handle. Sink quickly helped the Fourth Prince up, raised his hand to his forehead and carried out the military order. Yes. The next morning, the sunlight began to shine, Somalia was in ruins after the battle. There were remnants of war everywhere, and the silence beneath the curtain was not as bustling as usual. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out from the middle of Somalia, Your Excellency Lu Feng, Your Excellency Lu Feng, help me. Outside, the nobles were being stopped by Lu Feng's soldiers. They looked at Lu Feng and smiled, Your Excellency Lu Feng, this is all a misunderstanding. I originally wanted to come to you, but the Fourth Prince didn't let me. Your Excellency Lu Feng. Your Excellency Lu Feng, don't you remember me? I went to your Shiyang City to participate in the auction before. Mina was angry and shouted, you guys. Lu Feng quickly put his hand on Mina's shoulder to stop her, saying, let's go. The leader saw Lu Feng leaving and his face darkened in panic, Your Excellency Lu Feng, don't go. Fortunately, Lu Feng's soldiers stopped him, otherwise, we would have run to hug the city lord. The two of them left for a while, out of sight of the crowd outside. Mina quickly turned back, her hands clenched into fists, and said with some anger, these nobles are really hypocritical, they bend to whatever the wind takes, they are truly shameless. Lu Feng looked into the distance and laughed heartily, don't mind those guys, you will see more and more of this kind of people. After saying that, he turned to look at Mina, that's right, take me to a pretty high place nearby, I want to confirm a few things. Mina was confused, oh. The two of them walked to an open area on the hill in front of Somalia City, where they could see the entire city ahead. The morning light shone down on the land, making it bright and radiant. Mina looked at Lu Feng holding the paper and leaned closer to ask, young master, did we arrange something here? Lu Feng immediately responded with an ah and said, you see. The western region is surrounded by mountains and rivers. The route to the western region from the mainland must pass through Somalia City. Whether going in or out, this is the route you must take. He pointed at the map and continued. The Fourth Prince had chosen this place as his stronghold correctly. Moreover, the land nearby was flat, and the territory had fertile soil, making it extremely suitable for large-scale farming. In the future, the development of Shiyang City would definitely move away from the city for farming. At that time, this place would be suitable to become the granary of the western region. Mina, send the news to Shiyang City later, tell Buff to choose a few employees to come and work here, we need to quickly put this place into operation. We also need to choose a few workers to carry out the preliminary planning of the farmland. Mina immediately nodded happily. Yes. The two of them quickly looked towards the panoramic view of Somalia City. Lu Feng smiled and said, wait until next year, this place will be a prosperous scene. In the land of chaos, first was the human noble territory, then was the Bella territory. A girl turned her head, seemingly surprised by something. Ryan, the fox girl, crossed her arms and exhaled, finally returning. She walked to the group of horsemen in front, approached a young man with 2 horns on his head and asked, how was the harvest today, did you get any barley? The young man got off his horse and replied, no. Those merchants got smart, they knew we were blocking robbers on this side, so they didn't go this way anymore. Ryan looked at Obi, his face worried, what should he do, the barley in the city wouldn't last much longer. Moreover, after Bella's reputation became known, more and more beastmen came here to seek refuge. The two of them looked at a wandering beastman sitting on the road. Quickly, a purple-haired girl came to the little girl and put a coat on her, covering the tattered shirt underneath. Obi, the beastman said, report to Bella-sama first, I have one more news to report. Yes. Over there, Bella in the room screamed. What? She slammed her hand on the table, Lu Feng declared war on the Fourth Prince of the Kingdom, what about Dees? Obi immediately replied, Sir Bella, calm down first. I heard that person say that Taeduong City is still peaceful, in the short term nothing will happen. Bella bit her hand, turning around and around worriedly. No, I have to think of a way to bring Dees back, it's too dangerous. She slammed her hand on the table a second time, waving her hand to give the order. Ryan, you go, you must bring Dees back, if she doesn't listen, even if she's tied up, you have to carry her back. Ryan was confused, I'm going. She raised her hand to speak, Bella, wait. Bella was angry, impatient, wait, what? Ryan replied, suddenly I remembered something like this, I heard that in Taeduong City, Miss Dees seems to hold a very important position. If that's the case, sending Miss Dees back now will give people the feeling of throwing stones down a well, and will also worsen the relationship between us and Xi'an City. Bella propped her chin on her hand, her eyes looking at Ryan anxiously, so what should she do? Ryan replied, don't we have a lot of stolen goods in our hands and don't know what to do with them? Why don't we take them to Xi'an City, under the pretense of trading, and then secretly convey Lord Bella's orders to Miss Dees? I think Miss Dees will listen. Bella nodded, well, that made sense. Then do it, Obi, you take the goods to the west, Ryan, you go with Obi. Ryan immediately said, I have to go too. Bella nodded, Obi is stubborn and stupid, I am not at ease, it is better if you go with him. Obi glared at Bella, as if he was offended. At the city lord's mansion of Taeduong City, a bustling sound was heard from inside. Take this document to the fabric factory. The person next to him took the document and said, Miss Ellie, you've worked hard. After saying that, he handed another set of documents to Ellie and said, Miss Ellie, this market report needs your review. The staff standing opposite looked at Ellie, preparing to listen to her orders. Ellie took the report, opened it, and said, the currency supermarket is having problems again because of those nobles. Tell the security department to manage it. By the way, let them bring the management books for me to see. Report the water project. I'll take a look. No problem. Continue. Pay attention to construction safety. The iron ore in Ryan City is as previously stated, in warehouse number 5 of the ferry terminal. Remember to tell the security department to arrange personnel. Nicole continued, this is a mistake. Last week's income was calculated to be more than 700 yuan. Please check the expense report from yesterday for me. She looked at the paper in her hand and exclaimed in surprise. What? There's a problem with this store. Let me check. You guys investigate it again. Report to me when there's progress. In the room, people were coming and going busily. Lucy walked over and observed this scene. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It seemed that the reason why Xi'an City was able to develop so quickly was because, other than Lu Feng, the others were all experts. But to be able to gather these people together and let them show off their expertise in their respective fields. Your Excellency Lu Feng is truly amazing. Nicole looked up when she saw someone approaching. Your Highness Lucy. Feeling bored? Lucy awkwardly smiled and replied. Oh, no, Nicole looked at her and said. Oh right, Your Highness Lucy. Xi'an City is currently preparing to launch a new product. It is in need of opinions from the nobility. Unfortunately, in the city, except for the young master, there are no nobles. If Her Highness Lucy could come and help as a princess, it would be a big help. Behind, Ellie, upon hearing the city lord's voice, quickly turned around, eyes wide and teeth bared, watching. Lucy hummed. Ellie shouted from behind. Nicole, I'm a princess too. Why didn't you look for me? Nicole turned back and smiled. Okay. How about Ellie come with us? It's been a busy day. Let's take a break. Ellie quickly ran out. Her face was expectant. Wait for me. Lucy asked in confusion. What is it? Nicole raised her index finger and said. Listen to the young master. It's something that excites women. Lucy's expression changed as she immediately thought of something and shyly said, something that excites women. Could it be? Could it be? She shyly clenched her hands into fists. Lu Feng was really shameless. Beside her, Ellie and Nicole looked at the other person's expression and made big question marks above their heads. At the same time, Lu Feng sneezed. Mina was worried. Did the young master catch a cold? Should I get him a coat? Lu Feng scratched his head and replied as he rode his horse. Someone must be talking behind his back. Finished, all three people went to the living room. The mansion of the Taeduong City Lord. On the table, Nicole brought out a set of items. It looked like makeup. Princess Lucy and Ellie. Four Eyes looked at the strange items in surprise. Princess Lucy picked up a bottle. She looked up at the strange colored powder inside. This is what can drive women crazy. Ellie's eyes were excited. These were all new things to her. She exclaimed. Wow, it's cosmetics. Nicole held a lipstick cover and observed it. She looked at Ellie in surprise. Ellie, you know? Where did you see it? Ellie smiled and said, never seen it before. Nicole twitched the corner of her mouth. She didn't know what these things were for. So why get so excited? Ellie wished she could hype up her young master even more. After all, whatever the young master took out was good. It was worth getting excited about. The two people beside her stared at the fox like crazy fans. Nicole held the lipstick cover and began to introduce the uses of these items. The young master said that these items could make women more beautiful. Ellie picked them up and looked at them with a doubtful look. Oh, how could this thing make someone more beautiful? Lucy sighed in relief. It turns out it makes people more beautiful. I thought so. What did I think? What a dirty mind. Nicole turned to look at the person next to her. Lucy, please sit down first. Lucy was stunned for a second. Huh? Okay. Lucy closed her eyes and let Nicole get to work. She wondered, Nicole, how are these makeups made? Nicole picked up a box of powder, applied it with her clean fingers, and explained. The recipe was given to me by the young master. The ingredients are beeswax, flower petals, vegetable oil, and pearl powder. Lucy quickly opened her eyes. Stop, tapioca pearls, is that the tapioca pearls I was thinking about? Nicole had already reached her hand in front of Lucy's eyes when she stopped. She nodded, yes, it was pearls ground into powder. Seeing Lucy's surprised expression, Ellie waved her hand. You don't need to be so surprised, we don't lack pearls. The princess in front of her smiled brightly, but her heart was bitter. There was no shortage of pearls, yet a princess like her did not dare to say such words. Nicole started doing Lucy's makeup for a while. The last time she leaned close to Lucy and smiled, and said, and this last time I'll do my eyebrows. Done, Lucy is so beautiful. Nicole's eyes lit up as she looked at the work she had just drawn before her eyes. Ellie's eyes lit up too. Her tail wagged happily. Wow, Lucy, you look more like a princess than a princess now. Lucy said as she took the mirror that Nicole gave her. But I'm already a princess. Before she could finish speaking, she saw a beautiful person in the mirror and was stunned. The young girl in the mirror had a face like jade, her blue eyes and willow leaf eyebrows looked both gentle and sharp. Her rosy cheeks had a hint of vitality, and her lips were plump. Lucy also looked at herself in the mirror in a daze. This is me. She remembered the words of the city lord. This could definitely drive women crazy, especially nobles. Ellie ran over and hugged Nicole. She wagged her tail like a fan. Her eyes were pleading. Nicole, I want to try too. Nicole smiled and said. Okay. I'll draw it for you. Suddenly a servant came and announced. Miss Nicole. Miss Ellie. Miss Lucy. Lord Lufeng is returning to the city. He's almost there. Nicole and Ellie were like crazy fans who had almost seen their idol. They both lit up. Their faces were shocked. Really? At the gate of Xi'ang City. The people shouted in unison. Congratulations to Lord Lufeng on his triumphant return. Lufeng, Mina, and Lelisa rode their horses leading the cavalry into the city gate. Above, fireworks filled the sky. Below, the people happily welcomed Lufeng. Congratulations to Lord Lufeng on capturing Somalia City. There were two strange merchants in the group. The one with the ponytail turned to the one wearing the hat and said. Although the news was published yesterday. But I didn't expect Lufeng to actually be able to return unharmed. The other one looked at the group of people riding horses in front and said. That's right. Looks like I have to quickly meet Lufeng and talk. If it's too late, I won't be able to get any other good stuff. On this side, Lufeng's group had returned triumphantly. Lufeng and Mina entered the Qingju residence. Lufeng looked at Nicole and Lucy at the door and smiled. I'm back. Nicole had been standing at the door for a long time. Raise your hand to invite. Welcome back, young master. Lucy's face was radiant with makeup. Congratulations, Lufeng. Mina saw the beautiful girl in front of her and exclaimed, Lucy, you're so beautiful. Lufeng beside her also exclaimed. Looks like the cosmetics are here. Lucy was shy. Yes, Nicole told me to check the effect a bit. Lufeng smiled and said. Lucy, so beautiful. With you here, I can consider myself a living advertisement. Young master, everyone heard the call and turned their eyes towards the source of the sound. Everyone was stunned. Only Mina saw the person coming and laughed so hard that her mouth was watering. The person who came wore gaudy makeup, somewhat confusing. Her cheeks were bright red like two balloons glued to her face. Ellie's bright red mouth pursed. "What are you laughing at, you naughty cat?" Mina couldn't hold it in anymore. She laughed out loud. Nicole and Lucy beside them were afraid that this fox wouldn't be able to hold back and bear its claws, so they covered their mouths to keep themselves from laughing out loud. Only the city lord Lu Feng, he did not laugh at her mockingly but gently approached her. He wiped away the flashy makeup on her cheeks. "Her lipstick hasn't been applied yet. Idiot." Being touched by Lord Lu Feng's gentle touch on her cheek, Ellie became dumbfounded. Oh. She was embarrassed, quickly coughed twice to regain her composure and not be too shocked on her face. Young master. After the news of victory spread, many people came to greet you. The invitations were already piled up on the table. Lu Feng remembered the noisy crowd outside the door inside. "I've been enlightened. But, for now, I don't plan to meet them. I know very well what they want, but I can't easily let them get what they want." Ellie frowned, so the young master decided. Lu Feng continued, saying to the group, "I won't be receiving any guests for the next 2 days, but I will hold a fashion show. Then I will discuss cooperation with the merchants." Ellie quickly nodded, understanding. Lu Feng looked down at Ellie and continued. "Including the right to rent out fabric-making techniques." Ellie's eyes widened and her mouth fell open. She was so surprised that her face turned pale. "Huh? Fabric-making techniques? Those people would go crazy." Lu Feng smiled confidently as if nothing had happened. He turned his head to look at Princess Lucy. "I'm taking Ding Keita back to Xi'an City. What are you going to do?" Lucy was a little surprised when asked. She frowned slightly and then smiled. "Well, let's lock him up for now. I haven't thought about what to do yet." Lu Feng nodded in agreement. At the same time, outside the western city gate, people were walking around busily. It was truly a bustling urban scene. Obi and Ryan stood from afar watching. Seeing this scene, Ryan was a bit surprised. "Hey, why is the western city so peaceful?" Obi stood by and said. "That's right, the war has come to that point." A passerby heard the two strangers in front of him talking in a daze. He clasped his hands and stopped to explain. "The war ended a long time ago. Our Lord Lu Feng returned victorious." Obi and Ryan stared wide-eyed. It was over. The old man shook his head in frustration. What village did he come from that his information was so slow? The two people left behind were bewildered. Silence, ellipses appeared above their heads one after another. Not knowing what to say, Obi looked down at Ryan and asked, "So do we still need to pick up Dees?" Before Ryan could reply, a loud voice suddenly called from afar. "Ryan, Obi." Under the bright sunlight, two beastmen, a male tauren and a female fox, smiled brightly in response. Come here." The fox girl waved enthusiastically in greeting. "Miss Dees." Dees rushed over and hugged Ryan tightly. Her eyes were filled with tears of emotion. She said, "It's really two people. They said two people came, I still don't believe it. Long time no see." Hug. "How is it? Is everyone okay?" Ryan was hugged unexpectedly. Helplessly cried without making a sound. Pushed Dees away. Hoo, let me go." Looking at the two humorous girls in front of him, Obi smiled and said, "Hee, very good. Coming here, I also wanted to eat something. But I also wanted to sell some things to buy food to bring back. I also wanted to take her." Before Obi could finish his sentence, Dees excitedly turned to speak to the policeman behind him. "Axe, quickly deliver the goods to Ellie. Just say the caravan wants to do business. I'll take my friends for a tour of the western city first. Besides, they're tired from the trip. Help them make some arrangements." The beastman policeman behind happily accepted. Reply. "Miss Dees, rest assured. We will definitely take care of our guests." A little surprised to see everyone listening to Dees like that, Obi asked, "Miss Dees, you are in Xi'an City. Can you still order others around?" Dees sternly corrected that deviant thought. What kind of commanding and harsh words? Just asking for help. Then she walked towards the city gate and continued. "Come, I will take you two to the western city to play." The three of them slowly walked around and enjoyed the scenery of the western city. Looking at the rice fields stretching to the foot of the mountains in the distance. Lush green, people are working hard in the fields. Obi exclaimed. "Here are so many fields. How much effort must it take to grow so much?" Ryan, who was standing beside him, was also surprised. "After a few months, the food here will probably be enough for us to eat for a whole year. No, several years to be exact." Suddenly, the counting sounds rang out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Catching the fox girl's attention. She turned around and said. The momentum was high, full of spirit. Elite, did the Western City have such good soldiers? It turned out that the counting sound came from the platoon of soldiers marching past. Elite soldiers who were well trained. The momentum was overwhelming. He led the two of them to the pride of the Western City. The bridge across the river. Seeing such a large, sturdy bridge spanning a long stretch of the river, Obi exclaimed. That's a bridge. Why is it so large? Dees replied proudly. He. Scared? At first I was also very surprised. Ryan thought to himself. Lu Feng's business in Xi'an City is so good. Moreover, it seems that Dee's status here is not small. If that's the case, can we really take Miss Dees away? Listening to the conversation, Ryan asked firmly. Miss Dees. I want to ask. Before she could finish, Dees spoke. Oh, right. Ryan, you and Obi must be hungry after walking for so long, right? Let's go eat first. We'll take a walk in the afternoon. Ryan hesitated. Okay. At this time, in the Western Ocean City. The city lord's study. Lu Feng was sitting there studying the documents intently. Ellie and Mina came over and said anxiously. Young master, the goods that Dees brought have been processed. Lu Feng was surprised. Oh, so fast? Ellie's face was full of things she wanted to say. She looked at Mina as if she realized something was wrong. Lu Feng was worried. What's wrong with you two? Did something happen? Ellie held out the pile of things carefully wrapped in a towel and said, Young master, take a look for yourself. Looking at the vases placed on the table, Lu Feng said, this should look a bit familiar. In the drunken Shaolu of 11yang City, a sumptuous and fragrant dining table was filled with all kinds of dishes from heaven and earth. From fresh seafood to golden chicken and beef, meticulously prepared. A deep and alluring aroma of food. Ryan put his chopsticks on his hand and said seriously. Miss Dees, I have something to say. Before he could finish his sentence, Dees brought a piece of food to his mouth and said. Ryan, try this. Ryan opened his mouth to receive the food. His face became excited, his eyes widened and he exclaimed with enjoyment. Oh my god, it's delicious. Dees replied with satisfaction, yes, I really like this dish. Beside him, Obi was busily picking up food, his hands and mouth moving non-stop, eating like a wolf or tiger. He kept praising it, it's so delicious, why is it so delicious? Dees was afraid that Obi would choke if he ate like that, so he reminded him to eat slowly, no one would fight over it. Ryan chewed his food and thought, no, he can't forget about the main thing. After swallowing his food, Ryan was about to continue speaking, but was interrupted by a policeman who came forward. Miss Dees, the city lord wants to see your friend, he asked you to come to the castle. Miss Ryan was interrupted, thinking, why interrupt me? In the study of the city lord of Xi'an City, Lu Feng was sitting with his hands on his hips, thinking, saying, regarding everyone's things, we in Xi'an City will not accept them. Obi suddenly said loudly, why, our goods are clearly so good. Ryan also continued, Lord Lu Feng, I know that the business is your own will, but I really want to know, why can Xi'an City accept goods from other places, but not ours? Lu Feng calmly explained, this time the goods are indeed very good, but they are exactly the same as our Xi'an City. Ryan heard that and asked, Lord Lu Feng, what do you mean? Ellie, who was standing to the side, spoke up at this time. She didn't understand why, but this item was produced by Xi'an City. You guys took the goods from Xi'an City to sell, and then sold them back to Xi'an City. Do you understand? Hearing that, Obi and Ryan angrily said, I know, it's these humans who want to swallow those goods, what evidence do you have to prove that these things are produced by Te Duong Tan? Dees clenched his fists in anger and punched Obi painfully, saying, don't be rude to the young master. The young master is not that kind of person. In Dees's mind, he agreed so easily, could it be that he was in the young master's heart? Lu Feng turned around and happily patted Dees on the shoulder, saying, it's been a long time since you've seen your sister. How about this? I'll give you half a month off to stay with your sister. Dees stuttered, just a vacation. Seeing that Lu Feng misunderstood his meaning, Ryan hurriedly explained, Lord Lu Feng, that's not what we meant. Before he could finish his sentence, Ryan was stunned by Dees's actions. Dees then kissed Lu Feng on the cheek and said, young master, thank you. Dees's natural and carefree actions made Lu Feng's cheeks blush with embarrassment. Ellie and Mina shouted angrily, she again. Seeing Dees acting so naturally, Ryan thought, could it be that the relationship between Miss Dees and this human noble is not normal? Then Dees, along with Ryan and Obi, set out to return home. Ellie sighed sadly, she rested her chin on her hand and said, not knowing where Dees had gone. Nicole was holding a teapot and asked, missing her so quickly. Ellie huffed and crossed her arms in response. I don't even remember her. She's not here, so no one will compete with me for food. Lu Feng calmly reassured Ellie. She was worried about her safety. Don't worry, those people were Deesa's friends, it was nothing. On the contrary, how are the preparations for tomorrow's fashion show going? Ellie replied excitedly, everything is ready, just waiting for tomorrow's debut. Outside on the street, people passing by were admiring the view of the Western Park. This place is so beautiful. The two boys were talking about the park. The Western Park had just opened, it certainly wasn't built for a fashion show. The young man replied, how could that be? Lord Lu Feng said before, this place is for us to have fun and relax, it was built for us. Suddenly the two of them laughed loudly, full of gratitude to Lu Feng. It is still Lord Lu Feng who was good to us, long live Lord Lu Feng. In the glass building, people were flocking in to visit. Viscount Genie and Viscount Gambaf stood in a corner of the glass building watching the crowd jostling and pushing each other. Viscount Genie took out a handkerchief from his body and wiped his sweat while saying, this greenhouse is big, but it's too hot, why doesn't Baron Lu Feng build a platform like the one in the open-air city? Viscount Gambaf seemed indifferent, crossed his arms and replied, let's ignore the greenhouse. Didn't Lu Feng already post the news about renting out sewing techniques, but he hasn't officially met the customer yet. He's clearly pretending on purpose, making people curious. Viscount Genie frowned and replied, even though he knew he was trying to make us curious, there was nothing we could do. The initiative was no longer in our hands. Viscount Gambaf looked at Viscount Genie's sweat dripping down his face and said, it's too hot, so take off your hat. Suddenly the two fell silent, lost in thought. The quality of the fabrics in Xi'an City was very good. If they could really obtain their fabric production techniques, then Mars City and Michelle City would definitely become prosperous big cities. At this time, behind the catwalk, everyone was busy preparing for tonight's event. Lu Feng and Ellie were checking and surveying the surroundings. Lu Feng said, how is it Ellie, is there any problem in front of the stage? Ellie replied, no problem. Young master, everyone is here. I suspect all the nobles in Xi'an City are below. In a moment, the clothing sales will definitely explode. Ellie was talking excitedly when she suddenly frowned and continued with a worried expression. But, young master, do we really have to teach them sewing techniques? We can produce and sell them ourselves, is that not okay? After teaching them the techniques, everyone can produce. Our consumption will no longer be dominant, they will compete with us. Lu Feng smiled and replied, as long as we continue to create new types of products, we have nothing to fear. It seemed that Lu Feng had already made up his mind. He continued, my plan is to make Xiyang the technical center of Xijing, not the manufacturing base of Xijing, so as long as I master the complete technology, that will be enough. Ellie exclaimed in surprise, the young master's idea is to let them work for us. Like clothes, we buy the raw materials they produce, design them into clothes and then sell them, right? Lu Feng patted Ellie's head and praised her. It was almost like that, Ellie was really getting smarter. Ellie smiled until her face was red, her cheeks were rosy, her eyes were sparkling. Ellie asked again, so later we will meet the nobles to teach them the technique, right? Lu Feng replied, before teaching techniques, one must first discuss the 3 chapters of the law with them. The fashion show has begun, Nicole is the MC of the program. She smiles brightly, speaks brightly, greets everyone, today is the summer fashion show, the first show is summer clothes. The first set is comfortable clothes to wear at home, short sleeve shirt with cool look. 2 male and female models stepped out in eye-catching summer outfits with fresh designs that brought a breath of fresh air to the fashion industry. The appearance of the female model also made the audience below restless. In the audience, people were talking, oh my god, what is that female model wearing on her face? So beautiful. Her cheeks are beautiful. That's right, her mouth is beautiful too. Count Genie opened his mouth in surprise, his hands still wiping sweat as he thought, wow. It looks so cool, I didn't expect clothes to be wearable like this, maybe I should buy a set. One of the guests thought to himself, Lu Feng probably didn't intentionally heat up the temperature in the glass room so we could buy these clothes, right? Nicole's voice rang out, the second set was the outerwear. The male model walked out, wearing trousers, shirt, 73 parted hair, wearing sunglasses, one hand in his pocket, smiling, looking like a Korean idol. The female model was no less beautiful, she wore a sleeveless flared dress, glasses pinned to her pink hair, looking like an urban hot girl. Nicole continued, tomorrow, at the Western City Fashion Store, she will be able to buy it. The cat-eared girl, her eyes shining, pressed her hand to her cheek, her face full of longing and admiration, said, what did the model's friend put on? How is it so beautiful? Nicole also introduced the cosmetics that the female model used. The female model used something called makeup. There were 3 makeup products in total, including eyebrow pencil, blush to make the user's face more beautiful, and lipstick to make the lips more beautiful. Our cosmetics are in rapid production, but because the items are delicate and the raw materials are rare, the output is limited. Please wait. The sisters' eyes were blazing like fire, their hands clenched, their spirits high as they said, "This is great. I will definitely buy it. Limited quantity. Humph, I will definitely buy it." Viscount Genie and Gambaf were stunned, looking at each other, speechless, thinking to themselves, he really knows how to make money, too many new things. But this also showed clearly, as long as you follow him, you will definitely make money. While he was deep in thought, Nyowu respectfully bowed his head and greeted him. "Hello Viscount Gambaf, Viscount Genie. Lord Lu Feng has invited everyone to discuss the technical aspects of fabric making. Please follow me." The two Viscounts answered loudly. "All right." Arriving at the meeting room, Viscount Gambaf lifted the curtain and entered. He looked around the room and saw that everyone was already seated. He thought to himself, looking at this position, Lu Feng had invited quite a few people. Viscount Genie and Gambaf stood there, hesitating, not daring to take their seats. Lu Feng saw that everyone was present and said, "Everyone has received the invitation to come here. I will stop chatting. What do you think of Shiyang City?" Viscount Genie laughed and replied. "Ha, Your Excellency Lu Feng, look at what you said. Shiyang City is naturally very beautiful." Then, everyone said in unison, "Shiyang City is a city of miracles." That's right, the city is clean and prosperous. Lu Feng's eyes lit up, looking proud, and he smiled in response. "So everyone, why do you think Shiyang City developed so quickly, while your city did not?" A noble wearing a brown vest and hat spoke. This, of course, was because Shiyang City had Lord Lu Feng as its leader. The Viscount sitting next to him said, "My place has no resources." The noble sitting next to him also said, "I have no technology, the city can only produce a little food, barely enough to eat." Ellie frowned, crossed her arms and said, over and over again, "It's not because you guys are too poor." The three nobles were stunned, my face darkened, I thought to myself, oh, that makes sense, we have nothing to argue with. Lu Feng continued, "You are all city owners, you know that developing a city requires money, and you also know that maintaining a city requires a huge amount of money, so today I called you all here to ask you. Do you want to come with me to make money?" The city lords heard this and their eyes lit up, their mouths opened wide and they said, "Let's make money together." Viscount Genie replied loudly, "Of course he wanted to." Viscount Gambaf asked back, "How to get it?" Lu Feng gave a meaningful smile and said, "That's good," then he snapped his fingers. Ellie held up a stack of reports and distributed them to everyone. Viscount Gambaf asked in surprise. "This is... So it's the Western Chamber of Commerce Treaty?" He asked again, "The Trade Association Agreement." Lu Feng continued, "You guys, if you want me to bring everyone along to make money, that's no problem, but you guys have to sign the Western Trade Association Agreement first." Viscount Genie and Gambaf read the treaty in their hands and muttered. Lu Feng continued, "After becoming our people, we slowly told everyone." At the end of the meeting, Viscounts Genie and Gambaf returned with faces full of thought and confusion. Genie said, "I still have a feeling of unreality." Gambaf replied, "Yes, too many things have happened these past few days. When I first heard that Lu Feng had rejected the fourth prince, I thought that Xi'an City would be in trouble, but who would have thought that he would kill the fourth prince?" Everyone on the street was talking and laughing happily as they watched the performance. Viscount Genie sighed and continued, "Who would have thought that at first I only came to the west to do business, but in the end we ended up being tied together." Viscount Gambaf said, "It's not that he and Xi'an City are tied together, it's Lu Feng who ties Xijing together." That conference. On the outside, Lu Feng is leasing us production technology, using 10% of the profits as a deposit. In reality, Lu Feng is using us to establish a trade association. Viscount Genie frowned and asked, "What's wrong with this guild? Isn't it good for everyone to make money?" Viscount Gambaf explained gently, "Lu Feng indeed gave us a way to make money, but in the future, we cannot help but go back and forth with Lu Feng. After signing this contract, our production and business must all follow Lu Feng's rules, and all the cities in the western region will be united into one. From now on, whoever wants to leave this guild must make clear calculations." Viscount Genie wondered, why? Gambaf's face was very tense as he replied, "Because once someone wanted to withdraw from the Chamber of Commerce, it would be considered as betraying the entire western region, and at that time, they would become a common enemy, making it difficult to take even half a step forward. Think about it, the manufacturing technology is in Lu Feng's hands, if you take it out, he can immediately find someone else to replace you. Others will not risk making Lu Feng unhappy, but take the goods from there." Viscount Gambaf sighed and continued, "Even if he mastered the technique, no one would dare to buy the products he made. Furthermore, once he breached the contract, Lu Feng would have a legitimate reason to interfere in the management of his city, and even take the opportunity to invade and annex it." Genie replied, "But, if following Lu Feng can make money, why should I withdraw? Staying with Lu Feng won't make me feel regretful, so I might as well say that since the fourth prince lost, I've been planning to cooperate with Lu Feng. Viscount Gambaf smiled and replied, Genie, that's right, being able to cooperate with Lu Feng is the best result. Viscount Genie patted his chest in relief. Now that the contract has been signed, my heart is at ease. Unfortunately, I cannot discuss it privately with Lu Feng, Viscount Gambaf replied. Don't worry, there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. On the way back, suddenly, the palanquin stopped in front of the two people. A small hand lifted the curtain. So it was Nicole. She spoke. Two viscounts, my young master wants to see you. The two men were stunned, not understanding what was going on. In the living room, Lu Feng spoke up. This time, he invited the two of you here mainly to discuss some matters regarding the fabric business. Viscount Gambaf asked in surprise, don't we just need to deliver the finished cloth to the merchant? Viscount Genie continued, yes, isn't that what everyone does? Lu Feng replied confidently, do you two know that in this contract, 7 cities have chosen weaving technology? Genie wondered, with so many people, wouldn't it be the right time? Lu Feng continued, he guessed correctly, the fabrics in the western region would become worthless, no matter how much you produce, you won't earn much. Viscount Gambaf continued to ask, Lord Lu Feng called us here to solve this problem? Lu Feng smiled meaningfully and replied, I really don't dare hide it from you that I intend to sell goods to the western region, for example, to the foreign kingdom. Viscount Genie said blankly, Your Excellency Lu Feng, selling to foreign kingdoms is indeed a good way, but we don't understand the outside world, and transportation is also a problem. Lu Feng confidently replied, don't worry about this, I'm building a fleet. In the future, Xi'an City can help everyone transport goods out of the western region for trade. Viscount Genie breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Lord Lu Feng has thought it all out. That's good, haha. Viscount Gambaf asked again, Lord Lu Feng called us here, there must be something that needs our support. Lu Feng replied, in order for the fleet to be able to go out to sea normally, I need to build a port in a city near the sea for loading and unloading goods, which includes the two people's city. The two princes' eyes lit up, imagining the splendid scene of the fleet. Asked in surprise, building a port in our place, a port like the Western Ocean. Lu Feng replied, yes, but this port is not open to the outside world, it is only used for the Western fleet. Furthermore, for the safety of the goods, I will send troops to guard it. Viscount Gambaf wondered, guard troops. Your Excellency Lu Feng, there is no precedent for arranging troops in another noble's territory, can't we use our knights? Lu Feng's eyes were cold as he replied, if it were everyone else, would everyone be willing to give valuable goods to outsiders for protection? Viscount Gambaf thought to himself, arranging the army is too dangerous, if Lu Feng has any thoughts, we won't be able to react in time and will be captured. Genie spoke, our Blackwater City agrees to Lord Lu Feng's conditions. Anyway, Blackwater City doesn't have anything that Lu Feng is interested in, so I might as well join his business association to make money. Lu Feng replied, okay, then later, I will send people to transport supplies over there to build the port. Viscount Genie and Gambaf looked at each other silently, thinking, we don't need to spend money on building the port, but the army. Lu Feng reassured the two viscounts, I can understand your worries, cooperation is free. If you feel awkward, then there is no need to force yourself, I can change to another city. Unfortunately, the transport fleet has limited capacity, so I intend to increase some benefits for the cities that cooperate. The two viscounts eagerly replied in unison, I also agree to the city lord's conditions. The two viscounts thought to themselves, hoo-hoo, the commercial benefits are really too attractive. Lu Feng smiled contentedly and took out the contract. Great, then let's sign the contract. In the royal palace at this time, the first Prince Lucia slammed the table, angry, shouting, Kailak deserves to die. And Benson, these two old men, dared to disobey my orders, refusing to send troops to attack Green. He calmly thought about it, but I can't do anything to them, this throne still needs their support. Damn it, only one of the 3 Grand Dukes helps me, damn it, the Grand Prince shouted loudly, hateful. Just a little bit more, that throne would have been mine, it's all in that piece of paper. Suddenly, a person from the Yinglu Kingdom's divine religion walked in, he calmly said, Your Highness, the person delivering the news in the royal capital a while ago, found out. Crown Prince Lucia asked urgently, who is it? The cult leader replied, 11 Jing, the master of 11 Yang City, Lu Feng. The Crown Prince's face darkened, his eyes cold as he asked back. Lu Feng. Lucia stroked her chin and thought, this name is so familiar. The priest continued, the perfume that Miss Darlene bought before was created by him, he even sent someone to the West City to get the perfume formula from him. Crown Prince Lucia replied, remembering, but he was just a young baron in the distant western region, how could he issue papers from the sky in the royal capital? The name in the cult continued, according to intelligence, Lu Feng's subordinates have birdmen, the Dew clan can fly freely in the sky, this matter is naturally very easy. Lucia asked in surprise, being able to fly freely in the sky, so Lucy's disappearance was also his doing. The other guy replied, yes, the eldest Prince Lucia frowned in anger, he shouted loudly, hateful. Trash blocking the way, immediately send troops, I must kill him. The person in the sect calmly explained and advised the crown prince, "No, your highness, I think it is not appropriate to send troops now. Lu Feng's current power cannot be underestimated." Not long ago, the fourth prince who had developed in the western region came into conflict with Lu Feng. Lu Feng used Princess Lucy's name to punish and capture the fourth prince. Crown Prince Lucia was extremely surprised. He didn't expect Lu Feng, whom he looked down on, to be so bold. He was too bold. What? The name of the cult continued. Moreover, the three dukes in the royal capital now all have their own ambitions. Once you send the knights to the western region to punish Lu Feng, I'm afraid the situation in the royal capital will become even more unfavorable. The first prince was stunned. Yes. Then he shouted again. But I can't just watch Lucy grow strong in the western region. Sooner or later, she will attack here. Lucia thought to herself, this Lu Feng must be the weapon that Lucy prepared to fight for the throne. How hateful. On the surface, she appears to have no interest in the throne, but on the inside, she is preparing many things. She is truly my good sister. The cult leader smirked sinisterly and said, Your Highness, I have a way to eliminate Lu Feng and ensure the peace of the royal capital. Grand Prince Lucia asked curiously, how? The priest continued. As far as I know, Duke Kailak's daughter Catherine was also taken away by Lu Feng. You can give him an order to punish Lu Feng. Lucia replied, he wouldn't listen to orders. He wasn't stupid, he wouldn't give up the power he had built up over the years in the royal capital. The priest continued. Your Highness, as long as we lure enough bait in the western region, Duke Kailak will obey our orders. Grand Prince Lucia asked again, not quite understanding. What do you mean? The cult leader said calmly, the western region is currently controlled by Lu Feng. So, can we divide the western region to Kailak and let him handle it? At this rate, the balance in the capital will be broken, and we can take over the entire capital. After the capital calms down, we will send troops to conquer the western region. With Lu Feng's current power, I'm afraid Duke Kailak will have to spend some effort to take over the western region. At that time, no matter who wins or loses, we will all be the fishermen who benefit. Crown Prince Lucia pondered, although the western region was remote, it was also vast. If Kailak could stand firm, it would also pose no small threat to him. The Crown Prince frowned and thought it over, but what the third deacon said made sense. After brainwashing the eldest Prince Lucia, he went to Kailak Palace to talk, forming a faction, and forming a strong alliance against Lu Feng. The above was the eldest prince's idea, the person in the religion said. Duke Kailak heard the proposal and thought for a moment. He wanted to save Princess Lucy and capture the young Baron Lu Feng. After he succeeded, he would give the western region to me. Was Lucia cutting off the peace with me, or did she have another plan? The priest placed the letter from the Grand Prince Lucia on the table and said, This is the Grand Prince's order. In addition, his daughter, Miss Catherine, was also kidnapped by this noble named Lu Feng. The Grand Prince was heartbroken, he and his father were separated, so he gave him this important task. Duke Kailak was silent at this moment, seemingly understanding everything. He pondered, so it turns out that the one who captured Catherine wasn't Lucia, so this time Lucia had good intentions. Furthermore, he personally gave the order, this time my punishment was legitimate. Duke Kailak tightly grasped the order of the first Prince Lucia and said, Thank you very much, First Prince, I will set off quickly. The priest bowed his head respectfully and said, Then I will congratulate Duke Kailak first. Granting a large land to the Duke, I'm afraid that in history there is only one Duke. Duke Kailak replied with a solemn expression, Third Deacon, I heard that the eldest prince's current position is entirely due to your help. How about this? The humble priest replied, I am just a pawn who listens and does things. But, my master, is happy to serve anyone with power. I think the future also includes the Duke who has achieved the Western realm. Suddenly, Tove, Princess Catherine's brother, spoke, Father, I'm looking for you. Duke Kailak replied with a stern face, Tove, reorganize the army. Tove ignored what his father said and shouted, Father, are we officially declaring war on the Crown Prince? Duke Kailak replied, No, we are going to the Western region. Prince Tove was surprised and asked hesitantly, Western region? Why? That place is so remote. Duke Kailak glanced at Tove and replied, Lucia promised to give us the land of Shijing. Shijing occupies half of the country of Yinglu. Although it has few people, it is easy to defend and difficult to attack. As long as we can take Shijing, we can become kings. Prince Tove clasped his hands, his face filled with excitement as he replied, So that's it. He suddenly asked again, But, if we leave the royal capital, what will Duke Benson do? Duke Kailak coldly replied, Tove, there are times when giving up is to gain more. At this time, on the Sahara steppe, a group of horsemen galloped away, the leader shouted loudly, Kill! His subordinate said, Go, while their tribal army has not arrived, rob their sheep and goats, quickly. The entire group of knights shouted in unison, Yes. The young man's fat lambs had entered their sight, and they galloped forward.
Suddenly, the leader stopped. A familiar light and the smell of blood flashed by. All the knights behind turned pale, sweat pouring down their faces, stammering, "Dead, dead." The leader had collapsed on his horse, motionless. They shouted, "Run, run, run." It turned out to be Chilua. Luckily she arrived in time, otherwise those sheep would have ended up on their drinking table. The bull herder saw this and cheered non-stop, "We won, we won." Looking at the weapon in his hand, Chilua thought to himself, "It seems he has to change his weapon, there aren't many territory weapons anymore." She sighed, left, and returned to the territory to report to His Highness first. Chilua returned to his tribe's base. As she walked through the door, she saw a man with long black hair talking to Princess Elsa. She hoped that the next time she came, the leader would be able to give her a satisfactory answer. Humph. As soon as he left, Chilua asked Princess Elsa in surprise, "Your Highness, who were those humans just now?" "They weren't from Xi'an City." Princess Elsa replied with a worried face, "That is the messenger of the second Prince Green, they want to cooperate with us." In the territory of the Beast Tribe, the female captain of the Beast Tribe Leader's Guard was talking to her leader. "Your Highness, surely you don't agree with them? Those humans are just evil people. Please calm down and think carefully." Leader Elsa also calmly replied to her guard. She knew that her guard was very worried about her and the entire tribe. Leader Elsa gently replied, "I am thinking. Let's not talk about the second prince's character first, we also need to pay attention to the attitude of the western city side. However, trading with the Western Ocean City is now the key to our tribe's survival amidst the changing situation of the kingdom." Hearing this, the leader's guard suddenly changed from worry to joy as she replied to her respected leader. "That's right, how is that guy who came to destroy our tribe? But don't worry leader, with me here, those enemies are just mosquitoes, not worth anything. In just a moment, I can defeat all of them in the blink of an eye." Ha, speaking up to here, the female guard's face suddenly changed color. Just now she was gloating, now she was worried. "But our weapons and equipment are too poor, many of the Beast Knight's weapons are crude wooden sticks if we encounter a tribe with more complete and advanced equipment in the future. Only by using the courage and solidarity of the people in the tribe can we hope to make up for that gap." "I'm so worried, Chief. By then, I'm afraid there will be huge casualties. Our tribe will be occupied by them, everyone will become slaves and live in poverty and pain." Sob sob. Leader Elsa quickly reassured her loyal guard. She spoke up, "I know that too. I am also very worried. The money we traded with the Lord of Xi'an City last time, we used all of that money to arrange for the refugees. I am afraid it will be very difficult, if not impossible, to replace the weapons in even a short period of 1 month." The female guard was also worried, she was both afraid and pointed out to the leader the threats that the Beast Tribe would soon face. She told the leader, "Yes, on our Saharan steppe, everything is good. Grass, trees, and livestock are abundant, but there are no minerals to exploit and enrich like other cities." Furthermore, before he could finish speaking, a subordinate of Leader Elsa ran into the tent from outside the tent to report. "Reporting to Your Highness, the goods are all ready. We can set off at any time, Your Highness." Princess Elsa simply replied softly. "Okay, I understand, you can leave." At this moment, Princess Elsa, the leader of the Beast Tribe, sternly ordered the female guard. "Chilua, you have been staying in the tribe for the past 2 days to keep an eye out for any mishaps that might threaten the lives of everyone in the tribe." Chilua asked the leader in confusion. "Your Highness, do you want to go out?" Leader Elsa's eyes flashed with seriousness. She replied to Chilua's guard with clarity and determination. "Well, I have to go to Xi'an City. Currently, our tribe's weapons are not good at all. If the weapons are not good, it will only make the tribe more backward and unable to expand. This is a very important matter. I want to go to Lufeng's Xi'an City. See if my partner Lu Feng has any good solutions to save our tribe." Chilua guard raised her hand to her chin. She thought for a while and then said, "This was indeed a solution. Wait, but, Your Highness, there is also one in Xi'an City. Last time on the ship of City Lord Lu Feng, we were treated to a banquet full of delicious food. Boo-hoo, oh my, there was so much delicious food. Your Highness, boo-hoo." Chilua said, her eyes sparkling and blinking, expressing her wish to go with the leader. She would also regret not being able to taste such wonderful dishes again. But the female leader Elsa also understood Chilua's wish. She gently took Chilua's hand and gently advised. I know. I know Chilua. Okay, I'll take you. What do you think? Are you satisfied yet?" Chilua was extremely happy, happiness filled the entire tent. Scene change, now at the West Young City Lord's Mansion. The hot weather is spreading across the West Young territory. The scorching sunlight seems to want to burn everything.
To the point that Her Highness Princess Ellie had to complain. It was too hot. She was fanning herself with her hand fan while still complaining about how hot it was. She was exhausted, and complained to City Lord Lu Feng. "City Lord, it's been so hot these past few days, it should be raining, but why hasn't it rained yet? I was about to suffocate to the point of not being able to breathe. Oh my god, it was so hot." The heat was even spreading to Lord Lu Feng. Mina stood behind, her mouth wide open, teasing Princess Ellie. "It was hot, but Princess Ellie, were you doing this on purpose to get the young master to notice you?" Ha 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 ha, I know your face." Ellie quickly refused angrily. "Look, I don't have it, don't speculate. Do you know the difference between stating a fact and making an inference?" City Lord Lu Feng sat there watching the two girls argue and tease each other and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, oh my god, these two people. At that moment, Nicole, who was known as the cooking prodigy of the Western City, happily came over carrying breakfast. She excitedly said to everyone in the room, "I made breakfast, everyone hurry up and eat." In Nicole's hand was a plate of bright yellow custard buns, decorated with a few pieces of sweet pineapple jelly and a few mint leaves, very refreshing. But when Ellie saw the plate of buns, she still complained. "It's so hot, I don't want to eat anything. Young master, please think, is there a way to cool down?" City Lord Lu Feng put his hand on his chin, thought for a moment, then spoke. Actually, there are ways to cool down." Then, he pensively recalled his previous trips back to Earth. Let me see, I remember the last time I went back to Earth, I brought back quite a few things." Then, City Lord Lu Feng suddenly thought of something, he quickly said to Nicole. "Nicole, can I bother you for a moment?" "Yes, City Lord, please do as you please." City Lord Lu Feng continued, "Can you go to the warehouse for a moment?" "Yes, young master," Nicole politely agreed, placing the dim sum in front of Lu Feng. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Nicole brought a white fan with 3 beautiful blue blades to the young master. She put the fan on the table and asked Lu Feng, "City Lord, do you want this?" City Lord Lu Feng happily replied, "That's right, thank you for your hard work, Nicole." As soon as they saw the 91 electric fan, no, the Chani fan, everyone in the room came down to look at the fan attentively. Mina asked curiously, "Young master, what is this?" Ellie also asked. "That's right, young master, what is this that can stand and has such a strange shape?" Lu Feng did not reply, he fumbled to reassemble the fan cage, then said, "Everyone just need to do it like this, charge it later and it will be done." After charging, Lu Feng pressed the button with the number 1. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, there is wind now everyone. Lu Feng, the city lord, said as he opened his mouth wide towards the fan wind. Ellie felt a cool breeze and shouted happily. "So amazing, oh my god, is this magic? It's really amazing." Mina was equally surprised and shouted along with Ellie. "Young master, you're so amazing." Little girl Flay also opened her eyes wide and praised profusely. "You are so amazing, Lu Feng." Nicole was more shy but still couldn't hide the surprise in her big, sparkling emerald eyes. The young master was amazing. City Lord Lu Feng was praised until his nose was as red as a tomato. He grinned and explained to everyone happily. How could it be magic? This fan was just like the electric light everyone had seen. It was something that relied on electricity to operate. Without electricity, it was as useless as, or more useless than, the paper fan that Ellie was holding. Ellie didn't even bother listening to those explanations. She squeezed her way to the front of the standing fan. She opened her mouth wide and spread her arms wide in front of the fan. This wind was really cool. Flay saw Ellie doing that and quickly asked for the cool wind. Sister Ellie, Flay also wanted to play with this fan. Ellie laughed out loud, ha 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 ha. Flay imitated Ellie, also went up to the fan and opened his mouth wide. Aha! Mina's face was full of joy, she leaned close to Ellie and said. If there was a fan, summer would be much more comfortable, Ellie. Ellie was different from her usual grumpy and irritable attitude towards Mina. Now that there was a cool breeze, she became easygoing and replied to Mina in a sweet voice. Yes, this fan can turn this castle from summer to fall and winter. Oh my god, it's as cool as fall and winter, Mina. Oh wait, Lu Feng quickly interrupted. This fan is not that extreme. How can it change the seasons? This thing only has the effect of reducing the temperature of summer. If it could change summer to winter, it would be divine. As for this thing, if the weather gets hotter, I'm afraid I'm out of options. If you really want to cool down, you need something more advanced. At that time, you can let the girls here enjoy many delicious, cool dishes like shaved ice syrup, coconut jelly ice cream, strawberry ice cream, many other delicious, cool foods. When Ellie heard about the delicious food, her face lit up. She excitedly asked Lu Feng. Ice cream, shaved ice? What are those? Lu Feng was also excited at this moment. He explained to Ellie enthusiastically while imagining the cool, purple and pink ice cream. How should I put it? Ice cream is a sweet and cold thing. It melts in your mouth. Oh my god, I don't know how to describe it exactly. But it's very cool and delicious. Usually, children in our hometown love this kind of thing in the summer. Ellie and Nina listened to the explanation. They pursed their lips to suppress their cravings, but their eyes were already shining. Ellie hurriedly tempted Lu Feng. Then young master, do it now, I really want to taste it. Lu Feng also reluctantly refused. Well, not now, we have to wait for Miss Dees to return. Nicole stood aside, worried about Dees. Dees had been gone for so long, and she didn't know where she was or if she had arrived safely. Nicole was always worried about Dees. Meanwhile, City Lord Lu Feng was busy coaxing Mina and Ellie, sweet-talking them into not asking for ice cream anymore. At that time, near Bella territory, Dees's horsemen and women were approaching Bella territory. Obi rode his horse, leading Lu Feng's group straight towards Bella territory. He leisurely rode his horse while telling his subordinate Ryan and Dees that, although everyone in the territory lived a hard and miserable life, everyone believed that Lady Bella could help us become stronger. The food problem was only temporary. Right now, as long as the beastmen united, I thought there would be nothing that could hinder or stop us. Therefore, everyone was very active. Obi was still leisurely on the horse, full of optimism and joy, and continued speaking. Miss Dees brought back food. I think everyone would be very touched, and might even cheer and cry because they admired her so much. And the same goes for Lady Bella. Miss Ryan followed closely behind Obi on horseback. She was thinking, but her expression didn't seem very happy. She thought to herself, if the territory was really that good, would we still need to look for food everywhere? Oh my god, it's only this stupid buffalo, he's the only one who can't feel it. I'm fed up with this idiot. Fortunately, Lord Lu Feng agreed to help with some wheat, otherwise there would be nothing left to eat. In a flash, Obi, Dees, and Ryan arrived at Bella's territory. As soon as they arrived at the territory, swallows flew around to greet them. The whole city was deserted, not a single person in sight. Obi was bewildered, wondering to himself. Where did everyone go? It was like a wartime evacuation using the empty house and garden strategy. Suddenly, Ryan's ears vibrated, her sensitive senses quickly detected something was wrong. Immediately, Ryan shouted loudly. Not good, let's go quickly follow me. After running for a while, the three of them heard the sounds of lamentation, wailing, and misery. The three of them were blocked by the people of the territory. The people were crying, we want to see the city lord. We are so hungry, when will we get food? I have been hungry for the past few days, I can't stand it anymore. The three people saw this scene, suddenly Ryan panicked and shouted. Oh no. Bella cried out like this because before the three of them was a scene of fighting, noise and dust. She shouted. What are you guys doing? The crowd didn't care, they continued to surround Lord Bella's mansion. Obi was furious. You dare to surround the chief's mansion? Is this how you treat Lady Bella? Ryan let out a sigh, then spoke to the chaotic villagers as calmly as possible. Alright, everyone retreat. We have found the food and returned. We will deliver the food to everyone in a bit, everyone does not need to rush. Some of the people of the territory felt somewhat relieved when they heard this. Someone spoke up. If Lord Ryan says so, then we will go home and wait. Another villager interjected. If there is no food, we will come again. Dee stood to one side, she also said sadly to Ryan. That's right Ryan, quickly distribute food to all the people. People have been starving for a while now, so everyone is starving. It's blameworthy, but they're also pitiful. Saying that, Dee still thought unhappily in her mind. These beastmen are really. Then, Ryan hurriedly asked the guard of the castle, Lord Bella. Is Lord Bella inside? Please take us inside to see him. The guard obeyed, yes, Lord Ryan. Scene change, now in extreme joy, Dee shouted and called. Sister, it's me. It's great to see you. The older sister named Bella also happily rushed towards Dees. Dees, that's great. I'm relieved that you're safe. Then, the two sisters, one with radiant green hair and the other with dreamy purple hair, rushed into each other's embrace, moved to tears. Bella hugged Dees and said emotionally. I'm sorry, I just came back and made you see such an unpleasant scene. I'm sorry, but I tried my best. Dees hugged her sister and rubbed her back to comfort her, as well as to convey encouragement and reassurance. Sister, I'm here, don't worry. But, what exactly happened? Why is our city lord's mansion surrounded by civilians from the side? Is the food shortage in the city so bad? Bella replied to Dees. She said with concern. Let's talk about it later. Dees, I heard that Lu Feng and the fourth prince fought. What exactly happened? Dees was not worried or bothered at all. She comfortably bragged to her sister Bella. Hee, sister, no, the battle between the young master and the fourth prince is over. We won. Dees's face showed pride and satisfaction. Bella was also surprised and asked back. Won? Won so quickly. Wait, did you just call Lord Lu Feng young master? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Dees shyly replied to her sister. Yes, Bella. Everyone calls her that. If you don't believe me, ask Ryan and Obi. Ryan and Obi stood behind like, oh, I don't know anything. Don't drag me into this. Both of them stared, not understanding what Dees was saying. Bella saw that and didn't bother to argue with Dees. Okay. Then, she happily and caringly said to the three of them. Dees must be tired from the journey. Go home and rest first. We will talk later tonight. I still have some things to take care of. Everyone in the city needs me to speak up. Dees said to Bella with concern. Don't get too tired. I love you so much. Afterwards, Dees, Ryan, and Obi all returned to their rooms to rest. Bella thought to herself. It seems I underestimated this Lu Feng. I didn't expect him to win against the fourth prince so quickly. Then, Bella suddenly called Ryan over to ask. She asked. Ryan, can we sell our goods? Ryan's subordinate hesitated and replied to Bella with concern. Bella, it's about the goods. Oh, well, we only found out when we arrived in Xi'an City. The goods we stole were from Xi'an City. Bella was surprised when she heard that. Huh? What? We are robbing the Western City? How could that be? Bella was sweating profusely, not understanding what had happened. Ryan just replied sadly. Yes, my lord. But fortunately for us. After hearing that our city was out of food, Lord Lu Feng still helped us with some wheat. Bella felt even more confused and sad after hearing this. She said to her subordinate Ryan. This is troublesome. It seems that it is impossible for us to get food supplies through Xi'an City. Her face darkened, she put her hand on her chin and began to ponder, calculating how to keep her safe. In addition, she also had to think of a way to thank Lord Lu Feng. This bastard dares to tell his sister to call him young master. This guy, with a little bit of position and power, bullies innocent girls. While lost in thought, Ryan quickly spoke, making Bella suddenly wake up. Bella, although she couldn't sell anything. But Lord Lu Feng generously agreed to trade with us for food. Bella suddenly opened her eyes wide, her eyes emitting a ray of light. Aha, I see. Is it because of Dees? Oh no, Ryan quickly waved his hand in protest. But Bella still didn't care, she stubbornly said. With Dees's affection, how long can we last? We still have to think of another way. Seeing Bella delirious, believing that it was because of Dees that Lu Feng was willing to help. Ryan angrily shouted. Bella, no, it's because of something else. You won't listen to anything I say. Bella still refused to believe it, she raised her hand to brush it away, speaking in a tone that was not very important and looked down on Lu Feng. What? Our poor territory is full of rocks and sand. Rocks. Okay, I know that. Ryan also happily replied when Bella understood correctly. Yes, my lord, the white stone in our territory is the mineral that Lu Feng needs. As long as we mine it, he will agree to exchange it for food. Bella suddenly got angry. What the hell, why didn't you tell me earlier? Ryan saw that and smiled to let it go. It's obvious that Lord Bella didn't give me a chance to talk. As Dees walked around the streets of Bella territory, she heard the lamentations of the people in the city. They told us to come here, but for several days they haven't given us any food. How are we supposed to live? A woman with a haggard face comforted her husband. Wait a little longer, soon, Lord Ryan will bring food here. Let's hold on a little longer. The refugees continued. This place is still comfortable, you don't need to work and still have food, it's just that the Lord gives out too little, not enough to fill you up. That's right. Dees heard these things as she walked, making her unhappy, and moreover, making her feel even more sorry for her sister. She kindly accepted them, but they were not grateful and instead blamed her. Dees was furious, she clenched her teeth in anger. It was not good to leave them like this, raising these idle beastmen who only knew how to eat without wanting to repay anything would only make her territory more difficult. Dees's face was now covered in sweat, but she did not feel hot because of the weather, but because of the anger in her heart that was rising like a volcano. She quickly walked to Bella's room. She saw that her sister was quite sad, so she asked. Are you worried about the territory? Bella sighed and replied. Well, a little. Dees didn't understand what was going on, she asked curiously. Sister, didn't young Master Lu Feng agree to exchange food for ores? Could it be that something else happened? Don't worry, if this Lu Feng dares to break his promise, I will beat him up. Bella quickly dismissed Dee's silly thoughts. She replied calmly. It's not what you're thinking. Of course, Tae Duongtan agreeing to trade with us is a great thing. But I'm afraid this deal won't be enough to fill the stomachs of the thousands of refugee beastmen out there. Why is that? Dees asked, bewildered. Bella sighed and slowly explained. There are too few manpower available in the city. Apart from the knights protecting the territory, there are very few people that can be mobilized. Even if all the manpower is used to mine the ore now, the quantity of products will not be much. But sister, Dees continued Bella. Outside I see there are many beastmen like that. Bella replied gloomily. Although there are many on the outside, not many of them have the ability to join us. I have no way to mobilize them. Sister, you can't think like that. Getting minerals is just a simple task. You need to use your strength, it's not like you're going to war. Moreover, you can't even do this little thing. All you can do is complain and sit in one place all day, not eating or drinking anything. Just chase them away. Bella worriedly interrupted Dees. But, if we directly chase them all away, the news will spread out and affect our territory's reputation. If our reputation is ruined, no human or beast will want to join our territory in the future. Dees also interrupted Bella in a disapproving mood. Sis, you can't think like that. If you can't even take good care of the people around you, then what do you need reputation for? Only your subordinates who have fought and died with you can manage our territory. Now the beastmen outside are idle and only want to eat and drink and don't want to work. You should tell your subordinates what to think. They will feel sad and gradually lose their loyalty to you. Bella pondered over every word Dees had just said. Seeing Bella silent, Dees continued. You, the one in power, treat the people with rewards and punishments together is the longest way. Do you know the rule of the stick and the carrot? If you do well, you will be rewarded, but if you don't do it and even sabotage it, you will be punished. Bella was surprised. Dees, this is something I heard from young Master Lu Feng, I'll just say it again now. Bella looked proud. It seemed like she learned a lot of interesting things in the West. But you're right, we should reorganize Bella's territory. Ryan, you give me orders, tell those beastmen, starting today, if you want to have food to eat, you have to go mining. Ryan is also afraid to tell Bella-sama. This is, what if those beastmen protest and refuse, my lord? Bella said sternly. Then chase them away. My territory, Bella, does not raise idle people who do not know how to work to produce results. Yes, following orders from Lord Bella, I, Ryan, will immediately go and deliver your orders. At this time, the sunlight shone brightly on the space of the Lord's mansion of Taeduong City. In Lu Feng's study, Ellie said to him with a worried face. Young master, I just made a list, our Xi'ang city probably can't find workers to build the military port for the time being. Nicole also continued Ellie's words. She said to Lu Feng. The fields in Somalia City also need workers, if we miss this harvest, we'll have to wait another year. Lu Feng put his hand on his chin and thought for a moment, then he said to both of them. Then it's troublesome, not being able to work is not acceptable. Suddenly someone ran into the study, it turned out to be Yuffie of the dwarf sect. She happily ran and shouted, Lord Lu Feng. Yuffie was holding a wrench in her hand, her face was dirty. Seeing that, Nicole asked. Oh my, why do you look so dirty? Yuffie didn't care, she jumped up and said happily. Lord Lu Feng, I have already made the steam engine you need. Ah, Lu Feng also replied excitedly. Then let's go take a look. At this time, under the cool shade of the trees on the outskirts of Xi'ang City was the military zone of Xi'ang City. The chirping of birds mixed with the bright sunlight shining down on the military zone. Yuffie spoke loudly. Lord Lu Feng, the steam engine laboratory is in room number 3. Okay, you take your time, I'll come and see. Ellie was bewildered, looking around at everything in the military zone. She said. So this is what the military zone that the young master forbade people to approach looked like. Yuffie asked Ellie in surprise. Oh, Miss Ellie has never been here before? Ellie replied to the pink-haired Yuffie. This is my first time here, the young master said the less people know about this place, the better. Yuffie also replied comfortably. That's right, Lord Lu Feng once told me, every single thing here, if it were to be brought out or leaked, it could be enough to change the world. If it weren't or was smaller, it would also turn the Western Ocean into a colony of another territory. Yuffie continued excitedly. Just like the steam engine this time, I could already guess at the scene at home how it would change the world.
Lord Lu Feng is really amazing, he could even think of something like this. Ellie continued to ask Yuffie. Yuffie, what exactly is a steam engine? Is it a glowing treasure like in Lucy's novel? As she spoke, she imagined the glowing jewel she had seen before. Yuffie shouted loudly. It was 100 times more dazzling than that. Ellie was like, oh my god, this is a treasure. It's even brighter and more dazzling than the treasure that was already glowing. What, 100 times brighter? Ellie was stunned, unable to believe when she saw the steam engine in front of her. What the hell is this? Mina also criticized the speech. It felt like a pile of scraps. Lu Feng quickly spoke up for Yuffie. Come on, this is the first steam engine, so it's normal for it to be a little lacking in appearance. Yuffie frowned and said sulkily. As long as it's usable, why be pretty? You girls are just good at finding fault. Lord Lu Feng looked closely at the black cylinder on the steam engine. He asked Yuffie curiously. Yuffie, what is this? Yuffie replied. Lord Lu Feng, this is my father's idea. Uncle raised his hand to rub his head, he smiled and said to Lu Feng. Sorry, Lord Lu Feng, I saw this thing and thought it could crush iron. So I tried adding it. If it doesn't work, I'll take it off right away. Lu Feng smiled and replied to his uncle. No need, you are right, this thing is indeed used to grind iron. Just a few things are enough, now show me. Let me see everyone's results. Yuffie replied clearly. Yes, uncle, please speak. Please wait a moment, Lord Lu Feng. Then, the pink-haired Yuffie took the shovel and did something. Seeing Yuffie's action, Lu Feng secretly smiled. So that's what she did. No wonder Yuffie's whole body was so dirty. Clack clack clack, Mina screamed. Young master, it's making noise. It's moving. Hey, is everything okay, young master? Why is it making such a strange sound? It's okay, City Lord Lu Feng replied. This is a normal phenomenon, there's no need to worry too much. Then, the rumbling sound of 2 cylinders that Uncle said could crush iron came crashing down. The entire engine started moving. Lu Feng watched the steam engine's every move intently, thinking to himself. The era of steam engines in the other world had finally arrived. Then, City Lord Lu Feng turned around and praised Yuffie. Yuffie, well done, you can go to Xiang City. It is truly an honor and too good for the people of Xiang City. Hi, Yuffie was happy but still pretended to ask again. Lord Lu Feng, I can't hear what you said. As for the remaining 3 girls, Mina covered her ears, Nicole grimaced, and Ellie closed her eyes tightly. The 3 of them shouted. Young master, this thing is too noisy, can you make it stop? Rumble, rumble, the steam engine continued to move. Mina said to Lu Feng. Young master, this thing is really amazing, how does it move? Lu Feng was speechless and didn't know how to explain. He said, this thing, Everyone, just understand, this is the effect of boiling hot water. Mina asked curiously. So boiling hot water also has this effect? Ellie said, well, I'll check it out tonight. Nicole said to Lu Feng. Young master, what else is this used for besides grinding iron? Lu Feng replied enthusiastically. This thing can solve our biggest headache right now. Ellie heard this and said happily. I know, this thing only needs to boil water to work. We won't be tired anymore. Won't we have more people left to do other things? Lu Feng replied slowly. That's right. Agriculture, mining, transportation, architecture, manufacturing. They are all related to our lives. In the future, we can use steam engines to help us do our work. Lu Feng turned to his uncle and said, Uncle Li, I need 10 steam engines. Please modify them so they can be used for plowing. In addition, I hope Yuffie and Uncle will continue to research other steam engines. One that is lighter and more convenient. I will try to deliver the documents and manpower to you as soon as possible. I have great confidence in Uncle. Uncle Li also replied seriously. Young master, please rest assured and leave everything to me. Yuffie grabbed Lu Feng's sleeve. She said, Lord Lu Feng, what about what we talked about before? Lu Feng suddenly remembered, he brightly replied to Yuffie. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Come with me, Yuffie. Yuffie cheered then happily ran after Lord Lu Feng. Scene changes to Lu Feng, the city lord's study. Lu Feng took out a book with a picture of a spaceship on its cover. He gave it to Yuffie and said, Yuffie, this book records a divine artifact that can fly far into space. It is also what you and I want to create. Wah, Yuffie's eyes sparkled. She happily took the book and said, Lord Lu Feng, can I wash my hands first? He. Yuffie was as happy as a frolicking chick.
Lu Feng responded to her humorously. Okay, go. Then he continued, Yuffie, I trust you with this plan. I assure you, as long as you can create it, I am willing to fulfill and carry out everything you want. Holding the book in her hand, Yuffie treated it like a treasure. She just stared at the book and then loudly replied to Lu Feng. Lord Lu Feng, I will definitely make it a success. Yuffie said as she happily ran out of the study, shouting this sentence several times. Lu Feng saw this and quickly reminded her, Hey Yuffie, walk slowly, you might fall. Yuffie is really impatient. We haven't even told her about the wages and labor yet. Nicole, holding a cup of tea in her hand, stood next to Lu Feng. Seeing Lu Feng's expression, she said, Young master, it seems like you really like this girl. Ha, Lu Feng laughed in response. Of course, she was a capable girl after all. Yuffie was in a corner of the castle, hugging the book and secretly rejoicing. Mom, Yuffie will see you soon, wait for Yuffie. On the Western Ocean port, a fleet of beastmen ships had just docked. Princess of the beast race Elsa, along with everyone else, stepped off the ship and set foot on the land of the Western Ocean. Looking at the majestic and prosperous citadel before her, the princess sighed. The Western Citadel lived up to its reputation, it was indeed very prosperous. The head guard Qilua in front looked around and listened, then turned back and said to the princess in a hurry. Leader, I have already heard where there is good food in Xi'an City, let's go quickly. Seeing Qilua's gluttonous appearance, the beastkin princess sighed and said, Qilua, have you forgotten the purpose of our trip? Qilua shyly replied, yes. Suddenly a somewhat familiar voice caught Princess Elsa's attention, she turned to look. The voice of a young blonde beast girl was speaking, goods from the Saharan steppe tribe, I know, your ship should take them to warehouse number 7, the girl was young but her voice was somewhat firm, full of power, she was handling the goods that had just arrived at the port. The princess's voice suddenly became emotional, trembling as she said, that is, Ellie. Then she called out loudly, Ellie. Hearing her name being called, Ellie quickly turned her head to look in the direction of the voice. Ellie looked at Elsa in front of her, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her lovingly, and exclaimed, Sister. The sister she had always missed day and night was now standing before her. The unexpected reunion of the two princess sisters surprised many people. In the study of the city lord of Taeduong City, Lu Feng's voice was surprised. He really didn't expect that Elsa would be Ellie's older sister. Mina happily smiled and hugged the stack of papers, replying, yes, Ellie is entertaining them now. That's great, Ellie found her relatives. While Lu Feng was handling the pile of papers on the table, he asked Mina, speaking of which, why have I never heard you mention your family before? Hearing Lu Feng's concern about her family, Mina shyly replied, young master asked this, could it be that he wants to come to my house to propose? Lu Feng saw Mina asking such a sensitive question, blushed and replied, ha brother, this matter. Seeing Lu Feng's evasive attitude, Mina angrily turned around and left, saying, alright, young master, I'll go deliver the documents first. Looking at Mina's angry figure leaving, Lu Feng lowered his arm that was about to hold Mina down on the table, and sighed. He said indulgently, this stupid cat, asked a question and then ran away without listening to the answer, can I still eat you? Mina hugged the book and ran out of the room. She stopped, leaned against the study door, looked out the glass door, watched the vast sky before her eyes, watched the birds flying by, fell into deep thought, her eyes became distant, her voice choked, my family. At this moment in Ellie's room, the room was filled with a sweet and happy atmosphere. Elsa hugged Ellie tightly and emotionally said, Ellie, I finally found you, I was so worried. Elsa poured all her worries and longing into her warm hug, making Ellie suffocate from being hugged tightly. She said to Elsa, sister, calm down. Seeing the princess sisters reunited after a long time apart, Qilua was also happy for his master with tears in his eyes and said, that's great, leader, we finally found Princess Ellie, hoo. Elsa released the almost suffocating Ellie, held her arm and looked at her face worried as she said, quickly let me see if you've lost weight, and why are you in Taeduong City? Ellie was shaken until she felt dizzy and her head was spinning. She replied, young master, it was young master Lu Feng. As if a bolt of lightning had passed by, Elsa's rich imagination had already imagined the scene of Ellie kneeling down and laboriously cleaning the floor, Lu Feng domineeringly scolding her, hurry up and clean. Princess Elsa angrily said, what, Lu Feng, this guy, I paid attention to him in vain, he dares. Elsa scolded Lu Feng for the absurd thoughts that just appeared in his head. Elsa angrily turned around and said, Qilua, pack your things, let's take Ellie back to the tribe quickly, we won't cooperate with this Lu Feng anymore. Seeing Princess Elsa's resolute attitude, the head guard quickly replied, yes, ignoring Ellie who was now in a panic, her mouth wide open, confused by her sister's sudden angry attitude. Ellie then calmed down and said loudly, sister, what are you going to do? Seeing Ellie ask that, Elsa turned her head to look at her little sister and asked, do what, Ellie, you are the princess of the Beast Kingdom, how can you stay here to do the work of a servant, serving humans? After hearing her older sister's negative and distorted thoughts, Ellie helplessly said loudly, sister, you misunderstood. I call him young master because everyone calls him that. Moreover, young master Lu Feng really didn't do anything to me. Hearing what her younger sister just said, Princess Elsa still asked doubtfully, really? Ellie smiled and replied, really, I don't mean to say, I want to be him. Ellie's somewhat strange words startled Elsa, making her hum and wonder. Realizing she had said something wrong, Ellie smiled, scratched her head, and waved her hand, saying, it's nothing. Seeing her little sister's unusual actions, Elsa frowned and thought, strange, this reaction of Ellie, could it be? Elsa didn't want to talk about this matter anymore, so she ended the conversation. Okay, it seems that I misunderstood Lu Feng. So Ellie, are you willing to follow me back to my tribe? We will continue to rebuild our princess life there. When Ellie heard that her sister wanted her to follow her and leave Xiang City, she pursed her lips and replied, Sister, I don't want to go. Ellie's decisive words made Elsa and Shilua surprised and asked, why? Ellie smiled shyly and replied, because this place is very good to me, there are also many friends here, I can't bear to leave this place. Moreover, young master, Lu Feng, also treats me very well, and has taught me many things. In short, I can't bear to leave this place. Ellie was excited, her eyes sparkling when she mentioned Lu Feng's name. Princess Elsa turned her head and thought to herself, it seems that Ellie really likes Lu Feng. This bastard Lu Feng actually secretly let go of the bait to lure his sister away, what a hateful guy. At this time, Shilua asked, Leader, aren't we going back? Elsa, annoyed, sat down on the chair and replied, Little monkey, I'll put down my luggage first. Elsa was still thinking about the above problem in her mind, she just didn't know what that kid Lu Feng was thinking, she would definitely find an opportunity to probe his thoughts later. Seeing that her sister had not returned to the tribe, Ellie asked, oh by the way, sister, what do you all want to do in Xiang City? Remembering the purpose of her journey here, Elsa's eyes became filled with worry as she said, the weapons in the tribe were not enough anymore, so she wanted to find Lu Feng to trade a batch of weapons. In Elsa's mind, an image of a vast land next to the second Prince Inglo's territory appeared, that was the Sahara grassland, where her beast tribe was living and developing. Elsa continued slowly, Ellie also knew, because of the cooperation with Xiang City, now, our tribe's grassland has expanded a lot, many people are looking at us with red eyes. Now the second Prince Inglu is adjacent to our territory, also looking at us like a hungry tiger, in order to protect our pasture, we must prepare well to defend. Hearing that the beast tribe was developing so well, Ellie replied, yes sister. Let's go see the young master first, after we finish discussing the main topic, I will take everyone for a tour of Taeduong City. Elsa raised her hand to her chin, the other hand raised to stop Ellie from speaking, wait, Ellie. Ellie was surprised, what's wrong? Elsa hesitated, Seeing Princess Elsa hesitate, the maid Chilua continued, Miss Ellie. Let me be frank, actually our tribe doesn't have much money right now. Hearing that the tribe had financial problems, Ellie was surprised and denied, that's not true. According to the trade agreement between her tribe and Xiang City, the tribe shouldn't be so poor that they don't have money. Ellie suddenly raised her hand to scratch her chin and guessed, could it be that someone embezzled something? No, I must immediately let the young master know about this. Elsa understood Ellie's thoughts and replied, no, it's because recently I've taken in a lot of unfortunate beastmen, so no one has embezzled the money the Lord of Taeduong City gave me. Ellie listened to her sister's satisfactory explanation and replied, so that's it. Ellie was thinking about how to solve the problem, but after thinking a bit more, she exclaimed, I got it. Paying half. Before Ellie could finish speaking, Elsa seemed to understand her sister's bold intentions. Panicked, she said, Ellie, do you want to use the wealth in the museum to make a transaction? No, this treasure was left by our father for us to use in the future to restore the country, how can it be used for this? Ellie shook her head and clenched her fists resolutely, sister, you rebuilding the country on the grasslands, isn't that the same as restoring the beast kingdom? Seeing that her sister's words made sense, Elsa frowned and thought, then said. This matter. Seeing that Elsa was still hesitating, Ellie continued, her tribe has taken in a lot of beastmen victims right now. If they don't protect them well now, do they want them to continue living in exile? Elsa sighed and replied, you're right. After saying that, Elsa took out a folded piece of old brown paper from her pocket. Ellie watched Elsa open the paper, it turned out to be a map with a bright red X. Elsa continued, this is half of the treasure map at her place. Right after Elsa took out her half of the map, Ellie also quickly went to get the other half she was keeping. The three of them put their heads together, their eyes focused, looking intently at the table, where the two pieces of the treasure map had just been put together and spread out on the table. The room was relatively quiet, only the sounds of hums and surprise could be heard. Looking at the red X mark standing out against the mountain terrain, where the treasure was supposed to be hidden, Elsa said, she didn't expect the treasure to be in Jockey Mountain. This Jockey Mountain is located in the Beast Kingdom, and is definitely covered in snow and wind right now. Don't even talk about finding treasure in the ice and snow, I'm afraid you won't be able to get there. Hearing that, Ellie lost her initial joy when the map was completed. She leaned back in her chair and blamed her father, what was that old man thinking? The treasure now couldn't be taken, and even if it was hidden, it was the same as not hiding it. Seeing that her sister was a bit too harsh, she immediately spoke up to defend her father. At that time, her father probably didn't expect it either. Just pretend that he had never seen this treasure map. She originally didn't intend to use this treasure to exchange for weapons. Chilua had been attentively observing the treasure map all this time. Now that he heard that he couldn't get it, he asked, "Princess, what should we do with the weapons now?" Ellie fell into deep thought again. This problem was really difficult. Princess Elsa sighed in disappointment and said. It seemed that her purpose in coming to Taeduong City was not achieved. She could only return to the tribe and think of a way later. Ellie thought for a moment, then walked over and held her sister's hand and said, "Sister, we should still go and discuss with the young master first." When Elsa heard about going to Lu Feng to discuss, she immediately refused. "Ellie, are you going to beg Lu Feng? If so, then there's no need." Ellie's voice became strong and determined. "Okay, you just follow me first." Looking at her little sister who was once so small, weak, and bullied, needing her protection. Now she had become so strong. Elsa was surprised. Ellie, since when had she become so strong? After Ellie's strong persuasion, Elsa agreed to meet Lu Feng. In the city lord's study, Ellie was explaining her intentions regarding the lack of weapons for the beast tribe to fight against the invaders. Ellie told Lu Feng that this was the case. Although she didn't have the money for now, she would definitely pay later. Lu Feng agreed after hearing this. All right. Not thinking Lu Feng would agree so quickly, Ellie happily exclaimed, the young master agreed. Lu Feng happily replied, I trust Ellie, and I also trust the person Ellie trusts, so why wouldn't I agree? Beside Ellie, who was thanking her son profusely, Elsa in her mind confirmed Ellie and Lu Feng's feelings even more. That's right, it seemed that this Lu Feng also felt the same way about Ellie. Lu Feng looked at Elsa and asked again, so, Elsa, how many weapons do you need? Elsa thought for a moment and then said, well, 1,800 spears. Ellie was surprised again and said, sister, this matter. Thinking in mind, 1,800 spears, is there that many in the warehouse of Xiang City? Elsa continued, sorry I went overboard, sorry, Lu Feng, I would like to buy 200 spears first, I have money to buy 200 spears. Ellie frowned and thought, the warehouse would definitely be enough, but wouldn't her weapons not be enough? Seeing Ellie's expression constantly changing while she was thinking, Lu Feng said, Ellie's troubled appearance is really cute. Lu Feng replied generously, I can sell you 1,800 spears on credit, but I will have one condition. Hearing her condition was met, Elsa was surprised, condition, he said go. Lu Feng continued, the second prince's power is near your territory, isn't that right? I want you to agree with me. When using troops against the second prince, you and I will together restrain the front and back attacks towards him. Hearing Lu Feng's conditions, Elsa thought to herself, attacking the second prince, wouldn't that be openly confronting the Yinglu kingdom? The people in her tribe right now were mostly untrained farmers, unable to fight on a large scale. Once a conflict arose, the consequences would be unforeseeable. But Lu Feng dared to send troops to attack the second prince, getting involved in the fight for the position of the Yinglu kingdom. Elsa looked at Lu Feng with a solemn gaze and said, Your Excellency Lu Feng, I have 3 questions, I hope Your Excellency Lu Feng can answer me. Lu Feng happily replied, go ahead. After telling Lu Feng these 2 questions, Elsa thought about it. With time and weapons, she could quickly train soldiers. Moreover, the strength of Xiang City was not weak. Also, thinking of this, Elsa looked at Ellie who was happily smiling, saying, so, the 3rd question, how do you feel about Ellie? Elsa's somewhat abrupt question made Lu Feng blush in embarrassment, while Ellie standing next to him was confused. Everything was settled, Elsa and Ellie left the study, Chilua was standing anxiously outside the door. As soon as Ellie left the door, she happily shouted, everything is settled, I'll take everyone to eat delicious food. Hearing that, Chilua also shouted, oh, great, I've been looking forward to it for a long time, Miss Ellie, what should we eat? Ignoring the 2 young ladies in front who were happily discussing food and drink, Princess Elsa behind was still lost in her own thoughts. In Elsa's mind, she imagined Ellie happily jumping into Lu Feng's arms, and thought that just now after Lu Feng agreed to cooperate, Ellie very naturally hugged Lu Feng, and Lu Feng didn't show any strange reactions. Thinking of this, Elsa called Ellie. Ellie saw her sister calling, turned around and replied, what's wrong? Elsa continued to ask, Ellie, tell me, do you like Lu Feng? Ellie denied it immediately, seeing that, Elsa happily said, really? Then it's irrelevant, I was thinking, Lu Feng is also considered a talented and outstanding young man, there must be a lot of girls who like him, they must all be looking for an opportunity to make a move, I'm worried you'll get caught up in it. Elsa said while rubbing her little sister's head. Ellie shyly stuttered, nonsense, how could I be like that? Seeing that her sister was no longer worried, Ellie looked down at the ground, lost in her own chaotic thoughts. In the study, Lu Feng continued to work, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Lu Feng said, "Come in." It turned out to be Miss Catherine. As soon as she entered, Catherine called out, "Your Excellency Lu Feng." She entered the room, turned around and closed the door. Seeing Catherine's mysterious expression, Lu Feng asked, "Catherine, what's wrong?" Catherine turned her head and said, "Sir Lu Feng, do you have time tonight?" Hearing Catherine's question, Lu Feng was surprised, his eyes widened, his mouth opened wide and he let out a gasp. Lu Feng was still shy and surprised, seeing that Catherine's eyes were full of confusion and thought. Night gradually fell, under the bright moonlight, the sky was full of sparkling stars, the scenery was poetic and romantic. In the city lord's mansion, the sound of singing and playing zither sounded very cheerful. In the study, Catherine was immersed in the notes, plucking out clear sounds. Lu Feng closed his eyes in enjoyment, immersing himself in the music, remembering when Catherine came to find him, hesitant and speechless, thinking, "So this is what she came to find me for, I thought it was her." The coconut music was playing. Catherine looked at Lu Feng with excitement and happily asked, "How is it, the song I just composed, can I perform it in the band?" Lu Feng clapped his hands enthusiastically in approval, "Beyond my imagination, extremely wonderful, she could become an idol." Hearing Lu Feng's compliments, Catherine happily thanked him, "Thank you for your compliments." "Oh my god, I'm so happy." Suddenly realizing something, Catherine asked Lu Feng, "What is an idol? Is it any different from a band?" Lu Feng gently explained that band members use musical instruments to perform music, using music as a means of communication to cheer people up. But an idol is only one person, carrying the spiritual entrustment of many people, itself has the effect of arousing people's hearts, and the more famous the idol is, the stronger his personal influence is. After listening to Lu Feng's explanation, Catherine curiously asked, "So what should idols do?" Lu Feng replied, "Roughly speaking, she needed to perform in various cities, and had to have the talent to make all the audiences recognize her, understand her, and then like her." Hearing the great things that the idol needed to do, Catherine thought, having to go to big cities to perform, wouldn't that mean leaving the western city? If being an idol means leaving Xiyang City, Lord Lu Feng, I don't need to do it anymore. Catherine's eyes turned serious as she looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng smiled back. Catherine said boredly, "Then Lu Feng, if I became an idol, would you be happy?" Lu Feng was surprised and asked, "What's wrong, why do you ask that?" Catherine bowed her head and said shyly, "I want to help you, but I don't want to leave Xiyang City." "Of course, if being an idol can help you, then I will." Lu Feng smiled and replied, "So that's it. Actually, I won't let you leave Xiyang City to perform for a while." Hearing these words, Catherine blushed in embarrassment. Catherine didn't need to leave Xiyang City. She was happy, her eyes sparkling, and she said excitedly, then I want to be an idol." Lu Feng replied, "Okay, Catherine, I believe in your playing, you will definitely become famous throughout the country." Seeing Lu Feng's support, Catherine said in a low voice, "I don't need to be famous everywhere, I just need to be able to help you." Catherine happily walked out of the study and headed towards the dining room. Sitting at the dining table was Lelisa. Seeing Catherine so happy, she suddenly asked, "Catherine, why are you so happy? It's so late and Lelisa still hasn't slept." Catherine saw Lelisa still sitting at the dining table, scratched her head in embarrassment, and said, "Hee, just now Lord Lu Feng praised me for playing the piano well." Lelisa asked with surprise in her eyes. There were quite a few people in the royal capital who praised her. Catherine said with a sullen face, "Who cares about their compliments, Lelisa? I feel that being able to come to this western city is really great." Recalling her time living in the royal capital before, Lelisa continued, "Before in the royal capital, there were flatterers all around, always facing each other's deception, every moment had to hold her head high and wear a mask, but in this place, I was myself." Lelisa heard Catherine's confession and replied, "Yes, I was a wanderer before, and I never thought that one day I would be able to experience such a peaceful and happy life." At this moment, Nicole suddenly appeared, holding a plate of attractive cakes, saying, "Then eat a piece of cake, it will be even happier." Nicole's sudden appearance startled Catherine. "Wow, Nicole, when did she get here?" Luckily she didn't hear the previous part. Mina also came from somewhere, saying, "I was here from the beginning." Catherine heard that and shyly exclaimed, "Oh, so you heard everything?" At this time Lucy also came. No need to be shy, everyone knew her little thoughts. At this moment Catherine's mood was completely embarrassed. "Nicole, that matter, I did not." Nicole gently reassured, "It's okay, the young master can be liked by so many people, doesn't that prove his willpower?" Mina continued, "The first person to know the young master was Nicole, I'm curious what the young master was like back then." Everyone suddenly joined in and asked Nicole, "Since when did Nicole know Lu Feng? Was Lord Lu Feng as formidable back then as he is now?" Seeing that everyone had left her alone, Catherine quietly let out a sigh. Catherine looked at everyone happily and thought, "Sure enough, this place is different, how nice, this atmosphere of saying whatever you want, is the life I have always longed for." Nicole told everyone about the young master from before. Mina said, was the young master originally like that? Lucy also added, completely unexpected. Catherine was still lost in her thoughts. Mina was skilled in martial arts and had always protected Lord Lu Feng. Nicole was good at handling internal affairs and kept the city lord's mansion in order. Lucy was the princess of a country and had a high reputation. With her here, many of Lord Lu Feng's plans could go smoothly. Everyone here has an extremely outstanding side to them. Their idol is probably Lord Lu Feng, who intentionally said it out of a desire to take care of them. After all, he is an extremely gentle and kind person. Like this, can I really stay in a good place like this forever? Like this. Catherine sadly realized that everyone around Lu Feng was very talented, but she had no talent at all, and could not help Lord Lu Feng in any way. Catherine thought again, really, can I stand beside him like this? At the same time, in the outskirts of Somalia, a group of horsemen were riding through the woods. It was the group of Duke Kailak, who was tired, but then everyone woke up when they saw the Somali castle appearing in the moonlight in front of them. The next morning at the city lord's mansion, Xi'an City, the commanding officer Niu Dai was reporting to Lu Feng, young master, that there was news from Somalia City. Lu Feng asked in surprise, what news? Niu Dai continued, outside the city of Somalia, a branch of the army of about 500 people appeared. The leader was Duke Kailak. This is the letter Kailak sent to him. Hearing the familiar name, somewhat surprised, Kailak, one of the 3 Grand Dukes in the royal capital, Catherine's father. Ngudai continued, yes, he surrendered. Hearing this, Lu Feng faintly said, surrender, huh? Then he ordered Niu Dai, go, help me call Lucy and Catherine. Ngudai solemnly raised his hand, yes. Princess Lucy and Miss Catherine were invited to the study. Lu Feng handed them the letter he had just received and said, Duke Kailak has surrendered. What do you think? The 2 girls looked at the letter in front of them attentively. Lucy said, from my perspective, although I didn't have much interaction with Kailak, when I was still in the capital, the discord between the Crown Prince and the 3 Grand Dukes was something everyone knew about. The Crown Prince wanted to sit firmly on the throne and definitely eliminate those who were not in harmony with him. Therefore, Kailak's letter saying that he had failed in the rebellion in the royal capital was probably true. Remembering the cruel and heartless things her father had done to her, Catherine lowered her head sadly and spoke with a bit of indignation, but he wanted to use his position as a duke in exchange for Lu Feng's protection. Anyone with eyesight could see that it was a lie. Yes, when he was in the royal capital, he wanted to use me as a tool, and now I have no benefit to him. How could he remember me? Then Catherine looked straight into Lu Feng's eyes and said firmly, Your Excellency Lu Feng, I don't want you to agree, this matter is too suspicious. Lucy also agreed, I also think so. Lu Feng understood the feelings of the 2 girls in front of him and replied, I understand. Then he turned around and ordered Niu Dai, prepare the carriage, we're going to Somalia. The 2 girls in front suddenly exclaimed, Your Excellency Lu Feng. Lu Feng waved his hand and smiled, don't worry, it's nothing. I just want to see what medicine he sells in his gourd. But before that, I want Catherine to cooperate with me. Seeing Lu Feng suddenly mention her, Catherine was surprised, In Somalia, a city with peaceful blue roofs. Lu Feng and everyone went to see Duke Kailak, who was talking with Catherine in the room. Lu Feng said, I understand your situation, I will also consider your request. The Grand Duke replied, thank you Lu Feng, then I will wait for good news from Lu Feng. Kailak's tired eyes, dark circles under his eyes, looked towards his daughter. Seeing her father staring at her, Catherine angrily turned away. Seeing his daughter like that, Duke Kailak immediately said, Catherine, I'm sorry, it was my fault before, leave, talking about these things is useless, but, seeing you living well, I'm also relieved. The Duke's face showed fatigue, his eyes were sunken, and he was gaunt. Seeing Catherine not reply, Duke Kailak sadly left. At this moment Catherine suddenly stood up, calling, Father, wait. Lu Feng was satisfied, giving the father and son some private space to talk. Catherine and Duke Kailak went to the outdoor tea table to talk. In the fresh garden atmosphere, the air was fresh and pleasant. Catherine and her father were reminiscing about old memories. Duke Kailak said, Father, do you remember that Tove bullied me before, and at night, he poured water on Tove's bed and pretended that Tove wet the bed? Catherine replied, Father, how can you remember these things? Kailak replied very gently, I always remember, it's just that before as a duke I didn't have time to think about these things. Now that my whole body is comfortable, I will naturally remember all the previous things. Catherine was moved. Father, what do you think? The Duke asked. Right, Catherine, now, do you like Lu Feng? Hearing his father's sudden question hit the nail on the head, he shyly stammered, Here, Dad, I am. The Duke said gently, Don't be shy, Catherine. Noble marriage has always been a political tool. Many people marry people they don't like because of their noble status. Now that you can find someone you like, I'm really happy. Catherine bowed her head and said, Thank you, Father, Lu Feng, I like him, but... Seeing his daughter looking sad, Duke Kailak replied, "Could it be that Lu Feng doesn't like you? That's impossible, my daughter is the best." Catherine immediately smiled and replied, "The people around Lu Feng are all elites. They are either princesses of the Beast Kingdom or martial arts experts. They all have their own specialties, but I don't know anything about them." Seeing that his daughter seemed to be insecure, the Duke replied, "No, Catherine, don't look down on yourself. You must be confident that you are very excellent. I am also a man. I know best that no matter how excellent the people around Lu Feng are, they all lack the special charm that a wife must possess. You have that. I can be sure that Lu Feng will like you. I can guarantee this." Encouraged by her father, Catherine happily thanked him. The Duke continued, "If Catherine doesn't believe, then why don't you help me probe Lu Feng's heart?" Hearing her father say that, Catherine was surprised. At the wine party, 2 glasses of red wine clinked together and shimmered. The Grand Duke clinked glasses with Lu Feng and said, "Your Excellency Lu Feng, come, I respect you, I will have to rely on you a lot in the future." The dashing Lu Feng happily replied, "Your Excellency is too polite." Catherine looked at Lu Feng with a worried face. Remembering what happened that afternoon, the Grand Duke gave Catherine a small bottle containing a dark liquid. Catherine took the bottle and asked, "Poison?" Duke Kailak said, "Yes, this is a magic potion from the mermaid race. Just give it to Lu Feng, then you can hear his true words." Catherine heard those words like a thunderbolt, panicked and asked again, "Sincerely?" Back to the present moment, at the banquet, Kailak was talking to Lu Feng, saying that today he was able to make peace with Catherine. It was also thanks to His Excellency Lu Feng. For this, I would like to invite His Excellency Lu Feng for another drink. Then the Grand Duke turned to his daughter, "Catherine, please get us 2 glasses of wine." Catherine hesitated a bit, then replied, "Yes, father." Catherine held the bottle of mermaid potion her father gave her this afternoon and anxiously walked towards the wine bottle. Catherine's eyes were filled with many thoughts. Holding 2 glasses of wine in her hands, she walked towards the 2 people and said, "Father, Your Excellency Lu Feng." Duke Kailak's eyes were somewhat mysterious as he said, "Your Excellency Lu Feng, please." Lu Feng took the wine glass from Catherine's hand and drank it all in one gulp, seeing that he had achieved what he wanted. The Duke laughed out loud in satisfaction, "Ha ha 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 ha." Seeing his father laughing so loudly and unusually, Catherine said, "Father." The Duke happily said out loud, "Everyone said that Lu Feng, the lord of Xiang City, was an extremely intelligent and wise person, but he didn't expect that he would fall into his pocket so easily." Hearing the Duke's words, Lu Feng was surprised and said, "What did you say?" The Duke's ugly expression appeared. He said, "Your Excellency Lu Feng, the poison made by the deep-sea mermaid tribe, what does it taste like?" Hearing the cruel father finished speaking, Catherine panicked and asked again, "Poison, father, person?" Lu Feng felt a sharp pain in his chest and snorted. Mina stood beside him, worried and panicked, "Young master." Then a cold gaze looked towards the gloating Duke. Lu Feng was poisoned. Mina was about to attack him. Kailak immediately said, "Don't attack, the poison Lu Feng was poisoned by, only I have the antidote. If you guys dare to act rashly, Lu Feng is dead for sure." Mina gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Damn it." Catherine witnessed everything and said tremblingly, "Father, why did you do that?" The Duke's hands were clenched, holding a glass of wine in his hand. He replied, "I left the royal capital with 500 men. Want to deal with Lu Feng, who has already turned the entire western region into a block like this, then how else to do it?" Catherine's eyes were disappointed as she looked at her father, saying, "Then why did you come to the west to antagonize His Excellency Lu Feng?" The Duke replied, "The Crown Prince promised me that if I defeated Lu Feng, he would grant me the entire western land. Tell me, such a good opportunity, why wouldn't I take it? Catherine, it seems that you are not useless after all." Then the Duke laughed loudly. Catherine said coldly, "Your Excellency Lu Feng, it seems you guessed everything correctly." Lu Feng then stood up and clapped his hands with a smile, causing the Duke to change from satisfaction to extreme surprise. Lu Feng saw that his plan had succeeded and said, "Grand Duke, you've worked hard to put on this play. You acted so well yesterday that I couldn't help but applaud you. But when it comes to acting skills, Catherine is still a level above." The Duke was greatly alarmed. "Catherine, my child, could it be?" Catherine coldly looked at the evil father in front of her and said, "That's right, I didn't give up the drugs at all." Holding the dark green medicine bottle still in her hand, Catherine remembered what Lu Feng had told her about the plan in the West Ocean before. In the study room at that time, after hearing Lu Feng talk about the plan, Catherine asked again, cooperating with him to act out a play. Lu Feng replied, "Yes, whatever Kailak says there, you just look for it. Cooperate with his performance, let us see what trick he wants to play." The Duke felt like he was being led by the nose by the children and angrily shouted, "Okay, so from the very beginning she was acting with me, right?" Catherine coldly replied, "Yes." Kailak laughed loudly and said, "I really have a good daughter, who knows how to take advantage of the situation. From now on, you are no longer my daughter, and your name will no longer be supported by the family name. Kailak held his head and shouted, she should just go and be a commoner. Catherine angrily turned her head away, not wanting to listen anymore. Kailak turned to Lu Feng and said, Baron Lu Feng, you are amazing. I admit defeat. According to the noble laws of the Yinglu Kingdom, if you cannot kill me, I will pay a portion of the ransom. Consider it my defeat to you. Hearing the vile words coming from the Grand Duke's mouth, Lu Feng angrily clenched his fist and gave the Duke a powerful punch. Blood spurted from his mouth. The old Duke was suddenly punched, losing several teeth and falling flat on the ground. He mumbled, Lu Feng, you. Lu Feng replied, don't worry, I won't kill you. This punch was for Catherine, then Lu Feng bent down to pull the other Duke up and punched him again in the other face, continuing, this punch was simply because I don't like the look on you. Lu Feng, filled with murderous intent, let the Duke fall freely. The golden sunlight shone on the Somali castles. Lu Feng raised his hand and ordered, Nina, take him down. Lock him up with his son and send him back to Shiyang City tomorrow. Also, tell Nyoda to lead the team and collect the horse and boat they brought. Nina grabbed Duke Kailak by the collar and replied, yes. Lu Feng turned to Catherine who was sitting there dejectedly and said, Catherine, no matter what, he is your father, I will leave the decision to you. Catherine's eyes were filled with disappointment as she refused. No, thank you Lu Feng, you helped me see my father clearly again, you can punish me however you want. Lu Feng looked at Catherine with sad eyes, then suddenly he reached out to stroke her shiny golden hair, his eyes gentle and comforting. Don't worry, Taeduong City will be your home from now on, we are all your family, you can consider me as your brother. Catherine heard this and stood up, her face slightly red as she protested. No, it can't be my brother. Your Excellency Lu Feng, my brother is already hateful enough. Lu Feng laughed bitterly when he heard her say that. Ah, I'll listen to you. Catherine looked at Lu Feng's back, her hands clenched slightly, her face flushed as she chuckled. Family, with Lu Feng. He. After Lu Feng turned his back on Catherine, he told her to go, prepare to return to Shiyang City. Suddenly, Catherine remembered something and spoke up to stop him. Your Excellency Lu Feng, wait. Hearing her call, Lu Feng immediately turned his head and asked. What's wrong? Catherine looked a little hesitant but finally answered. Before I leave, I want to go to the prison, is that okay?